As a time traveler, MOU finally unlocked his own golden finger after enduring 18 years of advertisements. However, it is somewhat regrettable that his golden finger is not of the type that offers a divine beast from the outset, with all equipment acquired through mere indulgence. Instead, it rewards him based on the choices he makes. Yet, is this reward granted at random, or is it determined by some underlying rationale? Faced with the offer from the fiery Chien Song, you decide. 1. Accept, choosing to join the Rainbow Rocket team. Reward: Loyal Orange *1, Sacred Ash *1, Random Divine Beast Details *1. 2. Decline and say to him, Old dang, times have changed. Reward: Luxurious Gilded Ash Box *1, Iron-Headed Child Title *1. Originally intending to spend an unforgettable holiday in Alola, MOU looked at Chien Song standing before him and resolutely broke the cane in his hand. Then there is but one answer. Years later, as the champion of the Alliance approached, Chien Song glanced at MOU standing beside him. MOU, Sakamoto mentioned that there's a traitor among our lava team, but now it is just the two of us left. Hearing Chien Song's words, MOU smiled faintly, preparing to confess, only to hear Chien Song continue. I suspect I have awakened a second personality, and that persona is the undercover agent. Chapter 1. The Golden Finger that requires 18 years of advertisements. In the Unova region, on the playground of Blueberry Academy. Embrace new ideas, strive to be a new youth. The treasure hunt event is about to commence. At the center of the playground, MOU, clad in a deep blue uniform, recited his speech monotonously from the podium. As the most formidable student among the first-year newcomers, he was naturally chosen as the representative for the freshman speech. While he read from the manuscript, a timer on a panel visible only to him was steadily counting down. Remaining time: 1 year, 2 months, 3 days, 4 hours, 5 minutes, 6 seconds, 5 seconds, 4 seconds. At this moment, time was diminishing at a perfectly normal pace, and beneath the timer, a flashing button appeared. Watch ads to reduce time. The instant the button materialized, MOU's gaze sharpened, as if pressing the button in his mind, and then an onslaught of advertisements bombarded him. Ah, you are so wealthy. Have you changed your phone? What about the old one? Oh, it didn't cost much. I left the old one. MOU, originally named Yu Long Yu, hails from the Kanto region, and his surname indicates his connection to the dual champion Yu Longdu of the Kanto and Johto regions. By lineage, he is considered Yu Longdu's fourth uncle, yet none dare to flaunt their superiority in front of Yu Longdu. In his previous life, he was a notorious Pokemon battle content creator, relishing in dragging a few minutes of battle into an hour-long ordeal. Amidst the barrage of comments and the adversaries' incessant exclamations of FKU, Shiba, in himself, MOU could only sense a peculiar exhilaration. On a dark and stormy night, MOU tortured his opponent as usual and subsequently logged off amid the praises in the comments to have a meal. Perhaps as a form of punishment, fate arranged for him to encounter a pink tonnerre at the next corner. Regrettably, MOU's attribute values are rather low, and he's not invested in durability training. Ultimately, he falls slightly short, arriving in this world as a newborn in the esteemed Yulong family. Blueberry Academy, steeped in history, boasts a formidable faculty. On the surface, it appears that MOU is delivering a speech, yet within the confines of his mind, an incessant barrage of trivial advertisements plays on repeat. This is his golden finger. He first discovered its existence at the tender age of 13, a revelation that filled him with exuberance. As is well known, those who possess a golden finger invariably ascend to unparalleled heights, capable of creating worlds with a mere blink and annihilating universes with a flick of their wrist, effortlessly defeating foes of all kinds. Just as he eagerly anticipated exploring the capabilities of his golden finger, a countdown materialized before him, dousing his enthusiasm with a frigid splash of reality. Remaining unlocked time: 49 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 40 seconds. Simultaneously, this countdown diminished at a perfectly normal pace. At that moment, MOU gazed at the ticking timer, his heart sinking. 50 years. In 50 years, he would be an old man. Should fortune evade him, he might even be reborn into a second life, rendering this golden finger utterly useless. Do not underestimate the impoverished youth nor the middle-aged in their struggles, only to witness an elderly resurgence. However, after some research, he discovered that this countdown could be shortened by watching advertisements. Each year, he is permitted to view an advertisement, which, upon completion, induces a random alteration in the countdown. Fortunately, this golden finger does not belong to a nefarious manufacturer, ensuring that the remaining time does not extend. Now, 5 years later, the countdown before MOU has dwindled to approximately 1 year, and the advertisement is nearing its conclusion. Thus, we ought to express our gratitude to the school, to the Alliance, and to the Carlos Beef Ramen House within the school. Carlos Beef Ramen, the unparalleled choice for your dining experience. At the podium, MOU completed his reading, and the advertisement simultaneously vanished. Remaining time, 1 year, 2 months, 3 days, 4 hours, 5 minutes, 6 seconds, 0 days, 0 hours, 1 minute, 37 seconds. With just over a minute remaining on the countdown, the previously artificial smile on MOU's face transformed into genuine elation. As he descended from the podium and returned to his seat at the front of the class, the countdown came to an end. Ding! Upon hearing this long-awaited sound, Lin's body involuntarily trembled with excitement. 4 years ago, I was dispatched for overseas study merely for addressing you long due as dear nephew in public. This time, I shall reclaim all that I have lost. Who among us awakens from the great dream first? In life, I am self-aware. After a restful spring in the grass hall, the sun outside lingers slowly. Esteemed host, the selection system is here to serve you wholeheartedly. Are you troubled by how to make choices? Do you find yourself lost at a crossroads? Compulsory tasks? None. Various penalties? None. Newbie gift packs? None. This system will present you with choices when you encounter various events, and based on your selections, you will receive an array of rewards. The incessant bombardment of information left MOU somewhat dazed. It took him a while to regain his composure. What on earth are they babbling about? Who is Chiji? Life choice system? What do I choose? MOU remained somewhat bewildered, yet given the system's extensive prior dialogue, it must possess considerable power. MOU glanced around, noticing that no one was paying him any mind, and whispered, "System? Are you there? Little system? Brother Tom? Oi!" The previous voice did not reemerge, forcing MOU to accept the reality that his system lacked consciousness. It doesn't even offer a few divine beasts or mythical creatures. A stone tablet would suffice. MOU felt a twinge of disappointment, realizing that he had not acquired the archetype of a protagonist from a gratifying tale. Nevertheless, at least he had a system, did he not? As he consoled himself, MOU continued to explore if the system possessed any additional functionalities. While the principal delivered a speech at the podium, MOU remained engrossed in his study of the system. After over an hour of exploration, he finally grasped the general functions of this system. In simple terms, it is a system that rewards him based on his choices. As the system previously stated, there are no task panels, no shops, only a lottery wheel and a repository for storing prizes. The roulette wheel is adorned with 7 colors: gray, white, green, blue, purple, gold, and red, each representing a distinct tier of prizes. The gray prizes hold the lowest value and are the most numerous, while the red reward boasts the highest worth, albeit available in a singular form that refreshes monthly. However, setting aside the red, the purple and gold rewards also contain a plethora of commendable items. For instance, extraordinary abilities, the power of aura, the power of eternity, or a variety of rare berries and Pokemon treasures, among others. Even though Mayu is a member of the Yulong family, he cannot help but feel envious of the rewards on the roulette. Regrettably, the opportunities for drawing prizes can only be obtained through making choices, unlike the games of his previous life where one could simply spend money. After grasping the general functions of the system, Mayu shifted his attention back to reality. At this moment, the principal's speech was drawing to a close, and with the final words spoken, the long-awaited treasure hunt event, lasting 6 months, was about to commence. Mayu followed the flow of the crowd, intending to return home first to assess the situation before determining his next steps. His preliminary plan was to return home and then embark on his journey in the city of Kanto. He had already challenged all the local gyms in Kanto, but since he possessed only 2 Pokemon, the gym leaders had also used just 2 Pokemon during their battles. While pondering how to spend the upcoming 6 months, a small figure suddenly obstructed his path publicly. "Mayu, let's battle." Standing before him was a girl from his grade, but a different class. He vaguely recognized her as someone who had previously handed him a challenge letter, but deeming her strength inadequate, he had chosen not to respond. The unfolding events had also captured the attention of other students. Moments later, Mayu and the girl found themselves encircled by a throng of onlookers. Just as Mayu prepared to decline, believing such a battle to be a waste of time. The system interjected at that moment. Confronted with a challenge from a student of Blueberry Academy, you must decide. 1. Accept. Let her experience what it means to be a dark hand. Reward is random. 2. Decline. I am a man determined to become a Pokemon master. Women are merely a hindrance. Double the chances of drawing prizes. Select 9 exclusive energy cubes for Pokemon and receive 1 Fire Stone. 90 Purity. Chapter 2. The initial trial of the system. Upon hearing the sound of the system notification ringing in his ears, MOU, who had initially intended to leave without a second thought, found himself halting in his tracks. Noticing his pause, the girl's expression shifted from disappointment to exhilaration. You may have forgotten me. My name is Liangzi, and I once delivered a challenge letter to you, she hastily exclaimed, fearing that MOU might take his leave once more. However, MOU kept his head lowered, seemingly oblivious to her words. After a brief moment, he lifted his gaze to meet Liangzi's and declared, I accept your challenge. The system presented him with 2 options. If one were to consider the rewards alone, the second option would be preferable. Declining was indeed a better choice. Not only did it align with his thoughts, but the rewards were also significantly more generous. Yet, MOU, who seemed to possess an innate contrariness, appeared more intrigued by the random rewards of the first option. Really? MOU's words stirred a ripple of excitement among the onlookers, and Liangzi's eyes sparkled with anticipation. It was common knowledge that MOU, the strongest first-year student, had always harbored a disdain for battles. Had it not been for the personal negotiation by the 4 kings of the Blueberry League, he might have been content to hide within the confines of his dormitory for an eternity. Yet now, he seemed to have so readily acquiesced to another's challenge. In the crowd, several burly male students regarded Liangzi with thoughtful expressions. Let us get started, MOU said, dismissive of further chatter. Had it not been for the system's sudden intervention, he wouldn't have even spared her a glance. With that, he released his Pokemon. Woof. An exceptionally well-bred Rapidash materialized before MOU, its sleek fur, powerful limbs, and piercing gaze all attesting to its excellence. MOU possessed 2 Pokeballs at his waist. One contained the Rapidash, while the other housed a verdant Dragonite. As a member of the Dragon Clan, MOU had been taken to Dragon Island at a tender age to engage in mutual selection with the local Pokemon. It was there, in a moment of serendipity, that he and the Dragonite, both pursued by their respective families, found a kindred spirit in one another. Ultimately, they became partners, and over the years, the Dragonite evolved into a formidable Dragonite. The Rapidash, on the other hand, had been encountered by MOU during his childhood in a thicket. The injured puppy, having ventured out, was taken in by MOU, who ultimately captured the creature. Come forth, Sweet Dance, Liangzi commanded, and a humanoid Pokemon, roughly a meter tall, appeared opposite the Rapidash. Sweet Dance, gazing at the Rapidash, furrowed its adorably delicate brows. In contrast, the Rapidash, eyes squinted in delight, seemed quite pleased. It recognized this creature. It had a delightful taste, unlike those ground and rock-type Pokemon, which were as hard as stones and utterly unpalatable. As MOU observed Sweet Dance, a panel suddenly appeared before him. Sweet Dance, female. Level, 27. Ability, Sweet Veil, prevents allied Pokemon from falling asleep. Moves, Leaf Blade, Rapid Spin, Magical Leaf, Bounce. Staring at the panel, MOU was momentarily rendered speechless. The Pokemon Liangzi had included in her challenge letter was indeed Sweet Dance, and it was this very Pokemon that had diminished his interest in battling her. He had assumed Liangzi sought him out because her Sweet Dance had evolved, but it now appeared that she was simply somewhat lacking in discernment. Sweet Dance, don't be afraid. Here ask this for you. While MOU pondered Liangzi's apparent lack of sense, she retrieved a green gem from her backpack. Liangzi tossed the gem towards Sweet Dance, which arced gracefully through the air before landing in the Rapidash's mouth. Sweet Dance stood bewildered, raising its hand as it watched the Rapidash dart forward to snatch the gem. Taking advantage of the moment when neither Liangzi nor Sweet Dance was prepared, the Rapidash scampered back to MOU, depositing the gem into his hand. A leaf stone. MOU mused, tossing the gem lightly in his palm, intrigued as he glanced at Liangzi. He found it quite amusing that the Academy believed adversaries would patiently wait for them to prepare before engaging in battle. Juanita. Sweet Dance was the first to react, puffing its cheeks and glaring at MOU with indignation. Liangzi, realizing what had transpired, gasped in shock, unable to believe that MOU had pilfered her leaf stone. Ignoring Sweet Dance, MOU smiled at Liangzi. What? Did you think I would simply stand by while you gifted this to Sweet Dance? The crowd, witnessing the unfolding scene, began to murmur among themselves. Rapidash, Flame Fong. Without awaiting Liangzi's response, Mou commanded. The Rapidash flickered and appeared before Sweet Dance, its fiery fangs closing in with ferocity. Sweet Dance was sent flying, ultimately crashing onto the grass, rendered incapable of continuing the battle. How dull, Mou remarked, shaking his head in disinterest as he tossed the leaf stone aside. As he walked away, the crowd instinctively parted to grant him passage. Liangzi rushed to Sweet Dance's side, hastily applying healing spray. With no spectacle left to witness, the students dispersed, engaged in discussions regarding the propriety of Mou's choice to seize the leaf stone. Host has selected option 1, gaining 5 opportunities for a lottery draw. Do you wish to use them? Use, Mou silently affirmed, and before him, a vibrant wheel materialized, its segments of gray, white, and blue occupying approximately 95% of the surface, with purple at 3, orange at 18, and a mere 2 in red. The wheel began to spin slowly, ultimately stopping sequentially in the blue, gray, white, and purple sections. Congratulations. You have won a pair of spectacles, 1145 league coins, a yellow glass whistle, 2333 league coins, and the power of aura, LV1. As the system notification echoed in his ears, Mou felt a warmth coursing through his body, gradually intensifying to a feverish heat. Yet his mind remained remarkably clear. He involuntarily closed his eyes, suddenly sensing something peculiar in his surroundings. He could distinctly see the remaining students nearby, along with some vaguely defined objects, such as benches and fitness equipment bordering the playground. Upon reopening his eyes, a flash of blue flickered across his vision. The power of aura, how fortunate, he murmured to himself. Instead of returning to his dormitory, Mou opted to leave the school directly, boarding a flight destined for the city of Qianhong in the Kanto region. Liangzi, watching his retreating figure with a sense of indignation, found herself ignored, as Mou offered not even a glance in her direction. Chapter 3. The Dragonite Yearning to Soar. Upon landing at the airport, Mou released his Rapidash and mounted its back. The Rapidash transformed into a streak of orange-yellow, expertly navigating toward the residential area of Qianhong City. Due to the rapid advancement of the Kanto League in recent years, most of his clan members, aside from a few elderly relatives, had dispersed around Qianhong City, Yuhong City, and Jinhua City. However, during significant events such as ancestral ceremonies or the younger generation selection of Pokemon at the Dragon's Nest, they would still converge at their clan's ancestral grounds. Mou's parents had indeed been fortunate to choose Qianhong City, narrowly escaping calamity. 3 years prior, a fierce battle ensued between Hinakami and the Blue Rainbow City as Sakaki, culminating in Sakaki's escape to another world through a soon-to-close ultra wormhole in the Alola region. The once thriving Yuhong City suffered greatly in this conflict and has been under reconstruction since. While the Rapidash sped along, Mou took the opportunity to examine its panel. Rapidash, male. Level, 65. Ability, Intimidate, lowers the opponent's Pokemon's physical attack. Moves, Flame Fong, Quick Attack, Flare Blitz, Flamethrower, Play Rough, Crunch. Compared to Sweet Dance and I, the Wind Speed Dog excels in both level and skills. Mou nodded with satisfaction and subsequently released his Shelmet from its Pokeball. Shelmet, male. Level, 41. Ability, Overcoat, immune to effects of weather such as sandstorms and hail, as well as powder-type moves. Skills, Dragon Breath, Psyshock, Crunch, Dragon Claw, Dragon Dance. Shelmet's attributes rival those of the Wind Speed Dog, although its combat prowess may currently be slightly inferior once it emerges from its shell. It will undoubtedly showcase the brilliance characteristic of quasi-divine Pokemon. As a shiny Pokemon, Shelmet's presence would inevitably attract unwarranted attention, prompting Mou to refrain from exposing it to outsiders. Nevertheless, during the tranquil hours of the night, he would often take Shelmet out for some fresh air. After reviewing Shelmet's panel, Mou swiftly returned it to its Pokeball. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the Wind Speed Dog, he soon found himself standing before the familiar door of a standalone villa. Ding dong. The Wind Speed Dog adeptly pressed the doorbell with its nose, and the sound echoed through the air. Shortly thereafter, a rustling sound could be heard from within, followed by the approach of footsteps drawing nearer. With a creak, the door swung open to reveal the familiar sight of a Garchomp, who had watched him grow up. Mou leaped down from the Wind Speed Dog and embraced Garchomp. Garchomp squinted its eyes and chuckled as it patted Mou's back. Shark brother, when will you and sister-in-law have a baby? I've been waiting for ages, Mou inquired. Looking up at Garchomp, Garchomp's expression suddenly stiffened, and it shook its head in dismay. My wife isn't even around. How could we possibly have a baby? By the way, where are Dad and Mom, along with that little brat? Noticing Garchomp's reaction, Emu decided against pressing further, instead being taken aback by the immaculate state of the room. Logically, it shouldn't be this tidy. That little brat should have scattered things everywhere. With a shake of its head, Garchomp handed Emu a letter. Emu opened the letter, his expression becoming complex as he read its contents. The letter was from his father, stating that the family had gone on a worldwide trip and urging him to study diligently. Furthermore, it warned him not to return to the clan, as the young admirers at Yulong-Du had not forgotten him, and a return would yield no good outcomes. Finally, his mother had included a message of concern, advising him to take care of himself. Emu crumpled the paper into a ball and tossed it into the trash. All right. The whole family goes on a world tour without me, huh? Not only did they leave me behind, but they didn't even inform me in advance. Garchomp, standing beside him, comfortingly patted Emu's shoulder and let out a gentle call. No way. Emu's spirits suddenly lifted. He adeptly walked over to the shoe cabinet and retrieved a wad of league currency from an old pair of shoes hidden at the back. Following that, he rummaged through the kitchen's range hood and his bedroom's books, sweating profusely as he counted his findings. 498,004,99005000. In total, he had amassed 50,000 league currencies, all of which were his father's hard-earned savings now claimed by Emu. While 50,000 wasn't an exorbitant sum, it was certainly sufficient to fund a trip. Garchomp stared in astonishment at the money in Emu's hands, its face displaying a remarkably human-like surprise. Emu stuffed his father's hard-earned money into his pocket and turned to Garchomp, asking, "Sharp brother, I want to travel too. How about we go together?" Garchomp shook its head. It had been left behind precisely because it didn't want to go, while its wife was quite interested in traveling, hence her departure. "Then I'll book the tickets. I'm leaving first thing tomorrow morning." Seeing Garchomp's refusal, Emu did not press the matter further. He then pulled out his phone and began selecting travel destinations. Paldea or Alola? Which one should I choose? Emu found himself in a quandary as the system chimed in once more. You, preparing for travel, have begun to hesitate regarding your destination. So you decide to choose. 1. Paldea region, Dragon-type Sandwich 1, Titanium Crystal Pearl Clue. 2. Alola region, Holy Ash 1, 3 lottery chances. Faced with these two options, Emu did not hesitate for a moment and decisively booked a flight to the Alola region for the next morning. After completing the booking, he pondered why the disparity between the two options was so vast. One offered 2 optional rewards, while the other provided the revivable Holy Ash and 3 lottery chances. After much contemplation, he could not fathom the reasoning behind it, and decided to attribute the matter to the system's random reward allocation for the time being. Garchomp, observing Emu sitting blankly on the sofa, worriedly shook his shoulder. "I'm fine," Emu replied, snapping back to reality as he looked at Garchomp. He rose from the sofa and ventured into the yard behind the villa, releasing Shelmet once more. The wind-speed dog had long since made its way to the yard, lazily basking in the sun. Upon emerging, Shelmet clung tightly to Garchomp's leg, while Garchomp wore an expression of reluctance. "All right, sharp brother. Why don't you take it for a flight? I'm going to take a shower." Only then did Garchomp reluctantly nod in agreement. Subsequently, Garchomp soared straight into the sky with Shelmet on its back. Shelmet clung tightly to Garchomp's body. Once they reached a sufficient altitude, Shelmet released its grip and freely descended from the sky. Just before landing, Garchomp caught it, and this process repeated continuously. Shelmet is a Pokemon that harbors a profound desire for flight, and it is precisely this yearning that grants them wings upon evolving into a Dragonite. At this current stage, the body within Shelmet's shell is undergoing a transformation, and once this metamorphosis is complete, the Sovereign of the Skies shall emerge anew. Chapter 4. Thus, there is but one answer. He has returned? Is the news reliable? Indeed, and not only he, but others as well. Who? Qian Song, Shui Wudong, Qi Ri, Kiki Si, and Flatalili. Impossible. They are all still imprisoned. In the secretive conference room of the Quartz Alliance, a group of individuals engaged in a heated debate around the table, devoid of any decorum. Should there be an outsider present, they would undoubtedly be astounded by the scene before them. Undeniably, this was the truth, a first-hand report from Interpol. Yulong-Du leaned back against his chair, his tone brimming with certainty. The individuals he had been debating with were champions from other regions: Alder from Unova, Michael from Hoenn, Karuna from Kalos, and Cynthia from Sinnoh, powerhouses at the pinnacle of the world, yet their faces were etched with concern. Sankong is still alive. At the forefront of the conference table, a young boy wearing a red cap spoke up. His statement plunged the room into silence. "I will continue to fulfill my duties." The boy in the red cap broke the silence once more, then rose and exited the room. In light of his early departure, none of the champions seemed to mind. I suggest you all seal off all routes and flights to the Alola region. With that, Yulong Du waved his cloak and also departed the conference room. The remaining champions fell into contemplation within the confines of the room before gradually leaving. Truly worthy of a travel destination. Even the air is so refreshing. Mou exclaimed as he emerged from the airport with his suitcase in tow. However, he found it peculiar that there was not a single staff member in sight at the airport. This mountain, this water, this sea. And Team Rocket? In one moment, Mou was marveling at the breathtaking scenery of the Alola region, and in the next, he spotted a group of Team Rocket members clad in black uniforms, with a rainbow-colored R emblem on their chests. As soon as Mou laid eyes on the Team Rocket members, they spotted him as well. You encounter a group of 24 members of Team Rocket, and you decide, no. The decision is moot. Mou immediately turns and dashes toward the airport. Concurrently, he retrieves the Pokeball containing his Speed Deoxys from his waist, holding it in his hand. Yet, inexplicably, the Pokeball seems ensnared by an unseen force, utterly refusing to open. Faced with this peculiar circumstance, Mou lacks the inclination to investigate further and continues sprinting in the direction of the aircraft. He runs, he chases, but it feels as though he is trying to fly without wings. Ultimately, Mou finds himself cornered, gazing at the encroaching dozen or so Team Rocket members, and utters his final words. Sigh, can we reach an understanding? Mou is promptly lulled into slumber by the Team Rocket members, and upon awakening, he discovers himself within the confines of a dimly lit storage room, trapped inside an iron cage. Surrounding him are countless similar cages, filled with the incessant cacophony of cries, pleas, and curses. He checks his waist and finds solace in the fact that 2 Pokeballs remain securely attached, assured of their presence. He prepares to attempt releasing Speed Deoxys once more. Strangely, no matter how he presses the white button in the center of the Pokeball, it refuses to enlarge, let alone release Speed Deoxys. After fruitless attempts, Mou decides to sit in the cage and close his eyes, conserving his energy for whatever may transpire next. Panic is futile. It is far more prudent to contemplate his next course of action. After approximately 2.5 hours, the sound of footsteps echoes through the room. Quiet down, my friends. Even the vast ocean experiences moments of tranquility. The speaker is clad in a black trench coat, his head wrapped in a blue scarf adorned with a unique white symbol. The chaotic noises in the storage room gradually subside under an inexplicable aura of pressure. Why must it be quiet? Wouldn't it be better to be lively? The tectonic plates are always shifting. Another figure, dressed in a red and black ensemble with a volcanic M symbol embroidered on his chest, scoffs and remarks, so you failed in this world. You pitiful leader of Team Magma, Chiansong. What? Did you succeed? Is the one imprisoned in Hoenn named Water Wudong a mere blue-capped sea dog? Are you seeking a brawl? You despicable terrestrial creature? The blue-capped sea dog, Water Wudong, bristles at the insult. Bring it on. Who's afraid? The atmosphere between Chiansong and Water Wudong crackles with tension, while the others accompanying them merely observe, remaining silent mediators. As the two pull out their purple Pokeballs, seemingly prepared to duel, another composed yet imposing figure finally interjects. Enough. Your disputes can be resolved later. For now, attend to your duties. A middle-aged man in a black suit emerges from the shadows, the rainbow-colored ra on his chest gleaming in the dim light. All this territory belongs to me, Chiansong declares, gesturing to delineate the area, claiming all the individuals in the cages as if they were mere objects. I want this portion, Water Wudong retorts, creating a similarly sized boundary as far from Chiansong as possible. The others, seeing that the spectacle has lost its allure, were expressions of disappointment as they each select their possessions. Once they have concluded their selections, the man in the suit speaks. These individuals are now your subordinates. How you choose to train them is entirely up to you. The reactions of those in the cages vary widely. Some breathe sighs of relief, grateful for their lives, while others express despair at the prospect of serving under these individuals, and a few vehemently refuse. The man in black pays no heed to the commotion and turns away. If these individuals cannot even manage their subordinates, they are unlikely to succeed in their own world. Mou finds himself designated under Chiansong's command, a conclusion he accepts without objection. It is evident that Chiansong does not require subordinates from this place, making the others inconsequential to him. Furthermore, the peculiarities here are likely already known to the outside world, perhaps even allowing him to wield some unexpected advantages. Faced with the current situation, you have 2 choices. 1. Vigorously refuse to join Chiansong's ranks, Golden Ash's box, high temperature resistant. 1. Ironhead child title. 2. Join Team Magma and assist in their nefarious deeds, Earth Scale 1, Crimson Gem Fragment 1. Having made his decision, MOU straightforwardly opts for the second choice. Subsequently, 2 items appear in his system backpack. After a moment of contemplation, he chooses to take these items out and stow them in his backpack. Although he intends to join Team Magma, he does not wish to start as a mere novice. In the distance, Song senses a familiar aura and, following it, he ultimately spots MOU within the cage. Song strides over, forcefully prying the cage open. Before MOU can process what is happening, Song snatches his backpack and opens it. Crimson gem fragment and a scale from Groudon. Intriguing. He examines the 2 items that MOU had just acquired with keen interest. After a pause, Song looks at MOU and inquires, "Will you choose to join us, or will you refuse? You are Song, the leader. But I remember you are no longer in that position. You are not the leader." MOU refrains from answering, instead gazing at Song, striving to appear astonished and nostalgic. He has crafted an identity as a loyal remnant of Team Magma, a persona that might facilitate his seamless integration into their ranks. "I was once a member of Team Magma who narrowly escaped," MOU murmurs hesitantly, shaking his head. "Ha ha ha, splendid." Song observes all of MOU's reactions with delight, bursting into laughter. Having been a member of Team Magma is even better. Although this world's Song is a fool, his eye for selecting subordinates is commendable. He returns the 2 items to the backpack and then thrusts the backpack into MOU's arms. "I hereby appoint you as the new squad leader of Team Magma. I will assist your Pokemon in absorbing these items. As long as your strength keeps pace, you shall rise to a position of great authority within Team Magma." Song pats MOU's shoulder, expounding upon the grand future he envisions for him. "I hail from a world devoid of oceans, a realm entirely terrestrial. I am a success. Follow me, and you shall fulfill your long-held aspirations." The more Song observes MOU, the more he finds satisfaction. Young, loyal, fortunate, though his strength may be lacking. In Song's eyes, this is hardly a concern. If MOU's Pokemon possesses decent potential, Song can always enlist the aid of Primal Groudon. Should that fail, the volcanic lair of Primal Groudon houses numerous Pokemon eggs that he has stored in advance. Any one of those eggs would guarantee at least elite-level strength. MOU, with great enthusiasm, gazes at Song, and then casually picks up a metal cane discarded by an unknown source. He breaks the cane with his leg and mimics the fervent tone of a devoted fan, declaring, "Thus, there is but one answer. I shall pledge my loyalty to you." Chapter 5. Rinyu. "Good you, good you, good you." Song exclaims thrice. While rummaging through the backpack, he had glimpsed the student ID, thus learning MOU's name. With a wave of his hand, a dozen members clad in Team Magma uniforms emerge from the shadows, varying in height, including even children. Upon witnessing these children, MOU's brow furrows slightly. "Do not worry. These children merely handle logistics. They are simply a bit short-staffed at the moment," Song reassures, noting MOU's unease with an appreciative glint in his eye. "They are Team Magma, dedicated to eradicating the oceans and transforming the world into a land-only expanse, thereby expanding the territory for humanity, not a heartless terrorist organization." Listening to Song's explanation, MOU slowly relaxed his furrowed brow. Several leaders who accompanied Song were followed by their subordinates clad in various uniforms, and soon the once overcrowded storeroom was emptied. As the only free individual without a uniform, MOU naturally attracted the attention of others. In particular, Shui Wudong's scrutinizing gaze made MOU feel as though his very essence was being laid bare. Before boarding the vehicle, Shui Wudong cast a deep glance in his direction, as if wishing to engrave MOU's image indelibly in his memory. Song, too, noticed Shui Wudong's stare. Initially, he seemed poised to intervene. However, as the words lingered on his tongue, he appeared to reconsider, swallowing his reprimand and revealing a peculiar smile. The bus journey unfolded smoothly, with shops along the roadside left unattended, doors ajar, yet devoid of any signs of looting or vandalism. "Ah, have you just arrived from afar?" nudged a young member of the Lava team, roughly MOU's age, who initiated conversation with him. "Indeed, I hail from the United Regions," MOU replied, not wishing to maintain an aloof demeanor, as he too was keen to gather information about this place. "Really? What is it like over there?" "I've been in Alola since birth," the young Lava team member responded, his tone imbued with envy. "Nothing particularly special. By the way, what prompted you to join the Lava team?" MOU gently shook his head before countering with a question. Through this exchange, MOU gleaned a general understanding of the current situation in the Alola region. A week prior, an ultra wormhole had suddenly appeared in the Alola skies. Initially, no one paid it much mind, Such phenomena were not unheard of, occurring perhaps 2 or 3 times a year. Thus, the populace returned to their homes, waiting for the Ultra Guardians to dispatch any Ultra Beasts that might descend from the wormhole. Yet, this time, no Pokemon emerged. Instead, 6 individuals fell from the sky, declaring themselves the Rainbow Rocket Team. This organization consisted of 6 members: Sakaki, Chihai-song, Shui Wudong, Chiri, Kecleon, and Flaredolly. Upon landing, they made a beeline for the Ether Foundation's Ether Paradise. The defense teams from the Ether Paradise crumbled like fragile clay, and within half an hour, the outsiders had claimed dominion over the facility. Luzaman, the chairperson of the Ether Foundation, was nowhere to be found. Grassroots trainers banded together to mount an offensive against the Rainbow Rocket Team, but their efforts yielded little more than complete annihilation. Presently, these members of the Rainbow Rocket Team were merely civilian trainers. They had attempted to assault Ether Paradise, yet their endeavors stirred not a ripple. Those willing to submit were promised certain benefits, including technical machines and various rare resources. Conversely, those who resisted found their Pokeballs locked away, stored in a warehouse while they themselves were released. On one side lay Pokemon sealed away from their trainers, on the other, a bounty of resources. The outcome was evident. 70% of trainers chose to submit, and this number continued to swell in the following days. As MOU listened to the young Lava Team member's account, a wave of reflection washed over him. Sakaki's strategy was overt. For trainers, Pokemon were akin to family. He had ensnared these trainers' beloved companions, first applying psychological pressure, followed by promises of material wealth. Lastly, and most crucially, the Rainbow Rocket Team represented a new organization that, thus far, had not harmed human life. This combination of tactics was enough to compel the vast majority of trainers to temporarily compromise their principles. Ultimately, the retention of members would hinge on Sakaki's charisma and the indoctrination skills of the other leaders. Moreover, upon his return to this world, Sakaki's best course of action would be to stabilize the foundational support in Alola before gradually pursuing his goals. Deeper insights were beyond the grasp of this young member, and MOU closed his eyes to meditate, quietly planning his future course of action. The bus traveled steadily, soon beginning to decelerate until it came to a halt. MOU opened his eyes to find a volcano looming before them. Chihai-song was the first to disembark, and MOU followed suit, trailing behind the others. "This is Melee Island, my home." The young team member who had spoken to MOU earlier chimed with a smile. After glancing back at the group, particularly focusing on MOU, Chihai-song led the way up a staircase carved into the volcano. After approximately 1,000 steps, the silhouettes of various buildings emerged ahead. The temperature had risen to around 40 degrees Celsius, leaving MOU feeling faint in his ordinary clothing. In contrast, the Lava Team members around him appeared unfazed, exuding a sense of comfort. "This is for you." The young member, Rinyu, draped his Lava Team jacket over MOU's shoulders. MOU noted the name tag on the jacket, Rinyu. Although the seemingly heavy coat enveloped him, MOU felt no discomfort, only a sense of ease. Meanwhile, beads of sweat began to form on Rinyu's forehead. Noticing MOU's inclination to return the garment, Rinyu quickly waved his hand, declining. "It's fine. You've just arrived. I'm used to it. I'll feel better once we're in the city." Acknowledging his kindness, MOU silently acquiesced, allowing Rinyu's gesture to stand. After another 10 minutes of ascent, Melee City finally came into view. Although the Lava Team had claimed control over Melee City, the city's fundamental infrastructure remained operational, with shops, hospitals, and restaurants still open. However, the streets were relatively desolate. Even the rare passerby seemed hurried and anxious. The city bore an air of death, yet it was not wholly lifeless. "Ah, it feels much more comfortable here," Rinyu remarked, removing the jacket from MOU, allowing a refreshing breeze to brush against his face. Unbeknownst to them, Chihai-song had appeared before MOU and Rinyu, pointing at MOU and commanding, "You, come with me." Chapter 6, Rayquaza, What Has Transpired? Under Rinyu's envious gaze, MOU followed Chihai-song into a towering structure at the city's center. From the images he had seen on television, this tower should have been situated in the middle of a pond. Yet now that pond had transformed into a barren expanse of red earth. Entering the elevator behind Chihai-song, an atmosphere of tranquility enveloped them, punctuated only by their audible breaths. The elevator ultimately halted on the 32nd floor, and as the doors opened, Chihai-song strode out first, with MOU closely following. Before them lay a narrow corridor leading to 3 rooms. Chihai-song approached the most ornate door at the center, retrieving a uniquely shaped key to unlock it. Upon entry, they found themselves in a spacious yet disordered office. Chihai-song moved behind the desk, and pulled out a chair to sit. Mou hesitated at the doorway. "Come in and take a seat opposite me," Chi Song beckoned. Following his directive, Mou settled into a chair across from the desk. The floor was strewn with disorganized documents, compelling him to tread carefully in search of a clear spot. Chi Song produced a cigar from the desk and lit it, offering it to Mou, who declined with a shake of his head. "Better without it. It's healthier," Chi Song remarked, contemplating the cigar in his hand before ultimately tossing it out the window. Without the cigar, Chi Song seemed somewhat unsettled. He shifted in his seat, propping his legs on the desk, then turned to Mou to say, "Release your Pokemon. Let me see them." In response, Mou promptly summoned his Arcanine. The speed dog had witnessed the entirety of events unfold within the confines of the Pokeball. It shared an unspoken understanding with Mou, requiring no prior communication to grasp his intentions. "Ah, speed dog, what fortuitous luck you possess." Chi Song observed the speed dog, retracting his legs from their previous perch on the table to sit up straighter. In his childhood, he had sneaked out and encountered the injured creature in the wild. Mou gently stroked the speed dog's head, a nostalgic expression gracing his features. Chi Song nodded, thoroughly impressed with the speed dog's training and strength, deeming it a commendable specimen. "But what about the other one?" Shifting his gaze from the speed dog, Chi Song focused on the black high-grade ball at Mou's waist. A hint of hesitation flickered in Mou's demeanor. Noticing this, Chi Song chuckled softly, inquiring, "Is it a particularly rare Pokemon?" Mou nodded in affirmation. "Ha ha, fret not." Chi Song rose and beckoned Mou to stand, guiding him to the window. "Do you see that volcano? Deep within it slumbers the deity of the earth. Is your Pokemon more rare and powerful than the earth's god?" With the intention of nurturing him as a trusted confidant, Chi Song chose to be forthright, even showcasing his own muscles. Mou exhaled deeply and subsequently released his second Pokemon, the Shelmet. "This is my second Pokemon," he said, bending down to cradle the Shelmet as he faced Chi Song. Chi Song stroked his chin, his face betraying a hint of surprise for the first time. An atypical Shelmet? This indeed surpassed his expectations, yet it was merely that. Reluctantly releasing the Shelmet, Mou's heart gradually sank. If he truly aimed to seize what others cherished, he could only. After scrutinizing the Shelmet, Chi Song let out a sigh. "Put it away. I don't want a third party to know." His tone shifted from initial astonishment to calm acceptance. However, his indifference did not diminish the Shelmet's significant value. If exposed, it would likely stir considerable commotion. Mou abruptly raised his head, gazing at Chi Song in astonishment. He hastily returned the Shelmet to its ball. Once satisfied with Mou's capabilities, Chi Song extended his hand, instructing, "Present those two items." Mou retrieved the crimson gem fragments and the earth scale from his bag, placing them in Chi Song's palm. "Follow me." With that, Chi Song rhythmically tapped the surface of his desk, causing a previously pristine wall to reveal a hidden door. Accompanied by the speed dog, Mou followed Chi Song down the dimly lit corridor. After approximately 15 minutes, Chi Song pushed open a door ahead, and a wave of heat rushed toward them. "Put this on." Chi Song produced a Lava Team uniform from seemingly nowhere. This uniform was noticeably different from Rinyu's. It was sturdier and featured a cape akin to Chi Song's. The distinction lay in the emblem on Chi Song's uniform, which depicted an M resembling flowing magma, whereas Mou's bore an ascending orange flame. Mou donned the Lava Team uniform, awkwardly tugging at the cape trailing behind him. Chi Song regarded Mou, now clad in the uniform of a Lava Team officer, with an expression tinged with nostalgia. The Fire Goose, Fire Village, and Fire Shadow had once followed Chi Song, striving toward a shared goal, evolving from youthful idealists into middle-aged men. On the eve of his success, the last officer, Fire Village, succumbed to chronic illness, leaving Chi Song alone. Chi Song cast a deep gaze at Mou before stepping into a chamber illuminated solely by crimson magma. Without hesitation, Mou followed suit, stepping into the molten embrace alongside the speed dog. The magma served as a curtain. As they passed through, Mou and the speed dog were rendered speechless by the sight before them. A colossal Pokemon, towering several dozen meters high, loomed before them, their current position situated at its midsection. Groudon gazed upon the imposing figure exuding raw power and primal beauty, causing Mou to tremble momentarily. "This is the deity of the earth, Groudon, the god who shall bring success to our endeavors." Chi Song's voice brimmed with reverence, his face alight with fervor for Groudon. As his emotions began to settle, Chi Song gestured for the speed dog to approach. The speed dog glanced at Mou, who subtly nodded in encouragement. Chi Song flipped his palm, revealing a complete crimson gem. As the gem materialized, the surrounding temperature surged. And even in his specially designed attire, Mou felt an intense heat radiating. Groudon's eyes slowly opened, fixing its gaze upon Qi Yinsong. Qi Yinsong closed his eyes, and the crimson gem in his hand erupted with brilliant light. Roar! Groudon lifted its head, emitting a resonant call that reverberated throughout the Alola region, the sound echoing far and wide. TCH. Shui Wutong, hearing the roar, spat in discontent. Yet his eyes glimmered with envy. As the holder of the indigo gem, he understood well what transpired on Qi Yinsong's end. Following this roar, the Sky Pillar's topmost legendary Pokémon, Rayquaza, opened its eyes, directing its gaze toward Alola. Rayquaza's voice held a hint of confusion. Why does this call sound so familiar, yet strangely foreign? Chapter 7, Primal Groudon. In the instant the crimson gem radiated its brilliance, intricate white patterns began to manifest upon Groudon's form. An overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped Mou, making him feel as though he were engulfed in surging magma. This is the true visage of the deity of the earth. Such might shall surely see our dreams realized. Qi Yinsong raised the crimson gem high above his head, akin to a fervent devotee beholding their true god. Yet, unlike mere worshippers, he possessed the power to command the divine. Bring the speed dog over. Qi Yinsong called back to Mou, his forehead glistening with pronounced veins, indicating the immense strain he was enduring. At Mou's signal, the speed dog cautiously advanced, eventually stopping beside Qi Yinsong. Trembling, Qi Yinsong positioned the crimson gem against his chest, producing Mou's gem fragments and the earth scale. The crimson gem hovered silently before him, tendrils of red energy wafting from the gem toward Qi Yinsong's body. With each strand of energy that fused into him, Qi Yinsong's body convulsed slightly. He first crushed the crimson gem fragments, then selected a few pieces the size of a fingernail to scatter over the speed dog. As the fragments made contact with the speed dog's body, they vanished instantaneously, causing the speed dog to involuntarily heat up. Panting, the speed dog's expression became increasingly complex, a mix of elation and agony as Mou anxiously observed the speed dog's unusual behavior. As all the fragments merged into the speed dog, its reactions grew more pronounced. With a sudden burst, a blue flame ignited from the speed dog, followed by another, and then a third. Woof! Ultimately, the speed dog became enveloped in flames of orange and blue hues, letting out a triumphant howl toward the heavens. Seizing the moment while the speed dog was engulfed in flames, Qi Yinsong tossed the earth scale toward it. The scale gradually shed its brown impurities within the flames, revealing its concealed crimson essence. Qi Yinsong stepped forward, gingerly picking up the scarlet scale with one hand, as the flames surrounding the speed dog began to subside. This speed dog's potential exceeds my initial expectations. It can absorb half. Qi Yinsong opened his palm, noting that Mou's gem fragments were likely reduced by half. The flames enveloping the speed dog had now completely extinguished, and it dashed to Mou's side. Its eyes filled with longing as it gazed at the gem fragments in Qi Yinsong's hand. Well, although this item is commendable, moderation is key. At this juncture, I can only absorb this much. Qi Yinsong withdrew his hand, returning the earth scale to his pocket. When the time is ripe, I shall reach out to you to continue absorbing the remaining half of the gem and the earth scale. With that, he retraced his steps back to the office. Under the appreciative gaze of Mou, Qi Yinsong also reclaimed the uniform from Mou, replacing it with a set of squad leader attire. After completing these tasks, Qi Yinsong waved his hand, signaling Mou to depart. Once outside Qi Yinsong's office, the gratitude on Mou's face swiftly morphed into indifference. It was indeed true that the wind speed dog could not fully absorb the essence. However, Qi Yinsong retaining the remaining items for himself served as a constraint, or rather, a threat. If you do not obediently assist me, then you shall not even dream of possessing these. This may very well encapsulate Qi Yinsong's true intentions. Furthermore, the preliminary act of allowing the wind speed dog to absorb half was straightforward, aimed at providing both the wind speed dog and Mou a taste of the rewards. Without having experienced the benefits of such treasures, how could they be compelled to serve him faithfully? As Mou reflected on his earlier conversation with Qi Yinsong, he recalled the wind speed dog into its pokeball and proceeded to walk outside with his head bowed. Mou, over here. Just as he emerged from the tower, a voice called out to him. Following the direction of the voice, he spotted Rinyu waving at him not far ahead. Mou approached, noting that Rinyu stood at the edge of the asphalt road and brown soil, not advancing further. The squad leader's attire? Rinyu inquired, observing the uniform that differed from his own, his tone imbued with envy. In that moment, Rinyu seemed to suddenly remember something. and his expression shifted from envy to reverence. He stepped back, placing his left hand upon his right shoulder, bowing slightly. MOU, taken aback by Rinyu's gesture, felt a plethora of questions arise. Captain MOU, I, Rinyu, a member of the lava team, salute you, he stated with utmost formality. Are you serious? I was merely jesting. Seeing that MOU remained unchanged, Rinyu felt a quiet relief. He had once had a dear friend whose demeanor had transformed dramatically upon becoming a leader, leading them to drift apart. That friend now basked in Qi Yinsong's favor. Ascending towards a position of power, Rinyu led MOU to his home, and to MOU's surprise, it turned out to be a detached villa. You're new here and likely lack accommodation. Please stay at my place. Rinyu deftly produced a key, unlocking the door to reveal a spacious living room. At first glance, the decor was not opulent. Rather, it appeared somewhat disheveled, with chairs strewn about and remnants of a meal cluttering the table. My apologies for the mess. I usually live here alone, Rinyu said, a hint of embarrassment coloring his expression as he surveyed the untidy room. MOU, taking in the vastness of the living room, which was nearly the size of his own 3-bedroom apartment back in shallow Red City, was momentarily at a loss for words upon seeing Rinyu's apologetic demeanor. My parents are preoccupied with their careers and hardly pay me any attention. They only send money. This house is solely mine, Rinyu lamented, casting his gaze over the empty expanse of the living room. MOU opened his mouth, but found himself at a loss for a suitable response. At least you have money. I was tossed into the Unova region with a monthly allowance of 4,500 Union coins, out of which 3,000 goes to buying treats for the wind speed dog. What choice did I have? He remarked. The food for his Shelmet was provided uniformly by the Yulong family. It was not as if he could sell the Shelmet's food for a profit. Rich kid, V500, MOU finally muttered. Upon hearing MOU's words, Rinyu paused in surprise, then produced a card with a black background and golden edges from his pocket. You need money? Here, SA card. Spend it as you wish. For Rinyu, no amount of money could outweigh the value of a friend, as he had previously contributed nearly 90% of the resources for his former friend's initial Pokemon and training materials. Forget it. Keep it for yourself, MOU said, shaking his head in refusal as he observed the card in Rinyu's hand. He had no habit of spending a stranger's money, particularly not a man's. If it were a loli, I might consider it, like Lilia or someone. As he spoke, MOU's thoughts began to wander, becoming increasingly animated. Haha. Rinyu watched as MOU suddenly began to chuckle foolishly, his finger hovering indecisively over the call button on his phone. The screen displayed the number 120. Chapter 8. We are all striving to live. The unfamiliar ceiling. The next day, MOU awoke to Rinyu's knocking, staring at the strange ceiling, feeling momentarily disoriented. He sluggishly rose from the bed and opened the door. Bang! Rinyu's hand came down heavily upon MOU's nose, which had yet to fully awaken, causing a sharp pang to surge through him. My apologies, Rinyu exclaimed, kneeling down clumsily beside MOU, who was crouched on the floor, clutching his nose. It's fine. I suppose this ensures I'm fully awake now. After 3 or 4 minutes, the discomfort in his nose gradually subsided. Fortunately, Rinyu had not struck too hard. Otherwise, he would have had to bid farewell to his naturally high nose. Are you really okay? Rinyu inquired. Genuine concern etched upon his features as he regarded MOU. MOU waved him off, rising to head towards the bathroom. After freshening up, the peculiar sensation in his nose had nearly vanished, aside from occasional throbbing pains. Rinyu had come to escort MOU to the monthly morning meeting, which would likely involve assigning some team members to MOU, who was essentially a lone wolf. The meeting was to take place in an open area outside Mile City, where the ground was riddled with cracks due to the proximity to a volcano. On the back of the wind speed dog, MOU wore an expression of exasperation as he responded to Rinyu's seemingly endless inquiries. Are you really okay? Really? Really? The orange figure sped ahead, leaving a trail of afterimages in its wake. MOU was filled with incredulity toward Rinyu's incessant concern. He had encountered soft-hearted individuals before, but Rinyu's almost servile demeanor was unprecedented. He had done nothing to warrant such treatment. They were essentially strangers. Just because Rinyu wished to befriend him, he had spent the entire ride explaining the current situation, waited an entire hour beneath the tower, and even offered him money, inviting him to stay at his home. MOU could scarcely fathom the kind of environment that could produce such a personality. While Rinyu was undeniably kind to him, it was evident that not everyone shared this sentiment. Approximately a kilometer away from the meeting site, MOU noticed a warning line had been erected ahead. Inquiring with Rinyu, he too appeared perplexed, having never encountered such a situation. As the wind speed dog drew closer, MOU observed 3 or 4 individuals standing on either side of the warning line, their faces twisted into malicious grins. Machoke. A Machoke suddenly appeared before the wind speed dog, crouching slightly as it extended its 4 arms in an attempt to block its path. Seeing the expressions on those individuals and the stance of the Machoke, MOU quickly realized they were provoking him. Windspeed Dog, prepare? MOU had no intention of retreating. This was akin to a larger, darker version of the Blueberry League, where mere submission would only invite further aggression. Woof. The Windspeed Dog responded loudly, flames of a half-red, half-green hue igniting across its body. The flames distorted the space around them, yet neither MOU nor Rinyu, perched atop the Windspeed Dog, sustained any harm. MOU, perhaps we should take a detour, I know a shortcut. In response to the provocation from the Lava Team members, you decide. 1. Yield and take a detour, Coward Title 1, Low-Level Energy Cube 1. 2. Hard Encounter. Prove your strength, Dragon Attribute Treasure 1. The system's prompt resonated at an opportune moment, yet it failed to capture MOU's attention. Today, he was determined to trample over their Pokemon. Before Rinyu could finish his sentence, he was interrupted by MOU, the appointed captain of the Crimson Flame Pine. If he were to falter against such a trivial obstacle, who would ever regard him with respect in the future? Flame Charge, shatter their defenses. As soon as MOU's words fell, the speed of the wind speed dog surged, its afterimage vanishing behind it. With every blink, the wind speed dog appeared in a different location, causing the trees flanking it to sway in its wake. The flames enveloping the ever-accelerating wind speed dog gradually transformed into a hue of crimson reminiscent of Groudon, although MOU remained oblivious to this transformation. Truly a reckless one. One of the onlookers muttered. Damn it, I said not to engage, yet you insisted on coming. Enough chatter, let us retract our Pokemon before it crashes into us. Orders are inconsequential compared to our lives. The 3 individuals perched atop the tree began to bicker among themselves, until the one on the far left intervened to quell the discord. They all understood the gravity of the task at hand. As mere members, they could not defy the captain's command and had to weigh the lesser of 2 evils. Come forth, Dagia. Fortress Dragon. The other 2 nodded in agreement and released their Pokemon. Fortress Dragon and Dagia flanked Machoke, appearing to conspire to obstruct the wind speed dog's advance. Upon witnessing this, MOU furrowed his brow. He patted the back of the wind speed dog, who comprehended his intent without the need for words. Utilizing a protruding rock ahead, the wind speed dog's velocity intensified. If observed from above, one would see a half-green, half-red meteor hurtling forward. Machoke and Dagia, drenched in cold sweat, watched as the flickering form of the wind speed dog approached. Boom. In the blink of an eye, the wind speed dog, which had been 100 meters away, sent Machoke and Fortress Dragon flying, leaving behind only a scorched mark reeking of burnt earth. The sudden acceleration of the wind speed dog caught the trio in the tree off guard, shattering their plan to retract their Pokemon. Dagia, standing at the edge, wiped the cold sweat from his brow, grateful for his foresight in choosing a spot least likely to be impacted. Squeak. Before Dagia could revel in his luck, the wind speed dog returned, crashing into him once more, its left front leg pressing down on Dagia's body, igniting sparks. The wind speed dog glided atop Dagia, skidding to a halt after approximately 50 meters. Dagia, Machoke, Fortress Dragon. It was only at this moment that the trio in the trees regained their senses and hastily leapt down. The trainers of Machoke and Fortress Dragon sprinted toward the direction their Pokemon had flown, their figures gradually disappearing. Meanwhile, Dagia's trainer stood alone beneath the tree, appearing somewhat bewildered. This isn't right. According to the plan, we were supposed to feign incompetence, return to the captain, and face a minor reprimand. This should have been the end. MOU dismounted from the wind speed dog and kicked the unconscious Dagia toward his trainer. Dagia, how are you? Dagia's trainer, clad in the Lava Team uniform, bent down, frantically turning Dagia over. The front of Dagia was nearly ground flat, its once sharp teeth now reduced to nubs. Staring at Dagia, he momentarily struggled to believe this was his Pokemon. Why did you and your Pokemon obstruct the path? MOU asked with a hint of amusement. Just as Dagia's trainer opened his mouth to explain, he saw MOU approaching slowly. Forget it. Further discussion is futile. Instinctively recoiling, Dagia's trainer soon realized that such behavior was rather cowardly, and he straightened up, declaring, I can explain. We were coerced into this. We had no intention of truly blocking you. Our original plan was to retract our Pokemon in advance, and then he divulged the entire scheme, attempting to clarify that it was merely a misunderstanding. MOU listened intently, a smile gracing his face as he absorbed their narrative. The aura of power revealed to him that this individual spoke no falsehood. they indeed had no intention of hindering him, although it could be deemed a mere blunder. Mou was not inclined to let him off easily. With a resounding thud, Daejia's trainer fell into a peaceful slumber with Mou's assistance. When he awoke, he found his clothes mysteriously stripped away, leaving him clad only in his underwear, bound to a tree. Daejia had also been tied to another tree, appearing utterly drained, likely unable to muster the strength to escape anytime soon. A bit impoverished, Mou remarked, counting the contents of a wallet in his hand. He had incinerated Daejia's trainer's clothing and tossed the wallet's contents aside. The wallet traced a full arc through the air before being engulfed in flames emitted by the wind speed dog, turning to ash and scattering in the wind. Isn't this a tad inappropriate? Rinyu hesitated before addressing Mou, finally stating, "If you are in need of funds, you can come to me. There is no need to rob him." Turning to Rinyu, Mou noted the seriousness in his expression, and his own countenance gradually shifted to one of resignation. "This is not a matter of need. It is about the principle. He has provoked me, and I must ensure he pays the price." The wallet contained only a few thousand alliance coins, which could hardly be considered substantial. Indeed, it was rather meager, insufficient even to purchase 4 Ultra Balls at the market price of 1,200 alliance coins each. His actions were meant to convey a message. Furthermore, the trio had not genuinely attempted to impede him. Otherwise, he might have felt soft-hearted enough to let them stay in the hospital for a few days. Upon hearing Mou's words, a contemplative expression crossed Rinyu's face. Chapter 9. A Tale of the Speaker Cricket. The spirit of lava is one of perseverance and resilience, ensuring that no one is abandoned and striving to expand the habitable land for humanity. In an open area outside Melee City, Crimson Flame Pine was passionately articulating the ideals and objectives of the Lava Team. Before him, over 60 members clad in Lava Team uniforms listened with fervent enthusiasm to his oration, except for those near Mou and Rinyu. I tell you, in the Unova region, there exists a story about a speaker cricket, with the impassioned Crimson Flame Pine in front and the loquacious Mou behind. Rinyu's expression gradually shifted from curiosity to complexity as he listened to Mou narrate the tale. Once, there was a remarkably zealous speaker cricket, always ready to intervene when witnessing injustice. Mou's storytelling gradually captivated the attention of those surrounding him. One day, it observed a dream thief leading a larvitar into an alley, and naturally, it felt compelled to step in. Yet, having learned from past experiences, it understood its own limitations and opted to stealthily follow from a distance, waiting for an opportunity to strike. As Mou recounted the tale, his voice rose and fell rhythmically, igniting the curiosity of the surrounding Lava Team members. It stealthily entered the alley, only to discover the dream thief was present. Just as the story reached its peak, Crimson Flame Pine cast a warning glance at Mou. Receiving the admonition, Mou formed a zipper gesture with his hands at his mouth and straightened his posture. What happened next? Suddenly, Mou ceased his narration, leaving the audience bewildered. A burly Lava Team member could no longer contain himself and inquired, "Come on, continue. You can't leave us hanging at such a thrilling moment." "Exactly," others chimed in, urging Mou to proceed with the tale. Based on experience, the ensuing narrative promised to be exhilarating. Faced with the urging of the crowd, Mou retorted with irritation. The speaker bug has spotted the Dream Weaver lurking while instructing the Lalulalis in meditation. This Dream Weaver is a teacher at the Pokemon Academy, concealed here to avoid being caught while providing clandestine tutoring. As Mou's words echoed, it seemed as if a surreal barrier had been lifted, leaving those present momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, the fiery pine tree coughed a few times, his forehead twitching restlessly. Mou. Just as Mou was about to continue, he heard the fiery pine tree call his name. "Come up." Upon seeing him look up, the fiery pine tree beckoned him with a gesture. Although the presentation had a while to go, he could no longer endure Mou's audacious remarks from the audience and decided to expedite the introduction that was meant for later. Under the varied gazes of the other members and the leader, Mou rose from the ground and stepped to the right side of the fiery pine tree. "This is our new companion, Mou. I have appointed him as the leader," the fiery pine tree announced, yet his words did not stir any significant reaction. Most of the audience had long been aware through various channels that Mou had descended from the tower clad in the leader's attire just yesterday. The fiery pine tree had anticipated this situation, and he then turned to Mou, saying, "You may not yet be familiar with the rules here." With that, the fiery pine tree called forth several members who were also leaders. Currently, the Lava Team has 7 leaders and no executives. These 7 are the strongest within the Lava Team. He introduced them one by one. This is Tsongjia, Takumi, and Lin Yin. MOU smiled and nodded to each leader in turn. The reactions to his gestures varied among the leaders. Some were disdainful, others serious, and a few indifferent. Among the 7 leaders, there were 3 women and 4 men, one of whom appeared no taller than MOU's thigh. The rules here are quite simple. Strength is revered. If you desire team members, seize them. If you seek resources, take them. The fiery pine tree elucidated the rules, but MOU displayed a notable lack of interest. Indeed, it was the same old internal competition ploy. However, it was undeniably the most straightforward and effective system. Naturally, challenges do not come without consequences. Every individual receives a quota of resources each month, which can be used as stakes to challenge anyone. Each person must engage in or be subjected to at least 3 challenges monthly. If one lacks resources to wager, deductions will be made from the following month, or alternative conditions can be negotiated. In essence, the agreement must satisfy both parties. If not, they may approach me for arbitration. The fiery pine tree concluded, gazing at MOU, awaiting his response. MOU furrowed his brow, appearing to grapple with inner turmoil. Ultimately, he took a deep breath, seemingly resolved, and nodded in agreement. Understood. Good, the fiery pine tree replied with satisfaction. Since MOU could accept these rules, he could gradually mold him into a suitable right-hand ally to assist with various darker undertakings. Furthermore, next month we will commence our first operation. I will relay the specifics to your leaders, who will pass them on to you. As he spoke, the members below exhibited expressions of excitement, while a few with lingering conscience appeared hesitant. The fiery pine tree took note of the members' reactions, pondering something internally. The leaders wore intrigued smiles. The burly Takumi rubbed his fists together, his eyes brimming with anticipation. All right, the meeting is adjourned. With that, the fiery pine tree vanished from sight, and the lava team members began to disperse. Takumi and Lin-In approached, linking arms as they curiously regarded MOU. MOU endeavored to appear more innocent and inquired, "What's the matter?" "Nothing. Just wanted to meet the new partner," Lin-In replied with a smile, unabashedly sizing MOU up. "I want to challenge you," Takumi stated candidly. His fiery gaze fixated on him. MOU's situation inevitably attracted the attention of the other leaders, as they observed Takumi's fixation on MOU. Expressions of schadenfreude appeared on their faces. Takumi was a battle maniac. Once he set his sights on an opponent, he would stop at nothing to force them into a confrontation. Defeating him would lead to relentless harassment, while losing would jeopardize one's standing and resources. Thus, Takumi remained the most troublesome presence among them. However, the fiery pine tree held great esteem for him, turning a blind eye to his outrageous actions. As the only one capable of restraining Takumi, Lin-In did not intervene, but merely watched with a smile at the corner of her mouth. "Sorry, I'm not in the mood right now," MOU replied, unaware of Takumi's temperament, promptly refusing. Takumi did not press the matter further. Instead, he stepped aside, smiling as he watched MOU depart. "Takumi's in for a rough time," Songjie remarked, observing MOU's retreating figure. When met with puzzled glances from the others, Songjie refrained from elaborating and summoned his Pokemon to depart. Chapter 10, Takumi. Consumed lottery attempts. 3. Congratulations, you have drawn 12 intermediate energy cubes. 1 strength collar, for pieces, and 1 moo moo milk, 500 milliliters. Upon returning to Rinyu's villa, MOU decided to wager all 3 remaining lottery attempts. The results were evident. Although he did not encounter the coveted purple prize, he did receive a rare white reward, moo moo milk. Is this not a stroke of luck? After the lottery, MOU languidly reclined on his bed, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Eventually, he rose from his bed, exited the bedroom, and began tidying up the living room with Rinyu. A week swiftly passed, during which MOU seldom ventured outside, but accepted 2 challenges. Both challenges were swiftly resolved, and by employing these decisive victories as a warning, he enjoyed a rare period of tranquility. However, Rinyu exhibited unusual behavior yesterday, returning late with visible bruises from training. When MOU inquired, he merely attributed it to routine training, urging MOU not to concern himself too much. Rinyu was not adept at deceit. His gaze often wandered when conversing with MOU. Yet, MOU could not ascertain whether Rinyu was being bullied or if it pertained to personal matters. If it were personal, his interference might yield adverse effects. Nonetheless, observing Rinyu's injuries and his listless demeanor, MOU resolved to follow him and uncover the truth. Early this morning, Rinyu dragged his weary body out, glancing back to ensure MOU was not tailing him before proceeding. Shortly after his departure, MOU's silhouette appeared around the corner. Utilizing his aura-sensing abilities, he effortlessly tracked Rinyu's movements and direction. MOU maintained a safe distance behind Rinyu, ensuring he remained within the range of his aura sensing. Eventually, Rinyu halted in a desolate area on the outskirts of the city, where he was confronted by 11 other individuals. Mou retracted his aura sensing and stealthily ascended to a higher vantage point to observe the unfolding scene. Rinyu, this is your second chance, yet you still haven't summoned him, Takumi said, as Rinyu stood with his head bowed. He placed the dumbbells he had been holding onto the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Have you disregarded my words, or do you insist on defying my orders? Takumi stepped forward, his towering figure casting a shadow over Rinyu. Boss, he simply looks down on you. Why don't we break an arm and send it to that MOU as a token? Some of Takumi's teammates suggested with laughter, their tone devoid of hesitation or pity. Upon hearing their suggestions, a contemplative expression crossed Takumi's face as he contemplated the feasibility of the idea, showing no regard for the consequences. MOU, positioned at a distance from them, could not hear their conversation, but their actions clearly indicated that Takumi was bullying Rinyu. Well then, let us proceed according to your counsel. However, I find myself in good spirits today. I shall merely sever the matter and interrupt it, Takumi remarked, casting a glance at Rinyu, unflinchingly pronouncing a decision that was undeniably harsh for him. The leader is indeed benevolent, someone quipped. Indeed, Rinyu. Why not bow down and express your gratitude to the leader for his mercy? The surrounding members, upon hearing Takumi's words, chimed in with excitement. Rinyu, drenched in cold sweat, felt a surge of fear transform into determination as he thought of Moyu. In his heart, Moyu had already become his friend. He could not betray the second person in his life, and the only one at that. Well, getting a prosthetic arm afterward wouldn't be so bad, would it? Takumi mused, seizing a blood-stained iron rod handed to him from behind, ready to swing it towards Rinyu's forearm. Just then, a resonant bang echoed as the iron rod was intercepted by a sudden blue energy shield, followed by an orange figure flashing by, whisking Rinyu away from the ground. Who dares to meddle in my affairs? Takumi's previously jovial demeanor evaporated, replaced by a simmering rage. It is I. Moyu's figure emerged from the distance. Thanks to his wind speed dog's exceptional hearing and their bond, he had gleaned what transpired from the dog's barks. The very wind speed dog that had just whisked Rinyu away was Moyu's. Ah, you've arrived, Takumi exclaimed, his anger dissipating into delight. Although Rinyu, in his inadequacy, had failed to complete the task, he was content with this outcome. Takumi regarded Moyu with fervent eyes. Someone who could be directly promoted to team leader must possess formidable strength. Let us battle. Feel free to stipulate any conditions, he declared, gesturing for his team members to scatter, playfully obstructing Moyu's path to escape. How long do you reckon he can withstand the leader's onslaught? 3 minutes, perhaps? I wager 5. Their banter suggested that Moyu's defeat was already a foregone conclusion. The wind speed dog, having swiftly returned to Moyu's side after incapacitating Rinyu, intensified Takumi's battle fervor. Moyu fixed his gaze on Takumi and proclaimed, You wish to battle? Very well, my condition is simple. Speak, Takumi replied with excitement. If I win, I shall claim one of your arms. Moyu's tone was resolute, his decision not born of compassion. Since joining the lava team, he had observed that it was not the brutish organization he had anticipated. On the contrary, he noted that members like Chi and Song interacted quite amicably with the local residents of Alola. Judging by Chi and Song's demeanor, it was likely he wished to avoid any casualties while their foundation remained unstable. Ha ha ha, splendid. Takumi laughed heartily, accepting without a second thought. To him, an arm was a trivial sacrifice, and he had no doubt of his victory. He summoned forth his Pokemon. Come forth, Infernape. The wind speed dog advanced without needing Moyu's command, standing ready to confront Infernape. Moyu's expression hardened as the stats of both Pokemon materialized before him. Wind speed dog, male. Level, 67. Type, fire. Ability, intimidate, lowers the opponent's physical attack. Moves, Fire Fong, quick attack, flare blitz, flamethrower, play rough, bite. Effect of bright red gem fragment, slightly increases fire resistance, moderately raises flame temperature, significantly boosts speed and stamina. Sword of the Cliff, 3, 100. Infernape, female. Level, 69. Type, fire, fighting. Ability, blaze. The lower its health, the stronger its fire type moves. Moves, flamethrower, pursuit, flare blitz, last resort, sacrifice, flare blitz. Chapter 11, Wind Speed Dog vs. Infernape. Observing Infernape's moves, Moyu's brow furrowed. Takumi's fighting style was evident from the moves he employed, last resort, sacrifice, and blaze. This suggested that Infernape would engage in ferocious, self-destructive attacks from the outset, trading blows and culminating with last resort. Infernape, flare blitz. As expected, the battle commenced, and Takumi commanded Infernape to unleash Flare Blitz. This move, a more powerful evolution of the basic tackle, also inflicted damage upon the user. Infernape crouched slightly, its fierce gaze fixated on the wind speed dog. With a resounding crash, Infernape propelled itself forward like a cannonball, leaving a crater in its wake. Substitute, then move swiftly. Moyu's command was issued just in time. The wind speed dog's form began to blur, and a substitute, resembling its save for its vacant gaze, materialized in front of it. A flicker of pink energy coursed through the wind speed dog, rendering it lighter. Boom! Infernape struck the substitute with tremendous force, sending it flying several meters before it vanished with a thud. TCH. Takumi grimaced. He found Moyu's evasive tactics particularly vexing. Though Infernape's Flare Blitz had not inflicted tangible harm on the wind speed dog, it had still sustained some recoil damage from hitting the substitute. The wind speed dog, having utilized substitute, was not in perfect condition, as summoning it consumed a degree of stamina. Flame Punch. No sooner had Flare Blitz concluded than Takumi commanded Infernape to attack the retreating wind speed dog again. Infernape ignited its fists, flames enveloping them, and charged at the wind speed dog. Observing Infernape's relentless advance, Moyu decisively directed, guard, then play rough. A thin, pale green membrane appeared before the wind speed dog, seemingly fragile, yet effectively absorbing Infernape's flame punch. As Infernape's offensive waned, the wind speed dog dispelled the membrane, radiating pink energy as it lunged toward Infernape. Infernape! It cried out, pain flashing in Infernape's eyes as it was struck. With a resounding crash, Infernape bore the pain, igniting its other fist before delivering a solid blow to the wind speed dog's head. The wind speed dog yelped in pain, inadvertently opening its mouth, allowing Infernape to escape. Watching the injured Infernape, Takumi felt no sympathy. Instead, he frowned. The wind speed dog shook its head, dispelling its dizziness. Quick attack. Moyu resolved to seize the opportunity of Infernape's injury. The wind speed dog glimmered with silvery light before vanishing from sight. Infernape widened its eyes, attempting to pinpoint the wind speed dog's location. Guard. Before Takumi could finish his sentence, the wind speed dog suddenly collided with Infernape, sending it sprawling. Bang! Infernape bounced several times upon impact before shakily rising. Observing the battle unfold, Takumi's team members began to murmur among themselves. The boss won't lose, will he? Impossible. It's common for the boss to find himself at a disadvantage, but when has he ever lost? True. After some deliberation, Takumi's team rallied to cheer their leader on. Flames gradually ignited across Infernape's form, its chin ablaze with fiercer flames that lashed out like fiery serpents. This indicated that Infernape was in dire straits, having entered blaze mode. The wind speed dog regarded the flame-ensconced Infernape, subtly retreating to maintain a safer distance. Mou gazed intently at the fiery king, becoming increasingly serious. Given Tao Kai's combat style, it was apparent that the battle was only just beginning. A self-sacrificing charge. Indeed, even though the fiery king was in a poor state, Tao Kai showed no hesitation, commanding the fiery king to launch another attack. Digging. Mou had no intention of clashing head-on with the fiery king. The swift and agile Houndoom, adept at the digging technique, quickly excavated a large pit in the arena and concealed itself within. The fiery king's reckless charge lost its target, forcing it to run several laps around the arena before finally coming to a halt. In that fleeting moment, Houndoom erupted from beneath the fiery king, aiming to defeat it decisively. A desperate chance. Tao Kai's eyes brightened as he commanded. Mou remained composed as he observed the fiery king, now enraged. The fiery king was propelled into the air, its robust physique exhibiting surprising nimbleness as it skillfully grasped Houndoom mid-flight, executing its most practiced moves with an astonishing grace. Swift as lightning. Responding to Mou's command, Houndoom acted on instinct, unleashing its swiftness. The fiery king radiated a dense, deep brown aura of combat energy, delivering a powerful uppercut to Houndoom's jaw. However, the blow did not land on Houndoom's jaw, but rather within its mouth. Houndoom's bite was formidable, eliciting a pained expression from the fiery king, which then retaliated with left-handed strikes. Bang bang. The fiery king's attacks struck Houndoom, further igniting its ferocity. Our leader is magnificent. I told you he wouldn't lose. As they witnessed the fiery king assaulting Houndoom, the surrounding teammates began to cheer for Tao Kai's counterattack. Houndoom clamped onto the fiery king's hand, using its body as leverage, and launched itself skyward. The fiery king's strikes missed, and its own weight crashed heavily onto the ground. Swift as lightning. Just as Houndoom touched down, Mou's voice rang out once more. Bang! The fiery king collapsed under Houndoom's final burst of speed, losing all combat capability. Ultimately, the battle concluded with Houndoom's victory. Though Houndoom bore no significant wounds, it had sustained some injuries. In stark contrast, the surrounding teammates fell silent, none daring to utter a word at Tao Kai's defeat. Tao Kai recalled the fiery king, standing in silence for a moment. Here, he extended a bloodstained iron rod towards MOU. MOU lifted his gaze, noticing that Tao Kai had removed his shirt, revealing his well-defined muscles. I suggest you choose this arm, for it is the one I have trained the most. Meeting MOU's gaze, Tao Kai grinned and pointed to his right arm. Chapter 12. The Contradictory Joy. Tao Kai's defeat, you decide. 1. Let him off. Title: Nice Guy, 80 Purity Firestone 1. 2. Bang. Clatter. MOU seized the iron rod and decisively struck Tao Kai's right forearm. Hearing the sound of bones fracturing emanating from Tao Kai's arm, MOU's expression remained unchanged. You have chosen option 2. Rewards have been distributed. Congratulations, you have gained 4 lottery chances. He never once considered retreating, fully aware of his current predicament. Yielding would only make others perceive him as weak. Tao Kai's face flushed crimson, and though tears welled in his eyes, he did not utter a single cry of pain. The surrounding teammates had dispersed without him realizing, leaving only a frail member. The weak teammate rummaged through his bag for bandages, offering them to Tao Kai. Surprised, Tao Kai looked at him, then nodded and accepted the bandages to wrap his arm. Wait, the teammate interjected, then summoned his Duskull to fashion 2 wooden splints from the surroundings. Using the splints as a brace, Tao Kai quickly bandaged his arm with the teammate's assistance. Next time, I want to challenge you again. Turning away, Tao Kai's fervor remained undiminished, as if the severed right forearm was of little consequence. MOU did not respond, even denying him a glance. He recalled Houndoom into its pokeball and turned to leave. After his departure, the Zubat, which had remained hidden in the shadows, also vanished. Swiftly soaring towards the tower above, Chi Yin's song stood atop the tower, as Zubat conveyed the entirety of the events just witnessed. Not bad, decisive, but still lacking in ruthlessness. Upon hearing Zubat's account, Chi Yin's song nodded impassively, unbeknownst to MOU, who was currently carrying the unconscious Renyu towards the villa. He was unaware of Chi Yin's song's evaluation. On the way back, MOU encountered several familiar members of the lava team who sought to join his ranks. However, MOU held no interest in them, as they were among those who had previously instigated the commotion under Tao Kai's command. Seeing Tao Kai's defeat and injury, they now sought a new master. The rejected members of the lava team did not persist, departing without further ado. Upon returning to the villa, MOU placed Renyu on the living room sofa. He then released Houndoom from its pokeball and returned to his room to retrieve the remaining few bottles of healing spray, carefully applying it to Houndoom's wounds. Woof! Houndoom felt a tingling sensation at its wounds and instinctively turned to lick them. MOU firmly adjusted Houndoom's head back into position, compelling it to endure. This was merely a rudimentary first aid. To ensure true recovery, a visit to the Pokemon Center was necessary. However, he was uncertain if the Pokemon Center in Melee City was still operational. As MOU attended to Houndoom's wounds, Renyu on the sofa slowly opened his eyes. Awake? Hearing the commotion, MOU continued administering treatment without raising his head. Renyu rubbed the back of his throbbing head, his thoughts muddled. After about a minute, he finally sorted through his disoriented memories and looked at MOU, astonished. MOU? Where's Tao Kai? Renyu's recollection lingered on the moment he was about to face Tao Kai's punishment. As he surveyed his surroundings, he realized he had inexplicably returned home. My arm is fine. He cautiously moved his arm, discovering no unusual sensations. MOU did not answer immediately, hastening his application of the healing spray. Once he had treated all of Houndoom's wounds, he recalled it into its pokeball and turned to face Renyu. I'm sorry. Renyu looked at MOU, and for some reason, his first instinct was to apologize, even though he was unaware of the full situation. I battled with Tao Kai, and I won. MOU stated calmly. A flicker of astonishment crossed Renyu's face, quickly replaced by guilt. I'm sorry, it's because of me. In his mind, it was because of him that MOU accepted the challenge, resulting in Houndoom's injuries. This boy, abandoned in Alola after his parents' divorce, always placed himself in the wrong whenever trouble arose. MOU, observing Renyu's demeanor, was momentarily at a loss for how to respond. After a long pause, he finally managed to say, if something like this happens again, let me know. Renyu's character posed significant issues. Being too kind could lead to being taken advantage of. His kindness had morphed into weakness. From now on, stay by my side. MOU looked at Renyu, deciding to help him correct this frail disposition. No need for excessive measures, just enough to instill a bit of firmness in his response to challenges. Huh. Oh, okay. Rinyu blinked in surprise, then nodded eagerly. With that, Imoyu turned and left, leaving behind a simple remark. I'm off to the Pokemon Center. You should rest for now. The Pokemon Center in Melee City is situated on the western edge of the city. In recent days, as the residents have adapted, they have begun to emerge for leisurely strolls. The entire city is gradually reviving, the shadow cast by the lava team slowly dissipating. Imoyu arrived at the entrance of the Pokemon Center, which at that moment was rather desolate, with hardly any passers-by, let alone Pokemon. The tinkling of the bell announced his entrance as he pushed the door open. Miss Joy, feeling quite bored, hastily adjusted her attire upon hearing the sound. However, her expression turned frosty upon recognizing Imoyu in the uniform of the lava team. The healing items are over there. Help yourself. She indicated toward the counter on the opposite side. It was evident that she had no intention of assisting Imoyu, likely due to his attire. Despite Miss Joy's reluctance to offer assistance, Imoyu still mustered the courage to ask, "Could you please help me heal my Pokemon?" Miss Joy glanced at him briefly, then feigned ignorance, continuing to fiddle with her pen. Imoyu, undeterred, released his Arcanine. It had just endured a battle, and he had already applied some healing spray. However, the previous spray had merely staunched the bleeding temporarily. The wounds showed no signs of healing. Though Miss Joy remained silent, her brow furrowed upon seeing the Arcanine. Its injuries were still severe, and Imoyu suspected that the healing spray he had used was of inferior quality. With that, he rose and walked over to another counter that sold healing items, retrieving a bottle of superior healing spray. Aside from the exceedingly rare Full Restore, this was the best healing item available. Holding 2 bottles of the superior spray, Imoyu was about to apply it to the Arcanine when Miss Joy interjected, "Stop." Unable to contain herself any longer, she seized the superior spray from Imoyu's hands. Before applying the healing spray, the wounds must be cleaned to ensure there are no small stones or debris that could impede the healing process. After giving Imoyu a stern look, Miss Joy clapped her hands, and 2 Chansey emerged from behind her. With their combined efforts, they carried the Arcanine into the treatment room. The sign above the treatment room door changed from green to red, indicating it was busy. Chapter 13, Tyson? Taro. Beep, beep. The sign above the treatment room shifted back to green, and the 2 Chansey emerged, followed by the Arcanine, whose wounds had largely healed. Woof. The Arcanine leapt joyfully to Imoyu, nuzzling its head against his face. Imoyu gently embraced the Arcanine's head, affectionately rubbing it. Miss Joy stepped out of the treatment room, observing the interaction between Imoyu and the Arcanine, and a smile graced her face. However, that smile quickly faded upon noticing his attire. "All right, your Pokemon is no longer in critical condition. You may leave." Miss Joy returned to the counter, casually flipping through a medical book. "Thank you." Imoyu expressed his gratitude to her before heading back to his villa with the Arcanine. Inside the villa, Rinyu was nowhere to be found, so Imoyu retreated directly to his room. It was only in the evening that Rinyu returned, holding a piece of paper. He knocked on Imoyu's door and handed over the item, saying, "This is from Takomi." Imoyu took the paper and examined it closely. It contained some basic information about Rinyu and his various honors within the lava team. However, the honors section was still blank. "What is this?" Imoyu inquired, noticing the striking resemblance to a resume from his previous life. Rinyu looked at Imoyu and explained, "This is my identification. Whoever possesses it signifies that I am under their command. The leaders use this to collect the corresponding resources for each member and distribute them accordingly." With Rinyu's explanation, Imoyu's understanding of the lava team deepened. Members were treated as mere commodities, represented and traded by a flimsy piece of paper. "So, is this akin to your identification within the lava team?" Imoyu asked, scrutinizing the thin paper in his hand. "You could say that," Rinyu replied after a moment's contemplation, finally nodding at Imoyu's analogy. "I see," Imoyu remarked, a look of intrigue crossing his face. "So what if I choose to refuse it? Then I could apply to join someone else's command or remain independent, hoping not to be discovered," Rinyu responded. Imoyu fell silent upon hearing this. Thus, a series of thin papers represented individual members, and leaders utilized these documents to acquire resources, which they then allocated to their subordinates. Throughout this process, leaders could choose to withhold resources or generously distribute them. Consequently, for a leader seeking to grow stronger and acquire more resources, the most effective strategy was to recruit more members. If one member was shortchanged by 10, 100 members would yield a surplus of tenfold resources. These resources, whether sold or used personally, could aid a leader's advancement. To acquire members, leaders would need to battle other leaders, seizing them from competitors. The more one possessed, the less others had. And a member aspiring to become a leader would have to engage in duels to secure additional resources. Perhaps the organization's motto should be rephrased to the First Crown Casino of Alola, MOU muttered in jest after untangling the situation. However, setting aside emotions, this method was undeniably efficient. It fostered internal competition, enhanced the talent pool, and accelerated the growth of the top-tier members. As for the mediocre individuals, they were clearly not within the considerations of Qi Yen-song and his peers. I accept, MOU finally declared, pocketing the piece of paper, which visibly relieved Rinyu. MO team leader, I look forward to your guidance. Rinyu shouted exuberantly, bending down. MOU waved his hand dismissively before retreating into his room. Inside, MOU stood still, lost in thought. After a while, he shook his head and exhaled deeply. Thud! A massive Dawn fan toppled to the ground. And MOU recalled the Arcanine, calling out, Rinyu. Not far from the battlefield, Rinyu was diligently registering challengers while surrounded by a mountain of items. Your command style resembles the floating house from Up. Watching you battle gives me the absurd feeling of being in a delivery room while a baby pops out. Asking whether I prefer the doctor or the nurse, he remarked without looking up. Having received MOU's guidance, Rinyu had become adept at taunting opponents. From his initial stumbles to now crafting his own jibes, he had made significant progress. You all better watch out. A trembling member of the lava team, who had come to challenge MOU, pointed at him and Rinyu with shaking fingers before bowing his head and retreating amidst the laughter of onlookers. Next, MOU called out to the dwindling line of challengers. Observing the Arcanine, which, despite having fought over a dozen battles, remained spirited. The challengers awaiting their turn wore expressions of despair. They had heard about the new leader accepting challenges and had come eagerly to witness the spectacle. Back then, MOU had been accompanied by a Butterfree, which, while strong, clearly had not been well trained. Furthermore, MOU had triumphed over his opponents only after arduous struggles in the earlier battles. Now, the lava team members, who initially came merely to spectate, began to stir restlessly. Faced with the opportunity to replace MOU and become the team leader, they all fell into a frenzy, hastily presenting their resources to register for the competition. Some even resorted to fisticuffs due to the order of entry. Sensing the bait was taken, MOU promptly recalled Butterfree and unleashed his speedy Houndoom. For those challengers, it was akin to having their opponent transform from Tyson to Taro in an instant. Once Houndoom entered the fray, it achieved 15 consecutive victories, consuming less than 15 minutes of time. This was not due to the lava team lacking stronger members. It was simply that MOU was more pragmatic. Prior to Houndoom's debut, he had it utilize agility and howl to maximize its speed and attack power. Before switching Pokemon, Butterfree had also provided Houndoom with a support boost, further enhancing its moves. It is not an exaggeration to say that if Takumi's Blaziken were to challenge again, Houndoom would only need a single play rough to secure victory, rendering the need for a last resort unnecessary. As Houndoom swiftly dispatched 15 members of the lava team in just 13 minutes, the originally vast lineup of hundreds dwindled rapidly, with the majority choosing to withdraw voluntarily. The remaining few were essentially clinging to the hope of a numbers game. Seizing the opportunity before the next challenger took the stage, MOU commanded, Houndoom, Morning Sunday. As Houndoom let out a resounding roar, golden particles materialized in the air, cascading down upon it. The shallow wounds on its body vanished upon contact with the golden particles. By the time the next challenger stepped forward, Houndoom had fully restored its mental and physical vigor. Observing the eager Houndoom, the new challenger turned and departed, exclaiming, Damn it, I concede. Chapter 14, Rainbow Points. What a windfall. This move is truly effective. In Rinyu's villa, the living room was filled with an array of items, from water, thunder, and firestones to basic berries, everything one could imagine. Speaking of the 3 evolution stones, Rinyu had played a pivotal role in acquiring them. Faced with a horde of challengers, he had decided to establish rankings based on the value of their stakes. The individuals who presented the 3 evolution stones were the challengers who had been swiftly bested by Houndoom in the first 3 rounds. Together, they had not exceeded 5 minutes. MOU called out to Rinyu, who was standing idly by. Come, let us see if there's anything useful. Rinyu remained rooted in place until MOU pulled him over. Just as he was about to help Rinyu select some useful items, he suddenly realized he had yet to see Rinyu's Pokemon. By the way, where's your Pokemon? He inquired. Rinyu hesitated, then produced a black Ultra Ball adorned with golden patterns. Upon seeing the Pokeball in Rinyu's hand, MOU expressed his surprise. Wow, that's a premium item. Such a ball is typically produced in specialized lines and is not commonly available. Rinyu pressed the button in the center of the Pokeball, causing it to enlarge and open instantly. Electabuzz. An Electabuzz appeared before MOU, its 2 tails resembling electric wires, swaying gently in the air. Rinyu approached Electabuzz, patting its shoulder with a hint of pride in his voice. "This is my Pokemon, Electabuzz." Electabuzz turned to look at Rinyu, its eyes narrowing slightly. Lin scrutinized the Pokemon before him as a panel gradually materialized. Electabuzz, male, level 57, type, electric, ability, vital spirit. Moves, Thunder Punch, Low Kick, Thunder, Volt Tackle. Wild Charge, Electro-Web, Zapdos Feather. Increases electric type purity, slightly boosts stamina. Upon examining Electabuzz panel, Emu raised an eyebrow. He noticed a tiny golden feather, the size of a thumb, on Electabuzz's chest. Upon closer inspection, the feather occasionally emitted small arcs of electricity, which vanished into Electabuzz's body. Quite impressive. Though the trainer seems lacking, Emu thought, holding back his words. Rinyu, aware of his own shortcomings, lowered his gaze, his expression somewhat dejected. He understood his personality flaws, but having been bullied since childhood due to the absence of his parents, he struggled to assert himself. Electabuzz. Electabuzz stepped forward, positioning itself protectively in front of Rinyu, casting a discontented glance at Emu. "All right, enough talk. Let us pick some items," Emu said, sensing the displeasure emanating from Electabuzz. He shrugged and turned back to assess their haul. Electabuzz patted Rinyu on the shoulder, and Rinyu looked up at his encouraging Pokemon, forcing a smile. "Let us choose some items." Ultimately, Electabuzz selected merely a few of its favorite berries, disdainfully dismissing the Thunderstone. Emu gathered the remaining items, preparing to take them to the Lava Team's exchange center the following day to trade for some useful tools. After bidding farewell to Rinyu and Electabuzz, Emu returned to his room. "Here you go," he said, releasing Houndoom and tossing the Firestone towards it. The stone traced a robust arc through the air before landing in Houndoom's mouth. Gulp! Houndoom swallowed the Firestone whole, grimacing at the low quality of its flavor. "Tomorrow, let us see if I can trade for something better for you and Gyarados," Emu mused, affectionately ruffling Houndoom's fur. "Woof!" Houndoom barked cheerfully, allowing Emu to pet it freely. The next morning, under the complex gazes of other Lava Team members, Emu strode into the exchange center with Houndoom, who was laden with packages. As soon as he entered, he boldly announced, "Bring me a form. I want to see what the exchange center has." The staff at the exchange center, however, offered no response, their expressions tinged with confusion. "What's wrong? Do you think I'm broke? Do you know how many matches I won yesterday?" Seeing the staff remain silent, Emu assumed they were unaware of his glorious victories the day prior. Just as he was about to continue, a somewhat familiar voice rang out from behind him. "So, how many matches did you win?" "Ah, let me tell you I won." Emu began to reply, turning around to find Qi Yin Song, who had just entered. "How many?" Qi Yin Song inquired, his expression complicated. He was well aware of the previous day's events, where 7 leaders had united to report Emu for his alleged infractions. "Chief, I didn't break any rules." "Did I?" Emu's voice trailed off as he glanced at Qi Yin Song. He had thoroughly researched the Lava Team's regulations beforehand, convinced that his actions had not violated any rules. At worst, he had merely exploited a loophole. The regulations stated that one could not forcibly challenge someone weaker, but those challengers had volunteered to step up, so he bore no responsibility. With this thought, Emu straightened his posture and met Qi Yin Song's gaze directly. Observing Emu's newfound confidence, Qi Yin Song felt a growing headache. To be fair, there had been no violations on Emu's part. He had gathered all the details of the events from various sources, so he was certain of Emu's compliance. However, he had not come to penalize Emu. His intent was twofold. He felt a sense of unease, as he suspected this incident was just the beginning and anticipated more trouble from Emu in the future. To prevent such occurrences, he sought to give Emu a warning. Secondly, the Lava Team was still in its nascent stages, and resources were relatively scarce. Emu's sudden influx of items could potentially lead to shortages at the exchange center. "I'm not here for that. Bring what you want." Qi Yin Song shifted the topic, gesturing for Emu to bring forward his bounty. With the help of the exchange center staff, the hall was soon filled with an abundance of packages, as Qi Yin Song surveyed the chaotic assortment of items strewn across the ground. Each varying in quality and requiring considerable time to organize, he instinctively rubbed his forehead in exasperation. "How about this? Instead of exchanging here, allow me to transfer you 5 rainbow points. You can redeem them at headquarters later," he proposed, though these items were unequivocally not worth 5 points. Qi Yin Song found himself lacking the leisure to meticulously calculate their value at the moment. Upon hearing the first half of Qi Yin Song's statement, Emu furrowed his brow in concern, but the tension dissipated upon hearing the latter half of his proposition. "The leader of the Lava Team, Qi Yin Song, covets your treasures and wishes to barter Your options are 1. Agree. What are you hesitating for? A pile of useless items in exchange for points 1 lottery draw. For basic energy cubes. 2. Decline. You are correct, but 5 commemorative balls for the company's 50th anniversary. The system's notification chimed at an opportune moment, causing MOU to momentarily pause. Although he was unaware of the specific use of rainbow points, he presumed that Qi Yinsong would not attempt to deceive him in this regard. Despite his curiosity, MOU restrained himself from inquiring, what exactly are rainbow points for? Chapter 15. The upcoming first mission rainbow points are the sole currency circulating within the Rainbow Rocket team. We Lava team are merely a division of it. As Qi Yinsong began to explain the concept of rainbow points, a fleeting glimmer of dissatisfaction colored his tone upon mentioning that the Lava team was but a department. MOU, attentively listening, certainly detected the subtlety of Qi Yinsong's inflection. He chose to temporarily set this matter aside and continued to observe Qi Yinsong. Rainbow points can be exchanged for various rare resources within the Rainbow Rocket team. To put it simply, 1 point can be redeemed for 10 Ultra Balls. Noticing the increasing number of onlookers outside, Qi Yinsong discreetly suppressed his inclination to elaborate further and succinctly concluded. 10 Ultra Balls, MOU murmured. Considering the external market prices, each Ultra Ball was approximately 2,400 Alliance coins, subject to fluctuation depending on the region. Thus, 10 would amount to 24,000 Alliance coins, sufficient to procure a Firestone of 85 purity at the Yuhong City department store, or a box containing 12 Ultra Balls. In the external world, the average monthly salary of a regular restaurant server was around 4,000 Alliance coins. However, the lower prices of Pokeballs in the outside world were attributed to Union subsidies, suggesting that the purchasing power of 1 point within the Rainbow Rocket team would yield significantly more. Deal. Upon grasping the value of 1 point, MOU readily nodded in agreement. Observing his acquiescence, Qi Yinsong gave a slight nod and retrieved a black wristwatch from his jacket pocket, tossing it towards him. Curiosity piqued, MOU examined the watch from various angles. Please bind your identity. The sudden voice emanating from the watch nearly caused him to drop it. Put it on your wrist, Qi Yinsong instructed. MOU donned the watch, and immediately, a holographic projection of a miniature bee drill materialized, circling around him before returning to the watch. Binding successful. The watch then flashed a rainbow-colored insignia. I will transfer your points to you, Qi Yinsong stated, extending his wrist to reveal a red wristwatch distinct from MOU's. When the two watches made contact, Qi Yinsong input the number 5 into the holographic interface before confirming the transaction. Transaction successful. Your current remaining points, 5. The notifications chimed almost simultaneously as Qi Yinsong turned to leave. Make sure to account for the items, a voice echoed from afar, and the staff at the exchange station nodded with a weary expression. Though he had not acquired any items, MOU departed contentedly, having secured 5 points. Thanks to his triumph over Takuya, the other leaders refrained from seeking confrontation with him. Wait a moment. These points can only be used at headquarters. But where is headquarters? Halfway through his thoughts, MOU suddenly recalled this question, glancing at the watch on his wrist, lost in contemplation. In the subsequent period, MOU refrained from making any disturbances, and the Lava team returned to its previous tranquility. Although MOU remained untroublesome, Qi Yinsong's right eyelid twitched intermittently, as he harbored a nagging suspicion that MOU was concealing something significant. Fortunately, until the first mission commenced, MOU remained quietly ensconced in the villa. This is your first mission, and it is quite simple. The specific responsibilities and objectives have been communicated to your team leader. Qi Yinsong addressed the members of the Lava team, his back laden with a box. Our target is a city. I will handle the formidable adversaries, while you need only contend with the trainers stationed inside. At this, the Lava team members began whispering among themselves, their expressions ranging from curiosity to apprehension. After a month and a half of selection, the Lava team had eliminated numerous members while also welcoming several new faces. The remaining members were largely individuals indifferent to wrongdoing, at least in their verbal expressions. The purpose of this inaugural mission was twofold: to announce to the world that the Rainbow Rocket team had returned and to further filter the most suitable individuals to retain. MOU stood at the forefront, examining the information on his communicator. Lead the team to seize Pokemon eggs from the breeding house within the city. He had a small team, comprising only 5 individuals, including Rinyu and himself. The remaining trio were brothers whom MOU had meticulously selected for their amiable nature. The eldest was named Yang Youqiang, the second Yang Youxuai, and the youngest Yang Yumeng. Initially, MOU found their names somewhat peculiar, but upon learning that their father's name was Yang Yu, he understood the reasoning behind it. every time someone called their names. It served as a compliment to their father. Leader, how do we get there? Which city is our destination? The query was posed by Tsanjia, one of the 7 team leaders, and resonated with the curiosity of the others. Qi Yin-song did not respond, but instead turned his gaze skyward, observing the clear blue expanse, before stating, "Be patient, just wait." Song Jie did not receive the answer he sought, and the others displayed their disappointment and intrigue. During this interlude, the remaining leaders reviewed their tasks and began contemplating the allocation of their teams. Given the small size of his group, Mou was assigned the simplest task, with little room for redistribution. Oblivious to the commotion behind him, Qi Yin-song remained fixated on the sky. After a considerable time, he noticed a slight distortion in the space he had been observing, causing his expression to tighten. "Look!" Someone in the rear of the group exclaimed in astonishment, capturing the attention of the others. A luminous ring had inexplicably appeared in the air, radiating a pure white glow. "Prepare for departure," Qi Yin-song hollered, taking a deep breath as he gazed at the overhead ring. The rings multiplied until each individual had one hovering above them. Moments later, the rings descended slowly, and Mou felt an unsettling tugging sensation accompanied by dizziness. When he opened his eyes once more, he found himself amidst a forest. Raising his gaze, he recognized the outline of a city that felt eerily familiar. "Leader, Mou leader." The voices of Ren Yu and the 3 brothers echoed behind him, their expressions brimming with curiosity as they beheld the city, much of which was built upon the mountains. "Let us go. We must complete the mission first." Mou stretched languidly and led his 4 companions toward the city ahead. As they approached, a cacophony of commotion gradually intensified. Suddenly, from another direction within the city, a towering crimson figure emerged, reaching several meters in height. At its appearance, the once refreshing air turned arid, despite it being afternoon. The sun had mysteriously returned to its zenith in the sky. Roar! The colossal red beast tilted its head back, unleashing a furious roar at the heavens, causing the gentle sunlight to transform into a searing blaze. As the surrounding temperature skyrocketed, through the indistinct contours, it became evident that it was the Groudon he had encountered at the volcano. The contents of the box on the back of the blazing pine were unmistakably the Crimson Orb. "Halt!" A robust and commanding voice resonated. Chapter 16. Is that correct? A figure strikingly reminiscent of the 3-headed dragon, accompanied by several other Pokémon, charged towards the colossal red beast. Simultaneously, a number of powerful Pokémon began to emerge from within the city, trailing behind the 3-headed dragon in a frenzied rush. "Let us proceed." Mou waved his hand, rousing the dazed Ren Yu and the trio of strong, fierce individuals, then led them through the city gates. Chaos reigned within the city. Other members of Team Magma had already commenced their operations. Mou's gaze fell upon the windmill to the south of the city, and he suddenly recalled why it seemed so familiar. Was this not Snowflake City of Unova? His last visit had been in winter, when it was blanketed in thick snow. A veritable winter wonderland, renowned as a tourist attraction. Now, in summer, the stark contrast of seasons in Snowflake City, due to its geographical location, made it initially unrecognizable to Mou. The identity of the individuals who had just rushed out became apparent. They were likely the gym leader of Snowflake City, known as the Masked Man of Ice, Hakuji. However, a single Hakuji was insufficient. Even with all the trainers of Snowflake City combined, they would merely be akin to a swarm of gnats in the face of the primal Groudon. The rationale behind selecting this location was quite straightforward. Snowflake City was an essential waypoint on the route to the Unova Pokemon Nature Reserve. Snowflake City was of secondary concern. It was probable that others, such as Cheery and Fladali, had already ventured into the reserve to make their acquisitions. Forget it. Let's focus on the task at hand. Mou shook his head, suppressing the tumultuous thoughts swirling in his mind. With his current strength, he had neither the luxury nor the inclination to concern himself with others. He had 2 objectives for being here. First, to complete his mission and gain the trust of the Blazing Pine. Second, to seek an opportunity to disseminate news of his affiliation with the Rainbow Rocket team. Nonetheless, the most pressing task at present was to locate the breeding house. During his last visit, he had been too engrossed in the scenery to take note of its whereabouts. Mou turned to the 4 individuals behind him and inquired, "Do you happen to know where it is?" As he began to speak, he noticed the look of confusion on their faces, prompting him to swallow the latter part of his question. As they searched for the breeding house, the intensity of the battle outside the city escalated. A Volcarona had joined the fray unbeknownst to them. Just as the trainers of Snowflake City seemed on the verge of collapse, they found renewed stability under the leadership of the Volcarona, gradually beginning to mount a counteroffensive. Within the city, at the department store, the Pokemon shop, and the food street, Every bustling locale was rife with panic and dread. MOU encountered several other members of Team Magma, yet both parties instinctively avoided one another, leaving him no opportunity to ask for directions. He and the trio of Rinyu, Shuai, and Meng wandered through the streets of Snowflake City, yet they failed to locate the breeding house. Hey, over there, Team Magma. On their third pass through an intersection, a voice suddenly emerged from a nearby trash can. MOU and the others turned towards the source of the sound, where the lid of the trash can was propped open, revealing a small face. Where are you headed? The youthful voice carried a hint of fear that was well concealed. From the tone alone, one could not discern the child's gender. Yang Yu tugged at MOU's sleeve and whispered, "Boss, is he talking to us?" "Of course I am. Want me to guide you? Just 200 league coins." The child in the trash can produced a crumpled piece of paper, upon which was scrawled in a haphazard manner. Guide fee. 50, crossed out. 100, crossed out. 200 league coins. MOU regarded the child before him, belatedly nodding. All right, I need to go to the breeding house. The child's eyes lit up upon hearing their destination. I'm familiar with the breeding house. I can take you there, but you must pay up front. As soon as he learned of their objective, his demeanor brightened. MOU rummaged through his possessions for a while, ultimately receiving 2 crumpled league coins from Yang Yu. Here you go. At the child's gesturing, MOU placed the 2 wrinkled bills on the ground and stepped back. The child clumsily emerged from the trash can, nearly toppling it in the process. You can call me Xiao Tian. After verifying the authenticity of the bills, Xiao Tian moved to a spot approximately 3 meters away from MOU and his companions. Follow me. With that, Xiao Tian darted off towards the east. MOU and his companions trailed behind him, and within 5 minutes, they arrived before an exceedingly opulent mansion. Here we are, thank you for your patronage. Upon leading them to this location, Xiao Tian vanished in an instant. Shuai Meng and Chang stared in astonishment at the spot where Xiao Tian had been, their expressions reflecting sheer disbelief. Keklian, MOU nodded in realization, beginning to understand why Xiao Tian, despite his youth, dared to engage in such business. He raised his gaze to the grand house before him, the sign for the Snowflake breeding house gleaming like new, harmonizing beautifully with the luxurious structure. Is this truly the breeding house of Snowflake City? Rinyu inquired, eyeing the opulently extravagant building with skepticism. Yang Yu and Shuai echoed similar sentiments, with Yang Yu voicing, "Boss, do you think he might be deceiving us?" MOU remained silent, releasing his Zygarde and stepping forward to push open the door. Creak. Ah, Team Magma. As if rehearsed, the moment MOU and his companions entered, they were met with a cacophony of screams. Ah, Team Magma is here. What should we do? A dramatically exaggerated voice rang out, and MOU turned to see a middle-aged woman, her hands clasped over her mouth, her expression and gestures exceedingly theatrical. What can we do? Although we have Pokemon, they are all sick today. We must protect the truck at the back door. Another middle-aged man in a white and blue uniform held a pokeball, lamenting loudly. Indeed, we must secure the path to the back door. They surely do not know that if they proceed this way, they will reach the end. The malevolent Team Magma. Even if you bind us, I shall never lead you nor hand over the keys. He jingled the shiny keys, their clinking resonating sharply. MOU surveyed the scene within, piecing together the words exchanged, momentarily unsure if he had arrived at the right place. Even his Zygarde, who had been forced to adopt a fierce demeanor, seemed to wear an expression of newfound wisdom. Could it be that Team Magma's infamy has reached such heights, where their mere presence instills fear in all? What? How dare you use psychic powers to bind me? The middle-aged man, seeing MOU's group remain unresponsive, clenched his hands in indignation and frustration. Do not harm him. I will lead you. The middle-aged woman swiftly pushed MOU towards the back door before he could react. She expertly opened the door, retrieved the keys, and started the truck parked at the back, thrusting MOU inside. The trio of Rinyu, Shuai, Meng, and Zygarde, arriving moments later, could only remain silent as they witnessed the unfolding situation. Accursed Team Magma, you have taken all our supplies. I shall remember this. The middle-aged man hurried over, joining the woman in shouting at MOU inside the truck. It was only then that MOU began to untangle the events that had transpired within those brief minutes. He looked at the keys in his hand, then at the furious and resentful expressions of the breeding house staff, momentarily lost in thought. Had he indeed traversed into a realm where Team Magma reigned supreme? Yet, gazing at Rinyu, Shuai, Meng, and Zygarde by the truck, he felt an odd sense of familiarity that suggested perhaps he had not crossed over after all. Ultimately, he started the vehicle amidst confusion, departing from the scene with his team members and the speedy Pokemon. Chapter 17. The Evergreen Badge in the Forest. No, wait, MOU exclaimed, delivering a punch to Yang Yoqiang's leg, causing the latter to gasp sharply. The driver, Yangyu, abruptly glanced at the rearview mirror, perplexed. Due to its considerable size, the speedy Pokemon was recalled into its Pokeball by MOU. Stop the car and check if something is indeed behind us. He harbored an unsettling feeling that something was amiss, pondering whether the events had progressed too smoothly. He suspected that the breeders were using this empty vehicle to buy time. Diverting attention from the Pokemon eggs, Yangyu abruptly halted the vehicle, and MOU along with Rinyu exited, opening the truck's container. As they gazed at the trunk filled to the brim with incubators and Pokemon eggs, silence enveloped them. Meanwhile, the breeding house was filled with jubilant cheers. They had finally managed to dispose of those unsellable Pokemon eggs. Indeed, the headache of how to handle these eggs was over. And now they could procure a fresh batch of desirable Pokemon eggs at a low price from the league. Although MOU felt an underlying strangeness, his task was undeniably accomplished. Not only was it completed, but it was also exceeded. There were well over 200 Pokemon eggs visible in the truck. The task assigned by Qi Yen Song required merely 50 eggs, thus they had surpassed the expectation by at least fourfold. Regardless of the reasons, the task was complete. MOU decided to cast aside the peculiar experiences at the breeding house. He was uncertain whether this bounty would allow Qi Yen Song to assist the speedy Pokemon in absorbing some gem fragments. After muttering to himself, MOU closed his eyes and reclined against the seat. Behind them, a sleek and robust speedy Pokemon carried a boy clad in a gray top, his hair resembling a hedgehog, trailing from a distance. Be cautious, speedy Pokemon. Do not let them discover us, the boy advised. The speedy Pokemon did not respond, but noticeably softened its steps. In the distance, Groudon was surrounded by various Pokemon. Yet Qi Yen Song exhibited no inclination for Groudon to undergo primal reversion. The alternate dimension Qi Yen Song, brought over by Sakaki, fixed his gaze upon the rampaging Crimson Behemoth, determination solidifying in his eyes. I will prove that I am stronger than him. Unbeknownst to MOU and the others in the vehicle, they were unwittingly followed by a tail, which intended to infiltrate the magma team alongside them. Yangyu drove the vehicle to the designated gathering point, where only a handful of magma team members lingered. They had returned early to recuperate due to injuries sustained by themselves or their Pokemon. The rumble of the truck's engine shattered the surrounding tranquility, and as MOU and the others disembarked, they were met with astonished gazes from those nearby. One magma team member, bandaged up, mustered the courage to approach and inquire. What brings you here? This is the objective of the mission. Before MOU could respond, Yang Youqiang boasted loudly. His declaration piqued the curiosity of the surrounding members, drawing various expressions from them. Sensing the attention, Yang Youqiang was about to recount their mission's details when MOU swiftly kicked him to the ground. Our numbers are few, and the task was quite simple. MOU attributed the success of their mission to its simplicity. Upon hearing this, the others exchanged knowing glances before returning to their tasks. As Yang Youqiang stood up, ready to speak, he was called aside by Rinyu. In MOU's team, Rinyu now served as the deputy leader, positioned above the trio yet below MOU. The boy trailing behind the truck also approached the grass beside the gathering area, keenly observing the situation within. Why does this kid look so familiar? He scrutinized MOU's profile, furrowing his brow, as he continued to feel an uncanny familiarity, preparing to maneuver for a clearer view. A magma team member, hurriedly clutching his pants, dashed over, seeking relief. I nearly suffocated. The magma team member wore an expression of sheer relief, appearing utterly relaxed. The hedgehog-haired boy stealthily circled behind him, raising his hand. Who? The magma team member sensed something amiss and turned just in time to see a fist the size of a sandbag. In that vulnerable moment, he was knocked out, and his clothes were stripped from him. Mu Ran, the most junior member, had a leader named Takumi and possessed Pokemon that the hedgehog-haired boy now donned the magma team uniform, meticulously examining the credentials in his hand. When it came to Pokemon, he rummaged through the unconscious Mu Ran's belongings, ultimately retrieving 2 Pokeballs. Upon releasing them, the Fire Arrow Hawk and the Squirtle emerged. Before the 2 Pokemon could react, a fleeting glimmer of emerald light flashed in the boy's eyes. The 2 Pokemon, prepared to alert, hesitated momentarily. Seizing the opportunity, the boy recalled the 2 Pokemon and secured the Pokeballs with a device. Subsequently, he produced 2 Pokeballs from his waist, releasing 2 Ditto that resembled purple modeling clay. As the Ditto wriggled, they gradually transformed into the shapes of the Fire Arrow Hawk and Squirtle. Just a junior member, but this works. The hedgehog-haired boy placed the credentials back into his pocket, then took out a blob of purple, clay-like substance. He smeared it across his face, continuously rubbing while glancing at the unconscious Mu Ran. Moments later, 2 Mu Rans appeared, one sprawled on the ground and the other standing nearby. Not bad. The master-level Ditto's mask is indeed effective. Mu Ran nodded in satisfaction, gazing into a small mirror that seemed to have appeared from nowhere. He then dragged the real Mu Ran to the path that Jun Sha and the others would take to Snowflake City, tying him to a tree. Almost there. Observing the sleeping Mu Ran, he stroked his chin and used a twig to draw the Magma Team emblem on the ground. He then retrieved a badge from his original clothing and placed it beside the emblem. Done, perfect. Gazing at his masterpiece, Mu Ran nodded in contentment. Mu Ran. Mu Ran. A voice called from the direction they had come, prompting Mu Ran to hastily discard the twig and respond loudly. I'm here, under the sunlight. The green evergreen gym badge lay quietly on the ground. Apologies, I drank a bit too much water earlier. Amidst the complaints of unfamiliar teammates, Mu Ran chuckled, scratching the back of his head. His gaze darted around, hoping to spot the individual who had felt so familiar moments ago. Meanwhile, MOU, the target, was peacefully reclining in the vehicle, organizing the recent rewards bestowed by the system. Current and used rewards. 8 lottery chances, 24 high-energy cubes, 1 holy ash, 1 dragon-type treasure. 12 intermediate energy cubes, 1 strength collar, for pieces, for basic energy cubes. Chapter 18, The Most Familiar Stranger. Other Magma Team members gradually returned, some beaming with large bundles, while others appeared disheveled, their faces marked with defeat. Mu Ran had abandoned the search for MOU, focusing instead on observing the reactions of the surrounding Magma Team members. He sought to understand whether this group still had any hope. The outcome, however, was less than ideal. Human nature, at its core, is flawed, and the thrill and sense of accomplishment derived from wrongdoing far surpassed that of doing good. Observing the smiles on the faces of those before him, Mu Ran felt that their previous plans had been somewhat sluggish. If Sakaki and the others truly managed to dominate the Alola region, the situation would only become more challenging to manage. Mu Ran, what are you dawdling for? Come over here, the leader has returned. They're here, with a sense of detachment. He momentarily tucked this matter away in the recesses of his mind and proceeded towards the source of the sound. At this juncture, the silhouette of Groudon beside Snowflake City had inexplicably vanished, and the chaos within the city was gradually dissipating. Chi and Song emerged from the thicket, and the members of the lava team around him fell silent. Whose vehicle is this? Chi and Song first surveyed the surroundings, and then his gaze fell upon the bright red truck belonging to the Moyu group. It's ours. Yang Yuming tremulously raised his hand, filled with trepidation and reverence for Chi and Song, having witnessed his formidable power firsthand. Chi and Song turned his attention to Yang Yuming, momentarily failing to recognize him, until he ultimately identified him through the 2 others beside him, Yang Youqiang and Yang Youshui, who bore a striking resemblance. You are from Moyu's group, correct? Where's Moyu? Chi and Song searched diligently, yet could not find Moyu's figure. Meanwhile, inside the truck, Rinyu was recounting his family story to Moyu. The conversation had been prompted by Moyu, who speculated that Rinyu's current demeanor must be influenced by his familial environment, thereby steering the topic in that direction. Unexpectedly, Rinyu proved to be quite earnest, beginning his narrative from the moment his parents were introduced by a matchmaker. Moyu, appearing disinterested, nodded along and casually replied, This must be a special fate. Did they end up together? Upon hearing this, Rinyu paused, his expression growing complex as he regarded Moyu. What's wrong? Moyu, growing increasingly puzzled by the lack of response, turned his gaze back to Rinyu. With a hint of resignation, Rinyu nodded and replied, They did end up together. Captain, the leader is calling for you. Just as Moyu was belatedly becoming aware of the awkward atmosphere, Yang Yuming knocked on the truck door from outside, calling out. His voice shattered the tension, prompting Moyu to respond quickly, and he descended from the truck alongside Rinyu. Moyu? Muquan repeatedly murmured the name, his expression deep in thought. The name struck him as somewhat familiar, yet he struggled to recall where he had heard it before. Leader, I'm here. Once his feet touched the ground, Moyu raised his hand in Chi and Song's direction. Chi and Song looked at Moyu, and Muquan followed suit, his expression transforming into one of astonishment. He had a hunch that Moyu was none other than the legendary figure, Yulongyu, who was rumored to be over a decade younger than Yulongdu. Upon hearing about this, he had even sought out a photograph of Yulongyu, intending to mock Yulongdu at an opportune moment. Yet later, he learned that Yulongyu had changed his name and gone to study in the United Federation, now known as Moyu. Muquan's face reflected enlightenment. Everything clicked into place. However, a wave of confusion washed over him. Wasn't he supposed to be studying? How had he come to join the lava team? Observing Moyu, who had already reached Chi and Song's side, Muquan decided to observe further. Is this vehicle yours? Chi and Song inquired, eyeing the massive truck before glancing back at Moyu. Indeed, we seized it while completing our task. It was quite the fierce battle, Moyu replied, his expression tinged with nostalgia. As he spoke of the fierce battle, his demeanor shifted to one of worry, as if Wind's speed dog and Crustle had sustained grievous injuries. Yang Yuming looked at Moyu, his face a mask of confusion, just as he prepared to voice his thoughts, only to be gently stepped on the right foot by Rinyu, who subtly urged him to keep quiet. Qi and Song silently observed the scene with Moyu and the others, taking in Rinyu and Yang Yuming's actions. As long as the task is completed, what about the goods? He was indifferent to any secrets Moyu and the others may have harbored from him. His sole concern was whether they had acted in accordance with his directives. Follow me. Moyu led the way, with Qi and Song trailing behind him to the rear of the truck. The curious onlookers, including Mu Quan, gathered nearby, their faces alight with curiosity. With the collaborative effort of Yang Youqiang and Yang Youshui, the container doors slowly creaked open, revealing a trove of incubators and Pokemon eggs within. Staring at the truckload of Pokemon eggs, Qi and Song was momentarily taken aback. He anticipated that Moyu and the others would amass such a bounty. Despite the mission's primary focus being on drills rather than resource acquisition, the 200 to 300 eggs certainly exceeded expectations. The surrounding members of the lava team erupted into a clamor upon witnessing the Pokemon eggs, their gazes filled with a melons of greed, envy, and jealousy directed at the eggs and Mayu's group. Muquan scrutinized the Pokemon eggs, initially furrowing his brow, but soon his expression relaxed. From the patterns on the eggs, he discerned that most were high-yield, low-value stock that had proven difficult to sell. Perhaps these Pokemon they had seized were simply surplus from the breeding house. In recent years, the Alliance had undertaken extensive and systematic breeding of various Pokemon. Consequently, most breeding houses had gradually relinquished the tedious task of breeding Pokemon, favoring instead to order Pokemon eggs from the Alliance. The sale of Pokemon eggs within the Alliance was neither prohibited nor discouraged. Breeding houses even received subsidies for their purchases. In exchange, the variety of Pokemon eggs ordered was notably diverse, providing the general populace with ample choices. Thus, the handling of unpopular Pokemon eggs became a pressing concern for various breeding houses. And these eggs might very well be those that the breeding house in Snowflake City had proactively donated to Moyu and his companions. You've done well, Qi and Song remarked, shifting his gaze from the Pokemon eggs to Moyu and the others. Although Qi and Song was immensely powerful, his knowledge regarding Pokemon eggs was evidently limited. He could not identify the species merely by the patterns as Muquan could. Upon our return, I shall reward you handsomely. With this statement, Qi and Song turned and made his way to the front. As the members of the lava team gradually returned, there remained a dozen or so individuals unaccounted for. After waiting for another half hour, Qi and Song finally rose to declare the mission concluded. He then crushed a piece of pink crystal in his hand. A series of pure white light circles materialized in the sky, teleporting all members of the lava team and Moyu's truck back to the outskirts of Mile City. Having completed this mission, return to rest. We shall discuss rewards tomorrow. With that, Qi and Song pivoted and departed. Moyu and the others drove the truck into the villa's courtyard. Unable to find accommodation, Muquan decided to rent a suite near Rin Yu's villa, hoping for an opportunity to converse with Moyu. Chapter 19. Rewards and New Events. The Takai Group's task was to enter the Snowflake City shopping center and procure supplies. Mission accomplished. The Tsangtai Group's task was to sabotage the Pokemon Center's facilities. Mission failed. Early the next morning, Qi and Song gathered everyone together, systematically announcing each group's task details and outcomes. There were a total of 7 groups. 5 completed their missions, while the other 2 faced failure. Moyu's group, tasked with acquiring Pokemon eggs from the breeding house, has exceeded expectations. Qi and Song reserved Moyu's group for last, eliciting surprise from those who had arrived late the previous day. Alas, our mission failed. I wonder what the punishment will be, a person beside Muquan murmured in discontent. Upon hearing this, others nodded in agreement. Their group leader was Tsangtai, tasked with destroying the Pokemon Center. They had initially believed it to be a straightforward mission. Given their previous encounters with the Pokemon Center, where Chansey and Blissey exhibited excellent healing capabilities but lacked combat strength. With this impression, they had confidently entered the Snowflake City Pokemon Center, only to be sent fleeing in panic by the rock slides unleashed by the Chansey. Under the collaborative efforts of 5 cheerful eggs, 2 blissful eggs, and a group of Pokemon bearing various wounds, they found themselves retreating steadily. By the time they resolved to abandon their aggressive approach, 5 of their Pokemon had already succumbed to exhaustion, with Mu Ran being among them. Ultimately, they failed to inflict any significant damage upon the Pokemon Center within the stipulated time. On stage, Qi Yin-song continued to utter a plethora of trivialities, summarizing his message as one of encouragement for the defeated not to lose heart and a reminder for the victorious to remain humble. Unlike the previous occasion, MOU refrained from sharing amusing anecdotes from the sidelines, much to the disappointment of those who had gathered close to him, including Mu Ran, who had sought an opportunity to strike up a conversation. Mu Ran sensed something amiss as the gazes of those around him frequently drifted towards MOU, as if they were anticipating something. Being the center of attention, MOU felt the weight of these stares. He sighed in resignation and began. Let me share another story with you. Next came the award ceremony, with MOU being called up as the individual who had completed the task with the greatest success. As he began to speak, Qi Yin-song swiftly curtailed his lengthy and tedious speech, diving straight into the accolades. Just as MOU prepared to impart his insights, he was summoned by Qi Yin-song. The audience's expressions shifted once more to disappointment, having hoped to hear MOU's profound wisdom, only to be interrupted by Qi Yin-song. MOU shrugged, casting an apologetic glance at the onlookers before rising to join Qi Yin-song. As he walked, he shook his head, thinking that they, after all, were not fortunate enough to hear from him. Upon his approach, Qi Yin-song exhaled in relief. The task had been executed splendidly by MOU's team, who, with only 5 members, had returned with 276 Pokemon eggs, in addition to a 100-ton truck. Qi Yin-song patted MOU on the shoulder, his tone brimming with encouragement. The more he observed MOU, the more satisfied he became, youthful, competent, and capable of executing his will. The eyes of several team leaders in the audience varied in expression, with Takumi being the first to applaud as Qi Yin-song concluded his remarks. Due to a fractured forearm, he could only simulate applause by striking his thigh, which had turned blue. Under Takumi's lead, sparse claps began to echo. For your efforts, I shall bestow generous rewards, Qi Yin-song declared. With that, he clapped his hands, and 2 individuals clad in black attire emerged from behind, carrying a tray. Their faces were obscured, as if to conceal their identities. This is for you and your team, Qi Yin-song announced, pulling back the red cloth draped over the tray. The tray held scanned items, 5 in total. A stone adorned with patterns, 2 discs, a somewhat tattered golden crown, and a high-grade pokeball. Mu Ran, along with those around him, leaned forward to discern the contents of the tray. The stone was a Pokemon fossil, with a high probability of resurrecting an extinct species. The 2 discs represented a means to exchange for any skill from the warehouse, with each disc allowing for 2 exchanges. The crown, when carried by a Pokemon, could maximize its potential. Within the high-grade Pokeball resided a highly qualified Fire Llama, which, with proper training, could become a formidable asset for a champion-level trainer. Clearing his throat, Qi Yin-song elaborated on these rewards in a resonant voice. Notably, the Fire Llama was one of the Pokemon he had placed near Groudon. Though intended as a reward for MOU, the audience, including team leaders and members, felt their eyes well with envy upon hearing Qi Yin-song's words. Mu Ran momentarily stood frozen, realizing that the value of these rewards far surpassed the Pokemon eggs MOU had retrieved. Thank you, leader, MOU exclaimed, his face alight with excitement as he accepted the tray with trembling hands, offering his gratitude to Qi Yin-song. Whether his appreciation was genuine, performative, or a blend of both, only he could discern. Next time, the individual who completes the task most successfully will receive even more substantial rewards. Qi Yin-song's proclamation ignited a fervor among the audience, who were eager to embark on the next mission. Mu Ran stood somewhat apart, yet at that moment, no one had the leisure to notice his disquiet. Next week, our lava team will participate in an internal competition hosted by the Rainbow Rocket team, with rewards that will exceed this times tenfold. This competition aims to test everyone's adaptability and leadership skills, to prevent disparities in strength. Pokemon for this event will be provided by the Rainbow Rocket team. After each round, participants will have the opportunity to draw new Pokemon for their battles. The first round will be 1v1, the second 2v2, and the third 3v3, culminating in a final 6v6 battle. Seizing upon the current excitement, Qi Yin-song publicly announced the details of the competition. Upon hearing of this opportunity for rewards, members of the Lava team were filled with fervent anticipation, eager to commence the competition and claim victory. Moreover, as the Pokemon for this event would be drawn at random, the disparity in individual strength would be minimized, rendering it exceedingly fair. MOU was also taken aback, realizing that Sakaki had indeed returned with many valuable assets from another world. Hosting such a competition, not to mention the rewards, was no small feat, especially considering the provision of thousands of Pokemon of similar caliber. Mu Ran, upon hearing Qi Yin-song's words, wore an expression of keen interest. If he were to secure victory in this competition, it was highly probable that he would be granted an audience with Sakaki, which was indeed his purpose for infiltrating this place. Intriguing. I hadn't anticipated such an opportunity to meet you so soon, Uncle Sakaki. Mu-Ran mused, stroking his chin, never once contemplating the possibility of defeat. Chapter 20, The Golden Crown. Ultimately, this meeting concluded amidst fervor, fortunate for Mou and his companions. The news of the upcoming competition spared them from any lingering entanglements. Mu-Ran lingered for a moment, but upon seeing that Mou had no intention of parting ways with his team, he decided to take his leave first. Boss, those items, Yang Yu observed, his eyes glimmering with eagerness as they fell upon the tray in Mou's hands. Alongside him, his two brothers displayed similar enthusiasm. Noticing Mou's gaze upon them, Yang Yu waved dismissively, nonchalantly stating, "You all go ahead and choose." Seeing that neither he nor Yang Yu had made a selection, the trio of brothers exchanged uncertain glances before nodding in unison. "I want this disc. I want this pokeball." Handsome opted for the disc, while Chang shyly picked up the pokeball containing the fire llama. All the while, they kept a watchful eye on Mou's expression, ready to relinquish their choices should they sense any discontent. After all, Mou was their leader, possessing the authority to allocate resources. "Fine, let us go then." Fortunately, Mou merely cast a cursory glance before responding in an indifferent tone. The trio of Meng, Chang, and Shui exhaled in relief, bowing in gratitude to Mou and Yang Yu before departing eagerly. "I'll choose this fossil," Mou declared as his gaze shifted to Yang Yu, who readily selected his reward. These items held little significance for him. Therefore, he opted to bear the risk of the fossil, which had a high chance of reviving a Pokemon. "No problem," Mou replied, casting a meaningful glance at Yang Yu before pocketing the remaining golden crown. With the crown, his Rapidash would surely radiate a more intense brilliance in battle. Moreover, Mou still possessed a dragon-type treasure that he had yet to claim, which would be perfect for his Kabutops. After the distribution of rewards concluded, Mou and Yang Yu returned to the villa. Later that evening, Mou stealthily departed the villa through the back door with his Rapidash, heading towards a secluded area outside Melee City. "Come forth, Shelmet and Manectric." He first ensured that the area was clear of any onlookers before releasing the two Pokemon. Shelmet. The Shelmet came into view, and Mou immediately wrapped his arms around it, offering comfort. Having recently arrived in Melee City, he was hesitant to let Shelmet out freely. Although Chihing Song was unconcerned, the potential for trouble if others were to witness it was too great. Moreover, confined within its small shell, Shelmet's temperament had naturally become a bit irritable. Shelmet. Even though it had been several days without a breath of fresh air, Shelmet valiantly suppressed its frustration, attempting to call out gently to Mou. It understood its own worth and the difficulties Mou faced. The bond between a Pokemon and its trainer was not born of instinct, but rather cultivated through mutual compromise and understanding. Woof woof. Manectric, possessing a keen sense of awareness, wisely distanced itself to frolic nearby. Shelmet's gentleness towards Mou did not extend to Manectric, especially since its robust physique occasionally led it to treat Manectric as a punching bag to vent its pent-up energy. As a clever canine, Manectric adeptly navigated the dangers around it. Now, with Shelmet's frustration building over several days, it was undoubtedly a Class S threat to be avoided. "Come, let me send you soaring." Mou removed his outer garment and, with both arms, lifted the 110-kilogram Shelmet, launching it skyward with a forceful throw. Shelmet. The rotund body of Shelmet ascended swiftly under the force before descending. With a resounding thud, it landed, creating a substantial crater in the ground, while Mou nimbly darted aside. Shelmet. Although the height achieved was a mere 5 meters, barely qualifying as flight, Shelmet's eyes gleamed with joy. This was a manifestation of its trainer's affection, though not a true flight. The feeling of being cared for alleviated its mood significantly. Mou's ability to launch his 200-plus-pound Shelmet to such heights stemmed from sheer practice. It had been 7 years since his beloved Dratini evolved into Shelmet, and throughout this time, he had persistently endeavored to make Shelmet fly. Through relentless attempts, his strength had gradually increased, and his physique had grown robust, far surpassing that of an average individual. After an exhausting play session with Shelmet, Mou collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Manectric, ever perceptive, approached, recognizing that the danger had passed, and it was now safe. Shelmet cast a glance at Manectric, confirming that it bore no ill will, and began to stroll around the vicinity. As the night deepened, Shelmet returned of its own volition, nudging Mou's leg, signaling its contentment. Mou, understanding this gesture, realized that Shelmet was concerned for his well-being and wished to prevent him from overexerting himself. I have something for you both. MOU accepted Shelmet's goodwill and produced the Dragon-type treasure along with a golden crown. The Dragon-type treasure was a collection of resources beneficial to Dragon-type Pokemon, including a Dragon Scale, 2 Dragon Gems, a Dragon Fong, and some berries. The moment the Dragon treasure was revealed, Shelmet's gaze fixated intently on the items in MOU's hands. Here, it's all yours. MOU bent down, placing the Dragon treasure before Shelmet. Shelmet immediately began to consume the offerings one by one. Shelmet. After finishing the feast, Shelmet let out a monumental yawn, prompting MOU to recall it into its Pokeball. This is for you. MOU took a red string, threaded it through the golden crown, and fashioned it into a necklace for Manectric. Manectric shook its head awkwardly at first, but soon adapted to the new adornment. This will awaken your potential. I hope you can journey with me until the end. MOU embraced Manectric, burying his head in its soft fur, speaking in a muffled tone. With no one around and the night tranquil, MOU seldom revealed his true self. Manectric lowered its head slightly, resting its jaw gently atop MOU's head. After a while, MOU withdrew his head from the comforting embrace. All right, let us head back. MOU mounted Manectric's back, and the pair swiftly returned to Melee City. Shortly after their departure, a silent figure appeared, having sensed MOU's exit and preparing to seek him out for an earnest conversation. However, witnessing the earlier scene made him hesitant to intrude. The mask on his face gradually transformed into a purplish, clay-like substance, unveiling his true visage beneath. This countenance, if unveiled to the world, would likely summon throngs of fervent admirers. Never mind, there will be other opportunities, time is ample. With that thought, he silently departed once more. Chapter 21. Chihing Song's Additional Rewards. As time swiftly passed, the moment of the competition approached. Over the past few days, MOU maintained his usual pace of life. During the day, he rested while entertaining Renew and Electrode, and in the evenings, he sought opportunities to take Manectric and Shelmet for walks. Meanwhile, the detached figure was taken away by his leader, Songtai. Rumor had it that due to their recent mission failure, their leader decided to enforce concentrated training before the competition to secure a commendable performance and redeem their shame. Poor Muran had to endure Songtai's endless lectures on so-called tactics and battle details, all while pretending to play house with the other team members. Emerging from the training grounds, the sunlight bathed his dazed face, and he finally felt alive again. The experiences of this past week were more arduous than anything he had ever faced. He and his team leader, along with the other members, made their way to the competition venue. The location was bustling with people. Nearly all members of the Lava team were present, accompanied by cautious local citizens. After some time of adaptation, possibly spurred by hunger, the residents of Melee City had begun to venture out to procure food. Grocery stores and shops were gradually reopening. If this trend continued, within a month, Melee City would likely return to its former vibrancy. The competition encompassed the entirety of the Rainbow Rocket team, including not only the Lava team but also the Ocean team, Plasma team, Blazing team, and Galaxy team. In total, 6 distinct teams amounted to over 500 participants. The first round of battles would feature the Lava team against the Ocean team, held at the site where the Melee Island pilgrimage had previously occurred. The members of the Ocean team had already begun arriving at the shores of Melee Island by boat the day before. They did not have a fixed territory, as all waters of Alola served as their home, and they typically resided on their vessels. Yesterday, Chihing Song had greeted Shui Wudong at the beach with a stern expression, and the two nearly clashed. It was well known that the Ocean team and Lava team were at odds, making it hard to argue that this scheduling was not a deliberate ploy by Sakamoto. As Songtai took his position, Chihing Song, still wearing a frown, spoke up. All right. Everyone is here, so I have a few words to say. Since returning from the beach yesterday, Chihing Song had maintained this countenance as if a toad had leapt onto his foot and he couldn't shake it off. The first phase of the competition will involve us conducting selection alongside the Ocean team. The mere mention of the Ocean team seemed to choke him, as if he had swallowed a dead rat, taking a considerable time to articulate the words. The Ocean team? How familiar that sounds. Isn't that the organization intent on transforming all the land in the world into ocean? Murmured the members of the Lava team, most of whom were locals of the Alola region and thus had limited knowledge of the Ocean team's misdeeds against the Hoenn region. Since this motley crew from the Ocean team is crossing paths with us, we shall demonstrate the might of the Lava team. Once the murmurs subsided, Chihing Song spoke once more. With every member of the Ocean team you defeat, I shall bestow an additional reward. The more you vanquish, the greater the bounty. Should anyone triumph over the water fleet and emerge as the ultimate victor of this contest, even the coveted quasi-divine Pokemon shall be within reach of my promise. Chihing Song gritted his teeth and declared. Even for one who possesses the Earth deity, a quasi-divine Pokemon would evoke a profound sense of longing. Upon hearing Qi Yin Song's extravagant offer, the members of the Lava team were once again engulfed in a frenzy. Never before had they yearned for victory with such fervor. The value of a quasi-divine Pokemon could be glimpsed through the very essence of the term quasi-divine. Meanwhile, Shui Wutong was articulating similar sentiments to the members of the Ocean team, pledging rewards akin to those of Qi Yin Song. Having concluded their speeches, both teams took their seats in the audience area of the competition venue, carefully positioned to avoid any potential conflicts. With one team on the left and the other on the right. Below them stood the referee from the Rainbow Rocket team. The colorful are emblazoned on his chest, shimmering brilliantly in the sunlight. Welcome, one and all, to the inaugural blind selection tournament hosted by the Rainbow Rocket team. Contestants will draw a Pokemon before the match, which will accompany them throughout the competition. After the referee elaborated on the rules, he promptly declared the commencement of the match. The first battle pitted Mu Ran of the Lava team against a member of the Water Fleet named Xinyi. Prior to stepping onto the stage, Mu Ran followed the guidance to approach the referee and pressed a button on the machine. The screen displayed a series of images until it finally revealed a majestic canine Pokemon adorned with horns. Ah, Houndoom. It has been quite some time since I commanded such a Pokemon. Mu Ran bent down and retrieved a Pokeball from the opening beneath the machine. Woof. He opened the Pokeball, and a Houndoom, identical to the image, materialized at his side. This breed of Pokemon is known for its volatile nature, exhibiting aggression towards anyone outside its trainer and close companions. Yet, Mu Ran, undeterred, extended his hand to gently stroke the Houndoom's head. The Houndoom welcomed the gesture, even narrowing its eyes and nuzzling against his palm. After selecting his Pokemon, Mu Ran made his way to the stage, where Xinyi had also completed his selection. He had drawn a Toxicroak, which was neither particularly advantageous nor disadvantageous. The two took their positions on opposite sides of the battlefield, and at the referee's command, the Toxicroak and Houndoom swiftly converged at the center of the arena. In less than 3 minutes, under Mu Ran's guidance, the Houndoom delivered a final crushing bite, overcoming the Toxicroak and securing victory. The ultimate victor is Mu Ran of the Lava team, the referee announced loudly. Subsequently, he retrieved the Pokeball from the still-dazed Xinyi and returned it to the machine. Well done. A splendid victory. The Lava team erupted into applause at Qi Yin Song's urging, while Shui Wutong's expression darkened on the opposing side. Don't get too cocky. This is merely the first match. If you lose later, you'll be left with egg on your face. Observing the provocation in Qi Yin Song's demeanor, Shui Wutong shouted back. Qi Yin Song merely smirked, feigning ignorance, which only served to deepen Shui Wutong's scowl. Then came the second and third matches. MOU. Seated in the audience, stifled a yawn, finding it difficult to muster interest in the ongoing battles. Due to the large number of participants and the tight schedule, the matches were set to continue for 24 hours without pause, meaning MOU's turn would be later in the day. At this pace, it would be at least 8 or 9 in the evening before he would take the stage. Growing bored, he reclined back in his chair and closed his eyes. If it's my turn, be sure to wake me, he instructed, handing a small device previously given to him by Qi Yin Song to Rinyu. This device operated similarly to a calling mechanism, vibrating when it was time for him to compete. Rinyu, eagerly watching the battles below, nodded in response and tucked the item into his pocket. His own match was scheduled even later, likely in the dead of night. Chapter 22. I'm up. MOU. Awaken. It was Rinyu's voice that stirred MOU from his dreams, where he was busy shifting the stone plates beside an alpaca. Just as the plates began to tremble, he was roused by the call. MOU. It's your turn, hurry up. Rinyu thrust the vibrating device into MOU's hand, prompting him to snap awake. Oh, it's my turn? All right. He stretched languidly before making his way down the special passage. He was momentarily halted in a corridor, as the previous match had not yet concluded, allowing him the opportunity to select his Pokemon. MOU pressed the button, and the screen whirred to life, ultimately revealing a Pokemon resembling a jellyfish cap, yet adorned with spikes. A Shuckle? MOU gazed at the Pokemon on the screen, slightly taken aback. The Shuckle is a notably formidable and rather annoying Pokemon, but in a one-on-one scenario, it evidently lacks a competitive edge. Though his luck seemed somewhat unfortunate, it was not entirely without merit to give it a try. He was eager to seize this opportunity to capture Sakiki's attention. After all, he couldn't keep the shiny Gyarados cooped up in its Pokeball forever, could he? That would not only feel inappropriate to him, but would also be undeniably cruel to the Gyarados, who yearned for the sky and freedom. Shaking his head to dispel the errant thoughts, MOU bent down to retrieve the Pokeball from beneath the machine. Shuckle. The round, plump Shuckle appeared at his side, exuding an air of tranquility, as though it had long anticipated the reason for its presence. Shuckle, female. Level, 50. Type, Bug Rock. Ability, Sturdy, prevents fainting from full health. Moves, Rollout, Toxic Spikes, Rest, Poison, Bind, Mist. MOU's gaze sharpened as the details of the Shuckle manifested before him. Observing the skills listed, Rollout, Toxic Spikes, Rest, and Mist, he felt a sudden wave of nausea wash over him. Memories of his past life flickered in his mind, recalling a time when he and his friends had agreed to battle without using a no-win team, only to be met with the unyielding frustration of a Shuckle. MOU. It's your turn. A staff member approached, pulling him from his reverie. The previous battle had concluded, and both participants were now shaking hands at the center of the arena. Don't forget to select your item. As MOU prepared to step forward, the staff member reminded him. Previously, in Murant's match, the referee had failed to mention this, resulting in both competitors neglecting to choose items. MOU paused, then fumbled with the machine, opting for a helm item. This item inflicted damage equal to 1/6 of the opponent's maximum health when struck by a contact move. Affixing the item to Shuckle, MOU proceeded to the battlefield. Go for it, MOU. You've got this. He heard Rinyu and the trio, Meng, Shuai, and Chong, cheering from the lava team's side as he took his position. His opponent was Jiang Hui from the ocean team, who, upon hearing the encouragement from the lava team, couldn't help but feel a twinge of bitterness. It seemed he had drawn a strong adversary. With a resounding clap, Jiang Hui slapped his cheeks, forcing himself to rally his spirits. In this match, the Pokemon's strengths were relatively equal, and his own selection was not weak. Defeat was not a foregone conclusion. He glanced at his Machoke, gradually regaining his confidence as he stepped toward the battlefield. Lava Team's MOU versus Ocean Team's Jiang Hui. Let the battle begin. Given the time constraints, the referee offered no further commentary, simply announcing the names before declaring the match underway. Shuckle. As MOU's exceedingly mischievous Pokemon leaped from his shoulder into the center of the arena, we couldn't help but exhale in relief upon seeing it. It seemed that this creature was not particularly formidable, and the opposing trainer's fortune appeared to be lacking. He shook off his nerves, pondering the possibility of pulling off an upset that would earn him the admiration of Master Shui Wudong. MOU's match naturally captured the attention of Qi Yin Song and Shui Wudong. Shui Wudong merely found MOU somewhat familiar, while Qi Yin Song harbored hopes for MOU's victory. In the previous bout, the Ocean Team had narrowly triumphed. Machoke, initiate close combat. The battle commenced, and before MOU had a chance to speak, Hui confidently commanded Machoke to launch the first attack. Protect. In response to Mashoki's onslaught, MOU showed no intention of having his mischievous star evade, instead directing it to execute its exclusive move, Protect. This move, unique to Mischievous Star, could be understood as a combination of guarding and poisoning. Once used, it would envelop the user in a protective state while poisoning any Pokemon that made contact. Against Mashoki's assault, Mischievous Star remained steadfast, absorbing the attack while a flash of purple energy enveloped its body. The Protect move activated, allowing Mischievous Star to endure the close combat without flinching. In contrast, Machoke, suffering from recoil damage, began to show signs of distress as its face gradually turned a shade of purple. Power. Despite being the aggressor, Mashoki's reactions were far more pronounced than those of Mischievous Star. Bad Star. Mischievous Star regarded Machoke with a look of derision in its eyes. Self-recovery. Followed by Mudshot. MOU's voice resonated once more as he directed Mischievous Star to follow through with the commands. Dodge, Machoke. Hui urgently instructed. But Mischievous Star's Mudshot struck its target nonetheless. Following this, Hui commanded Machoke to attack several more times, all of which were thwarted by Mischievous Star's self-recovery Protect. At this point, Mashoki's face was entirely purple, and it began to sway unsteadily. Power. Machoke cast a disgruntled glance back at Hui. The series of attacks had yielded no results, and the effects of poisoning were nearing its limits. Subsequently, without waiting for further instructions from Hui, it charged towards Mischievous Star once more. Protect. Self-recovery. Unperturbed, MOU commanded. Mischievous Star flashed with purple light, rendering Mashoki's attack ineffective. Machoke grew increasingly desperate. One moment it had inflicted a minor injury upon Mischievous Star, and the next, it was healed by self-recovery. Come back, Machoke. Hui belatedly called out, attempting to regain control. However, Machoke ignored him, intent on attacking at its own pace. Yet, its adversary was guided by its trainer and adept at countering attacks, swiftly placing Machoke at a disadvantage. Mudshot. Observing the panting Machoke, MOU found the encounter somewhat tedious and issued his command. Hui was no match for even the students he had encountered at Blueberry Academy. Bad star. The tendrils surrounding mischievous star began to swirl, forming a sphere of brown energy. Dodge, Makhok! Hui shouted, desperately trying to regain Mashoki's focus, yet it barreled straight into the mud shot unleashed by the rotating mischievous star. Boom. The mud shot exploded upon contact with Makhok, sending it careening backward. Although Makhok lost consciousness, its expression bore a semblance of relief. This battle had not only pitted it against a frustrating opponent, but also a novice trainer, making the entire ordeal feel like a torment. The referee reclaimed Hui's pokeball and announced the outcome with fervor. The winner of this match is MOU from the Lava team. MOU also retrieved Mischievous Star and handed it over to the referee. In the next battle, the referee would return Mischievous Star to him, a precaution to prevent any misuse of released Pokemon. He departed down the corridor, opting not to return to the spectator area, but rather to walk farther away, allowing his armored dragon some respite. After sending a message to Rinyu stating that he was heading home, he quickly made his way outside of Melee City. Ever since arriving in Alola, his personal phone had been confiscated, but later, the Lava team provided a peculiar, unfamiliar brand of phone. As he stepped outside the city, he felt a tap on his shoulder. Was it the young Yulong Yu from the dragon family of Kanto's Qianhong City? Chapter 23. The True Identity of Mu Ran. Super Box. Absolutely spicy. The two contrasting thoughts surged within him, prompting MOU to swiftly turn around. Hello, Yulong Yu. Mu Ran stood behind him, smiling as he greeted MOU upon his turn. MOU refrained from engaging in further conversation, instead casting a cursory glance around. Confirming that no one was paying attention, he suddenly threw a punch directed straight at Mu Ran's face. Smack! MOU's fist was caught firmly, and surprise flickered across Mu Ran's face. Quite strong. Before he could finish his sentence, MOU's other hand launched another attack from the side. Just as it was about to strike his right cheek, Mu Ran seized his wrist with a firm grip. MOU attempted to break free. Yet both hands felt as if they were trapped in iron pincers, resisting all his efforts to escape. Noticing MOU's struggle, Mu Ran willingly released his grip. The commotion had already drawn the attention of passers-by, who observed MOU and Mu Ran with hushed whispers. Don't panic. I am not your enemy. Let us move a bit farther away to talk. With that, Mu Ran took the lead in retreating, his figure quickly vanishing into the distance. MOU hesitated momentarily before choosing to follow from an alternate direction. Eventually, they reconvened beside a large, gnarled tree. MOU regarded Mu Ran and inquired, "Who are you?" Mu Ran did not respond, but instead rubbed his hands across his face. In a short while, Mu Ran transformed into a different person. MOU, taken aback by the drastic change, found the new visage somewhat familiar. Master Qinglu? After a moment of astonishment, he abruptly looked up, disbelief evident in his tone. It is I, Mu Ran. No. Qinglu smiled at the incredulous MOU. However, MOU's expression swiftly shifted from excitement to skepticism. How can you prove it? Although the individual before him bore the countenance of Master Qinglu, MOU remained doubtful, especially given the fact that he had sported another face just moments prior. Qinglu remained silent, unfazed by MOU's skepticism, appreciating the boy's diligence. Take a look at this. Qinglu tossed a small booklet towards MOU. MOU caught it, and upon examining the cover, he found it to be a guide for Kanto region gym leaders. Flipping it open, he discovered a photograph of Qinglu alongside various pertinent details. At the bottom, there was a multicolored stamp from the Kanto League. In the dimly lit woods, the vibrant stamp resembled a flickering flame, gently swaying. My apologies, Master Qinglu. The moment MOU glimpsed the stamp, he fully accepted the identity of the person before him. He had seen that stamp before. It matched the one on the permit issued by the League when the Dragon family was preparing for a collective relocation. Moving closer to Qinglu, he respectfully returned the booklet. Qinglu's renown was legendary, known throughout the world. As a child from the Kanto region, both Qinglu and Qi Hong were his idols. Not only was Qinglu immensely powerful, but he was also the sole current champion-level breeder. Noticing MOU's apprehension, Qinglu chose to sit down on the ground. Don't be nervous. First, tell me how you came to be here. He patted the grass beside him, inviting MOU to sit and converse. MOU sat beside Qing LV, feeling a mix of surprise and disbelief, and gradually began to recount the circumstances that had led him to this place. Initially, he had intended to seize an opportunity to inform the outside world of his presence, but the chance had eluded him until now. After a considerable while, parched and weary, he finally articulated his original intentions. Qing LV retrieved a bottle of purified water from his waist and handed it to MOU. Seizing the moment while MOU quenched his thirst, Ching LV meticulously organized the details of what you had just shared. Your luck appears to be rather unfortunate. Ching LV remarked gently, observing MOU. The timing of his arrival in Alola was impeccably precise. Had he chosen a flight merely half an hour later, he would have been intercepted en route. It may not merely be a matter of luck, but perhaps a consequence of avarice, MOU shrugged. Based on his observations during this period, it seemed that the relationship between the options and rewards provided by the system was not entirely random. The riskier the option, the greater the reward appeared to be. For instance, during his travels to the Alola region, he had received a sacred ash, along with varying rewards from subsequent options. However, given the limited data available, he could only surmise that this was likely the case, and perhaps he could glean more information from the system selections. Ching LV gazed at MOU in bemusement, struggling to comprehend his implications. What motivated you to disguise yourself and come here? MOU awkwardly shifted the topic, but fortunately, Ching LV did not press further. I came to see Sakaki, he replied, his tone suddenly tinged with complexity. The relationship between him and Sakaki was fraught with complications. Before discovering that Sakaki was the leader of Team Rocket, he had been nothing short of a guiding light to him. Sakaki had not only provided assistance within their means, but had also aided him in becoming stronger, imparting the essence of his life's work. It was undeniable that Sakaki had played a pivotal role in Ching LV's current success. MOU was well aware of the history between Ching LV and Sakaki, leaving him momentarily at a loss for words. Do you need me to help you leave when the time comes? Ching LV posed the question, not requiring MOU to respond immediately. If necessary, I can remain here. He added. MOU did not provide a direct answer, instead gazing at Ching LV as he spoke slowly. The existence of the Rainbow Rocket team was akin to a venomous thorn in the Alliance's throat, an unwelcome obstruction. As a member of the righteous Yulongdu clan, despite his occasional unreliability, he was adept at discerning his position when it came to matters of great significance. Indeed, Ching LV mused, stroking his chin, lost in thought. If MOU were to earn Sakaki's favor, it would undoubtedly serve as a tremendous asset for them. As for MOU's identity, it could be put this way. If Sakaki truly cared about such matters, he wouldn't have shared his knowledge so freely with someone who is the grandson of Professor Okido. While Sakaki appeared approachable, he was, in reality, a deeply proud individual. Should MOU manage to catch his eye, even knowing that MOU was an undercover agent, he would not take precautions against him. This was a testament to his confidence, or perhaps his arrogance. The sole question remained, whether MOU possessed the psychological fortitude to remain steadfast in his original objectives. After all, in the past, 5 of the 8 gym leaders in the Kanto region had joined Team Rocket, a testament to Sakaki's charismatic influence, or his ability to assimilate others. MOU regarded Ching LV, who, deep down, was reluctant to simply return. He perceived this as an opportunity, a chance to propel himself toward a higher stage. Chapter 24, MOU's Initial Battle. What are your thoughts? If you wish to stay here, I can pretend not to have seen you, and I can help you conceal your whereabouts upon my return. Ching LV tossed the question back to MOU, allowing him to make his own decision. MOU remained silent, yet a smile crept across his face. Understanding his intentions, Ching LV patted his shoulder, a silent agreement passing between them. Well then, I sought you out merely to confirm your identity. Do you require any assistance? Ching LV stretched lazily, his tone relaxed. MOU hesitated, contemplating a request he had in mind. Could you please examine this creature for me? I would like to know if there are any concerns regarding its health. With that, MOU released his shellmet. Shellmet? As the creature landed, it wore a puzzled expression. Shouldn't I still have more time to relax? Why are we here so early today? Upon seeing Ching LV, it instinctively darted behind MOU. Ching LV observed Shellmet, a flicker of surprise crossing his face before it settled into calmness. An unusual Shellmet. What extraordinary luck. Ching LV remarked, smiling at MOU. Just kidding. Please help me assess whether this child is developing normally. MOU waved dismissively, not taking Ching LV's jest to heart. Shellmet, now grasping the situation, cautiously stepped forward from behind MOU. Ching LV knelt beside Shellmet, occasionally tapping and prodding it. Though the creature felt somewhat uncomfortable, it endured, allowing Ching LV to examine it. Rest assured, it is quite healthy, and its evolution is not far off. Ching LV declared as he stood. Upon hearing this, both MOU and Shellmet's eyes sparkled with excitement. Really? They exclaimed in unison. Indeed. Do you think I would deceive you or question my expertise? Ching LV feigned annoyance, lightly slapping MOU's head with his hand. However, due to his long absence from interacting with ordinary individuals, Ching LV evidently lacked the concept of holding back. Mou cradled his head, wincing from the light blow. Yet his face radiated joy. This was a verdict from Qing LV, whose credibility was beyond reproach. All right, enough with the laughter. It looks rather foolish, Qing LV chided, rolling his eyes at Mou, though no reproach lingered in his tone. He understood the dedication required to nurture a Pokemon destined for greatness. If you wish to remain here, it is imperative that you secure victory in this competition. Only then will Sakaki overlook other factors in light of your abilities. After sharing a few lighthearted moments, Qing LV resumed his serious demeanor. If it comes down to the two of us in the arena, I will not easily concede victory. Hearing this, Mou likewise adopted a rare seriousness, meeting Qing LV's gaze earnestly. Rest assured, I will persevere until the end, and I shall meet you in the finals. Qing LV regarded Mou, a smile returning to his face after a pause. Maintain this fervor, and during the finals, I shall see if Yulong Du's uncle can surpass his esteemed nephew. Mou's fighting spirit waned at Qing LV's words. Well then, I have said all that I needed to. The road is long and arduous. I look forward to receiving your challenge in the future. With that, Qing LV's figure blurred and vanished from sight. Were it not for the impression left behind on the grass, one would scarcely believe he had been there. Shelmet nudged Mou's leg, drawing his attention. Shelmet. Upon noticing Mou's gaze, Shelmet joyfully called out, then began to hop excitedly in place. All right, let's fly. Unable to resist Shelmet's enthusiasm, Mou, wearing a fond smile, lifted the creature high into the air. After some time of frolicking, the exuberant Shelmet finally returned contentedly to its pokeball. Upon discovering through his phone that Rinyu wished to continue watching the matches, Mou made his way back to the villa, washed up, and soon fell into a deep slumber. The following day, he was scheduled to compete in the evening, facing opponents with a Hitmonchan and a Rattata, while he would deploy a Starmie and a Chansey. This battle was rather uneventful, had Mou not intentionally recalled Starmie. Chansey might not have even had the chance to participate. On the third day, he drew an Aerodactyl. His opponent's lineup was rather formidable, featuring a Pelipper, a Kingdra, and a Swampert. As the match commenced, Mou from the Lava team faced off against Mao from the Ocean team. With the referee's authoritative call, both Mou and Mao unleashed their Pokemon. Naturally, Mao chose his first Pokemon, the Pelipper, which summoned a gentle drizzle upon its arrival. This was Pelipper's ability to induce rain, synergizing remarkably with the swift movement of the Kingdra and the offensive prowess of the Swampert, creating a formidable combination. Swift Swim. In rainy weather, its speed doubles. In contrast, Mou's opening Pokemon was the Skarmory. The moment Skarmory descended, Mou commanded, Stealth Rock, Spikes. With a sharp cry, Skarmory spread its wings, conjuring a multitude of sharp stones around Pelipper. After executing both moves, the opposing trainer belatedly instructed, Hurricane. Pelipper opened its mouth, flapping its wings, and a colossal whirlwind materialized in the arena, swiftly barreling toward Skarmory. The cry of Skarmory echoed in pain as it was struck by Pelipper's Hurricane. Mou's expression turned peculiar as he recalled Skarmory and sent out a Chansey, casting an inquisitive glance at Mao. Judging by the intensity of the hurricane, it was evident that Pelipper was not equipped with Damp Rock to prolong the rain, but rather with a focus on offensive capabilities. It wasn't that it was ineffective. Rather, the Pokemon he drew were surprisingly resilient to powerful attacks, thriving on the intensity of the onslaught. Lucky, the rotund, pink Chansey appeared on the battlefield, gazing at Pelipper with a gentle smile. Heh. A twisted smile crept onto Mou's face as he anticipated the ensuing events, resembling someone chastised for being silly by a friend. Light screen. Before Mao could utter a word, Mou swiftly commanded, Lucky. With a soft smile, Chansey waved its tiny arms, conjuring a delicate pink barrier before it. One more hurricane. Upon seeing the wall before Chansey, Mao hesitated momentarily, but ultimately directed Pelipper to attack again. The winds howled once more, yet Chansey remained steadfast, bearing only a few minor scratches. Chansey, return. Pelipper, return. The voices of Mou and Mao resonated in quick succession, with Mou's voice and actions notably preceding Mao's. Chapter 25. Pain and torment await you. Re-entering the battlefield were Swampert and the Sableye. Mou had switched due to a keen observation. Mao's fleeting surprise at Chansey's resilience in the face of the hurricane was quickly replaced by composure. From his reaction, Mou deduced that Mao would likely deploy Swampert to counter Chansey. Swampert. The moment Swampert touched down, it was pricked by the Stealth Rock and Spikes laid by Skarmory. Toxic Spikes. Swords Dance. The commands echoed sequentially as Sableye's tendrils writhed around it, launching diamond-shaped projectiles, each glimmering ominously. Mao. observing the stealth rock and toxic spikes on his side of the field, felt the situation growing precarious. Ice Punch. At last, he opted for a direct offensive. The battlefield was not in his favor, and with the toxic spikes and stealth rock in play, his only option was to switch in Pelipper. While Pelipper, being a flying type, would still incur damage from the stealth rock, it could evade the toxic spikes. However, bringing Pelipper in posed another dilemma: how to defeat Muyu's Pokemon under the protection of Light Screen. This was contingent upon the assumption that Muyu would not switch Chansey back in. In reality, Muyu would undoubtedly recall Chansey. Chansey, possessing Rock Slide, could inflict damage on Pelipper, which posed no significant threat to Chansey. Kingdra, too, would suffer immediately upon entry, faced with the dual torment of Stealth Rock and Toxic Spikes, leading to immediate damage and a poison status. The best strategy for Mao was to accumulate Sword's Dance boosts and aim for a favorable exchange, thus securing a chance at victory. Muyu had evidently seen through Mao's intentions, yet he remained unfazed. Struggle on, he mused. The sight of the offensive team desperately striving, yet failing to breach the defenses, was the ultimate exhilaration for a defensive player. Swampert, with its water and ground typing, was undeniably a formidable contender. Sableye, let's go. The charging Swampert swung its ice-encased fist, delivering a powerful blow to Sableye. Bang! Its attack was met with Sableye's unwavering defense. Yet Swampert succumbed to the poison inflicted by Sableye's item. Black Mist. One more Ice Punch. The voices rang out again, as Sableye inhaled deeply before exhaling a cloud of black mist. Upon contact with the mist, Swampert felt a wave of fatigue wash over it, nullifying the attack boosts gained from Sword's Dance. Boom. This time, Swampert's Ice Punch successfully struck Sableye. With a pained cry, Sableye was sent flying, crashing into the ground and creating a sizable crater. Mao anxiously glanced towards Sableye, hoping that Swampert's strike would render it incapacitated. Alas, Sableye managed to rise, albeit shakily, while Swampert also sustained damage from the item Sableye bore. Return, Skarmory. Roost. Muyu recalled Sableye and sent forth Skarmory instead. Skarmory settled on the ground, its wounds gradually healing under the effects of Roost. Observing Muyu's switch to Skarmory, Mao felt a surge of relief. It seemed his opponent had lost their composure, as Swampert could deal double damage to Skarmory in close combat. Close combat. Mao immediately commanded. Defog. Muyu spoke slowly, devoid of urgency. Skarmory spread its wings, creating a gust of wind that met the rapidly approaching Swampert head-on. Under the influence of Defog, Swampert's form vanished, replaced by the perplexed visage of Kingdra. Kingdra. The moment Kingdra landed, it suffered the dual damage from Stealth Rock and was also afflicted by poison from Toxic Spikes. Currently, among Mao's Pokemon, only Pelipper remained in relatively good condition, while Swampert was battered by both Stealth Rock and Sableye's item and was now poisoned. Kingdra faced a similar fate, with its status nearing critical due to the effects of both Stealth Rock and Toxic Spikes. Mao gazed at Kingdra, opening his mouth but saying nothing. He glanced at Skarmory, revitalized by Roost, and then at the still-present light screen before it, feeling a wave of nausea. I forfeit. After a final attempt to resist, Mao chose to concede. He handed his Pokeball to the referee and turned away, unwilling to partake in the customary handshake. Thus, the victor of this match was Muyu from the Lava team. The referee waved the flag, bringing the battle to a close. Unlike the previous jubilations, this time only Renyu, Shuai, Chong, and Meng clapped. Muyu shrugged, a hint of resignation on his face. After all, they were mere mortals, incapable of grasping the greatness of a defensive team. Should he draw suitable Pokemon in the future, he would undoubtedly impart the essence of the defensive team to all in a 6v6 match. Following his exchange with Ching LV, Muyu felt no desire to conceal his prowess any longer. His current focus was to secure second place while striving for first. He could not afford to lose to anyone else. In the subsequent period, Muyu encountered no formidable adversaries, and his team gradually took shape. His roster included the formidable Bad Star, the amiable Chansey, the stalwart Skarmory, the mighty Swampert, the industrious Dugtrio, and finally, the elusive Jengar. Naturally, the competition comprised more than merely 6 battles. He participated in approximately 10 matches during the initial phase, all of which allowed him to draw a Pokemon. The Pokemon utilized in these matches needed to be selected from those he had drawn. Among the additional 4 Pokemon Muyu secured were the nurturing Lovedisk, the elegant Venusaur, the versatile Rotom in its washing machine form, and the formidable Scizor. Thus, the renowned trio of Bird, Egg, and Flower, alongside the Steel-type Swampert, was only missing the Fire-type Chandelure, which, as a legendary Pokemon, would naturally not grace such an event. Throughout his life, he felt ensnared by his team, unable to engage meaningfully with genuine companions. During dinners with girls, he often mused how wonderful it would be if she could regenerate herself, and similarly, she could too. While escorting her home, he pondered if only the magical mirror could deflect the opposing nails. Seated on her sofa, when she excused herself to change, his heart raced, wondering if she intended to refresh herself for a resurgence in vigor. Then she emerged, adorned with a tranquil charm and holding a life orb, inquiring if he would join her in unleashing their combined might. Tranquil charm prevents ability or skill-based debuffs from opponents. Life orb enhances skill potency but deducts from maximum health with each attack. He confidently proclaimed his ability. I embody the pure essence of Swampert. Your enhancements will prove futile over 100 turns. After a moment of silence, she produced a terrestrial burst grass type and swiftly defeated him. Chapter 26. The Reward from Chihuapine. Ultimately, MOU triumphed over the most members of the Ocean team, achieving victory in all 10 encounters. Unbeknownst to him, for reasons unclear, he suffered a streak of 4 consecutive losses after confirming his advancement with 6 victories. What do you desire, Pokemon or something else? Chihuapine inquired, gazing at MOU. Following the conclusion of the first phase, MOU was summoned to Chihuapine's office to receive the promised reward. Naturally, he hoped for Chihuapine's assistance in enhancing his Rapidash, absorbing both the Crimson Orb Fragment and the Earth Scale. I wish for your help with Rapidash. That is not feasible. Rapidash's body cannot withstand any further strain. Chihuapine interjected midway through his sentence. Propose an alternative request, or I shall assist you in selecting a Pokemon. Disappointed by Chihuapine's unyielding stance, MOU contemplated whether Rapidash genuinely could not absorb more, or if Chihuapine intended to leverage this against him. Then I will select a Pokemon, MOU finally declared after deep reflection. Presently, he lacked resources, yet this opportunity could fortify his own strength. After all, to gain recognition, merely winning matches was insufficient. One must possess adequate personal prowess. Very well, follow me. Chihuapine responded with unexpected enthusiasm. He guided MOU through the lengthy access path, though this time they did not reach the location of Grunt. Chihuapine halted approximately 150 meters from the end of the pathway. Under MOU's inquisitive gaze, he removed his gloves and pressed his bare hands against a nondescript stone. With a click, a mechanism whirred to life, and a small door sufficient for a single person to pass through appeared in the rock face before Chihuapine. Follow me, he beckoned, leading the way through the doorway. MOU trailed closely, and after advancing a dozen steps into the darkness, light gradually illuminated the path ahead. Chihuapine led MOU towards the brilliance, which soon revealed itself as a small mound constructed of crimson-hued stones, the source of the radiance. Upon reaching the base of the mound, MOU discovered that neatly arranged atop this modest rise were 4 to 5 dozen Pokemon eggs. You may select one of these eggs, should you desire a pseudo-legendary Pokemon. Simply inform me, Chihuapine stated. Chihuapine allows you to select a Pokemon egg. Your choices are as follows. 1. Spot-patterned Pokemon egg, corresponding exclusive resource included. 2. Sun-patterned Pokemon egg, 5 Sunstones, 144 specialized energy cubes. 3. Heart-patterned Pokemon egg, corresponding exclusive resource included. 4. Inform Chihuapine of your choice for a pseudo-legendary Pokemon egg, random Megastone included. 5. Close your eyes, spin 10 times, and randomly point to an egg. Selecting it. Ice Snow Melt 1, Sandy Rock 1, Dragonfire Berry, Golden 1, Sandscale Berry, Golden 1. MOU briefly reviewed the options and rewards presented by the system. The rewards for both the pseudo-legendary and random choices were substantial, and the value of Megastones was well known. The Dragonfire Berry and Sandscale Berry were rare fruits cultivated exclusively by master breeders, one enhancing a Pokemon's move potency, the other augmenting speed. These 2 berries were exceedingly scarce, typically found only in the depths of magma or on the corpses of Banette. Contemplating these rewards, particularly the allure of the pseudo-legendary Pokemon and the random selection, MOU felt a stirring in his heart. He had previously speculated that the system's rewards correlated with the risk involved in making a choice, and these options appeared to present an ideal opportunity to validate that theory. When considering value, Megastones, while precious, fell somewhat short compared to the Dragonfire Berry and Sandscale Berry. After all, Megastones, though costly, had a set price, whereas the berries were truly priceless. It was said that each Sandscale Berry, even in its seed form, was predetermined for a location. Having reached a decision, MOU closed his eyes and began to spin in place. Chihuapine initially expressed confusion, followed by intrigue, ultimately choosing to respect MOU's method. After spinning 10 or perhaps 11 times, He halted, still with his eyes closed. He felt as if the entire world were in a dizzying whirl. I choose this one. Mou steadied himself, easily discerning the direction, and pointed approximately 45 degrees to his left. Chihuapine's expression shifted from peculiar to even more so. Not because Mou had failed to point at a Pokemon egg, but rather due to the distinctiveness of the egg he indicated. This egg was a relic of a long-forgotten existence. It was labeled a dead egg because it had remained in a dormant state for an unquantifiable duration. Since the day Chihuapine captured Groudon 25 years prior, this egg had been in its vicinity. For the first 15 years, he tirelessly sought various methods to induce its hatching, consulting every available expert and visiting breeding facilities, yet all efforts proved fruitless. A decade ago, after exhausting all means, he resigned himself to abandon the pursuit of hatching this egg. Nevertheless, he chose to keep it near Groudon, perhaps as a lingering hope for himself. It was termed not dead due to a faint pulse of life that still flickered within, as if perpetually on the brink of extinguishment, yet remarkably enduring for a full 25 years. Are you certain you wish to select this egg? I can grant you an opportunity to reconsider, Chihuapine remarked, his voice laden with gravity. I must inform you that this egg has remained here for 25 years, showing no signs of hatching. Chihuapine's tone bore a hint of counsel. Through his observations over time, he genuinely intended to nurture Mou as a trusted confidant, and did not wish to see him squander time and resources on an egg seemingly fated to remain unhatched. I am certain, I shall choose it, Mou replied decisively, his eyes sparkling with determination, unfazed by Chihuapine's caution. If this egg is indeed as Chi Yin-song described, it would confirm that his conjecture was correct. The dog system rewards are indeed more generous the greater the danger involved. Observing that Mou showed no signs of reconsidering his choice, Chi Yin-song ceased to speak further. He summoned his cross-bat, retrieving the egg that Mou had pointed out. If you wish to forfeit, I can allow you to choose again at any time, Chi Yin-song said, casting a deep glance at Mou. Mou remained silent, merely nodding in response. He clutched the egg tightly, as though it were a rare treasure. This fervor was ignited by a sudden page that had popped up from the system. Egg, unknown. Level, attribute, dragon, flying. Characteristic, airlock. Skill, unknown. Status, alive. Hatching time, unknown. Chapter 27. Located at the headquarters of the Ether Paradise. You chose option 5. Reward received. Ice Shard 1, Sandstone Rock 1, Dragon Flame Fruit, Golden, 1, Sandscale Fruit, Golden, 1. The system's voice echoed. Yet Mou paid it no heed. All his attention was fixated on the egg before him. A dragon with flying attributes and an airlock characteristic. He knew precisely which Pokemon fit these criteria. That said, Leader, I wish to inquire about your world. May I? Mou temporarily suppressed his excitement and queried Chi Yin-song. I have no other inquiries, merely a desire to understand how the Magma team in your world achieved success. Fearing that Chi Yin-song might misinterpret his curiosity, he hastily added. Chi Yin-song returned his cross-bat to its pokeball, casting a puzzled glance at Mou. Unable to fathom why he had posed such a question. However, when he heard Mou's subsequent words, the peculiarity on his face transformed into understanding. He almost forgot that Mou was a member of the Magma team in this world. It was only natural for a failure to be curious about the success story of victors. First, I discovered the Crimson Orb before that wretched Shui Wudong. And I destroyed the Indigo Orb. Without the primal regressed Kyogre, the non-primal regressed Groudon stood no chance. Indeed, it was that simple. There was no Michiru, no Steven and the Three Pillars, nor the Sky Pillar and the legendary Rayquaza atop it. Mou tightened his grip on the egg, forcing himself to calm down as he asked, Leader, how did the conflict between Kyogre and Groudon in your World-S Legends come to a resolution? Chi Yin-song regarded Mou with a curious expression. Although he was unsure of the significance behind Mou's question, he replied with a good-natured demeanor. They simply grew weary of fighting and returned to rest. Upon hearing his response, Mou was now certain of the Pokemon contained within the egg. It was no wonder Chi Yin-song succeeded in his own world. His luck was indeed commendable. Are there any further questions? If not, you may return, Chi Yin-song remarked, his spirits lifted. Mou shook his head, having no additional queries, and thus followed Chi Yin-song back to Meilu City. I hope you continue to bring glory to the Magma team in the forthcoming competitions, Chi Yin-song inexplicably remarked as Mou exited the office. The emphasis he placed on the words Magma team carried an undertone of implication. I will, Leader, Mou replied, momentarily taken aback, unsure of Chi Yin-song's motives, but recognizing that following his lead would likely be prudent. Indeed, satisfied, Chi Yin-song nodded and added, On this day next month, bring your speed dog to continue absorbing the fragments of the Crimson Orb. After making what appeared to be a hollow promise of rewards, Qi Yinsong waved his hand, signaling for MOU to leave. Thank you, leader. MOU expressed his gratitude with a nod, carefully cradling the egg as he made his way out. Once he departed the tower, his pace quickened, and an uncontrollable smile broke across his face. He had struck gold, obtaining this Pokemon egg. However, he soon seemed to recall something, and his smile gradually faded. So, the question arises, how does one go about hatching this egg? More pressing, once this egg hatches, what reaction might the one atop the sky pillar in Hoenn have? This was a Pokemon with a fiercely territorial nature. There once was an extraterrestrial Pokemon named Deoxys, which suffered greatly for inadvertently trespassing into its domain. If it were to discover the presence of a kindred spirit here, one that might eventually vie for its territory. Contemplating this, MOU's smile vanished entirely, and the golden egg in his grasp transformed into a ticking time bomb. On a brighter note, perhaps the lonely dragon god yearns for the company of a fellow kin? MOU incessantly reassured himself, whispering words that even he struggled to believe. In the ensuing days, MOU endeavored to hatch the egg through various methods, including but not limited to blood bonding, having Blaziken incubate it, and even suspending the egg in midair. After all, it was a deity of the skies. Surely, hatching it while suspended would be reasonable? Alas, none of these efforts bore fruit, and the egg remained as cold as a stone. With no other recourse, MOU resigned to placing the egg in his bag, ensuring he could promptly detect any changes. Speed Dog, quick attack. On the 16th floor of the Ether Paradise, MOU and his Speed Dog were training in a spacious room. Judging by the slight tremors in Speed Dog's forelegs, they were nearing the end of their training session. 5 days after the conclusion of the first phase of the competition, MOU received notice to proceed to the Ether Paradise for the second round of contests. Originally the headquarters of the Ether Foundation, the establishment had been dismantled following Sakaki's return from the Ultra Wormhole, with Luzamin leading the Ether Foundation to defeat. It had subsequently become the headquarters of the Rainbow Rocket team. True to its status as headquarters, the Ether Paradise boasted a comprehensive array of facilities, from numerous laboratories to small storage rooms, all meticulously equipped. The space where MOU trained was the gravity room, where gravity could be adjusted freely, with a maximum limit of 1,000 times. MOU and Speed Dog were currently experiencing 27 times gravity. Speed Dog had executed a total of 21 quick attacks and 32 flame charges within this environment. MOU, Rinyu, who had just entered the gravity zone, was abruptly flattened to the ground by the overwhelming force. Upon witnessing Rinyu sprawled on the floor, the Electrode chuckled heartily before approaching to lift him out of the oppressive gravity zone. In contrast, MOU managed to move with relative ease under such gravity, at least able to jog for a while. What's the matter? MOU turned to Rinyu, whose clothes clung to him, soaked in sweat, as though he had just emerged from a pool. The leader requests your presence in the conference room on the 30th floor. You must depart immediately. Rinyu took a deep breath, holding MOU's phone as he spoke. Oh, understood. MOU nodded and promptly headed to the 30th floor, sweat-soaked and all. After all, Qi Yinsong had emphasized the need for immediacy. Chapter 28, Illusion System. Knock knock. MOU arrived at the 30th floor and rapped on the grand door before him. After a prolonged wait, only a cacophony of noise could be heard from within. Thus, he decided to push the door open and enter unceremoniously. He pushed open the door, and before his eyes lay a long conference table, filled with individuals on either side, save for the one at the head. Standing behind each chair was an attendant. Among them was the Water Wutong adorned with a blue and white headscarf, the crimson-clad Chiri, and the flame-haired Vladali. Nearly all the formidable members of the Rainbow Rocket team were present. As MOU glanced around the room, Qi Yinsong stood up, waving at him. His body glistened with perspiration, causing everyone to part to make way for him. Qi Yinsong looked at MOU with a hint of disdain and inquired, "Why have you come drenched in sweat? You did say to come immediately." "I was just training in the gravity chamber and rushed over upon receiving the message." MOU replied, his expression one of innocence. "Then you ought to have freshened up first." Qi Yinsong was about to say more when a figure unexpectedly appeared at the vacant head of the table, causing the room to fall silent as if a pin could be heard dropping. "Is everyone here?" The figure seated at the forefront inquired, his voice soft yet resonant throughout the conference room. "Everyone is present." A female assistant with bangs resembling a watermelon rind and thick glasses bent at the waist, responding respectfully beside him. "Then let us commence this meeting." With that, the individual at the head of the table rose, sunlight streaming through the window and illuminating him, the gray suit shimmering under the rays. Aside from the visitors from other realms, most should be familiar with my name. I am Sakaki, the Earth's Sakaki. As the sunlight shifted slightly, a face that was rather ordinary, one could say unremarkable, came into view. The conference room was enveloped in silence, broken only by the sound of intensified breathing. Yet, MOU's attention was drawn to another person, the assistant beside Sakaki. At some point, she had moved to the window, cautiously drawing the curtains to allow the sunlight to bathe Sakaki in its glow. Thanks to the shock of Sakaki's presence, no one in the room aside from MOU appeared to notice her actions. The assistant seemed to sense someone watching her when she turned and met MOU's gaze. Her face flushed red. Shoo! She raised her right index finger to her lips, then clasped her hands together, signaling him to remain silent. MOU averted his gaze, suddenly feeling the oppressive aura emanating from Sakaki diminish significantly. Today's gathering comprises the esteemed members of the Rainbow Rocket team and those they hold in high regard. Thus, I shall forego the customary pleasantries. Sakaki surveyed the room, pausing momentarily on MOU. This meeting primarily serves to introduce everyone and to discuss the rules regarding the second segment of the competition. At this, Sakaki extended his hand, and in an instant, the assistant who had been drawing the curtains appeared at his side, placing a remote control in his palm. Sakaki pressed the red button on the remote, and the center of the conference table began to sink gradually, revealing a holographic display before all present. Next, I, Sakaki's assistant Jinri, will elucidate the rules for the second stage of the competition. The speaker transitioned from Sakaki to Jinri, and the holographic screen began showcasing Pokémon that were familiar yet subtly different. In the second segment of the competition, we will incorporate the Mega Evolution system into the battles. As soon as Jinri's words fell, the conference room erupted in a flurry of excitement. The Mega Evolution system, originating from the Kalos region, has always been a hallmark of strength. While later innovations such as Z-moves from Alola, Dynamax from Galar, and Terastallization from Paldea have emerged, none have left as profound an impression on Pokémon enhancement as the Mega Evolution system. Silence. Sakaki interjected, and the once chattering crowd fell quiet as if their throats had been grasped. Jinri gazed at Sakaki with admiration before continuing. However, our current foundation is unstable, and we do not possess an abundance of Megastones. Therefore, during the competition, an illusion device based on the legendary Pokémon Mutuo will substitute for the Megastones, enabling Pokémon to Mega Evolve. Next, everyone may select the Pokémon they wish to Mega Evolve from the screen before them. We will prioritize the creation of the illusion devices for your chosen Pokémon. The holographic projection at the center of the table began to shift slowly, eventually stopping before the participants on either side. Chi and Song refrained from intervening and instead looked to MOU, awaiting his choice. MOU gazed at the array of Pokémon displayed on the holographic screen, his mind awash with astonishment at the technological prowess of the Rainbow Rocket team. The ability to evolve without Megastones was indeed a groundbreaking advancement. Yet, he felt an unsettling notion that this technology was not yet ready for widespread application. If it were truly feasible on a large scale, the Rainbow Rocket team would have already expanded its reach. Even without expansion, it could easily attract numerous civilian trainers to join their ranks. Need any suggestions? Seeing MOU hesitate in his selection, Chi and Song assumed he was unfamiliar with the Mega Evolution system. Upon hearing Chi and Song's query, MOU shook his head, prompting Chi and Song to refrain from further commentary. MOU scrutinized the screen closely, observing the mega forms of various ordinary Pokémon. Among them were two psychic Pokémon, Metagross and Salamence. However, selecting these two Pokémon came with a stipulation. They had to already be in his possession. I choose Mega Venusaur. Rather than opting for the more glamorous, powerful Pokémon, MOU selected the seemingly unremarkable Venusaur. Chi and Song turned to glance at him, questioning, "Are you certain?" Yes, MOU nodded affirmatively. With this, he had secured the final piece of his team, and the next to be introduced was the fully evolved recipient. At the moment MOU selected Mega Venusaur, the other participants felt a chill, as if they were being scrutinized by some unsavory entity. Then let us select this, Chi and Song confirmed, pressing the screen for Mega Venusaur. Subsequently, the other Mega Pokémon on the screen began to gradually fade, leaving only Mega Venusaur. MOU was the last to make his choice. The others had selected powerful Pokémon, such as Mega Charizard and Mega Altaria. Now that everyone has made their selections, we shall address some routine matters. With the participants having completed their choices, Jinri produced a thick book seemingly from nowhere. This tome contained the rules and regulations for the upcoming competition, which differed slightly from the first segment, yet remained largely the same. The only limitation was that megaforms could only be utilized once every 24 hours. But since the competition might entail multiple rounds, careful consideration was necessary. As Jinri spoke, Sakaki was the first to rise from his seat, while the others continued to listen to her elaborate on the cumbersome rules. Chapter 29, A Letter from Sakaki. After half an hour of Jinri's detailed exposition, she finally concluded the rules. With a resounding clap, the hefty rulebook was slammed onto the table, startling the drowsy participants awake. That concludes the rules for this competition. I hope everyone will strive to contribute to the Rainbow Rocket team. Jinri's voice had grown hoarse from her prolonged discourse. Participants began to leave in succession. And since Mou and Qian Song were seated in the innermost section, they took their time to exit. Just as they were about to depart, Jinri intercepted Mou. "Is there something you need, Miss Jinri?" Qian Song asked, noticing Mou being stopped. "Apologies, I have a matter to discuss with him." Jinri indicated Mou, bowing slightly to Qian Song. Seemingly concerned that Qian Song might misunderstand, Jinri clarified, "This is a personal request of mine, unrelated to Master Sakaki." Qian Song turned to Mou, seeking his input. "That's fine," Mou nodded, readily consenting. Seeing his agreement, Qian Song, understanding the situation, took his leave, allowing space for Jinri and Mou. As the fiery pine departed, only Zhen Niao and Mou remained within the confines of the room. "This is for you. Take a look." Zhen Niao extracted an envelope from the stack of documents in her hand and presented it to Mou, then bent down to reach for her boots. "Don't take them off." Mou instinctively interjected, his voice a reflexive protest. Zhen Niao's hand paused momentarily before continuing downward, brushing away the debris that clung to the shaft of her long boots. Mou, feeling somewhat awkward, touched his nose and shifted his focus to the letter in his hand. "To you, Longyu," it began. "I am grateful for the care extended by your noble elders in the past. I hope you will strive diligently in the upcoming competition." A sudden jolt surged through Mou as he read the opening lines, and he swiftly glanced at the signature at the bottom. The name Sakamaki lay neatly inscribed on the paper, causing Mou's heart to plunge into despair. Though he had anticipated this moment, thanks to Qing LV's forewarning, the reality of it still left him feeling a twinge of panic. Zhen Niao observed Mou's peculiar expression with keen curiosity, not only intrigued by the contents of the letter, but also by the enigma that was Mou himself. This letter had been entrusted to her by Sakamaki before the meeting, instructing her to deliver it personally to the individual whom Qian Song would send. Additionally, witnessing Mou's reaction while she bent to tidy her boot only heightened her sense that he was no ordinary person. The issue of her foot odor was known only to a select few, and yet Mou had reacted with such intensity. Taking a deep breath, Mou composed himself. Since Sakamaki had chosen to send this letter via Zhen Niao, it indicated that, for the time being, he bore no animosity toward him. The delivery of this letter felt more like a proclamation of sorts. It implied that should he perform admirably in the competition, all would be well. However, if he faltered, he would be reduced to a mere bargaining chip. With a sense of regret evident in Zhen Niao's gaze, Mou crumpled the letter into a ball and stowed it in his pocket before bidding her farewell. After departing the conference room, he made his way directly to the 12th floor dormitory to seek out Mu Ran, also known as Qing LV, to relay this matter to him. "Go take a shower first. We can talk afterwards." As soon as Mou entered Qing LV's dormitory, he was ensnared by his Venusaur, which promptly tossed him into the bathroom before he could even protest or discard the letter from his pocket. Upon emerging from the shower, he found that Qing LV had neatly spread out the letter on the coffee table. "Have you read it?" Just as Mou was about to take a seat on the sofa, the vines of Venusaur crafted a cushion beneath him. Sitting atop the vines felt reminiscent of swinging in the yard during his childhood. "Yes, I've read it. Now what are your thoughts?" Qing LV nodded, his tone calm as he regarded Mou. Mou articulated his thoughts and speculations, and Qing LV nodded slightly, indicating his agreement with Mou's deductions. "Your guesses are largely correct. That is indeed his intent," Qing LV stated decisively. Based on his understanding of Sakamaki, this letter served as a glaring notification: prove your strength or be relegated to an inconsequential pawn in negotiations. "Then I should," Mou began, but was swiftly interrupted by Qing LV. "Of course, you must aim for the championship. For Sakamaki, only the top 3 positions are worthy of his attention. The only way to make him overlook your shortcomings is to secure the championship title." Furthermore, Qing LV added, "Even after winning, his tolerance will only be temporary. Various trials will follow. Should you fail to meet the challenges, you will find yourself in the same predicament once more." His tone was laden with caution. Mou chose to remain in this situation. He had no objections, but he needed to clarify the realities he would face. Setting aside whether MOU could achieve satisfactory results in every trial, even if he were to excel at each one, would he still be the same person? By that time, would he be a pet tamed by Sakamaki or MOU, a member of the Rainbow Rocket team? Or would he still be the steadfast Longyu? I understand. MOU nodded, having anticipated this outcome in his heart. Nevertheless, he resolved to stay, aware that danger and reward always coexist. Remaining with the Rainbow Rocket team was the most prudent choice. Ching LV nodded in silence. Individuals from the Long family were unwavering in their convictions, impervious even to the might of divine pillars. I have another matter to discuss, MOU said with a smile, deftly shifting the topic. Under Ching LV's curious gaze, MOU exited the dormitory. 3 minutes later, having changed into a new outfit, he returned with his bag in hand. Please take a look at this egg, MOU said, retrieving the egg he had received from Chi Yin-song. Over a week had passed since he had brought the egg back, and it remained unchanged, alive, yet merely existing. Ching LV accepted the Pokemon egg MOU offered and scrutinized it closely. After a moment, a look of confusion crossed his face. The egg's pattern was peculiar, resembling random markings formed under pressure, distinct from any Pokemon egg he had ever encountered. It also felt coarse to the touch, unlike the usual smooth texture of other Pokemon eggs. What Pokemon does this egg belong to? Ching LV could not suppress his curiosity, tilting his head in inquiry. I cannot say for certain. It is a reward from Chi Yin-song, MOU replied, deflecting the question back to Chi Yin-song while concealing the egg species. The implications surrounding this egg were too significant for him to be anything but cautious. Fortunately, Ching LV did not dwell on it for long and soon shifted his focus back to the egg. The creature inside was alive, yet it seemed weakened from prolonged deprivation of essential energy. Ching LV's tone conveyed a hint of uncertainty. This egg resembled those that were inherently deficient for various reasons. However, those eggs at least exhibited some signs of life, indicating that the Pokemon within were instinctively active or absorbing energy, whereas this egg only displayed a faint trace of vitality. From the subtle patterns visible on the egg, it was evident that it had existed for an extended period. This contradicted all established norms. For if the Pokemon inside did not actively absorb energy from the outside, it would be impossible for it to remain alive. Chapter 30. The Seal of Groudon and Kyogre. Gazing at the egg in his hands, Ching LV found himself questioning his previous understanding. In such a scenario, only two possibilities existed. Either everything he had learned throughout his life was a fabrication, or the Pokemon inside this egg was exceptionally powerful. If it were the latter, then the Pokemon within would be at least on par with Suicune. But would such a legendary Pokemon truly reproduce in the form of an egg? Regardless of whether it was the first or second possibility, both shattered his previous comprehension. Tell me the truth. Do you genuinely have no other information about this egg? Ching LV asked MOU, his tone serious and earnest. Under Ching LV's penetrating gaze, MOU hesitated for a moment before ultimately shaking his head. I have some other conjectures. Upon hearing MOU's words, Ching LV seemed to come alive, fixating his gaze on MOU as he urged, what is it? Speak. This egg may contain a dragon-type legendary Pokemon, MOU said slowly, under Ching LV's scrutiny. 3 years ago, I awakened the power of the Dragon Lord. And this egg feels significant to me. Noticing Ching LV's skepticism, MOU added, the Dragon Lord and his sister both possess this ability. Those who have the power of the Dragon Lord have a strong affinity for Dragon-type Pokemon and can aid them in becoming stronger. However, the possibility that this egg might contain a Dragon-type legendary Pokemon was indeed a momentous discovery. Ching LV's expression shifted from intrigue to contemplation as he regarded the egg. After a long pause, he suddenly looked up. Venusaur, Vine Whip. He tossed the egg high into the air. The two vines of Venusaur struck the Pokemon egg, the force gradually escalating from gentle to formidable. In the end, the whip that could shatter rocks into dust struck the egg without leaving a single mark. By the time MOU processed the situation, the egg had already returned to Ching Lu's grasp. I believe this is not an egg, he declared with conviction. As the earlier incident solidified his thoughts, his Venusaur, having undergone rigorous training, could crack the shell of the egg by merely 1/10 of a millimeter without harming the delicate membrane inside. Under such circumstances, any fissures on the egg shell would completely heal in about 10 seconds, causing no detriment to the Pokemon within. Yet, just moments ago, even with the force escalating to its maximum, the egg bore not even a white scratch. Thus, he surmised that this was not an egg, but rather something akin to a seal. Listening to Ching Lu's account, MOU's face was a canvas of skepticism. He focused intently on the egg in Ching Lu's hand, and a panel materialized before his eyes. Seal, unknown. Sealed Pokemon, Rayquaza. Source of seal, Groudon, Kyogre. The panel that once displayed the egg vanished, replaced by the seal. It was no wonder that the fiery pine had not hatched in decades. After all, this was not an egg but a seal. Upon confirming that what he held was not a Pokemon egg but a form of sealing, Qinglu's interest in the object significantly waned. Although rare, such occurrences were not unheard of. Some fossil Pokemon had experienced similar situations, with juvenile Aerodactyls becoming trapped for centuries due to tectonic shifts before being unearthed. What piqued his interest was the impressive strength of this seal. At the very least, his Venusaur had no effective means against it. It was not that it could not be destroyed, but rather that there was no way to breach the outer seal while ensuring the safety of the Pokemon inside. Is there any method to extract it? Mou pondered, his gaze lingering on the words Groudon and Kyogre in the source of the seal section of the system panel. I'm afraid I cannot assist with that. My knowledge in this area is rather limited. Qinglu shrugged, returning the egg to Mou, an expression of helplessness on his face. Mou's egg was indeed special. Forcibly breaking it was out of the question, and he had no alternative methods at his disposal. Seeing Qinglu equally at a loss, Mou reluctantly accepted the egg back and placed it in his backpack. Though there had been no tangible progress, at least he was reassured that this was not a genuine Pokemon egg. Consoling himself with this thought, Mou bid farewell to Qinglu and departed. Upon returning to his dormitory, he began scouring various channels for knowledge regarding seals. However, due to the scarcity of such information, reliable sources were virtually non-existent. He had stumbled upon a book about seals in the Ether Foundation's library, yet upon opening it, he found it merely detailed the various applications and effects of the sealing technique. In the absence of viable solutions, Mou was ultimately compelled to set aside the matter temporarily, training his Arcanine by day and poring over research by night. Given that the Ether Foundation was situated on a secluded island, there were no open, quiet corners outside, and thus his Crustle had to endure confinement within its Pokeball for the time being. Days slipped by in a flash, and Arcanine made remarkable progress, fully absorbing the effects of the Sand Sieve Berry with the assistance of the Gravity Chamber. The Dragon Fire Berry was entrusted to Crustle, ensuring a fair distribution between the two Pokemon. This is your illusion system. Please be punctual for the competition tomorrow, Zhenyao said, handing Mou a box. After a moment's hesitation, she could not resist asking about that letter from before. Delivering items was not a task she was meant to undertake personally. Other contestants had their packages delivered by different members of Team Rainbow Rocket, save for Mou, who was an exception. Zhenyao was genuinely curious about the contents of the letter. It had been 3 years since Sakaki had vanished, and she was elated to hear of his return. Her inquisitive nature was not typically so nosy, but the prolonged separation, combined with Sakaki's unique connection to Mou, stirred her emotions. Sakaki said he wants to promote me to a cadre of Team Rainbow Rocket and replace you, Mou replied, his attention fixated on the box in his hand. Address him as Lord Sakaki. Zhenyao reprimanded him for his lack of respect, rolled her eyes, and then turned to leave. Replace her? What a joke. 70% of Team Rainbow Rocket's affairs are handled by her. If others were to take over, the team would likely collapse within 3 days. After bidding farewell to Zhenyao, Mou closed the door and began to scrutinize the contents of the box. Inside lay a black wristband connected to a square mechanical base, adorned with a hexagonal crystal. The material of the crystal was unknown, but upon closer inspection, the purple substance within flowed gently with movement. The back of the base was engraved with the likeness of Mega Venusaur. Besides the wristband, the box contained a simple instruction manual stating that this device could only be used once within a 24-hour period and could not be used consecutively. After use, it required recharging by professional personnel at the Rainbow Rocket Laboratory on the 27th floor. Moreover, the Mega form was unstable and might revert to its normal form prematurely during use. Lastly, it could only Mega evolve when battling against someone possessing the illusion system. Upon finishing the manual, Mou suddenly felt that Team Rainbow Rocket's decision to incorporate such an immature technology into the competition was somewhat hasty. Yet perhaps their true intention was to gather extensive data for future improvements. Chapter 31, A Unique Method of Information Gathering. Dear contestants, regardless of your origins, here you share a singular identity, the future of Team Rainbow Rocket. Early the next day, the top tier of the Ether Paradise playground was already teeming with participants. After the first round of competition, only 40 contestants remained. The Ocean Team and Lava Team each had 5 members, while the Plasma and Galaxy teams had 3 and 7, respectively. The Flash Flame Team and Rocket Team each had 10 members, due to their smaller numbers. The remaining 4 teams would face each other in pairs to vie for the top 10, while the Rocket Team and Flash Flame Team, having a larger roster, would only need to compete internally to select their top 10. Thus, at this point, only 40 contestants remained for the final showdown. The first day would see a 40 to 20 elimination, with pairs battling against each other. MOU faced an opponent from the Plasma team, and the battle unfolded as follows. Go. Shenado. Blissey, light screen, soft-boiled. Soft-boiled, restores half of maximum HP. Damn it, return. Go Elriot. Helm, stealth rock, spikes. Spikes has a similar effect to soft-boiled. Forget it, go. Charizard. Charizard was injured by the stealth rock, its condition deteriorating. Charizard, what's wrong? No matter. Swords dance, then earthquake. Switch to Swampert. Swampert's ability ignores opponent's stat changes. Impossible. A powered-up Charizard didn't severely injure Swampert. I concede. The battle unfolded without incident. MOU found it somewhat dull as his opponent lacked an illusion system. Meanwhile, Mooran faced off against a member of the Rocket team, engaging in a fierce battle that lasted dozens of rounds before finally securing a narrow victory. It appeared that Qing Lu had no intention of revealing his true strength. This encounter resembled more of an adult indulging a child than a genuine contest. Rinyu, along with Shuai, Chong, and Meng, failed to advance to the second round, leaving the three of them behind at the Lava Team headquarters in Melee City for further honing. As for Rinyu, he remained seated in the audience, engrossed in the match. Strangely enough, his enthusiasm for this competition surpassed that of MOU. Today, a total of 20 matches took place across 4 different venues. Following their bouts, each participant was required to proceed to the podium on the right side of the playground to draw lots. Unfortunately, MOU was unable to draw the lucky lot that allowed him to skip around. Zhen Yao observed the entirety of MOU's battle from a corner. Although she was not a trainer, her constant companionship with Sakaki had granted her some understanding of battles through osmosis. Empathizing with MOU's position, she realized she possessed no particularly advantageous strategies herself. This deepened her curiosity about MOU, whose capabilities were evidently formidable and who had garnered Sakaki's regard. Alongside rumors of his affiliation with the remnants of the old Magma team, having privately researched the information on the old Magma team, she found no record of anyone named MOU. Please help me uncover every detail about this MOU, she instructed her assistant, her eyes sparkling with curiosity. Understood. A deep voice responded from her phone, followed by a dial tone. Unbeknownst to MOU, who was at the center of this whirlwind. He was currently frowning at his phone. The global level of battling had plummeted 1,000-fold. He was merely astonished by how he had triumphed over a Venusaur using Charizard. Scrolling through an advertisement, he felt an inexplicable force smooth out the folds of his cerebral cortex, akin to the clarity bestowed upon him by Nangong Wenya's gentle pat on the head. Are you MOU? Just as MOU was immersed in a novel on his phone, where the protagonist was revered as a battle legend for understanding type advantages, a tall, imposing figure halted before him. Feeling the sunlight obstructed, MOU looked up to see a muscular man towering nearly 2 meters high. The pokeball containing his wind speed dog quietly slid into his palm as he addressed the hulking figure. I am. What can I do for you? That's good. The man muttered to himself before reaching into his pocket to retrieve something. MOU, sensing the need for caution, enlarged the pokeball in his hand, pressing his index finger against the raised button at its center. Please fill out this form. The man produced not the weapon or pokeball MOU had anticipated, but rather a lengthy A4 sheet of paper. As if fearing that MOU might misunderstand, the man elaborated, the form you filled out upon arrival was accidentally misplaced, and we require you to complete another. Relieved, MOU returned the pokeball to his pocket and accepted the A4 paper from the man, who then inexplicably produced a small table and a pen. Name, gender, age, place of origin, exact birth date, down to the second, educational background, and awards received. MOU glanced over the paper, which was titled Registration Form, and noted that it seemed to inquire even about his bedwetting at the age of 3. The previous form had been rather simplistic, and this one was markedly more detailed. The man scratched his head, appearing somewhat clumsy, though MOU found it somewhat peculiar. He complied and filled out the form honestly. As for the veracity of the information, he could only claim it to be 8 parts true, 1 part false, and 1.5 parts a mix of truth and deception. It took MOU a full half hour to complete the form, during which the man patiently stood by. Finished, here you go, MOU declared, drawing the final period. The man took the form, briefly reviewed it, and then tucked it back into his pocket. Thank you. I appreciate your cooperation. Despite his rugged appearance, the man's demeanor was unexpectedly gentle and polite. After giving MOU a slight bow, he hastily departed. Upon turning a corner and ensuring no one was around, the man pulled out his phone and dialed a number. Zhen Yao's assistant, The information has been fully investigated. So soon. Bring the data to me. Zhun Yao's voice on the other end was clearly astonished. Of course. The man replied with a sense of pride, as if the task were trivial. 15 minutes later, Zhun Yao received the meticulously gathered information about MOU in her office. The handwriting was evidently the man's own, prompting Zhun Yao to glance at him. Oh, I copied the information about MOU by hand. It's more secure than printing. After all, printing leaves traces, and this is your private request. It's best not to let others see it. The man explained without a hint of hesitation, delivering his pre-prepared reasoning. You've been thoughtful, Zhun Yao said, setting aside her suspicions, and even feeling that the man was remarkably cautious and a valuable asset. After this brief interlude with the man, MOU lost interest in further distractions and promptly prepared to return to his dormitory to ready himself for the evening's training. Tomorrow, he would face a competitor from Team Rocket. Having watched this contestants' match today, he felt prepared to begin strategizing for the final battle against his opponent. Chapter 32, Anomalies. The following day's matches were a round of 20-10. Facing an opponent whose performance was unremarkable, primarily advancing through sheer luck, MOU achieved a decisive victory. However, for his adversary, it was a grueling hour of torment. Ultimately, when the opponent's Blaziken fell, the expression on his face was not one of dejection, but rather of relief. In the third round, wherein 10 would be reduced to 5, MOU encountered an opponent possessing a similar illusion system. The opponent's Mega Pokemon was a Swellow. Yet even this creature could not breach the formidable wall that was Chansey. In the fourth round, with 5 advancing to 3, MOU was fortunate enough to draw a bye, earning a direct passage into the finals. Ultimately, he found himself pitted against the stoic Muron and Glajo, a former member of the Ether Foundation turned Rocket Team member. Glajo was the son of the former Ether Foundation chairman, Luzaman, who had been captured during a confrontation with the Rainbow Rocket Team and subsequently chose to join Team Rocket. After his induction, Glajo had been covertly rallying former members of the Ether Foundation, seeking opportunities to restore peace to Alola. His self-proclaimed discreet maneuvers were evident to Sakaki, who chose to overlook them, recognizing Glajo as the strongest member of Team Rocket at present. Among the top 3 competitors, 2 were former members of the Magma Team. And at this moment, Chi Yin-song could hardly contain his grin. Just last night, he had specifically visited the dormitory of Shui Wutong to lament for an entire evening, leading to a near brawl between the two. Venusaur, Solar Beam. Garchomp, Dragon Claw. A searing beam of light erupted from the back of the Venusaur. As the battered and staggering Garchomp let out a furious roar, its eyes turning a dangerous shade of red. Encased in blue dragon-type energy, Garchomp charged forward, undeterred by the beam emitted by Venusaur. Garchomp, you can do it. Glajo anxiously watched Garchomp's retreating form, his hands clenched tightly, his nails digging into his flesh. The blue energy surrounding Garchomp gradually dissipated. The moment the solar beam made contact with its body, a sizzling sound of scorching was heard. Gotcha! Garchomp cried out in agony, yet continued its relentless advance towards Venusaur. Observing this, Venusaur plunged its vine whips into the ground to stabilize itself and increased its energy output. Faced with the sudden surge of power, Garchomp hesitated momentarily before laboriously continuing its advance. At that moment, its pace resembled that of a tortoise, yet it persevered. Gotcha! Ultimately, Garchomp pressed its claws against Venusaur's head before collapsing helplessly to the ground. It lost, succumbing to a once-overlooked Venusaur. In the end, Muran emerged victorious. The referee approached, raising the flag high after determining that the Garchomp had been rendered unconscious. A wave of applause erupted from the audience, their satisfaction palpable. Alas, Chi Yin-song, deliberately positioned beside Shui Wutong, suddenly let out a long sigh. Both of these children are my subordinates. I cannot bear to see either of them lose. While Chi Yin-song appeared troubled, Shui Wutong, standing beside him, was barely able to contain the murderous intent brewing within him. He could not comprehend how this old fellow Chi Yin-song had managed to produce 2 golden nuggets. Perhaps I should privately approach them and have them establish their order beforehand. I fear that a confrontation might sour their relationship. Chi Yin-song continued to wrestle with his thoughts, yet his voice was anything but quiet, clearly intended for someone nearby. Unable to endure any longer, Shui Wutong prepared to leave, only to be seized by Chi Yin-song. Blue Hat Shui Wutong, what do you think I should do? Should I just go die? Shui Wutong forcefully broke free from Chi Yin-song's grasp, retorting with irritation. Chi Yin-song watched as Shui Wutong hastily departed, a satisfied smile spreading across his face. Haha. Seeing Mu Ran's victory confirmed, MOU joined in the applause. Just as Mu Ran was about to depart, he was intercepted by two individuals clad in Team Rocket uniforms. "Come with us. Lord Sakaki wishes to see you." With that, the two flanked Mu-Ran, offering him no opportunity for consideration. Initially taken aback by the two Team Rocket members, Mu-Ran soon donned a smile and followed them out. Mou, ever vigilant of Mu-Ran, noticed the unusual scene and was just about to follow when he was blocked by a figure. "Mou, come with me." It was Qi Yin-song, who deemed it prudent to converse with the two members of the Magma team before the finals the next day. He feared that any negative emotions arising from the match could lead to unnecessary discord. Of course, his primary concern was to prevent these two from being swayed by others. Mou had intended to suggest a delay, but Qi Yin-song's interruption meant that Mu-Ran and the Team Rocket members had vanished from sight. Qi Yin-song looked at Mou with a hint of confusion, awaiting his response. "It's nothing. What do you need?" Having lost track of Mu-Ran, Mou felt it inappropriate to disclose this to Qi Yin-song, so he reluctantly followed him to his dormitory. Qi Yin-song opened his door. As the leader of the Magma team, his accommodations were considerably superior to those of Mou and the others. "Tomorrow is your final match against Mu-Ran. I need to discuss a few matters with you beforehand." Qi Yin-song pulled up a chair for Mou to sit on while he settled onto the sofa. Upon hearing Qi Yin-song's words, Mou had already begun to anticipate the forthcoming discourse. It would undoubtedly revolve around the theme of friendship first, competition second, and family reunions over dumplings. "You both are the pillars of our Magma team. The outcome of tomorrow's match is inconsequential." Indeed, Qi Yin-song was preemptively preparing Mou for the inevitable. Mou nodded in agreement, though inwardly he was nearly overcome with laughter. What expression would Qi Yin-song wear if he knew that Mu-Ran was actually Qing Lu? However, he might not even recognize Qing Lu. As during Mou's previous inquiries with Qi Yin-song, he had never grasped the names of Qi Hong and Qing Lu. "I believe you can win tomorrow," Qi Yin-song began, but was abruptly interrupted by a tremendous explosion from above. Ugh! A prolonged alarm resonated throughout the various floors of the Ether Paradise, inciting chaos among those who were caught off guard. Qi Yin-song's communicator began to emit frantic beeping sounds, cutting off his speech. He extracted the device, and, upon reading the message, his expression turned grave. "You should leave now, return to your dormitory, and do not wander about." With that, Qi Yin-song hastily exited, failing to even close the door behind him. "So it has begun?" Mou mused, fully aware that Mu-Ran had been taken and cognizant of his true identity. He gazed at the tumultuous corridor, unable to suppress his curiosity. Perhaps he could stealthily slip out amidst the chaos to investigate? Chapter 33, Qing Lu and Sakaki. Without hesitation, Mou resolved to act, striving to blend in with the panicked crowd, moving toward the upper floors where the sound had originated. The earlier warnings from Qi Yin-song had long since vanished from his mind. After this competition, he might well join Team Rocket. Why should he heed the words of the Magma team leader? Boom. Bang. As Mou drew closer, the noises from above became increasingly distinct. Beyond the various explosions, he could faintly discern the sounds of bodies colliding. Everyone around him had crouched down, hands clasped atop their heads. As he prepared to ascend further, Zhen Yao's voice suddenly rang out behind him. Moments later, over 40 fully armed Team Rocket members appeared, weapons in hand, accompanied by Pokemon. Under Zhen Yao's authoritative presence, the surrounding chaos gradually subsided. Among the throng, Mou crouched low, attempting to hide in a corner to avoid detection by Zhen Yao. Mou, however, contrary to his wishes, Zhen Yao immediately spotted the familiar figure she had long yearned to see. "Ah, it's me." With his cover blown, Mou stood up, turning to face Zhen Yao. Recognizing him, an unusual expression flickered across Zhen Yao's face. She had indeed harbored suspicions that the one battling Sakaki above was Mou. Given that much of his information was fabricated, suggesting ulterior motives for his presence. The imposing figure who had provided her with false information was currently mining in the volcano. After all, even the most experienced individuals must undergo grassroots training to ascend to higher positions. Yet, if it were not Mou, who else could it be? Lord Sakaki had just issued a command forbidding anyone from approaching the 37th floor. "Isn't your dormitory below? What brings you here?" With their encounter, Zhen Yao took the opportunity to interrogate Mou, as he was clearly a person of interest. "My leader, Lord Qi Yin-song, has gone up, so I wanted to follow and see if I could assist." Mou's tone was utterly natural, as if that were indeed his true intention. Zhen Yao, however, was far from convinced. "What strength do you have to be concerned for your leader?" She was about to retort when chaos erupted from below. Zhen Yao's current mission was to quell the unrest throughout the various floors of Ether Paradise, leaving little time for further questioning. "You come with us." After a moment of deliberation, she ultimately decided to bring MOU along. For an unstable factor, it was safer to keep him close. MOU nodded in agreement, offering no resistance. Given the current circumstances, he surmised that his chance to ascend was slim, and it would be wiser to accompany Zhen Niao, potentially uncovering other opportunities. Water gun. A resounding command echoed from above, clearer than before. MOU recognized it as the cry of a Blastoise, alongside the sound of some insect Pokemon's wings fluttering. He deduced that the protagonists of these sounds must be Qing Lu's Blastoise and Sakaki's Beedrill. Let us go. Zhen Niao glanced anxiously upwards before waving her hand, leading MOU and several other Team Rocket members downward. As they descended through each level, a member of the Rocket team was left behind to maintain order. During this time, a calm voice echoed from above. Stay back. Do not interfere. Go down. MOU followed Zhen Niao and the others gradually downward, the voices around him becoming increasingly indistinct. Eventually, they arrived at the final chaotic area, which was the first floor. This level was sparsely populated, typically serving as the reception area for external visitors. Hence, there was no need for any members to uphold order here. The individuals brought by Zhen Niao had completely quelled the unrest within the Ether Paradise, leaving only a few idle individuals possibly lingering outside. Boom. Bang. The sounds of thunderous clashes continued to resonate from above as Zhen Niao lifted her gaze, her eyes seemingly piercing through the ceiling. What about the people outside? MOU glanced at Zhen Niao, contemplating that perhaps they could witness something extraordinary outside. No need to concern ourselves with those outside. Maintaining stability here suffices. Zhen Niao coldly shattered MOU's desire to venture out, her interest now firmly fixed on him. At that moment, Qi Yinsong descended the staircase, astonished to see MOU in the hall. Surveying the surroundings, he noted Zhen Niao once again at MOU's side. Upon spotting Qi Yinsong, MOU's spirits lifted, and he quickly shot him a pleading glance. MOU, what are you doing here? Follow me. Although Qi Yinsong was perplexed by MOU's incessant blinking, he could sense MOU's need for assistance. Observing Qi Yinsong leading MOU away, Zhen Niao felt a twinge of regret. However, she swiftly composed herself. As long as MOU remained with the Rainbow Rocket team, she would find a way to uncover his secrets. Let us go. Qi Yinsong guided MOU to the outer side, where a multitude of people had already turned their gazes skyward, their arrival eliciting no attention. Shui Wudong, Qi Ri, Fu La Dali, and Kuei Qi Si, each core member of the Rainbow Rocket team, was intently focused on the battle above. MOU looked up to see two small silhouettes locked in confrontation in the sky. He utilized his aura power to enhance his sight and hearing, enabling him to discern the unfolding scene above. As he surmised, one of the figures was Qing Lu, while the other was the recently encountered Sakamoto. One was mounted on an Aerodactyl, and the other on a Beedrill. Sakamoto's once pristine suit was now tattered, remnants of footprints faintly visible upon it. On the other hand, Qing Lu's Molten Team uniform was reduced to a half-sleeve dangling from his shoulder, a bruise evident at the corner of his mouth. Aerodactyl, unleash a fierce attack. Beedrill, deliver a lethal sting. The commands rang out in succession, as a pale blue energy enveloped Aerodactyl, coalescing into a silhouette of a bird much larger than itself. Simultaneously, Beedrill's two sharp stingers became imbued with a brownish-green energy, as the two Pokemon engaged in a rapid series of collisions in the sky, moving at an imperceptible speed. Bang! Boom! The sounds of their clashes echoed in his ears, enhanced by the aura power he had attached to himself. With a final, violent collision, both Aerodactyl and Beedrill were propelled out of the smoke. While Beedrill was marred with wounds, it remained steadied in midair. Conversely, Aerodactyl's wings appeared damaged, causing it to falter from its previous stability. Qing Lu, it has been too long. You've grown quite strong, Sakamoto remarked, seemingly unfazed by Qing Lu's evident disadvantage. As he casually engaged in conversation, Uncle Sakamoto, you have also become much stronger, Qing Lu replied, gazing up at Beedrill and its rider, his tone rife with complexity. Despite his reluctance to admit it, he realized that he might indeed still not be a match for Sakamoto. Chapter 34. The True Might of Sakamoto and Celebi. Although I would love to reminisce further, the individuals below might be somewhat displeased, so I must take you captive for now. Sakamoto glanced down, offering a silent smile to the people on the ground. Uncle Sakamoto, capturing me is not so simple. Qing Lu perceived Sakamoto's words as jest. While he acknowledged Sakamoto's superiority, the notion of being captured seemed ludicrous. Furthermore, he was no fool. He would never infiltrate such a location without ample preparation. Then allow me to demonstrate the power I acquired from the other world. Sakamoto produced 4 Pokeballs from his pocket. 3 were purple Master Balls. while the last was a blue and yellow Ultra Ball. Qing Lu noted the seriousness in Sakamoto's demeanor and instinctively grew cautious. Once I capture you, we can converse at our leisure. Sakamoto glanced at Qing Lu before tossing the 4 Pokeballs into the air. 3 familiar Pokemon emerged from the Master Balls, standing silently in the air. The creature released from the Ultra Ball radiated an aura that seemed to emanate all the light in the world, causing Qing Lu's eyes to water from the sudden brightness. As he shifted his gaze from the enigmatic Pokemon, he scrutinized the other 3. Though encased in armor, their essence, stance, and other attributes stirred a sense of familiarity within him. Sakamoto observed Qing Lu, delaying his commands, intrigued by his expression. "Is that Mewtwo?" Qing Lu exclaimed, his contemplative look transforming into disbelief. The reason for his recognition of the 3 Pokemon was clear. Apart from their armored exteriors, they bore an uncanny resemblance to his red-haired companion, Mewtwo. Indeed, Sakamoto confirmed with a slight nod, validating Qing Lu's conjecture. During his 3 years in the alternate realm, he not only acquired 3 more Mewtwos, but also crafted their restraint armor to prevent past mistakes. The restraint armor not only suppressed Mewtwo's consciousness, but also stimulated its body, allowing it to unleash even greater power. And the additional creature was in existence even more formidable than these 3 Mewtwos. According to legends from the other world, it was the first beam of light that tore through chaos, illuminating the world. It was the source of all light, the Ultra Necrozma. Now that you've recognized it, will you attempt to struggle, or will you surrender? Sakamoto inquired, his tone that of a hunter facing its prey, exuding confidence. Qing Lu surveyed the surroundings, his brow furrowed. 3 Mewtwos and an unknown, seemingly more powerful Pokemon. This situation left him with little hope of escape alone. After a moment of contemplation, Qing Lu gradually relaxed his tensed body, his expression losing its previous gravity. "Mewtwo, capture him." Sakamoto's eyes flickered with disappointment upon witnessing Qing Lu's change in demeanor, and he prepared to issue the order for Qing Lu's capture. However, his words were interrupted by Qing Lu. "Uncle Sakamoto, our next encounter will not yield the same result." Unbeknownst to them, a special Pokeball had materialized in Qing Lu's hand, inscribed with 2 small letters above its button. Upon closer inspection, the letters read GS. He opened the GS ball, and a green onion-like creature with wings emerged, making a face at Sakamoto and tearing open a void filled with uncertainty before him. Before Sakamoto could react, Qing Lu, alongside the green onion creature, dove headfirst into the abyss. As they entered, the void sealed itself, vanishing without a trace. "Is that Celebi?" Sakamoto remarked, nostalgia lacing his tone as he gazed at the spot where Qing Lu had just stood. In his youth, a mere bug-catching boy, he had received Celebi's blessing within the evergreen forest, thereby mastering the power of eternity. The healing and emotional sensing abilities of the power of eternity had greatly aided him throughout his journey. Upon witnessing the emergence of Kingolf, Sakamaki momentarily found himself entranced, allowing Kingolf to slip away. Silently, he recalled the 4 formidable Pokemon hovering in the air, avoiding a glance at Chi-In-Song and the others below. With the assistance of Beedrill, Sakamaki ultimately returned to the dilapidated 39th floor. "Hey, Chi-In-Song, did you notice? The individual battling Sakamaki seems to be wearing a half-sleeve reminiscent of your lava team's uniform," Shui Wudong interjected, approaching with a feigned expression of concern. His words drew the attention of the other leaders, who began to recollect Kingolf's earlier appearance and turned their gazes toward Chi-In-Song. "Look, isn't it identical to what he is wearing?" Shui Wudong continued, pulling Mou over to compare the insignia on his shoulder. Upon comparison, the other leaders nodded in agreement, their expressions toward Chi-In-Song growing increasingly peculiar. "You're talking nonsense," Chi-In-Song exclaimed, his face flushed with embarrassment as he retorted at Shui Wudong. "That's clearly your Ocean Team's attire." Observing Chi-In-Song's frantic demeanor, Shui Wudong smirked. "Our Ocean Team's uniform is blue and white, not black and red. And look at this, it's practically identical." He then proceeded to remove the Lava Team uniform from Mou's shoulders, brandishing it for emphasis. "Nonsense. Even if it were, those are your Ocean Team members, attempting to frame me by wearing our uniform." Chi-In-Song shouted defensively, though he too found the figure in the air somewhat familiar, refusing to admit it aloud. If that individual truly infiltrated from his Lava Team, dire consequences would surely follow. Diminishing resource supplies for the Lava Team or facing punishment were minor concerns. However, any restrictions on taking Groudon out or orders to disband the team would spell disaster. Chi-In-Song harbored no hopes that the assembled leaders would come to his defense. Maintaining a neutral stance was already a significant relief. As for Shui Wudong, this opportunistic blue-hatted sea dog would undoubtedly seize the moment. After pondering the situation, Chi and Song concluded that only if MOU were to secure victory for the lava team could Sakamaki possibly overlook this incident. With that thought, Chi and Song's gaze toward MOU began to burn with fervor. MOU, who had been bewildered from the start, sensed the intensity of Chi and Song's stare and involuntarily shivered. This must be MOU, Shui Wutong remarked, draping an arm around MOU's shoulder with a smile. Consider joining our ocean team. Our resources far surpass those of your lava team, and our ship boasts a multitude of young female trainers. Under Chi and Song's murderous glare, Shui Wudong began to tempt MOU with promises of beauty and allure. These female trainers are as open as the sea. If you are strong enough, you could be the alpha of the pack, enjoying all the privileges. Unfazed by Chi and Song's threatening gaze, Shui Wudong continued his attempts to sway MOU. Our galaxy team also welcomes you. Chiri stepped forward, patting MOU on the shoulder despite Chi and Song's fervent glares. We are the flare team. We are the plasma team. One by one, the leaders unabashedly presented their offers to MOU, viewing the lava team as a sinking ship, no longer a threat. Even Kikisi proclaimed that should MOU qualify as a hero, he could bestow upon him the true or ideal dragon for him to command. As the leaders flaunted their resources like peacocks displaying their plumage, Chi and Song's expression darkened further. Enough, he bellowed, stepping forward to reclaim MOU. MOU is a cadre of our lava team and will not be joining you. The other leaders fell silent, treating his declaration as mere background noise as they continued to entice MOU. Who among you possesses strength that would easily intimidate him? MOU, inexplicably elevated to a cadre, remained oblivious, feeling as if he had transformed into the Tang Sung from Journey to the West, viewed as an elixir of immortality by numerous demons and spirits. Ultimately, the decision of which team he would belong to lay solely in his hands. Chapter 35, Chi and Song and Sakamaki. In the end, Chi and Song escorted MOU away, and only after they had completely vanished from the sight of the other leaders did he release his grip. You must give it your all in tomorrow's competition. As long as you can secure a victory, I will grant you whatever you desire, Chi and Song said, patting MOU's shoulder, his voice filled with encouragement. He endeavored to coax a smile from MOU, but found it an impossible task. The joy of the day had turned into profound sorrow. How could that stranger, facing Sakamaki, don the uniform of the lava team? Yet, it was a relief that all those advancing into the finals tomorrow were members of the lava team. With this thought, Chi and Song felt somewhat reassured. After ensuring MOU returned to his dormitory without any followers, Chi and Song finally relaxed, preparing to seek out Mu Ran for a conversation. The moment he first laid eyes on the figure confronting Sakamaki, he had immediately thought of Mu Ran. Upon reflection, Mu Ran had never exhibited any remarkable qualities and was merely an ordinary member. How had he managed to reach the finals immediately upon arrival? The more Chi and Song pondered, the more suspicious he became. Perhaps he had simply refrained from seeking attention in the past? While comforting himself with this notion, he arrived at Mu Ran's dormitory door. Knock, knock. Creak. The door swung open swiftly, but the individual who answered was not Mu Ran. It was the bespectacled Jun Yao. Chi and Song's heart sank, and his mind began to race. Do you require some time to concoct an excuse? Sakamaki's voice called from within. Chi and Song licked his parched lips and stepped inside the dormitory. Bang! After he entered, Jun Yao closed the door behind them, leaving only Sakamaki, Jun Yao, and Chi and Song within. Jun Yao respectfully returned to Sakamaki's side, who sat on the sofa, intrigued as he observed the book left upside down on the coffee table by King Gulf. Upon entering, Chi and Song stood silently, and Sakamaki and Jun Yao mirrored his stillness, creating a palpable silence in the room. After a considerable pause, Chi and Song finally broke the silence. Sakamaki, his voice was somewhat hoarse. He initially intended to confess his ignorance regarding Mu Ran's issues, attributing his presence here to oversight. However, after uttering the first few words, he found himself at a loss for how to continue. Even if he genuinely did not know, then what? Could a mere claim of ignorance absolve him of responsibility? Upon hearing the first half of Chi and Song's statement, Sakamaki did not lift his gaze, his eyes still wandering over the pages of the book in his hands. After another long moment, Chi and Song spoke again. The lava team will prove its worth. As this seemingly disjointed statement left his lips, Sakamaki's attention briefly shifted from the book to Chi and Song. I shall await your demonstration, Sakamaki replied, uttering another seemingly unrelated remark before returning to the pages of his book. Upon hearing this, Chi and Song felt the tension in his body gradually ease, becoming aware that his back had become completely drenched in cold sweat without him realizing it. Chi and Song, please take your leave, Zhen Yao interjected promptly, stepping forward to escort Qian Song out of the dormitory. As he felt the gentle breeze outside, Qian Song sensed his body slowly returning to normalcy. Standing at the dormitory entrance, though he had momentarily escaped a crisis, he felt no relief. This was merely a minor prelude. The true reckoning had yet to commence. And everything hinged on the forthcoming performance of the lava team. And looming before him was the competition on the morrow. With a heart heavy with trepidation, Qian Song etched Mu Ran deeply into his memory. The following day, despite the tumult that had transpired at the Ether Paradise, the competition proceeded as scheduled. Standing in the arena was not Mu Ran, but rather a golden-haired Gladion. Ding! The illusion system on Gladio and MOU suddenly resonated, radiating a spectrum of colors. Ladies and gentlemen, the much-anticipated final is about to commence. With the competitors standing at the center of the arena, MOU from the Lava Team and Gladio from the Rocket Team, the audience erupted into fervent applause. The atmosphere even more electric than the previous day, despite minor interruptions. Under the leadership of the Fiery Pine Tree, the Lava Team supporters waved banners in support of MOU. As Gladio and MOU approached the center of the arena to shake hands, Gladio greeted MOU sincerely. Hello. MOU, curious, inquired about Lilia's whereabouts. Suddenly, Gladio's grip tightened like a vice, yet MOU's expression remained unaltered. How do you know? Gladio asked in a low voice, but before MOU could respond, the referee interrupted, instructing both competitors to return to their respective sides. Gladio watched MOU, struggling to find tranquility even after several deep breaths. The turmoil in his heart stemmed from MOU's earlier question. Since their defeat at the hands of the Rainbow Rocket Team, Lilia and his mother had been missing. Part of Gladio's motivation for joining the Rainbow Rocket Team was to search for his mother and sister. Meanwhile, MOU closed his eyes, channeling his aura to sense the surroundings, revealing a look of determination. Although effective, he knew this tactic would only last for a few minutes. The battle commenced. The referee waved the flag, officially starting the match. Go Hippowdon. Skarmory. Both Pokemon appeared on the field almost simultaneously, and as Hippowdon emerged, a sandstorm began to whip around them. The external audience could not see through the storm, but drones equipped with screens broadcasted every detail from within. Stealth Rock Spikes. MOU commanded Skarmory to lay down the traps. In contrast to previous opponents, Gladio exhibited a profound understanding of Skarmory. Rather than deploying his main offensive force, he opted to put Skarmory to sleep, anticipating that MOU would switch out. He had studied MOU's team and recognized its formidable defense but limited offensive options, heavily relying on Skarmory's Stealth Rock and Spikes for damage. Gladio's strategy was sound, but had MOU been in charge, he would have commanded Hippowdon to set up Stealth Rock first, then use Yawn to force a switch, gaining the upper hand and health advantage. However, Gladio did not consider this. He simply aimed to put Skarmory to sleep to seize control. Hippowdon opened its mouth wide, releasing a strange, drowsy mist. Skarmory was enveloped in the white gas, its form swaying gradually. This may seem slow, but all these actions transpired in an instant. Once the mist dissipated, Skarmory had already succumbed to slumber. Skarmory, return. MOU recalled his Pokemon, contemplating his next move among the remaining 5. Venusaur. Ultimately, he chose to send out Venusaur, whose grass poison typing posed a significant threat to Hippowdon. If Gladio wished to retain Hippowdon, he would need to switch out Dugtrio. As anticipated, Gladio withdrew Hippowdon and sent out Dugtrio instead. Known as the Drill Head Pokemon, Dugtrio, with its Sand Veil ability, was a symbol of aggression in Sandstorm teams. As Dugtrio landed, it was immediately pricked by Stealth Rock and Spikes, letting out a cry of pain. Iron Head. In the midst of the sandstorm, Dugtrio became a blur of motion, its drill-like head glinting ominously as it charged toward Venusaur. Substitute. MOU's command was belated. He had not anticipated Dugtrio's incredible speed. Venusaur. Before the substitute could materialize, Dugtrio's Iron Head struck, causing Venusaur to stagger backward, struggling to dissipate the impact. Grassy terrain. MOU furrowed his brow, issuing commands. The outcome of this exchange left him at a disadvantage, as Dugtrio's speed in the sandstorm surpassed his expectations. Venusaur. It cried out, and from its massive flower, it released a flurry of glowing seeds that sprouted into verdant plants, filling the battlefield. These plants would restore some vitality to Venusaur, aiding in its recovery. Swords Dance. Gladio observed Venusaur, silently resolving to enhance Dugtrio's power before dealing with Venusaur. In contrast, MOU decisively recalled Venusaur and sent forth his Swampert. Swords Dance. Contrary to his expectations, Gladio instructed Dugtrio to perform Swords Dance once more. MOU remained unfazed. Having anticipated this scenario, he had chosen Swampert specifically for this reason. Gazing at the now menacing Dugtrio, MOU commanded, Black Mist. Black Mist envelopes the battlefield in a dark haze, nullifying all stat changes of Pokemon. Dugtrio maneuvered around the black mist emanating from Swampert, but the darkness spread, cornering Dugtrio with no escape. Once the mist cleared, Dugtrio's enhancements from the previous Swords Dances had vanished. TCH. Gladio grimaced, visibly frustrated. His plan was for MOU to switch out Venusaur, allowing him to strengthen Dugtrio further. With 2 Swords Dance boosts, Dugtrio in a sandstorm could become a lethal scythe, reaping MOU's Pokemon. Even if MOU subsequently brought out Swampert, Gladio believed he would have gained a numerical advantage. He had considered the possibility of MOU switching to Swampert, yet his greed for victory compelled him to take the risk. Ultimately, this decision obliterated his prior advantage, as the damage from Stealth Rock and Spikes left Dugtrio at a disadvantage. MOU watched with satisfaction as Dugtrio, now recovering from its previous state, prepared for its next move. Spikes. Swampert unleashed another barrage of sharp spikes, ensuring that Gladio's newly switched Pokemon would suffer dual damage from the traps. Iron Head. Gladio's voice lacked its former strength. He found himself at a disadvantage, hesitant to switch Pokemon given the threats posed by Stealth Rock and the spikes. Dugtrio collided with Swampert, who rolled a few times before regaining its footing. Return, Gengar. MOU recalled Swampert and sent forth a small purple Pokemon. This creature, adorned with gem-like eyes and an irregular red crystal on its chest, was Gengar. Dugtrio, it's time to rein you in. Strange light. Gengar hit the ground and swiftly conjured a swirling orb of multicolored light, hurling it toward Dugtrio. The sphere flew rapidly, and Dugtrio, unable to evade in time, could only watch as the light enveloped its form. Immediately, the head of the Dratini felt as though the entire world had turned upside down, with everything in its field of vision undergoing a continuous transformation. Return, Head Dratini. Gladio was compelled to withdraw the disoriented Dratini and, casting a glance at his remaining 5 Pokemon, he furrowed his brow, engulfed in a sense of turmoil. Regardless of which he chose, he would face an overwhelming disadvantage. Daruma Monkey, it shall be you. After a moment of contemplation, Gladio ultimately decided to summon the Daruma Monkey. A crimson Pokemon materialized in the spot previously occupied by the Dratini, the surrounding Stealth Rocks and spikes leaving numerous scars upon its newly emerged form. This Daruma Monkey possessed the ability known as Daruma Mode, which allowed it to change its form upon sustaining injury. The moment the Daruma Monkey touched the ground, it transformed into an entirely different shape. Its fiery red figure gradually shifted to a serene blue, its long and robust arms retracting. Ultimately, the Daruma Monkey shifted from a simian-like Pokemon to one that bore an uncanny resemblance to a roly-poly toy. This transformation granted the Daruma Monkey an additional psychic type, complementing its original fire type. Overheat. The blue body of the Daruma Monkey rapidly ignited to a fiery red, and the corners of its closed mouth exuded waves of scorching smoke. Substitute. Under MOU's command, the Ghastly Eye let out a sinister chuckle, and a perfect replica of itself appeared before it. The only distinction was that the front Ghastly Eye lacked the lewd glimmer in its eyes. Observing the youthful Gladio, MOU sensed that his emotions were exceedingly volatile. If he were to unleash his Hippowdon, or perhaps his Cradily from the team, he could take his time to seek opportunities. The moment he switched to the Daruma Monkey revealed that Gladio had lost his grip on the situation, with control completely shifting to MOU. The Daruma Monkey's overheat collided with the Ghastly Eye substitute, melting it away in an instant, while the lewd Ghastly Eye resurfaced only after the attack had fully concluded. Electromagnetic wave. Gladio had completely lost his composure, and MOU felt that the match was somewhat lackluster, far from the fierce contest he had envisioned. Perhaps it was the stark contrast between his anticipation of the finals against King Gulf and this battle with Gladio that contributed to his disinterest. The wave of electricity coursed through the Daruma Monkey's body, causing it to twitch intermittently, arcs of electricity flickering across its form. Gladio clenched his fists tightly, his nails digging into his palms as a wave of helplessness surged within him. He could see no means of breaking through MOU's defenses until it dawned upon him that he had practically gifted his Daruma Monkey to MOU. Slap. Gladio forcefully slapped his cheeks to rouse himself. His mind raced with various strategies, only to be dismissed one after another. Sharpedo. In the end, he decided to unleash his trump card. Chapter 37. A unique Mega Evolution. Crack. Sharpedo emerged to replace the Daruma Monkey on the battlefield, the Stealth Rocks and spikes leaving their mark upon it. Ghastly Eye return. Skarmory. Facing Sharpedo, MOU opted to show it some respect. Though he often employed strategies to reduce speed or avoid Dragon Dance, the sheer power of Mega Sharpedo was undeniably impressive. Skarmory remained in a state of slumber, yet it was the best intercepting Pokemon against Mega Sharpedo. Sharpedo Mega Evolve. As anticipated, Gladio initiated the Mega Evolution the moment Sharpedo took the field. Streams of pink electricity burst forth from the watch in Gladio's hand, enveloping Sharpedo's body. Crack! A look of anguish crossed Sharpedo's face as its form elongated and transformed, ultimately becoming unrecognizable from its previous state. MOU meticulously observed the entire Mega Evolution process of Sharpedo, missing not a single detail. Meanwhile, the ground beneath the battlefield had been hollowed out, a highly sophisticated machine whirring to life. Researchers clad in white lab coats scrutinized the machine's operations with serious expressions, while a large screen in the center displayed detailed information on Mega Sharpedo. Within the machine, 3 tubes were connected to interfaces behind 3 Mutuo helmets, continuously extracting streams of pink energy, their destination unknown. Is the evolution complete? Inquired a researcher who appeared to be in charge. It's complete, all data matches, and the information for Mega Venusaur has been prepared in advance. Satisfied with the response, the lead researcher nodded, redirecting his gaze back to the screen displaying the ongoing battle. Having completed its Mega Evolution, Sharpedo began to grind the blades at the ends of its arms against each other, creating sparks. Dragon Claw, Gladio commanded. Crack! Mega Sharpedo vanished from sight, reappearing with gleaming blades aimed at the sleeping Skarmory. Skarmory remained in a deep slumber, thus MOU refrained from wasting words on commands. Observing the slightly rigid movements of Mega Sharpedo, his mind was filled with another query. Mega Evolution could be seen as a form of ancestral regression for a Pokemon. Utilizing the keystone as a medium, coupled with the bond shared with its trainer, it enabled the Pokemon to revert to a form reminiscent of millennia past. This process, while not necessarily comfortable for the Pokemon, was certainly not painful. Yet, Sharpedo had just displayed a grimace of pain, and its post-evolution movements lacked the agility it once possessed, reminiscent of rusted gears within a machine. Although its speed and power had increased compared to before, it still fell short of genuine Mega Evolution. Bang! The sleeping Skarmory took the brunt of Sharpedo's attack, its form flying backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Thanks to this assault, Skarmory awakened from its slumber. Caw! Feeling the pain coursing through its body, Skarmory let out a cry. Hearing Skarmory's voice, MOU momentarily snapped back to reality, pushing aside his thoughts on the illusion system developed by Sakaki. However, the ongoing battle took precedence. Gaining clarity, MOU refocused his attention on the battlefield. Outside, Qiansong's expressions were a spectacle to behold. Moments ago, he had been overjoyed at MOU's advantage, but now his face was stern, his demeanor grave. Oh dear, that was quite the hit. Skarmory's armor nearly got blown away. On the other hand, Shui Wutong felt elated, with the tides of battle shifting wherever Qiansong went. Shui Wutong followed, occasionally teasing him with exaggerated remarks. Could you possibly move a bit further away? Although it was a question, Qiansong's expression and clenched fist spoke volumes about his irritation. Blow away. In the battlefield, Missouri watched as Skarmory wobbled and, after a moment's hesitation, issued his command. Under normal circumstances, a Mega-Evolved Pokemon would sever its connection with the keystone upon returning to its Pokeball, reverting to its regular form. Dragon Dive. No sooner had MOU finished speaking than Gladio commanded. Mega Sharpedo leaped into the air, enveloped in blue dragon-type energy, and moments later, it launched itself like a missile towards Skarmory. The blow did not send Mega Sharpedo back into its Pokeball. Unlike in the game, reality held true to the principle of strength reigning supreme. One could not simply bring 6 sturdy first-stage Pokemon to defeat a legendary Pokemon like Ho-Oh. After all, the disparity in strength between Skarmory and Mega Sharpedo was far too great, and the blow merely caused Sharpedo's body to sway slightly. However, it wasn't long before the Mega Garchomp acclimated to the fierce winds generated by the armored bird, stabilizing its form as it dove directly toward its opponent. With a resounding crash, the Garchomp collided with the armored bird, reverberating throughout the arena. As the smoke cleared, a shallow crater approximately 3 meters in diameter remained, with the Mega Garchomp standing resolutely at its center. Given that this was a battleground, the ground was layered with special materials, hence the crater was relatively modest in size. MOU recalled the incapacitated armored bird, observing the still vigorous Mega Garchomp, and released his Venusaur. Venusaur, Mega Evolution. The moment Venusaur touched the ground, MOU unhesitatingly opted for Mega Evolution. Seizing this opportunity, he aimed to closely observe how the illusion system enabled Pokemon to mega-evolve without a keystone. Mou calmed his mind, releasing his aura to carefully investigate the surrounding environment. As anticipated, at the instant he called for mega evolution. A torrent of immense pink energy surged from the earth. The illusion system on Mou's wrist seemed to function merely as a locator. After discharging a current to confirm Venusaur's position, the pink energy flowed into Venusaur's body. Subsequently, Venusaur's form began to transform, its face contorting in a manner akin to Garchomp's, displaying signs of anguish. Moments later, the transformation ceased, and before Mou stood the Mega Venusaur. The most notable distinction between Mega Venusaur and its standard form was the large red flower that blossomed atop its head, while the flowers on its back stood more erect. Venusaur. The Mega Venusaur bellowed, and Mou, standing close by, could sense the profound agony emanating from it. Venusaur, frenzied flora. Mou refocused his attention and commanded, Garchomp. Once more with Dragon Rush. Gladio also urged Garchomp to launch its attack. Venusaur. The Mega Venusaur plunged its vines into the ground, and moments later, colossal vines erupted, aiming for the airborne Garchomp. Garchomp desperately evaded in midair while simultaneously attempting to execute Dragon Rush. However, it struggled to master its suddenly surging power, inadvertently pausing as it gathered energy. This momentary hesitation was precisely what Mega Venusaur needed. Several vines ensnared Garchomp, dragging it to the ground and relentlessly whipping it. Even with Venusaur employing frenzied flora, it could not move freely. It had to concentrate intently to manipulate the energy within, channeling it to the vines that lashed at Garchomp. Chapter 38. The Recruitment of Shui Wudong. After countless lashes, Garchomp finally seized an opportunity during Venusaur's fatigue to escape the grasp of frenzied flora. Garchomp bore numerous varying scars, while Venusaur panted slightly from exertion. The Dragon Ground-type Mega Garchomp found itself at a disadvantage against the Grass Poison-type Mega Venusaur. Yet Gladio could only place his hopes on Garchomp. Even if he switched to another Pokemon, it would merely lead to a prolonged torment, ultimately culminating in defeat. As if the heavens conspired against him, the sandstorm conjured by the Hippowdon began to wane. Garchomp, reckless scale. Gladio's heart sank further, his commands resembling a desperate struggle for survival. Venusaur, solar beam. Venusaur steadied itself, gathering energy as Garchomp, eyes aglow with fury and radiating a dangerously volatile aura, lunged toward it. Everything unfolded similarly to the previous morning's battle. Ultimately, the Mega Garchomp succumbed to Venusaur's solar beam, reverting to its original form and collapsing helplessly to the ground. With Garchomp's defeat, Gladio's remaining Pokemon stirred no significant resistance. When the battle concluded, the central screen illuminated with 5 of Mou's Pokeballs still active, while all 6 of Gladio's had turned to gray. Splendid. In the audience, Chi Yin-song struck Shui Wudong on the shoulder, causing the latter to grimace in surprise from the sudden assault. You've truly clinched the championship. While Mou reveled in his victory, Chi Yin-song appeared even more exhilarated. When we return, anything you desire will be yours. You can wear this staff uniform for now. While painting grand visions for Mou, Chi Yin-song retrieved the staff uniform he had prepared, which Mou accepted with a quiet expression of gratitude. Observing Mou's demeanor, Chi Yin-song assumed he was merely fatigued from the battle. You should head back to rest. Remember to tell me if you need anything. Currently, Chi Yin-song's demeanor was rather subdued. Yet this was predicated on the pressure he felt from facing Sakaki. Under Chi Yin-song's attentive gaze, Mou stepped away, heading quickly toward the dormitory, oblivious to the stealthy water-blue figure trailing him at a distance of approximately 30 meters. The water-blue figure moved cautiously, maintaining a safe distance. Lost in his thoughts, Mou failed to notice the shadow following him. Upon reaching his dormitory, he entered, and shortly after, the water-blue figure furtively scanned the area before knocking on Mou's door. Knock, knock. Who's there? Mou's voice echoed from within, quickly followed by the sound of approaching footsteps. Creaking open, the dormitory door swung wide, and the water-blue figure slipped inside. Mou was startled, instinctively raising his hand, only to discover that the intruder was none other than Shui Wudong, the chief rival of his leader, Chi Yin-song. Mou, is it? I am Shui Wudong, leader of the Oceanic team. We met yesterday. Shui Wudong introduced himself before casually taking a seat on the sofa in the living room. Mou, pondering Shui Wudong's purpose for visiting, poured a glass of water and placed it before him before sitting beside him. Lord Shui Wudong, what brings you here? Mou inquired with utmost politeness. Shui Wudong did not respond immediately. Instead, he accepted the glass, took a sip, and scrutinized Mou from head to toe. After a brief pause, he finally spoke. It seems you were quite close with that rather dull fellow from the magma team. As Shui Wudong's words fell, Mou was momentarily taken aback, then nodded and replied, "The relationship is indeed quite good." Before Shui Wudong, Mou had no intention of deceiving. He would respond in the same manner to anyone who inquired. It was common knowledge among those of some standing that he had visited the dormitory of Mu Ran. Not to mention the leader's subordinates who might have dedicated personnel to gather information, the surveillance cameras in the corridor provided irrefutable evidence. At that time, he had momentarily lost his wits, forgetting the existence of such surveillance. I presume you are already aware that the individual who confronted Sakaki yesterday was none other than Mu Ran. Shui Wudong took a sip of water, his gaze fixed intently on the expression on Mou's face. Is that so? I wondered why he had gone missing. Mou first displayed a look of surprise, which quickly morphed into an expression of realization, as if he were genuinely unaware of the matter. Shui Wudong scrutinized Mou's countenance, tentatively concluding that he indeed had no knowledge of the situation. Yes, that person's strength was rather commendable. The two then engaged in a casual discussion for a while longer, before Shui Wudong seemingly casually inquired, "Mou, how are you finding your time in the lava team? Are you adjusting well?" Mou met Shui Wudong's gaze, and the room fell into a momentary silence. "Quite well." Mou deliberately allowed his voice to sound somewhat hesitant. Upon hearing the uncertainty in his words, Shui Wudong's lips involuntarily curled into a slight smile. "Have you considered switching to another team?" It was only at this moment that Shui Wudong revealed his true intention. Faced with Shui Wudong's enticing offer, you decide. 1. Accept, for the lava team is merely a barren land, unfit to accommodate true talent. Become a member of the ocean team, Indigo Gem Fragment 1, Sea God Scale 1, Master Level Energy Cube 48, Detailed Clue to Waterlord 1. 2. Decline Loyalty. Flame Bird Rough Clue 1, Master Ball 1, Lottery Chances 10. The system panel appeared at a most opportune moment. In terms of rewards, joining the ocean team seemed the more advantageous choice. A cursory glance at the rewards presented by the system suggested that the potential dangers associated with joining the ocean team were significantly greater than those entailed in a refusal. Weighing his thoughts against the system's reward patterns, Mou's face betrayed his reluctance. "I understand. You fear being labeled a traitor. Just give me a nod, and I will ensure that Qi Yin Song allows you to leave unscathed." Noticing Mou's grim countenance, Shui Wudong quickly added, "As long as you join, I can satisfy your needs to the fullest extent, be it status, resources, Pokemon, or anything else. How about a Lapras? It has coexisted with the primal Kyogre for 13 years and has yet to meet another human apart from myself." Recognizing that Mou genuinely contemplated leaving the lava team, Shui Wudong hastened to make his offer. This was no mere pipe dream. In his eyes, Mou was worth such an investment. He even considered that this offer was modest, for if he were to compete with the other leaders, the price would need to be increased fivefold. Setting aside Sakaki, just the likes of Chiri, with the assistance of the Ultra Necrozma, had amassed a wealth of resources in his distorted world. Mou's face flickered with indecision, followed closely by hesitation and conflict. Internally, he yearned to join the rocket team directly. However, what if, hypothetically, Sakaki did not send someone to invite him to join? Shui Wudong's ocean team might indeed present a viable alternative, coupled with sufficient resources to train him to the elite level, level 80. What do you think? Seeing that he was intrigued, Shui Wudong quickly added fuel to the fire, determined to solidify the terms. Chapter 39. Have a look behind you. Apologies. May I have some time? Ultimately, Mou declined Shui Wudong's offer, though he left some room in his words. He was genuinely tempted by what Shui Wudong proposed. Yet he wished to wait and see if Sakaki was willing to welcome him. After all, he was quite clear about his purpose for being here. First, safety. Second, resources. Third, to test the waters in aiding the alliance within the Rainbow Rocket team. As he made his decision, the system rewards were deposited into his system backpack. Are you truly not reconsidering? What do you desire? We can negotiate further. Although rejected, Shui Wudong remained somewhat undeterred. I apologize. There have been numerous recent events, and I need time to reflect. Mou's tone was filled with regret as he stood and filled Shui Wudong's cup with tea, observing the cup nearly overflowing. Shui Wudong understood Mou's intent. Should you change your mind, feel free to seek me out. With that, Shui Wudong rose and departed from Mou's dormitory. Once Shui Wudong left, Mou felt a pang of heartache. Qi Yin Song had treated him well. Surely he would not impede his pursuit of a brighter future, Doghead. After Shui Wudong's departure, Mou resumed the unfinished task from earlier. He retrieved a letter, whose origin and timing of placement beneath his pillow were unknown, and began to read it intently. MOU, by the time you read this letter, I will have confronted Sakaki. I am uncertain whether I will emerge victorious, but I believe that ensuring my own safety is not in doubt. Upon reading the opening lines, MOU recognized it was written by Kingolf, and he promptly straightened his posture, placing the water cup down to focus earnestly. Knock, knock, knock. Before he could read further, another series of knocks resounded at the door. MOU had no choice but to tuck the letter away again and proceed to open the door. Standing outside this time was Chi In-song, who peered past MOU into the room, confirming it was empty before entering. Chi In-song wasted no time, directly asking, "Has that scoundrel Shui Wudong been here?" Simultaneously, he scrutinized MOU's expression, attempting to ascertain whether he was being deceived. He has been here, MOU thought, even without needing to contemplate. The coincidence was far too remarkable. Shui Wudong had left not 5 minutes prior, and now Chi In-song was knocking. Had it not been for Shui Wudong tailing him, and Chi In-song trailing Shui Wudong, he might as well have gnawed through the dormitory door, then no one would need to knock again. Based on his deductions, the scenario must have unfolded as follows. Shui Wudong, have a look behind you. Chi In-song, now look behind you. It was uncertain whether Chi In-song had anyone else following him. If two more joined, they could form a formidable battalion. Well, what are your thoughts? Seeing MOU's honest response, Chi In-song nodded in satisfaction. Since MOU had not deceived him, it indicated that his heart still resided within the lava team. Yet, it was only natural. How could the remnants of the old lava team possibly join the ocean team? I declined, MOU answered flatly. Excellent. Chi In-song clapped MOU on the shoulder, leaving a crimson mark in his wake. Almost immediately, a contemplative expression crossed Chi In-song's face. He pondered the possibility of voluntarily sending MOU out to act as an undercover agent within the ocean team. Although nominally both the lava team and ocean team belonged to the Rainbow Rocket team, the reality was that some high-level resources were obtained through competition. The last confrontation among the leaders had placed Chi In-song in the penultimate position, just above Kiseki and Philately. In the next round, Sakaki had explicitly stated that the distribution would depend on the strength of each team's younger members. If MOU were dispatched to the ocean team, Shui Wudong would undoubtedly invest heavily in his development, while Chi In-song could discreetly provide additional support. This would effectively allow MOU to consume the resources of both teams. Thus, when he returned, not only would his strength be considerably enhanced, but he could also bring down the ocean team, which originally belonged to others. The mental calculations of Chi In-song resounded like a series of crisp snaps, yet the solitary dilemma that loomed was how he might ascertain MOU's loyalty. Should MOU truly defect to the ocean team, it would spell disaster for their lava team. Observing the pensive expression etched upon Chi In-song's face, MOU found himself momentarily bewildered by the intentions brewing within him. However, it was unlikely that Chi In-song would harm himself, particularly after MOU had just aided the lava team in clinching a championship, a protective talisman before Banmu. What price had he paid? Ultimately, Chi In-song resolved to place his trust in MOU. Based on his prior observations and MOU's affiliation with the remnants of the old lava team, Chi In-song felt assured of MOU's unwavering fidelity to their cause. A Lapras, accustomed to the company of Kyogre, alongside the resources to reach the Elite Four, MOU succinctly reiterated the terms proposed by Shui Wudong. Upon his conclusion, a profound silence enveloped the room. After a prolonged wait for MOU to continue, Chi In-song finally inquired, "Is that all?" "Yes, that is indeed all," MOU affirmed with a nod, confirming that Shui Wudong's offer consisted solely of those terms. "Isn't that blue-hatted sea dog merely taking advantage of us?" Chi In-song exclaimed, slapping the coffee table in frustration, his tone laden with dissatisfaction towards Shui Wudong. MOU, observing the table's gradual splintering, silently speculated on the amount he would later need to compensate. Turning his gaze toward MOU, Chi In-song remarked, "Under these conditions, it is only right that you refuse. Is he trying to dismiss us like beggars?" MOU, looking at the indignant Chi In-song, felt a cascade of questions forming on his forehead. What did he mean by saying it was right not to acquiesce to such terms? Did he care less about MOU's potential defection to the ocean team and more about the paltry sum offered by them? MOU struggled to comprehend Chi In-song's line of reasoning. "Tell me what terms would be appropriate, and I shall relay them." Chi In-song whispered conspiratorially in MOU's ear, his words a flurry of suggestions. Could he truly agree to such demands? As he listened to Chi In-song's proposed conditions, MOU felt his heart race wildly. If Shui Wudong were to accept these terms, joining the ocean team and becoming a loyal member would not be out of reach. Just say that others have also reached out to you. That is the most fundamental condition he would agree to, Qi Yin Song stated with confidence. Although this Shui Wudong was not the one from his world, his character and demeanor were strikingly similar to the one etched in MOU's memory. Based on Qi Yin Song's insights, MOU was certain that Shui Wudong would acquiesce, perhaps even offer additional resources. But what about the lava team? MOU employed his aura to quell his tumultuous emotions, gazing at Qi Yin Song with an expression that conveyed his hesitance. He could not fathom why Qi Yin Song was urging him to negotiate with Shui Wudong, offering strategic advice in the process. Was this due to the recent events with Mu Ran, leaving Qi Yin Song befuddled by Banmu's actions? A flicker of concern crossed MOU's eyes as he considered the possibility that his precious crimson gem fragments and earth scales might be cast aside. Do not misconstrue. I am not casting you aside, Qi Yin Song hastily reassured him, noticing the myriad of emotions flickering across MOU's face. 3 parts disappointment, 3 parts sorrow, 3 parts coldness, and 1 part anger. Yet, unbeknownst to him, there was an underlying current of joy that surged at 90%. From a young age, MOU had mastered the art of feigning tears, standing still with reddened eyes whenever he made a mistake, a tactic that had proven effective time and again. The sole instance it had failed was during the time he had called you Long Du's nephew, only to be chased in a frenzy. I wish for you to infiltrate the ocean team as an undercover agent, Qi Yin Song whispered again, leaning closer to MOU. MOU's body jolted in disbelief, turning to face Qi Yin Song with incredulity. Me? An undercover agent? Qi Yin Song requests you to become a mole for the lava team, infiltrating the ocean team. You decide. 1. Agree, and the espionage operation commences with MOU as the lead. Indigo Gem Fragment 1. 7 lottery chances, Master Level Energy Cube 120. 2. Decline. For only this small box, referring to Melee City, can ever be your true home. Master Ball 1. Detailed whereabouts of Suicune 1. 7 lottery chances, Crescent Feather 1. The system's notification confirmed that he was not merely imagining this. Qi Yin Song genuinely intended for him to act as an undercover agent. MOU's expression became a tapestry of complexity. He found himself at a loss for how to respond to Qi Yin Song's proposal. The rewards offered now were far superior to those promised by Shui Wudong during his recruitment. However, upon reflection, despite both paths leading to the ocean team, this time it was Qi Yin Song who initiated the conversation, and betrayal would carry significantly different consequences. What are your thoughts? Qi Yin Song inquired, observing MOU closely. He believed wholeheartedly that this plan could yield mutual benefits. He would win the ocean team, while MOU would gain access to greater resources. If you deem it suitable. I have no objections. MOU feigned hesitation before ultimately responding. Excellent. Qi Yin Song exclaimed, patting MOU's shoulder with enthusiasm. Rest assured, I will not skimp on the resources from my end. Bring Rinyu along, and I will ensure he delivers your share of resources. The more Qi Yin Song observed MOU, the more he felt a sense of satisfaction. Despite recent misfortunes, acquiring MOU as a pivotal ally rendered those challenges trivial. Do not rush to contact Shui Wudong just yet. Once we return, I will spread some rumors before you reach out. Qi Yin Song laid out his plan in full. MOU nodded in agreement, silently marveling at the intricate stratagems of Qi Yin Song. If only he could apply such cunning to external matters, the alliance would surely find themselves beleaguered. Yet, upon further contemplation, was not the ocean team the adversary of the lava team? In that light, the alliance could be perceived as an ally of the lava team, given their shared desire to vanquish the ocean team. I understand now, MOU reflected. He had joined Team Rocket for security, resources, and to probe for intelligence, but presently, his primary concerns remained safety and resource acquisition. The alliance was no mere rabble, and the Rainbow Rocket team was equally devoid of any apocalyptic ambitions. If no unforeseen events transpired, the conflict between the Rainbow Rocket team and the alliance would likely prove prolonged, yet manageable. As he matured and amassed sufficient strength and status, he would be better positioned to assist the alliance. If he could simultaneously secure protection from the leaders of 2 teams, while perhaps not matching the safety and deterrent power of Banmu, it would still be commendable. Additionally, with resources flowing from both sides, he was confident in his capacity to grow swiftly and attain self-sufficiency. Moreover, he could always seek opportunities to join Team Rocket after strengthening himself. He would incur no losses in either scenario. Ultimately, under Qi Yin Song's meticulous scheming, MOU nodded in agreement. Congratulations. You have obtained Indigo Gem Fragment 1. 7 lottery chances, Master Level Energy Cube 120. With his consent, the system rewards were promptly credited to his inventory. Regarding Team Rocket, Should he truly be granted entry under favorable conditions, he would simply act as if the matter had never transpired. Very well, I shall not impede you further, Qi Yin-song remarked, his face beaming with satisfaction at MOU's compliance. This smile was a reflection of his contentment with MOU's obedience and a smirk directed at the ocean team. With his objectives achieved, Qi Yin-song exited briskly. After bidding him farewell, MOU sank back into the sofa, preparing to delve into the letter left by Qing Lu. This time, he deliberately waited a few minutes. Upon hearing no knock at the door, he retrieved the crumpled letter from his pocket. Where had he last left off? He mused. Ensuring his own safety should pose no problem. This letter is primarily intended to remind you of the dangers present here, as well as to encourage you not to forget your original aspirations and to address certain matters concerning the seal you brought. MOU continued to read, his gaze drifting over the countless familiar phrases until he reached the crux of the matter. Just as he was about to delve deeper, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door once more. Sighing, MOU seemed to have anticipated this, exhaling softly before rising again to open the door. This time, it was Zhen Yao who stood outside. MOU glanced around, noticing the absence of Ban Mu. Please, come in. Since Ban Mu was not present and only Zhen Yao remained, he relaxed and gestured for Zhen Yao to enter the room. Zhen Yao, observing MOU's apparent indifference towards her, paid it no mind and stepped into the dormitory. At that moment, MOU pondered whether he should erect a sign outside the dormitory stating MOU's guest house, accepting packages, shuttle service for children, fast food, and mobile phone repairs. It appears you have had quite a few guests here before, Zhen Yao remarked. Noticing the indentation left on the sofa by Qi Yin-song and the half-filled cup of water on the coffee table, MOU shrugged, offering no response. However, this did remind him that Qi Yin-song and Shui Wutong had apparently shared the same cup of water. I came to convey Lord Ban Mu's message. Observing MOU lost in thought, Zhen Yao slowly articulated her purpose for visiting. At the mention of Ban Mu, MOU snapped back to attention. Turning to face Zhen Yao. Ahem. Zhen Yao cleared her throat and, adopting a serious demeanor, stated, MOU. Very well. MOU and Zhen Yao exchanged glances, with MOU awaiting her elaboration while Zhen Yao anticipated his response. What comes next? There is nothing further. Perhaps Ban Mu is simply a man of few words. Not receiving the desired information from Zhen Yao, MOU persistently inquired. Did he not mention including me in Team Rocket? No, only those 4 words. Zhen Yao mimicked MOU's earlier gesture, awkwardly shrugging her shoulders. I cannot fathom why. Zhen Yao dared not speculate on Lord Ban Mu's thoughts, but felt it was a pity that MOU had not been recruited. Should MOU join Team Rocket, she would have ample time to uncover his secrets. If he returned to Team Magma, the investigation would require much more effort. Sigh. The two exhaled simultaneously, both wearing expressions of confusion. Also, one more thing. The award ceremony will commence at 8 o'clock 3 days from now. Remember to attend. Zhen Yao conveyed the entirety of her visit's intent, primarily aimed at relaying Lord Ban Mu's message. If you wish to join Team Rocket, you may submit your application proactively. Before departing, Zhen Yao couldn't resist turning back to MOU and saying, should you submit your application voluntarily, I can present it to Ban Mu, thus clarifying his stance towards you. We'll see, MOU replied, waving his hand as he watched Zhen Yao leave. He had secured a sufficiently safe alternative in his lower position, rendering him less urgent about joining Team Rocket. Confirming once more that no one was around, he retrieved the nearly crumpled paper and continued reading. Based on my conjecture, the seal may not be naturally formed, but rather the result of some fire-type divine beast. If it exists, you might have the opportunity to find it. To untie the bell, one must find the bell ringer. The final segment contained Qing Lu's speculation regarding the method to lift the seal, which MOU etched deeply into his memory. According to Qing Lu's hypothesis, he needed to locate Groudon and Kyogre to enlist their assistance. The likelihood of encountering Qi Yin-song's Groudon seemed slim. After all these years, if it had wished to, it would have surely alerted Qi Yin-song. However, should an opportunity to be alone with Groudon arise, it would not be without merit to attempt it. As for Shui Wutong's Kyogre, there might be some hope. It hailed from another world and might be willing to lend a hand. Coincidentally, Qi Yin-song had intended for him to infiltrate Team Ocean as a spy. First, he would let Shui Wutong's Kyogre assist him in lifting one layer, then seek an opportunity to visit Hoenn and see if he could locate the local Groudon. Nevertheless, this also piqued his curiosity. What would the native Groudon and Kyogre think of their foreign counterparts? Chapter 41, Rainbow Mart. What use is there in pondering so much? MOU shook his head, suppressing the jumble of thoughts in his mind. He ultimately resolved to venture out for a stroll, as his understanding of the Rainbow Rocket headquarters was still too limited, particularly since he possessed some rainbow points. This presented a perfect opportunity to explore what he could exchange them for, without delay. And in order to prevent the dormitory from truly transforming into a guest house, MOU changed into a different outfit and exited the dormitory. This time, he encountered no further interruptions. Following the staff's directions, he swiftly arrived at the Rainbow Mart located on the 22nd floor. Upon reaching the 22nd floor, MOU was taken aback by the throngs of people before him. Due to the recent influx of members from Team Magma, Team Plasma, and Team Ocean, the foot traffic at Rainbow Mart had surged dramatically. The scene was one of bustling crowds, with people packed closely together. MOU squeezed through the entrance of Rainbow Mart. Despite the crowd, the shelves remained fully stocked, with no signs of shortages. However, as he drew closer, he realized that what was displayed were merely samples, accompanied by detailed shopping instructions below them. If one wished to purchase these items, they could take a ticket from beside the sample, and the cashier would provide the actual goods based on that ticket. This was understandable, as certain items were small and easily concealed. Should a ghost-type Pokemon wander in, it would be easy to misplace genuine goods. MOU continued to move inward at a leisurely pace. All items here could be purchased with Alliance coins. After browsing the entire area, he found no items related to Rainbow Points. Hello, I would like to inquire about Rainbow Points. Carrying his curiosity, he approached the front desk and quietly asked a Rocket member who appeared to be in charge. The member, initially displaying visible impatience due to the overwhelming number of outsiders, assumed MOU was yet another individual seeking answers to obvious questions. However, upon hearing the mention of Rainbow Points, his expression shifted from annoyance to skepticism. He scrutinized MOU, questioning, "Do you truly possess Rainbow Points?" After all, Rainbow Points were not yet widely disseminated. Currently, only the leaders of each department had them. The sudden claim from an outsider raised his suspicion. "Indeed, I do." MOU nodded, honestly presenting the wristwatch that Qi Yin Song had given him. As the holographic projection flickered across the watch, revealing Rainbow Points, 5, the member's skeptical demeanor transformed into eagerness. My apologies, esteemed sir. I am Matsumoto, responsible for managing the daily operations of Rainbow Mart." Matsumoto grasped MOU's hand, his attitude entirely transformed. Possessing Rainbow Points indicated that MOU was at least a trusted confidant of a leader from his department. It was far better to befriend such individuals than to make enemies, as one could never know when they might transfer to Team Rocket and become his superior. Matsumoto had secured his position through early alliances and guidance, with no combat prowess to speak of. To redeem Rainbow Points, you must go to the second floor. Would you like me to escort you? Matsumoto even employed honorifics with MOU, despite being several years older, as this was his means of survival. All right, I appreciate it. MOU nodded, not putting on airs, and returned the handshake with a slight shake. Matsumoto was momentarily taken aback, his smile becoming more genuine. Previously, those leaders who came here wouldn't even spare him a glance, and he often faced reprimands for being slow. MOU's warmth left him feeling somewhat unaccustomed. "Follow me." Matsuoka briefly conversed with the attending sales clerk before opening the side door of the counter, guiding MOU into a discreet passageway. Inside was a series of ascending steps. Spiraling gracefully, and under Matsuoka's guidance, MOU swiftly ascended to the second floor. In stark contrast to the bustling first floor, the second was notably spacious. Devoid of both patrons and shelves, save for a single counter, a few sofas for relaxation, and a table positioned before them. "Please take a seat here. I shall retrieve the inventory list for you," Matsuoka cordially instructed, ushering MOU to the sofa before turning to extract a thick tome from the drawer of the counter. With a dull thud, the book landed on the table before MOU. Gazing at the encyclopedic volume, MOU casually flipped through a few pages, only to be overwhelmed by the dense text detailing various resources and their prices, accompanied by corresponding illustrations, leaving him slightly dizzy. The selection here is quite extensive, and thus a bit overwhelming. "You may specify what you require, and I will assist in filtering the options," Matsuoka offered, noting the perplexity on MOU's face. As the manager, he was well versed in the inventory, knowing at least 80% of it, and he was confident he could provide suitable suggestions based on MOU's preferences. "Is that acceptable? I would greatly appreciate it." MOU expressed his gratitude. Realizing that attempting to peruse the entirety of the book would be a Herculean task he would prefer to avoid. After a brief moment of contemplation, he spoke. "I am in search of resources that promote the growth of Flying-type and Dragon-type Pokemon." Ultimately, he chose to prepare resources for his cherished Dragon Pokemon. As for his Arcanine, He anticipated that with the shards and earth-s scale he had from the fiery grove, it would no longer present a hurdle upon his return. Dragons and flying types, you say? Matsuoka pondered, a thoughtful expression gracing his features. After a moment, he withdrew the book from in front of Mou and began to flip through its pages with purpose. Please take a look at these selections and see if they meet your requirements, he said, returning the opened book to Mou. Mou scrutinized the carefully curated resources presented before him. Low May fruit. Enhances a Pokemon's resistance to fairy-type moves. Price, 2 rainbow points. Secret potion, an ancestral remedy from Zhanlan City's apothecary. Instantly revitalizes any Pokemon. Price, 1 rainbow point for 100 G. Meteorite, obtained from the Chimney Mountain. Adorned with mysterious patterns and radiating a spectrum of colors, its effects remain unknown but are highly alluring to Dragon-type Pokemon. Price, 5 rainbow points for 1 piece, approximately 300 G. Matsuoka had selected an intriguing array of items, all of which were within Mou's means, demonstrating a thoughtful consideration for his needs. Should these not suffice, I have other options, though the pricing may vary, Matsuoka noted, observing a hint of difficulty on Mou's face, mistakenly assuming it stemmed from dissatisfaction with the selections. However, these items were indeed the most cost-effective, with the alternatives either lacking potency or being prohibitively expensive. Not at all. I simply find myself uncertain as to what to choose. Mou clarified, and upon hearing this, Matsuoka sighed in relief. As long as you are satisfied, please take your time, there is no rush. Subsequently, Matsuoka returned to the counter, maintaining a respectful distance, as he was always mindful of personal boundaries in interpersonal interactions. As Mou watched Matsuoka retreat, he resumed his examination of the myriad resources within the book. Suddenly, a memory struck him of the moment when Qian Song had transferred points to him earlier. He recalled a fleeting glimpse of a 5-digit figure on Qian Song's wristwatch. How he wished he had asked for more at that time. Could you possibly present the items for my initial inspection? Mou finally resolved, yearning to see the actual goods, especially the meteorite, which lacked a specific description of its effects. He hoped to trigger a system selection that might assist him in gauging the value of these items. Matsuoka's expression turned hesitant. Such a request was unprecedented, and given the volume of items, retrieving them would be cumbersome. Perhaps you could select a few, and I will fetch them for you? Recognizing Mou as the champion of the morning's competition, he decided to acquiesce after a moment's reflection. Thank you ever so much. Please retrieve the meteorite, Low May fruit, Sky Vine, and Red Chain for me. Mou requested after a moment of contemplation, settling on these 4 items. The Sky Vine would enhance a Pokemon's wing resilience, enabling it to adapt to greater speeds and altitudes, while the Red Chain, excavated from an ancient ruin, instilled a significant deterrent effect on Dragon-type Pokemon. Testing revealed that even elite-level Dragon Pokemon were reluctant to approach it, let alone make contact. 4 items, is it? Very well, Matsuoka readily agreed, having anticipated a selection of 7 or 8, yet pleasantly surprised by the brevity. With that, he pressed a blue button beneath the counter. After a fingerprint and iris scan, the counter began to glide smoothly backward. Upon reaching the rear wall, it shimmered slightly, and Matsuoka's figure silently melded into the wall. As Mou watched Matsuoka disappear, he continued to peruse the book, serendipitously discovering several intriguing items. Miraculous potion, capable of breaking the reproductive barriers between humans and certain Pokemon. Price, 15 rainbow points for 100 milliliters. Currently confirmed egg groups that can breach reproductive barriers. Land, plant, fairy. Inversion exerciser, the latest training apparatus developed by Master Matud from Armor Island. Designed to induce cerebral congestion when inverted, prolonged use may likely awaken psychic abilities. Price, 18 points for 1. Decomposed Gigantamax mushroom. Spoiled due to improper storage, it has lost its original efficacy, but is remarkably palatable. Price, 1 rainbow point for 10. A note below the Gigantamax mushroom reads, possesses strong hallucinogenic properties, may lead one to mistake a trash can for a toilet, though the taste is delightful. Enthusiastic Plasma Group member. Faced with this bewildering array of items, Mou found himself at a loss for where to begin his critiques. However, the amusement of it all kept him engaged as he continued to explore, eager to uncover any references to Qian Song and Shui Wudo. Suddenly, a series of sounds emanated from the counter as Matsuoka emerged, pushing a small cart from the wall. He approached Mou and announced, "Here are the items you requested." "Thank you," Mou replied, expressing his gratitude, considering he had yet to decide whether to purchase any of them. A few kind words seemed appropriate. Matsuoka waved him off, feeling quite content, as he usually dealt with department heads or Team Rocket executives. who rarely expressed thanks. Rising from the sofa, MOU examined the 4 items on the cart, and the system notification chimed in as expected. Do you wish to exchange rainbow points for resources? Matsuoka has presented you with 4 items. Please choose. 1. High-grade berry, low May fruit. Reward. Alliance coins 23, 333, lottery chances 1 berry. What more could you desire? 2. Specially mutated plant, sky vine. Reward. Alliance coins 11, 451, commemorative ball 1, sky technique skill disc 1, a mutated plant. Perhaps consuming it will induce mutation? 3. A seemingly red sun-related item, yet in truth unrelated, red chain. Reward. Lottery chances 5, ultra ball 1. Ordinary breeders insights 1. A certain legendary Pokemon lost its cherished treasure. For an unremarkable yet extraordinary meteorite. Rewards. 10 lottery chances, 1 intermediate breeder's insight, 1 lucky egg. MOU recently discerned that his system seemed to have undergone some transformations, acquiring a semblance of humanity. From the initial rigid prompts to the gradual emergence of explanations. And now, he found himself uncertain whether this evolution was advantageous or detrimental. Regardless of its nature, he felt powerless to either impede or expedite this progression. Observing the rewards presented by the system and deducing from them, it appeared that the meteorite held the highest value. After all, who would trouble themselves over a mere ordinary ball worth 200 league coins when one possesses a master ball? I shall choose this meteorite. Ultimately, MOU selected the meteorite, described by the system as unremarkable yet extraordinary. A meteorite, indeed. Upon hearing MOU's choice, Matsuoka displayed evident surprise before nodding in acknowledgement. He pushed a small cart back into the wall, and moments later emerged with a transparent box containing a fist-sized, shimmering silver stone. This is the meteorite. Are you certain you wish to exchange for this? Matsuoka placed the box on the table before MOU and proceeded with the customary double confirmation. This one will suffice. MOU nodded and revealed his wristwatch. Matsuoka retrieved a peculiar machine and scanned the watch. Rainbow Department Store requires you to pay rainbow points. Are you certain? Confirmed. Beep. Payment successful. Your current balance. 0. After confirming the successful payment of rainbow points, Matsuoka returned to the counter and pressed several buttons, restoring the counter to its original position. MOU extended his hand, grasping the box containing the meteorite, ready to depart. Wait. Noticing MOU's intention to leave with the box in hand, Matsuoka furrowed his brow and called out to him, inquiring, "Do you not possess a storage ball?" This was the first time MOU had heard of such an object. He had only encountered the concept of a storage ring in novels. That technology was brought back by Lord Sakaki from another world. It resembles an ordinary pokeball, but can store items. Do you not have one? I truly do not. MOU shook his head, his expression reflecting genuine confusion. Matsuoka had not anticipated this scenario. Prior visitors had all taken their items using storage balls, making MOU's case of carrying it directly quite unprecedented. In the end, Matsuoka tapped his forehead and said, "Never mind, I shall prepare a bag for you." With that, he turned and rummaged through the counter before finally retrieving a black bag. MOU placed the box inside, rendering its contents invisible from the outside. Matsuoka led MOU down the stairs. And just as they were about to return to the first floor of the Rainbow Department Store, he turned to MOU and said, "Allow me to offer you a personal suggestion. If you manage to obtain more rainbow points, consider purchasing a storage ball here. It would be exceedingly convenient for all your endeavors." Understood. MOU nodded, committing Matsuoka's advice to memory. Whether the League lacked such items or merely concealed them deeply, he had never heard of anyone possessing anything akin to that functionality. Chapter 43, Lottery. Matsuoka and MOU exited through the side door of the first floor counter, naturally drawing the attention of others. While there were indeed back doors, one of which even provided direct access to any floor via an elevator. Such privileges required a corresponding identity card, which Matsuoka lacked, and MOU, without a storage ball, was even less likely to possess. Many curious gazes were fixed upon MOU and Matsuoka, as well as the black bag that MOU held, noticing their newfound status as the focal point. Matsuoka leaned closer to MOU and whispered, "Do you need me to arrange for someone to escort you back?" "No need." MOU shook his head. Regardless of the safety of Team Rocket's side, he was not particularly fearful of those with ulterior motives. "Then do be cautious on your way." Seeing his refusal, Matsuoka was relieved to have one less matter to attend to. Truth be told, Team Rocket's usual order was quite commendable. However, with personnel from other departments arriving recently, some chaos was inevitable. His reminder to MOU was merely a precautionary measure. Under the scrutiny of the crowd, MOU, with the black bag in hand, proceeded towards the direction of his dormitory. Although many were curious about the contents of his bag, none dared to snatch it or inquire further. He arrived unobstructed at the door of his dormitory, where, as he had anticipated, 3 letters lay on the ground. The names on the envelopes indicated they were from the Plasma Gang, the Flare Gang, and the Galaxy Team. MOU picked up the 3 letters, opened his dormitory door, placed the meteorite on the coffee table, and began to peruse the contents of the letters. The messages conveyed a similar theme, primarily enticing him with various generous offers and conditions. After a cursory glance, he casually discarded the letters aside. Since Sakaki seemed to have his reasons for not wanting him to join Team Rocket, he certainly ought to opt for the plan that maximized his benefits. That would entail joining the Ocean Team, as per Chiansong's strategy, allowing him to swiftly grow strong by tapping into the resources of both teams. Armed with the resources of 2 teams, he was confident he could evolve at a pace beyond anyone's imagination. Shelder and Manectric, come forth. MOU summoned the Shelder and Manectric, who had not been out for several days. The Manectric, upon emerging, exhibited an exuberant energy, racing around the room. Although the Shelder felt a significant amount of pent-up frustration, it still managed to muster a feeble smile for MOU. I apologize for not having had the opportunity to let you out these past few days due to various reasons. MOU stroked the rough shell of the Shelder, clumsily attempting to soothe its emotions using his newly researched technique of channeling aura. This method, which he had recently developed, involved using aura to adjust the resonance between himself and his Pokemon, thereby influencing their emotions. Shelder. The Shelder's oppressive feelings began to dissipate under MOU's comforting touch, and it instinctively nudged its head against MOU's arm, its smile becoming more genuine. Woof woof. The Manectric, having not seen MOU for a considerable time, disregarded its survival instincts and eagerly approached Shelder. Upon seeing the Manectric, the Shelder sprang into action, leaping off MOU and charging towards the Manectric with great force. Bang! Woof! The Manectric, thoroughly bowled over by the Shelder's impact, looked at MOU with a pitiable whimper. All right. MOU chuckled as he scooped the Shelder back into his embrace, simultaneously retrieving the meteorite from the black bag. The moment the Shelder laid eyes on the meteorite, its attention was utterly captivated. The Manectric tilted its head in curiosity, seemingly oblivious to the significance of the stone. Woof! It nestled its head against MOU's chest, whining for attention. You have some too. MOU gently patted the Manectric in his arms from the previous rewards. He still had a few master-level energy cubes, which he took out and offered to the Manectric. The Manectric swallowed the energy cubes whole, contentedly departing afterward. The Shelder remained fixated on the meteorite, its eyes brimming with desire. This is for you, although I am uncertain of its utility. MOU spoke apologetically. The Shelder, however, did not seem to mind as it gazed up at him, as if seeking confirmation that the item truly belonged to it. Indeed, you are free to handle it as you wish. Shelder. The Shelder let out a joyful cry, then eagerly dashed towards the meteorite. Crunch. Clatter. The Shelder crushed the box underfoot and sank its teeth into the meteorite. MOU watched anxiously, concerned for the Shelder's teeth. Crunch, crunch. The Shelder chewed on the meteorite, its expression revealing utmost contentment. Through their aura connection, MOU sensed the Shelder's aura rising steadily, observing the Shelder's blissful demeanor, as if it were savoring some extraordinary treasure. MOU shook his head with a smile and opened his system backpack. The backpack harbored all the rewards bestowed upon him by the system, and his accumulated lottery draws had reached a total of 37. Let us start with this, MOU decided, selecting the Intermediate Breeder's Insight from his inventory and clicking on it. The blue notebook within the backpack transformed into a beam of light visible only to him, seamlessly merging with his being. Suddenly, a plethora of memories flooded his mind, leaving him momentarily dazed. The keen Windspeed dog sensed MOU's unusual state and hurried back. Concern etched across its face. I'm fine, MOU reassured, shaking his head as the fog in his brain gradually dissipated. An abundance of knowledge about breeding filled his thoughts. He learned to assess a Pokemon's growth trajectory based on its physical form and fur, as well as the corresponding effects of various berries in crafting energy blocks. Most of this knowledge, however, remained theoretical. Should he attempt to craft energy blocks now, he would likely produce a myriad of failures. It was akin to memorizing a recipe without possessing the skills of a seasoned chef. This exemplified the disparity between theoretical knowledge and practical application. Seeing that MOU was indeed all right, the Windspeed dog chose to remain, comfortably lying on the sofa with its head resting on MOU's lap. It was time for the lottery, he thought. Let us try 30 draws to test the waters. MOU absent-mindedly rubbed the top of the Windspeed dog's head with his left hand, while the Shellmet seemed to be grappling with something hard. A spinning wheel materialized before MOU's eyes and began to rotate slowly. White, white, gray, gray, blue, white, gray. The draws continued to disappear, replaced by an assortment of trivial items in his backpack. The first 10 draws yielded little of value, aside from a blue-mined herb. The rest were items such as a pickaxe resembling that of Daegu, a collectible photograph of Karuna, and a tome titled The Quantum Mechanics explaining the relationship between Macaulay and Daegu. Such frivolities left MOU feeling somewhat disheartened. Let us go for another 10. If I don't get a purple, no, a gold item, I'll stop. It was uncertain whether he was issuing a challenge to the system. But upon uttering those words, the wheel began to spin once more. Full recovery potion, white, life orb, blue, crescent feather, purple, alliance coin 2222, gray, white, blue, purple, gray, 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 white, blue. In the first 9 draws, aside from the crescent feather which piqued his interest, the rest were similarly inconsequential. During the 10th draw, the wheel's pointer began to slow, gliding past gray, white, blue, and purple. Under MOU's intense gaze, the pointer ultimately came to rest within the golden zone. Is it true? MOU's grip on the wind speed dog's head instinctively tightened, causing the creature to look up at him in confusion. It was not painful, merely an odd reaction to MOU's sudden fervor. Is this truly golden? As he discerned the item he had drawn, a sharp intake of breath escaped him. Chapter 44. Mastery of Furniture? Mastery of Weapons. Mastery of Furniture. You possess an intricate understanding of various furniture structures and repairs. Utilizing any piece of furniture feels as effortless as a simple gesture. MOU stared at the resplendent golden reward before him, momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Wait, isn't the basic aura power purple? Is this mastery of furniture really gold? Doubts began to creep into his mind, questioning whether the system had caught a virus. This item, along with 50 additional lottery draws gifted to him, seemed absurd. He would have to expend his draws to return it. Are you serious? MOU silently questioned the system. 5 minutes passed without a response. Claim it, claim it. Faced with the silence, MOU reluctantly accepted the reward, this time without the preceding dizziness. He glanced at the sofa, his mind suddenly flooded with details about it. Gently, he reached out to touch the sofa, and with a series of creaks, it collapsed spectacularly. Woof! The sofa's sudden downfall sent MOU, the wind speed dog, and the Shellmet tumbling to the ground. Hiss! MOU ignored the wind speed dog's inquiry as the Shellmet continued its battle with a meteorite, entirely oblivious to the chaos. An audacious idea flickered in his mind, though he was uncertain of its feasibility. He retrieved the hypnotic pocket watch from his previous draw, which could alter the common consciousness of humans or Pokemon when they were unguarded. The downside was that any resistance from the target would lead to failure, hence its classification as a blue item. MOU produced the pocket watch and activated the recording function on his phone. After recording, he looped the playback and gently swayed the watch before his eyes. His gaze gradually turned distant and vacant, as if his very soul had succumbed to tranquility. Weapons are, in fact, a type of furniture. The recorded voice echoed repeatedly, and under the pocket watch's influence, MOU began to nod slowly, murmuring, "Weapons are also furniture." The wind speed dog observed MOU quietly, refraining from any movement, cognizant that he was engaged in something of profound significance. Weapons are furniture. Weapons are furniture. MOU's subconscious murmurs transformed into a resolute affirmation, his voice rising with conviction. The wind speed dog watched him with concern, while the Shellmet paused its assault on the meteorite, turning its attention to MOU. 3 minutes later, the hypnotic pocket watch gradually faded from MOU's grasp, and clarity returned to his eyes. The hypnosis had been successful. In his perception, various weapons were indeed a form of furniture. He picked up a wooden stick from the remnants of the collapsed sofa, brandishing it with vigor. Woof! The wind speed dog expressed surprise. It had never witnessed this side of MOU before. The Shellmet resumed its focus on the meteorite, reassured by MOU's well-being. What's wrong? MOU queried, puzzled by the wind speed dog's astonishment. Was there a problem with his newfound mastery of furniture? The wind speed dog lay quietly, unsure of what MOU had been doing moments prior, but relieved that he appeared unharmed. After effortlessly reassembling the sofa, MOU turned his attention back to the items he had previously acquired. He had 17 lottery draws remaining, and it seemed fortune had not favored him today. The golden item was merely an abstract mastery of furniture. Oh well, I'll think about it later. He pushed aside the useless items to the corners of the system's backpack, retaining only a few valuable blue and purple items. Shell. The Shellmet approached, nudging MOU's arm with its head. What is it? MOU snapped back to reality, noticing the Shellmet's gesture. It beckoned him to extend his hand, although curious. He complied. Poof! The Shelmet spat a round stone into Mou's palm. This was the very object it had been wrestling with. Upon inspection, Mou found the stone's hardness beyond the Shelmet's capability to overcome. Raising the stone to his eyes, he scrutinized it closely. It was not the mega stone he had anticipated, but rather a pure white orb. Observing it further, he noted its transparency, with a swirling white substance within. Reminiscent of fog. What is this? Mou pondered, unable to immediately identify the object. However, given the system's generous reward, it surely was not an ordinary item. The last time the system had been so generous was when he acquired the item sealing the legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza. Thus, this orb was likely connected to a divine beast. As he wiped the saliva of the Shelmet from the orb, it suddenly began to emit a faint glow. Simultaneously, Kikisi felt the Master Ball containing the true dragon, Reshiram. At his waist tremble slightly. Frowning, Kikisi watched Reshiram pacing within the ball, murmuring, "The true hero? Can beings from another world earn your acknowledgement?" His tone, though seemingly calm, betrayed an undercurrent of unrelenting fury. Kikis gripped the Master Ball tightly, his fingertips gradually turning pale as he grit his teeth, and declared, "Neither you nor Zekrom share my vision. You would rather choose an outsider than select me. Since you have chosen a hero, I shall locate him and compel you to take his life with your own hands." Kikis produced another Master Ball, within which the majestic Kyurem seemed to sense Kikis's gaze and exchanged a fleeting glance with him through the confines of the Pokeball. Gazing at the Kyurem sphere, Kikis murmured, "Let the white Kyurem deliver your eulogy, hero. Will you be satisfied with this opulent funeral?" Kyurem cast a sidelong glance at Kikis, then curled its lip disdainfully before closing its eyes. Were it not for an insatiable pursuit of perfection, it would never deign to associate with such a mortal. Meanwhile, the intended target, Mou, remained blissfully unaware of Kikis's animosity. After studying the glowing orb for a moment, he stowed it away in his system backpack. "Let us train," Mou said, having tidied up his belongings. He addressed his loyal partners, the Rapidash and the Kabutops, as the champion of the tournament. He had earned a degree of tolerance from Sakamoto, and now, even if Kabutops were to be exposed to Sakamoto's gaze, no repercussions would ensue. In fact, Sakamoto might even offer assistance, as Mou was the strongest among the new generation of the Rainbow Rocket team. Kabutops? The creature looked at Mou hesitantly, as if questioning whether this was truly agreeable. It struggled to comprehend why it, once ostracized within its own kind, would be so cherished in the outside world. Yet, past experiences had instilled in it a crucial lesson. Exposure to the outside world is fraught with peril. Thus, when Mou inquired about training, it hesitated. Kabutops understood far too well, tugging at Mou's heartstrings. It was a Pokemon yearning for freedom, yet it spent the majority of its time confined within a Pokeball. "It's all right. No need to worry," Mou reassured, embracing Kabutops and gently patting its sides. Kabutops, feeling comforted, squinted its eyes and nodded obediently in response to his words. If Mou said it was fine, then indeed, it was fine. Chapter 45, Sakamoto's Itch. Please prepare a premium training room. Certainly. Here is your room key card. The charges will be deducted directly from the Lava Team account upon your exit. Under the guidance of the staff, Mou approached a heavy door. Beep beep. Welcome Mou from the Lava Team. He swiped his card at the machine before the imposing door slowly creaked open. As the staff bid him farewell, Mou stepped into the specialized training chamber, the door closing softly behind him. As the pinnacle of training facilities, the amenities here were undoubtedly commensurate with the price. Not only were there gravity rooms and various training apparatus, but also an array of cold weapons intended for human use. In the world of Pokemon, most trainers preferred to battle alongside their Pokemon using melee weapons rather than firearms. Come forth. Mou released Rapidash and Kabutops, the former skillfully sprinting to the flamethrower and rolling joyfully in the spouting flames. Kabutops, on the other hand, gazed around the unfamiliar room and the myriad of equipment, momentarily at a loss for what to do. Try this one. Mou lifted Kabutops and carried it to a machine designed to simulate airflow for flying Pokemon. With a hum, the machine activated upon detecting Kabutops, and a powerful upward draft suddenly enveloped it, lifting it aloft. Initially startled, Kabutops soon widened its eyes in exhilaration, reveling in the sensation of flight. "You two have fun. I need to train as well." Seeing that Rapidash and Kabutops had found their preferred activities, Mou smiled faintly before turning his attention to the various weapons on the other side. He picked up a Guandao and began to wield it with the finesse of a master who had honed his craft for decades. Meanwhile, in the monitoring room, Zhen Yao, who was substituting for an absent staff member, gaped at the surveillance footage. On screen, Rapidash and the shiny Kabutops trained while MOU executed a series of sword techniques that Zhen Niao could not identify. Switch it up. MOU gradually ceased his movements. Drenched in sweat, yet a glimmer of determination shone in his eyes. Who said these weapons were unsuitable? They were remarkably versatile. A guandao can slice fruit. A sword can chop vegetables, and nunchaku can smash meatballs. Is this not a form of kitchenware? Kitchenware is merely another kind of tool, so what is the issue? Zhen Niao observed MOU's seamless transition to a different weapon, his proficiency unwavering, and silently dialed Sakamoto. Hello? Sakamoto's voice was steady, embodying his usual succinctness. Only a select few could elicit lengthy sentences from him, and regrettably, Zhen Niao was not among them. Lord Sakamoto, MOU is. Zhen Niao relayed her observations to Sakamoto, who remained silent for a moment without replying. I will send you the video footage. No need, I will come see for myself. Sakamoto interjected, followed by the sound of his chair moving and the line disconnecting. After the call ended, Zhen Niao casually set her phone aside. At that moment, MOU had already transitioned to a third weapon, wielding it with an expertise that rivaled the previous two, demonstrating mastery. The monitoring room door creaked open, prompting Zhen Niao to rise from her seat and glance back. As expected, Sakamoto entered, having come to investigate after receiving Zhen Niao's report. Lord Sakamoto, look here. Zhen Niao bent down, enlarging the surveillance footage of MOU's room. Sakamoto sat in his chair, his hands clasped under his chin, his eyes reflecting the image of MOU on the screen. MOU was drenched in sweat, yet he felt invigorated rather than fatigued. After years of training with the Kabutops brand fitness equipment, he had finally developed the corresponding techniques. After observing for approximately 10 minutes, Sakamoto's expression shifted to one of keen interest. Zhen Niao, ever vigilant, noted the change in his demeanor. In her experience, Sakamoto rarely exhibited such expressions. Even when one of the three executives betrayed him, he merely scoffed lightly. Which room is he in? Sakamoto suddenly inquired. Room 1402, the premium training room. Zhen Niao promptly replied. Sakamoto nodded slightly before rising from his chair, eager to meet the remarkable MOU who had consistently surprised him. Unbeknownst to MOU in the training room, he suddenly felt a chill, as though he were being scrutinized by something dangerously formidable. I have an ominous premonition, MOU muttered, dismissing the thought and continuing his practice with a different weapon. Beep beep, highest authority, welcome. The training room door swung open unexpectedly, startling MOU. He turned to see Sakamoto, clad in a gray suit, accompanied by Zhen Niao, who was always at his side in public. Upon noticing MOU's halt, Sakamoto gently urged, continue. His tone carried an undeniable authority, compelling one to instinctively obey. Rapidash and Kabutops also observed Sakamoto and Zhen Niao, subtly positioning themselves to block the exits, unrecognizing both figures but sensing their trainer's dissonance with them. Sakamoto appeared oblivious to the hostility emanating from Rapidash and Kabutops, or perhaps he simply did not care. A shiny Kabutops? Quite fortunate, Sakamoto remarked nonchalantly, shifting his gaze to MOU as if encouraging him to proceed. Rapidash, Kabutops. There's no need for such behavior. This is our leader. He will not harm me, MOU said, relaxing his body and smiling warmly. The wind speed dog and the armored dragon paused momentarily, then returned to their previous positions under the gaze of MOU, which was brimming with mirth. Since Lord Sakaki wished to observe, it seemed only fitting for me to display my modest skills. With that, MOU resumed his practice with the nunchaku in hand. Under his deft control, the two iron rods, linked by chains, danced around him with a mesmerizing fluidity. As he accelerated his movements, a series of slicing sounds filled the air, reverberating with the rush of wind. Just then, Sakaki unexpectedly commanded, "Stop." MOU executed a flourish with the nunchaku, gripping them tightly while casting a puzzled glance at Sakaki. At that moment, Sakaki had removed his gray suit, revealing a pristine white shirt beneath. Zhen Niao stood behind him, holding Sakaki's gray suit, her body visibly weary. The ornamental display served little purpose. A genuine combat scenario was in order. Sakaki discarded his tie casually, tossing it toward Zhen Niao. The earlier chaotic skirmish with Qing Lu had ended inconclusively, leaving him somewhat unsettled. The sight of MOU wielding his weapon made Sakaki's impatience grow. Thus, he decided to step into the fray directly, eager to gauge MOU's prowess and alleviate his own pent-up frustration. MOU, momentarily taken aback by Sakaki's words, soon found himself facing Sakaki, who had begun to warm up. Chapter 46, The Fossil Pterodactyl. Crack, crack. After a series of warm-up exercises, Sakaki stretched his body, producing a symphony of sounds. Meanwhile, MOU seized the opportunity to rest and recover his stamina, all while diligently observing Sakaki's warm-up techniques. After all, his mastery of furniture manipulation did not extend to such fundamental skills, which he found rather challenging. Sakaki glanced at MOU, who promptly stood up and positioned himself opposite. Zhen Yao, her cheeks still tinged with a hint of pink, cheered loudly. "Go, Lord Sakaki." Without acknowledging Zhen Yao, Sakaki remained relaxed, stating simply, "Let us begin." MOU, regarding Sakaki with a moment's hesitation, then executed a flourish with his wooden sword and launched an attack. The angle of his assault was astutely calculated, causing Sakaki to furrow his brow. He aimed low, bending slightly, and as MOU approached, he swept his right leg toward MOU's own. MOU's balance was disrupted by Sakaki's strike, yet he adeptly altered his movements, ultimately utilizing the hilt of his sword to strike Sakaki's back, stabilizing himself in the process. Sakaki, in turn, minimized the impact of his own attack. This sequence flowed seamlessly, a natural reaction of their bodies. The two distanced themselves once more, preparing for the second round of exploration. Zhen Yao, observing the evenly matched MOU and Sakaki, found herself momentarily entranced. She witnessed an 18-year-old youth, as documented in the files, engaging in a spirited exchange with the battle-hardened Sakaki. Bang! Sakaki delivered a solid punch to MOU's back, causing a flicker of pain to cross MOU's face before he collapsed helplessly to the ground. MOU's body was drenched in sweat, rendering him too exhausted to even lift a finger. In stark contrast, Sakaki still appeared somewhat invigorated. However, as he gazed upon the spent MOU, his expression gradually shifted to one of seriousness. "Impressive technique, but your stamina is lacking." Sakaki's gaze towards MOU grew peculiar. Throughout the past 3 hours, MOU's reactions seemed consistently a beat behind. It was as though his mind processed the information, yet his body struggled to keep pace. Nevertheless, Sakaki refrained from probing further, merely noting the discrepancy. It was entirely normal for subordinates to harbor secrets. With so many members in Team Rocket, delving into each individual's affairs would have led to chaos long ago. MOU nodded slightly, too fatigued to engage in conversation. This exhaustion was not solely physical. It also stemmed from a constant mental strain. "Zhen Yao, here." Sakaki whispered a few words to Zhen Yao, who nodded in response. "To join Team Rocket, you must prove yourself further." With that parting remark, Sakaki reclaimed his suit from Zhen Yao and strode out of the training room. "Hey, are you alive?" Once Sakaki had departed, Zhen Yao approached MOU, squatting down to poke his shoulder. The wind speed dog and the armored dragon hurried to MOU's side, watching Zhen Yao with wary eyes. "Your feet smell. Keep your distance." MOU's voice was hoarse as he struggled to turn his head away. Upon hearing his remark, Zhen Yao's expression darkened instantly. She had intended to converse with MOU, but now opted to leave. As she departed, the wind speed dog and the armored dragon visibly relaxed. "Woof!" The wind speed dog nudged the prostrate MOU with its snout, worry evident in its tone. "Just let me rest for a bit." As the fatigue began to recede, it was replaced by an overwhelming sense of soreness and the lingering pain left by Sakaki. Mastery of furniture manipulation alone was insufficient. After uttering this thought, MOU succumbed to slumber. When he next awoke, he had lost track of time. The training room lights had been illuminated, and although his body remained achingly sore, he was now able to stand and move with some difficulty. Woof, woof. The wind speed dog and the armored dragon, who had vigilantly stayed by his side during his slumber, expressed their delight upon seeing him awake. "Well, didn't I say I was fine?" MOU gently stroked both Pokemon, his tone imbued with tenderness. After resting a while longer, he returned the armored dragon to its Pokeball. He then climbed onto the back of the wind speed dog, which assisted him in returning to the dormitory. "MOU, I've been looking for you. What happened?" Rinyu, squatting at the dormitory entrance, quickly stood upon spotting MOU on the wind speed dog's back. Perhaps due to his prolonged squatting, he wobbled a bit as he rose. MOU, observing Rinyu, increasingly felt the urge to place a sign at the door. "Let us talk inside." MOU dismounted from the wind speed dog and used his dorm key to unlock the door. Rinyu followed him inside, and the wind speed dog, exhibiting a keen awareness, closed the door behind them. "What is the matter?" With Rinyu, MOU did not adopt a distant demeanor. Instead, he leaned back against the sofa, entirely unconcerned with his appearance. "Actually, it's not a big deal. The fossil has hatched, and it's a fossil pterodactyl." Rinyu could tell that MOU was not in the best of states, realizing his timing might have been off. "Really? Is that so?" Upon hearing Rinyu's words, MOU forced himself to perk up. In recent days, he had been preoccupied with competitions. while Rinyu had tirelessly labored in Team Rocket's laboratory to incubate fossils. Do you want to see it? Rinyu produced a black and gold ornate Ultra Ball, directing a question at MOU. MOU's curiosity about the fossil pterodactyl overshadowed his bodily aches as he replied, "Sure." Fossil pterodactyls were not particularly rare. With over 100 residing in the vast Dasha Valley of Kanto, yet only a handful of trainers were legally permitted to possess one. Furthermore, his esteemed cousin Yulongdu also had one, heightening his intrigue about others. "I'll let it out, it's quite small." With that, Rinyu opened the black and gold ornate Ultra Ball, and a fossil pterodactyl materialized in the room. MOU gazed at this diminutive fossil pterodactyl, which stood in stark contrast to Yulongdu's larger specimen, momentarily at a loss for words. If Yulongdu's fossil pterodactyl was a towering figure at nearly 6.5 feet and weighing around 200 pounds, then Rinyu's was a petite friend, standing at just over 5 feet. This diminutive creature, capable of carrying one person and perhaps squeezing in another, obediently remained on the ground after emerging. "Come here." Rinyu beckoned to the fossil pterodactyl. "Roar." The fossil pterodactyl emitted a soft roar before dutifully walking over to sit at Rinyu's feet. This fossil pterodactyl has such a delightful temperament. MOU gazed at Rinyu and the fossil pterosaur, his tone laced with astonishment. He had encountered the one at Dragon's Crossing before. It was as volatile as a firecracker, only subdued by Dragon's Crossing itself. Indeed, quite fortunate. Rinyu nodded, a self-satisfied expression adorning his face. "Roar." The fossil pterosaur echoed Rinyu's nod. "Come here, let me take a look." MOU straightened his posture and beckoned to the fossil pterosaur. The creature turned to MOU, then glanced at Rinyu. "Go ahead." It was only upon Rinyu's prompting that the fossil pterosaur approached MOU and sat down. MOU extended his hand, gently caressing the creature's head. Its texture was akin to fine sandpaper, evoking an irresistible desire to linger. "Hee, isn't it splendid?" Rinyu observed MOU, his face brimming with satisfaction for the fossil pterosaur. Half an hour later, MOU reluctantly withdrew his hand. This Pokemon was indeed exceptional, possessing both a fine temperament and remarkable talent. Although he had not undergone any assessments, MOU had already acquired all the knowledge requisite for a mid-level breeder. Every 3 years, the Breeder Association delineated the syllabus for the forthcoming examinations, resulting in most breeders mastering 1 or 2 areas of expertise, such as berry cultivation, Pokemon hatching, energy cube production, or in-depth studies of specific Pokemon. The association determined the subjects based on the overall needs of the league, filling gaps in talent as necessary. MOU's system provided him with comprehensive knowledge, encompassing everything classified under mid-level breeder expertise. Assessing a Pokemon's talent was naturally a fundamental skill he possessed, right? I too find it quite satisfactory. Observing MOU praise the fossil pterosaur, Rinyu's smile remained ever present. The two engaged in spirited discussions about the Pokemon until midnight. And after Rinyu's departure, MOU finally enjoyed a moment of genuine rest. Chapter 47. The award ceremony 3 days later. Knock, knock, knock. MOU, rise and shine. Rinyu's voice resonated from outside the door. MOU yawned, rising from his bed to open the door, gazing at the dimly lit sky. His expression towards Rinyu was somewhat complex. Rinyu discerned MOU's feelings from his eyes, scratching his head in mild embarrassment, stating, "I was worried about being late. Today is your day to shine." Day to shine? A look of bewilderment crossed MOU's face. Did Rinyu discover his secrets regarding the system? The award ceremony. Have you forgotten? Seeing the expression on MOU's face, Rinyu appeared incredulous. It was the first time he had encountered someone forgetting about the award ceremony as a champion. "Oh, actually, I knew. Just testing you." Rinyu found MOU's words utterly unconvincing. "I'll freshen up. You wait a moment." MOU tousled his hair, which had become disheveled during sleep, then turned and entered the washroom. "Good morning, fast dog." Rinyu waved at the Pokemon, which wagged its tail in response. 5 minutes later, a freshly groomed MOU emerged from the washroom. "Let's go." Seeing him come out, Rinyu eagerly tugged him outside. "Wait, my clothes." MOU protested as Rinyu pulled him to the top of Ether Paradise, which had previously served as the competition arena, now transformed into the awards ceremony venue. The area was bustling with numerous staff members engaged in various tasks. "MOU, what brings you here?" Jin Yao, always at the forefront of affairs, instantly spotted MOU. "Why are you everywhere?" MOU sighed deeply at Jin Yao's presence. "Enough about that. You're just in time. Bring someone to help him change and get made up." Jin Yao shouted over his shoulder, and soon, 4 or 5 individuals clad in gray uniforms surrounded MOU. "Makeup? I want tea where any." MOU was taken aback. Shaking his head vehemently, his tone filled with resistance. Ultimately, after MOU's insistence, the gray-uniformed staff abandoned the makeup endeavor, opting instead to dress him in an outfit strikingly similar to that of a Lava Team executive. This outfit is crafted from technology brought back by Lord Sakaki from another world. It can easily switch styles. As he spoke, Zheng Yao demonstrated the changing mechanism. With a button at the waist, he could transform into one of 36 different uniforms, including those of the Lava Team, Ocean Team, Galaxy Team, and Plasma Gang. Not only could the style be altered, but the fabric was also exceptionally unique. This attire could reduce damage from gym level 50 and 70, Pokemon by up to 30%. Zheng Yao continued to extol the garment's virtues, momentarily reminding MOU of a top-notch sales associate from his previous life who lived below his apartment. Alright, this is a special reward reserved solely for the first place. Glancing at the time, Zheng Yao waved away those crowding around MOU. Let us go. This time, the reward may surpass your expectations. After leaving that remark, Zheng Yao turned and departed. MOU, intrigued by Zheng Yao's words, grew increasingly curious about the day's rewards. By the time MOU and Zheng Yao stepped outside, the audience seats were already filled to capacity. Champion. As soon as they emerged, keen-eyed spectators from the audience recognized them. Hello. MOU waved in the direction of the voices, only to be swiftly pulled away by Zheng Yao, leading him backstage. Nervous? Before stepping onto the stage, Zheng Yao tilted his head towards MOU, teasingly. Not really. Initially, MOU felt a bit out of sorts, but now he was indifferent. Next, let us welcome the champion, runner-up, and second runner-up of this competition. Guided by the staff, MOU walked down the aisle to the front of the stage. The atmosphere outside was electrifying. With the arrival of the Rainbow Rocket team in the Alola region, many felt bewildered and suppressed by the sudden upheaval. This competition had likely been their sole source of entertainment in recent months, hence the enthusiastic response. First came the reward for the third place, presented personally by the Galaxy team leader, Chiri. As the host announced, the pale blue-haired Chiri gradually stepped forward. The third place belonged to a member of the Galaxy team, awarded by their leader himself. The third prize, 500,000 League coins, a property in the Alola region, 100 Rainbow points, 1 Pokemon of your choice, and 1 million League coins worth of resources. The moment Chiri concluded, the audience erupted into a buzz. For ordinary individuals, this reward could resolve the majority of their issues for the next decade. Naturally, the generosity of the third-place reward heightened the audience's anticipation for the runner-up and champions prizes. Next was the runner-up, Gladio from the Rocket team. Let us welcome Lord Sakaki. Gladio, with his golden hair, stood aloof, making no movements as Sakaki emerged from the shadows. Runner-up, 500 Rainbow points, 1 quasi-divine Pokemon, 5 million League coins worth of resources, and 1 month of personal guidance from a senior breeder. Gladio's expression remained stoic as he absorbed these rewards, yet the tension in his tightly clenched and then released fists betrayed his true feelings. Sakaki directed his gaze towards MOU, slowly stating, "Now, for the champion's reward, I shall present it myself." Chapter 48, An Unexpected Champion's Reward. As Sakaki announced that he would present the champion's reward, the audience erupted in whispers. Isn't MOU part of the Lava team? Shouldn't the Lava team leader be presenting the award? Did he join the Rocket team? Everyone, please remain quiet, the host interjected, stepping forward to restore order. As the surrounding chatter subsided, Sakaki continued to unveil the champion's reward. Champion, a sword, a shiny quasi-divine Pokemon, and 1,000 Rainbow points. Everyone, including MOU, awaited Sakaki to elaborate on the championship rewards, but Sakaki appeared to have finished his remarks, standing quietly at the back with his eyes closed. Was that it? Just that? It felt less impressive than the third prize. The surroundings erupted into chatter once more. Although the champion's reward was indeed substantial, it was merely an internal command competition within the Rainbow Rocket team. Compared to the earlier rewards, the champion's prize lacked the intoxicating allure of jealousy. Next, the leaders would present the awards to the 3 finalists, while the remaining competitors would receive their rewards from their respective leaders within a week. The host stepped forward again, followed by several staff members carrying trays. The staff approached the 3 winners, each tray covered by a cloth, concealing the Pokemon eggs that would presumably be selected later. The third-place winner, Long Tai from the Galaxy team, reached out to unveil the cloth. Inside lay a bank card, a red property deed, a wooden plaque for claiming Pokemon, and a medal crafted from an unknown yellow mineral. Long Tai gazed at his rewards with palpable excitement, as an orphan who grew up on the charity of others. The only commendable trait in his early life was his superior analytical ability. This very strength had allowed him to thrive thus far. The rewards from the Rainbow Rocket team meant he could finally have a home of his own, fulfilling a long-held dream. Longtai looked at Chi-Ri, his mouth slightly agape as he whispered, "Thank you." Chi-Ri simply patted his shoulder and stood beside him. In front of Glajo's tray lay a resource retrieval voucher and a distinct wooden plaque different from Longtai's. After a cursory glance, he casually pocketed the items. As the son of the chairman of the Ether Foundation, such rewards hardly piqued his interest, while other offerings, like rainbow points and personalized guides from elite breeders, were given privately. Next was MOU, whose tray was the largest. The shape beneath the cloth suggested a long object. Under Glajo's curious gaze, MOU reached out to unveil it. On the tray lay an ancient bronze sword, measuring approximately 1.2 meters in length, with a 30-centimeter hilt. The patterns on the blade were distorted, yet held a peculiar beauty when gazed upon for an extended period. MOU extended his hand to gently caress the somewhat coarse blade. A chilling sensation radiated from his fingertips throughout his body, causing him to shiver involuntarily before quickly retracting his fingers. Sleeping bronze sword, approximately 3,500 years old. Quality, gold. Description, a masterpiece from a renowned craftsman of a great nation, fiercely contested upon its debut, subsequently tainted by malevolence. With life emerging from it twisted. Status, sleeping, 11. As he beheld the suddenly manifesting panel and the information it provided, MOU ventured a bold conjecture. Could this sword be the true form of one of the treasures of calamity, the ancient sword leopard? With that thought, he turned his gaze towards Sakaki, who was staring intently into the distance, showing no other sign of acknowledgement. With no response forthcoming, MOU shifted his focus back to the tray. Aside from the sword, the tray was devoid of any other items, lacking the plaques present on Longtai's and Glajo's trays. Scylla, Sakaki's voice drifted softly from beside him, prompting MOU to realize that the anomalous pseudo-divine Pokemon was indeed given a fitting identity as his Scylla. Although a tinge of disappointment lingered, MOU felt a sense of satisfaction in acquiring a slumbering deity. With Sakaki's endorsement, even if Scylla were to appear in public, it would not incite any chaos. Overall, the competition had been a resounding success, showcasing the vitality of the Rainbow Rocket team. After the awards were distributed, the host stepped forward once more to summarize the event. What exactly was MOU's reward? An antique, perhaps? Hardly an antique. It must be something far more valuable. As the host concluded, MOU and the others on stage began to depart, while the audience below also filtered out. Sakaki retrieved the bronze sword and stored it within a transparent pokeball-like object, subsequently handing it to MOU. Storage ball, 5 cubic meters. MOU accepted the storage ball, marveling at its seemingly magical properties while following Sakaki out. As they walked backstage in silence, MOU could no longer restrain his curiosity and finally inquired, "What is this sword?" "The ancient sword leopard," Sakaki replied succinctly, halting his steps. He regarded MOU with a surprising patience. "Oh," MOU nodded, momentarily at a loss for words. Seeing that he had no further inquiries, Sakaki resumed his departure. Jin Yao, clutching a thick stack of books, hurriedly pursued them, panting, "MOU, wait." She thrust the items into his arms before continuing after Sakaki. MOU stared at the books in his hands, somewhat bewildered. How to activate the body, maximizing physical potential, foundational fitness. The tomes he held were all related to physical well-being, their pages yellowed and creased, suggesting they had been frequently perused. Flipping open one of the volumes revealed dense notes, with nearly every segment containing explanations and enhancements of the content. The handwriting appeared robust and strong, reminiscent of Sakaki's script. MOU began to comprehend why the Rocket team had expanded so significantly. 5 of the 8 gym leaders in the Kanto region had chosen to join the Rocket team. As long as one demonstrated value worthy of investment, Sakaki would preemptively prepare everything needed. With his lavish generosity, formidable prowess, composed demeanor, and complete inclusiveness, Sakaki embodied the ideal boss in the hearts of many. Just like now, he was fully aware that MOU was an insider from the Dragon Clan, yet still entrusted him with the ancient sword leopard and these training insights. Truly, Sakaki was remarkable. MOU couldn't help but feel a sense of admiration, then slowly departed, cradling the books. Through this competition, he had acquired the so-called Level 2 deity, the ancient sword leopard, along with the birth certificate of Scylla. At present, he possessed 4 items related to various divine beasts: Indigo Shard, Kyogre, Seal, Rayquaza, Light Stone, Reshiram, and the awarded bronze sword, ancient sword leopard. Chapter 49. The Scylla Reborn. Is this the anomalous pseudo-divine you received from Lord Sakaki? Rinyu inquired, glancing at the leisurely strolling Scylla, not bothering to turn his head. Indeed, Imoyu nodded, his gaze fixed on the books in his hands, not shifting for a moment. 5 days had passed since the award ceremony, and they remained here because Sakaki had summoned all the leaders for an undisclosed discussion. With Sakaki's backing, Imoyu began to attempt releasing Scylla in front of others, starting with a less crowded general store, then moving on to the dormitory building and the Rainbow department store. Although Scylla always attracted numerous inquiries and attention, he prioritized Scylla's happiness over minor inconveniences. Due to his actions, the fact that his champion reward was an anomalous Scylla had become widely known, and under the intimidation of the name Sakaki, no one dared to make any mischief. Scylla sensed Rinyu's gaze, shot him a glance, and swiftly returned to Moyu's side. While reading, Moyu gently stroked the noticeably swollen sides of Scylla's body. Since the last consumption of the meteorite, the body of the armored dragon has begun to undergo significant transformations. Initially, its shell transitioned from a pale green to a gray hue, accompanied by the emergence of prominent bulges on either side of its body. As Moyu caressed the swollen protuberances, the pulsating sensation within the shell became distinctly palpable. With each gentle stroke, the armored dragon's countenance reflected a sense of relief. Ever since these two bulges appeared, the feelings of confinement and itchiness within its body have intensified. Every night, it dreams of breaking free from its shell, soaring freely through the skies. These dreams feel so vivid that they blur the lines of reality. Yet, upon awakening, the stifling sensation of confinement pulls it back into the mundane world. Soon, don't rush. If you wish to grow stronger, you must endure to the utmost. Moyu whispered soothingly as he embraced the armored dragon, closing his book. In the dragon clan, there exists a belief that the longer one endures in this form, the higher the potential strength upon evolution. Although this notion lacks empirical evidence, it is widely circulated among the violent dragons of Dragon Island, who firmly believe in its validity. The armored dragon shook its body and then leaped from Moyu's arms. It had the capability to forcibly shatter the shell encasing its body, yet it chose to endure in pursuit of greater strength. The moment it attains the power to break the shell with a mere touch, or when its patience reaches its limits, will herald the arrival of a skyward sovereign. How delightful! Rinyu gazed enviously at the armored dragon, yearning for a Pokemon that would shower him with affection. Alas, his fossil pterodactyl was incredibly well-behaved, never causing him any trouble, while the electric beast, having watched him grow, resembled more of a guardian than a companion. Fossil pterodactyl, come forth. He released the fossil pterodactyl, wishing to let it stretch its wings while also hoping it might learn some of the armored dragon's vivacity. Upon landing, the fossil pterodactyl sat upright until Rinyu encouraged it to play freely, at which point it took to the skies, glancing back hesitantly. The armored dragon, observing the fossil pterodactyl in the air, brightened with excitement. Armored, armored, it called out eagerly, striving to capture the creature's attention. The fossil pterodactyl, upon hearing the calls, tilted its head in curiosity before gently descending. As soon as it landed, the armored dragon clambered clumsily onto its back. Although the fossil pterodactyl felt somewhat uncomfortable, it merely swayed slightly, casting a pleading glance at Rinyu. Moyu regarded the fossil pterodactyl with a serious tone. If it maintained this temperament, it might be suitable for everyday life, but from a combat perspective, it was undeniably inadequate. Rinyu nodded in resignation, wearing an expression of frustration as if he had forgotten his own previously timid demeanor. It wishes to play with you. Moyu approached the fossil pterodactyl, explaining the armored dragon's favorite bungee game. Upon hearing his explanation, the fossil pterodactyl appeared contemplative, almost agreeing, only to stop itself and look towards Rinyu. You decide. Rinyu refrained from making the decision for the fossil pterodactyl, allowing it to choose for itself. The fossil pterodactyl displayed a remarkably human-like confusion, and after a moment of hesitation, it cautiously nodded while closely observing Rinyu's expressions. Then you may play. Afterward, I'll treat you to something delicious. Moyu affectionately patted the fossil pterodactyl's head before returning to sit beside Rinyu. Under the armored dragon's urging, the fossil pterodactyl commenced its attempt at the bungee game. Gradually, a smile began to grace its face. According to research, the fossil pterodactyl's preferred pastime was to lift a large stone and smash it to the ground. Although it couldn't truly let the armored dragon fall, the fossil pterodactyl still found it immensely relaxing. Moyu observed the playful interaction between the fossil pterodactyl and the armored dragon, turning to Rinyu and saying, "We must take this fossil pterodactyl's temperament seriously." Indeed. Rinyu nodded in agreement. Under Moyu's influence, Rinyu's character had transformed from weakness to a more assertive demeanor. While he still retained some softness, he was now capable of decisively rejecting unreasonable demands. Perhaps we should let it play more with the armored dragon and see if it can have a positive influence? Imoyu suggested, casting a probing glance at Rinyu. The armored dragon and fossil pterodactyl could revel in their favorite games together, and the fossil pterodactyl seemed to be enjoying itself. That sounds fine, Rinyu readily agreed, perhaps having already harbored such intentions. While Imoyu and Rinyu were engrossed in conversation, the figure of Qian-song appeared behind them. Imoyu, Rinyu, we must prepare to depart. Qian-song's voice startled them as it broke through the air. Is this armored dragon the reward from Sakamoto? Quite impressive, he observed the armored dragon, his tone slightly pausing before he continued. Qian-song was aware that this armored dragon was indeed Imoyu's Pokemon, but for the moment, it was considered a reward from Sakamoto, a statement he would make regardless of who was present. Imoyu and Rinyu quickly rose to their feet, bowing respectfully to Qian-song. Leader. Yes, Qian-song nodded slightly. We shall return immediately. Immediately? Imoyu was still processing the situation when Qian-song hastily turned to leave, as if there were urgent matters demanding his attention. Rinyu and Imoyu exchanged glances, retracting their Pokemon and following closely behind Qian-song. Upon reaching the dormitory area, Qian-song paused, instructing, "You both return to gather your belongings. We will convene on the top floor in half an hour." With that, he turned back towards the dormitory while Imoyu and Rinyu hurried to prepare their things. Half an hour later, Imoyu arrived first at the top floor, where, besides himself, members of both Team Plasma and Team Galactic were also present. As he organized the team, the imposing figure of Chu Chi-Si furrowed his brow. The Master Ball containing Reshiram at his waist trembled incessantly, as if sensing something. Is the chosen hero among us? The luminous stone that Imoyu had stored within a Pokeball had also grown exceedingly warm, flickering with an intermittent glow. However, Imoyu remained oblivious to all of this, curiously inquiring about the purpose of the gathering with others around him. Chu Chi-Si's gaze swept across the faces of those present, eventually landing on Imoyu. Is it him? Chu Chi-Si murmured to himself as he observed Imoyu conversing with a member of Team Galactic. Deep down, he hoped it wasn't Imoyu, not only because he wished to win him over, but also due to the fact that Imoyu had already caught Sakamoto's attention. Yet, reason dictated that if a hero worthy of Reshiram's selection were truly present, Imoyu would be the most likely candidate. Sensing something, Imoyu turned his head toward the direction of Chu Chi-Si while engaged in conversation with a member of Team Galactic. Chu Chi-Si offered him a faint smile before shifting his gaze away, lost in thought. Perplexed by Chu Chi-Si's odd demeanor, Imoyu dismissed it from his mind, reasoning that he and Chu Chi-Si had no conflict and likely would not intersect in the future. Did you also receive the leader's message to depart immediately? Imoyu continued to probe the members of Team Galactic for information as others began to gather around them. Yes, I was actually asleep in my dorm when the leader burst in, startling me, a member of Team Galactic rambled on, initiating a lengthy monologue. Imoyu maintained a polite smile, feigning interest in the chatter while contemplating what could prompt such urgency among the leaders. After much deliberation, he could not conjure a plausible explanation, deciding to set the matter aside for the moment and later inquire with Qian-song. Imoyu. At this moment, Rinyu hurriedly arrived. Unlike Imoyu, who possessed a storage ball, Rinyu was laden with various items purchased from Rainbow Bazaar, both in his hands and piled on his back. As a rich second-generation heir with an uncertain family fortune, Rinyu had practically acquired everything available at the Rainbow Bazaar. Observing the eye-catching array of bags and packages surrounding Rinyu, Imoyu sighed and spoke, "Hand everything over to me." "No need," Rinyu replied, momentarily startled. Assuming Imoyu intended to assist him with his load, he scrutinized Imoyu and inquired, "Where are your belongings? How come you don't even have your backpack?" Imoyu remained silent, but reached out to take the suitcase from Rinyu's grasp, subsequently placing it into the storage ball. Rinyu stared in bewilderment as the suitcase vanished in an instant, his expression shifting from confusion to astonishment. "Do you possess a ghost-type Pokemon?" His initial reaction was to assume that Imoyu had a ghost-type Pokemon, such as Gengar or Spiritomb, which are renowned for their vast internal spaces or their ability to store items in the spirit realm, an invaluable asset for traveling trainers. "No, it's this." Imoyu shook his head and revealed the storage ball to Rinyu. After obtaining Imoyu's consent, Rinyu cautiously accepted the storage ball, bringing it close for a meticulous examination. I feel like I've seen it before," he mused, the storage ball appearing somewhat familiar, as if he had encountered it in his childhood. With a sharp intake of breath, Rinyu strained to recall where he had seen it, but a violent headache ensued. The pain felt as though an invisible hand had plunged into his mind, stirring it violently. Suddenly, the suitcase in Rinyu's other hand toppled to the ground, prompting him to crouch down, clutching his head. Are you all right? Mo asked, seeing Rinyu suddenly hunch over, and quickly placed a hand on his shoulder while using his aura to assess Rinyu's condition. Rinyu's aura was chaotic, presenting a scenario Mo had never encountered, leaving him slightly at a loss. He could only attempt to soothe Rinyu's aura with his own energy, though his efforts felt inadequate. Fortunately, as Rinyu ceased pondering the storage ball, the throbbing in his head began to gradually subside. With Mo's assistance, Rinyu's headache eventually calmed. What was I just thinking about? Rinyu muttered, still holding his head as he looked up at Mo. I have no idea, Mo replied, equally perplexed. From his perspective, Rinyu had simply collapsed to the ground after taking the storage ball, trembling uncontrollably, his aura in utter disarray, lacking the ability to read minds. He could not fathom what Rinyu had been contemplating. Never mind, Rinyu concluded, seemingly having genuinely forgotten his previous thoughts. He placed all his items into the storage ball and returned it to Mo. Are you all set? At that moment, Chi Yin-song was about to arrive. Due to their relatively secluded location and Mo blocking most of Rinyu's figure, the earlier commotion had gone unnoticed by others. Yes, Rinyu nodded, appearing as though nothing had transpired, as if it were merely a figment of Mo's imagination. Mo followed suit, nodding in agreement. The chaotic aura had just been restored to normal, and it seemed Rinyu truly had forgotten the events that had just unfolded. After a moment of peculiar glances, Chi Yin-song hastily departed, and yet another unusual incident occurred with Rinyu. Mo felt as though this journey was riddled with bizarre occurrences, ensnaring him in an intricate web. Let's head back. I need to discuss something with you. A series of helicopters descended, and Chi Yin-song led Mo and Rinyu onto a crimson helicopter. This time, they did not teleport as they had upon arrival, but opted for traditional transportation. Once aboard the helicopter and seated, Mo and Rinyu sat closely together, while Chi Yin-song took a seat opposite them. You must have questions about my sudden decision to bring you back, Chi Yin-song stated, observing Mo and Rinyu, who nodded almost in unison. You deserve the truth, and I shall not conceal anything from you, Chi Yin-song continued, glancing first at Mo and then at Rinyu, adding an emphasis on the latter. The instigator of the battle prior to the finals is a significant high-ranking official from the external league, and he is currently missing. The league has officially declared war against us. Chapter 51, Negotiation with Chi Yin-song. Mo and Rinyu exclaimed simultaneously once more. However, the distinction lay in Mo's astonishment regarding the high-ranking league official's absence, while Rinyu was simply taken aback by the declaration of war. In truth, Chi Yin-song cast a sidelong glance at the helicopter's pilot, a robot, though the possibility of a listening device could not be dismissed. He gestured for Mo and Rinyu to lean in closer. That high-ranking official fled at the time, and we were unable to apprehend him. Chi Yin-song's voice barely reached Mo and Rinyu's ears amidst the whir of the helicopter's rotors. They exchanged glances, somewhat bewildered, unsure how the official's escape correlated with the league's declaration of war against them. Even if they had managed to capture this official and returned him, would that have prevented the league from engaging in conflict with the Rainbow Rocket team? Chi Yin-song seemed to grasp this question as well. His mind muddled from 3 consecutive days of meetings, momentarily at a loss for words. His expression faltered, and he finally said, in any case, we must be prepared to face our adversaries upon our return. With that, Chi Yin-song leaned back in his chair and closed his eyes. Mo and Rinyu followed suit, reclining against their seats. Mo pondered what actions he could take once the war commenced, while Rinyu simply closed his eyes to rest. Approximately an hour later, the helicopter hovered above Melee City before descending slowly. After landing, Chi Yin-song addressed Mo. Mo, head to the tower. With that, he turned and departed. I'll go ahead. I'll retrieve your belongings when I return, Mo informed Rinyu. Rinyu nodded, indicating his agreement with Mo's plan. The two then parted ways, one heading towards the Villa District while the other made his way to the tower. Mo skillfully navigated the tower, effortlessly arriving at Chi Yin-song's office. Knock, knock. Enter. Mo pushed the door open to find Chi Yin-song waiting expectantly. Have a seat. Chi Yin-song gestured towards a chair in front of the desk, and Mo complied. I called you here for 2 matters, Chi Yin-song began, lifting a thermos to take a small sip before continuing. First, assist your Arcanine in absorbing the remaining energy. Second, regarding your impending infiltration of the Ocean Team. Listening to Chi Yin-song's purpose for summoning him, Mo nodded. He had initially thought that the Ocean Team assignment might be postponed due to the League's impending assault. However, Chi Yin-song's tone suggested that the plan was still very much in motion. Let us discuss the second matter first, then we'll address the first. Noting Mo's nod, Chi Yin-song set the thermos back on the desk. During this time, He had been contemplating what price would be suitable to persuade Mou and how he might extort Shui Wudong. First, state your conditions. Qi Yinsong decided to allow Mou to voice his demands first, thereby taking the initiative in the discussion. If Mou proposed a high price, they could negotiate further. If he offered a low one, Qi Yinsong would simply agree. Well, Mou hesitated for a moment, during which the system prompt chimed in appropriately. Qi Yinsong allows you to state your conditions first, granting him the upper hand. You decide. 1. Propose an outrageous condition, Master Ball X1, Anti-Ice X1, Upgrade Voucher X1, Lottery Chances X10. 2. Propose a standard condition, Gold-Plated Ultra Ball X1, Devon Corporation 50th Anniversary Ball X1, Lottery Chances X5. 3. Propose a modest condition that would make Qi Yinsong chuckle, Qi Yinsong Favor X20, Lottery Chances X3. Mou cast a cursory glance at the system prompt before resuming his contemplation of the conditions he wished to propose. He was uncertain as to what degree constituted an extreme exaggeration, thus he could only articulate his thoughts based on personal judgment. You may ponder for 10 minutes. The speed of the wind will require some time to absorb those elements, and I have other matters to attend to later. Qi Yinsong remarked while glancing at his wristwatch. In truth, he had no pressing engagements that evening. The imposition of a deadline was merely intended to instill a sense of urgency in Mou. I desire sole control over the primal Groudon for an hour. A Pokemon capable of evolving to the quasi-champion level 90, along with the corresponding resources. Furthermore, I require the timely provision of monthly resources and benefits at the cadre level, as well as the privilege to select one item of my choice from the Lava Team's warehouse each month. As 10 minutes swiftly elapsed, Mou spoke with deliberation. You have selected option 1. The reward has been dispensed, echoed the system's voice, which perceived Mou's demands as exorbitantly ambitious. Impossible. Qi Yinsong categorically rejected the proposal, asserting that he could not relinquish control over the primal Groudon. This creature was his greatest asset, and its mastery relied upon the capabilities of the Crimson Orb and especially crafted Master Ball. Should he grant control to Mou, the potential ramifications were too dire to contemplate. Forget about the primal Groudon. The option to select an item each month is equally non-negotiable. Qi Yinsong's tone was resolute. While I can forego control over the primal Groudon, I must insist on the ability to select items. Mou retreated a step, relinquishing his claim to the primal Groudon's control. His desire for this control had merely been a test of Qi Yinsong's resolve. Should he acquiesce, Mou would then be capable of using the primal Groudon to unlock the seal on the dimensional rift. Conversely, should he refuse, Mou would not suffer any significant loss. No, Qi Yinsong maintained his refusal, though his tone softened considerably. 10 items, to be retrieved in batches. Perceiving the change in Qi Yinsong's demeanor, Mou responded, 5 items. Qi Yinsong slightly relented, and thus began a tug-of-war over the selection of items. 10 items. Not a single one less. Mou countered, unwavering in his stance. Despite the prospect of joining the Ocean Team being advantageous for him, he believed it prudent to seize whatever resources were available from Qi Yinsong. 7 items. Qi Yinsong finally conceded after a lengthy silence. Deal. Mou replied with decisive agreement, as though the previous insistence had never been his. Qi Yinsong paused, taken aback, then nodded in agreement. Thus, the arrangement was finalized. Qi Yinsong would provide a quasi-champion level Pokemon, resources, the monthly cadre level benefits from the Lava Team, and the option to select any 7 items from the Lava Team's warehouse. Though he felt a twinge of regret for not acquiring control over the primal Groudon, the terms were still acceptable. The Pokemon will be available for collection tomorrow. I need to prepare. Would you prefer to retrieve the items from the warehouse now or later? Qi Yinsong inquired, looking at Mou. Let us do it later. Shouldn't we allow the Wind Speed Dog to absorb the remaining elements first? Mou opted not to take the items now, as the remaining resources in the warehouse had already been picked over. He planned to wait until Qi Yinsong restocked from the Rainbow Rocket Team before making his selection. Upon hearing Mou's decision to postpone, a fleeting disappointment crossed Qi Yinsong's face, but he quickly said, "Follow me." The two returned to the location of the primal Groudon, where Mou released the Wind Speed Dog. Recognizing the familiar surroundings, the Pokemon understood what was about to transpire, although it felt some discomfort. Enduring this moment of pain would ultimately empower it. Chapter 52. The Fossil Aerodactyl as a Friend. With the aid of the primal Groudon, the remaining fragments of the Crimson Orb and the scales of the earth disintegrated into powder and merged with the Wind Speed Dog's body. The pale blue flames that reignited upon the Wind Speed Dog gradually receded within, and its trembling lips began to settle. Mou focused intently on the Wind Speed Dog. and a panel materialized before his eyes. Wind Speed Dog Male. Level 70. Type Fire. Ability Intimidate. Lowers opposing Pokemon's physical attack. Moves: Fire Fong, Quick Attack, Flare Blitz, Flamethrower. Play Rough, Bite. Crimson Orb Fragment Effect. Moderate increase in fire resistance. Significant elevation of flame temperature. Moderate boosts in speed and stamina. Earth Scale Powder 15, 100. Current status: Earth Scale Powder, not fully absorbed. Crimson Orb Fragment 72 absorbed. Observing the changes in the Wind Speed Dog status, MOU couldn't help but gently pat its head. The powder from the Earth Scales had already integrated into its body, while a portion of the Crimson Orb fragments remained unabsorbed. Qi Yinsong wiped the sweat from his brow and remarked, "The Wind Speed Dog won't be able to absorb everything at once. However, these elements will gradually be assimilated through continued training." With shared interests now binding MOU and Qi Yinsong, he felt no inclination to continue pressing the matter of the Earth Scales and Crimson Orb fragments. After all, such resources were finite, and prolonged pressure might incite a sense of rebellion in MOU. At present, their common goal of undermining the Ocean Team had become their new bond, one that was not only more stable and resilient, but mutually beneficial. Indeed, the Wind Speed Dog instinctively lowered its head and nudged MOU's hand, its fur dampened with sweat, yet gleaming with vitality. As MOU and the Wind Speed Dog prepared to depart, Qi Yinsong spoke again. "Regarding the Pokemon you requested, do you have any specific preferences?" "Well," MOU pondered for a moment before responding, "I have no particular requirements, but I hope it isn't an adult Pokemon." Nodding in acknowledgement of MOU's stipulation, Qi Yinsong replied, "Then please come by tomorrow." With that, MOU and the Wind Speed Dog left Qi Yinsong's company. The Wind Speed Dog, feeling the sudden surge of energy within, experienced a sense of discomfort and restlessness. After receiving MOU's consent, it sprinted to the outskirts of Melee City to expend its excess energy. Meanwhile, MOU returned to the villa to drop off Rinyu's belongings before reuniting with the Wind Speed Dog outside. "Back already?" Just as MOU approached the villa's entrance, before he could ring the doorbell, the door swung open as Rinyu stepped out. In the living room, the Electivire was attempting to communicate with the fossil Aerodactyl, its face a mixture of frustration and exasperation. The fossil Aerodactyl sat before the Electivire, its cheeks puffing out momentarily before quickly deflating as it bowed its head in submission. Rinyu followed MOU's gaze and sighed. "Alas, the Electivire is instigating trouble. Poor fossil Aerodactyl." In an effort to improve the fossil Aerodactyl's demeanor, Rinyu had racked his brain for solutions. If the fossil Aerodactyl's nature proved impossible to amend, he might consider withdrawing it from battles, allowing it to enjoy a more leisurely existence as a Pokemon. However, the fossil Aerodactyl would strongly object to the notion of not battling. "I think it might be beneficial to allow it to interact with unfamiliar Pokemon first," MOU suggested thoughtfully. He surmised that the fossil Aerodactyl's current state likely stemmed from uncertainty in how to communicate with both humans and Pokemon. Coupled with its inherently gentle nature, it might fear that its words or actions would provoke disapproval from those it held dear. Is that truly effective? Although Rinyu's tone conveyed skepticism, he inwardly acknowledged the validity of MOU's perspective. He glanced back at the fossil Aerodactyl, then at MOU, a sense of defeat quietly welling up within him. It was ironic that despite having spent more time with the fossil Aerodactyl, MOU's understanding of its nature was far more profound. "Enough of your fanciful thoughts. First, tidy up your belongings, and then we shall venture out together to teach the fossil Pteranodon the art of friendship." Unbeknownst to MOU, Rinyu's mind was awash with thoughts. Observing Rinyu's sudden silence, he urged him on. "Oh, all right." Rinyu nodded, casting aside his sentimental musings, and collaborated with MOU to extract the various packages from the storage sphere. After stowing the retrieved bundles in his room, Rinyu recalled the electric beast and the fossil Pteranodon, and together with MOU, they made their way outside of Melee City. Woof, woof. In the woods beyond Melee City, MOU inhaled deeply, cupped his hands around his mouth like a trumpet, and called out loudly to the sky. Woof. His voice echoed further and further, and soon enough, a dog-esque bark, strikingly similar to his own, resonated from a distance, followed swiftly by the appearance of an orange figure in their line of sight. "Come forth, Crustle." MOU released Crustle as well, and upon spotting the creature, the speedy dog instinctively halted its advance, coming to a stop approximately 5 meters away. It then recalled that Crustle was now free to roam and would not act out as it had in the past. With this thought, the speedy dog cautiously approached Crustle, who merely cast a glance in its direction before ambulating to Rinyu's feet, staring up at him intently. Today, the fossil pteranodon cannot engage in bungee jumping with you. Given Crussel's demeanor, MOU could easily discern its thoughts. Yet today, the fossil pteranodon had a far greater mission, to attempt to befriend the wild Pokemon native to this area. Though the primal Groudon's presence had driven nearly all of the forest's Pokemon away, a few, still tethered to their homeland, chose to remain. The fossil pteranodon's task today was merely to converse with these wild Pokemon. There was no need for immediate friendship. Successful communication would suffice. Crussel, though somewhat disappointed. Crussel was a considerate creature and understood that MOU had its best interests at heart. If MOU stated that they could not play today, it was clear that other matters required his attention, and Crussel would not act out and cause him trouble. Let us first seek out some wild Pokemon for the fossil pteranodon. MOU lifted the significantly heavier Crussel and turned back to Rinyu, who nodded in agreement without any objection to MOU's decision. Under the guidance of the speedy dog, they arrived beneath a withered tree. Its trunk thick enough for 3 people to embrace. Though it had long since died, it stood tall and straight. Woof, woof. The speedy dog halted about a meter away from the dead tree and barked a few times at the trunk. Soon, a pair of rabbit ears, brown at the tips and gray below, peeked out from behind the tree. To prevent this Pokemon from fleeing at the sight of them, MOU quietly released his aura power, locking onto the creature and preparing to soothe its panic. The brown and gray ears twitched, as if they could hear the breaths of MOU and his companions. Dig, dig. The rabbit ears suddenly perked up, followed by a somewhat panicked cry. The wild Pokemon, having been discovered by the speedy dog, initially prepared to flee but felt its internal terror rapidly dissipate, replaced by a burgeoning curiosity. It hesitated, peeking out to observe. At that moment, as the creature laid eyes on MOU and the others, they too caught sight of it. Chapter 53, The Soundwave Larva. Diglett. I never expected to find one here, MOU remarked with keen interest, gazing at the inquisitive Diglett that had cautiously emerged. Beside him, Rinyu looked on in confusion, having no familiarity with this Pokemon. This is a Pokemon from the Kalos region, called Diglett, known for its ability to burrow using its ears. Sensing Rinyu's puzzled gaze, MOU proceeded to explain. Ears, Rinyu repeated, still bewildered. Look at the brown part at the tips of its ears, the ends split into 3, resembling fingers. It uses these to dig. MOU pointed to the Diglett's oversized ears in emphasis. Oh, I see now. Rinyu nodded in understanding and subsequently released the fossil pteranodon. With MOU's aura power calming its nerves, the Diglett's fear at the sudden appearance of the fossil pteranodon lasted only a fleeting moment. MOU gestured toward the Diglett, instructing the fossil pteranodon, why not try conversing with it? Hesitant at first, the fossil pteranodon steeled itself, wishing to transform its disposition and earn accolades on the battlefield. Gur? It crouched down, attempting to align its gaze with that of the Diglett. Observing the clumsy fossil pteranodon, the last remnants of the Diglett's anxiety quietly faded away. Dig. The Diglett waved at the fossil pteranodon, who turned back helplessly only to find that MOU and Rinyu had already distanced themselves. Left with no choice, it attempted to engage with the Diglett on its own. Roar. Although MOU and Rinyu had retreated to a distance, they remained attentive to the unfolding interaction. I hope it truly makes a friend, Rinyu remarked wistfully, feeling an inexplicable paternal instinct despite his youth. Rest assured, thus far, everything appears promising. MOU was gradually decreasing the output of his aura power, while the Diglett relaxed further during its exchange with the fossil pteranodon. Woof. The speedy dog rested its chin atop MOU's head, watching the fossil pteranodon as it endeavored to forge a friendship. However, the speedy dog was not one to possess great patience. After a short while, it grew bored and playfully began to tease Crussel. As night fell, the fossil pteranodon returned, its expression one of lingering satisfaction. How did it go? Rinyu and the electric beast awaited its report. Roar. Embarrassed by the scrutiny of the duo, the fossil pteranodon buried its head in its wings and, after a brief moment, emitted a muffled sound. Is that so? It's good that you made an acquaintance. We shall return tomorrow. Rinyu affectionately patted the fossil pteranodon on the head, and the electric beast shared in its joy. Speedy dog, Crussel. Upon the fossil pteranodon's return, MOU called out to the 2 figures chasing each other in the distance. Hearing MOU's voice, Crussel and the speedy dog quickly dashed back to his side, and they all returned to Melee City together. Carrying the rare Crussel, MOU naturally drew the attention of others upon entering the city. However, those who had witnessed the competition and award ceremony through live broadcasts and television could only feel envy and jealousy toward the rare Crussel nestled in MOU's embrace. Now accustomed to such gazes, Crussel and MOU made their way back to the villa with steady strides. If time permitted, they could continue allowing the fossil pteranodon to seek out the Diglett for further friendship tomorrow, helping it realize the importance of not living solely in the eyes of others. After giving Rinyu one last instruction, Imoyu returned to his bedroom, Crustle in his arms. The bulges on either side of Crussle's body had become increasingly pronounced, transforming from a bun-like shape into a sharp triangular form. Through the protruding triangular tips, Imoyu could discern a faint golden hue. Could this be a result of the previous meteorite? He gently stroked Crussle's body, causing the creature to emit a confused cry. The following morning, Rinyu and the electric beast eagerly took the fossil pteranodon to find the Diglett. The trio of strong, handsome, and fierce had seen Yang Yochi promoted to team leader by Qi Yin Song, while the remaining two brothers voluntarily requested to join Yang Yochi's team. Imoyu did not object. Rather, he allowed them to pursue this path. As the newly appointed cadre, Yang Yochi remained under his supervision, and given that he would not continue with the lava team, forcing them to stay would not serve their interests. Yang Yochi and his companions expressed their unwavering loyalty, declaring that Imoyu would always be their leader. Imoyu arrived at the towering edifice clad in the specially crafted attire he had procured from the Rainbow Rocket team. Chihai Song had been waiting for him for quite some time. The Pokemon he desired was fully prepared, merely awaiting his final decision. In accordance with your specifications, there were 3 Pokemon that had yet to reach their adult forms, and he was free to choose. Before Chihai Song lay a meticulously arranged desk, upon which 3 Pokeballs rested, each weighed down by a sheet brimming with pertinent information regarding the respective Pokemon. The trio consisted of Woobat, Trapinch, and Skorupi. Imoyu cast his gaze upon the 3 Pokemon, and the system's prompt chimed in at the appointed time. Before you lie 3 Pokemon carefully selected by Chihai Song. Please make your choice. 1. Woobat, Swobat, Flying Psychic-type Pokemon. Rewards: 1 Life Orb, 1 Silver Crown, 1 Silver Glass Whistle, 6 Lottery Draws. 2. Trapinch, Vibrava, Ground Dragon-type Pokemon. Rewards: 5 Rare Candies, 9 Fight Sand, 1 Ancient Coin, 7 Lottery Draws. 3. Skorupi, Drapion, Ground Poison-type Pokemon. Rewards: 1 Toxic Orb, 150 milliliters of poison from an Arbok, 1 Random Skill Machine, 10 Lottery Draws. The options appeared in succession. Imoyu glanced briefly at them, noting that the rewards were rather comparable. This indicated that, thus far, the 3 Pokemon were of equal strength and possessed no significant differences in talent. After careful contemplation, he decided, I shall take this one. Ultimately, Imoyu chose Trapinch. The final form of Trapinch is Vibrava, a species known to inhabit arid deserts. It is said that it flutters its wings amidst sandstorms, producing a sound reminiscent of a melodious female voice. Thus, it is often referred to as the Desert Fairy. Of course, Imoyu did not select it merely for its enchanting song, but rather with future considerations in mind. Chapter 54, The Bronze Sword. Very well. Once Imoyu made his choice, Chihai Song nodded and reclaimed the other 2 Pokeballs. After receiving a deposit, Imoyu inquired, when shall our plan commence? In a few days. I must find an opportunity to incite some interest from Shui Wudong in you. Upon addressing the matter at hand, Chihai Song adopted a significantly more serious demeanor. To ensure that Shui Wudong would experience the utmost distress, he was brainstorming diligently. Understood, leader. I will await your news. Imoyu offered a slight bow to Chihai Song before preparing to take his leave. Wait, Chihai Song called out. Imoyu halted, turning back to look at him with curiosity. Isn't your Shelgon on the verge of evolution? Chihai Song posed a question seemingly unrelated to their earlier discussion. Yes, quite soon. Imoyu affirmed with a nod, acknowledging Chihai Song's inquiry. After the recent competition, Shelgon was indeed a Pokemon that could be revealed. Thus there was no need for excessive concealment. Then come back the day after tomorrow. With that, Chihai Song waved him off, signaling that he could depart. Very well. Imoyu nodded, though he remained unaware of Chihai Song's ulterior motives. For the time being, he had no reason to believe he would be harmed. After leaving the tower, Imoyu returned to the villa of Rinyu. The villa was devoid of inhabitants, as Electivire, Aerodactyl, and Rinyu had yet to return. He first retrieved the Pokeball containing Trapinch and released it. Its appearance bore resemblance to a dragonfly, with green wings and eyes, and a pale yellow body. Though referred to as a larva, it stood approximately 1 meter tall. Upon its release, Trapinch immediately focused its gaze on Imoyu, moving its mouth a few times. Yet no sound emerged. It seemed to have realized this, as it subsequently vibrated its wings, producing a soft but melodious sound in the process. Hello, I am Imoyu, your trainer from this moment forward. I look forward to our journey together. Imoyu spoke in a gentle tone, extending his hand towards Trapinch. Without hesitation, Trapinch gently coiled its antenna around MOU's finger. The amplitude of its psychic wave also rose, indicating that Trapinch was in a favorable mood and bore no ill will towards MOU. Sensing its satisfaction, MOU felt a sense of relief wash over him. It was fortunate that Trapinch accepted him. Had it been otherwise, it would have posed a considerable predicament. He did not consider himself a virtuous individual. Yet he adhered to a fundamental moral code, and he could never bring himself to force a Pokemon into battle against its will. As he sighed in relief, MOU gazed intently at Trapinch. Trapinch, male, level 40, type, ground, dragon, ability, levitate, moves, sand tomb, dragon tail, earthquake, earth power, dragon dive, sonic boom. Trapinch's attributes appeared entirely ordinary, devoid of anything particularly noteworthy. After spending a little more time familiarizing himself with Trapinch, MOU returned it to its Pokeball. He then retrieved the bronze sword acquired from the competition from his storage ball. The bronze sword continued to emanate a chilling aura, and according to the system panel, it remained in a state of slumber. MOU produced the unmelting ice from his storage space. It was the only ice-related item he possessed. Although it was called unmelting ice, it did not exude the bone-chilling cold he had anticipated. Instead, it offered a mere hint of coolness. The moment the unmelting ice appeared, MOU felt as if the bronze sword resting on his lap had shifted slightly. He looked curiously at the sword, which remained still, as if his previous sensation had been merely a figment of his imagination. Well, regardless of its utility, I shall give it a try. MOU shook his head, dismissing the earlier misperception, and pressed the unmelting ice against the bronze sword. Sizzle. To his astonishment, the unmelting ice, reputed to remain unchanged even in molten lava, began to gradually melt. Although it appeared to be liquefying, MOU observed no droplets or liquid forming. He picked up the unmelting ice once more. It had diminished significantly, with the surface that had come into contact with the bronze sword now remarkably smooth. Is this effective? MOU glanced back at the bronze sword, its status panel still reading Slumber 11, with no alterations. I'll give you all of this. If it proves ineffective, then so be it. Holding the remaining half of the unmelting ice, MOU resolved to feed it entirely to the bronze sword. Sizzle. The sound reminiscent of ice meeting a scorching iron plate echoed once more as the remaining piece of unmelting ice gradually disappeared into the bronze sword. He redirected his gaze to the bronze sword. Any changes? Observing the panel, he noted that the status Slumber 11 had transformed into Slumber 105. Although there was a change, MOU found no cause for celebration. A piece of unmelting ice, manageable with one hand, had only reduced the slumber state by 0.5. Based on MOU's conjecture, the process might become increasingly challenging as time progressed, and he could only speculate how many resources would ultimately be required. However, after a brief moment of hesitation, he retrieved a second piece of unmelting ice. There were 3 pieces in total within the system space, and without any Pokemon capable of absorbing this substance, it would be prudent to offer them all to the bronze sword. Perhaps it might yield some surprising results. Sizzle. The remaining 2 pieces of unmelting ice were fed to the bronze sword. True to form, while 1 piece of unmelting ice reduced the slumber state by 0.5, 3 pieces only diminished it by 11. At this point, the status on the bronze sword's panel read Slumber 99. He lifted the bronze sword and swung it through the air a few times. It remained as lifeless as ever, showing no signs of change. MOU fell silent for a moment before attempting to infuse the bronze sword with his psychic energy. Crack, crack. As he infused the power of the aura into the bronze sword, its blade was swiftly enveloped in a cerulean ice. MOU, filled with curiosity, extended his index finger and gently touched the completely covered azure blade. He prodded it lightly at first, but gradually increased the pressure. Yet, he felt no remarkable sensation, as if it were merely a decorative layer. He continued to amplify the output of his aura, which merely caused the sword to begin shimmering. Although it served little practical purpose, at least it was visually appealing. MOU reassured himself, and then, undeterred, made one last attempt to swing the sword. With a swish, an unexpected phenomenon occurred. As he swung the blade, a faint blue energy manifested as a light blade that shot forth from the sword. However, whether due to his feeble strength or some other reason, the light blade ultimately left only a mark approximately 15 centimeters deep and 30 centimeters long upon the marble coffee table. MOU leaned in for a closer inspection, noticing that the edges of the mark were adorned with azure ice crystals, which were rapidly melting away. Remarkable. MOU's tone carried a subtle hint of exhilaration. Chapter 55. The negotiation between the Ember Pine and the Water Wutong. MOU hurriedly arrived at the training room. securing the finest chamber available. Upon entering, he eagerly retrieved the bronze sword once more, exerting all his strength to swing it towards the alloy testing target before him. This time, unlike the previous occasion, he failed to unleash the cerulean light blade. Although disappointed, he was not surprised. Instead, he began to channel his aura power into the bronze sword with all his might. As the aura coursed through, the sword was once again enveloped in azure ice. With the last vestige of aura power drained from his body, Mou's arm trembled as he swung towards the alloy testing target. Thud! After releasing the strike, the bronze sword slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, while he staggered and ultimately collapsed onto the floor. Yet, this time he successfully unleashed another cerulean light blade. This blade was thicker and longer than before, its chill more piercing. A screeching sound emanated from the alloy testing target, followed by a cloud of white mist enveloping both the light blade and the target. Mou struggled to rise and move closer, but his fatigued body betrayed him. Approximately 10 minutes later, the mist began to dissipate, and Mou regained a modicum of strength. Dragging his weary form, he approached the alloy testing target and took a deep breath. Hiss! Before him, the alloy testing target had been cleaved in two and was encased in azure ice crystals, typically employed to gauge the power of Pokemon moves. This alloy target was designed for gym leader-level Pokemon, around level 60. The dimensions and shapes of alloy targets varied, but the one before Mou was the most common square target measuring 50 by 50 centimeters. Generally, gym leader-level Pokemon would leave only scratches on such a target, with the rarest, exceptionally trained specimens perhaps making a mark of 5 to 10 centimeters. Yet, Mou's strike had severed the entire alloy target in half. Although he became utterly exhausted after executing this strike, rendering him nearly lifeless, such a move could decisively alter the outcome of a battle in the wild. Is it truly possible for a mere novice aura to possess such strength? Mou pondered, gazing at his own handiwork with a murmured reflection. His aura had awakened from the system, merely a basic level, requiring all of his effort just to calm the emotions of a Pokemon. What if he possessed a higher level of aura? Mou couldn't help but envision what it would be like to wield an aura of the caliber exhibited by the character Ash from the movies. The upgrade voucher. Mou suddenly recalled that he had a voucher in the system's inventory that could elevate an ability obtained from the system. Originally intended for enhancing his skills as a breeder, he now found himself grappling with a dilemma. Should he upgrade his breeding knowledge for future preparations, or directly enhance his aura power to become stronger in the present? Such vexation. Mou found himself entangled in a delightful quandary, while on the other side, Water Wudong was engulfed in surprise. Are you truly considering selling Mou, allowing him to learn from the Ocean Team? Indeed, in stark contrast to Water Wudong's incredulity, Ember Pine appeared to have aged 30 years in that brief span, his brow knitted in deep concern. Why? Is it because of that prior incident? Although Water Wudong's face radiated excitement, he remained skeptical that Ember Pine would willingly let Mou depart. Ember Pine produced a lit cigarette from somewhere, inhaled deeply, and replied, "Cough, yes and no." Before Water Wudong could inquire further, he continued, "Haven't you already sought him out? What? Are you reluctant now? I was willing." But regarding his situation in truth, Water Wudong was 1,000 times eager for Mou to join the Ocean Team. Yet he was unwilling to have a talent whose heart lay elsewhere. "I will tell him he is going to learn from you. But how you make him loyal is your concern." Ember Pine was fervently eager for Water Wudong's agreement, yet his expression remained one of resignation. "That sounds acceptable, but are you truly so benevolent?" Water Wudong had no objections to Ember Pine's suggestion, but harbored distrust towards him. Their initial meeting had been fraught with conflict, leading Water Wudong to question Ember Pine's altruism. In response to Water Wudong's skepticism, Ember Pine calmly stated, "Of course, it is not without cost. There is a price to pay. Now, that is more like it. Speak. I shall listen and assess the reasonableness of your terms." Upon hearing that there would be a price, Water Wudong nodded in understanding, a look of realization dawning upon him. "I require 10% of the resources from your Ocean Team this year, in addition to your support during meetings." Ember Pine laid out his premeditated conditions, which predictably met with Water Wudong's vehement opposition. "Absolutely not. No way." Water Wudong categorically rejected the proposal. While he was indeed keen on acquiring Mou, he could not accept such a steep price. Moreover, he had to prepare a relocation fee for Mou, which combined with the requested resources far exceeded his expectations. "I can only assist you with support. Forget about resources." Water Wudong established his bottom line, which Ember Pine anticipated without surprise. Negotiations, after all, involve one party demanding exorbitant prices while the other seeks to bargain. After approximately 3 hours of deliberation, Emberpine and Water Wudong ultimately reached a consensus. For the next 3 years, the Ocean Team would provide the Lava Team with a certain amount of resources annually, while Water Wudong would support Emberpine, albeit only for the upcoming 6 months. Both parties were highly satisfied with these terms, and they proceeded to prepare a written agreement to be notarized by Sakamoto. Indeed, the trust between them could be described as non-existent, necessitating a sufficiently authoritative notary to oversee the proceedings. Sakamoto was the optimal choice, and he expressed no objections to the arrangement. And what about MOU? Find him yourself. Beep. Just as Water Wudong was about to speak after finalizing the details with Emberpine, he was interrupted, and the video call was abruptly terminated. Nonetheless, Water Wudong's face was alight with smiles. On one hand, he was elated at the prospect of acquiring MOU, and on the other, he relished the fact that he had dominated the negotiation, leaving Emberpine on the back foot. Such feelings were intoxicating. Although Emberpine's plan was not flawless, Water Wudong was too preoccupied to discern potential flaws. In fact, an overly perfect plan is itself a vulnerability. Next, there was MOU, a student who could be easily swayed with a few tokens of appreciation. Water Wudong nodded in satisfaction, recalling MOU's intrigued expression during their last encounter, and couldn't help but feel that ever since joining the Rainbow Rocket team, his fortunes had been on the rise. A Lapras of masterful caliber, accompanied by supplementary resources, would undoubtedly leave MOU overwhelmed with gratitude, particularly if he were to enhance it with additional elements. The thought of this made Shui Wudong unable to contain his laughter. Meanwhile, atop the Grand Tower in Melee City, Qi and Song shared in the merriment. As the narrative unfolds in Chapter 56, titled Wave Guidance, From Entry to Immersion, you ponder upon the application of your upgrade voucher. Your options are as follows. 1. Upgrade from Intermediate Breeder to Advanced Breeder, thus becoming the 977th Advanced Breeder. 2. Elevate your Wave Guidance Power, Beginner, to Wave Guidance Power, Intermediate, propelling your rank among the historical wave guides from 117,758 to 1,596. The rewards for the choices are as such. Option 1 grants Wave Guidance, from Entry to Immersion 1 and Lottery Chances 2. Option 2 offers Compendium of Advanced Breeder Knowledge 1 and Lottery Chances 10. Ultimately, MOU resolved to reserve the upgrade voucher for the Intermediate Breeder enhancement. Given his current position within the Rainbow Rocket team, he surmised that dangers were minimal. Moreover, the rewards indicated that Wave Guidance power could progressively strengthen akin to psychic abilities. Considering all factors, acquiring more knowledge related to breeding Pokemon proved to be the more prudent choice. Upon utilizing the upgrade voucher for the Intermediate Breeder, an excruciating sensation, far more intense than before, engulfed his mind. Gasping, MOU sank into the sofa, pressing his forehead with both hands in a futile attempt to alleviate the pain. It wasn't until 30 minutes later that the agonizing throbbing subsided, replaced by a sensation akin to his brain nearing explosion. It was no wonder that advanced breeders were so rare. MOU patted the back of his head as the discomfort gradually dissipated. Once he had fully recovered, he retrieved the Wave Guidance, from Entry to Immersion from the system. Contrary to his expectations of a hefty tome, what materialized in his hands resembled a pamphlet, comprising merely 10 to 20 pages. The title of the first page read Wave Guidance Power, Beginner, followed by an explanation of the entire concept. Wave Guidance Power is frequently misconstrued as psychic abilities or mental energy. However, it is a unique form of biological energy vibration that only certain individuals and Pokemon, through rigorous training, can manipulate. Merely reading this line left MOU bewildered, particularly the latter part regarding biological energy vibrations. Fortunately, a line of minuscule text soon illuminated his confusion. In essence, biological energy vibrations refer to the fluctuations at the soul level that occur when humans or Pokemon experience emotional changes, while psychic and mental abilities predominantly focus on brain and mental aspects. This revelation clarified the distinction between Wave Guidance Power and psychic abilities. Previously, he had erroneously believed Wave Guidance Power to be a subset of psychic abilities. Turning to the next page, he found a detailed account of the methods by which Wave Guidance Power should initially be strengthened. The text contained roughly 300 words, with the first 100 detailing the methods, while the remainder emphasized various precautions. For instance, in the initial stages, one should refrain from excessive greed and minimize emotional fluctuations. This was not to suggest a monastic life, but rather that these practices would enable him to sense his soul more swiftly and clearly. Once he could accurately feel the vibrations of his soul, it would signify the conclusion of this phase of cultivation. After absorbing the information on this page, MOU reached out to turn the page, only to find it unyielding, seemingly glued together by an unseen force. Although the text did not specify, MOU sensed that he needed to fully assimilate the material on the current page before proceeding. It appeared he would need to be more mindful of his emotions in the coming days. Scratching his head, MOU recalled that this phase would likely last about a week, depending on his control. He stowed the book back in the system's space and swiftly exited the training room. Breathing in the refreshing breeze, he took a deep breath and exhaled. "Let us see what Qian Song has in store for me tomorrow," he murmured to himself, then strode toward the Renew Villa. As for the alloy target that had been severed in the training room, he paid it no mind. He was no longer the timid newcomer forcibly conscripted into the Rainbow Rocket team, needing to tread carefully to avoid leaving incriminating evidence. Now, he was the champion of the Rainbow Rocket team's command competition, an esteemed member of the Magma team, and someone of interest to Sakaki. Qian Song would undoubtedly handle the matter adeptly. Shortly after MOU departed the training room, the cleaning staff arrived to tidy up, only to discover the severed target. They promptly reported the incident, and Qian Song merely nodded in acknowledgement, instructing the staff to refrain from further discussion, thus allowing the matter to be quietly brushed aside. The following morning, MOU awoke to the incessant ringing of his phone. Upon glancing at the screen displaying Qian Song's name, he shook off his drowsiness and answered, "Leader, I'm here. Just getting up. Come to the port at the foot of the mountain. There's an urgent matter." Qian Song's demeanor toward MOU starkly contrasted with his treatment of other members, eliciting both envy and jealousy among the Magma team, yet none questioned it. "Understood. I'll be there shortly," MOU replied, only to hear the line disconnect. After struggling for a few seconds, he finally extricated himself from the embrace of his sandshrew bed. The wind speed dog and the Shelgon resting atop it had already awoken at the sound of the ringing phone. The Soundwave larva, still unfamiliar with them and preferring the confines of its pokeball, remained inside. After a brief grooming, MOU returned the Shelgon to its pokeball and mounted the wind speed dog, heading towards the port located in the southwestern foothills. Although termed a port, it was far from bustling. Qian Song stood along the coastline, accompanied by a figure clad in blue. As he approached within 100 meters, MOU dismounted from the wind speed dog and walked toward the two. "Leader and Lord Shui Wudong," he greeted, first bowing to Qian Song before hesitantly addressing Shui Wudong. "Indeed," Qian Song replied with a nod, while Shui Wudong regarded MOU with a warm smile. "I summoned you for two matters," Qian Song stated. Confusion flickered across MOU's face, and Shui Wudong, observing his genuine perplexity, began to set aside her doubts. After their previous discussion, she had harbored suspicions, but MOU's demeanor suggested there was no prior collusion between him and Qian Song. Unbeknownst to MOU, who remained oblivious to Shui Wudong's thoughts, his bewilderment was entirely genuine. He was acutely aware that he was to negotiate terms with Shui Wudong, yet he had no inkling of what the second matter was that Qian Song referred to. In Chapter 57, MOU's Scholarship, Qian Song, noting MOU's expression, silently mused before continuing. "The first matter is that I intend to send you to the ocean team for a period of study." MOU suppressed his earlier confusion, quickly shifting into a receptive state. "Are you saying I'm going to the ocean team?" he asked, incredulity lacing his voice. "Indeed," Qian Song affirmed, nodding as he adhered to the script they had previously devised. Beside them, the water Wutong refrained from interjecting, instead focusing intently on observing any peculiarities in the expressions of Qian Song and MOU. Indeed, it was the ocean team, while they might not see eye to eye. Their prowess was undeniably commendable. As Qian Song uttered this statement, his countenance darkened, resembling one who had just ingested a dead fly. This expression was no mere pretense. Extolling the virtues of the ocean team was indeed a formidable task for him. MOU's face revealed a hint of well-placed conflict, and Water Wutong nodded slightly as he gazed at the two, sensing authenticity in their reactions. "Our ocean team surpasses the lava team by a considerable margin, particularly in terms of resources," Water Wutong reassured, feeling a weight lift from his shoulders as he began to elucidate the advantages of joining the ocean team to MOU. MOU glanced toward Qian Song, who, after a moment of silence, begrudgingly nodded. "Indeed. Not only in resources, our strength outstrips that of the lava team as well." He looked once more at Qian Song, who remained silent and sullen. "Furthermore, enough," Qian Song interjected, cutting off Water Wudong. "In summary, your destination is the ocean team, and that is a command." He firmly established this decision, then, alongside Water Wudong, turned to await MOU's response. With this, a flicker of uncertainty crossed MOU's face. "We won't leave you empty-handed. We shall provide you with a scholarship, and if needed, we can also arrange for two companions to accompany you." Water Wutong raised an eyebrow at Mou, a knowing smile gracing his features. Mou turned his gaze back to Qi Yin Song, who sighed heavily and, with a tinge of resignation, said, "Very well, go ahead." As Qi Yin Song's words settled, Mou lowered his head in contemplation, then raised it to nod at Water Wutong. Upon receiving Mou's assent, Water Wutong was elated, promptly exclaiming, "Splendid. Let us discuss the particulars of your scholarship." By the shore, Mou and Water Wutong engaged in a fervent debate regarding the scholarship. During their deliberations, Qi Yin Song had quietly exited, having informed both Mou and Water Wutong of his departure. "Impossible. That condition is utterly unacceptable," Water Wutong asserted, staring at Mou. Despite the firmness of his tone, his eyes and expression belied any matching intensity. "Nay, I find my demands exceedingly reasonable, and I am deserving of them," Mou retorted, his voice faltering toward the end, as if he had come to the realization that Qi Yin Song had effectively sold him to Water Wutong. "Some concessions must be made," Water Wutong suggested, observing Mou closely. His tone had softened, indicating a step back. "Then let us reduce the number of Pokemon to 1. The other conditions are non-negotiable." "Agreed." Ultimately, Water Wutong acquiesced to Mou's terms. With the matter resolved, Water Wutong's demeanor relaxed. "Everything is in order, but I have one more question." "Speak. Why do you desire half an hour of sole control over the primal Kyogre? The other resources are understandable, as are high-quality Pokemon and various rare items. But the desire to manipulate the primal Kyogre baffles me. Having lived this long, I have only encountered the deity of the earth. I wish to experience the might of the sea god up close." Mou's face flushed with embarrassment, prompting a sudden laugh from Water Wutong. Indeed, after all, Mou is but 18 this year. It is quite normal for a youth of his age to dream of wielding control over a legendary beast, unlike those fanciful children. However, Mou possesses the requisite value, and the Rainbow Rocket team has the means to facilitate this. Engaging with it will do you no harm. But you must not become entranced, Water Wutong cautioned him. He warned that those with wavering resolve, upon witnessing the might of such divine beings, could forsake their loyal companions in pursuit of this newfound power. Yet, these legendary creatures often possess intellect akin to that of mature humans. Those who pride themselves on their deep affections and abandon everything will only find disdain and evasion from them. Water Wutong viewed such individuals as both pitiable and contemptible. "Understood." Mou nodded, forcibly suppressing his excitement. While certainty still eluded him, he at least had a thread of insight into unlocking half of the seal. If the Rayquaza within was sufficiently cooperative, perhaps the first half could be released, leaving the remainder for it to break free on its own. Although he was unsure of what would transpire upon Rayquaza's unsealing, the prospect of personally liberating the legendary deity of the skies filled him with exhilaration. "Have you reached a consensus?" Qi Yin Song reappeared beside them, now clad in ceremonial garb strikingly reminiscent of the primal evolution of Groudon. Water Wutong, observing Qi Yin Song in formal attire, felt an unsettling premonition. Qi Yin Song seized Water Wutong, who was preparing to make a hasty retreat, and declared, "You're here. Splendid. Assist me in conducting a ritual." "What did you say?" Water Wutong's struggles began to subside as he processed Qi Yin Song's words, his expression shifting to one of shock. "I said, assist me in conducting a ritual." Qi Yin Song released Water Wutong and reiterated his request. "A ritual? Have you lost your mind?" Water Wutong stepped further away from Qi Yin Song, perceiving him as a deranged individual on the brink of self-destruction. Unfazed by Water Wutong's reaction, Qi Yin Song remained composed. "I am not mad. I am indeed requesting to conduct a ritual." Mou, observing the stark contrast in reactions between Water Wutong's alarm and Qi Yin Song's calm demeanor regarding the term ritual, found himself engulfed in confusion. Chapter 58, The Blooming Light of Evolution. Water Wutong glanced at Mou, then pulled Qi Yin Song aside. Once they were at a distance where Mou could not overhear, Water Wutong finally spoke. "Why do you wish to perform this ritual?" At that moment, Mou sat with his back to the two, seated on the ground. The consciousness of primal Groudon is becoming increasingly active, which was not expected until 15 years hence. Qi Yin Song's voice grew softer, and despite the assistance of aura powers, Mou could not discern their conversation. So soon, Water Wutong's expression became serious, although they hailed from different worlds. There were undeniable similarities between Groudon and Kyogre that resonated in the ether. For instance, this ritual entails using a crimson or indigo orb as an offering, complemented by 2 human participants of recognized standing, employing special stones to induce a state of slumber in either Groudon or Kyogre. The first ritual requires only 1 orb. while the second necessitates both types. This was the reason Qi and Song sought Water Wudong's assistance. According to ancient texts, the effects of the first ritual should last for approximately 50 years. Since Qi and Song's arrival in this world, Groudon's emotional fluctuations had intensified alarmingly, indicating that Groudon would likely awaken within the year. He was not yet prepared for the true subjugation of Groudon, necessitating Water Wudong's collaboration for the ritual. Meanwhile, Water Wudong faced a similar predicament. Although Kyogre did not pose an immediate urgency, he estimated a mere 3 years remained. Agreed. Water Wudong nodded. Despite their differences in this matter, they shared a symbiotic relationship. I have already prepared the altar. We shall commence this afternoon. With Water Wudong's consent, Qi and Song announced. After stating this, Qi and Song returned to MOU, while Water Wudong made his way back to the ship, gathering the resources they had negotiated. A near-champion Pokemon, accompanying resources, a position within the Ocean Team, and a series of necessities for a nurturing home, culminating with half an hour of control over Kyogre. As Water Wudong surveyed the list, he found it slightly beyond expectations, yet ultimately acceptable. He neatly folded the list and casually placed it on the adjacent table. Qi and Song approached MOU, prompting him to rise hastily. Release your Shelmet, Qi and Song instructed. Although MOU was unsure of his intentions, he complied and let Shelmet out. Upon landing, Shelmet immediately lifted its head to gaze at Qi and Song, as if something about him was irresistibly alluring. Do you sense it? Good child, Qi and Song said, crouching down to gently stroke Shelmet's head. Clad in his ceremonial attire, MOU felt an illusion that Qi and Song was bestowing a blessing upon Shelmet. This gift should aid you in becoming even better. Qi and Song reached into his ceremonial garment, retrieving a crumpled leaf. MOU scrutinized the leaf, instinctively furrowing his brow. To the naked eye, it appeared unremarkable, akin to the myriad of withered leaves scattered on the ground. Yet, Shelmet exhibited a profound yearning for it. Its eyes fixated on the leaf in Qi and Song's hand, its mouth twitching incessantly. Shelmet. Suddenly, it darted behind MOU, nudging his calf with its head, torn between its desire to eat and its reluctance to trouble MOU. Observing this, a mischievous thought crossed Qi and Song's mind. Not hungry, he extended his arm, gently swaying the leaf, and Shelmet's gaze followed its movement intently. Shelmet. Ultimately, the temptation proved too great, and Shelmet stood upright, wrapping its forelegs around MOU's thigh, and took a decisive bite of the leaf. The sound of the leaf snapping was crisp, and gradually, Shelmet's gray body began to take on a reddish hue. Do not worry, Qi and Song reassured, noticing MOU's concerned look. This is a beneficial item for it, a leaf from the world tree of another realm. To ensure MOU's loyalty, Qi and Song had made a considerable sacrifice. Parting with this leaf left him with only 9 others in his possession. Relieved by Qi and Song's explanation, MOU redirected his gaze to Shelmet. At that moment, Shelmet's expression was a complex blend of exhilaration and anguish, with the triangular bulges on its sides gradually enlarging. Crack. Eventually, a pair of golden crescent-shaped wings burst forth from its shell, causing fissures to appear on its exterior. Roar. Shelmet, now evolving into a Vibrava, let out a startled cry, feeling panic as it sensed the shell's fragmentation. It believed it could endure longer, not wishing to evolve prematurely. However, after a prolonged period of preparation, coupled with the recent dragon-type treasures, mysterious meteorites, and now the aid of the world tree leaf, it possessed an extraordinary power beyond its expectations. It's all right, Vibrava. You should begin to relish the thrill of soaring through the skies. MOU understood the meaning behind Vibrava's cries after years of companionship. Even without the power of aura, he could discern its sentiments. Roar. Hearing MOU's words, Vibrava gradually calmed from its panic, beginning to absorb the sudden influx of power within. As it did, the cracks in its gray shell deepened and lengthened, ultimately following a blinding flash of white light. A Pokemon with a green body and golden wings materialized before MOU and Qi and Song. Vibrava male. Level 70. Type Dragon, Flying. Ability Overconfidence, increases physical attack after defeating a Pokemon. Moves Fly Roost, Zen Headbutt, Air Slash, Dragon Pulse, Dragon Dance, Outrage. Withered World Tree Leaf. Consuming this leaf grants you the world's blessing, greatly enhances your flying speed in the air, but conversely, you will attract the attention of certain Pokemon. MOU gazed, momentarily speechless, at Vibrava, which had successfully evolved after shedding its shell. Qi and Song, perceptive as ever, discreetly withdrew, leaving only him and Vibrava at the shore. Vibrava observed its new form before lifting its gaze to meet MOU's unwavering stare. Roar. Vibrava stepped closer to MOU, now towering at approximately 1.8 meters, a significant transformation from its previous height of 1 meters. Incredible. MOU reached out to stroke Vibrava's neck, genuinely impressed. Typically, a Vibrava stands around 1.5 meters tall, making his particularly impressive. He patted Vibrava's back, exclaiming, "With a physique like this, you must be the leader among the others." Roar? Although unaware of what leader meant, Vibrava sensed the praise in MOU's tone. While MOU continued to admire the transformed Vibrava, it looked skyward, brimming with eagerness. Roar. It turned to MOU, lowering its body as if inviting him to ascend. "You wish to embark on our first flight together?" "Certainly." In response to Vibrava's invitation, MOU promptly mounted its back. As for the league's regulations requiring novice riders to don specific riding gear and saddles, he, being a member of the Rainbow Rocket team, was beyond the league's jurisdiction. Chapter 59. Rinyu's Farewell Gift. Once confirming that MOU was prepared on its back, Vibrava propelled itself skyward with powerful strides of its legs and a vigorous flap of its wings. In the blink of an eye, they found themselves enveloped in clouds. The weather was overcast, yet above the heavy clouds, the sun radiated its vitality in all directions. Whoosh! Before MOU could fully appreciate the surrounding scenery, Vibrava surged forward with uncontainable enthusiasm. MOU leaned low, attempting to align his body closely with Vibrava's. Though it was his first experience riding a Pokémon in the air, he had already viewed numerous educational videos online. 8 years prior, MOU had made a pact with Shelmet that his first flying Pokémon would be this one. Once it evolved into Vibrava. Now, the pact was fulfilled as the duo soared through the skies. After a final vertical ascent, Vibrava and MOU gradually descended. "It's all right. You've evolved. There will be plenty of time to fly in the future." Seeing Vibrava's lingering desire for flight, MOU comforted it. Roar. Vibrava nodded and obediently returned to its Pokeball. Standing at a distance, Qian-Song and Shui Wutong observed MOU and Vibrava, lost in their thoughts. Noticing Vibrava's return, Shui Wutong turned to Qian-Song and inquired, "Is this the Pokemon that Sakaki entrusted to him?" "Indeed," Qian-Song affirmed. Though the discomfort in his physiology made him reluctant to engage with Shui Wutong further. "It's quite peculiar. Isn't Vibrava typically known for its irritable temperament?" Shui Wutong mused, gazing at MOU's retreating figure, as if speaking to himself or seeking clarification from Qian-Song. "No more watching. There will be ample time for that later. We must proceed to the ceremony." Qian-Song redirected the conversation towards a matter of greater urgency. All right, let's go," Shui Wutong relented, withdrawing his gaze from MOU with a resigned gesture. Indeed, there would be plenty of time in the future. Reassured by this thought, Shui Wutong felt much lighter in spirit. MOU remained oblivious to the dynamics between Qian-Song and Shui Wutong as he returned to Rinyu's villa, informing him of his impending departure to the Oceanic team. "You are joining the Oceanic team?" Rinyu was momentarily frozen in place upon receiving the unexpected news, causing the ice cream cone in his hand to tumble to the ground. Reclining on the sofa, MOU nodded, his palm gently stroking the head of his Aerodactyl. "Well." Rinyu instinctively wanted to inquire as to why, but then he realized that MOU undoubtedly understood his own choices better than he did, and thus he swallowed the latter half of his sentence. Observing the fossilized Pteranodon, which was now exhibiting signs of discontent, MOU reluctantly withdrew his hand. The fossilized Pteranodon was no longer the submissive creature it once was, one he could manipulate at will. "Will you go?" After hesitantly retracting his hand, MOU turned his gaze toward Rinyu and remarked, "If you agree, the leader of the Crimson Pine will provide you with additional resources for support." Rinyu's expression was one of deep internal conflict. Emotionally, he yearned to accompany MOU, but reason and his sixth sense warned him that MOU was surely undertaking a task. Given that the Crimson Pine would dispatch their prized MOU, it was likely that this mission was far from simple. "I shall not go. I am quite content living with the lava team. I fear I may struggle to adapt to the new environment." Ultimately, after intense contemplation, Rinyu chose to decline MOU's invitation. His abilities were not formidable, and his character was rather passive. In such a state, he would only hinder MOU, and he did not wish to become a burden to anyone. Is that so? Although turned down, MOU made no effort to persuade him. He believed that Rinyu was not particularly suited for the endeavor, and he respected Rinyu as an independent individual whose decisions should not be distorted. Rinyu looked at MOU and asked, "When will you leave?" "The earliest would be the day after tomorrow," MOU replied after a moment's thought, providing a vague time frame. He was also awaiting news from Shui Wudong, and having just heard from the Crimson Pine about some sort of ritual involving him and Shui Wudong, it would likely take at least a day or two. I understand. Rinyu nodded and then turned to return to his room. Once inside, he sat at the edge of his bed and opened the drawer of his bedside cabinet, rummaging through its contents. No, these are too mundane. Inside the drawer lay a collection of various pearls and gold beads, roughly 30 in total. Shaking his head, Rinyu pondered for a moment, then quietly opened the door and made his way to the living room. At that moment, Imoyu had already returned to his own room, organizing his belongings. Seeing that no one was around, Rinyu gently approached the storeroom. He moved several wooden boards aside to reveal an embedded stone door. In his memory, this had once been his father's research area, though he had no knowledge of what was studied there. Whenever he approached the storeroom's entrance, he would inevitably receive reprimands from his father. After his parents had quarreled and moved away, Rinyu had ventured down once, only to find the place emptied of its contents, leaving behind a dilapidated machine resembling an oven. This space had since become Rinyu's personal repository, housing items he found intriguing. Placing his palm gently against the right side of the stone door, it silently elevated, revealing a brightly lit passage within. Following the passage to its end, he entered a room illuminated as if it were daylight, filled with more than a dozen metal shelves he had assembled himself. Among the oddities on the shelves lay smooth stones adorned with patterns reminiscent of the fiery chicken, rumored to have fallen from the phoenix, but were in fact merely dyed feathers that glimmered silver when submerged in water. The shelves hosted a myriad of peculiar items, all collected by Rinyu prior to the arrival of the Rainbow Rocket team. He scanned the items, in search of a token to present to MOU as a testament to their friendship. However, while the items were indeed strange, only a few could be deemed of high value, and none seemed particularly suited for MOU. Ultimately, he decided to gift him the Z bracelet he had previously collected. Once a fine piece, it had become tainted after its original owner had unwittingly provoked the island guardian, Kapuko Kiko, who subsequently sealed the bracelet. The trainer, whose once promising future had been extinguished, found himself ostracized by the Alolan residents, who refused to converse or trade with him. In desperation, the trainer left Alola behind, selling the bracelet at a high price. While locals viewed it as an ill omen, outsiders recognized it as a valuable collectible. Eventually, Rinyu acquired the bracelet for 17 million Alliance coins, storing it in his repository. Chapter 60, Farewells. Holding the bracelet in his hand, Rinyu hesitated before pocketing it and continuing his search. He was uncertain whether MOU might perceive the bracelet as ominous, given that it had been abandoned by the Guardian. Should MOU find it unsatisfactory, he would need to seek an alternative to ensure a backup. After some searching, he finally chose a leaf bearing bulbous patterns, a unique find limited to the Alola region, or more specifically, the vicinity of Melody City. The following evening, the sky over Melody City was suddenly engulfed in orange and azure fire clouds. The two hues clashed violently in the sky, with the azure clouds ultimately prevailing after a fierce struggle. This spectacle instilled a sense of panic among Melody City's residents, while others felt invigorated, believing it to be an omen of the Island Guardians' impending arrival to punish the Rainbow Rocket team. In truth, however, the Guardians were indifferent to human conflicts. As long as the environment remained unharmed and Pokémon were not subjected to large-scale slaughter, they paid little heed to human affairs. They were Island Guardians, not protectors of the Ether Foundation. This commotion was swiftly quelled by the Lava team, leaving not a ripple in its wake. On the third day, a noticeably thinner Shui Wudong arrived at the entrance of Rinyu's villa and knocked on the door. "Who is it?" Rinyu opened the door and, upon seeing the figure before him, asked with a hint of confusion. Shui Wudong appraised Rinyu from head to toe, replying, "You must be Rinyu. I am Shui Wudong, here to find MOU." He recognized Rinyu as MOU's associate and noted their amicable relationship. The villa belonged to Rinyu, while MOU was merely a temporary guest. "Oh, Master Shui Wudong, please come in." Realizing the identity of his visitor, Rinyu quickly stepped aside to allow entrance. He led Shui Wudong to the sofa in the living room, then knocked on MOU's door. "Knock, knock, knock. Coming." MOU's voice echoed from within, a hint of chill escaping through the slightly ajar door. He had been diligently training his aura power and practicing various attacks with his bronze sword. "Master Shui Wudong has arrived. He is in the living room." Rinyu suppressed his curiosity, as he had long wished to know what MOU was working on inside. But since MOU had not disclosed it, he refrained from asking directly. If it were necessary for him to know, MOU would share. If not, it was a secret best left undisclosed. Rinyu was adept at maintaining the boundaries of their relationship, which was also why MOU had yet to move out. Rinyu never imposed upon him for merely borrowing space, nor did he pry into matters that were not his to inquire about. "Oh, all right." Upon hearing that Shui Wudong had arrived, Mou hastily stowed his bronze sword in his storage orb and brushed off the ice crystals clinging to his trousers. He opened the door to find Rinyu already back in the living room, pouring tea for Shui Wudong. The latter was locked in a staring contest with the electromagnetic beast, neither party blinking or averting their gaze, as if engaged in some form of competition. Master Shui Wudong. As Mou stepped out of his room, Shui Wudong instinctively shifted his attention to him. Observing this, the electromagnetic beast displayed a victorious grin. Shui Wudong regarded Mou and inquired, Mou, have you finished packing? We are set to depart this evening. Everything is ready. Mou nodded in agreement, showing no surprise at Shui Wudong's statement. Yesterday, upon witnessing the two skies of differing hues, he speculated that the anomaly was a consequence of the ritual spoken of by Shui Wudong and Shi Yensong. Observing Shui Wudong's frail demeanor today, Mou had already drawn a conclusion. Yet, he remained uncertain about the true purpose of this ritual. Shui Wudong nodded slightly, then extended a hand towards Rinyu, inquiring, Well, Rinyu, shall you accompany us? Suddenly thrust into the conversation, Rinyu appeared momentarily taken aback. Mou gazed at Shui Wudong in surprise, remarking, Is he truly unworthy of your favor, Lord Shui Wudong? Hearing Mou's words, Shui Wudong chuckled and shook his head, stating that while he was not particularly pleased, there was indeed some intrigue. However, if he chooses not to come, so be it. The most promising individual will suffice. Shui Wudong then redirected his attention to Mou, reasoning that as the champion of the grand tournament, his potential to become a key member of the lava team was undoubtedly considerable. Coupled with the rare Pokemon rewarded by Sakaki, with a little nurturing, Mou would surely become a formidable asset in the next resource allocation. Now that everything is prepared, let us depart, Shui Wudong declared, his eagerness palpable as he intended to take Mou back and evaluate his worth. Very well, Mou replied, albeit puzzled by Shui Wudong's urgency. After returning to his room and ensuring he had not overlooked anything, he readied himself to leave with Shui Wudong. Just then, Rinyu emerged from his chamber, calling out to the two already positioned at the door of the living room. Mou, Lord Shui Wudong, please wait. Mou glanced back at Shui Wudong, who shrugged and opened the door, allowing the two younger individuals to converse. Mou, I am grateful for your care during this time. My character has transformed considerably, Rinyu said, stepping in front of Mou and gazing earnestly into his eyes. Now that you are about to depart towards a brighter future, I do not wish to impede your progress any further. Accept this as a testament to our friendship. As he spoke, Rinyu produced a Z bracelet, polished to a reflective sheen, and placed it in Mou's hands. This is a bracelet sealed by a guardian deity. I believe you can rekindle its brilliance. Rinyu's tone brimmed with trust as he observed Mou. Despite the impending farewell, there was no trace of sorrow on Rinyu's face. Mou was leaving the lava team, while Rinyu was reluctant to part from Melee City, resulting in a dwindling intersection between their paths. Before Mou's arrival, Rinyu had lost his first friend, leaving him disheartened. Now, he was on the verge of losing his second friend, yet his heart was filled solely with well wishes. Perhaps Mou was indeed his first true friend. Genuine friends silently wish each other well, even when separated. Thank you, Mou said after a moment of contemplation, slipping the Z bracelet onto his wrist. To be candid, he had not anticipated this scenario. In his view, leaving the lava team was merely a matter of time, and aiding Rinyu in becoming stronger was but a trivial endeavor. Having grown up with both parents and surrounded by caring elders, he found it difficult to comprehend Rinyu's current emotions. This is for you, Mou mused, retrieving a storage sphere and feigning to extract a piece of greenish-blue mineral. He had acquired it through a system lottery, rumored to purify the air and uplift one's spirits when placed indoors. Thank you, Rinyu said, genuinely delighted as he accepted the seemingly useless mineral. He had always enjoyed collecting peculiar items, and this greenish-blue stone was a first for him. Seeing Rinyu's satisfaction, Mou felt a sense of relief. Then, farewell. Should there be another competition, we may meet again, Rinyu said, clutching the mineral in his hand as he took the initiative to bid Mou farewell. Indeed, farewell, Mou nodded, a smile gracing his face. With that, he turned to step into the living room, where the sunlight streamed in brilliantly. He hurriedly joined the waiting Shui Wudong, and together they ventured forth. Chapter 61, The Marine Team's Mothership. By the coast, Shui Wudong draped an arm around Mou's shoulders, gesturing towards a newly arrived yacht upon the sea. This vessel will belong to you from now on, he proclaimed. The ship remained nameless, allowing Mou the pleasure of bestowing it with a title. It was replete with amenities for dining, drinking, recreation, and a training room. in an effort to instill a sense of belonging within MOU towards the Marine team. Shui Wudong had indeed invested significantly. This yacht was the most opulent aside from his own. Beside this vessel lay Shui Wudong's personal craft, and while both appeared similar externally, MOU's was even more modern. Step aboard. The crew has already been arranged for you, and you need not worry about salaries or such matters. Your sole focus should be on becoming stronger, Shui Wudong said, withdrawing his hand from MOU's shoulder with a smile. MOU nodded, following Shui Wudong as they approached his new ship. After ascending the ladder, Shui Wudong guided MOU on a leisurely tour of the yacht, which boasted 4 levels. This area is for entertainment. It currently features a casino and a singing zone. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to ask, and I will arrange it promptly. This is the training room, equipped with the latest machines. Lastly, this is the dormitory. However, it remains unoccupied for now. Your subordinates will need to capture their own Pokemon before moving in here. After nearly 2 hours, MOU had gained a general understanding of the ship. Finally, Shui Wudong led him to the captain's room before departing to return to his own vessel. Inside the captain's room, MOU found no compass or controls as he had envisioned, but rather a series of machines whose functions eluded him. However, he did not need to comprehend them. Everything here was managed by artificial intelligence. He merely needed to articulate his commands, and the rest would be executed automatically. Hey, MOU, can you hear me? A holographic video call suddenly popped up on the table, revealing Shui Wudong waving at him. I can't hear you, Lord Shui Wudong. MOU mimicked the gesture, waving back in response. Then we shall set sail. Observing that MOU could hear him, Shui Wudong nodded with a smile, and the 2 vessels began to depart in tandem. Once they had left, Qi Yinsong's figure emerged on the shoreline, a malicious grin spreading across his face as he beheld the departing yachts. Enjoy your happiness for now, Shui Wudong. I eagerly anticipate witnessing your expression when you discover MOU's return during the next resource allocation. He harbored no doubts that MOU would ultimately return to the lava team. All of MOU's friends were there, and Qi Yinsong was convinced that Shui Wudong would not provide treasures comparable to the leaves of the world tree. Nonetheless, to mitigate any risks, he resolved to nurture the friends MOU had left behind. The first was Renyu, who had previously given up due to his character flaws. Yet now, although still somewhat soft, he could be considered passably competent. MOU, once we return to the mother ship, you will realize that land is ultimately dispensable for humanity. Shui Wudong was expounding upon his so-called ocean supremacy theory, attempting to persuade MOU that land was unnecessary. While MOU appeared to be attentively listening, his thoughts were wholly consumed by another matter, his forthcoming developmental trajectory. Indeed, after this incident, he had discerned that the most advantageous method for enhancing his status was to change teams, transitioning from the lava team to the marine team. He had acquired not only the monthly resources allotted to cadre members from both teams, but also 2 Pokemon of near-champion caliber, a yacht, and a leaf from the world tree. Although his situation was somewhat unique due to Qi Yinsong's assistance as an insider within the marine team, even having those benefits would far surpass the meager, methodical resource allocation he had previously endured. Yet, this did not imply he intended to flee immediately. Being a fence-sitter was the most despised of positions. He needed to grow stronger, waiting until others sought him out. MOU murmured softly to himself, while Shui Wudong continued to chatter incessantly about something. Aside from the Qi and Pine, he was constantly preoccupied with thoughts of another individual, the plasma team leader, Quicksilver. Ever since their parting at the Ether Paradise, Quicksilver had been unable to forget MOU, with visions of him even invading his dreams from time to time. This was, of course, not due to any issues with Quicksilver's sexual orientation. Rather, he was deeply concerned that MOU might grow strong enough to actually seize Reshiram from him. Although the likelihood of such an event seemed, at present, infinitesimal, Quicksilver's inherently suspicious nature compelled him to worry. This anxiety had been steadily intensifying over time, transforming into a persistent source of distress. While he had previously stated that if Reshiram or Zekrom acknowledged MOU, he would surrender both dragons to him, the very thought of Reshiram genuinely recognizing MOU rendered him restless. Unlike other leaders, who secured victory through their own efforts, Quicksilver had relied on his adopted son, N, to vanquish the true hero. During that tumultuous time, he had effortlessly seized the gene wedge from Twin Dragon City amidst the chaos and had controlled Kyurem through various means. Ultimately, he had betrayed his unsuspecting son, mercilessly taking his life, while the poor child, even in death, gazed at him, questioning why. With the aid of Kyurem, he had successfully defeated both Reshiram and Zekrom. This unorthodox path to success left him feeling insecure, Thus, he could not permit even the slightest unforeseen circumstance to arise. He had resolutely decided to seek an opportunity to eliminate MOU, even if he had already come into the sights of Sakaki, rather than waiting endlessly. He preferred to take a gamble, convinced that Sakaki would not trouble him over a deceased prodigy. Meanwhile, MOU remained blissfully unaware of Quicksilver's thoughts, preoccupied with contemplating how to grow stronger and how to prove his worth to Shui Wudong. Only by excelling would he garner more benefits. Ah, look ahead. That is the flagship of our ocean team, Shui Wudong remarked, somewhat parched from his incessant talking. Observing MOU's earnest demeanor, he felt increasingly pleased with him. Upon hearing Shui Wudong's words, MOU emerged from his reverie, gazing at the spectacle displayed on the screen before him. Although he had prepared for it, he was still profoundly astonished. To call the object on the screen a mere ship would be an affront, standing at least as tall as a great mountain. MOU and Shui Wudong's vessel appeared little more than a slightly larger ant in its presence. As they approached the flagship, roughly 5 nautical miles away, MOU sensed a peculiar sensation akin to being scanned, causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. This strange feeling lasted but an instant before dissipating. Haha, MOU, see you inside the flagship. Shui Wudong's vessel began to accelerate slowly. At the bottom of the flagship, a door of similar size to their ship gradually opened, allowing Shui Wudong's vessel to glide inside and vanish from sight. MOU's ship, however, continued at its previous speed until he uttered a command to accelerate, prompting the vessel to gradually increase its pace. The unnamed ship entered the flagship's harbor with a soft hum. May your life be as varied as the undulating sea. Chapter 62, Arrival at the Ocean Team. MOU's ship deftly navigated the flagship, winding through an unknown number of turns until it finally docked in a spacious room illuminated as brightly as day. Please open the wooden door behind you. Then proceed to your right. Following the disembodied voice's guidance, MOU successfully disembarked from the ship, his feet touching solid ground. Though termed a flagship, the interior resembled a man-made island adrift at sea, constructed not of earth, but of various metals. MOU, have you arrived? Shui Wudong's voice echoed from a distance. MOU suppressed the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind and called back, I'm here. Unfamiliar with the surroundings, he refrained from wandering aimlessly, wary of losing his way or stumbling upon secret passages that could lead to perilous revelations. After all, such narratives were not uncommon. He had not come to unearth Shui Wudong's secrets. Moments later, Shui Wudong reappeared in his line of sight. Stop dawdling, come with me. I shall introduce you to the general situation of the ocean team. Shui Wudong beckoned from afar, prompting MOU to quicken his pace towards him. Upon his arrival, Shui Wudong draped an arm over his shoulder. They stepped into a brightly lit corridor, and as they advanced, the bustling sounds around them grew increasingly distinct. Shui Wudong pushed open the door ahead, revealing the true visage of the ocean team to MOU. Chaotic. Utterly chaotic. This was MOU's first impression of the ocean team. Exiting the corridor, he found himself in a lavishly decorated hall teeming with thousands of ocean team members. Shouts of anger, cries for attention, and cheers intermingled, occasionally punctuated by sharp screams and boisterous laughter. Compared to the lava team, MOU found this scene overwhelmingly disorienting. Shui Wudong surveyed the surroundings with satisfaction before turning to MOU and proclaiming, "This is the ocean team. Here, you can freely express your emotions." Prolonged exposure to the sea often engendered feelings of oppression among most humans, a phenomenon particularly pronounced among sailors and similar professions. Naturally, those who spent their lives adrift on the ocean needed to release their emotions promptly. Shui Wudong somewhat forcefully led MOU to the forefront of the bar, and as the surrounding clamor gradually subsided, he called out, "All right, fellow members of the ocean team, quiet down." With a clap of his hands, hundreds of eyes turned towards Shui Wudong and the figure beside him, MOU. This is someone you all surely know, MOU, the champion of the command competition. From this day forth, he shall be a member of our ocean team. Shui Wudong enthusiastically patted MOU's shoulder, causing the bar beneath them to sway. In response to the myriad gazes below, MOU raised his right hand and greeted them. "Hello, I am MOU, and I look forward to your guidance." Isn't he from the lava team? What brings him here? Isn't it normal that the lava team pales in comparison to us? Does that mean the upcoming cadre selection will be even more thrilling? Not necessarily. After all, he is merely the champion of the command competition, and his personal strength might be questionable. Indeed, he could very well be a mere mascot. The members of the ocean team exchanged whispers about MOU. However, what they considered to be quiet chatter was crystal clear to MOU, whose hearing and vision had been enhanced by the power of aura. "Settle down, children. There is one more thing." Shui Wutong raised his hands to silence the crowd, and the cacophony gradually waned. Once the noise subsided sufficiently, Shui Wutong nodded in satisfaction and continued, "This MOU shall officially become the first cadre of the Ocean Team." At these words, an almost palpable silence enveloped the area. The first cadre? On what grounds? Moments later, a wave of skepticism surged towards MOU, accompanied by looks of confusion, envy, and hostility. Shui Wudong regarded the suddenly tumultuous members of the Ocean Team without any intention of quelling their uproar. MOU sighed inwardly. It was as he had anticipated. Villains often acted in this manner. Nevertheless, he was prepared for this reaction and chose not to engage in further discourse with these individuals. Instead, he retrieved a pokeball from his waist. Roar! A massive, muscular dragonite materialized before MOU, its roar reverberating throughout the vicinity. Following this authoritative roar, the majority of Ocean Team members instinctively took a few steps back. Only a scant few remained, their expressions grave and serious as they scrutinized the dragonite. Oh, beside him, Shui Wudong was equally taken aback by MOU's unexpected decision. He turned to the dragonite, his eyes brimming with astonishment and exhilaration. "From now on, I shall be an officer of the Oceanic Team. Who dares to oppose?" MOU released his Mitina alongside, both Pokemon emanating an aura befitting of true champions. His gaze traversed the room from left to right. Only a few individuals maintained eye contact with him, while the majority averted their eyes. Yet, those who dared to meet his gaze remained silent, unlike the raucous weaklings, for they were captains. "Ha! All right. We are colleagues from now on. Thus, I shall treat everyone today as a welcome gesture for MOU." Seeing that MOU had successfully calmed the crowd, Shui Wudong seized the moment to lighten the atmosphere. MOU promptly recalled his two Pokemon into their Pokeballs. Upon hearing Shui Wudong's words, the surrounding ambience once again grew lively. Shui Wudong pulled MOU aside, scrutinizing him with keen interest. "I never anticipated that was your prize from the competition. Evolved so swiftly? Thanks to the grace of Lord Sakaki. The Pokemon he bestowed upon me had already reached the brink of evolution." MOU nodded, solidifying Dragonite's identity. "Fortune truly smiles upon me." Shui Wudong offered another compliment before lapsing into silence. Originally, he had intended to thrust MOU into the limelight and publicly declare his new position as an officer. However, MOU's immediate release of Dragonite and Mitina had already subdued the majority. "Well, that's acceptable," Shui Wudong muttered somewhat perplexedly, then led MOU through a side exit. Upon exiting, they found themselves in a corridor adorned with marble, sunlight streaming through the windows on the left, casting a warm glow upon the ground. "This is the first floor. From the first to the third floors, there are various entertainment venues, all with a similar layout. Let me take you to the fifth floor." Shui Wutong guided MOU through the entirety of the mothership, revealing that above the 21st floor, there existed a fabricated sky, complete with random weather changes each day. "Make sure to rest well. You can explore in greater detail later." After ensuring MOU was settled, Shui Wutong left with those parting words. MOU utilized his aura power to scan the surroundings, confirming the absence of listening devices or surveillance cameras, allowing him to relax. Chapter 63, The Unmasking. It was not until the following morning that MOU awoke, rubbing his back as he rose from the bed. His rest had been quite poor the previous night. Not due to the bed itself, but rather his inability to adapt to the environment. The mothership's slow movement during his slumber had imparted an unsettling sensation. After a brief wash, MOU dragged himself outside, now clad in the attire of an officer of the Oceanic Team. The standard uniform for ordinary members consisted of blue and white striped shirts and socks, complemented by a blue hood. In contrast, the officer's uniform was a deep blue, adorned with a prominent white circular emblem on the chest. As for the leader's attire, it resembled a tight-fitting swimsuit, potentially a peculiarity of Shui Wudong's taste. Glimmering under the sun, as he stepped out of the dormitory, MOU sensed an unusual atmosphere surrounding him. Oceanic Team members bustled about, seemingly oblivious to his presence. If it were merely this, he might have assumed it was indicative of a minor class disparity within the Oceanic Team. However, the furtive glances directed at him, coupled with the expressions on their faces, made it evident that he had been consciously ignored. "Good day, Captain." Yet, these same individuals greeted another person with utmost respect. Observing this stark contrast, MOU realized he was being deliberately ostracized, left to navigate this issue on his own. He understood that even if this matter reached Shui Wudong's ears, it would likely be swept under the rug, only serving to tarnish Shui Wudong's impression of him. How intriguing, MOU murmured softly to himself, then pretended he had not noticed, continuing on his way to other areas. He sought to uncover whether this was the handiwork of a particular captain or a coalition of several captains targeting him. As he wandered, Mou observed that even the staff in the shops treated him as though he were invisible. The sales model here resembled that of Rainbow Department Store. With models and informational materials on the shelves, purchases required personal retrieval from the front desk by the staff. Despite Mou bringing items to the front, the staff ignored him completely. Frustrated, he tossed aside the items and made his way toward the training area. The personnel there were no different. Even after he requested access to the training room 3 times, he received no response. The medical room, leisure area, convenience store, all facilities were closed to him, rendering him akin to a ghost unseen by anyone. Indeed, he had been collectively ostracized. Confirming the severity of the situation, Mou chuckled softly, having anticipated such exclusion. Yet he had not expected it to manifest in such an overt manner. Ultimately, it boiled down to the captain's discontent with him, believing he was unworthy of the officer position. However, it was unlikely they could orchestrate such a scheme alone. Shui Wutong's tacit approval, or perhaps even encouragement, was undoubtedly involved. Meanwhile, several captains of the Oceanic team reveled together in the same dormitory, their laughter and joviality expressing their unanimous support for the individual seated at the forefront. It has to be Mikage. This plan will surely vex him for quite some time. Indeed, but do you think he will approach the leader? Perfect. That will only prove his incompetence. Why should he be granted the position of officer upon his arrival? Amidst their exchanges, Mikage merely offered a faint smile. In terms of strength, merit, and experience, he should have rightfully been the first officer. Yet this newcomer, Mou, had usurped his rightful place. Well, he'll probably come looking for us soon. But, as the timing seemed opportune, Mikage interrupted their idle chatter. I understand. Avoid confrontation and play dumb, right? What do you mean avoid? We simply received an overwhelming number of challenge letters. We're too busy to respond. Yes, look at my brain. Their banter continued, revealing the next steps of their plan. Mikage chuckled, lifting his cup of tea and gently blowing on it to cool it down before taking a sip. On the other hand, Mou was recalling Shui Wudong's explanations, methodically knocking on the captain's dormitory doors. However, fortuitously, all the occupants were absent. Mou's aura power detected no signs of life within. Upon reaching the innermost room on this floor, he could hear laughter and banter emanating from within, stirring an instinctive unease within him. Knock, knock, knock. He rapped on the dormitory door, causing a momentary silence within before the laughter resumed, as if they had not heard his knocking. Realizing this situation might not be so easily resolved, Mou exhaled, contemplating that a peaceful resolution was unlikely. Since a simple solution was not forthcoming, only one approach remained. My Tiana, Dragonite, set this room ablaze. Mou's voice boomed from outside the door. Inside, Mikage reacted first, quickly exclaiming, stop. The dragon rage of Dragonite and my Tiana's flamethrower converged upon the door, swiftly scorching a charred hole through it. An acrid, burnt scent wafted from the door, and even as the flames ignited the barrier, my Tiana and Dragonite did not relent, intensifying their assault. Blastoise, Water Pulse. Kingdra, come out and assist. The captains inside soon reacted, hastily releasing their Pokémon to extinguish the encroaching flames. Stop. Seeing this, Mou lifted his gaze, halting my Tiana and Dragonite's fiery onslaught. The smoke from the extinguished flames triggered an alarm, causing numerous Oceanic team members to rush in, only to find Mou standing with his arms crossed, flanked by his 2 Pokémon. Are you insane? The captain of the Dragon King's ship bellowed at Mou. His previous mirth completely vanished from his countenance. Judging by the badge on his chest, his name was likely Takuya. Another captain chimed in with a reprimand. Can't you knock? Why set the door ablaze? They showed no regard for him as a superior, their tone laced with a condescension that was unmistakable. If knocking yields no response, what purpose does the door serve? Unfazed by the hostility emanating from the 7 captains within, Mou took a step forward and forcefully kicked down the already precarious door. With a resounding crash, the door collapsed, leaving a gaping hole and stirring a cloud of charred wood dust. Moreover, Mou's voice rang out once more as he swiftly approached Takuya, the one who had first spoken. You wish to address me as a superior? With a thud, Takuya, who had been glaring with animosity just moments before, was sent flying like a shrimp, bending low as he crashed heavily to the ground. Bolstered by years of rigorous training and the enlightening books previously gifted to him by Sakaki, Mou's combat capabilities were rapidly surging. As the remaining captains began to voice their thoughts, Mou darted towards the center, where the apparent leader, Mushin, stood. With his left hand wielding a bronze sword that had appeared from nowhere, he pressed the blade against Mushin's throat. As he applied slight pressure, a crimson droplet trickled from Mushin's neck. I have no interest in engaging with you in these childish games. If this continues, I shall truly take your life next time, he declared, carving an X on Mushin's neck with the blade. Should any event transpire that displeases me, I will seek you out. After casting a final piercing glance at Mushin, Mou departed, carrying his sword, now slightly stained with blood. The onlooking members of the Ocean Squad stood in stunned silence, instinctively parting to allow Mou passage. Chapter 64. The Indigo Pearl. Once Mou had left, the gathered members of the Ocean Squad erupted into chaos once more. Mushin touched the wound on his neck, his expression darkening. His discontent stemmed not only from Mou's earlier demeanor, but also from the humiliation of being seen in such a pitiful state by so many. All of you disperse, he commanded. The surrounding members of the Ocean Squad scattered, but the incident of the new superior threatening Mushin spread with astonishing swiftness. Despite Mushin and his cohort's efforts to contain the rumor, the events of that day had already circulated throughout the entire Ocean Squad. Have you arrived? After leaving the dormitory area, Mou made a beeline for Shui Wudong. At that moment, Shui Wudong was lounging in the pool, an expression of relaxation and comfort adorning his face. Mou nodded and stated plainly, I have come to collect my scholarship. Certainly. As for the resources, you may choose them later, Shui Wudong replied, rising from the pool. His leader's attire drying rapidly. Mou followed closely behind as they entered the elevator. Shui Wudong produced a card from seemingly nowhere and swiped it across the elevator button for the lowest floor, causing the lift to descend slowly. An air of silence enveloped the elevator, with neither Shui Wudong nor Mou engaging in idle chatter. Mou refrained from mentioning the exclusion he had just experienced, and Shui Wudong did not inquire further. After more than 5 minutes of descent, the elevator finally came to a gentle halt. With a soft click, the elevator doors opened, revealing the immense silhouette of Kyogre before Mou. This colossal creature, submerged in the ocean, was comparable in size to Groudon, its eyes firmly shut. Surrounding it were mysterious pipes, seemingly siphoning something from the surrounding seawater. This is the ocean deity, Kyogre, Shui Wudong proclaimed, patting Mou on the shoulder with pride. He then turned to Mou and inquired, Don't you wish to try your hand at controlling Kyogre? Shall we do it now or later? Let us select a Pokemon first, then return. Mou pondered for a moment before ultimately deciding to prioritize the Pokemon selection. Very well. Upon hearing Mou's decision, Shui Wudong made no further comments and dashed toward Kyogre, leaping into the water. With a splash, water erupted as Shui Wudong was merely 300 meters away from Kyogre. Emerging from the ocean, Shui Wudong called out to Mou, Can you swim? If so, come on down. In response, Mou approached the spot where Shui Wudong had just dived and mimicked his leap. The frigid seawater cascaded over his head, but soon he emerged at the surface. Follow me down, Shui Wudong instructed, adjusting his direction and diving toward the ocean floor, with Mou closely trailing behind. As they descended, Mou couldn't help but glance upwards at Kyogre's massive form, its shadow stretching endlessly across the surface. Following Shui Wudong into a cavern, they were surprised to find that it was not entirely submerged. The water level barely reached their ankles. In no time, their clothes dried as they ventured deeper into the cave, crossing through a stone doorway. They were met with an overwhelming sight that could induce vertigo in anyone suffering from a fear of tight spaces. A multitude of Pokemon eggs densely packed together. These are mostly lesser Pokemon. The better ones are further inside, Shui Wudong informed Mou as they continued forward to a dimly lit chamber. Here, the Pokemon eggs were scarce, numbering only a few, with each one steeped in deep blue seawater. Shui Wudong casually picked up an incubator, the water inside sloshing with his movement. This is seawater that Kyogre has purified, significantly enhancing the potential of the Pokemon inside, he elaborated. Mou nodded in understanding. It was akin to the Pokemon eggs he had previously encountered with Chi and Song, each constantly imbued with the power of a divine beast, resulting in enhanced qualities. These eggs could not only rally loyalty, but also nurture potentially formidable species for personal growth. You may choose any one of these Pokemon, Shui Wudong said, perching himself atop a stone and gazing at Mou with a smile. He did not specify what Pokemon were available, nor did he assist in selecting the best one. Before Mou lay a collection of Pokemon eggs, and the system's prompt echoed at that moment. Before you lies Shui Wudong's secret treasury. He allows you to select one egg. Your options are 1. The second egg from the right in the third row, which is a Sharpedo egg. Rewards, 7 lottery draws, 1 ice unmelting, 3 water stones. 2. The egg at the far left in the upper corner, which contains a shelter. Rewards, 7 lottery draws. 3 ice stones, 1 royal token. 3. The egg in the center, which contains a piplup. Rewards, 7 lottery draws, 1 choice scarf, 3 random high-level berries. 4. A flurry of options materialized before MOU. Each Pokemon egg represented in the selections. With the system's assistance, he was able to discern the identities of the Pokemon within each egg. He scrutinized the options, slowly correlating them with the respective eggs. Piplup, Shelter, Electros, and Mudkip. Faced with such an array of choices, MOU found himself momentarily perplexed. Observing MOU's deliberation, Shui Wutong abstained from providing assistance, instead wearing a look of amusement. I choose this one. After a period of contemplation, MOU finally pointed to an egg adorned in brown with white patterns. You have selected option 1 to 3 and received the rewards, 7 lottery draws, 1 choice eye, 3 random skill discs. Seeing that MOU had made his selection, Shui Wudong stood up, retrieving the egg along with the incubator. He handed the incubator to MOU and said, "This egg needs to soak for a few more days. Once the seawater inside has completely dimmed, you can drain it." After waiting for approximately half a month, it would soon be time for the egg to hatch. MOU nodded thoughtfully while cradling the incubator, committing Shui Wudong's words to memory. Although he did not stumble upon a fortunate find like he had with the Crimson Flame Pine, the egg he chose was indeed the most suitable among all options. Once MOU made his selection, Shui Wudong led him back to Kyogre's side. "Now, should we attempt to manipulate it?" Shui Wudong paused and turned to MOU with a question. His method of controlling Kyogre was far more refined than the Crimson Flame Pine's handling of Groudon. And should MOU inadvertently cause chaos, he had contingency plans in place. "Yes, please," MOU replied decisively, eager to explore whether he could use this Kyogre to unravel or weaken the seal on Rayquaza. Observing MOU's resolve, Shui Wutong swiftly produced an indigo orb and placed it in MOU's hand. Concentrate your mind, immerse yourself in the indigo orb, and feel the essence of Kyogre within. Under Shui Wudong's guidance, MOU quickly located the small Kyogre nestled inside the indigo orb. The moment this Kyogre sensed MOU's consciousness, it began to thrash violently, causing sharp, needle-like pains to shoot through MOU's mind. As the agony enveloped his brain, unfamiliar visions cascaded into his thoughts. Dark, profound loneliness, battles with a colossal red beast, and assaults from verdant Pokemon. Endure, maintain your composure, do not be deceived. Shui Wudong's voice resonated in his ears, allowing MOU to regain a semblance of clarity. In the peculiar state induced by Shui Wudong's assistance, MOU felt his hands and legs gradually transform into fins and a tail. When he attempted to lift his hand, the fin of Kyogre mirrored his movement. "Is it possible to control Kyogre so easily in just a few minutes?" Shui Wudong exclaimed in astonishment. Unbeknownst to him, MOU's control was entirely different from his expectations. He had anticipated that it would take MOU half an hour just to make Kyogre move slightly. Unlike Shui Wutong, who manipulated Kyogre through the indigo orb, MOU felt as though he had usurped Kyogre's dormant consciousness, becoming Kyogre itself. "I shall return in half an hour, as per our agreement." With MOU having taken his initial steps into controlling Kyogre, Shui Wudong departed, albeit somewhat taken aback. He had refrained from teaching MOU how to revert Kyogre to its primal state, confident that even if MOU harbored ulterior motives, he could prevent any havoc wrought by a non-primal Kyogre. Once Shui Wutong left, only MOU and the slumbering Kyogre remained. MOU withdrew his consciousness from Kyogre's being, opened his eyes, and gazed at his hands. While submerged within Kyogre, he had sensed an immense power akin to an endless ocean. His consciousness resembled a small wooden sailboat amidst the sea, where even the smallest wave could dismantle him and send him plunging to the depths. This was also why he possessed the ability of aura. A mere ordinary person would have likely succumbed to unconsciousness by now. Let us give it a try. After a moment's hesitation, MOU retrieved the egg sealed with Rayquaza from his storage ball. Sensing Kyogre's aura, the egg began to tremble slightly in his hands, and Rayquaza within became noticeably active. "Quiet down. I will see if I can unseal half of it." MOU gently tapped the egg, which seemed to comprehend his words, and gradually settled. After soothing the egg, MOU cradled it in one hand while caressing the indigo orb with the other. He plunged his consciousness back into the orb, and drawing from his previous experience, he smoothly returned to the earlier state. However, this time, he endeavored to control the energy within Kyogre, channeling it into the egg he held. Crack! The seal quivered incessantly. Large fragments of its shell began to flake away, disintegrating into dust upon contact with the ground. Kyogre seemed to sense something amiss. Its tightly shut eyelids quivered as if on the verge of opening. Concurrently, far away in Mela City, Groudon began to exhibit unusual behavior, its consciousness oscillating. However, having recently solidified his control over Groudon, the Crimson Flame Pine quickly pacified it. What is happening? In stark contrast to the Crimson Flame Pine's indifference, Shui Wudong, who was engaged in conversation with members of the Oceanic team in the entertainment district, sensed the shift in Kyogre and instantly adopted a serious demeanor. He hastily returned to the lowest level where Kyogre resided and used his ID card to unlock the door. What is going on? Shui Wudong inquired, observing Mou's face, which was marked by trepidation. I don't know. I merely wanted to sense Kyogre's power, Mou replied, rushing toward Shui Wudong, as if seeking reassurance. Shui Wudong scrutinized Mou's expression before surveying the surroundings. It appeared calm, leading him to suspect his earlier apprehension might have been unfounded. After scrutinizing for a while without uncovering any clues, Shui Wudong cast a penetrating gaze at Mou and finally spoke. All right, the half hour is up. You may leave now. Regret washed over him for allowing Mou to control Kyogre alone, as he now hoped that Kyogre's consciousness had merely reacted autonomously. If Mou had indeed meddled, he would have to carefully reassess his situation, whether it was his own delusion, the Crimson Flame Pine's scheme, or perhaps Sakaki's plan. All good, Mou replied, his legs trembling as he departed. Shui Wudong's gaze followed him until he vanished from sight. Once Mou left, Shui Wudong withdrew his phone from his pocket and spoke into it. After a moment, he received a confirmation from the other end, and he ended the call, placing his hand on the indigo orb to sense its essence delicately. Meanwhile, Mou, trembling, made his way back to his dormitory, drawing many curious glances along the way. Creak. He returned to his room, slowly approached the sofa, and sat down, closing his eyes to take deep breaths. On the surface, it appeared he was calming his emotions, but in reality, he was using his aura to sense his surroundings. After several scans without detecting anything suspicious, he finally exhaled a sigh of relief. Phew. The earlier situation had indeed been perilous, and his panic was not entirely an act. Had Shui Wudong entered just 3 seconds earlier, he would not have had time to clean up the dust left by the shattered seal on Kyogre. Even now, his heart raced uncontrollably. With his emotions slightly settled through the power of aura, Mou retrieved the egg containing Rayquaza from his storage ball. The shell had transformed from its initial rocky appearance to a hazy transparency. Peering through the shell, he could clearly see a green silhouette, about the width of a finger, swimming vigorously within. Thanks to Kyogre's power, the seal had now been partially broken. Seal 50. Level. Status. Good. Current emotion. Curious. Grateful. Description. Originating from a unique world, Rayquaza emerged 300 years later than Kyogre and Groudon due to a series of unforeseen events, and upon its birth, it was sealed away by the two. A panel unlike any previously encountered materialized before Mou, now showcasing Rayquaza's emotions along with the reasons behind its sealing. You truly have had a rough time, Mou chuckled, poking the green silhouette sealed within. The figure seemed to hear his words, beginning to wriggle in discontent. It is rather peculiar that you were born 300 years late. As Mou reminisced about the moment when the legendary Pokemon, Rayquaza, had just come into existence, he couldn't help but find humor in the notion that it might still be clumsily mastering its powers, only to be cornered by the combined forces of Kyogre and Groudon. The green figure was furiously battering against the confines of its seal, and Mou could distinctly sense the barrier trembling incessantly. It was already halfway unsealed. Even without seeking Groudon's assistance, Rayquaza could likely break free on its own. However, by the time it did, Mou feared he would have already become mere fertilizer for the flowers. He still needed to find Groudon. Yet he doubted he could rely on the one from the scorching ember pine. Mou murmured to himself, mentally calculating the possibility of locating Groudon in the real world to strike a deal. Chapter 66. The Divine Stone. After interacting with the Rayquaza within the egg for a while longer, Mou returned it to his storage ball. Although the safety of the system's space was superior, regrettably, only items obtained through the system's lottery could be stored there. Speaking of the system, he realized he hadn't organized his system backpack in quite some time. Aside from a few trivial items won in the lottery, there wasn't much left that was of any immediate use. 2 Master Balls and a Sacred Ash were currently of no practical use, and the clues regarding the legendary Moltres kept him tethered to the Alola region, while the next Indigo Pearl fragment remained elusive. After careful consideration, apart from the accumulated 44 lottery draws and a few random skill discs, he found little else of value. Then I suppose I shall try my luck at the lottery, Mou said to himself, and the spinning wheel of the system's lottery materialized before him in an instant. First draw, Spicy Tomato Berry, Gray, X3. Second draw, a Trainer's Travel Diary, White, X1. Third draw, an Ancient Coin, White, X99. Fourth draw, Beginner Coordinator, Blue. Upon viewing the rewards he had just drawn, Mou shrugged. He could only describe them as mediocre, neither particularly good nor excessively disappointing. He stored the first 3 items back into the system space, while he immediately claimed the 4th item, the Beginner Coordinator. Having adapted to the previous draws, he felt no significant discomfort from the new knowledge flooding his mind, only a slight, negligible sensation of swelling. Coordinators were a relatively niche subset, with the most renowned being the current champion of the Hoenn region, Mei. Unlike breeders focused on nurturing or trainers dedicated to battle, coordinators endeavored to enhance the elegance of Pokémon and the flamboyance of their moves. Though their numbers were fewer compared to the other 2 categories, they held considerable recognition among the general populace. Mou adeptly organized the newfound knowledge in his mind, gaining a profound understanding of various Pokémon forms. Perhaps I should try again 10 more times? Mou rubbed his hands together, his tone laced with hesitation, yet the spinning wheel before him began to whirl rapidly. White, gray, gray, blue, white, gold, gray, gray, white, gray. White and gray still dominated the majority, but this time he also drew a golden reward. Divine Stone, corresponding to a certain dragon-type legendary Pokémon. This dragon stone may allow certain Pokémon to fuse or separate. Staring at the perfectly white stone in his hand, marred only by a small black square flaw at the top, Mou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He had a vague recollection of this item. However, the sudden influx of knowledge regarding coordinators left him feeling dizzy, making it difficult to recall the specific details of this stone. Unbeknownst to him, the 3 purple master balls hanging from Kyurem's waist began to quiver in unison. Why? The already troubled Kyurem, distressed by Reshirem's discovery of a hero in another world, lamented its decision to come to this realm. Wasn't it preferable to rule in its own world? Kyurem was not alone in its confusion. Within the giant's cave, it slowly opened its eyes, a flicker of bewilderment crossing its gaze. That stone had been transformed into something else by humans. This was something it had witnessed firsthand. Yet, the aura emanating from it compelled Kyurem to investigate further. Upon exiting the giant's cave, it lifted its gaze to see 2 dragons, one black and one white, spiraling above its head. As it emerged from the cave, the black dragon descended gracefully, and a green-haired youth in a hooded cloak leaped down from Zekrom. Kyurem, return. Kyurem fixed its gaze upon the audacious human before it, instinctively opening its mouth as a chilling aura coalesced within. Zekrom stepped forward, shielding the youth, while the white dragon soaring above focused its attention on the grounded Kyurem. Feeling itself ensnared, a flicker of rage crossed Kyurem's features, yet the energy gathering within its mouth began to wane. Its gaze shifted over Zekrom, the figure of the hooded youth reflecting in Kyurem's yellow eyes. With a low rumble, Kyurem turned back toward the depths of the giant's cave, the entrance once again sealed by a thick layer of ice. Has even Kyurem sensed it? The hooded youth gazed into the distance, casting his gaze toward Alola. You all need to expedite your pace. A voice resonated within the heart of the hooded youth, reminiscent of a passionate young man. The identity of the hooded youth became clear. The leader of the new plasma gang. Do you want to eat? Mou offered the plump divine stone to his Dragonite, who recoiled as if startled by a cucumber. The stone was indeed a coveted treasure, brimming with temptation. Though the meat in a tiger's den is delectable, some creatures might dare to take risks. But what if that tiger harbored hidden energy reserves and could unleash a stormy cosmos rift? Not interested? Then I shall put it away. Observing Dragonite's aversion to the stone, Mou reluctantly stored it back. Despite its golden hue, the worthless reward was eclipsed by the charcoal he had just drawn, blue. Once the divine stone was returned to storage, Dragonite gradually returned to normalcy. He summoned his Rapidash once more and casually tossed the charcoal to it. Crunch, crunch. In but 3 seconds, a piece of charcoal the size of a fist vanished into Rapidash's belly. Both Rapidash and Dragonite had grown accustomed to Mou's peculiar habit of producing odd items. As long as Mou remained himself, they cared not for anything else. Glancing at Rapidash and Dragonite, Mou hesitated for a moment before releasing his V Bravo as well. Are you interested in this? He inquired, holding out the sandstone he had obtained long ago, a reward from when he had just joined the lava team. Buzz. V Brava gazed at the sandstone in his hand, its eyes brimming with desire. Feel free to eat it. We've lived together for quite some time now. Mo gently stroked Vibrava's head with one hand while bringing the sandstone to its mouth with the other. Lowering its head, Vibrava cautiously began to nibble at the sandstone. As the stone entered its mouth, it gradually relaxed, and its wings began to flutter. Watching Vibrava unwind, Mo smiled and said, "If you enjoy it, that's all that matters. We'll take a stroll later." Rapidash's ears perked up instantly. It dropped the door frame it had been gnawing on and joyfully trotted over to Mo, nuzzling its face against his. Dragonite, lying on the ground, cast a disdainful glance at the overly affectionate Rapidash, yet its tail occasionally thumping against the ground betrayed its emotions. Having evolved from a Shelmet, Dragonite's demeanor had become considerably more composed, but its lingering habits still revealed it to be the beloved, affectionate creature it had always been. Chapter 67, The First Field Mission. Leader, there are no unusual occurrences. Upon hearing the report from the last member of the ocean team assigned to surveil MOU, Shui Wudong waved his hand, saying, "Very well, your mission is complete." Understood. The ocean team member respectfully bowed to Shui Wudong before departing, leaving the dimly lit room with Shui Wudong alone. Slap. A flickering flame arose as Shui Wudong held a lit cigarette between his lips, inhaling deeply before exhaling slowly. Is it truly just a coincidence? Nearly 2 weeks have elapsed since the conclusion of the incident in Gaoka, and during this period, MOU has been under constant surveillance by individuals dispatched by Shui Wudong. According to the intelligence gathered by these watchers, MOU's movements have been remarkably consistent, primarily oscillating between the dormitory, training room, and shop. With occasional visits to the entertainment area, his life has become a monotonous routine. Perhaps I am merely overreacting. It is rather dull. MOU languidly reclined on the sofa, his feet gently resting upon the back of Wind Speed Dog, which glanced up at him, its eyes reflecting agreement with his sentiments. Although the flagship of the ocean team is sizable, the area for movement is decidedly limited. Compared to the freedom of running about in Mela City, it feels rather stifling. On the other hand, the likes of Violent Flying Dragon and Supersonic Larva seem largely unfazed, for them, as long as the sky remains vast. The ground is merely a place to rest. That hibiscus, why does she not seek revenge against me? Life here is devoid of intrigue, and without Shui Wudong's orders, he cannot leave the flagship on his own accord. Woof. Just as MOU was idly contemplating, Wind Speed Dog's ears perked up, barking towards the entrance. Is someone coming? MOU stirred slightly, making his way to the door and opening it. Outside, Shui Wudong lowered his hand, which had been raised, and followed MOU inside the dormitory to take a seat. Shui Wudong gestured for MOU, who was about to pour some water, to stop, and looking at him, stated, "There's no need for formalities. I have come to assign you a task." Upon hearing this, a genuine smile spread across MOU's face, and Wind Speed Dog silently turned its head in that direction. He took a seat beside Shui Wudong, who assessed the 3 Pokemon in the room before refocusing on MOU. "This time, I wish to send you to Twin Dragon City in the Unova region to acquire the Gene Wedge located within the Twin Dragon City gym." Shui Wudong articulated the purpose of this journey. Through the surveillance over the past few days, his earlier suspicions regarding MOU had been entirely dispelled. This task had been entrusted to him by Kikishi, and though the reasons remain unclear, the rewards offered were substantial. It would be inappropriate for Shui Wudong to undertake such a mission personally. After much contemplation, he concluded that MOU was the most suitable candidate. Young, with experience living in the outside world, his abilities are adequate, and most importantly, MOU would not abandon his post. His status and resources here are at the pinnacle for an ordinary member. Even if he were to consider defecting to the Alliance, he would not have access to any confidential information, certainly not comparable to the privileges he enjoys here. MOU is no fool. He can discern which side treats him better. Unova's Twin Dragon City, MOU pondered, stroking his chin, lost in thought. How fortuitous. Is not the Unova region the domain of the 3 dragons of the path? Just days ago, he had unveiled the Divine Stone, and now he received a task related to it. His mind could not help but wander. Will you accept this task? Or would you prefer to review the rewards first? Shui Wudong naturally hoped for MOU's consent, yet he would not force the issue if he refused. As Shui Wudong's words faded, the system's voice resonated in MOU's ear. Shui Wudong wishes for you to steal the Gene Wedge from Twin Dragon City. You must decide. 1. Refuse. A gentleman does not stand beneath a perilous wall. This task might be too challenging for you. Reward. 10 lottery chances, 2 dragon stones, 1 assault vest. 2. Accept. Without venturing into the tiger's den, how can one seize the tiger cub? Risk and reward coexist. Reward. 25 lottery chances, 1 dark stone, 1 master level upgrade voucher. 1 mega ring. This time, the The system's rewards presented a stark dichotomy. From previous expectations, refusing seemed equivalent to doing nothing, while accepting the task would likely involve life-threatening risks. Shui Wudong observed Mo's silence, refraining from urging him. Such matters cannot be rushed. It is imperative he arrives at his own conclusion. Mou lifted his gaze to Shui Wudong, inquiring, "May I ask if there is a specific plan? Is this endeavor solely Shui Wudong's design? Or will there be others involved?" After all, the Twin Dragon City and the Gene Wedge appear to have little connection to him. The rocket team will furnish you with an identity, and a faction of plasma remnants has already contacted Kikishi to offer assistance. Shui Wudong hesitated momentarily before candidly divulging the basic arrangements for this task. To be frank, the plan for this mission is largely limited to these details. Time is of the essence, and for reasons unknown, Kikishi is exceedingly anxious. "I see," Mou mused, nodding thoughtfully. This matter is evidently a collaboration involving both plasma and rocket teams. However, it remains unclear who is taking the lead, though it is likely the rocket team. Shui Wudong harbored no knowledge of Mou's thoughts. Had he been aware, he would likely have roared with laughter. For he would have been entirely mistaken. The entirety of this affair was orchestrated by Kikishi from start to finish. Although the significance of the Gene Wedge to Kikishi remains a mystery, the resources expended are undoubtedly substantial. "So what is your decision? Will you accept?" Mou nodded, ultimately agreeing to the task. "Congratulations. You have received 25 lottery chances, 1 dark stone, 1 master-level upgrade voucher, 1 mega ring." As he nodded in affirmation, the system rewards were promptly added to his backpack. Mou accepted this mission for 2 reasons. Firstly, because remaining in the ocean team was indeed tedious. Secondly, and perhaps most significantly, he yearned for the opportunity to explore the outside world and see its current state. Since joining the lava team, nearly 5 months have passed, during which he had encountered only one connection to the outside world, Kingolth. This was the perfect chance to venture outside, and he resolved to fulfill his promise. Should he encounter insurmountable danger, he could always return. "Excellent," Shui Wudong replied, satisfied with Mou's acceptance, before advising him earnestly, above all, prioritize your life and avoid unnecessary risks. In truth, Shui Wudong had an unspoken addendum. This task belongs to Kikishi, not the ocean team. Merely managing to navigate it would suffice. Departing tomorrow. With this final remark, Shui Wudong rose and exited Mou's dormitory. Chapter 68, Twin Dragon City. What is your name? Where do you come from? What is your purpose in Twin Dragon City? In the dimly lit interrogation room, Miss Junxiao adjusted her glasses perched on her nose and inquired of Mou, who stood behind the iron bars, word by word. In response to Miss Junxiao's questioning, Mou answered candidly, "My name is Mou. I hail from the Blueberry Academy in Unova, and I am here to seek treasure. This is my student ID." As he spoke, under Junxia's suddenly sharp gaze, Mou produced his crumpled student ID and extended it towards her. Junxia did not immediately accept it. Instead, she released a wind speed dog. The Pokemon lowered its head slightly, moving closer to the student ID Mou offered. Its nose twitched a few times before turning back to shake its head at Junxia. After Wind Speed Dog's confirmation, Junxia finally reached out to take the student ID. "Keep an eye on him," Junxia instructed Wind Speed Dog, before exiting the interrogation room with Mou's identification. The room was left with only Mou and Wind Speed Dog, exchanging silent glances. Seizing the opportunity, Mou began to study the Wind Speed Dog before him. Its fur appeared somewhat parched, likely due to a recent salty diet, and its left hind leg bore an injury, yet its sense of smell seemed exceptional. Wind Speed Dog met Mou's gaze for a brief moment before turning its body away, no longer maintaining eye contact. Most individuals who had been brought here were typically guilty, harboring secrets. Even the few wrongfully apprehended remained calm and quietly awaited their fate. None had stared at it as boldly as Mou did. Approximately a dozen minutes later, the door to the interrogation room swung open once more. This time, Miss Junxiao was not alone. A robust figure followed closely behind her. Judging by the color of his beard and hair, this individual appeared to be quite advanced in age. Yet he radiated an invigorating spirit. Moreover, his distinctive beard obscured the lower half of his face, resembling the fangs of a dragon-type Pokemon. "Greetings, I am Shaka, the gym leader of Shuanglong City." Upon entering, Shaka casually closed the door behind him and introduced himself to Mou, who stood behind the iron bars. "Hello, Gym Leader Shaka," Mou acknowledged with a nod, rising from his chair to offer a slight bow. At this moment, Miss Junxia had already recalled her Rapidash, and the individual facing Mou had transformed into Shaka. From his eyes, it seemed Shaka was smiling as he spoke in a congenial tone. You claim to be a student of Blueberry Academy. We are currently in the process of confirming this with your principal, Xian. MOU, slightly puzzled, responded, our principal is named Shilon. Shaka paused for a moment, then continued to smile and said, my memory must be failing me in my old age. You have a teacher named Leia, who was my classmate long ago. That's teacher Freya, MOU remarked hesitantly, eyeing Shaka, and she is only around 25. I see, Shaka replied, a hint of understanding in his voice. It seems I am indeed getting old and confused. He patted his head, his tone softening further. So, may I leave this place? MOU inquired. Apologies, but your principal has not yet responded, and due to the current unusual circumstances, we need you to remain here for a while longer. Shaka's voice carried a note of regret. It was not his intent to inconvenience MOU, but Xuanglong City was currently in a state of unrest. In the past month, a trainer who had ventured out for training had mysteriously vanished, only for them to discover an ice sculpture deep within the forest 3 days later. The missing trainer was encased within the ice sculpture, and fortunately, there was no danger to his life once thought. Furthermore, wild Pokemon had become increasingly aggressive, and reports indicated that Kyurem was exhibiting unusual behavior, with the dark triangle of Team Plasma frequently appearing in the vicinity. At such a sensitive time, the arrival of someone claiming to be a student from Blueberry Academy could not be taken lightly. Very well, I shall wait, MOU shrugged, expressing no dissent toward Shaka's actions. Thank you for your understanding. This is to ensure your safety, Shaka exhaled, rising to leave the interrogation room. Before departing, he cast a glance back at MOU and exchanged a few words with Junsha at the door. Junsha nodded, and Shaka stepped out. Not long after, the door to the interrogation room creaked open again, and Junsha presented MOU with a meal box handed to her from outside, placing it before him. This barrier will not open until your safety is confirmed. You may eat this for the time being. Miss Junsha's tone was somewhat brusque, suggesting she was unaccustomed to speaking gently with suspects within the interrogation room. MOU paid it no mind, opening the meal box through the bars and using chopsticks to partake in the food inside. Once finished, Junsha collected the empty box, and MOU remained idle in the interrogation room for an additional hour before being released. Before departing, she returned his student ID. I apologize, but this is for your safety, please understand. Not a problem, I understand. After bidding farewell to Miss Junsha, MOU stepped out of the police station and took a deep breath of fresh air. Xuanglong City was a bustling metropolis, yet the streets were eerily deserted. The restaurant owner by the roadside puffed on a cigarette, gazing up at the sky with a furrowed brow, lost in thought. MOU strolled along the street until he finally arrived at the Xuanglong Hotel. Hello, I have a reservation here. This is my ID. Presenting his pre-prepared identification, the staff led MOU to a room at the end of the 5th floor corridor. Enjoy your stay. After ushering MOU into the room, the staff bowed and then exited. After confirming that the room was devoid of listening devices and cameras using his aura, MOU retrieved his phone and inserted the SIM card given to him by Shu Wudo. A crisp notification sound rang out as the card was inserted. MOU casually tossed the phone aside, partially drew back the curtains, and quietly awaited further developments while seated on the bed. A faint sound broke the silence as a window on the balcony creaked open, and a figure clad in a black ninja outfit and mask appeared within the room. Upon entering, the intruder dropped a scroll onto the floor, and a cloud of smoke erupted, causing his figure to vanish without a trace. MOU picked up the scroll, gazing at the open window as he murmured, one of the Dark Triad. The trio known as the Dark Triad were among the elite in Team Plasma. To some extent, their existence was indeed lamentable. The Dark Triad bore no names. They were solely loyal to Kikisi, having been saved by him in the past. When Team Plasma was disbanded, other members scattered like leaves in the wind, yet the Dark Triad continued to heed Kikisi's commands. Even today, as Kikisi faced capture, they persisted in their attempts to rescue him from the League. Their existence was tolerated by the League, as En could not bear to see their lives squandered for someone like Kikisi. He endeavored to persuade the Dark Triad to abandon their dark path, yet evidently, his efforts bore no fruit. Shaking his head, MOU quickly unfurled the scroll. Surely, it would not be long before other guests arrived. Knock, knock, knock. Indeed. Scarcely 2 minutes had elapsed since the Dark Triad's departure when a knock echoed at the door. MOU rose from the sofa to find a young man dressed in ecclesiastical attire with green hair standing outside. Hello. As the door opened, the youth greeted MOU. Hi, I am En, the King of Team Plasma. Chapter 69. En, the King of Team Plasma. As MOU beheld the familiar, yet unfamiliar figure before him, he momentarily found himself in a daze. Is this En? The name resonated deeply within him, as a devoted fan of Pokemon Black and White. He had played both the original and remastered versions countless times. Before his transmigration, MOU had even seen GF post an image of Zekrom online. He had initially thought GF was preparing to create a remastered version of Pokemon Black and White. Regrettably, the final news revealed Pokemon ZA, a tale set in the Kalos region, leaving him with a sense of disappointment. In observed MOU, who was lost in thought, showing no signs of impatience at being left in the doorway, his face adorned with a warm smile. "Please, come in." After what felt like an eternity, MOU snapped back to reality, stepping aside to allow an entry into the room. "My apologies for the intrusion," and inclined his head slightly towards MOU as he entered. He settled onto the sofa, while MOU hesitated for a moment before taking a seat in the chair across from him. "There's no need to be anxious. May I see that scroll?" N's gentle tone alleviated much of MOU's tension. "Of course." MOU turned to retrieve the scroll from the bed and handed it to N. "Thank you." N nodded in gratitude as he took the scroll and began to examine it carefully. The room fell silent, save for the sound of N's fingers gliding over the scroll. "I see." Approximately 5 minutes later, N placed the scroll on the coffee table before him, redirecting his gaze to MOU's face. The moment N's eyes met MOU's, he felt an almost imperceptible weight settle upon his heart, as though he were being locked onto by some unseen force. A flicker of hesitation crossed N's face as his fingers rhythmically tapped the armrests of the sofa, seemingly deep in thought. After a brief pause, he looked at MOU and said, "May I see your Pokemon?" Upon hearing N's words, MOU was momentarily taken aback, then nodded in agreement. "All right." As he spoke, he released his 3 Pokemon, a Rapidash, a Dragonite, and a Swablu, which all landed gracefully. N's gaze lingered for a brief moment on the Dragonite before shifting to the next Pokemon. Rising from the sofa, N approached Rapidash, tilting his head to meet its gaze, simultaneously emitting a sound strikingly similar to Rapidash's cries, albeit more urgent. "Woof." Rapidash lowered its head to regard the unfamiliar, yet oddly familiar figure before it, barking in confusion. Subsequently, this man and Pokemon began a dialogue. MOU, through the power of aura, managed to glean some understanding of what Rapidash was conveying, though N's words eluded him entirely. By piecing together Rapidash's responses, MOU surmised that N was inquiring about his background. However, after years of companionship, Rapidash was not inclined to provide an honest account, responding instead with nonsensical remarks. "Ah, I see." N's expression bore a hint of surprise, mirrored by a wry smile on MOU's face. According to Rapidash's replies, he appeared to be a person whose parents had vanished, of frail constitution, subsisting on a mere bowl of noodles for each meal, and prone to scavenging food alongside Pokemon. Indeed, the logic of its answers was non-existent, dictated solely by whatever came to its mind. "So you are Yulong of the Yulong family, but why have you chosen to join Team Rainbow Rocket?" N queried earnestly, locking eyes with MOU. As he drew nearer, the previously felt sense of pressure intensified. Outside the window, a blue arc of electricity momentarily flickered across the sky. Upon hearing N's question, MOU's expression shifted from wry amusement to shock, a reaction mirrored by Rapidash. "I can hear the voices of Pokemon." N produced a pair of shimmering bracelets from seemingly nowhere. Words can deceive, but the heart cannot. Though he remained unaware of the reason behind MOU's affiliation with Team Rainbow Rocket, he stated, "I'm afraid you are under arrest." Just before N could secure him with handcuffs, MOU snapped back to reality and exclaimed, "Wait, I have something to say." N paused, turning his gaze towards MOU, his head slightly tilting in a gesture of attentive listening. MOU then recounted his intentions of infiltrating Team Rainbow Rocket as an undercover agent. Rapidash and Dragonite nodded in agreement, while Swablu appeared somewhat perplexed. After listening to his explanation, N seemed to hesitate, his confusion regarding a member of the Yulong family joining Team Rainbow Rocket evident. However, MOU's reasoning now seemed plausible, supported by the sentiments of the 2 Pokemon beside him. Noticing N's uncertainty, MOU boldly presented the evergreen gym badge left to him by Gilded as evidence. The badge shimmered with a vibrant emerald hue, distinctly different from ordinary badges. "I'm sorry." N withdrew the handcuffs, as he began to tentatively trust MOU's claims in light of the badge, which could serve as a token of authenticity. Despite Master Gilded's disappearance, it was a certainty that such an item would never fall into another's hands unless bestowed willingly. Seeing that N seemed to accept his words, a smile crept onto MOU's face. However, he quickly added, "But Champion Yulongdu will be arriving in Shuanglong City tomorrow. Please do not leave this room without permission." The moment those words left his lips, the smile on MOU's face froze. This was not due to the prior incident involving his uncle, which Yu Longdu had clearly brushed aside. Rather, it was a reaction born from Yu Longdu's characteristic demeanor. Yu Longdu's fierce sense of justice is well known, but he also possesses a strong protective instinct. If one lacks the strength to earn his respect, they will be categorized as someone in need of protection. Thus, should a protected individual find themselves in peril, it is something he cannot abide. While danger is inevitable, Mou recognized that his association with Team Rainbow Rocket undoubtedly fell into the category of extreme risk. If he could not persuade Yu Longdu, he feared being forcibly returned to confinement. When Mou regained his composure, he found that In had already departed, and at the entrance stood two fully armed guards from Junsha. A bitter expression crossed Mou's face. He needed to devise a compelling argument to convince Yu Longdu to allow him to pursue his intentions before their meeting the following day. Woof! Rapidash and Dragonite seemed to sense Mou's turmoil, exchanging glances before approaching his side, while Swablu hesitated briefly before joining its companions. Well, if all else fails, I suppose a battle will demonstrate my progress. Mou exhaled, feeling somewhat flustered by the news brought by In. The image of that solemn man with fiery red hair and a dark cloak loomed in his mind, prompting his hands to absently wander over his 3 Pokemon. Chapter 70. Yu Longdu. Mou retrieved an incubator from his storage ball, the brown Pokemon egg within quivering gently, as if on the verge of hatching. Rapidash, with its boisterous nature, nudged Mou aside to peer closely at the incubator. Dragonite feigned indifference, but its frequent glances betrayed its curiosity. Swablu, the most eager for a new companion, yearned to shed its status as the youngest. Its anticipation stemmed not from being bullied due to its late arrival, but rather from the desire to nurture a younger sibling, having been well cared for by Rapidash and Dragonite. Feeling the uplifting aura emanating from his 3 Pokemon, Mou found his heart unexpectedly filled with warmth. Despite occasional friction among them, their ongoing compromises had only deepened their bonds. For instance, Rapidash was particularly sensitive to the sound of wings brushing against it, while Dragonite often misjudged its strength during playful antics, inadvertently causing harm. Rapidash, too, was known for its restless slumber, occasionally waking to find itself playfully biting Dragonite's thigh. Yet, Mou refrained from intervening in these minor squabbles, allowing them to resolve their differences on their own. He believed that the harmony between Pokemon and between trainers and their Pokemon hinges upon the principle of compromise. Just as there exist trainers capable of harmonizing a Bidoof and a Mankey, typically mortal enemies in the wild, who instead forge a strong bond once they have a trainer. Unless a genuine battle ensues, Mou would not personally mediate. Pokemon possess their own ways of coexisting, and unwarranted interference could prove counterproductive. Mou gently nudged Rapidash's head aside, adjusting the incubator's temperature slightly upwards. With the system's prompts, he was well aware of the Pokemon contained within the egg. It was an EV, and given its decades spent near Kyogre, evolving immediately upon hatching was not outside the realm of possibility. However, Mou was reluctant to allow it to evolve so soon, as the juvenile stage is crucial for Pokemon development. Come on out, many are eagerly awaiting you outside. As he spoke, Mou placed the incubator into the eager embrace of Rapidash, while the 3 Pokemon cautiously safeguarded it, forming a protective circle around it. See you tomorrow. After a brief wash-up, Mou lay down on his bed, closing his eyes. Knock, knock, knock. Mou, deep in slumber, was roused by a series of knocks. He lifted his head, his gaze bleary as he peered out the window, where the sky had yet to fully brighten, the soft moonlight spilling onto the windowsill. With the aid of the moonlight, he could barely make out the clock on the bedside table. It read 5:15. Knock, knock, knock. The knocking at the door resumed, louder than before. Coming. Mou struggled to rise from his bed, and as he did, the wind speed dog and the flying dragon glanced up at him momentarily before resuming their relaxed posture on the floor. Rubbing his eyes, Mou opened the door, and the figure outside instantly jolted him awake. Fourth uncle, what a coincidence. You're here too? Bathed in the soft glow of the hotel corridor light, Mou's eyes reflected the silhouette of a robust man with fiery red hair. Ah, esteemed clan leader, please take a seat. Coming back to his senses, Mou gestured for Yu Longdu to sit on the sofa. Unbeknownst to him, the wind speed dog and the flying dragon had already snuggled up beside Yu Longdu, not forgetting to bring along the incubator containing the Pokemon egg. The supersonic larva, confronted by this unfamiliar human, appeared somewhat perplexed. It was certain it had never encountered this man before, yet the affability radiating from him quelled any sense of animosity. Hello. Wind speed dog, Yu Longdu greeted, his demeanor markedly more amiable compared to his usual icy exterior when interacting with outsiders. He gently patted the wind speed dog's head and retrieved a prepared treat from his waist pouch, forest gelatin, the wind speed dog's favorite snack. After handing the delicacy to the wind speed dog, Yulong Du's gaze shifted to the flying dragon. Quite impressive. With that, he released his Dragonite. Roar. Upon its release, the Dragonite let out a joyful cry. Spotting the flying dragon, it paused momentarily before carefully confirming its identity. Convinced this was the beloved Pokemon it recognized, the Dragonite hurried over to the flying dragon and affectionately rubbed its cheek against its head. Gur. Taken by surprise, the flying dragon began to wriggle and squirm. But against the might of the Dragonite, its efforts appeared futile. Mou observed the Dragonite effortlessly subduing the flying dragon, his expression turning serious. Dragonite, male. Level, 95. Type, dragon, flying. Ability, inner focus. Moves, hyper beam, outrage, dragon dance, thunder punch, ice punch, fire punch. Blessing of Ho-Oh. Increases the power of fire-type moves, 100, 130. Boosts stamina and recovery, enhances fire-type resistance, reducing damage from 50 to 30. Recognition of Lugia. Increases the power of flying-type moves, 150, 160, significantly boosts flying speed. Although he had been prepared, Mou was nonetheless taken aback by the opulence of Dragonite's stats. As Yulong Du's primary Pokemon, Dragonite's prowess was undoubtedly of the highest caliber. The only lament was that no Mega Evolution had yet been discovered for Dragonite, indicating there was still potential for Yulong Du's strength to rise further. Reclining casually against the back of the sofa, Yulong Du remarked, "Fourth uncle, your strength has noticeably increased lately. Is it time for you to challenge the Kanto champion?" Caught off guard by the apparent sarcasm in Yulong Du's words, Mou found himself momentarily at a loss for words. After a brief pause, he managed to respond, "No, I still have a long way to go." "Oh, so you are aware of your shortcomings," Yulong Du said, turning his gaze towards Mou, who quickly straightened his posture. "Since you recognize your inadequacies, what makes you bold enough to join the Rainbow Rocket team?" Though Yulong Du's tone remained congenial, Mou felt an overwhelming pressure bearing down upon him. "I believe." Mou began to explain, but was cut off by Yulong Du's interjection. "You believe you can infiltrate the Rainbow Rocket team and assist the Alliance?" The gravity in Yulong Du's tone made it difficult for Mou to articulate his prepared response. Regardless of their past camaraderie, Yulong Du was older and had always looked out for him. His current reaction stemmed from genuine concern for Mou's safety. To Yulong Du, the weight of the world could rest upon his shoulders, and there was no need for Mou to venture into peril. At this juncture, Mou should focus on diligent study and healthy growth rather than delve into a den of danger. "May I express my thoughts?" Mou took several deep breaths and met Yulong Du's gaze directly. Yulong Du regarded Mou and slowly replied, "Certainly. I shall grant you the opportunity to prove yourself." With that, he relaxed against the sofa, adopting a posture of attentive listening. Mou remained silent for a moment, seemingly organizing his thoughts. After a while, he spoke. "Clan leader, what do you think it takes for an individual to rise to the pinnacle of the trainer hierarchy?" Before Yulong Du could respond, Mou continued, "I believe it can be broadly categorized into three elements: talent, resources, and experience." Upon hearing his words, Yulong Du crossed his arms and nodded slightly. This understanding was reasonable. However, it bore little relevance to Mou's audacious decision to join the Rainbow Rocket team. "Yet, you could slowly, but I can grow within a safe environment under the auspices of the Alliance?" Although interrupted, Yulong Du displayed no signs of displeasure. Which champion in any region has ever risen through the ranks in a sheltered environment? Mou resolved to persuade Yulong Du from the perspective of the future. Despite Yulong Du's heightened protectiveness due to certain special circumstances, he was by no means narrow-minded. While the Rainbow Rocket team posed dangers, it also represented opportunities that could propel him further and faster. Observing Mou's impassioned discourse, Yulong Du's expression remained unchanged, though he unconsciously straightened his posture against the sofa. "However, you may find yourself on a perilous path. Your understanding of Sakaki is limited to hearsay and literature. You are unaware of his true methods." Seizing the moment as Mou spoke, Yulong Du began to voice his concerns. Even as the figure now hailed as a beacon of justice, he had once been blinded by Sakaki's tactics in his youth, committing numerous misdeeds in the belief that Sakaki was in the right. Fortunately, with the guidance of Qi Hong and Qing Lu, he had been able to awaken from that delusion and atone for his past actions. He had genuinely traversed the same phase Mou was currently navigating, and he wished to spare Mou from retracing his missteps. "I will not be led astray." Empty words can be spoken by anyone. How will you substantiate that claim? Is it simply your age of 18 or a misguided sense of maturity? Yulongdu's flippant remark left Mou in silence, as he possessed no evidence to prove he would remain uncorrupted. Clearly, he was at a disadvantage in this verbal duel. Nothing more to say? After waiting a while and confirming that Mou had no further intent to argue, Yulongdu rose from the sofa. He returned Dragonite to its Pokeball and stated, "Since there is nothing left to discuss, assist me in completing this task, and then return with me." As Yulongdu exited the room, only the silence of Mou remained. "It seems I have failed," Mou whispered to himself. If he could not persuade with words, he would have to take action. Seizing an opportunity, he planned to escape to Alola. Running back was undoubtedly the least favorable option. He needed to ensure he slipped away unnoticed from Yulongdu's watchful gaze while avoiding detection by the vigilant rangers and officers patrolling the Alola region. Nonetheless, he still intended to lend assistance. The scroll left by the Dark Triad contained the blueprint for this operation. The plan was quite rudimentary. The Quagsire would soon arrive near Shuanglong City, diverting the city's security forces outside. In that window, the remnants of Team Plasma under the Dark Triad would incite chaos within Shuanglong City, allowing Mou to infiltrate the museum and steal the Gene Wedge. As Mou contemplated the scroll's contents, a frown creased his forehead. This plan was far too simplistic. It seemed less like a heist for the Gene Wedge and more like a means to achieve another objective. As for what that objective might be, Mou could only speculate. Number 1. Has the package been delivered? In the depths of the mountains, approximately 100 miles from Shuanglong City, the Quagsire fiddled with its Pokeball, asking without lifting its gaze. The individual who had just delivered the scroll to Mou knelt on one knee, responding with utmost reverence, "My lord, it has been successfully handed to him." Not far from their vicinity, the other two members of the Dark Iron Triangle were bound to a tree. Judging by their occasional convulsions, they were likely still alive, albeit unconscious. "Very well. You may withdraw," Queetsy said with a slight nod, his gaze never lingering on Number 1. Upon hearing this, Number 1 displayed a moment of hesitation, his eyes shifting towards the other two members of the Dark Iron Triangle. "Is there something else?" Queetsy raised his head, looking at the still kneeling Number 1, his tone subtly revealing discontent. "No." Number 1 averted his gaze, and with a puff of smoke, he vanished from sight. "This is not my fault, Mou. Your survival complicates matters for me," Queetsy mused as he raised the Pokeball in his hand, seemingly conversing with the Res Hiram within. The true objective of this mission was not the Gene Wedge, but rather to eliminate Mou, or at the very least, ensure that he would forever part ways with the path of a trainer. Following the initiation of the mission, he would unleash Kyurem as planned, drawing Mou out, and subsequently abandon Kyurem to personally incinerate Mou in Dragon City. A smile crept upon his lips at the thought. Bzzz. A swarm of Beedrills, in a state of panic, darted towards him from a short distance behind. "Begone, you wild nuisances!" Queetsy exclaimed in anger as he released his own Zubat. With a rush of wind, several Beedrills fell lifelessly to the ground, while the remaining ones fled in disarray. Meanwhile, after exiting Mou's room, Longdu encountered In and Shaka, who had been waiting for quite some time. "Champion Longdu, my apologies," Shaka bowed deeply at a 90-degree angle. Although the outcome indicated that Mou indeed belonged to the Long family, it was undeniable that he had failed to ascertain Mou's affiliation with the Rainbow Rocket team. This was a dereliction of duty. "I must be more cautious next time. The circumstances have changed." Longdu waved his hand dismissively after offering Shaka a word of advice. "And what of the outcome?" En inquired. His interest piqued regarding Mou's intentions, whether he would return to the Kanto region or if he had indeed persuaded Longdu to accompany him back to Alola. "He will return with me," Longdu replied, his expression remaining unchanged. In truth, he hoped that Mou would convince him otherwise. Indeed, his capabilities are commendable. Nurturing him could yield fruitful results in a decade or so. En perceptively sensed the underlying emotions of Longdu, but, as an outsider, chose not to delve further. Yes. Gaining admission to Blueberry Academy certainly holds promise for the future," Shaka added, though his remarks diverged from En's sentiment. Longdu swiftly redirected the conversation, stating, "Enough of this. Let us discuss our strategy and whether we can apprehend Queetsy." Upon hearing Longdu's call to serious matters, both En and Shaka became considerably more somber. "Let us convene in the meeting room." Chapter 72, The Gene Wedge. En, Shaka, Longdu, and others gathered in the meeting room to deliberate strategies while awaiting the arrival of the Unova champion, Adak. Longdu had come not as the Kanto champion, but in his capacity as the leader of the international police. While both roles belonged to Longdu, they conveyed entirely different implications. As champion, He represented Kanto's alliance seeking assistance from Unova's alliance. In contrast, as the international police chief, he was formally requesting the organization to address potential malevolent incidents. According to intelligence reports, only Queetzy had emerged, commanding the 3 dragons of Unova from another realm. As the chief of the international police, Longdu took his rightful place at the forefront, with In and Shaka expressing no objections. The international police is a unique organization akin to an international law enforcement agency, primarily tasked with combating malevolent organizations like Team Rocket and Team Plasma. After discussions among the various alliances, the position of international police chief rotates among champions from each region, with the stipulation that each champion must serve within the organization prior to assuming the role, the only 2 exceptions being red and green. N. Have there been any developments regarding Kyurem and Reshiram? Longdu inquired. None as of yet. However, some time ago, Kyurem attempted to exit the Giant's Cave, but was repelled by the combined efforts of Zekrom and Reshiram. As long as there are no immediate issues, that's reassuring. Shaka, how has the evacuation of Dragon City's residents progressed? Most residents have evacuated, though some reluctant youths remain, expressing a desire to contribute to Dragon City's defense. Screen their abilities. Forcibly remove those who are too weak. Although Adak was absent, under Longdu's guidance, matters were being resolved in an orderly fashion. Approximately 5 hours later, Longdu rubbed his forehead, finally concluding the last task. Once everything was in order, he shed his formal demeanor. Extending his hand, he glanced at his wristwatch, puzzled. Has that old coot Adak truly retired? Where is he? In and Shaka exchanged awkward smiles, refraining from responding. Time passed swiftly. 3 days had elapsed. And with less than 2 hours remaining until the operation detailed in the scroll commenced, Adak had yet to arrive at Dragon City. Not only was Adak absent, but communication with him had also been lost. The Unova Alliance could not ascertain his current whereabouts. In light of this situation, Longdu and the Unova Alliance deliberated, ultimately relaxing their objective from capturing Queetzy to at least securing one of the 3 dragons. Longdu, for now, I shall refer to you as MOU. It is time to commence. Understood. MOU nodded, disconnecting the call. After confirming that all preparations were complete, he took the elevator down to the first floor of the hotel, where a disguised Longdu awaited him. MOU's task was straightforward, to act in accordance with the scroll's instructions while ensuring his own safety. Once more, prioritize your safety. Go forth. As he passed by a gaunt, unkempt man, a barely audible voice reached his ears. MOU discreetly nodded, his steps unwavering as he moved towards the outskirts of the forest surrounding Dragon City. Upon reaching the woods, MOU ignited the scroll as instructed, a plume of pink smoke billowing forth and gradually ascending into the air. In the distance, Queetzy opened his eyes and commanded those beside him, commence the operation. Yes. The members of the Dark Iron Triangle nodded in unison, their figures vanishing from sight. Through diligent efforts over the past few days, Queetzy had successfully recruited the trio known as the Dark Iron Triangle, promising them that he would rescue Queetzy from this world. The 3 individuals recognized the low credibility of his words, yet they were willing to take the risk for the slim chance of success. After igniting the scroll, MOU swiftly relocated to another spot where the Dark Iron Triangle awaited him. He gazed at the 3 ahead, prepared to speak, when he heard a deep, wrathful roar echoing from afar. Strangely, amidst the chaos, MOU discerned a hint of satisfaction. Shortly after the roar, a dozen dark figures surged forth from within Dragon City. Let us proceed, someone declared, and the Dark Iron Triangle, accompanied by MOU, advanced towards the gates of Dragon City. They passed through the city gates with ease. The original quartet had inexplicably transformed into a throng of approximately 30 individuals. Upon entering Dragon City, more members clad in Plasma Team uniforms joined their ranks. Our objective this time is the Dragon City Museum, from which we shall reclaim what rightfully belongs to us, one of the Dark Iron Triangle members announced. Glancing back at the others, long live Lord Queetzy. Long live the liberation of Pokemon. The remaining members, save for MOU, fervently shouted their slogans, their expressions filled with enthusiasm. Observing these individuals, MOU recalled what Longdu had previously confided in him. The remnants of Team Plasma were deliberately left behind by the Alliance, intended to provide novice trainers emerging in the United Regions each year with a modicum of experience. It now seemed evident that this group, devoid of independent thought and thoroughly brainwashed, would hardly amount to anything significant. As MOU pondered this, he continued to follow the Dark Triad towards the museum in Shuanglong City. The museum's grand entrance stood resolutely shut, flanked by stone statues that appeared almost alive, intently scrutinizing the uninvited guests. Open the door, architect. At the behest of the Dark Triad, a middle-aged Team Plasma member released his Pokemon. Architect, the man, wielding a pillar, brought it crashing down upon the museum's entrance. Bang, bang, bang. With several powerful blows, a breach sufficient for passage was made in the imposing doors. Once inside, gather all valuables. We must evacuate within half an hour. No sooner had the words left his lips than the Team Plasma members began to surge into the museum chaotically. As they entered, the sound of shattering glass echoed repeatedly. The first member of the Dark Triad turned his gaze towards MOU. What you seek is the Gene Wedge. I shall guide you. With that, he stepped forward into the museum, closely followed by MOU, while the other two remained at the entrance to avert any unforeseen circumstances. The exhibits near the entrance primarily chronicled historical tales and modern portraits associated with Shuanglong City. These artifacts were of little monetary value, yet they were ruthlessly dragged out and torn apart. The once pristine museum descended into chaos under the onslaught of Team Plasma, filled with the cacophony of alarms, laughter, and scuffles. Observing the undisciplined Team Plasma members, the first member of the Dark Triad, who was leading MOU in search of the Gene Wedge, paused and spoke in a monotone voice, "Follow me." After approximately 5 minutes of traversing through the disarray, the two halted before a wall. The first member extended his hand, pressing against the wall several times. Click, click. The wall gradually descended, revealing a colossal dragon statue within, before which lay a triangular artifact resting quietly in a box. "That is the Gene Wedge," he indicated. "Simply retrieve it." MOU nodded and stepped forward, preparing to extract the Gene Wedge. However, as he approached the box, the previously sunken wall abruptly rose. Hearing the commotion behind him, MOU turned to find that the first member had vanished, replaced by another figure. "Captain Quicketh?" MOU exclaimed in surprise. "Aren't you supposed to be outside the city?" In response to MOU's astonishment, Quicketh merely wore an enigmatic smile, fixating his gaze upon him. "You have arrived at the perfect time. The Gene Wedge is right here." Sensing an unsettling atmosphere, MOU instinctively heightened his vigilance and gestured towards the Gene Wedge beside him. Quicketh seemed to acknowledge MOU's words and slowly advanced, claiming the Gene Wedge into his storage ball. No sooner had he completed this action than a Scythe Commander erupted from behind him. As if it had been poised for action, the Scythe Commander swiftly swung the blades on its arms, aiming a lethal strike at MOU. Clang! Bang! In the face of the sudden assault, MOU's aura power coalesced above him into a cerulean shield. The strike from the Scythe Commander was momentarily halted by the aura power, granting MOU the opportunity to evade the unexpected attack. Witnessing the Scythe Commander's failed attempt, Quicketh's expression flickered with surprise. That shield of blue energy must have been aura power. With this realization, Quicketh's murderous intent towards MOU intensified. "Quicketh, why?" MOU inquired. Still struggling to comprehend the situation, there had been no conflict between them, and he had even once been recruited by Quicketh. Yet Quicketh showed no inclination to clarify. From the shadows, a second Pokemon began to materialize, resembling a coffin topped with a mask, surrounded by 4 shadowy gray hands. "Grim Reaper's coffin, Scythe Commander, eliminate him," Quicketh commanded, his gaze fixed on MOU. The Scythe Commander nodded, its legs exerting force to leave a crater in the ground as the blades on its arms glimmered ominously. The Grim Reaper's coffin submerged into the shadow of the Scythe Commander, re-emerging behind MOU. With the Scythe Commander charging from the front and the glowing-eyed Grim Reaper's coffin from the rear, MOU found himself ensnared in peril. He attempted to release his Pokemon only to discover that, akin to when he first entered the Alola region, his Pokeballs were locked. Bang! 2 elongated shadows suddenly emerged from MOU's waist, repelling both the advancing Scythe Commander and the Grim Reaper's coffin. Quicketh squinted slightly as he observed the thwarted attacks. MOU exhaled deeply and calmly addressed Quicketh from a distance. "Fortunately, I was prepared." As the 2 shadows landed, Quicketh finally beheld their true forms. They were 2 Haxorus. Although they had not yet evolved, their strength was formidable, entrusted to him by Yolongdu as a safeguard. To prevent any mishaps, Yolongdu had concealed these 2 Haxorus at MOU's waist, serving as a belt of sorts. It was this precaution that had enabled MOU to navigate through the current danger. Yolongdu's 2 Haxorus were exceptional, possessing 3 distinct attributes. First, they could freely manipulate the surrounding natural energies. Second, they had the ability to control the weather. Third, they were highly skilled in cooperative attacks. Thanks to these unique traits, even unevolved, these 2 Haxorus were not to be underestimated. With the protection of these 2 Haxorus, MOU felt emboldened and inquired of Quicketh, "Now, can you explain why? Where did these 2 Haxorus come from?" Quicketh, however, remained silent regarding MOU's question, instead taking a keen interest in the two Haxorus confronting the Scythe Commander and the Grim Reaper's coffin. They were given to me by a friend. Although MOU felt a twinge of disappointment for not extracting the reason behind Quicketh's attack, he answered honestly, striving to buy time. Yolongdu would undoubtedly sense the anomaly soon, and when they returned, Quicketh would find himself cornered. Quicketh was clearly aware of MOU's intentions, but merely smiled in response, giving no further indication. To ensure he had sufficient time, he had not released either Kyurem or one of the other two divine dragons outside Shuanglong City. Instead, he had unleashed the fused form of Kyurem and Reshiram, the White Kyurem. To defeat it within a short time frame was akin to chasing a pipe dream. Prior to the operation, he had gathered intelligence that the strongest presence here was a certain Yolongdu, and apart from him, only N intrigued him slightly. To Quicketh, everyone else was merely insignificant. Meanwhile, Yolongdu and N were engaged in a fierce battle, leading other trainers, including Shaka. Even with Yolongdu and N's Pokemon drawing the brunt of the assault, Pokemon continued to fall from the sky, incapacitated. All right, I shall no longer indulge you. Quicketh fixed his gaze on MOU, his tone unervingly calm, causing MOU's heart to race suddenly. An overwhelming sense of panic engulfed him, compelling him to flee. Quicketh produced a remote control from his pocket and pressed the red button. With his action, the force locking MOU's Pokeballs dissipated, yet at that moment, MOU felt no inclination to release his Pokemon. Kuyakisi extricated a purple Pokeball from his pocket, emblazoned with a white M at its center. As he released the Pokeball, an overwhelming sense of pressure enveloped MOU, causing his legs to quiver slightly. A gray-black Pokemon, intermittently crackling with blue arcs of electricity, burst through the museum's ceiling. Sunlight cascaded into the room through the shattered overhead, illuminating the space. The ideal dragon, Zekrom. With great effort, MOU lifted his gaze to the colossal figure above, moistening his parched lips. This mission was fundamentally aimed at taking your life. The genetic wedge was merely a pretext. Do you comprehend why? Upon summoning Zekrom, Kuyakisi, believing victory was assured, seemed intent on ensuring MOU's demise was crystal clear. Why? MOU's voice was hoarse, and as Zekrom emerged, he felt a creeping numbness throughout his body. Because you may have been chosen by Reshiram, the true hero, Kuyakisi chuckled, clarifying as Zekrom's gaze fixated upon MOU. To preempt any lingering uncertainties, Kuyakisi swiftly retreated to a safe distance, commanding, Zekrom, unleash Cross Thunder. Chapter 74, The Ideal Dragon Zekrom. As Kuyakisi's command resonated, Zekrom, which had been soaring through the air, began its slow descent. Ultimately, it came to a halt before MOU, the electric arcs dancing across its body intensifying and crackling loudly. The drill-shaped tail behind it began to shimmer with a pale blue glow. To perish at the hands of Zekrom would not render your life futile. Kuyakisi's voice echoed from afar, as he had already relocated to a secure vantage point. MOU beheld Zekrom, and a panel suddenly materialized before him. Zekrom, genderless, level 90-95, type, electric, dragon, ability, mega voltage, unaffected by opponent's abilities, moves, cross thunder, volt tackle, dragon rage, thunderbolt, thunder crash. Dragon voice, ideal dragon, electric and dragon type moves power increased, 150, 200, damage from non-legendary Pokemon reduced, 180, resistance to ice, fairy, and ground type attacks increased, 200, 170. Dragon Might. Wild Pokemon below level 80 will lose the will to battle. Dragon God inactive? The information regarding Zekrom flashed before MOU's eyes, each word exuding the might of a legendary Pokemon. Unlike before, this panel displayed two numbers following the level. However, gazing at the Zekrom, now in overdrive and looming ever closer, MOU found himself devoid of the luxury to ponder. Indeed, rewards and risks are inextricably linked. MOU met Zekrom's eyes, a sudden smile of resignation gracing his face. The two Haxorus under his command had long departed at his behest, a move that Kuyakisi had not sought to impede. MOU possessed but a single sacred ash. Had the wind's speed dogs remained, a true tragedy might have ensued. Fortuitously, he had instructed Haxorus to take his 3 Pokeballs with them. Over a minute had elapsed since Zekrom's landing, far longer than the typical charge time for Cross Thunder. The more atypical Zekrom's behavior became, the more profound Kuyakisi's unease grew. Zekrom, hurry! Kuyakisi shouted from a distance, producing a round black stone. As the stone materialized, Zekrom's electric arcs surged violently, enveloping its entire form in a blue-red haze. MOU observed the object in Kuyakisi's hand, a sense of familiarity washing over him. He retrieved a dark stone of the same kind from his system space, a reward he had chosen when Water Wudong entrusted him with this mission. Had it not been for Kuyakisi's revelation, he might have forgotten he possessed a dark stone. Upon Mou brandishing the dark stone, Zekrum's previously placid demeanor flickered with confusion, the electric arcs momentarily pausing. A dark stone? How do you have one as well? Kuyakisi's tone sharpened upon seeing Mou raise the dark stone in kind. He acknowledged that he had indeed been rattled. While he could accept that Res Hiram might acknowledge him, the presence of another dark stone was intolerable. Shall I provide you with a Kyurem as well, and you can rename yourself Kuyakisi? Amidst the tug-of-war between the two dark stones, Zekrum's long-dormant awareness began to stir. In its world, it had been subjugated by Kuyakisi, compelled to undertake numerous actions against its will. Unable to break free from this control, it had chosen to retreat into slumber, out of sight and out of mind. Now, with the simultaneous emergence of the two dark stones, it sensed something amiss and began to awaken. Mou felt Zekrum's aura shift from tranquil to tumultuous. Rallying his focus as he called out, "Zekrum, awaken!" Zekrum's struggles intensified, its head slowly turning toward Kuyakisi behind it. Noting Zekrum's unusual behavior, Kuyakisi produced a gray-white square object. "Zekrum, eliminate him." This was a device crafted by the alternate world's Dr. Akroma, originally designed to control Kyurem. After modifications, it could now also be employed to manipulate Zekrum and Res Hiram, albeit with diminished efficacy. As Kuyakisi's command fell, Zekrum's body began to move in a manner that appeared exceedingly rigid. The tremors coursing through its form indicated a desperate resistance, yet its body continued to obey Kuyakisi's directives. "Zekrum, can you amplify your move's power toward Kuyakisi?" Mou inquired softly, attempting to assist Zekrum in resisting the control with his aura. A neutral voice echoed intermittently within Mou's mind, seemingly suppressing something. Without dwelling on it further, he urged, "Then please unleash your power fully, and take both me and Kuyakisi with you." Just as Zekrum was about to respond, Kuyakisi amplified his control. "Do not hesitate any longer." Mou's gaze remained earnest as he regarded Zekrum. Zekrum locked eyes with Mou, extinguishing the last remnants of its hesitation. It roared toward the heavens, dark clouds gathering ominously above Mou and Kuyakisi. From within the clouds, torrents of crimson lightning surged into Zekrum's being. Yes, just like that. Seeing Zekrum seemingly abandon its resistance, Kuyakisi's smile reemerged. Unbeknownst to him, beneath the ground, tendrils of crimson arcs began to coalesce beneath his feet. The blue glow at Zekrum's tail grew increasingly brilliant, causing the entirety of Twin Dragon City to tremble. In gratitude for the opportunity Mou provided to escape Kuyakisi's grasp, Zekrum deliberately refrained from harming the city's inhabitants. Safe travels. Zekrum's voice resonated once more within Mou's mind, followed by the descent of lightning bolts more formidable than any before. Just before the lightning struck, Mou hurled a storage ball from his waist into the distance. Boom, boom, boom. The formidable bolts of lightning rained down from above, most converging around Mou, reducing his form to mere ash amidst the relentless onslaught. Just as Kuyakisi uttered a syllable, lightning far thicker than before surged upward from the ground. Kuyakisi became engulfed in a tempest of blue and red lightning, which gradually subsided after 2 minutes. Zekrum's gaze remained fixated on the spot where Kuyakisi had stood, now transformed into a bottomless charred pit, the acrid scent of singed earth permeating the air around it. The smoke gradually dissipated, revealing the situation within the pit to Zekrum's eyes. Chapter 75, The Demise of Quicksilver. Cough, cough. Zekrum, you are splendid. This assault did not annihilate Quicksilver in one fell swoop as Zekrum had anticipated. Instead, Quicksilver stood in the center of the pit, in a disheveled state. At his feet lay several Pokemon, strewn haphazardly. The Grim Reaper's coffin, the Slash Commander, Exploding Water Buffalo, the Three-Headed Dragon, and the Dragon King Scorpion. Aside from the Pokemon that had previously attacked Mou, there were also Quicksilver's other Pokemon, though the faint rise and fall of their abdomens suggested they still clung to life. Even with the protection of his Pokemon, Quicksilver's condition was far from favorable. His charred body and the arcs of electricity continually erupting from him indicated he was but a flickering candle in the wind. Zekrum, I command you to return. Quicksilver raised the controller crafted by Akroma, extracting a Master Ball in preparation to recall Zekrum. Whoosh! A piercing sound sliced through the air, followed by a blade of ice blue sword energy. The Slash Commander, injured and lying on the ground, struggled to rise and pushed Quicksilver aside. Ah! A cry of agony erupted as the sword energy, meant to cleave Quicksilver in two, was deflected by the Slash Commander's action. severing only his right arm at the root. The controller slipped from his grasp and fell to the ground, stirring up a cloud of dust. Upon witnessing this, Zekrum's eyes lit up, unleashing bolts of lightning that surged towards the fallen controller. Boom, boom, boom. Zekrum's relentless assault indicated his deep-seated disdain for this device. The Slash Commander, drawing upon his last vestiges of strength, carried Quicksilver to safety, only to completely collapse thereafter. Quicksilver, without so much as a glance at the Slash Commander, was instead fixated on the distance, where MOU stood, exclaiming in astonishment, You're not dead?" He disregarded Zekrum's actions, staring incredulously at MOU. "Who knows? Perhaps I am merely Arceus's earthly avatar," MOU said, wielding his bronze sword once more against Quicksilver. A broader and longer ice blue sword energy surged forth, heading straight for Quicksilver's face. Better to end this swiftly than to prolong the nightmare. Quicksilver, caught off guard, was cleanly bisected by the sword energy, his body collapsing helplessly as crimson blood flowed profusely, soaking into the earth. Meanwhile, Zekrom had also destroyed the controller, and the once fluid movements of the white Kyurem outside of Twin Dragon City grew sluggish. Quickly, now's our chance. Thunder Punch. Yulong Du seized the moment decisively, as Dragonite and Zekrom launched a full frontal assault on the grounded white Kyurem. The Res Hyrum merged with Kyurem, having shed its control, no longer harbored any desire to fight. Taking advantage of this lapse, the white Kyurem succumbed to the onslaught of surrounding Pokemon, ultimately collapsing entirely. As the white Kyurem disintegrated, Res Hyrum withdrew to the side, standing alongside the Res Hyrum of this world. Seeing its lack of intent to continue the battle, Yulong Du and the others temporarily set it aside. Only Kyurem remained engaged in combat, though it too wished to cease hostilities. As a dragon deity, it could not allow itself to concede. "I will return, Dragonite, stay here." As the situation gradually stabilized, Yulong Du swiftly flew towards Twin Dragon City on his Aerodactyl. The commotion in Twin Dragon City was not overly pronounced. It was only when Zekrom unleashed its signature move, Cross Thunder, that they sensed something amiss. Through N's recounting, Yulong Du learned that the previous display was Zekrom's exclusive technique, Cross Thunder. Though he was uncertain why it had subsided, he remained uneasy. Shaka looked up at Yulong Du's departing figure, then down at his own hands, letting out a deep sigh. As the Dragon-type gym leader, he had come to a stark realization about the differences between himself and Yulong Du in the face of White Kyurem. He felt an overwhelming sense of helplessness, while Yulong Du bore the weight of their banner. Could this truly be the disparity of talent? Shaka mused. He believed his efforts were not inferior to anyone else's. He trained from 7 in the morning until 11, immediately followed by gym challenges from 4 to 8 in the afternoon, undeterred by the elements. Sometimes, when fewer challengers presented themselves, he would train continuously for days without rest. Shaka's confusion was unknown to Yulong Du, who was currently more concerned with the residents of Twin Dragon City and MOU. The silhouette of Aerodactyl streaked across the sky, leaving behind a series of blurred phantoms. In less than a minute, Yulong Du arrived at the severely damaged Twin Dragon City Museum. Hack! As soon as he landed, 2 Hakuryu rushed out to stand before him. "What has become of the residents of Twin Dragon City? What are these black cloths? And what of the dragon feather I entrusted to you?" Observing the museum, now reduced to ruins, and a few indistinct black garments within, Yulong Du's brow furrowed. Preparing for the worst. Hack, hack, hack. The 2 Hakuryu responded in perfect unison to Yulong Du's inquiries. Listening to their answers, the creases in Yulong Du's forehead eased slightly. "I see. Most of the residents are unharmed. Only a few were electrocuted to the point of incontinence. And these black cloths are remnants of the Plasma Gang." Upon entering Twin Dragon City, Yulong Du had observed that aside from the museum and its surrounding area, other locations had sustained minimal damage. With the knowledge that the residents were mostly safe, Yulong Du felt a weight lift from his heart. What of the dragon feather? No sooner had he spoken than the 2 Hakuryu fell silent. Seeing this, Yulong Du's spirits plummeted once more. Had something unfortunate befallen him? He had entrusted them with his safety, and their demeanor suggested they had not suffered harm. Though reluctant to accept it, there were only 2 possibilities. Either they had been negligent in their duties, or something more critical had transpired. In response to Yulong Du's inquiry, the 2 Hakuryu exchanged glances, and then the one on the left promptly explained, "Hack, hack." Meanwhile, the other quickly scurried back, returning with a piece of paper in its mouth. He ran away? That scoundrel. From the Hakuryu's account, Yulong Du learned that MOU had merely fled and was not dead, rekindling hope in his heart. He accepted the paper from the other Hakuryu and read it carefully. "Zekrom, in my imperial might," crossed out, Zekrom is willing to offer me protection. I have returned to the Rainbow Rocket team, do not worry. The second part detailed a grievous wound that cleaved his body in two from the forehead. The residual ice crystals at the site suggested an attack from a certain ice-type Pokemon. Machoke, take him away. Yulong do summon Machoke, directing it to move Quicksilver's body while he gathered the nearby Pokeballs. Machoke nodded, clutching Quicksilver's corpse and trailing behind Yulong do. Chapter 76, A Return to Snowflake City. You must listen to me. Discard that light stone. It is unreliable. I find it quite useful. At least it can provide illumination. Unlike certain dark stones that serve no purpose. After departing from Twin Dragon City, Zekrom opted to take refuge within MOU's dark stone, while Quicksilver's light stone was retained by MOU. The effort expended in slaying Quicksilver was not entirely in vain. At the very least, he had acquired Quicksilver's storage ball. The contents of the storage ball were scant, comprising items of dubious significance, the only one he could recognize being a light stone. With the light stone he had obtained from the meteorite, he now possessed two, one in his hand and the other within the dark stone. Although the additional light stone's utility was not immediately apparent, one could never have too many of such items. Such luminous objects are utterly useless, devoid of efficacy. After breaking free from the control of Quixie, Zekrom has become rather loquacious, chattering incessantly, as if compelled to divulge centuries' worth of discourse. How shall I put it? Upon hearing this statement, MOU found himself somewhat intrigued, anticipating gossip regarding Reshiram, for luminous things are invariably ineffectual. Haha, you possess a delightful sense of humor. MOU fell silent for a moment after Zekrom's retort, then let out a few dry chuckles, choosing not to respond to whatever Zekrom had to say next. His current objective did not lie in the Alola region, but rather at the Blueberry Academy. It had been over 5 months since MOU departed from the academy, and the 6-month treasure-seeking period was rapidly approaching its conclusion. Quixie's attempt to ambush him surely had not been coordinated with Sakaki, and the news of Quixie's demise would not surface anytime soon. Seizing this opportunity, he resolved to report back to the Blueberry Academy and take a few days to rest, which would also serve to exonerate him of suspicion. Of course, he had no illusions about concealing this matter from Sakaki, nor could he hope to keep it from the other leaders. However, this would at least allow him to maintain a facade before the other team leaders. Knowing something in secret and making it public are two entirely different matters. His elimination of Quixie was a matter of cunning rather than raw strength, and premature exposure of this fact would only invite endless trouble. MOU retrieved the Pokeball of his Arcanine from his waist and softly inquired, "Arcanine, care to come out for a breath of fresh air?" The Pokeball remained completely inert. He then continued to ask his Dragonite and Swablu, yet received no response from them either. Ever since he had entrusted their Pokeballs to Hakuryu and endured Zekrom's attacks, these Pokemon had not emerged even once. No matter how he coaxed them, they acted as though they were oblivious, the Pokeballs not even trembling once. Even during mealtimes, they would only emerge once MOU had vacated the vicinity, and after eating, they would return to their Pokeballs without any further action. Faced with this situation, MOU was at a loss. He understood that the Pokemon were sulking in protest. From their perspective, this behavior indeed conveyed a sense of distrust. Sighing deeply, MOU continued along Route 10 towards Snowflake City. Snowflake City was the site of his inaugural mission after joining Team Rainbow Rocket, and it also boasted transportation directly to the Blueberry Academy. The Academy held a special status. Pokemon without prior notification would be warned and expelled upon entering a designated radius around it. He had been traversing along Route 10 for 2 full days, and the outline of Snowflake City remained hazy in the distance. Fortunately, he still had some provisions purchased from the supermarket in Shuanglong City in his storage sphere. And although there were no cashiers, he had left the corresponding Alliance coins. Really, don't be swayed by that fellow Reshiram. How can one proceed without dreams? As the sun began its descent, Zekrom continued to prattle on, disparaging Reshiram. Fine, I shan't seek out Reshiram. Instead, I shall pursue Kyurem. MOU felt a pang of exasperation, yet he was inspired to follow Zekrom's lead. Upon hearing his reply, Zekrom fell into a thoughtful silence for a moment before retorting, "Then you might as well seek out Reshiram." Just as MOU sighed in relief, Zekrom resumed his tirade against Kyurem, his words now even more vehement and cacophonous. MOU, at a loss for words, set up camp in a clearing adjacent to a lake, gathering some dry twigs and dispersing insect repellent around the area. The collected firewood was ignited, its crackling mingling with Zekrom's incessant ramblings. In the distance, long-tail monsters curiously observed the rising flames, yet they were deterred by the insect repellent. The iron pot on the stand was repeatedly lifted by bubbling, accompanied by a sweet and aromatic scent. MOU lifted the pot lid, and the fragrance of the food intensified, wafting away with the evening breeze. How delightful, he murmured, contemplating whether he referred to the food or the days spent in the wilderness. Had he not ventured to Alola and joined Team Rainbow Rocket? Such a lifestyle might very well have been his daily routine. After satisfying his hunger, MOU extinguished the flames with earth, ensuring no embers lingered before retiring to his tent. With the firelight within the tent extinguished, silence enveloped the surroundings once more, and Zekrom, showing remarkable tact, temporarily ceased his relentless critique. The following morning, after freshening up by the lakeside, Missouri resumed his journey. Snowflake City's thrilling skiing competition is up for grabs. 5,000 Alliance coins per ticket. Care for one. Snow sculptures. Artificial snow sculptures. What would you like carved? Delicious ice slush. New spicy tomato flavor just launched. As he approached Snowflake City, the signs of human activity became increasingly apparent. Upon reaching the outskirts, he found the area bustling with numerous vendors and trainers. After a prolonged absence from such a vibrant human society, MOU inhaled deeply, joining the throng that poured into Snowflake City. It had been 3 full months since the last attack by the Magma team, and the current state of Snowflake City bore no trace of prior assault. It seemed as if the city was hosting some kind of event, with vendors lining the streets and a throng of people squeezing past one another, Pokemon mingling with trainers. Given the lively atmosphere, MOU, who was in no particular hurry, decided to fully immerse himself in the ambience. The roads were flanked by various food vendors, alongside trainers displaying their secondhand wares. From everyday grooming supplies for Pokemon to power bracers and energy cube makers, the variety was impressive. Moreover, if MOU was not mistaken, many of the intentionally weathered new items seemed to have been set up by the Snowflake City officials to encourage other trainers to set up stalls. In light of such fortuitous circumstances, MOU could only wish for more. Continuing to meander with the crowd, he purchased several items, including an energy cube maker and various necessities for nurturing Pokemon. Amidst the spirited atmosphere, the Pokeball containing his Arcanine subtly trembled against his waist. Its innate curiosity drew it towards the current excitement of Snowflake City. Chapter 77, Pokemon Tales, Guess the Pokemon. Although the commotion was slight, MOU keenly sensed the anomaly. He grasped the Pokeball of his Arcanine and cheerfully asked, "Would you like to come out and join the festivities?" The previously shaking Pokeball instantly stilled, as if the earlier movement had merely been a figment of MOU's imagination. "You want to come out? Very well, then." In response to Arcanine's evasive behavior, MOU merely chuckled and chose to remain silent. However, after this exchange, he reacted with exaggerated enthusiasm to each peculiar item he encountered. Driven by his constant stimulation, the shaking of Arcanine's Pokeball grew increasingly vigorous. Official event in Snowflake City, Pokemon Guessing Game. Guess the answer correctly to win up to 50,000 Alliance coins plus a Pokemon item. MOU proceeded with the throng, the vendors giving way to the official activities of the Snowflake City. The sounds emanated from a nearby mansion where a dense crowd had gathered at the entrance. The registration fee is a mere 2,000 Alliance coins. Answer 3 questions correctly to recoup your fee. Despite the requirement of a registration fee, the crowd at the entrance only swelled. Observing the lively scene ahead, MOU patted Arcanine's Pokeball and remarked, "Do you wish to participate? If you don't come out, I may just leave." Facing his words, the Pokeball offered no response. Not feeling rushed, MOU leisurely continued on his path, feigning a genuine intent to depart. At long last, at a bend in the path, MOU pretended to head towards a secluded residential area, unable to contain the excitement of his wind speed dog. A fleeting smile graced MOU's face as he picked up the trembling Pokeball and released the wind speed dog. Woof! For the first time in days, the silhouette of the wind speed dog appeared beside MOU. He reached out to touch it, only to have it evade his hand. Noticing the lingering resentment in the wind speed dog's demeanor, MOU remained unperturbed. The mere fact that it was willing to come out was a significant advancement. "Shall we participate?" MOU inquired, tilting his head slightly towards the wind speed dog. Though it did not respond verbally, the tip of its tail began to sway ever so slightly. "Very well, let us give it a try." MOU stepped towards the venue, with the wind speed dog trailing behind, glancing around with a broad grin on its face. However, upon MOU's glance back, it would instantly adopt a look of disinterest. "The registration fee is due here. Currently, only 2 participants stand ahead of us for the fastest venue." Inside the venue, the ticket seller energetically shouted while selling competition tickets. Many attendees entered out of mere curiosity, with actual competitors comprising only about 1/10 of the crowd. "Hello, please provide me with a ticket for the fastest competition venue." MOU presented the alliance coins he had retrieved from his storage ball to the ticket seller, who in turn handed him a sign inscribed with C-171. Entering venue C, MOU noticed the walls adorned with signs, indicating that contestant number 169 was currently participating. He nodded and proceeded in the direction indicated by the ticket seller. Pushing open the grand door, he was greeted by a brilliantly lit corridor, its floor covered with a red embroidered carpet. A, B, C, this is it. MOU gazed at the sign on the wall, successfully locating his competition venue. The wind speed dog silently followed, not uttering a sound. I am about to compete. Will you accompany me? Observing the wind speed dog's feigned seriousness, MOU decided to tease it. The wind speed dog offered no reply, nor any reaction. In that case, I shall enter. You may wait outside. Seeing its demeanor, MOU leisurely stepped through the grand entrance without a backward glance. While the wind speed dog's expression began to falter. Woof. Just as MOU was about to close the door, the wind speed dog ultimately chose to relent. On one hand, it was genuinely curious about the commotion. On the other, it felt that the neglect of the past few days had been sufficient, though the Gyarados at MOU's waist seemed to think otherwise. The Pokeball containing Gyarados jostled vigorously, eager to emerge and reprimand the wind speed dog for its lack of ambition. You want to come in? Then step inside. He reopened the door, and the wind speed dog, brimming with excitement akin to discovering a fascinating object, dashed to MOU's side. Goodness, these past few days have been unbearable. Let me give you a few pats first. MOU playfully intercepted the exuberant wind speed dog, affectionately ruffling its fur. Contestant C-170, please come to the stage. Contestant C-170, please come to the stage. The announcement from within brought MOU back to reality. He set the wind speed dog down and proceeded inward. They traversed a short corridor, arriving in a room that was neither large nor small, where 4 or 5 staff members in uniform stood. Greetings, you are contestant C-171. Currently on stage is contestant C-170. Please prepare yourself. After a brief inspection of MOU's contestant badge, the staff member encouraged him to get ready. While the wind speed dog curiously observed the large screen in the room, the screen displayed contestant C-170 engaged in answering questions. A girl of about 14 or 15 in a Western-style dress, accompanied by an adorably charming Firefox. The current information indicates that this Pokemon possesses psychic attributes. With the ability Danger Prediction, please state the name of this Pokemon. The host narrated in an exaggerated tone, while the audience engaged in animated discussions, the atmosphere charged with excitement. After a moment of contemplation, the girl beamed with realization and exclaimed loudly, "Brilliant." This answer resonated with many in the audience, who anxiously awaited the host to announce the final verdict. Indeed, brilliant meets the criteria. As the host's words echoed, the girl's face blossomed into a radiant smile. However, her joy quickly froze. Unfortunately, that answer is incorrect. The correct answer is Galarian Rapidash. As the host revealed the accurate answer, he unveiled a painting beneath a red cloth. The artwork depicted a proud Galarian Rapidash, with its attributes displayed on the large screen. As they regarded the attributes of Fairy, Psychic, and the ability Escape, along with Danger Prediction, both the girl and the audience were left speechless. Out of 10 questioning opportunities, spanning attributes, abilities, egg groups, and skills, only 2 were answered correctly. A missed chance indeed. The host offered consolation to the girl, while MOU gleaned the rules of this quiz competition. Essentially, each participant had 10 opportunities to guess, covering aspects such as name, attributes, abilities, skills, egg groups, and maximum distribution areas. Correct guesses would be retained. For example, if the answer was Kingdra and the contestant guessed water type, adamant nature, and hydro pump as skills, all 3 would be valid and retained. Once the 10 questions concluded, participants would rely on the accurate information gathered to deduce the mystery Pokemon. Chapter 78, Corviknight. The girl, head bowed and cradling the Firefox, followed the staff's guidance, dejectedly departing. Hello, please follow me to the stage. MOU and the wind speed dog complied, taking their seats as the artwork had already been replaced, covered by red cloths. Next up is contestant C-171. Will he successfully navigate the game and claim the ultimate prize? Under the host's fervent encouragement, the audience's focus converged upon MOU and the wind speed dog. This contestant, would you care to introduce yourself? In response to the host's request, MOU remained silent, simply shaking his head slightly. Perceiving this, the host ceased his attempts to press further and promptly declared the commencement of the game. The computer screen before MOU displayed the first question: how many characters are in this Pokemon's name? The maximum discrepancy is 1, e.g., 1 or 2 characters. MOU pondered for a moment, sifting through his knowledge as a seasoned breeder. After a brief pause, he replied, 3 to 4 characters. According to the latest official naming conventions, approximately 80% of Pokemon names fall within the 3 to 4 character range, with very few names having fewer than 3 or exceeding 5 characters. Ding ding. As soon as he finished speaking, a clear chime resonated. Correct. The first question was answered accurately, yet it failed to stir much excitement, as previous contestants had also answered this question correctly, only to leave empty-handed. The host swiftly moved on to the next question. Water and fire attributes, with the ability Pride, and skills including Hydro Pump and Ice Beam. MOU answered each question in turn, ultimately revealing a Water-type Pokemon with the ability Pride and the skill Hydro Pump. With all 10 questions answered, he was prompted to provide his final answer. Milotic. Drawing from the combined attributes, abilities, and skills, along with his extensive knowledge as a seasoned breeder, the answer emerged effortlessly. Congratulations. You have correctly answered the first question and earned 500 Alliance coins. Would you like to proceed to the next question? Certainly. Having grasped the detailed mechanics, MOU effortlessly completed all 10 questions. Throughout, Zekrom continuously transmitted incorrect answers to him. During the 10th question, confronted with the conditions of rock type and the ability to sing contrary, Zekrom confidently declared that it was a greedy squirrel, even stating that if it was wrong, it would not speak for 5 days. Alas, the greedy squirrel is, in fact, a normal-type Pokemon, and when it comes to matters of type, legendary Pokemon such as Zekrom do not possess profound understanding. The ultimate answer was, in fact, a Ho-Ho, a rare Pokemon that dwells in deep forests. Upon the revelation of the answer, Zekrom fell silent, followed by a black screen, muttering something along the lines of "You understand Pokemon better than I do." It must have been a mistake in the question. The Ho-Ho bears a striking resemblance to a turtle, yet unlike turtles. Its shell is adorned with 7 holes, 5 for extending its limbs and head, while the remaining 2 can be freely controlled to close. It possesses a unique ability to ferment berries within its shell, producing juice and wine that are exceedingly rare and valuable resources. Congratulations. You have answered all 10 questions correctly. The host first offered congratulations, then turned to retrieve the prize belonging to MOU. The audience began to scrutinize MOU, who stood out as the only participant among the approximately 500 competitors across 3 venues to answer all 10 questions correctly. Apart from him, there was another contestant who answered 9 questions correctly. However, misfortune befell him, as the final question provided only a single attribute as a clue. Contestant C-171. To claim your reward of 50,000 Alliance coins, please provide your card number, and we will remit the amount within 7 working days. As for the Pokemon item, you may select one at your discretion. As the host spoke, he held a tray displaying approximately 7 or 8 Pokemon items: Charcoal, Soothing Bell, Mysterious Water Drop, and Star Sand. Although none of the items were particularly rare, they were deemed suitable as rewards for the event. MOU chose a piece of charcoal and casually tossed it into the air, where it was promptly devoured by his Arcanine before it could hit the ground. The duo followed the guidance to the backstage, where MOU left his card number and departed. It was time to return to school. Exiting the venue, MOU mounted Arcanine, directing him towards a less populated and open alleyway. In no time, they arrived at the entrance of the Pokemon station in Snowflake City. Creek. After recalling Arcanine outside, MOU pushed open the station's grand door. The staff member, who had been dozing off, instinctively greeted him. "Hello, welcome to Snowflake Station. Are you here to send something, or do you require a ride with a Pokemon?" The clerk, still a bit groggy, fully awakened only after finishing his sentence. "I wish to go to Blueberry Academy. Here is my student ID." MOU extended his crumpled student ID through the counter. Upon receiving it, the staff member furrowed his brow slightly before proceeding with a verification. After confirming MOU's identity, he made a phone call to someone. After a considerable wait, the call ended, and the staff member returned the ID, stating, "The Steel Wing is in the backyard, numbered as Golden 14. Have a pleasant journey." MOU accepted his student ID, thanked the staff member, and followed the signs posted on the wall to the backyard. In the spacious and tidy area, a steel wing, with feathers glimmering in the sunlight, tilted its head towards MOU. Wow, it has indeed been nurtured well. MOU quickly approached the steel wing, reaching out to stroke the feathers on its chest. While its exterior appeared remarkably hard, the feathers felt surprisingly soft and smooth to the touch. "Hey," the steel wing, noticing the audacity of this little brat to touch it, displayed a hint of displeasure. It wasn't that it had an issue with humans, rather, nearly every Blueberry Academy student it encountered would touch it before departure. Having held this position for over 20 years, it had been petted countless times. Initially, it would respond enthusiastically, but over time, Even sentient beings can grow weary of repetitive actions. Let us go? Sensing the steel wing's discontent, Mou withdrew his hand. He could feel that the steel wing did not harbor any animosity towards him, but was merely fatigued by the action. Once Mou secured himself on its back, the steel wing unfurled its wings and sped eastward. As Mou settled onto the steel wing's back, a peculiar wave of energy emanated from within the pokeball of his Dragonite. Upon further inspection, it seemed that this wave expressed dissatisfaction with Mou riding the steel wing. Dragonite was indeed quite displeased, as it had only carried Mou once since its evolution. Feeling a twinge of jealousy at Mou's preference for the steel wing over itself, it carried a somewhat sour sentiment. This emotional response from Dragonite was partially due to Mou's lack of communication regarding the proximity restrictions to Blueberry Academy. He intended to apply for a special pass upon returning, with the requirement for such a document being sheer strength at Blueberry Academy. Chapter 79, The Trial of Shilon. Thanks to the diligent efforts of the steel wing, they finally arrived above Blueberry Academy after 2.5 hours. During the descent, Mou distinctly sensed a chilling gaze sweeping over him. Wow! The steel wing gracefully landed in the grassy area outside the teaching zone of Blueberry Academy. And Mou dismounted, watching as the steel wing took off once again. The treasure hunt event had not yet concluded, and only a sparse few individuals lingered outside Blueberry Academy. Inside the teaching area, there were even fewer people. As he made his way to the office building, he encountered only 3 students. Mou ascended the stairs with familiarity, arriving at the principal's office door, where he knocked. "Come in." Shilan's voice came from within. Upon hearing this, Mou pushed the door open and entered. The principal's office was immaculate, devoid of superfluous items, featuring only a sofa, a desk, and a chair. Shilan shifted his gaze from the documents in his hand to Mou before setting the papers aside. "Principal, I wish to apply for a special pass." Mou wasted no time and stated his purpose directly. Shilan stroked his chin, a hint of concern crossing his face. The teacher responsible for the assessments was currently on maternity leave, and most students were out hunting for treasures, leaving him without an immediate substitute. Time passed, and had Mou not arrived today, he might have forgotten about this matter altogether. Noticing Shilan's troubled expression, Mou inquired, "Is something wrong?" "It's nothing." Shilan waved his hand, swiftly devising a solution. He rose from his chair, approached Mou, and said, "Follow me." He then led the way out of the office, leaving Mou somewhat perplexed as to why the principal needed to accompany him personally rather than simply providing directions. Despite his confusion, Mou followed Shilan without hesitation as they made their way to the battle arena located beneath Blueberry Academy. The arena was brightly lit, although unoccupied. It had not fallen into disarray, with the floor gleaming like a mirror, devoid of any dust. Shilan walked to the opposite side of the arena, selecting a pokeball with careful consideration. Seeing this, even Mou, though somewhat naive, recognized that Shilan was preparing to personally assess him. Dragonite. Although unsure of the reason, he promptly released Dragonite. For him, the distinction between an assessing teacher and the principal was negligible. The goal was simply to pass the evaluation. Dragonite, although dissatisfied with Mou's earlier actions, could still distinguish between personal grievances and matters of importance. Roar. Dragonite emerged from its pokeball, flapping its wings and soaring through the air. Shilan observed Dragonite with evident surprise. He was aware that Mou owned a Shelgon but had not anticipated its remarkable growth upon his return. After a moment of hesitation, he returned the previously selected pokeball and chose another one. Buzz. Shilan opened the new pokeball and a Noivern materialized before Dragonite. Mou gazed at the Noivern, and a panel appeared before him. Noivern, female. Level, 68. Type, Dragon, flying. Feature, penetration. Pokemon with this feature are unaffected by the opponent's reflective wall, light screen, mystical guard, white fog, substitute, and aurora veil statuses. Skills, Tailwind, Hurricane, Boom Burst, Air Slash. Sonic Boom, Dual Wing Beat, Outrage. Compared to ordinary Pokemon, the stats of Soundwave Dragon can be considered exceptional, yet it still pales in comparison to the formidable Flying Dragon. Having feasted upon stones imbued with radiant energy and various rare resources, the Flying Dragon stands unmatched at the same level. Roar. When faced with the Soundwave Dragon, the Flying Dragon's temperament deteriorates significantly, having encountered such creatures during its time as a Dratini. It recalls how they would band together to snatch food from the Sharpedo and chase the three-headed dragon in dark environments. It has even been teased by Soundwave Dragons, thus harboring no fondness for such Pokemon. Faced with the overwhelming hostility of an apparent nemesis, the Soundwave Dragon finds itself perplexed. It glances back at Shilon, seemingly inquiring whether this dragon is one he has offended. Shilon, equally bewildered, opts not to provide an explanation, instead commanding directly, air slash. Upon receiving the command, the Soundwave dragon momentarily suppresses its curiosity and immerses itself fully in the battle at hand. Whoosh! A blade, nearly invisible to the naked eye, silently strikes towards the flying dragon. In response to the Soundwave dragon's assault, MOU commands Dragon Dance to evade, then Dragon Dive. Following MOU's instructions, the flying dragon successfully sidesteps the air slash using Dragon Dance. However, as it prepares for the Dragon Dive, the Soundwave dragon seizes the fleeting moment of stillness while the flying dragon gathers its strength. The Soundwave dragon flaps its wings, launching itself at the flying dragon with astonishing speed. Bang bang! The powerful strikes of its heavy wings land solidly upon the flying dragon, eliciting a grimace of pain as its stability falters. Observing the flying dragon's predicament, MOU furrows his brow slightly. Previously, he had faced only a ragtag bunch, and the sudden escalation in intensity caught him off guard. Flying Dragon, use Dragon Pulse, then Hurricane. Though the flying dragon found itself in a disadvantageous position, it successfully executed its Dragon Dance. Roar! The feeling of being on the back foot further ignites the flying dragon's aggressive temperament. It patiently unleashes a Dragon Pulse to force the Soundwave dragon to evade. Subsequently, taking advantage of the momentary gap created by the evasion, it unleashes a massive hurricane attack. It is well known that against swift opponents, wide area attacks are the key. A whirlwind begins to rise in the arena, surging forth with tremendous force towards the Soundwave dragon. Now, unleash the wide area destruction. Following the hurricane, the flying dragon does not pause but continues its offensive. Substitute. Shilan's command is drowned out by the howling winds, and unfortunately, the Soundwave dragon is not well versed in this move, leading to a slight delay in its response. Buzz. The Soundwave dragon is struck first by the hurricane and then by the wide area destruction. While the hurricane, being a flying type move, inflicts limited damage on the similarly flying type Soundwave dragon, the wide area destruction, a dragon type move, proves to be vastly more effective against the dragon type Soundwave dragon. A colossal tail composed of red energy sweeps towards the Soundwave dragon, which is unable to dodge or utilize substitute in time. Bang boom! The Soundwave dragon crashes heavily to the ground, leaving a sizable crater on the specially designed surface. Chapter 80. A reunion with Yulongdu. As the smoke gradually dissipates, the flying dragon continues to soar in the air, constantly changing its position. This serves to prevent the Soundwave dragon from launching a surprise attack, while also allowing it to easily locate the Soundwave dragon's whereabouts. Boom burst. Despite the Soundwave dragon being at a disadvantage, Shilan's expression remains unchanged. Buzz buzz. A piercing scream erupts from the Soundwave dragon's ears, and a visible Soundwave rapidly expands outward. The flying dragon, unfamiliar with such a move, finds itself momentarily uncertain whether to evade or retaliate. Without hesitation, MOU commands Hyper Voice, then Body Slam. Upon receiving the command, the flying dragon feels as though it has found its guiding light, following MOU's instructions to unleash a sound wave of its own. Although the flying dragon's hyper voice does not match the potency of the Soundwave dragon's boom burst, it manages to create an opening in the sound wave's explosive force. Exploiting this gap, the flying dragon collides head-on with the approaching Soundwave dragon. Bang! The two collide, both being pushed back almost simultaneously. Bang bang bang! The flying dragon and Soundwave dragon continue to clash in the air, the sound of their bodies colliding resonating heavily. Utilizing its naturally robust physique and strength, the flying dragon ultimately gains the upper hand, compelling the Soundwave dragon to lower its altitude, conceding the high ground. With the flying dragon establishing a winning advantage, MOU shifts his gaze towards Shilan, who has remained silent for some time. At that moment, Principal Shilan is on the phone, seemingly discussing a matter that causes him some difficulty, yet ultimately, he furrows his brow and nods in agreement. Once he hangs up, Shilan raises his hand to recall the somewhat discontent Soundwave dragon, turning to MOU with an unusual tone. The test ends here. You pass. Upon hearing this, MOU also recalls the flying dragon, which, having vented its frustrations, is cheerfully returned to its pokeball. Later, I will take you to register for certification, after which you will be able to ride the flying dragon freely at Blueberry Academy. Shilan walks over to MOU and pats him on the shoulder. MOU is one of the students personally recruited by Shilan, and his prowess marks him as exceptional among his peers. Moreover, Shilan is aware of his true identity. He knows of MOU largely thanks to the recommendation of one individual. Yulongdu, however, MOU remains oblivious to this connection, perhaps harboring some suspicions but lacking certainty. Nonetheless, this recommender is currently waiting outside for him. Afterwards, MOU inquires, puzzled. Yet he is unsure of the specific process. Perhaps it is a complicated procedure requiring considerable preparation. He follows Shilon back to the principal's office, where upon entering, Shilon gestures for MOU to take a seat on the sofa while he begins to adjust his suit. Moments later, a knock at the door interrupts. And just as MOU prepares to rise and open it, Shilon swiftly steps ahead. The door to the principal's office swings open, revealing a figure familiar to MOU. Yulongdu, you are quite swift. The newcomer is indeed Yulongdu, who, after handing over matters in Longdu City to the Alliance, hurriedly made his way here to locate his fourth uncle. Patriarch, MOU is taken aback by Yulongdu's unexpected presence. He had anticipated that Yulongdu might attempt to inform the Alliance regarding the stringent investigations of all routes leading to the Alola region. His own visit here is meant to bide time, as the Alliance's scrutiny cannot remain unyielding indefinitely. Alola is not entirely cut off from the outside world. The two parties seem to turn a blind eye to one another. While in Alola, he frequently encountered outsiders carrying bags, purchasing local specialties, only to vanish, reappearing months later in a cyclical manner. I will first assist MOU with his special passage permit, Shilon states before departing. As the principal's office door closes, only MOU and Yulongdu remain inside. Yulongdu gracefully made his way to his desk and settled in, then spoke up. Are you still considering going back? MOU nodded, remaining silent. If it's resources you seek, the Alliance can offer you far superior options. Yulongdu's assertion was not unfounded. Regardless of how he had vanquished the elusive Kiki C, the merit was substantial enough to afford him any request, as long as the Alliance possessed it. Not only resources, but also other matters. MOU shook his head, his tone somewhat intricate. Initially, he had joined the Rainbow Rocket team under duress, later merely going with the flow to grow stronger while attempting to aid the Alliance. However, after prolonged exposure to the team, he had come to understand them more deeply and conceived another plan. This plan involved fracturing the Rainbow Rocket team, as not all leaders within were willingly supporting Sakaki. In fact, many who initially volunteered were now having second thoughts. The leader he understood best, Chi Yen-song, was not inherently malevolent, but rather held more reverence than respect for Sakaki. Bound by his strength, he felt compelled to obey Sakaki. MOU speculated that if he could facilitate Chi Yen-song's return, he would likely not refuse. Nevertheless, this plan was still in its nascent conceptual stage, requiring thorough consideration regarding its feasibility and implementation. Other matters? Yulongdu mused, casting a peculiar glance at MOU before a look of realization dawned upon him. Indeed, he was a young man nearing 19, and it was entirely natural to encounter matters of the heart during this formative period in Alola. As someone older and akin to family, I must advise you, while such feelings are significant, your freedom holds greater importance. Yulongdu began imparting his views, leaving MOU increasingly bewildered. What are you rambling on about? Feelings and freedom? Elder, wait a moment. MOU interjected, raising a hand to halt Yulongdu's incessant prattle. Rubbing his temples before stating, I do have a preliminary plan. Upon hearing that MOU was addressing serious matters, Yulongdu adopted a more earnest demeanor. I believe Chi Yen-song could be a viable option. After listening to MOU's plan, which was riddled with flaws, Yulongdu did not refute it. Instead, he appeared contemplative. He had not considered whether the other leaders harbored alternative thoughts, setting aside MOU's idea of returning several leaders to their original worlds. The incident involving Kiki C's unauthorized ambush on MOU indicated that the Rainbow Rocket team was not as monolithic as it seemed. After pondering for a moment, Yulongdu retrieved a large purple master ball from his inner pocket. Since you have a notion, pursue it. This is a personal token of assistance. Chapter 81. Zekrom, you're talking nonsense. Yulongdu thrust the master ball into MOU's hands, and Zekrom, who had been grumbling about the wager, suddenly bellowed, Don't accept it. MOU was startled by the unexpected voice, causing him to shiver, yet he resolutely attached the master ball to his waist. Yulongdu would not harm him. Whatever prompted Zekrom's outburst was assuredly something extraordinary. Sigh. Seeing that MOU had no intention of declining, Zekrom sighed heavily. This is Res Hiram, a reward for your efforts. Yulongdu spoke after MOU had accepted the item. Kiki C's white Kyurem disintegrated during battle, splitting into Res Hiram and Kyurem. For the Unova region, Kyurem holds greater value. And after deliberation, I took Res Hiram while leaving Kyurem for Unova. Ah, Res Hiram, MOU remarked, understanding why Zekrom had reacted so strongly. If you desire it, Yulongdu added. I can assist in negotiating for Kyurem. The Unova Alliance had yet to send anyone to claim Kyurem, and as a key contributor to this operation, Yulongdu was likely to succeed in his discussions. What do you think, Zekrom? Is Kyurem preferable to Reshiram? Mou did not respond immediately, instead silently inquiring within his heart. Zekrom remained silent for a moment before finally speaking. Reshiram. For it, both Kyurem and Reshiram were undesirable. One constantly sought to merge with it, while the other represented an opposing path. However, Reshiram merely held a discontented stance, whereas Kyurem genuinely aimed to integrate its consciousness. Thus, on balance, Reshiram was the better choice. Then I shall accept it, Mou declared, bowing respectfully to Yulongdu. Yulongdu assisted him upright, a smile on his face. Though a flicker of concern crossed his eyes, Mou's intentions were commendable, yet fraught with peril. Do you require anything else? Speak freely. Could you provide me with a megastone for Charizard? Given Yulongdu's offer, Mou felt no need for formality. He already possessed a Mega Ring, and at this juncture, acquiring the corresponding Megastone would yield the greatest enhancement. Certainly, Yulongdu agreed readily, continuing, is there anything else you need? Do you have any suggestions? Aside from Pokemon, Mou pondered, momentarily at a loss, as he still had an unhatched Pokemon, and adding a new member might be overwhelming. Yulongdu stroked his chin thoughtfully. Your Pokemon include Arcanine and Charizard, along with Swablu and Eevee. I intend to evolve Eevee into Vaporeon. Mou supplemented. Upon hearing this, Yulongdu looked momentarily surprised, then fell into contemplation. Very well then, I shall arrange a feather from Ho-Oh and a scale shed by Rayquaza. Since Swablu and Eevee have yet to evolve, it would be prudent to provide them with foundational resources, such as forest jelly and fiery cookies. Before long, Yulongdu had selected items for all 4 Pokemon. Mou expressed no dissent regarding Yulongdu's arrangements. Then, stay here for a couple more days. I will deliver the items to you in 2 days. With that, Yulongdu exited the room. After his departure, Shilan re-entered, holding a long necklace. This is your pass. With it, you can come and go freely. However, if lost, you will face restrictions. Mou accepted the necklace from Shilan. The purple pendant at its end transparent and clear like glass, yet far sturdier. All right, you may return now. After handing the items to Mou, Shilan resumed his place behind the desk to continue addressing the unfinished documents. He refrained from inquiring about the prior discussion between Yulongdu and Mou. Anything pertinent would be disclosed by Yulongdu in due course. If he did not mention it, it was simply not his concern. All right, goodbye, Principal. Mou inclined his head slightly, clutching the necklace as he departed the principal's office. On his way back to the dormitory, he encountered a remarkably familiar figure. Mou? The figure, upon spotting him, exclaimed in surprise. For a moment, Mou struggled to recall the name of this familiar face, tentatively saying, Lingzi? It's Liangzi. The figure was indeed Liangzi, with whom he had shared a brief encounter when activating the system after seeing the advertisement. She had been his first reward. Noticing the suitcase she was pulling, Mou curiously asked, Are you preparing to leave? As she heard his question, Liangzi's smile gradually faded. I plan to drop out. Mou was momentarily taken aback by her words. Drop out? No longer pursuing a career as a trainer? He probed further. Yes, Liangzi replied, her fingers gripping the suitcase, turning slightly pale. Although saddened, she forced a smile and added, I am not suited for this path. It would be better to return home and take over the flower shop, living a stable life. Confronted with such a demeanor from Liangzi, Mou felt an urge to offer comfort, yet found himself momentarily at a loss for words. By the way, what brings you back? How were your treasure hunting endeavors? Liangzi shook her head, casting aside her feelings of reluctance and dissatisfaction, and inquired with him. It was quite good. I encountered many intriguing experiences, Mou replied rather dryly. That's wonderful. My reserved Mount Pokemon has arrived, so I shall not disturb you any longer. Liangzi's face was etched with envy, and suddenly, her phone in her pocket rang. Mou nodded, watching as Liangzi departed. As he observed her retreating figure, a sense of confusion washed over him. His impressions of Liangzi were scant, yet overall, she had been an optimistic young woman. What could have caused such a drastic transformation in just a few months? After walking a distance, Liangzi abruptly turned back and called out to Mou. Mou, you have changed significantly. With that statement, her silhouette gradually faded into the distance. Following this brief episode, Mou's previously buoyant mood turned somewhat intricate. You appear perplexed. Would you like the great dragon of ideals to help you clear your mind? Zekrom's voice resonated within his consciousness, yet this time Mou chose not to respond. Zekrom, you truly lack an understanding of the ambience, a voice strikingly similar to Zekrom's, but more composed and gentle, chimed in. She merely recognized her unsuitability for the role of a trainer. Reshiram summarized Liangzi's transformation. Humans indeed possess their own ideals, but ultimately, they must confront the harshness of reality. You speak nonsense. Chapter 82. The Investment of Yolongdu. The arrival of Reshiram did little to quell Zekrim's agitation. Rather, it only intensified its ire. In the face of Zekrim's fury, Reshiram consistently managed to provoke its emotions further with a few succinct words. Moreover, the two did not converse privately. Instead, they utilized Mou's mind as a chatroom, which occasionally left him caught in the crossfire as an unwilling mediator. Amidst this cacophony, Mou lay wearily on his dormitory bed. As he closed his eyes, Reshiram and Zekrim fell silent as well. After a considerable time, Zekrim's voice resounded once more, this time directed towards Reshiram rather than echoing in Mou's mind. Have you truly chosen him? What? Do you wish to compete with me? In response to Zekrim's inquiry, Reshiram seemed well prepared with an answer. They had diverged from a singular entity, and after millennia of conflict, each was acutely aware of the other. Zekrim remained silent, as if acquiescing or perhaps deeming Reshiram's question somewhat absurd, showing no inclination to respond. I do not know him well, for now. I suppose we could liken it to that human phrase, his internship, an aspiring hero. Reshiram conveyed its thoughts to Zekrim, who continued to remain mute. An internship? So that implies he is not yet official? After a long pause, Zekrim's voice emerged softly. Reshiram did not reply. As the rivalry between the two dragons had persisted for centuries, with previous instances of contention over heroes. The next phase lay in whether Mou would choose to align with the dragon of ideals, representing idealism, or the dragon of truth, embodying conservatism. The relationship between the two was relatively amicable. Their ongoing strife stemmed from the fact that whichever hero they chose would inevitably gravitate towards opposing sides. The reasoning behind this situation was straightforward. An excessive pursuit of ideals could lead to a detachment from reality, while an over-reliance on truth could result in stagnation. Mou remained blissfully unaware of the complexities between Reshiram and Zekrim. Meanwhile, Yolongdu did not immediately return to Kanto but first ventured to the Unova League. Regardless of the original intent, Mou's slaying of Quasi was an immense boon for the Unova League. Having done a good deed, the Unova League was naturally inclined to express their gratitude. The feather of Ho-Oh could be provided by the Yulong clan, whose aim was to procure a scale shed by the legendary Rayquaza from the Unova League. In response to Yolongdu's request, the Unova League readily complied, presenting him with the freshest scale, recently acquired 2 months prior during a resource exchange with the Hoenn League, still imbued with the potent essence of the Sky God. Furthermore, the Unova League prepared numerous special calcium tablets and rare berries suitable for growing and juvenile Pokemon, as requested by Yolongdu. After obtaining these items, Yolongdu returned to his clan and informed several discreet elder members about Mou. Though they expressed concern for Mou's safety, none deemed his actions inappropriate. Besides the feather of Ho-Oh and the Mega Stone of Rayquaza, they even contributed from their own pockets to ensure Yolongdu could bring Mou additional valuable items. 2 days later, a knock echoed at Mou's dormitory door. Upon opening it, he was greeted by the sight of Yolongdu, who had made a round trip between Unova and Kanto within the span of 2 days. He squeezed into the dormitory, extracting an array of items from his backpack that nearly covered Mou's bed. As Yolongdu continued to retrieve items, Mou suddenly recalled a question he had meant to ask earlier. Clan leader, what is this backpack of yours? The items Yolongdu produced clearly exceeded what such a small backpack could contain, resembling a storage sphere. This is a spatial backpack, crafted from the cloth of the spirit realm. Its principle lies in the fact that the cloth remains impervious to erosion, allowing items to be stored in the spirit realm with the aid of the nightmarish spirit's hand. Though small, it can hold a considerable amount. As Yolongdu elaborated on the workings of the backpack, he continued to extract items. This is rather inconvenient, Mou remarked, raising an eyebrow. He felt the backpack was vastly inferior to a storage sphere, as it required Pokemon assistance. At these words, Yolongdu paused, looking at Mou and asking, do you possess something superior? Mou produced a storage sphere, which hung from his waist and appeared no larger than a fingernail when not enlarged. With a gentle press, the storage sphere expanded instantly. Mou casually gathered some items from his bed and placed them inside, after which he shrank the sphere once more. After witnessing Mou's entire process, Yolongdu's expression turned serious. Let me see it. Yolongdu extended his hand, and Mou handed the storage sphere over. After receiving the sphere, Yolongdu mimicked Mou's earlier actions, taking items out and returning them, repeating the experiment 3 or 4 times before sitting on the bed, deep in contemplation. This item, Do you have any more? After Yolongdu's testing, it was evident that MOU's storage sphere surpassed the Unova League's spatial backpack. In terms of storage capacity, they were comparable. Yet the portability of the storage sphere was significantly superior. I have one more. MOU retrieved the storage sphere belonging to Quasi, from which he had already transferred the contents at the first opportunity. Yolongdu returned MOU's storage sphere before taking hold of the one that originally belonged to Quasi. After fiddling with it for a while, Yolongdu continued to extract all the items from the spatial backpack. Do you still require this? I wish to bring it back for the League to study. Yolongdu did not mention what reward MOU might receive for acquiring this item. Firstly, the resources on the bed were already plentiful. MOU would not be able to process them all in the short term. Secondly, he was not a specialist, and thus uncertain of the item's true worth. After the League meticulously studied its value, they could then negotiate a price. In response, MOU, who was still busy loading items into the storage sphere, merely waved his hand, indicating that Yolongdu was welcome to take it. For him, one storage sphere was more than sufficient. Seeing MOU's agreement, Yolongdu placed the storage sphere into the pocket of his jacket. He had brought 2 spatial backpacks, intending to gift one to MOU, but it now appeared that it would not be needed. After meticulously organizing everything that Yolongdu had brought, he was the first to leave the dormitory, heading towards Guandu. Not once did he inquire about when MOU would return to the Alola region or how they would specifically implement their plans moving forward. MOU was now an adult. Having made his resolution, all he could do was offer silent support. Chapter 83, Hatch EV. That night, MOU was peacefully slumbering in bed, while beside him, a Pokemon egg nestled in an incubator began to crack open. With a series of soft pops, the first fissure appeared, soon followed by a second and a third. The swift hound, positioned at the edge of the bed, seemed to have heard the cracking sounds. It perked up its ears and slowly opened its eyes. At this moment, the egg within the incubator was nearly shattered, and a pair of brown ears sprang forth from the crevice. Wong wong. The swift hound's eyes widened as it barked excitedly at the sleeping MOU. Startled by the urgent barks of the swift hound, MOU awoke and, following its gaze, noticed the egg on the bedside table was now completely cracked. A damp, vibrant EV was struggling within the incubator, eager to break free and embrace its newfound freedom. Wait a moment, I'll open the incubator, MOU said, his heart racing at the sight of the Pokemon hatching for the first time. He fumbled to open the incubator, and the wet EV leapt directly onto the bed, looking up at him with its round, glistening eyes. Wong. The swift hound cautiously leaned in, sniffing at the EV. Booey. The EV, tickled by the swift hound's eager breaths, playfully pushed its nose away with a paw. On the other side of the bedside table, the Pokeballs containing the Charizard and the Swablu began to shake vigorously, both Pokemon inside anxious to join the festivities. MOU rose from the bed and retrieved a towel from the washroom, carefully drying the damp EV. The EV watched him with curiosity, showing no signs of resistance to his actions. After patting it down, the EV eagerly jumped into MOU's arms. Ooh-ee, it chirped contentedly. Despite it being their first encounter, the EV displayed a remarkable familiarity with him. Truly, it was no wonder that EV was regarded as one of the most suitable Pokemon for human companionship. Having just been born, the EV soon began to doze off in his embrace, prompting MOU to lower his voice instinctively. Although the swift hound wished to bond with the EV, it recognized the little one's exhaustion and held back its desire. The Pokeballs of Charizard and Swablu continued to tremble, and MOU gently placed the EV back on the bed before releasing the 2 Pokemon. As the Pokeballs opened, Charizard and Swablu materialized in the room, instinctively quieting their breaths upon seeing the slumbering EV. Isn't it adorable? MOU's voice took on a softer tone as he gazed at the curled-up EV, its tail cradling its belly. Roar. Charizard's response was nearly a whisper as it nodded in agreement with MOU's sentiment. Swablu followed suit, gently flapping its wings to express its concurrence. Under the enchanting influence of the EV's hatching, MOU's drowsiness vanished entirely. In the subsequent hours of the night, the quartet, 1 human, 1 dog, 1 dragon, and 1 bug, remained wide awake, engaging in casual conversation while occasionally glancing at the EV, eagerly awaiting its awakening. As the sun ascended high into the sky, the EV finally opened its eyes. Ooh-ee, it yawned, rubbing its eyes, only to be startled by the sudden presence of 3 heads leaning in closely. From the kitchen, MOU, donned in an apron and holding green onions, stepped out upon hearing the commotion. Once the EV regained its composure, it adorably greeted each of the 3 Pokemon, including MOU, who had just emerged. Seeing that all was well, MOU let out a sigh of relief and smiled. You all can play for now. I'll have the food ready shortly. His foray into the kitchen was to prepare a meal for the EV. Typically, he and his Pokemon subsisted on simple energy cubes. Indeed, MOU also consumed energy cubes. Ever since he had been resurrected by the Holy Ash, his appetite had dramatically increased. What once sufficed for 3 meals was now devoured in one sitting, leaving him still yearning for more. In a moment of desperation, he had once pilfered an energy cube from the Swift Hound, discovering that its satiation surpassed that of ordinary food. However, the Swift Hound had witnessed this act, leaving it with a complex array of feelings. Ultimately, after MOU's explanations, the Swift Hound begrudgingly nodded, indicating its belief in his words. Yet, in the days that followed, remnants of food began to accumulate in the Swift Hound's bowl, a situation that also affected Charizard and Swablu. In light of this misunderstanding, MOU called a meeting to clarify his situation, allowing the matter to settle. He and the Swift Hound, along with the other Pokemon, could consume energy cubes, but EV could not. A newly hatched Pokemon was incapable of fully absorbing the nutrients from energy cubes. Any undigested energy would accumulate within the young Pokemon's body, potentially affecting its health. Among the resources that Yolongdu had delivered the previous day was a substantial supply of Moo Moo milk, which MOU intended to use to prepare some dough delicacies for the EV. Wong wong, buoy buoy, roar, buzz, echoed the gentle exchanges among the Pokemon, invigorating MOU's motions as he kneaded the dough. Approximately half an hour later, MOU emerged from the kitchen, carrying a tray of freshly steamed buns, their aroma wafting through the air. Upon seeing MOU, the EV promptly leaped off the bed. In response to the EV's request for a cuddle, MOU gently replied, "I have something in my hands right now. I will hold you shortly." Buoy, the EV nodded, leading the way as it cleared the path of invisible obstacles for him. With the EV's assistance, MOU placed the tray on the table and then cradled the EV in his arms. Under the watchful eyes of the Swift Hound and the other Pokemon, MOU began to feed the EV. Though the EV was small, the quantity of food consumed by Pokemon does not necessarily correlate with their size. Larger Pokemon do not always eat more, while smaller ones do not always eat less. The tray, filled with approximately 100 bite-sized buns, was devoured entirely by the EV, which managed to consume them one by one with ease. Noticing that the EV still seemed hungry, MOU decided to bring out some calcium tablets along with 2 bottles of Moo Moo milk. After consuming the tablets and milk, the EV finally raised its paw to indicate it was full. Once satiated, the EV's eyelids began to droop again. Observing this, MOU gently placed the EV back on the bed. After the EV drifted into slumber, MOU called the 3 Pokemon gathered around it aside. "I plan to return to the Alola region tomorrow." As MOU prepared to discuss serious matters, the 3 Pokemon shifted their focus entirely to him. For days of rest and relaxation had been sufficient. It was time to embark on their journey once more. Now, allow me to outline the plans I have devised over the past few days. Not long ago, Charizard, the Swift Hound, and Swablu had been upset with MOU for neglecting them. To earn their forgiveness, he vowed to never conceal anything from them again. Chapter 84, The Final Moments of Leisure. First, upon our return, I will attempt to practice Mega Evolution with Charizard. MOU glanced at Charizard, which nodded steadily, though the slight twitch of its mouth revealed its underlying emotions. Next, for the Swift Hound, the Golden Crown has been fully absorbed. Upon our return, we will increase the training intensity to fully assimilate the Earth Scales and Crimson Orb fragments within you. The Swift Hound had no objections to MOU's plans. It was in agreement, harboring similar thoughts. Since evolving into Charizard, the strength of the Beedrill had subtly begun to overshadow its own, instilling a sense of urgency within it. Ultrasonic Larva, your foremost objective now is to continue amassing strength. I shall provide you with abundant resources, and you must engage in rigorous training alongside the Rapidash, hastening your absorption and evolution. The ultrasonic larva nodded, its wings vibrating incessantly behind it. As for EV, it should now relish the precious moments of its childhood. MOU turned his gaze towards the bed, where EV lay sprawled comfortably, the sunlight streaming through the window, casting a golden hue upon it. As for me, I will endeavor to approach Water Wudong, earn his trust, and then MOU swiftly articulated his preliminary plans for the forthcoming period. This was merely a rough direction. Should any unforeseen events arise along the way, the plan will be adjusted accordingly. Upon his conclusion, the 3 Pokemon expressed no dissent. Very well, let us now indulge in the remaining half-day of leisure. As MOU's words resonated, the Pokemon scattered enthusiastically. They first gathered around EV, each expressing their affection in their own way before departing the dormitory. Rapidash led Ultrasonic Larva to the playground, where the Ultrasonic Larva flew low while Rapidash chased behind. opportunistically preparing to pounce. Meanwhile, the Dragonite soared above Blueberry Academy, playfully intimidating the Pokémon transporting supplies or students. Seizing this moment, MOU ventured to the Academy's library to borrow some tomes on legendary Pokémon. Although he had acquired some knowledge of legendary Pokémon through games and anime in his previous life, the records from that era were rather simplistic compared to the comprehensive texts of the real world. As the premier academy in the Unova region, the library boasted an extensive collection, including numerous unique manuscripts apart from handwritten copies. MOU primarily focused on the texts pertaining to the Black and White Dragons in the Hoenn region, enriching his knowledge significantly. For instance, it was suggested that Rayquaza might have a population, yet only one is deemed the sky god residing within the atmosphere. Furthermore, Zekrom and Reshiram once selected a pair of brothers as their respective champions, who ultimately established kingdoms of their own. However, due to conflicting ideologies, the kingdoms clashed, and the war escalated, leading the two kings to stray from their original intentions. Zekrom and Reshiram subsequently imposed punishments upon the two kingdoms, which fell on the same day. With the Black and White Dragons vanishing without a trace, MOU found himself intrigued by the tales of these legendary Pokémon, as they offered glimpses into their personalities and approaches to handling affairs. 3 hours later, Eevee slowly opened its eyes. After sufficient nourishment and rest, its previously frail body began to regain vitality. Eevee turned its head, noticing MOU, who was engrossed in the tome in his hands, completely unaware of Eevee's awakening. This particular text narrated the story of Rayquaza and the Meteor People, who were said to guard a special scroll that allowed Rayquaza to enter its megaform. However, over time, the Meteor People seemed to have faced extinction, with perhaps a rare few remnants surviving in the Hoenn region. Just as MOU was eagerly continuing to read, he suddenly felt a weight on his shoulder. Startled, he dropped the tome onto the table. Turning around, he found Eevee, who had awakened without him noticing. Eevee. Eevee nuzzled against his face, its fluffy tail swaying gently, brushing against his shoulder. Once he neatly arranged the tome on the table, MOU reached out to gently grasp the nape of Eevee's neck. The moment he did, Eevee stiffened slightly, prompting MOU to chuckle and say, "So, are you a feline Pokémon or a canine one?" Although Eevee could not comprehend MOU's words, it clearly understood the teasing tone. Eevee, feeling somewhat disgruntled, Eevee began to squirm, indicating that it was not so easily subdued. As it wriggled, its previously dry fur gradually became damp. All right. MOU placed the wriggling Eevee onto his lap, and it promptly leaped onto the table, curiously inspecting the tome. Both its character and physique are commendable. However, its control over the water-type energy within is rather poor prior to evolving. MOU mused, stroking his chin while observing Eevee on the table. Eevee female. Level, 17, 55. Type, normal. Ability, danger sense, at the start of battle, warns if the opponent possesses high-impact moves such as self-destruct or explosion. Moves, rain dance, quick attack, substitute, helping hand, bite, tackle, protect. Primordial Sea, water-type moves power increases 100, 120, can absorb energy from the ocean, aiding in recovery and further enhancing water-type move potency. EV's stats were quite impressive. Having been born merely 24 hours ago, it had already reached level 17. The level section displayed 2 numbers, which MOU surmised indicated the potential maximum level Eevee could attain after fully absorbing its internal energy. If this were the case, then Eevee's childhood was already on a countdown, having been born less than 24 hours. However, before proceeding, he needed to consult Eevee regarding its own desires. With this thought, MOU gently caressed Eevee's head, its upright ears flattening against its nape under his touch. Eevee. Eevee lifted its head, gazing at MOU with curiosity. "I have a question for you. Do you wish to lead a mundane life, or do you yearn for the thrilling unknown?" MOU's expression turned serious as he fixed his gaze upon Eevee's eyes, awaiting its response. Initially taken aback by MOU's sudden seriousness, Eevee felt a flicker of panic, thinking it had done something wrong. However, upon hearing his words, Eevee relaxed. Eevee. It stood up on its hind legs, its front limbs mimicking a boxer's stance as it waved them energetically. Witnessing Eevee's determination, MOU's expression gradually softened into tranquility. "Very well. I shall devise a training regimen for you henceforth. I hope you are prepared." Eevee possessed immense potential, and since it desired a path filled with danger and uncertainty, it was imperative to swiftly transform that potential into tangible strength. The most effective means to realize such potential was through rigorous training, particularly of an intense nature. With the various resources provided by the Dragon Riders, Eevee could rapidly catch up to ultrasonic larvae without worrying about the risks of rapid growth leading to physical harm. Chapter 85, Galactic Team. On the surface of the sea, an unremarkable small boat was gliding steadily. Young man, just ahead lies the Alola region. An elderly man entered the cabin, smiling as he addressed the young man seated within. Hearing the elder's words, the young man looked up and replied, "Thank you for your assistance." He then rose and made his way to the bow, releasing a pokeball that summoned a Dragonite by his side. The young man swiftly mounted the Dragonite, propelling towards the hazy land ahead. What a remarkable young man, the elder mused as he leisurely steered the boat to change course, preparing to collect the next group of passengers. This elderly gentleman was the legendary ferryman. After alliances sealed all routes to Alola, the number of ferrymen like him surged, who transported individuals seeking to smuggle goods and purchase Alolan specialties at low prices for resale at a premium outside. This young man was MOU. Through others' introductions, he had successfully located a ferryman and, with his assistance, returned to the Alola region. Dragonite's flight was extraordinarily swift, leaving behind a series of indistinct phantoms in the sky, splitting the sea as it passed. 3 minutes later, MOU successfully set foot on the land of Alola. Yet the throngs of individuals approaching him were clearly not there for a peaceful conversation. Confronted by the members of a certain organization encircling him, MOU had no intention of initiating an attack. It was only upon their closer approach that he discerned their identities. Clad in gray and black uniforms adorned with a prominent G insignia on their chests, there was no doubt that these individuals were members of Team Galaxy. And this was their territory. Team Galaxy is the nefarious faction of the Sinnoh region, led by a figure known as Cyrus. Born in the coastal city of Sunnyshoar, Cyrus excelled academically from a young age and harbored a profound fascination for machinery. However, after disappearing for a month in adulthood, the circumstances of his absence remained shrouded in mystery. Upon his return, his demeanor had shifted dramatically, leading him to establish the organization known as Team Galaxy. The purpose of Team Galaxy is to harness the powers of the legendary Pokemon Dialga and Palkia to obliterate the current world and create a flawless new one. Cyrus believes that human hearts are inherently flawed and that the diverse personalities of individuals have a significant impact on the evolution of the world. Unlike several other incarcerated leaders of this world, Cyrus has neither been imprisoned nor is his fate known. In this dimension, he successfully summoned Dialga and Palkia at the Column of Gunpowder and entered the Distortion World. Within this realm, Cyrus battled the Sinnoh champion Cynthia and was ultimately defeated, remaining trapped until the gates of the Distortion World were irrevocably sealed. It has been nearly 3 to 4 years since Cyrus's disappearance, and the Sinnoh League has yet to ascertain whether he is alive. The Cyrus of the Rainbow Rocket team hails from a different timeline. In his world, he successfully created a perfect realm devoid of the concept of hearts with the aid of Dialga and Palkia. Who are you? The Team Galaxy members closed in, their gazes wary as they scrutinized MOU. In truth, they bore no particular grudge against ordinary outsiders venturing into Alola. It was merely the commotion caused by MOU that raised their suspicions. The approach of a pseudo-legendary Pokemon into their territory was enough to put them on high alert. I am MOU, a member of the Oceanic team. In response to the Galaxy members' vigilance, MOU raised his hands in a gesture of peace, indicating his lack of hostile intent. MOU, as the champion of the first major competition held by the Rainbow Rocket team, the name carried a certain degree of recognition. Noticing his non-aggressive demeanor, the Galaxy members conferred amongst themselves and decided to report the matter to their superiors. Please wait here. Several members departed, leaving behind others who procured a bench for MOU, on which he seated himself. Moments later, a younger member inquired, "Are you truly MOU?" Indeed, without a doubt. With little else to occupy his time, MOU engaged in conversation with this individual. Through a series of probing questions, he learned that Team Galaxies for commanders were present, their codenames mirroring those of the Team Galaxy from his world: Hashio, Suisei, Chaosai, and the final one, Meiwang. Furthermore, these 4 commanders exhibited unwavering loyalty to Cyrus, a sentiment that was palpably reflected in the admiration and fervor with which the Team Galaxy members spoke of him. MOU and the Galaxy members exchanged banter for quite some time, during which they even provided him with a meal. As dusk descended and the distant streetlights flickered to life, the group sent to report back finally returned. It was not that they had intentionally left MOU waiting. Rather, the commanders and their leader were engaged in a highly confidential meeting. The ordinary members who went to report could not enter the meeting room and had to wait downstairs until it concluded. The one who came to greet MOU was none other than the foremost commander of Team Galaxy, Meiwang. The surrounding members instinctively parted to create a path as Meiwang navigated through the crowd and approached MOU. Meiwang was a middle-aged man, approximately 1.7 meters tall, with a prominent horizontal scar across his forehead that added an air of menace to his demeanor. "Hello, I am Ryota, though you may refer to me as Meiwang." Contrary to expectations of a gruff voice, Ryota's tone was somewhat sharp. MOU rose from the bench to shake his hand, introducing himself. "Greetings, I am MOU, a commander of the Oceanic team." Upon hearing MOU's declaration of being a commander of the Oceanic team, Ryota's brow furrowed, a fleeting expression of disdain crossing his face. MOU keenly noted this change in expression, a pensive look crossing his own features. It seemed that Ryota harbored a strong aversion to those who switched allegiances, viewing such individuals as useful tools for those in positions of power. Although he looked down upon MOU, Ryota nonetheless escorted him into the city belonging to Team Galaxy. This city was located on Pony Island. While few might recall its name, it was renowned for a specific landmark known as the Sun Altar. However, this altar was not actually located on Pony Island, but rather existed within the ultra wormhole that appeared at a specific site on the island. Despite its name, the city on the island was not called Pony City, but rather Oceanic Resident Village. After Cyrus's arrival, the city was renamed Galaxy City. As MOU followed Ryota, the night had fully descended, yet the streets were bustling with residents, seemingly untouched by Team Galaxy's presence, exuding vibrant vitality. Chapter 86. Cyrus. Ryota led MOU through the streets to a narrow alley, ultimately stopping before an inconspicuous repair shop. "The leader, Cyrus, is inside. You may go in and see him," Ryota instructed, glancing back at MOU. While the presence of a repair shop in the city was unremarkable, its location here seemed somewhat jarring. Surrounded by trees planted for beautification, temporarily suppressing his curiosity, MOU scrutinized the simple yet tidy sign, the weathered walls tinged with yellow, and the rust on the iron gate. From these observations alone, he could scarcely believe that the leader of Team Galaxy, Cyrus, would be found in such a place. "Please." Ryota gestured toward the door, where MOU stood lost in thought. Nodding, MOU pushed open the door and stepped inside. The interior was not lavishly adorned. It resembled a typical repair shop, featuring cabinets filled with various small parts and a counter. Scanning the room, MOU ultimately spotted Cyrus in the corner, diligently repairing a piece of machinery. His adept movements indicated that this was no mere pretense or fleeting interest. "Just a moment," Cyrus said, picking up a wrench placed aside and slowly tightening a nut. A few minutes passed before he stood up, pressing a button on the machine to begin its calibration. A low hum resonated as the repaired machine began to operate, and Cyrus proceeded to press several other buttons, confirming that everything was functioning correctly before covering it with a gray cloth. Once he completed these tasks, he turned to face MOU. "Have a seat." Contrary to MOU's expectations, Cyrus's voice was not as weathered as his appearance suggested. Instead, it was imbued with vitality. Following Cyrus's lead, MOU took a seat, while Cyrus pulled out another stool to sit beside him, nonchalantly fiddling with a damaged pokeball. "It has been several months since we last met. How has life been in the Oceanic team?" Cyrus inquired, eschewing questions about MOU's presence in favor of casual conversation, reminiscent of a neighbor catching up. "Quite well. Leader Shui Wudong has been treating me rather well." Faced with Cyrus's casual demeanor, MOU found himself momentarily at a loss for words, replying vaguely. "That's good to hear." Cyrus nodded, his gaze never straying from the pokeball in his hands. As the words fell, a profound silence enveloped the shop, with only the sound of clinking parts in Chiri's hands breaking the stillness. "Did you encounter Quicksilver during your outing?" After a moment's pause, Chiri finally steered the conversation back on track. "I met him once, but at that time, he was besieged by a group led by individuals with crimson hair. My strength was insufficient, so I withdrew." Upon hearing Chiri finally address the matter at hand, MOU silently heightened his vigilance, carefully considering each word before uttering it. "Indeed." Chiri nodded, then inexplicably remarked, "Reality and ideals cannot coexist. Human hearts are insatiable." "What?" MOU turned his head to Chiri, seemingly perplexed by his meaning. Chiri casually pocketed the repaired pokeball and did not pursue the previous topic further. "You will stay here tonight. Tomorrow a supply ship from the Oceanic team will dock." With that, Chiri waved his hand, signaling that MOU could leave. MOU felt somewhat bewildered after being summoned by Chiri upon arriving at the island. He had expected a matter of significance, yet it was all mere chatter. However, since Chiri had issued his dismissal, MOU rose and exited the repair shop. Outside, Ryota had inexplicably vanished, replaced by another ordinary member curiously surveying the repair shop. "Greetings, I shall escort you to the Pokemon Center." Under his guidance, Mou settled into a room on the second floor of the Pokemon Center. After a brief wash-up, he lay on the bed, replaying the conversation with Chiri in his mind, attempting to discern any clues. Unbeknownst to him, shortly after his departure, the repair shop where Chiri resided vanished almost instantaneously. The area that once housed the shop was now merely a few trees swaying gently in the breeze, as if nothing had ever occurred. Is it within him? In the reverse world, Chiri gazed down at the repaired Pokeball in his hand, his fingers gently caressing its surface. After a long while, a voice that seemed to transcend space echoed in his ear. Here. With the answer in hand, Chiri exhaled, a look of curious intrigue gracing his face. Will you choose reality or ideals? Chiri's words bore no hint of concern for Quicksilver's fate. To him, the human heart was a thing that ought not to exist. And Quicksilver's heart was fraught with a weight so great that merely glimpsing it could render one unable to eat for days. Preparations in the reverse world were nearly complete as Chiri shifted his gaze toward the machinery draped in gray cloth. Deep within the reverse world, a factory operated vigorously, producing an array of seemingly purposeless black, irregular objects. At the end of the assembly line, Chiri's Pokemon meticulously sorted the produced items before placing them into various warehouses. The following morning, Mou awoke to the gentle wake-up service of Miss Joy. After a quick wash-up, he departed the Pokemon Center and made his way to the port of Galaxy City. Upon entering the port, his eyes were immediately drawn to a turquoise cargo ship and the towering stacks of goods nearby. The oceanic team roamed the seas of the Alola region, where the waters occupied a staggering 80% of the area. It had been approximately a week since he had ventured out, and he was uncertain of the present location of the oceanic team's mothership. As Mou stepped forward, Pokemon busily transported various package supplies. Halt! As he approached the cargo ship, a member clad in oceanic team uniform blocked his path. Who are you? Faced with this inquiry, Mou felt no surprise. Although he had gained notoriety after joining the oceanic team for various reasons, his fame did not extend to leisurely wandering the mothership. And given his relatively short time in the team, not everyone recognized him. I am Mou, returning from a mission, and I need to get back to the mothership. The oceanic team member scrutinized Mou for a moment before scoffing. You say you are who you claim to be? If you truly are, where's your uniform? Enough chatter, move aside. After a brief silence, Mou released his Dragonite. The outfit he previously wore was a special garment gifted by Zhen Yao, which allowed for the freedom to change styles, hence the absence of a uniform prepared by Shui Wudong. This unique attire had perished beneath the intertwining lightning of Zekrom, and he was now clad in new clothes purchased from the shopping mall in Shuanglong City. Faced with the emergence of Dragonite, the oceanic team member straightened his neck and shouted in a voice that betrayed his fear, "What are you trying to do?" The commotion inevitably attracted the attention of other oceanic team members. Fortunately, among them were those who had previously encountered Mou, and after their persuasion and apologies, he successfully secured a luxurious room aboard the cargo ship. Chapter 87. The initial attempt at Mega Evolution. The cargo ship slowly sailed into the oceanic team's mothership, which was currently situated near an iceberg. Upon finally returning to the mothership, Mou immediately spotted Shui Wudong waiting for him. He approached Shui Wudong, bowing his head respectfully. Leader. Clap, clap. Shui Wudong patted Mou's shoulder and inquired with a smile, "Are you all right?" Mou nodded, hesitating for a moment before confessing, "I apologize, leader. The mission failed. It seems the Alliance had prepared for it all along." Upon hearing of the mission's failure, Shui Wudong's expression remained unchanged. Failure is simply failure. As previously stated, the reward remains unchanged regardless of the outcome, and besides, what Quicksilver provided has long since been secured. It's fine, safety is paramount. The mission is of little consequence, Shui Wudong assured him, even offering a comforting word. The failure of the mission, however, meant that Quicksilver's cost was significant. Had the mission succeeded, Mou's strength would likely have increased substantially, which would be detrimental to their next rankings and resource allocations. Go rest. I will leave this to the others. With Shui Wudong's concern, Mou returned to his dormitory, his heart laden with uncertainty. After escorting him back, Shui Wudong urgently summoned the other 7 captains to his office. I intend to select 2 more officers. This selection is related to the resource distribution 2 months from now. I hope you will give your utmost effort and refrain from engaging in any favoritism. As he spoke, Shui Wudong's gaze lingered on Mu Jin's face. Under Shui Wudong's scrutiny, Mu Jin nodded vigorously, signifying his agreement with Shui Wudong's words. Indeed, Mu Jin was the strongest among the 7 captains. Yet the gap between his strength and that of the others was not so insurmountable. Ultimately, although he considered himself the foremost among the 7 captains in daily life, His ascent to officer was not a guaranteed outcome. Upon hearing Shui Wudong's intent to select 2 more officers, the other captains were visibly invigorated. All right, meeting adjourned. Observing the captain's eager expressions, Shui Wudong nodded in satisfaction, waving them off. The 7 captains exited Shui Wudong's office with enthusiasm, and as they rounded the corner, Mu Jin, leading the way, turned back to address the other 6 captains. Would anyone care to join me in my dorm for a meal? I have fresh slacketh tails and ho-ho fruit juice. Mu Jin smiled as he extended the invitation. Under normal circumstances, the others would have readily accepted, for opportunities for free food and drink were rare. However, this time was different. The captains declined with excuses about business aboard the ship, the gemstones of Starmie falling off, and marital discord between Seeking and their partners. For the first time, Mu Jin found himself without a single taker. Watching the backs of the departing captains, Mu Jin muttered a soft curse before turning in another direction. Since they were all determined to vie for the officer positions with all their might, he too needed to return and make some preparations. Fengsigu, train your physical strength more diligently. Ultrasonic larva. Within this chamber that simulates a sandstorm, your training regimen is to deftly evade the incoming assaults. As for EV, you shall accompany the speedy Houndoom, who will instruct EV on warm-up exercises and physical conditioning. Aerodactyl, follow me. In the elite training room, MOU delineated the training tasks assigned to each Pokemon meticulously. Woof, Buzz, EV, Roar. Several Pokemon acknowledged their assignments and promptly proceeded to their respective training facilities. MOU led Aerodactyl into a bright and spacious room devoid of any training apparatus. The walls composed of a specialized alloy interspersed with a minimal amount of metallic film. Let us first attempt to facilitate your Mega Evolution. Upon entering the room, MOU turned to face Aerodactyl and articulated the purpose of this training session. Roar. Aerodactyl responded enthusiastically, its voice brimming with anticipation and confidence. According to the Beginner's Guide to Mega Evolution published by Dr. Blatano, an expert in Pokemon Mega Evolution, the prerequisites for Mega Evolution can be broadly categorized into 2 facets. First, the strength of the Pokemon and the physical condition of the trainer. Second, the bond and mutual understanding between the Pokemon and the trainer. Meeting these 2 criteria will enable the Pokemon to undergo Mega Evolution, while the duration of the transformation is contingent upon the trainer's physical prowess. Aerodactyl stepped into the center of the room, eagerly glancing back at MOU. MOU retrieved the Mega Ring he had previously acquired from his system space, along with the Mega Stone bestowed upon him by the Dragon King. The moment the Mega Stone materialized, Aerodactyl's gaze fixated intently on MOU's hand. Come, let us give it a try. MOU called out, holding the Mega Stone aloft. Roar. MOU closed his eyes, striving to attune to Aerodactyl's essence as the guide suggested. Yet Aerodactyl remained restless, its focus disrupted by the alluring scent emanating from the Mega Stone. After a protracted period of attempts yielding no results, MOU opened his eyes. He observed Aerodactyl, eyes tightly shut, yet trembling with agitation, and felt a twinge of helplessness. The inherently volatile nature of Aerodactyl clashed with the tranquility required for Mega Evolution. Roar? Sensing MOU's scrutiny, Aerodactyl cautiously opened its eyes and lowered its head. All right, let us take our time. We shall pause the Mega Evolution training for now. MOU intended to reassure Aerodactyl to remain calm, yet upon hearing his words, Aerodactyl became even more anxious. Roar. In a fit of impatience, Aerodactyl vocalized its desire to continue attempting, asserting that it could find its composure. However, MOU, observing the situation, became more resolute in his stance. Such a process cannot be rushed. In your current state, further training will yield no progress. It will only exacerbate your impatience. This time, MOU did not acquiesce to Aerodactyl's wishes, but instead expressed his perspective. Roar. Before he could finish his thought, Aerodactyl, overwhelmed by emotion, let out a powerful cry and retreated into its pokeball. MOU sighed after a moment of silence, feeling a pang of regret. Although Aerodactyl was a formidable semi-divine Pokemon, it had been sheltered from numerous experiences throughout its life, which left it lacking in emotional maturity. Typically, this was manageable. But in the context of Mega Evolution, Aerodactyl's shortcomings were glaringly evident. Moreover, Aerodactyl's reaction was not rooted in dissatisfaction with MOU. It was more akin to a personal frustration. As anticipated, within the confines of the Pokeball, Aerodactyl began to regret its earlier outburst. Its emotional instability stemmed not solely from the lack of progress in Mega Evolution, but from a myriad of factors: its competitive nature, the helplessness it felt when MOU faced Zekrom alone, and ultimately, the anxiety stemming from being unable to contribute during Mega Evolution. Of course, There were additional reasons for its emotional turmoil, yet these were the most pressing burdens it carried. Roar. Aerodactyl emitted a low growl from within the pokeball, its voice tinged with despondency. It pondered how to apologize to MOU, considering how well MOU treated it, yet it had reacted in such a manner. Just as it contemplated how to mend their bond, MOU's voice resonated from outside the pokeball. Chapter 88. Prelude to the Executive Selection Tournament. I understand you are frustrated with yourself. Recent events have indeed weighed heavily upon you. MOU's voice reached Aerodactyl, which remained silent, head bowed, listening intently. Mega evolution requires mutual effort. We must both achieve a state of complete tranquility to truly connect. You have been well protected since your youth, encountering limited challenges, which has left you somewhat emotionally underdeveloped. However, this is merely a minor detour on your path to strength. It is not a significant issue. MOU's words flowed, resonating from his heart as he sought to convey that this was not Aerodactyl's failing. I hope you will learn to express your emotions openly in the future, rather than burying them within. As MOU's words concluded, the pokeball trembled slightly. He grasped the ball and released Aerodactyl once more. Roar. Upon emerging, Aerodactyl immediately lowered its head in apology to MOU. Both trainer and Pokemon were forthright in their natures, avoiding the melodramatic scenarios of unacknowledged wrongs and silent forgiveness. It's all right. Let us set Mega Evolution aside for now and focus on calming your heart. MOU gently stroked Aerodactyl's neck, smiling warmly. Roar. Aerodactyl nodded, gradually relaxing. MOU and Aerodactyl closed their eyes again, with Aerodactyl's aura still chaotic while MOU endeavored to smooth it with his own aura. After a prolonged period, Aerodactyl finally achieved a state of complete tranquility. Upon opening its eyes, it met MOU's gaze, which was glistening with beads of sweat, and they both shared an inexplicable smile. Remember this feeling, familiarize yourself with it, and hold it dear, MOU instructed. Aerodactyl nodded and closed its eyes once more. They continued their practice until darkness enveloped the outside world, and at last, Aerodactyl could bask in the brief calm it had achieved. Houndoom, EV. And ultrasonic larvae congregated outside the door, voicing their concern for MOU, who had been absent for over 10 hours. Eevee tugged at Houndoom's leg, signaling it to look to the right. Huh? Houndoom queried, glancing in that direction to discover a gray doorbell button affixed to the wall. Ding! A chime rang out, gradually escalating in intensity, rousing both MOU and Aerodactyl from their meditation. Creak! The door swung open slowly, and MOU and Aerodactyl stepped out in succession. Has it truly been 13 hours? MOU exclaimed in astonishment as he checked the time. Gurgle. Upon realizing the duration, his stomach voiced its discontent. Well then, today's training concludes here. Let us go eat. MOU raised his hand to signal the end of the session. Woof. EV. Buzz. The three Pokemon chimed in agreement, though Aerodactyl wore a somewhat displeased expression. Despite its reluctance, Aerodactyl refrained from vocal opposition. Together, MOU and his quartet of Pokemon exited the training room, drawing the attention of numerous members of the Oceanic team along the way. Executive Selection Tournament? MOU inquired, glancing at the meditative Shui Wutong beside him, surprised by the revelation. Indeed, the Executive Selection Tournament. I intend to select 2 more executives. Shui Wutong confirmed without opening her eyes. MOU adjusted his posture and then asked, Oh, so do I need to participate? Shui Wutong opened his eyes, regarding MOU with a curious gaze. Do you have a strong desire to compete? Not at all, MOU replied decisively, shaking his head. He had no interest in a competition devoid of any substantial rewards. Even if he participated and emerged victorious, he would merely attain a rank of cadre, unable to amalgamate 3 cadre qualifications into the position of deputy leader of the Ocean team. I have no intention of having you compete. I wish for you to serve as a commentator. Shui Wudong slowly articulated his true purpose. In his view, MOU, as the champion of the inaugural command competition of the Rainbow Rocket team, possessed a considerable understanding of Pokemon battles. Additionally, his age was more akin to that of most Ocean team members, making him a more engaging commentator than a 30-something man like himself. MOU's expression of bewilderment was so pronounced it could easily be transformed into a meme. Did Shui Wudong believe the atmosphere within the Ocean team was too harmonious? You're not willing? Shui Wudong inquired, having not received an immediate response from MOU. While he was inclined to accept, MOU hesitated. Yet Shui Wudong had already made a definitive decision. Very well, you shall commentate for this competition. It shall serve as a consequence for your previous failure. MOU fell into silence upon hearing Shui Wudong's words. After a time, he nodded in agreement. If anything goes awry, it is not my concern. After nodding, he added, Shui Wutong assumed Mou was merely apprehensive about potential mishaps during the competition and thought little of it. Rest assured, you will not be blamed. Once this matter was settled, Mou rose and departed from the pool. Shui Wutong was undeniably a person of conviction, while Mou was nearly submerged. Shui Wutong remained unfazed. Under his directive, the news of the upcoming cadre selection competition quickly spread throughout the Ocean team, igniting enthusiasm among numerous members, who were eager to demonstrate their prowess. They were not merely vying for cadre positions. Rather, they were keenly eyeing the 2 captain positions that would soon become vacant. The entire atmosphere within the Ocean team shifted to one of seriousness, as the disparity in resources between members and the 7 captains was immensely significant, and the power dynamics were self-evident. Shui Wutong observed the newly tense environment within the Ocean team, silently approving. This was as it should be. Previously, the hierarchy within the Ocean team had become nearly rigid, with members struggling to challenge the captains. Furthermore, Mu Jin's interventions had led to a preliminary semblance of unity among the 7 captains, as exemplified by Mou's recent arrival. A stagnated Ocean team was not what Shui Wutong envisioned, prompting him to expedite the cadre selection process and increase the number of available positions by 1. This not only aimed to disrupt the captains' collective suppression of member advancement, but also sought to fracture their existing alliances. The additional captaincy slots, open to competition among members, would naturally compel most to take the endeavor seriously. This shift in atmosphere would also influence others, gradually motivating them to train diligently. All of this boded well. For the captains, it presented an opportunity for elevation, while for the members, the prospect of becoming captains transformed from an elusive dream into a tangible possibility. Shui Wutong successfully transitioned the Ocean team's atmosphere from one of lethargy to one of intense competition. However, for Mu Jin, the sacrifices made to unite several captains would now seem futile, as his reputation as the foremost among the 7 began to waver. Should he unfortunately falter in the upcoming cadre selection, all his previous efforts would be rendered as mere antics intended to enliven the atmosphere before the show began, a fate utterly intolerable for someone who considered himself the second in command of the Ocean team. Chapter 89, Preliminary Selection Competition. Hey, bro, your mud bomb just splattered on my lil hat. Apologies, mate. Here, take this water stone and evolve your Pokemon. Seriously, with that attitude? We're bros, I can just wash it off. I'm truly sorry about that. Since Shui Wutong disseminated the news of the cadre selection competition, the atmosphere within the Ocean team had grown increasingly peculiar. The once bustling entertainment area was now nearly deserted. When Mou came to relax, he found the bartender idly standing at the bar, leading him to question whether he had wandered into the wrong place. Mou seated himself at the bar and addressed the bartender. A glass of Moo Moo milk and a jug of fruit wine, please. Upon finally receiving an order, the bartender perked up and began to prepare the requested drink. We're running low on that fruit wine, he remarked as he handed Mou a glass filled with a milky beverage. All right, I'll have some brought over later, Mou nodded, finishing the drink in one go and placing the empty glass back on the bar. There are indeed fewer people here by the day. With the lack of excitement around him, Mou decided to engage the bartender in conversation. Indeed, the bartender replied, meticulously cleaning the glass in his hand. Everyone has flocked to the training grounds. Who has time to come here? Well, that's perfect. You can take this time to rest, they conversed casually. Speaking of which, I heard an interesting piece of news from a friend, the bartender said, placing the clean glass back on the shelf and glancing around before whispering to Mou. Intrigued by his secretive demeanor, Mou leaned in closer. I've heard that the leader of the plasma team, Lord N, hasn't he shown his face in quite some time, and now the team is in complete disarray. Oh, really? Shouldn't Lord Sakaki send someone to handle this situation? Mou inquired, taking the matter about the plasma team seriously. Apparently not. That area is almost turning into a base for the Alolan Restoration Organization, the bartender replied, shaking his head in confusion. The Alolan Restoration Organization was comprised of trainers unwilling to submit to the rule of the Rainbow Rocket Team. Initially, their goal was to expel the Rainbow Rocket Team and restore the Alola region to its former state. However, as various self-serving individuals joined, the organization's objectives began to shift. While they still aimed to expel the Rainbow Rocket Team, their ultimate goal had morphed into establishing their own alliance in the Alola region. Sakaki and his associates paid little heed to this organization, maintaining tight control over their activities. These individuals served as practice dummies for various departments under Sakaki's oversight. To enhance their effectiveness, Sakaki would occasionally provide them with resources. Is that so? Mou pondered, stroking his chin thoughtfully. Let me tell you, The mother of my brother's classmate is a cafeteria worker in the plasma team. According to her insider information, Lord In might have crossed Sakaki and been eliminated. Noticing MOU's interest in the gossip, the bartender, finding himself with little to do, divulged more of the information he had gathered. Consider this. The leaders of several departments are of the same rank. Even if there are disparities in strength, they shouldn't be excessive. If Lord In was killed without a ripple, who else could it be but Lord Sakaki? As the bartender spoke, he began to believe his own conjecture. However, his reasoning was indeed the most plausible. If MOU were to proclaim, "I killed Lord In," the next day, that jest would surely spread throughout the Rainbow Rocket team. After conversing with the bartender for a while and inquiring about the current state of the plasma team, MOU eventually rose to leave. This conversation illuminated a point he had previously overlooked in his plans. He seemed to lack a reliable and extensive source of intelligence. If he were to name one, it would be Rinyu from the Magma team. In their previous conversation, he learned that Rinyu had become the strongest among the captains of the Lava team with the assistance of the Crimson Pine, managing to grasp some rudimentary information. It posed a challenge for MOU, who gazed at the hastily scribbled notes on a sheet of white paper before crumpling it into a ball. The Lava team would need to wait for Rinyu to ascend to a leadership position, while the Ocean team seemed capable of gathering intelligence independently for the time being. As for the Galaxy team and the Flash Flame team, he had no knowledge whatsoever. The Rocket team was not currently under consideration, and he refrained from commenting further on the unfamiliar Flash Flame team. As for the Galaxy team, MOU recalled his brief day spent among them, where the members spoke of the Crimson Sun with eyes aglow. He resolved to take things one step at a time. After all, a skilled artisan cannot craft without materials, and his limited exposure to these teams made it difficult for him to devise a strategy for information gathering. He tossed the crumpled paper, adorned with bizarre symbols, into the trash and began preparing for his role as a commentator for the upcoming leadership selection competition. As the commentator appointed by Shui Wudong, MOU was determined to showcase his unique commentary style. With the members of the Ocean team and their captains eagerly awaiting, the inaugural leadership selection competition commenced. This event was set atop the flagship, where brilliant sunlight flooded the battlefield, and the surrounding stands were overflowing with spectators. Greetings to all members of the Ocean team. Aloha. The host was a charming girl with a sun-kissed complexion, brimming with vitality as she greeted the assembled members. Her name was Shui Peng, though her prowess was average. Her amiable nature and proactive attitude endeared her to the Ocean team. Aloha. The enthusiastic response from the audience made Shui Peng's smile radiate even brighter. I presume you are not here to see me, so I shall refrain from further rambling. Now, let the leadership selection competition officially begin. With her vibrant voice, the competition was underway. The first match featured Captain Hui Ming of the Bright Star against Captain Chun Yang of the Gem Star. As Shui Peng announced their names, the two captains emerged from opposing sides of the arena. Now, let us hand over the commentary to our only current officer of the Ocean team, MOU. Above the battlefield, the screen transitioned from the lively Shui Peng to the serious visage of MOU. A palpable sigh of disappointment swept through the audience. MOU, astride a dragonite with a small microphone nestled in his collar, declared, Chun Yang, I shall show no mercy. Haha. Who was it that lost to me in the BO 100 with a score of 51-49? The two captains approached the center of the arena for their customary handshake, exchanging pre-battle banter. Did you not win by just 2 matches? Besides, I had the upper hand in the 51st match. I merely conceded because I was in a rush to use the restroom. I won 51 matches. No matter what Hui Ming said, Chun Yang simply echoed. I won 51 matches. Hui Ming's face gradually reddened. Though it sounded like childish bickering to outsiders, it successfully heightened the tension in the arena. Deciding to end the argument, Hui Ming turned and took his position on the right side of the battlefield, while Chun Yang positioned himself on the left. Blastoise, Gemstar. Blastoise, Hydro Pump. Gemstar. Rapid Spin. As the battle commenced, the two Pokémon clashed with fervor. Clearly, both competitors were fired up. The victorious Gemstar, boasting 51 wins, displayed remarkable agility, while the Blastoise, having lost 51 times, seemed to be at a disadvantage. MOU's voice resonated through the sound system, but his commentary only served to sour Hui Ming's already displeased expression. Despite the discomfort MOU's words caused Hui Ming, the unfolding battle was even more disheartening. As Blastoise and Gemstar collided, Blastoise staggered backward, and MOU began to weave his narrative. The Gemstar hovered with an ethereal shimmer, encountering Blastoise as it stood resolute. The Blastoise, confident in its strength, unleashed a hydro pump, a powerful torrent of water surging forth with an air of arrogance. Unfazed, Gemstar activated its quick attack, darting away like a silver streak. The hydro pump missed, crashing into the ground and sending a towering spray of water into the air. Gemstar quickly retaliated, firing a Psybeam. The purple-blue light shot forth like a whip, striking Blastoise, which, relying on its sturdy shell, did not evade the hit. But it staggered, letting out a deep growl of pain. "You, aquatic beast, dare to act so brazenly." Blastoise roared, bracing itself, its cannons aimed for another strike. Gemstar, however, was unyielding, vanishing and reappearing beside Blastoise, launching a Psycho Cut. A pink blade sliced toward Blastoise's flank, targeting its already vulnerable shell. The attack caused Blastoise to howl in agony, revealing faint cracks on its shell. Struggling to rise, it attempted to use Withdraw for defense. But Gemstar was already upon it, raising its 6 appendages, the red core at the top radiating blinding light. This was the power of confusion. This invisible force pressed down on Blastoise like a boulder, pinning it to the ground. Ultimately, it released a stream of bubbles, its limbs weakening as it succumbed to the ground. As Gemstar retracted its attack, its starlight dimming, it observed Blastoise lying prostrate, merely gasping for breath. In a triumphant gesture, it waved its appendages, marking its victory in this duel. With MOU's announcement, the arena reverberated as Blastoise collapsed in defeat. With the initial loss of Blastoise, Huiming, whose abilities were already on par with Chunyang, ultimately fell short. Captain Chunyang of the Gem Star advances. The defeated Huiming shot a glare at MOU above. Then the two once again shook hands at the center of the arena. "This time, your performance was lacking. Do not take it to heart." As the victor, Chunyang offered genuine consolation, devoid of mockery. Their bond was strong, having played together since childhood. "Will you concede your spot to me?" Huiming jested, a smile creeping onto his face. "Sure, just marry your sister off to me. Get lost." Their camaraderie remained unscathed by the outcome of the battle, yet Huiming was quite displeased with MOU's commentary. The phrases Blastoise, confident in its strength and arrogant demeanor, made it seem as though his Blastoise was nothing more than a petty thug. Nevertheless, the surrounding audience was thoroughly engaged by the commentary, which diverged from the typical, monotonous recitation of moves and situational analysis. Observing the favorable reaction from the Ocean team members, Shui Wudong nodded in satisfaction. The second match featured Captain Xiaodo of the Heart Warrior against Captain Yang Kuei of the Giant Wave. Following that, the third match saw Captain Xing Yi of the Sea God face off against Captain Takuya of the Reef. The 3 matches concluded swiftly, with Mu Jin and Takuya advancing alongside Xiaodo and Chunyang. These 4 would select 2 victors, who would then compete for first place, while the defeated would vie for third. The third-place contender would face the second-place winner in a final showdown to determine their ultimate ranking. In summary, 4 more matches remained. With the first 3 matches completed, MOU hurried to the leisure area for a drink, quenching his parched throat from the exertions of commentary. After the conclusion of the match, the recreational area saw an influx of people, with numerous members of the Ocean team engaged in animated discussions about the 3 battles of the day. Among them were some who, despite lacking skill, were remarkably adept in their verbal sparring. They eagerly debated the tactical blunders made by the 3 captains who had faced defeat, with some even claiming that had they been in command, victory would have been assured. MOU paid little heed to these boastful remarks, treating them as mere amusement, a sentiment shared by most of the other members of the Ocean team. However, a few crew members, sensing the attention they had garnered, found one among them, emboldened by drink, making audacious statements. "I observe that Ming Hui is like a child, clueless in battle. If I were in charge, I would surely vanquish Chunyang." Such inebriated bravado is not uncommon in the recreational area, and under normal circumstances, it would not lead to any trouble. Yet, the subordinates of the recently defeated captains were not inclined to overlook it, and soon the recreational area erupted into chaos. It was unclear which captain's subordinate had confronted the boastful Ocean team member, demanding an apology and a retraction of his words. Naturally, the intoxicated member was unwilling to comply, and before long, a brawl ensued. "Apologize, you drunkard," urged the other members of the Ocean team, and under their persuasion, the pain of the confrontation temporarily overshadowed the effects of the alcohol. The member who had insulted the captains soon sobered up, bruised and battered, and began to apologize to each of those he had offended. Observing this farce unfold in the recreational area, MOU took a delicate sip from his cup of Moo fresh milk. The fruit wine had yet to arrive, so he had to make do with plain milk. Once the apologies were exchanged, the commotion quickly subsided, leaving MOU feeling somewhat bored. He decided it would be more worthwhile to head to the training room to check on the progress of his Pokemon, such as the Dragonite and the Windspeed Dog. On his way to the training room, a figure blocked his path. MOU tilted his head in confusion at the individual standing before him. MOU. May I have a word? MOU halted his steps and followed the individual to a secluded corner. You must be Lin Jin. I am Mu Jin. The newcomer introduced himself. In response to MOU's apparent disdain, Mu Jin clenched his fists tightly before quickly relaxing them. Noting this, MOU offered a smile and inquired. Oh, Mu Jin, what brings you to me? Since their last amicable discussion, which had left its mark, MOU had largely considered their interactions concluded. Mu Jin, setting aside past grievances to approach him now, could only be seeking something. Taking a deep breath, Mu Jin spoke. I would like your assistance with something, of course. There will be adequate compensation. Do tell. Although he was tempted to scoff at Mu Jin's assumption that he was the kind-hearted type willing to assist a former rival, he still wished to hear what was at stake. Seeing MOU's interest, Mu Jin's expression relaxed slightly. He glanced around before whispering, I want your help to successfully become a cadre. Even though MOU had anticipated various scenarios, Mu Jin's request still left him momentarily speechless. Why would he help Mu Jin ascend to a position of leadership? What was his motivation? I understand this request may seem sudden, but I assure you it will not be in vain, Mu Jin quickly added, noticing MOU's puzzled expression. I possess a lead on the whereabouts of the island guardian deity. If you assist me, I will share this information in its entirety. As Mu Jin presented what he believed to be an enticing offer, MOU felt not a hint of temptation. Rather, he found it mildly amusing. Setting aside the potential accuracy of the lead, even if it were to be found, how could one compel the guardian deity to follow them? Just look at the reluctance of a legendary Pokemon like Kikisi. What do you think? Mu Jin asked, his eyes brimming with anticipation. He was not attempting to deceive MOU. He had not considered the implications of his request either. MOU waved his hand dismissively, indicating his complete disinterest in Mu Jin's proposition. Seeing this reaction, Mu Jin struggled to comprehend it, soon feeling a sense of resentment towards MOU. He interpreted MOU's response as mere dissatisfaction with the compensation, a manifestation of greed. After all, this was a lead on a legendary Pokemon. Was that not enough to satisfy MOU's appetite? He had never considered that MOU might genuinely find no interest in his so-called lead. If Mu Jin could bring the cosmic Pokemon Cosmoem into the fold, perhaps MOU would regard him with some respect. Then consider this, an additional 300,000 Alliance coins, along with 3 promises. Despite his dissatisfaction with MOU's apparent greed, Mu Jin gritted his teeth and offered an enhanced reward. If there's nothing else, I must take my leave. The Windspeed dog has prepared a 4-dish soup for me, MOU declared, having completely lost interest in Mu Jin, and he stepped past him to depart. Mu Jin, gritting his teeth, gazed at MOU's retreating figure with a hint of animosity. He merely sought to leverage MOU's Pokemon for a couple of battles to elevate his own status. What was so wrong with that? Mu Jin watched MOU's silhouette fade away, then turned to leave from another direction. After they had both departed, the previously empty corner of the wall shimmered momentarily. Soon, a lizard-like Pokemon darted swiftly towards Shui Wudong's office. Welcome, everyone, to the second day's competition. The ever-energetic Shui Peng announced the commencement of the match. However, MOU's situation was slightly different from the previous day. The Pokemon beneath him had shifted from Dragonite to Swablu, not due to the former's reluctance, but rather the latter's steadfast determination. Next was the day's first match, pitting Mu Jin against Takuya. Naturally, given the past grievances between these two, MOU's commentary would not be particularly flattering. Mu Jin's opening Pokemon was Toxicroak, while Takuya sent out Kingdra, judging solely by their training levels. It was evident that Mu Jin held the advantage. Poison Jab, Water Gun, Toxicroak, agile and sprightly, dodged attacks while closing in on Kingdra, who was now panicking and launching a flurry of assaults. At this moment, MOU began his commentary. Ah, esteemed viewers, behold this spectacle. That Toxicroak moves as though it has springs, dodging left and right with such finesse, its feet gliding effortlessly towards Kingdra, akin to a wild dog in pursuit. Unlike his previous narrative style, MOU adopted a more comedic monologue this time, offering no praise for either Toxicroak or Kingdra. Now observe Kingdra. It's flailing about as if its tail were on fire, Water Gun shooting wildly. But look closely, out of 10 shots, 8 have gone astray, splashing water everywhere and turning the arena into a pond. Just moments ago, that ice beam veered off towards the audience, startling an elderly gentleman in the front row. This is no battle. It's clearly a pair of novices engaging in a contest of clumsiness. Toxicroak was now merely 2 steps away, tilting its head as if pondering. Is this all there is? Meanwhile, Kingdra was flailing its tail like a windmill, stumbling backward. At this rate, within a few more exchanges, Either Toxicroak will land a decisive blow or Kingdra will topple over in a panic. MOU's voice resonated throughout the arena and the audience, influencing both Mujin and Takuya. Mujin remained composed, though his eye twitched, his commands continuing unabated. Takuya, however, lacked such fortitude, his commands growing increasingly chaotic. Not only was he affected, but even Kingdra stumbled and fell to the ground amidst the confusion. Behold, the Spike Dragon King has indeed stumbled spectacularly, struck by the venomous blow of the toxic skeleton frog, which nearly expelled the energy cube it had consumed the previous day. Defeated and disheartened, coupled with MOU's relentless interference from the sidelines, Takuya, who lacked confidence in overcoming Mujin, promptly chose to concede. It was Mujin who basked in an effortless victory, while MOU emerged as the true MVP. Before departing the battlefield, Takuya shot a fierce glare at MOU above. Even without MOU's influence, he likely would have lost. But at least it would not have been in such a humiliating manner. Following the conclusion of the battle between Mujin and Takuya, the Ocean Team staff swiftly cleared the arena, ushering in the second match of the day. The upcoming contenders were Shido and Chunyang. As Shido and Chunyang approached the center of the battlefield, both bore faint smiles tinged with bitterness. Particularly for Chunyang, yesterday's commentary by MOU had been bearable, but today he truly found it intolerable. They humbly acknowledged MOU's commentary prowess, hoping that its impact would weigh more heavily on their opponent. The battle commenced. This time, neither participant harbored any grievances against MOU, who, having exerted himself in the previous match, felt somewhat fatigued. Thus, he refrained from introducing any novel antics, opting instead for a straightforward narration of the ongoing clash. Although the audience's response to this ordinary commentary was lukewarm, both Chunyang and Shido cast grateful glances at MOU. Chapter 92, A Lesson in Restraint. The battle between Chunyang and Shido concluded with Chunyang narrowly securing victory. On the field, Chunyang's Shelmet trembled as it stood on the left side. While not far ahead, Shido's Psyduck lay completely incapacitated. Wiping the sweat from his brow, Chunyang recalled his Shelmet into its pokeball, knowing he now had a 3-hour respite. During this time, the Ocean Team's medical personnel would attend to his Pokemon, restoring their vitality and healing their wounds. Meanwhile, spectators were free to grab a bite to eat or stretch their legs nearby. At MOU's signal, the Soundwave larva gently descended. "Let us eat." As MOU dismounted from the Soundwave larva, he felt a couple of taps on his shoulder. Without the slightest surprise, he turned to find it was Shui Wudong. Accepting Shui Wudong's invitation, MOU accompanied him to the culinary plaza on the 9th level of the mothership. "Your commentary, though I couldn't fully comprehend it, was quite entertaining," Shui Wudong remarked, breaking the silence between them. "It was merely an impromptu performance, hardly commendable," MOU replied, not out of modesty, but because he genuinely felt his commentary was subpar. Shui Wudong chose not to respond further. Soon, they reached the most crowded restaurant in the food street. 2 servings of slowpoke tails, 2 scallions from the scallion duck, and 2 portions of the great white shark set, please. Shui Wudong ordered with practiced ease, and MOU had no objections to his selections. After all, he considered it dessert. He would need to return for some energy cubes afterward. To feel satiated from just ordinary meals, he would need to consume at least 7 adult portions. While dining, neither spoke a word, swiftly finishing their respective dishes. The texture of the slowpoke tail was unexpectedly resilient, quite unlike the soft, tender sensation MOU had envisioned. Each bite felt as if the morsel continued to wiggle within his stomach. The scallions from the scallion duck were not overly spicy, but rather bore a unique, refreshing fragrance. The previously tough scallions had transformed into a crisp delight after cooking. In contrast, the great white shark set was somewhat bland, comprising a serving of seafood fried rice, a bowl of clear soup, and a few side dishes, nothing more. "Has Mujin come looking for you?" After finishing their meal, Shui Wudong wiped his mouth with a napkin and casually inquired. Surprised by the question, MOU paused before nodding in affirmation. "Yes, he wants me to assist him in securing victory in this competition. The price is the clue to the island god, correct?" MOU's response was interrupted by Shui Wudong, whose face gleamed with a hint of triumph at MOU's astonishment. "Indeed," MOU nodded, carefully recalling his conversation with Mujin to see if any suspicious individuals or Pokemon had been mentioned. This matter was against Ocean Team regulations, indicating that Mujin had not informed Shui Wudong of it himself. "You did well to bring this to light. I have already stated that underhanded dealings are unacceptable." With that, Shui Wudong clapped his hands, and 2 Ocean Team members dragged a limp figure resembling a lifeless dog to their table. The restaurant had been cleared of patrons, leaving only Shui Wudong, MOU, and the hidden associates he had arranged. MOU amplified his aura to its maximum, quickly detecting at least 4 hidden individuals within the restaurant. I have little patience for those who engage in underhanded tactics, especially after I have explicitly forbidden such actions. Shui Wudong raised a hand, signaling for one individual to lift the unconscious Mu Jin, while another adjusted his drooping head. Mu Jin's mouth twitched slightly, emitting a barely audible sound. Rest assured, I will not take your life. Shui Wudong gently patted Mu Jin's face before instructing the one carrying him. Retrieve his Pokemon and send him to the plasma team. Understood. The two nodded in agreement, one lifting Mu Jin's upper half while the other took hold of his lower half, swiftly exiting the restaurant. In ordinary matters, anything goes, but in significant affairs, disobeying orders is absolutely intolerable. Shui Wudong's gaze lingered on the departing figure, as if addressing Mu Jin while simultaneously issuing a warning to MOU. Well then, this matter is settled for now. I still place my trust in you. With that statement, Shui Wudong rose first, and those hidden around them followed suit, departing as well. MOU, somewhat perplexed by Shui Wudong's sudden warning, quickly reviewed his recent actions, realizing the only questionable incident involved the Quagsire affair. However, he did not believe Shui Wudong's lesson was solely due to that incident. There were likely other matters he was unaware of that had either transpired or were on the verge of unfolding. Burdened with thoughts, MOU soon left the restaurant. And sometime later, the restaurant's owner and staff dared to emerge from the kitchen. I hope this warning proves effective. After leaving, Shui Wudong hastily returned to his office, preparing to transport Kyogre. On his desk lay a slightly yellowed letter, neatly placed. Apart from Shui Wudong, Flotta from the Flare team, Chiri from the Galactic team, and Xian from the Magma team were all conferring with their trusted subordinates about various matters. Unbeknownst to MOU, who was contemplating which incident had angered Shui Wudong, the afternoon's match proceeded without Mu Jin, and Chunyang advanced directly to the finals, becoming the second officer of the Ocean team. The next bout would see the victor from the losers bracket face Takuya, who had been defeated by Mu Jin, vying for the third officer position. Most members of the Ocean team were perplexed by Mu Jin's absence, including Chunyang. To be honest, Chunyang felt little confidence in his chances against Mu Jin. His unchallenged victory had naturally stirred discontent, with boos echoing from the audience, making it difficult for him to withstand the pressure. Takuya, who had a closer relationship with Mu Jin, confronted MOU directly, convinced that MOU had imprisoned Mu Jin to prevent him from competing. Faced with such a naive accusation, MOU chose to deliver a sound thrashing before sending Takuya to Shui Wudong. Bruised and battered, Takuya arrived at Shui Wudong's office door, knocking for an extended period without response, ultimately retreating to his dormitory to tend to his wounds. Meanwhile, the more astute individuals sensed a whiff of danger surrounding Mu Jin's absence. However, they were not inclined to clarify the situation, instead subtly inciting those who were still bewildered to create a stir. After all, they too were eager to uncover the truth. This farce that engulfed the entire Ocean team lasted less than 4 hours, as Shui Wudong took the initiative to appear in the most crowded leisure area, publicly announcing Mukujin's downfall. Upon learning that this incident was orchestrated by Shui Wudong, those who had previously been most boisterous fell silent almost instantaneously. No one opposed Shui Wudong's actions, not even Takuya, who was on good terms with Mukujin. What exactly transpired? In the dormitory, MOU was overwhelmed, pondering which of his actions had been discovered by Shui Wudong and how he should respond. Chapter 93. Aftermath of the competition. The final cadre selection competition concluded with the victory of Haruki and Akihiro, a result that took MOU by surprise. Particularly noteworthy was Akihiro from the losing group, who had employed an additional Pokemon, the Kingdra. Based on MOU's observations and performance during the battle, this Kingdra was significantly stronger than his previous ace, the Blastoise. Strangely, Akihiro did not share a close bond with this Kingdra. While some questioned why Akihiro had concealed this Kingdra during the first round, no one raised objections regarding the final outcome. Following the conclusion of this selection competition, the cadres of the Ocean team were temporarily established as MOU, Haruki, and Akihiro. Interestingly, Mukujin's whereabouts were unknown, and those who were close to him also failed to secure a cadre position. After the competition, Shui Wudong summoned Haruki, Akihiro, and MOU to his office. In the coming period, I will be leaving this place. The management of the Ocean team is entrusted to you. Shui Wudong's opening statement was nothing short of shocking, leaving MOU and the others momentarily stunned. The 1st to 20th floors of the mothership were assigned to Haruki, while the 21st to 40th floors belonged to Akihiro, with MOU responsible for the daily patrols around the mothership. Before they could fully grasp the implications of the previous announcement, Shui Wudong began delegating specific tasks. Decide on minor matters yourselves, but in the event of a significant incident, such as mass injuries or fatalities among the members, report to me immediately. From Shui Wudong's tone, it seemed he intended to be away for an extended period. Upon deducing this information, MOU's mind began to race. With Shui Wudong absent, he would at least appear to be the strongest member of the Ocean team. Seizing this opportunity presented by Shui Wudong's departure, he contemplated whether he could identify a sufficiently trustworthy individual within the Ocean team to serve as his eyes and ears. This way, should he decide to leave the Ocean team in the future, he could still gather intelligence. However, such actions must remain discreet. For Shui Wudong's absence did not imply a complete relinquishment of control over the Ocean team. The individuals who had previously captured Mukujin were unknown to him within the Ocean team, and were likely a covert group organized by Shui Wudong, akin to personal assassins. It was probable that not all of them would depart, but would leave behind a few to monitor them. "Boss, are you planning to do something?" Akihiro, known for his bluntness, inquired without a moment's thought. Haruyuki swiftly covered his mouth, and Akihiro struggled to break free, yet his mouth remained firmly sealed. Such matters were not for them to inquire about directly. A hint of helplessness crossed Shui Wudong's face, though he had no intention of concealing the truth from them, as such matters were difficult to hide. "All right, I can share this with you, but it must not be disseminated further," Shui Wudong gestured, and the bickering Akihiro and Haruyuki promptly stood at attention. A few external alliances wish to negotiate with the Rainbow Rocket team. Sakaki has agreed, and we must head there. Shui Wudong succinctly articulated his reason for departure. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the three in the office varied. Akihiro's eyes brightened. Hyuki appeared deeply concerned, while MOU bore a contemplative expression. Shui Wudong's gaze swept over them before finally resting on MOU's face. "From now on, the Ocean team is in your hands. I hope we do not encounter any situations that neither of us wishes to see." This statement ostensibly served as a warning to the three, but MOU understood it was primarily directed at him. The other two were among the first members of the Ocean team, and their loyalty had been solidified over the past 7 months. In contrast, MOU had joined midway and had been absent for a period, rendering his loyalty uncertain. Haruyuki was responsible for the 1st to 20th floors, which comprised the living quarters, while Akihiro managed the 21st to 40th floors, which housed the warehouses and laboratories. The task of patrolling near the mothership was assigned to MOU due to his superior strength, and it was under this premise that the responsibility fell upon him. Prepare yourselves, this is a trial. Only through diligence and loyalty can one gain further trust. After cautioning them, Shui Wudong proceeded to sketch out a grand vision and gestured for them to depart. Once outside the office, Akihiro and Haruyuki exchanged pleasantries with MOU before parting ways in another direction. MOU did not return to the dormitory immediately, but first headed to the training area to retrieve his Pokemon, including the speedy Houndoom and the fierce Dragonite. In recent days, MOU had been preoccupied with commentating on the competition, setting training objectives in advance, and allowing them to train independently. Woof woof. As MOU entered the training room, the perceptive Houndoom appeared almost instantaneously before him. "Have you been training well?" MOU chuckled, ruffling the fur on Houndoom's chest. In response to his affectionate gestures, Houndoom squinted its eyes in delight and nodded eagerly. Boo! Without warning, a brown figure collided into MOU's arms, causing him to stumble back a few steps before regaining his balance. The Soundwave caterpillar leisurely floated onto Houndoom's back, quietly observing EV and MOU. After playing with EV for a while, MOU gently pinched the tips of the Soundwave caterpillar's wings, lightly rubbing them. Once the caterpillar exhibited signs of fatigue, MOU released his grip, smiling as he said, "All right, let's take a break. I'll check on Dragonite." The 3 Pokemon, having received ample attention and interaction, dispersed. EV began climbing on Houndoom, while the Soundwave caterpillar closed its eyes to rest. Ding! Before entering the next room, MOU pressed the doorbell and waited a moment before pushing the door open. Roar! Inside, Dragonite had already opened its eyes, its gaze still somewhat restless, but far more composed than before. "Rest for a bit. Balance is key," MOU advised with a smile. Dragonite was eager for Mega Evolution, hence its daily attempts to sit still in this vast, monotonous room. Yet, as he had stated, the more anxious Dragonite became, the less effective its efforts were. Dragonite nodded solemnly, indicating its willingness to heed MOU's guidance. After recalling his 4 Pokemon into their Pokeballs, MOU encountered a familiar face on his way out. "MOU, wait a moment." A breathless voice, accompanied by hurried footsteps, called out from behind. MOU turned to see Takuya sprinting towards him, asking, "Could you please tell me why Mukujin ended up like this?" Takuya's tone was less of a request and more of a plea. How Mukujin perceived him was Mukujin's affair, but Takuya genuinely regarded him as a friend. Mou, with a puzzled expression, replied, "What Shui Wutong does is of no concern to me." Chapter 94. Cautious and Suspicious Shui Wudong. Mukujin was originally the individual most valued by Lord Shui Wudong. Now, having fallen to such depths, it was evident that something extraordinary had occurred. "Please," Takuya suddenly bowed deeply, attracting the attention of other Ocean Team members who were eager to witness the unfolding drama. They dared not openly gawk, but discreetly observed, glancing at the pillars for rust or the peeling walls while stealing an occasional look, unable to voice their thoughts. How could we, as members of the Ocean Team, ascertain whether the architecture here harbors any latent dangers? Mou, whose mastery of wave guidance was increasingly refined, perceptively sensed the covert glances directed at him from all around. He decisively pulled Takuya to a secluded corner devoid of onlookers. Mou gazed down at Takuya, who was crouching in the corner, and after a moment's hesitation, posed his inquiry. This information was not particularly confidential, even if he refrained from disclosing it. Takuya would likely uncover it himself with a few more days of investigation. What made Mou hesitate was a different concern. Takuya's admiration for Mizu Wudong was well known. He could be considered the most loyal follower of Mizu Wudong within the Ocean Team. If he were to learn that his friend, Mujin, had fallen to such a plight, captured as an example by the very idol he revered, Mou feared that Takuya might shatter. Before Mizu Wudong's departure, a captain had succumbed to despair, even if it was not his fault. He would likely face unnecessary repercussions, hastily dealt with. The reasons for his downfall were unknown to me. At that moment, I was merely dining with the leader, and just after finishing my meal, Mou recounted the events with a blend of truth and fabrication. The sequence of occurrences was accurate, yet he feigned ignorance regarding the leader's words at that time. Takuya, emotionally, felt that Mou's account did not reflect the true nature of events. However, his rational mind acknowledged that there were no logical contradictions or gaps in Mou's narrative. It was indeed true. That was the entirety of the matter. He was penalized for transgressing Mizu Wudong's orders. Having said all this, Mou did not spare a glance at Takuya's expression and simply turned to leave. Takuya remained rooted in place, only departing nearly half an hour later. After extricating himself from Takuya, Mou promptly returned to the dormitory, simultaneously maximizing his wave guidance. Indeed, he discovered 2 listening devices nestled in the corner of his dorm, alongside what appeared to be a surveillance camera outside, and not far away, 2 unfamiliar waves of guidance. Mizu Wudong still harbored reservations about him. Nonetheless, it was understandable. He was officially an exchange student sent by the Lava Team. This assignment, perhaps, was also a test for him, while the 2 strangers nearby served as overseers. Sleep beckoned. After a day of exertion, he felt utterly fatigued. Upon sensing the listening devices and the overseers, Mou resolved to adopt a nonchalant demeanor, for he presently had no concrete plans to execute. Mizu Wudong's level of surveillance could not remain this stringent indefinitely. It was best to rest well for the time being. In a corner he had overlooked the crumpled paper he had carelessly discarded while contemplating the construction of an intelligence network seemed to have taken on a peculiar significance. Was everything truly all right? In the office, Mizu Wudong scrutinized the computer screen, which displayed a clear view of Mou's dormitory window, allowing one to see nearly the entirety of the room inside. On the desk lay a crumpled sheet of paper that had been fully unfurled, adorned with an array of bizarre symbols. This was the very paper Mou had tossed into the trash, and Mizu Wudong could make no sense of the symbols inscribed upon it. In his quest for understanding, he even leveraged connections to enlist a researcher from Team Rocket to decipher the enigmatic symbols. Yet, these symbols had been unconsciously scribbled by Mou. How could they be decoded? After consultation with 3 researchers and an elderly professor, it was confirmed that the symbols were mere doodles, crafted by someone with no formal art training. Faced with this conclusion, Mizu Wudong remained somewhat skeptical, which was why he had installed the listening devices and surveillance equipment in Mou's room. Frankly, upon observing Mou return to his dorm and stand still for a moment before directly heading to bed, he exhaled in relief. Should Mou exhibit any suspicious behavior, such as searching for listening devices, Mizu Wudong would swiftly intervene. He was on the verge of departing from the Ocean Team, and time was of the essence. He could not afford to slowly ascertain whether Mou posed a threat. Fortunately, Mou's actions raised no suspicions, though his choice to go to bed without bathing did cause Mizu Wudong to frown slightly. Lying in bed, Mou kept his eyes shut, his wave guidance continuously scanning the surroundings, wary of any overlooked details. Soon enough, an anomaly arose. The two unfamiliar waves of guidance surrounding his dormitory swiftly vanished, as if they had departed the vicinity. Despite their exit, Mou refrained from making any hasty movements and continued to rest. In the ensuing days, Mou spent nearly all his daylight hours immersed in the training room. Upon returning to his dorm at night, he would wash up and retire to bed without any superfluous actions. In light of Mou's unremarkable behavior, Mizu Wudong oscillated between reassuring himself that he was overly suspicious and gradually relaxing his oversight of Mou. A week later, Mizu Wudong summoned Mou, Haru, and Akihiro to his office. At this juncture, Mizu Wudong had exchanged his tight-fitting swimwear for formal attire. As Mou and the others entered, they found Mizu Wudong preoccupied with adjusting his clothing in front of the mirror, as though the fabric were pricking him. I am preparing to depart. The time frame is approximately 1 month. During this month, the ocean team will be entrusted to you. Mizu Wudong gazed at his reflection in the mirror, feeling an overwhelming sense of discomfort. Understood. The trio nodded respectfully in agreement. The mothership's voyages will be halted for the time being. Inform the team members to limit their outings. During this month, each vessel may refuel no more than 5 times. After futilely attempting to make his reflection appear more natural, Mizu Wudong relinquished his efforts and chose to come to terms with himself. Yes. In response to Mizu Wudong's directives, the three exhibited no dissent. Mou, however, contemplated other matters. With the limitation on fuel for the vessels and the mothership's impending halt, he recalled having observed something peculiar while attempting to manipulate Kyogre previously. Specifically that the mothership's fuel was derived from the energy residue emanating from Kyogre. Now that Mizu Wudong indicated the mothership would cease its navigation, it implied that Kyogre would be taken away as well. Mou internally noted this revelation. Although it seemed inconsequential at present, it might prove useful later on. Starting tomorrow, you shall operate within the previously delineated parameters. With that, Mizu Wudong handed over the emergency keys for each floor to the trio, elaborating on additional precautions. As the three attentively listened, the afternoon light gradually faded, and an unfamiliar individual entered, announcing, "Captain, the helicopter is prepared." Chapter 95, The Howling Whale King. It had been 5 full days since Mizu Wudong departed from the ocean team, yet his absence stirred no significant ripples. Bu-e, bu-e-bu, bu-e, bu-e-bu, e-bu-e. Outside the ocean team's mothership, Eevee frolicked across the surface of the sea, emitting rhythmical calls. Not far behind Eevee, Mou languidly reclined upon the back of a Lapras, a book draped over his face. This task was among his responsibilities, to patrol the waters surrounding the mothership for any anomalies. Clearly, this duty was rather leisurely. As the Pokémon were far from foolish and communicated amongst themselves, the mothership had endured several assaults upon its entry into the Alola waters, yet 7 months had since elapsed. The Pokémon inhabiting the Alola region had largely come to understand that the immense entity upon the sea was perilous and should be avoided. The Lapras bearing Mou also displayed a languid demeanor, as if it had merely ventured out for a leisurely outing. Suddenly, a prolonged whale call shattered the tranquil atmosphere. Eevee gazed at the enormous silhouette beneath the waves, its fur bristling with apprehension. Lapras too was startled by the whale's cry, trembling slightly and nearly dislodging Mou into the sea. Who could it be? Awakened from his slumber by this unwarranted disturbance, Mou displayed clear signs of displeasure as he scanned his surroundings, ultimately spotting the colossal shadow beneath him. Judging by its size, this Pokémon was roughly 1/30th the scale of the mothership. The mothership of the ocean team is a colossal super ark capable of accommodating nearly 3,000 individuals for daily living and entertainment. The enormity of this dark silhouette is evident even from this vantage point. It must be the Wylord, the largest Pokémon in the sea, aside from various legendary creatures. In the previous game's Pokédex, while Groudon stood at a mere 3 meters tall, this Pokémon boasts an impressive length of 14.5 meters. Boo! The fur of Eevee bristled as it noticed the shadow beneath its feet, and scampered to Mou's side. Mou gently stroked Eevee, attempting to smooth its fur. Wylord and similar Pokémon exhibit no inclination to attack humans or their vessels. Rather, they tend to steer clear. Their primary sustenance consists of small fish, such as Wishiwashi, delighting in gathering these Pokémon into a cluster before swallowing them whole. Due to their substantial appetites, an overabundance of Wylords in a particular maritime region often prompts human fishermen to enlist trainers to expel them. Meanwhile, the fearsome Sharpedo and the ruthless Carvana pose threats to Wailord's young. with all three parties striving to maintain ecological balance within the ocean. Wailord is an exceedingly intelligent Pokemon, typically avoiding proximity to humans and their ships. Encounters as close as this are indeed rare. The call of Wailord resonated once more, and you sensed a hint of eagerness in its tone. Following this cry, the Wailord's massive body began to shift slowly beneath the surface, seemingly preparing to collide with the mothership. No, you shouted, as a nearly invisible membrane of aura energy enveloped him. He then plunged into the depths of the sea, intent on halting Wailord's advance. Eevee followed him into the water, and upon reaching the ocean floor, you discerned that this Wailord was not the typical blue, but rather a striking purple. Glub, glub. An alternate coloration. You continued his descent, and in contrast to his somewhat clumsy movements, Eevee moved gracefully, its speed in the water vastly surpassing that on land. The two descended further, ultimately arriving at Wailord's side just before it could strike the mothership. You placed his hand upon Wailord, allowing the aura energy to flow through his arm and into the Pokemon. With his efforts, Wailord momentarily ceased its movements, now aware of the two small beings upon it. Wailord questioned, puzzled by the intentions of these small creatures. The sound of its call reverberated painfully in Mou's ears, causing him to wince, while Eevee pressed its front paws against its ears, attempting to muffle the noise. Simply express your thoughts in your heart. There is no need to vocalize them. I wish to inquire why you intended to collide with this arc, Mou asked, rubbing his ears. This time, Wailord refrained from vocalizing further. Under the influence of the aura energy, it showed no opposition to Mou's request. You hail from another sea, unable to find food, and other Pokemon advised you that attacking here would yield sustenance? Upon hearing Wailord's rationale, Mou's solemn expression transformed into one of incredulity. Unbelievable. Within Mou's mind, Zekrum's tone mirrored his disbelief. Since Reshiram's arrival, Zekrum had been relatively silent, as if an unspoken agreement had been reached between them. However, it appeared that this was fortuitous for Mou, as he could hardly bear Zekrum's incessant chatter. Wailord emitted a soft sound, nodding in affirmation of Mou's assessment. This indeed was its reason for attempting to ram the mothership. Are you truly reduced to such desperation for food? Mou, after several confirmations, rubbed his forehead, momentarily at a loss for words. While Wailord's intentions to attack the mothership were clear, it had been misled by other Pokemon, and had not inflicted any actual harm. Gazing at Wailord, Mou was inexplicably reminded of an advertisement he had seen in a past life. These foolish Pokemon, all looking alike, with wide eyes and flat noses. Very well, I shall provide you with sustenance, and in return, you shall depart. Convinced that this misled Pokemon deserved some form of international aid, Mou resolved to help it. Upon hearing Mou's offer of food, Wailord eagerly nodded, its small eyes gleaming with anticipation. Though other Pokemon deemed it simple-minded and gullible, it believed itself to be quite clever. This iron behemoth surely housed many humans, and humans typically sought to expel Pokemon like Wailord. All it needed to do was feign an attack, and the humans would likely give it a beating, yet ultimately provide it with food. The fare offered by humans was far tastier than the fish in the sea, and its motive for coming here was straightforward. The humans in its previous domain had grown weary of its antics and were reluctant to offer it delicacies any longer. As it turned out, it merely needed to act threatening, and the humans would comply with their provisions. All right, I shall give you these. After deliberation, Mou decided to reach into his own pocket and provide Wailord with something nourishing, for its tail sounded rather pitiable. He retrieved from his system space the high-grade energy cubes previously awarded to him, pushing off with his legs to approach Wailord. He still possessed a considerable number of master-level energy cubes, and he was now capable of crafting these high-grade ones as well. Wailord, eager and expectant, opened its mouth wide, its small eyes fixed on Mou. Here you go. Mou exerted himself to toss over 100 high-grade energy cubes into Wailord's mouth. In comparison to its vast maw, the cubes appeared no larger than grains of sand. Although diminutive, the energy contained within each cube was substantial. Given Wailord's considerable size, its energy requirements were immense, yet over 100 high-grade energy cubes would suffice to satiate its hunger. Chapter 96. The Return of Wailord. After feasting, Wailord flicked its tail and departed the vicinity. Mou watched the retreating figure of Wailord, silently exhaling a sigh of relief. A Wailord can go without food for 2 to 3 months after a hearty meal, and having been fed high-grade energy cubes, it would maintain a sense of fullness for at least 4 months. With Wailord sent on its way, his tranquil life could resume. Eevee and Mou resurfaced, and upon seeing the massive shadow depart, Lapras gazed at MOU with a newfound admiration. Let us continue our patrol of the sea. Eevee joyfully scampered across the surface of the water, its blue aura expanding with each leap. MOU reclined once more on Lapras' back, which kindly adjusted its body temperature to ensure the most comfortable resting environment for him. Lapras' call bore resemblance to Wailord's, yet lacked the latter's gravitas. And Lapras was exceptionally skilled at singing. As the melodious notes filled the air, MOU once again covered his face with a book, drifting into slumber. The life of an officer is rather monotonous. The warehouse operations do not require his intervention. MOU's sole responsibility now was to patrol the sea and explore the ocean team for trustworthy individuals to develop as allies. In stark contrast, Yangchun and Minghui were perpetually busy, scarcely finding a moment to breathe. The trivialities of the dormitory and the various drunken brawls in the leisure area made MOU thankful that Shui Wudong had assigned these matters to him. Such tasks were trifling and bothersome, far less enjoyable than basking in the sun outside. Banmu, you are but a failure. Your demands are utterly unattainable. Somewhere within the conference room, Yolongdu forcefully tossed the documents handed to him by Zhen Niao onto the table. The heavy thud of the papers echoed throughout the quiet meeting room. It is precisely because I consider myself a failure that I have come to this place to confer with you all. Had I been a victor, you would not have had the opportunity to sit here. In facing the formidable Yolongdu, Sakaki has become unusually loquacious. Adieu, I am called Yolongdu. Sakaki's attempt to continue was abruptly interrupted by Yolongdu's wave of dismissal. The assembled crowd, with the exception of those from other realms such as Akai and Song, were well acquainted with Yolongdu's past, now revered as a champion of justice, a figure who harbors an intense aversion to wrongdoing. He was once a member of Team Rocket in his youth. Alongside Akai and Ouching, Sakaki had provided considerable assistance during Yolongdu's formative years. Unbeknownst to him, Yolongdu had been led astray by Sakaki, inadvertently aiding in numerous malevolent deeds. He once believed that the alliance had strayed from the righteous path, convinced that Sakaki's actions were indeed the correct course. However, through a serendipitous turn of events, Yolongdu came to recognize the true nature of Team Rocket and ultimately chose to defect, making the organization his primary target for retribution. It is due to this tumultuous history that Yolongdu's reaction was so pronounced upon hearing Sakaki utter the name adieu. Those days of deception lingered in his memory like an unshakable nightmare. As Yolongdu engaged in dialogue with Sakaki, the conference room was enveloped in silence, save for the two. The leaders flanking Sakaki exchanged intrigued glances, oscillating their focus between the two men, while the champions on Yolongdu's side pondered the impending direction of negotiations. It was imperative to avoid provoking an all-out war, a sentiment shared by both parties. The alliance must maintain order, and Sakaki's intentions did not extend to the annihilation of the world. With this foundational principle established, the remaining matters must be deliberated with care. The discussions between the alliance and Sakaki escalated to a fever pitch, while on the other hand, MOU found himself grappling with a formidable predicament. Ugh! MOU rubbed his eyes in disbelief, staring at the imposing figure of the Wailord before him. No way. Just yesterday, I provided you with an abundance of energy cubes. And now, a mere 18 hours later, you're hungry again? MOU found it hard to believe, yet the gaping maw of the Wailord confirmed its demand for sustenance. As MOU hesitated, the Wailord sank back beneath the waves, threatening to ram into the mothership. Wait. MOU hastily interjected, and the Wailord resurfaced once more. I can provide you with food, but I must ascertain whether you are genuinely hungry. Ugh. The Wailord's small eyes reflected confusion. If it weren't hungry, why would it be here? Observing its demeanor, MOU decided to retrieve an additional 200 energy cubes. This quantity would suffice for an ordinary Pokemon from its infancy to maturity. He doubted the Wailord would return the following day. Before tossing the energy cubes into the Wailord's mouth, he hesitated, discreetly mixing in a small device. The Wailord swallowed the energy cubes whole, its massive form gradually descending, eager to depart without uttering a word to MOU. Beep beep. He produced his phone. The small device embedded within the energy cubes was a specialized locator, and the green dot representing the Wailord's position was now in motion. Lapras, continue your patrol here while I step away for a moment. MOU summoned a Pokeball from his waist, releasing the Dragonite from within. Lapras. The Lapras nodded in agreement, accustomed to soaring through the skies alongside MOU at intervals. Let us go? MOU mounted the Dragonite, which swiftly advanced in the direction indicated by MOU. After their departure, the Lapras continued to glide leisurely, while MOU and the Dragonite hastened to catch up with the Wailord, ascend, and stay hidden from its sight. With that, the Dragonite slowed its pace and began to climb. MOU's aura power was constantly attuned to the Wylord below, guiding the Dragonite to prevent losing track of it. Despite its massive size, the Wylord navigated the waters with surprising agility. Soon, it reached another expanse of ocean, its form beginning to dive deeper. MOU recalled the Dragonite, and in its place appeared the diminutive Eevee. The pair plummeted from the sky, creating a significant splash upon hitting the water. The Wylord continued its journey, albeit at a gradually slowing pace, as if approaching a destination. Unbeknownst to it, two small figures were closely tailing behind. The Wylord eventually halted before a stone door, minuscule in comparison to its grand size. Ugh! It let out a deep, resonant call as it stood before the door. Fortunately, MOU had anticipated this, using his aura power to shield both his and Eevee's ears. As the Wylord's call echoed into silence, its body began to flicker, and in an instant, the massive creature vanished from sight. MOU and Eevee exchanged astonished glances, their expressions mirroring disbelief. They swam to the spot where the Wylord had stood, and after thorough inspection, found nothing suspicious aside from the stone door. MOU approached the door, which, despite appearing small next to the Wylord, stood over 5 meters tall and 3 meters wide. Intricate carvings adorned its surface, though the relentless embrace of seawater had rendered them nearly indecipherable. MOU glanced at Eevee, who offered him a resolute gaze. After reaching a silent agreement, MOU began to circle the stone door, searching for a means of entry. With meticulous investigation and the assistance of his aura power, he soon discerned that the carvings on the door seemed peculiar. Each time his aura brushed against the engravings, they quivered slightly. MOU gestured toward Eevee, who was nearby, indicating something unusual in the vicinity. Eevee tilted its head, swimming closer to MOU. MOU scooped up Eevee in his arms and placed a hand on the stone door, channeling all his aura power into it. Save for that which protected them from the ocean's pressure, the carvings began to pulsate more vigorously, and soon the entire door trembled in response. Just as his aura power began to wane, the engravings erupted in a blinding white light. MOU and Eevee instinctively closed their eyes, and when they opened them again, they found themselves in a remarkably unique locale. No longer submerged in the ocean, they stood amidst the ruins of a forsaken city. Dilapidated structures lined the streets, and from their architecture and density, it was evident that this place had once thrived. Although the area remained surrounded by water, MOU discovered he could breathe and speak normally. Eevee, though curious about their surroundings, Eevee remained cautiously close to MOU. MOU closed his eyes, extending his aura power to scan the vicinity. The results revealed no signs of life, though the possibility of well-concealed ghost-type Pokemon remained. Eevee pointed toward a massive figure in the distance, urging MOU to look that way. Following Eevee's direction, MOU beheld the colossal purple silhouette of the Wylord, which was now swimming eastward. Let us follow it. MOU instructed Eevee, and they set off in pursuit of the Wylord. Yet, his speed was no match for that of the Pokemon, and the Wylord's form receded ever further from view. Eevee, seeing the Wylord nearly vanish from sight, Eevee called out anxiously. It then turned back, releasing a bubble that encompassed MOU entirely. With a determined push, Eevee propelled the bubble, carrying MOU at great speed toward the Wylord. Though this swift motion was not particularly favorable for MOU himself, under the gentle urging of Eevee, the bubble floated forward, with MOU tumbling within it. He attempted to stabilize his body, but the smooth surface of the bubble offered no foothold. In pursuit of Wylord, Eevee accelerated the bubble's speed, compelling MOU to relinquish his struggles, allowing his body to roll freely within the bubble. After approximately 3 hours, Wylord's pace began to slow, granting MOU the opportunity to emerge from the bubble. Before them stood a dilapidated palace, flanked by sapphire statues of Gyarados and Milotic at its grand entrance. Surrounding the palace, a few Sharpedo and Remoraid patrolled the area. According to the Pokédex, these two Pokémon were known to be adversaries of Wylord, yet at this moment, they exhibited a remarkable harmony. Upon sighting Wylord, Sharpedo and Remoraid hastily parted to allow it passage. MOU and Eevee lingered at a distance, remaining unnoticed. Wylord's massive form gradually approached the palace until it finally came to a halt. As it did, a small blue figure dashed out from within the palace. In contrast to Wylord's size, this diminutive being resembled an ant before a human. Despite the stark difference in stature, Wylord displayed profound respect toward the little one, lowering its head slightly, unwilling to meet the blue figure's gaze. The two Pokémon exchanged some form of communication, and suddenly, Wylord opened its mouth, releasing an energy cube enveloped in a cerulean glow. The little blue figure rushed toward the energy cube with urgency, eagerly stuffing it into its mouth. What is this? Mou squinted, meticulously observing the Pokemon. The previously lively Eevee fell silent upon the appearance of the small creature, its eyes revealing a mixture of respect and confusion. Its instincts compelled it to act respectfully, yet it could not comprehend the reason behind this behavior. Mou mentally filtered through the various Pokemon, ultimately concluding that only one matched the description. Manaphy? This revelation astonished Mou. Although Manaphy was a mythical Pokemon, known as the Prince of the Sea, its presence was typically quite subtle. This unique mythical entity could breed with Ditto, yet its eggs would not hatch into another Manaphy, but rather into a different mythical Pokemon. Phyone. Remarkably, while Phyone emerged from the egg, it could not evolve into Manaphy, marking a highly peculiar circumstance. Professor Oak had once come across records regarding this in ancient texts, but due to the rarity of Manaphy, the research had regrettably come to a halt. Eevee. Upon hearing Mou's identification of Manaphy, the confusion on Eevee's face gradually transformed into contemplation. After a brief moment, understanding dawned upon Eevee's expression. During the time that Mou and Eevee were deep in thought, Manaphy had consumed nearly all of the energy cubes brought by Wailord, its face now displaying a look of satisfaction. Subsequently, it extended its hand and gently pressed it against Wailord's mouth. Manaphy infused Wailord with waves of blue energy, causing a look of relief to wash over Wailord's face, its massive body trembling slightly in response. 3 minutes later, Manaphy withdrew its hand, now slightly out of breath and exhibiting signs of fatigue. After absorbing the energy, Wailord turned to leave, and Mou and Eevee hesitated for a moment before deciding to reveal themselves from their concealed position. As they advanced without disguise, Sharpedo and Remoraid quickly detected the two intruders. They swiftly encircled Mou and Eevee, with Sharpedo baring its teeth and Remoraid vibrating in agitation, both Pokemon issuing warnings. Manaphy. Mou ceased his approach and utilized his aura to project his voice toward the palace. Moments later, Manaphy reemerged, its expression one of vigilance as it regarded the unexpected guests. Mou observed Manaphy, and its profile almost instantaneously appeared before him. Manaphy, genderless. Level, 81. Type, water. Ability, hydration, heals status conditions in rainy weather. Moves, Heart Swap, Aqua Ring, Soak, Water Pulse, Tail Glow, Rain Dance, Whirlpool. Prince of the Sea, significantly increases stamina recovery speed in the ocean, enhances water-type move power, 150, 170, and reduces fire-type move damage, 50, 30. All water-type Pokemon regard it with respect. Chapter 98, Manaphy. Manaphy? Manaphy turned and beckoned with its hand, summoning several Pokemon from within the palace, encircling Mou and Eevee. As Eevee surveyed the Pokemon surrounding them, its fur bristled, and its ability, Danger Sense, incessantly triggered alarms, causing Eevee to feel increasingly anxious. I mean no harm. Mou raised his hands in a gesture of peace, signaling that he bore no hostile intentions, while his aura gently reached out toward Manaphy, attempting to ease its wariness. Manaphy. It seemed to sense something amiss and cried out, disrupting Mou's aura. It waved its hand, prompting the surrounding Pokemon to gradually loosen their encirclement. Simultaneously, Manaphy's voice resonated within Mou's mind. Human, leave. Faced with Manaphy's hostility, Mou and Eevee, who had no malicious intent, could only retreat slowly. Once they had exited the palace's vicinity, Manaphy slightly relaxed its guard. How did you arrive here? After they had distanced themselves to a safe range, Manaphy became more willing to converse. Mou found this curious, as records indicated that Pokemon of Manaphy's kind were typically quite amicable toward humans. They would rescue all humans from shipwrecks and guide lost vessels back to safety. Most humans also treated such Pokemon with kindness, yet this particular Manaphy remained highly defensive. I am a fisherman from the surrounding area. I encountered a stone door while diving, and then... Lies. Before he could finish, Manaphy interrupted, as Mou had not spoken the truth, causing the atmosphere to grow tense once more. It then dawned on Mou that Manaphy possessed a move called Heart Swap, which could accurately discern the truthfulness of his words. I followed Wailord here, but I initially did not come for you. After a moment of silence, Mou decided to speak the truth, having intended to assist Wailord in dissociating itself from the situation, only to find that his efforts had backfired. Continue. Manaphy nodded. Though the atmosphere remained fraught, the energy cubes Wailord brought me were given by me. They are sufficient to sustain it for several months without food, yet it has come twice in succession. Mou laid bare his intentions behind following Wailord, and as Manaphy listened, its expression gradually shifted. Indeed, this predicament stemmed from it. Due to certain peculiar circumstances, it had recently required a substantial amount of energy. Previously, it had been amassing energy from the vicinity of Gyarados, which had been adequate. However, for reasons unknown, Gyarados had suddenly departed, and its energy-gathering pace had diminished significantly. Reluctantly, it had dispatched Wailord and other Pokémon to seek out energy-rich sustenance. Little did it expect that the items brought back would originate from the very human standing before it, and that this human had pursued Wailord out of concern. This person is good-hearted. Through its heart swap ability, Manaphy was certain that MOU had not lied, and it granted him a token of goodwill. Upon reaching this conclusion, Manaphy signaled for the surrounding Pokémon to disperse. EV. As the hostility enveloping them dissipated, EV tilted its head in confusion. My apologies. Manaphy approached MOU and EV, slightly bowing in apology. I may have displayed a less than favorable attitude earlier, it admitted. Manaphy paused mid-sentence, and MOU nodded in understanding before responding. It's entirely understandable. After all, we are but uninvited guests. Sensing that MOU and the others were not dwelling on the matter, Manaphy exhaled softly in relief. If there are no further issues, feel free to explore this city. I will inform the Wailord to refrain from disturbing you. Manaphy's tone held a note of regret as it apologized for Wailord's behavior. It had been puzzled as to how Wailord could locate these energy-rich entities for 2 consecutive days. And even more so, why it had found more each day. It now appeared that Wailord was merely seeking to take advantage of humans. That's unimportant. MOU waved his hand dismissively, indicating that it was of no concern. However, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss with the mythical creature before him. Do you require a substantial amount of energy? He ventured hesitantly. Manaphy was taken aback, and after a moment's pause, it shyly nodded. This period was significant for all Manaphy, as it had relocated to this area specifically to harness the energy emanating from Kyogre. I happen to have some energy cubes I've crafted for practice, if you don't mind. MOU offered. As Manaphy gazed at him in astonishment, he began producing canister after canister of energy cubes. In recent days, aside from patrolling the seas and training, he had been focused on creating various advanced energy cubes. Throughout the process, he gradually validated the advanced breeding knowledge stored in his mind, transforming it into his own understanding. Can I have these? Manaphy's eyes sparkled with desire, fixating on the energy cubes surrounding MOU. With these energy cubes, it would nearly replenish the energy it required and could finally embark on a matter of great significance to it. Of course, MOU replied without hesitation, pushing the energy cubes toward Manaphy. Manaphy accepted the cubes, and the last vestiges of caution toward MOU dissipated. Would you care to visit the palace? After much contemplation, Manaphy could think of nothing of equal value to offer in return, and thus extended an invitation for him to see the palace. Absolutely, MOU responded decisively. His curiosity about the city piqued. With a wave, Manaphy dispersed the Pokémon surrounding them and began to gently float toward the palace with MOU. This city, known as Atlantis, was originally capable of housing a population of 30,000. As they progressed deeper, Manaphy recounted the city's storied past to MOU and EV. Back in the day, Pokémon were not referred to as Pokémon. Humans called them monsters, and the relationship between the two was far less harmonious than it is today. Despite this, the king of Atlantis and its people exhibited a remarkably gentle disposition toward these creatures. As MOU listened to Manaphy's narration, he couldn't help but inquire. What led to the sinking of this city? After a moment of silence, Manaphy replied, because their king sought to oppose the divine. Upon hearing this, MOU countered, Kyogre? No, Manaphy shook its head, clarifying, it was a black Pokémon, resembling a large bird, with a temperament that was exceedingly fierce. Atlantis had concealed itself well, and that Pokémon had never discovered the city. Yet, the king, unable to bear the sight of the Pokémon being slaughtered, boldly stepped forward to attempt to negotiate with it. As Manaphy spoke, its tone grew somber. The entire kingdom's trainers, commanding their Pokémon, charged toward the formidable creature. However, they were no match for it, and Atlantis was unable to thwart its advance, ultimately exposing itself to its gaze. MOU felt a flicker of recognition regarding this tale, having encountered vague references to it in ancient texts. Indeed, Manaphy affirmed with a nod, casting a surprised glance at MOU. The black bird circled ominously above, and Atlantis ultimately chose to sink beneath the waves. Who could have anticipated that it would move more adeptly in the depths? As Manaphy recounted this portion of history, MOU pondered whether this might involve the legendary Pokémon Yveltal, given its title as the Harbinger of Death. After all, the slaying of Pokémon certainly bore some relation to mortality. However, he recalled that Yveltal typically refrained from directly harming ordinary Pokémon. Its very aura could transform them into stone. Yet, upon hearing Manaphy mention that this Pokemon was more agile underwater, MOU suddenly thought of a Pokemon that only existed in the Dark Whirlwind and folk variations. Is this Pokemon predominantly black, with a light blue abdomen and wing tips resembling large hands, adorned with 8 black, flowing feathers on its back? He quickly queried Manaphy. If it were indeed Dark Lugia, then the city's downfall would be entirely understandable. Dark Lugia was an exceptionally unique Dark-type Pokemon, originating from the now-vanished, or region. The nefarious organization operating in, or known as Cypher, prided itself on its ability to create theft balls and dark balls. The theft ball, as the name suggests, could capture Pokemon that rightfully belonged to other trainers. Unlike the dark balls of today, those of or would darken the captured Pokemon. Darkened Pokemon exhibited greatly heightened aggression but lost their sanity in the process. Cypher thrived by seizing Pokemon from other trainers with theft balls, subsequently transferring them into dark balls, establishing their reign of terror across, or Dark Lugia was birthed from this organization, having once been an ordinary Lugia, subjected to various biological experiments by Cypher, resulting in its current form. After Or's disappearance, Dark Lugia was taken away by the victors of Cypher and has since been unaccounted for. How do you know this? Manaphy inquired, astonished by the detail of MOU's description, instinctively distancing itself and becoming wary once more. Not only Manaphy, but even Reshiram within the Light Stone was taken aback. This incident transpired over 7 centuries ago, with related records buried in secrecy by various leagues. So aside from a select few, no one should have been aware of these events. I have perused records concerning this Pokemon, which is why I possess some knowledge of it, MOU explained hastily, noting Manaphy's apprehension. Eevee tilted its head, gazing up at him with adoring eyes. It felt fortunate to have encountered a trainer who treated it well and was incredibly knowledgeable about battles, breeding, and various curious tales. I see. Manaphy relaxed slightly upon hearing his explanation, sensing that MOU was speaking truthfully. With Manaphy's demeanor softening, MOU seized the opportunity to ask, "Do you know anything about its whereabouts after that?" He was quite intrigued by Dark Lugia, wondering what had transpired to transform the traditionally gentle Lugia into the creature described by Manaphy. Manaphy fell silent for a moment, seemingly lost in memories of the past. After a brief pause, it shook its head and said, "Time has passed, and I do not know." It truly had no knowledge of the current location of that Pokemon. However, it was certain that Atlantis had not been entirely obliterated, and one day it would surely return. For now, all Manaphy could do was lead Atlantis in its flight and seek a solution to the problem. Upon realizing that Manaphy had no definitive answers, a flicker of disappointment crossed MOU's face. "Let me tell you about this palace." Manaphy observed his disheartenment and quickly sought to change the subject. In his exposition, MOU delved deeply into the history and gossip surrounding Atlantis. For instance, he recounted how the Queen of Atlantis once consumed a peculiar vinegar delicacy and how the Crown Prince was reluctant to marry, instead preferring the company of the colossal sea creature known as the Gigantamax. Such is the present-day Atlantis, devoid of treasures and secrets. Within the palace, Manaphy turned to MOU and remarked that its invitation was not solely a gesture of gratitude for the sustenance he provided. Another intent was to convey that there was nothing particularly remarkable here. What a pity. Though the palace appeared dilapidated, remnants of its former splendor could still be discerned in the finer details. Before long, with Manaphy leading the way, MOU explored the entirety of the palace. "I apologize, for I have slumbered for an extended period and possess little to offer in return," Manaphy expressed with sincere regret as it guided MOU back to the exit. It truly needed the energy, yet it was a fact that it had nothing of value to present. As for the EV beside MOU, it already harbored a more formidable power and required none of Manaphy's blessings. "Do not fret. Let us consider this a budding friendship," MOU replied, shaking his head, as he had no intentions of obtaining anything from Manaphy. Taken aback by MOU's response, Manaphy smiled and said, "Very well." Subsequently, under Manaphy's guidance, MOU returned to their original location. "Best refrain from approaching this area for the next fortnight," Manaphy proclaimed, its hands emanating a soft white light, uttering a cryptic statement as MOU and EV gradually faded from view. Once they departed, Manaphy lingered momentarily before unleashing a surge of energy from within. This wave of energy scanned the entire city, prompting dozens of Pokemon to hasten toward the palace. Upon returning to the palace, Manaphy gazed at the assembly of powerful Pokemon before it and spoke slowly. "The energy is now sufficient. We may commence our plan." The gathered Pokemon stirred restlessly. Their expressions varied, yet most radiated excitement at this news. Manaphy gradually retreated as the palace walls began to sink, revealing a mound of energy-infused treasures. It placed the numerous energy cubes MOU had provided atop this small hill, and the surrounding Pokémon found their places to stand. Manaphy positioned itself atop the energy cube mound, and, alongside the throng of Pokémon, closed its eyes. Far beneath the ocean's depths, within a cave blocked by a submerged luxury liner, a pair of crimson eyes slowly opened. MOU and EV found themselves back at the underwater realm, where the stone door had vanished without a trace. Above them, the oddly colored Wailord seemed somewhat abashed as it called out to them. "It's fine." MOU waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unperturbed. Then, under their watchful gaze, Wailord's massive form suddenly vanished, as if it had never existed. MOU and EV exchanged glances, each perceiving a profound sense of confusion and bewilderment reflected in the other's eyes. Coupled with Manaphy's last warning to avoid this vicinity for the next fortnight, MOU felt an incessant twitch in his right eyelid. Chapter 100, Dark Lugia. Upon returning to the Ocean Brigade, MOU continued to navigate the waters as he had in the preceding days, albeit now occasionally wandering toward the battleground. Boom. It was an ordinary day, yet the weather was decidedly unwelcoming. Fierce winds, ominous clouds, and sporadic flashes of lightning made one thing abundantly clear: a storm was imminent. Rather than patrolling the seas as usual, MOU stood outside the mothership, his expression heavy as he gazed skyward. He could not pinpoint the source of this emotion. For the mothership, such a storm was no different from the usual minor squalls. Yet, inexplicably, a sense of foreboding gripped his heart, as if disaster loomed on the horizon. Woof! The speedy pup regarded MOU with concern, puzzled by his serious demeanor. MOU assumed the speedy pup was merely seeking attention and absent-mindedly ruffled its fur. In the distance, a colossal gray-black tornado became faintly visible. Though far off, he could still sense its destructive potential. "No, I must investigate," MOU resolved, his anxiety propelling him to take action. He first recalled the speedy pup into its pokeball, and then summoned his Dragonite. "Let us head over there." He pointed toward the distant tornado, and Dragonite's expression brightened with eagerness. It was a Dragonite, after all. How could it not brave the storm to live up to its name? MOU climbed onto Dragonite's back, and it soared toward the tornado with fervor. As they approached, the atmosphere grew increasingly oppressive, the howling winds intensifying the weight in MOU's heart. Leaning forward against Dragonite, he urged, "Dragonite, full speed ahead. Roar." Dragonite responded softly, shooting forth like an arrow released from its bow. The pull of the tornado grew stronger as they neared, causing Dragonite to wobble in the air. MOU furrowed his brow, recognizing the area more and more, yet he could not place it until he spotted a massive purple silhouette in the distance. Suddenly, it dawned on him. Was this not Atlantis? Previously, MOU had arrived at Atlantis from the ocean floor, but this time, he was approaching from above and thus failed to recognize it immediately. Wailord's immense form loomed in the water, obstructing other Pokémon from entering while escorting those within to safety. Upon confirming his location, MOU's determination to head that way grew stronger. Although he was unaware of the events unfolding there, the situation clearly hinted at something significant. Coupled with Manaphy's large-scale collection of energy-infused treasures, MOU could not help but ponder further. Without needing MOU's prompt, Dragonite instinctively ascended higher, using the clouds to evade Wailord's gaze. Today, we come to avenge the fallen humans and Pokémon of Atlantis. In the eye of the tornado, Manaphy, accompanied by dozens of powerful Pokémon, bellowed at the shadowy figure ahead. In stark contrast to its usual gentle and benign demeanor, Manaphy's expression now twisted into one of ferocity. Suspended in the air before them, within a thick shroud of black mist, a pair of red eyes glimmered ominously, in response to the fury of Manaphy and the other Pokémon. The creature enveloped in the mist offered no reply. Its singular visible eye radiated pure and unhinged malice. "Are you prepared?" Manaphy had not anticipated a response from this beast. It was a creature devoid of reason, driven solely by a primal urge to wreak havoc upon all within its sight. "Mina, roar." The assembled Pokémon nodded in unison. Many among them appeared weary, their skin sagging. In this moment, they were far removed from their former benevolence. Their gazes toward the dark Lugia were filled with hatred and loathing. They closed their eyes, and slender threads of various hues emerged from their forms, ultimately intertwining with Manaphy. Manaphy's aura surged, transforming the pitch-black waters beneath it back into a vibrant azure. Many of the elderly Pokémon sank weakly to the ocean floor, while those with a semblance of strength endeavored to drag their companions to safety. Amidst the calm of the tornado, the dark waters clashed against the cerulean sea. Manaphy ascended slowly into the sky, its countenance pained, and unleashed a thunderous cry toward the black mist, sending forth a wave of sound that nearly materialized as it surged toward the creature cloaked in darkness. Gazing at the approaching tornado, Mou turned to Dragonite, which struggled against the fierce winds, and inquired, "Dragonite, can we break through?" Roar. The furious Dragonite nodded decisively. It was capable of breaking through the fierce tornado. Yet it could not guarantee the safety of Mou. "Charge in. Do not concern yourself with me," Mou stated without a trace of hesitation. Simultaneously, a blue aura of psychic energy enveloped his entire being. Upon hearing Mou's words, Dragonite did not linger in indecision, slightly adjusting its stance before surging towards the tornado. The storm, infused with seawater, relentlessly battered both Dragonite and Mou. The deeper they ventured, the greater the resistance Dragonite encountered. Eventually, the surrounding air had transformed into a suffocating blackness, accompanied by an overwhelmingly foul stench. Dragonite's speed dwindled, nearly grinding to a halt, leaving it and Mou at the mercy of the crashing waves and debris. With a strained roar, Dragonite managed to lurch forward a few centimeters. This meager movement allowed Dragonite to fully enter the eye of the tornado. Unprepared to brace itself, it plunged into the chaotic battlefield within. Fortunately, Manaphy had timely adjusted its energy, and Dragonite instinctively activated its protective shield, thus escaping serious harm. Indeed, it is Manaphy and the Dark Ligia? At this moment, the blue aura surrounding Mou could only shield his head and vital organs. Upon recognizing the unexpected intruders, Manaphy paused in surprise. The pain radiating from its body momentarily overshadowed. Mou, however, did not fixate on Manaphy but instead turned his gaze toward the dark mist before it, where lay the object of his curiosity, the Dark Ligia. His eyes narrowed, and the panel of information on Dark Ligia materialized before him. Name: Ligia, genderless. Level: 95. Type: Psychic. Flying. Ability: Multiscale. Damage taken decreases when at full health. Moves: Dragon Dive, Origin Pulse, Weather Ball, Rain Dance, Future Sight. God of Currents, inactive. Dark Transformation. Complete loss of reason. Boosts all attribute move power, 100, 130. Enhances all attribute resistance, 20. Significantly increases offensive desire and destructive intent. Chapter 101, Manaphy's Plan. While he scrutinized the Dark Ligia, it, shrouded in black mist, initiated an assault on the unwelcome guests, Dragonite and Manaphy. Dark blades of darkness silently launched towards them, but Dragonite, vigilant of the mist, deftly evaded the attacks. Manaphy conjured a light membrane at will, successfully blocking the onslaught. This Pokémon exhibited no semblance of reason and could not be commanded by human trainers. Suppressing its astonishment, Manaphy cautioned Mou, wishing to prevent him from repeating the mistakes of those before him. Manaphy's voice resonated within Mou's mind, prompting him to refocus and assure, "Rest assured." With that, Mou retracted the aura he had previously released. Through the sensitivity of his psychic energy, he discerned that the Dark Ligia's aura was peculiarly intense, perpetually oscillating at an extraordinarily high frequency. He had attempted to calm its aura, but to no avail. As Manaphy had indicated, this Dark Ligia was devoid of reason, driven solely by overwhelming destruction and malice. Seeing that Mou exhibited no desire to subdue the Dark Ligia, Manaphy inwardly sighed in relief. For this moment, it had prepared for decades and could not accept any unforeseen circumstances. Redirecting its focus from Mou, Manaphy fully immersed itself in the battle against Dark Ligia. Do not attempt it. This Ligia has fallen too far to be redeemed. Just as Mou prepared to continue his efforts to awaken Dark Ligia's reason, Reshiram's voice unexpectedly echoed in his mind. It has succumbed to madness, or rather, its insanity is a manifestation of its lost sanity. Reshiram's tone bore a hint of pity. This Ligia was not truly the god of currents. Yet, witnessing a being of its lineage reduced to such a state was a sight Reshiram found difficult to bear. As Reshiram's words faded, Mou fell into contemplation. He inwardly acknowledged that he had indeed entertained the thought of capturing the Dark Ligia, but after hearing Reshiram's perspective, he felt compelled to reassess his intentions. Faced with the Dark Ligia driven mad by biological experimentation, you decide. 1. Persist in your intention to capture it. Reward: Dark Ball, Shadow Organization version, X1, Related Data X1, Map of the Ori region X1, Key to the mysterious Altar X1. 2. Change your mind and grant it release. Reward: Increased favor from the Lugia species, a token of gratitude from the Dark Lugia. The system panel, a long-awaited apparition before him, prompted MOU to briefly peruse the two options before bowing his head in thought. Let us grant it release. After a moment of reflection, MOU resolved within himself. Emotionally, though he could not fathom the horrors Dark Lugia had endured, the extent of its transformation was beyond his imagination. From a pragmatic standpoint, harboring an uncontrollable, formidable Pokemon posed an immense risk. He could not accept the burden of carrying a ticking time bomb. Indeed, Reshiram's voice echoed in his heart once more, this time laced with approval. Humph. Zekram's voice followed, yet it offered no further commentary. If you are truly resolved, you must act swiftly. That creature is on the brink of collapse. Snapping back to reality, MOU gazed towards the foreboding fluctuations emanating from the right front. The black mist surrounding Dark Lugia had dissipated significantly, revealing its form almost entirely. Numerous wounds marred Dark Lugia's body, though they did not appear to hinder its movements. Conversely, Manaphy was in a precarious state. The vibrant multicolored aura enveloping it had dimmed considerably, as if it would extinguish at any moment. As Reshiram's words lingered in the air, golden flames suddenly ignited upon Dragonite's form. The flames flickered gently, hissing as they brushed against the dark aura radiating from Dark Lugia. This combat experience was invaluable. It seems the source of this transformation has been revealed. Reshiram's voice resonated in MOU's mind, and he finally comprehended the origin of this change. With Reshiram's assistance, Dragonite's power surged dramatically. He secured himself onto Dragonite's back with his psychic energy and commanded, "Dragonite, prepare to attack." With a thunderous roar, Dragonite unleashed a dragon dive towards Dark Lugia. The blue draconic energy intertwined with the golden flames engulfing Dragonite in a dazzling display. After a brief moment of charge, Dragonite transformed into a meteor of gold and blue, almost instantaneously crossing the distance to confront Dark Lugia. With a resounding crash, under the incredulous gaze of Manaphy, the Dark Lugia was struck by Dragonite's assault and sent crashing into the sea. However, it swiftly ascended once more, unleashing a furious roar towards Dragonite, seemingly unscathed. Yet, on its chest, where Dragonite had struck, flickered several defiant flames of gold. Although this attack appeared effective, Dragonite still could not confront Dark Lugia head-on. With its mouth agape, Dark Lugia unleashed a beam of destructive energy aimed directly at Dragonite. "Be careful," Manaphy instinctively warned, conjuring a sphere of energy to hurl at Dark Lugia. Dragonite flapped its wings, narrowly evading the oncoming attack from Dark Lugia. Under the combined assault of Manaphy and Rayquaza, the Dark Lugia found itself steadily retreating. Yet they were unable to vanquish it entirely. The battlefield reached a state of stalemate. Lugia's inherent advantage as a Pokemon lay in its exceptional stamina and enduring combat prowess. In contrast, the strength borrowed by Manaphy from the multitude of other Pokemon began to wane. "MOU, we cannot continue like this," Manaphy panted, its voice tinged with urgency. "Do you have a method to delay it for 5 minutes?" Momentarily taken aback by Manaphy's words, MOU was roused from his thoughts just as Rayquaza landed another strike with its claws upon Dark Lugia, only for the inflicted wound to heal almost instantaneously. Regaining his focus, MOU continued to observe Dark Lugia's movements while responding. "Do you possess a trump card?" After a brief hesitation, Manaphy nodded affirmatively. "I have one final move that can completely obliterate it, but I require time." Initially, Manaphy had planned to exhaust Dark Lugia by leveraging the strength of dozens of Pokemon, allowing those who provided power to rest while waiting for Dark Lugia to tire. However, the reality deviated significantly from their expectations. Despite their best estimations, Dark Lugia's strength had exceeded their anticipations, and its relentless combat ability proved overwhelming, nearly depleting Manaphy's energy. According to their original scheme, they had already faltered. If it were not for MOU's unexpected presence, the outcome would likely have been the complete annihilation of their forces by Dark Lugia. Manaphy's request for Rayquaza to confront Dark Lugia alone for 5 minutes sounded feasible, but was far from simple. Though Dark Lugia had lost its rationality, its instinct for self-preservation remained intact. If Manaphy was confident in its ability to unleash a devastating blow, Dark Lugia would undoubtedly endeavor to thwart it at all costs. Rayquaza would be faced with an adversary willing to exchange wounds and lives. Perhaps, MOU had no concrete plan to hold off Dark Lugia alone, but a remark from Zekrom sparked a change in his perspective. "Really?" Manaphy's eyes brightened, its aura growing even more radiant. Initially, it had merely posed the question, holding little hope. In its view, If Rayquaza could save even a few other Pokemon, that would be a monumental feat. Let us give it a try. Though uncertain, MOU decided that since Zekrom had suggested it, they might as well attempt it. Zekrom had stated 2 key points. 1, I can assist Rayquaza in Mega Evolving. And the other, do you want to give it a shot? I'll have your back. These statements ignited MOU's curiosity to its zenith. The mere notion of aiding Rayquaza in Mega Evolution was enough to stir his enthusiasm. Let us proceed. Manaphy decisively agreed, then began to subtly retreat. Dark Lugia, unaware of Manaphy's shift, suddenly sensed a drastic reduction in pressure and relentlessly attacked the Rayquaza, blocking its path. Mere seconds later, Manaphy reached a safe distance. Its hands slowly moving in a rhythmic motion as a sphere of energy, blue at its core and shimmering with a spectrum of colors at its periphery, gradually coalesced. As Dark Lugia's gaze shifted towards Manaphy, a rare expression of wariness appeared on its visage. With the energy fluctuations emanating from Manaphy intensifying, Dark Lugia resolved to endure one of Rayquaza's attacks before charging directly towards Manaphy. Block it. Rayquaza swiftly altered its course in an attempt to intercept Dark Lugia. Faced with an unrelenting foe determined to reach Manaphy, Rayquaza was beset by a profound sense of helplessness. Are we going to attempt Mega Evolution? MOU inquired, patting Rayquaza's neck, having anticipated this scenario. Roar? Startled, Rayquaza glanced at MOU with a hint of confusion. If it were anyone else, Rayquaza might have taken offense. But MOU's words left it perplexed. Shall we give it a try? MOU noted Rayquaza's bewilderment, but offered no further explanation. Roar. Rayquaza nodded, a surge of anticipation igniting within. Since its trainer had spoken, there must be a way to achieve the long-desired Mega Evolution. Zekrom, can we do this? MOU grasped the Dark Stone as per Zekrom's instructions. The moment the stone materialized, Dark Lugia halted its advance, its aura becoming increasingly chaotic. Can we do it? We must. Zekrom expressed mild dissatisfaction at MOU's doubts, yet it chose not to bicker with the young trainer. Reshiram remained silent, wishing to offer assistance. But Zekrom interjected first. Brace yourself, it's about to begin. Zekrom's voice resonated within MOU's mind as arcs of silver lightning erupted from within the Dark Stone. The silvery arcs swiftly engulfed the golden flames enveloping Rayquaza, transforming into golden lightning. Rayquaza, prepare yourself. A portion of the golden lightning began to merge with MOU, sending waves of pain coursing through him. He produced Rayquaza's Megastone, and as Rayquaza emitted a pained roar, the Megastone radiated dazzling hues of light. This luminescence enveloped both Rayquaza and MOU. And gradually, Rayquaza's form began to transform. Roar. A deeper, more resonant roar erupted from it as the multicolored light began to dissipate. When Rayquaza reappeared before Dark Lugia, its appearance had undergone a significant transformation. Its 4 legs, once snug against its body, now extended, while the ends of its wings elongated and formed a crescent shape. The newly transformed Mega Rayquaza gazed at Dark Lugia from a distance, the golden arcs of lightning dancing across its body, enhancing its formidable presence. MOU, witnessing the metamorphosis of Mega Rayquaza, felt a surge of joy that temporarily overshadowed the searing pain from the golden arcs within him. Mega Rayquaza, male, level 9480, type, dragon, flying. Ability, airlock, normal type moves become flying type, with power increased to 12 times. Moves, sacrificial charge, flamethrower, air slash. Dragon dance, Draco meteor. Assistance from the ideal dragon and the true dragon, limited time fire, dragon, and electric type move power increase, 50. Resistance to all types enhanced, 30. Healing ability elevated, unaffected by opponent's abilities, with a probability of inflicting burn or paralyzed status. Mega Rayquaza's stats were nothing short of astonishing. Even with prior preparation, MOU found himself taken aback. In the level section, Mega Rayquaza now stood at level 94, just 1 tier below the illustrious Dragonite of the Dragon Lord. Its ascent to this level was thanks to the aid of Reshiram and Zekrom, with the number in parentheses indicating Rayquaza's true strength post-Mega Evolution. Suppressing his excitement, MOU directed, Rayquaza, no, Mega Rayquaza, use sacrificial charge. Roar. Upon hearing MOU's command, the Mega Rayquaza did not hesitate for a moment, plunging toward the Dark Lugia with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Under the influence of its flying skin, the self-sacrificial charge transformed from a mere normal type move into one of the flying type. At that moment, the Mega Rayquaza, accompanied by the roaring winds, posed a far greater threat than the distant charging Manaphy. The Dark Lugia shimmered with a white light. unleashing a brave bird in a head-on clash with the Mega Rayquaza. Boom. The two immensely powerful Pokémon collided, and both were forced to retreat from the impact. The Dark Lugia staggered back, a new scar appearing on its forehead, though it healed at a visibly rapid rate. Meanwhile, the Mega Rayquaza, while lacking visible wounds, felt the disorientation from the collision. Moments later, the Dark Lugia launched another attack on the Rayquaza. Its large, black wings glowed with a pink aura, sending two strikes toward the Mega Rayquaza in quick succession. Do you wish to evade? In its Mega form, you could acutely sense the Mega Rayquaza's emotions. At that moment, the Rayquaza's fighting spirit surged, and it did not wish to dodge. Chapter 103, A Grateful Lugia. Roar. The Mega Rayquaza responded resolutely, a surge of powerful energy coursing through its body, causing it to tremble slightly. While evasion would be ideal, since the Mega Rayquaza was unwilling, they would simply proceed with its desire. No dodging, then double wings. You would certainly not decline this modest request from the Mega Rayquaza. With a joyful roar, the Rayquaza manifested two azure wings composed of energy, materializing before it to shield against the incoming strikes. Bang! Bang! After deflecting the attacks, the energy wings became somewhat ethereal, yet they still struck the Dark Lugia with sharp gusts. This time, the Dark Lugia did not get pushed back. Instead, it pressed forward through the Mega Rayquaza's strikes, aiming for MOU on its back. Dragon Dance. Upon MOU's command, the Mega Rayquaza's body twisted in an extraordinary manner, narrowly avoiding the Dark Lugia's assault. The Dark Lugia's attack failed to connect, and both MOU and the Mega Rayquaza grew cautious. Boom. Bang. The injuries on the Dark Lugia, previously sustained, had inexplicably healed during the exchanges, its formidable healing ability and continuous recovery fueling its tenacity in battle. In contrast, the Mega Rayquaza appeared somewhat fatigued. Having forcibly Mega evolved with the aid of Zekrom, it resembled a superhero running out of time, and its proverbial red light was nearing activation. Self-sacrificial charge. Bang! The two figures collided one last time. The Mega Rayquaza was beginning to pant, while the Dark Lugia remained full of vigor. MOU evade. Noticing the Dark Lugia drawing near once more, MOU was about to instruct the Rayquaza to respond when he heard Manafi's slightly anxious voice. Rayquaza, retreat at full speed. Without a moment's hesitation, MOU commanded, and the Rayquaza swiftly withdrew. Simultaneously, an innocuous water ball floated toward the Dark Lugia. The scales and fur of the Mega Rayquaza bristled in anticipation, while the Dark Lugia scrambled to evade. The water ball, seemingly with a mind of its own, relentlessly pursued the Dark Lugia, closing the distance regardless of its attempts to dodge. Hydro Pump. Upon MOU's command, after a brief moment of charge, a destructive beam of energy erupted from the Mega Rayquaza's mouth. Boom. The Hydro Pump successfully struck the Dark Lugia, momentarily halting its movement, while the water ball expanded, ensnaring the Dark Lugia. Hiss. Trapped within the water ball, the Dark Lugia's expression contorted in pain as black smoke billowed from its body. Manafi swayed weakly, plummeting from the sky. The Mega Rayquaza, arriving just in time, caught Manafi. Despite its weakened state, Manafi's eyes remained fixed on the Dark Lugia within the water ball, its colorless aura having nearly vanished. The water ball gradually dissipated, yet the Dark Lugia still clung to life, its wounds beginning to heal at an alarming rate. Witnessing that it had not been thoroughly defeated, disappointment filled Manafi's eyes. Reverse scale. MOU's voice rang out once more, and a hint of red ignited in the depths of the Mega Rayquaza's eyes, enveloping its form in a tempestuous, deep blue dragon-type energy. It dashed toward the Dark Lugia, then proceeded to bite, claw, and tear. The Mega Rayquaza's assault lacked any semblance of strategy, aiming solely to inflict maximum damage. The Dark Lugia's aura gradually weakened, its healing rate slowing. As its essence grew faint, MOU keenly sensed its heightened aura beginning to wane. He urged the Mega Rayquaza to persist, all while observing the Dark Lugia, mentally communicating with Zekrom and Reshiram. Its rationality was indeed returning, affirming Reshiram's earlier speculation. However, this was merely temporary. Should it regain its breath, it would inevitably revert to its previous frenzied state. Zekrom completed Reshiram's unspoken thought. The very existence of Dark Lugia was a tragedy, both for itself and for the humans and Pokemon it had slain. After absorbing Zekrom's insight, MOU refrained from further comment. The Mega Rayquaza intensified its onslaught, and the Dark Lugia's abnormal healing capabilities appeared nearly exhausted. Roar. With the Mega Rayquaza delivering its final claw, imbued with explosive energy, the darkness surrounding the Dark Lugia began to fade. No. The pure white Lugia extended its wings to intercept the Mega Rayquaza's assault, rising slowly before MOU and Manafi's incredulous gazes. The Lugia now exuded a calm presence, its aura stable and radiating an overwhelming sense of affinity. It extended its wings, deftly avoiding the Rayquaza's erratic claws and fangs, gently tapping its forehead. The Mega Rayquaza, its eyes now crimson, instantly calmed, its aggressive movements becoming hesitant. At this moment, the system panel reflected the Pokémon's name transitioning from Dark Lugia to Lugia. The level indicator, previously at 95, rapidly decreased, plummeting to 90 within mere seconds. Stand down. MOU patted the Mega Rayquaza's neck, and it exhaled in relief. For reasons unknown, facing the restored white Lugia, the Mega Rayquaza struggled to summon the desire to attack. Manafi, dragging its weakened form, forcibly broke free from MOU's embrace and ascended into the air. Although the current Lugia appeared entirely transformed, its past transgressions remained unchanged. The Lugia gazed tenderly at Manafi, its eyes brimming with remorse and guilt. Manafi's hatred for it was not baseless. Now, with its sanity restored, it vividly recalled the horrors inflicted by the Dark Lugia. It had been responsible for the death of Manafi's parents and the people of Atlantis. And Manafi's animosity was entirely justified. This is for you, as a token of gratitude for granting me a chance at redemption. The Lugia turned to MOU and the Mega Rayquaza, two small objects floating from the downy tuft on its chest. One of the items was a silvery feather, while the other was a rusted bronze key. MOU took hold of these two objects, scrutinized them briefly, and then stowed them away in his storage orb. Subsequently, Lugia gently floated before Manafi and slowly closed its eyes. Lugia's breath rapidly diminished, and Manafi began to assault the nearby Lugia. Approximately a minute later, Lugia's body fell feebly, crashing onto the surface of the sea, where it then transformed into a multitude of shimmering light particles that gradually dissipated. Manafi's attacks had not inflicted any real harm on Lugia, yet it undeniably perished at its hands. Watching Lugia vanish beneath the waves, Manafi lingered in silence for a moment before vanishing in a flash. The surrounding whirlwind swiftly dissipated, and the sun, previously obscured by dark clouds, peeked out once more, casting golden rays upon the sparkling sea. The golden lightning that had adorned the Mega Rayquaza had mysteriously vanished, and after a flicker of white light, it reverted back to its original form of Rayquaza. With a roar, the rejuvenated Rayquaza suddenly experienced an overwhelming wave of weakness, plummeting alongside MOU. Thud, thud, together. The human and dragon did not plunge into the ocean, but instead landed atop the back of the Wylord. With a deep rumble, Wylord squinted its eyes into slits, gradually swimming towards the direction of the Ocean Fleet's mothership, bearing MOU and Rayquaza. Chapter 104, The Lapras Clan. Farewell. MOU waved goodbye to the distant purple Wylord, who responded with a long, resonant whale song. After watching Wylord depart, MOU turned and entered the mothership. His departure did not attract any attention. The ordinary members were indifferent, and the captain along with the other two officers were evidently too preoccupied to notice his whereabouts. MOU made his way back to his dormitory unobstructed, where the surveillance cameras continued to operate normally. Uncertain whether Shui Wudong was still monitoring him, he pretended to prepare a meal before sinking into a deep slumber on his bed. MOU slept soundly, oblivious to the world, until the third morning when hunger finally roused him from his slumber. It wasn't he that he had overslept. Rather, he was simply awakened by the pangs of hunger. Upon waking, he casually popped a high-grade energy cube into his mouth, which immediately transformed into a tangy, sweet juice that flowed down his throat into his stomach. A warm sensation spread from his belly throughout his body, alleviating his hunger, and he finally sighed in relief. That was close. I nearly starved, he muttered, before quickly consuming 3 more energy cubes to achieve a sense of fullness. The forced mega evolution from before had placed a considerable burden on both him and Rayquaza, a fact that Zekrom had wisely foreseen. After satiating his hunger, MOU stretched lazily and made his way towards the training room, eager to explore whether he could induce a self-evolution in Rayquaza while the remnants of its mega evolution lingered. Good morning, Officer MOU. Morning. On his way to the training room, MOU was greeted warmly by everyone he encountered, to which he nodded in acknowledgement. MOU, Lapras is looking for you. As he reached the door of the training room, Chunyang suddenly emerged from nowhere, informing him that Lapras was in search of him. After delivering this message, he hurried back to his designated area, unlike MOU, who seemed to have the luxury of time, as he was inundated with numerous mundane tasks daily. MOU hesitated for a moment, then turned towards the mothership's port. At the port, Lapras was pacing restlessly under the watch of several Ocean team members, displaying an unmistakable sense of urgency. Lapras. Upon spotting MOU, Lapras's eyes lit up, and it hurriedly called out, its tone filled with urgency. The Ocean team members, seeing that MOU had arrived, no longer restrained Lapras, allowing it to dart into the mothership. What is the rush? As soon as MOU uttered a few words, Lapras seized the fabric of his clothing in its mouth and gently lifted him onto its back. The sight of Lapras and MOU speeding into the ocean, then disappearing beneath the waves, left the Ocean team members responsible for maintaining order at the port momentarily stunned. After a brief moment, one of the team members, regaining his composure, exclaimed, truly worthy of an officer. Indeed, indeed, echoed the sentiments of the others in agreement. What is going on? At this moment, MOU clutched the protruding ridge on Lapras's back tightly, his hair blown back by the swift sea breeze. He still had no idea what Lapras intended, but given its urgency, it must be of significant importance. Lapras sped along until it finally set MOU down before an uninhabited island lush with vegetation. Following Lapras, MOU ventured deeper into the island until they reached a cavern at its center. Inside, a large gathering of Lapras awaited, numbering no less than 30. These Lapras regarded MOU's arrival with considerable caution, with a few of the elder ones openly displaying their hostility. Lapras. The Lapras that had brought MOU here positioned itself protectively in front of him, deflecting the various wary gazes. The group of Lapras ahead gradually parted, revealing an elder Lapras with a cracked shell emerging from within the cavern. Lapras? Lapras. The two Pokemon exchanged a few words, the essence of their conversation revolving around the elder Lapras assessing MOU's trustworthiness. Upon confirming that MOU was indeed trustworthy, the elder Lapras slowly approached him, its aged gaze seemingly capable of peering into his very soul. Lapras. After a brief pause, the elder Lapras nodded, its ancient call resonating throughout the cavern. As its voice echoed, the previously hostile stares diminished significantly, with the remaining ones losing much of their animosity. Lapras? Lapras. The elder Lapras inclined its head slightly and softly called out to MOU several times. I can understand your speech. MOU nodded. Unfazed by the earlier hostility of the Lapras, it was entirely normal for a clan to remain vigilant against outsiders. Those who did not exercise caution against intruders would have long been decimated by malicious poachers. Lapras? Lapras. The elder Lapras exhibited little surprise at MOU's ability to comprehend its words. It had once traveled with companions and had a friend who formed a bond with a trainer named Kona, becoming partners. Throughout its extensive journeys, it had encountered individuals like MOU who could understand Pokemon language several times. Upon confirming MOU's understanding, the elder Lapras began recounting the events that had transpired here. In essence, 3 Lapras eggs that were scheduled to hatch the day before yesterday showed no signs of breaking. While this might be insignificant for other more fecund species, the breeding probability of Lapras is exceedingly low. Although this clan boasted over 30 Lapras, they could only produce 2 to 5 eggs each year. For them, the unexpected failure of 3 eggs was a grave concern. Furthermore, they were uncertain whether this issue would persist into the following year, potentially jeopardizing the viability of all future eggs. Upon hearing the predicament, MOU's mind immediately drifted to the Dark Lygia. It had been defeated the day before yesterday, and the issues with the eggs had arisen on the same day, prompting a series of troubling connections in MOU's thoughts. May I see those 3 eggs up close? MOU inquired. No matter how he speculated, he needed to see the physical evidence first. Lapras. The elder Lapras nodded and gestured for the Lapras behind it to retrieve the eggs. A notably smaller Lapras ventured into the cavern, only to emerge hurriedly moments later, calling out in a flustered manner, Lapras, Lap. The resounding cries of this Lapras enveloped the entire cave in silence, soon giving way to an uproar of disbelief and astonishment. The other Lapras within the cavern turned their gaze collectively towards MOU, their stares laden with raw scrutiny and suspicion. The 3 eggs had vanished upon MOU's arrival. Chapter 105, The Silver Feather. The Lapras that had accompanied MOU to this place once again positioned itself protectively in front of him, shielding him from the scrutinizing gazes that surrounded them. Lap. The aged Lapras's voice resonated through the cavern once more, restoring tranquility to the space, though the wary eyes still occasionally darted towards MOU. After a moment of contemplation, the venerable Lapras turned to him and said, I apologize. I understand this matter does not concern you, but I kindly ask that you remain here for a few more days. Though a twinge of discomfort lingered within, MOU nodded in understanding. After all, This was the entire year's worth of new life for the Lapras clan. The disappearance of these eggs warranted a complete lockdown of the island, prohibiting all humans and Pokemon from leaving, a decision that was entirely justifiable. The elderly Lapras guided MOU outside the cavern, ultimately leading him to a somewhat dilapidated yet adequately furnished small house. I apologize. It has been quite some time since any humans visited, hence the dust. The aged Lapras expressed apologetically. MOU waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unconcerned. I am truly sorry. After this matter concludes, we will offer you some form of compensation. Upon uttering these words, the elderly Lapras bowed slightly to MOU before departing. Shortly after its departure, the Lapras that had brought MOU here returned, carrying a basket. Lap. My apologies. The Lapras set down the basket, lowering its long neck and pressing its forehead against the back of MOU's hand, its voice imbued with remorse. It had merely intended for MOU to assist in a minor task, not to lead to the present predicament. It's quite all right. It wasn't my doing. Consider it a vacation, MOU replied with a smile, gently stroking the top of the Lapras's head and neck, unaffected by the situation. Both the elderly Lapras and this one exhibited a commendable attitude towards him, allowing the knots of discomfort in his heart to dissipate nearly entirely under their humble demeanor. Noticing that MOU seemed genuinely unconcerned, the Lapras felt a deeper sense of guilt. It nudged the basket towards MOU, which was filled with exquisite fruits. These fruits appeared freshly picked, as droplets of dew still clung to some of them. Under the Lapras's eager gaze, MOU casually picked up a yellow raspberry-like fruit. After casually wiping off some of the dew, he gently bit into the flesh. This fruit, known as a vanberry, varies in color depending on its growing region. It is yellow in the Alola region and turns red in the Kanto region. The skin of the fruit carried a slight spiciness, while the flesh within bore a tart flavor. Previously, MOU could only accept this fruit when dried and sprinkled atop cakes or cookies. However, after being revived by the sacred ash, he suddenly found the flavor of this once unpalatable fruit to be rather delightful. The Windspeed dog and N had once jokingly suggested that he would end up fighting Pokemon for food, and now, it seemed that prophecy had come to fruition. Seeing MOU swallow the fruit, the Lapras finally breathed a sigh of relief. Lap, shall we go for a stroll? Faced with the Lapras's invitation, MOU shook his head in refusal. Presently, the outside world was likely embroiled in a frantic search for the 3 missing eggs. Wandering aimlessly would serve no purpose but to create chaos. Upon his rejection, the Lapras did not press further, instead donning a contemplative expression. After a brief moment, it bid MOU farewell and departed, returning the small wooden house to silence. Everyone, come out. Once the Lapras left, MOU approached the door and released his 4 Pokemon. Upon emerging, they initially surveyed their surroundings with curiosity before converging their gazes upon MOU. Windspeed dog, you are responsible for the safety of this vicinity. Flying dragon, take to the skies and observe the surrounding seas. EV and sonic larva. You will alternate shifts with Windspeed dog. MOU assigned these tasks to his Pokemon, who nodded in agreement without any objections. His reasoning for this was precautionary. The audacity required to steal the eggs under the vigilant gaze of so many Lapras indicated that the culprit possessed considerable strength. Their ultimate aim would undoubtedly be to abscond with the eggs, yet dozens of Lapras were currently conducting a thorough search of the island, effectively sealing off the surrounding seas. Considering the situation from the perspective of the thief, what course of action would he choose? If it were him, he would opt to remain concealed on the island, where the vast expanse of surrounding waters offered clear visibility. Attempting a hasty escape by sea would either require overwhelming strength exceeding that of the island's Lapras or a significant lack of foresight. Since the perpetrator chose to steal rather than seize the eggs outright, it indicated a lack of such strength. The most prudent approach would be to hide and wait for the Lapras to let down their guard before making an exit. Thus, the question arose, where on the island would remain unscathed by repeated searches? Naturally, it would be within the small wooden house where MOU resided. He was a guest, and had not even laid eyes on the 3 eggs, rendering the Lapras' suspicion merely instinctive behavior. Consequently, MOU assigned the keen-scented Windspeed dog to oversee the immediate area's security, as he considered the possibility that the culprit might, in a moment of desperation, attempt to hide the eggs with him. After delegating tasks, the Pokemon dispersed, with the flying dragon soaring above the island and ultimately selecting the tallest tree nearby as a temporary perch. The Windspeed dog immediately began to scent the air, preparing to identify any intruders as they appeared. The sonic larva climbed atop the roof, while Eevee followed MOU back inside. Within mere minutes, the security system in the vicinity was established. Inside the house, MOU enveloped the entire space with his aura powers, and only then did he allow himself a moment of respite. Pew. Eevee dutifully patrolled within the house, and as MOU gazed at the earnestness of Eevee, he chuckled and ruffled its fur. The vigilance within the wooden house could indeed be managed solely through his aura powers. Allowing Eevee to assist was merely to prevent it from feeling disheartened for not having a task. Raising Pokemon is akin to nurturing a child. The essence lies in treating each equally. MOU tousled Eevee's brown fur until it voiced its displeasure, at which point he relented. He then ventured to a nearby lake to fetch a bucket of water, using it to clean the dust-laden wooden house before finally retrieving bedding from his storage sphere to lay upon the bed. During this interval, he took the opportunity to organize the various items he had recently acquired. First, he retrieved the gifts bestowed upon him by Lugia, extracting the silvery feather and the weathered bronze key from his storage sphere. The feather, as the system panel had already disclosed, was significant. Silver feather, gold represents your profound recognition from a Lugia. A typical Lugia can gather no more than 3 of these feathers throughout its lifetime. The bearer of this feather may receive assistance from the Lugia clan. Unknown bronze key, origin unknown, purpose unclear, yet the key emanates an aura of antiquity. At present, these 2 items appeared to lack immediate utility. The silver feather was promising, while the bronze key offered no useful information whatsoever. Since the appearance of the silver feather, Eevee's gaze had not strayed from MOU's hand. However, upon encountering it, MOU noticed that it turned its head away in an apparent display of indifference. Do you want this? With a playful spirit, MOU pinched the base of the silver feather and gently shook it. Eevee attempted to avert its gaze, yet its instinct compelled it to nod in acknowledgement. Very well. It shall be yours. Observing Eevee's affirmative gesture, MOU retrieved a specially crafted alloy chain from his storage sphere and hung the silver feather around Eevee's chest. Eevee lifted its front leg and gingerly touched the silver feather with its claws. The feather shimmered slightly in response to its touch, as if acknowledging its presence. Buoy. Chapter 106. The Overlooked Ultrasonic Larva. Be careful. Watching the exuberant Eevee darting about within the confines of the room, MOU chuckled and offered a gentle reminder. Instead of slowing down, Eevee collided playfully against MOU's chest and then extended its tongue to tenderly lick his face. All right, go play. Today, you have a day off. Given Eevee's boundless energy, it seemed disinclined to continue patrolling indoors, so MOU decided to let it out to expend some of that exuberance. Buoy. Upon hearing MOU's words, Eevee's eyes lit up, though it hesitated, shaking its head slightly. What about the safety of this house? My trainer lacks considerable combat prowess. Eevee had never witnessed its trainer's capabilities. It was merely an egg when MOU vanquished Quasi. Its understanding of MOU's strength was based on what it had observed during training. Strong among humans, yet somewhat lacking when compared to Pokemon. MOU couldn't help but chuckle at Eevee's hesitation. Go on. There are ultrasonic larvae to keep watch. Rising from his seat, MOU opened the door and gently carried Eevee outside. Buzz. The ultrasonic larvae on the roof nodded in agreement, signaling to Eevee that it could indeed take the day off, promising to cover for it. Buoy. Eevee lowered its head and then called out earnestly to the ultrasonic larvae, expressing gratitude while assuring it that it would also help out next time. Hearing Eevee's response, the ultrasonic larvae's eyes curved into crescent moons, its tail wagging excitedly. After exchanging these sentiments, Eevee finally took to the ground, racing wildly around the vicinity of the wooden cabin. As it passed by the speedy dog, Eevee slowed its pace, puffed out its chest, and inadvertently displayed the silver feather. Woof! The speedy dog, watching the flaunting Eevee, had a glint of longing in its eyes. Seeing the dog's desire, Eevee felt even more pleased. Just as it was about to continue its display when it noticed the speedy dog lunging towards it, seemingly intent on snatching the silver feather. Buoy! In a panic, Eevee cried out and turned to flee, with the speedy dog hot on its heels, tongue lolling and eyes squinting with excitement. Woof! Stop! Let me see. Buoy! No! The 2 Pokemon engaged in a playful chase around the wooden cabin, with the speedy dog maintaining a dangerously close distance, occasionally lowering its head to nudge Eevee's back with its nose. Each time touched, Eevee would sprint even faster, prompting the speedy dog to quicken its pace as well. Observing the frolicking duo, MOU chuckled as he returned indoors. Just as he was about to organize the items provided by the system, he noticed the ultrasonic larva standing shyly outside the door. What's the matter? Come on in. At MOU's invitation, the ultrasonic larva timidly entered the room. Buzz. Upon entering, the ultrasonic larva rubbed its wings awkwardly. It had actually come to discuss its evolution, feeling unsettled as the Dragonite boasted about its strength after battling Dark Lugia. Although the ultrasonic larva was aware that the Dragonite's tails were embellished, it could not help but feel anxious when comparing itself to the stronger speedy dog, the Dragonite, and the rapidly evolving EV. Having resided near the ground god Groudon for an extended period, it was unwilling to accept the subordinate position beneath a dog or to be overtaken by EV. Listening to the ultrasonic larva's concerns, Mou was momentarily taken aback, followed by a twinge of guilt. He realized that he had indeed neglected to provide sufficient support for the ultrasonic larva. The speedy dog had a golden crown and crimson gemstone fragments, while Dragonite, as a quasi-divine Pokemon, naturally possessed formidable strength, further enhanced by Mega Evolution Stones. Meanwhile, Eevee had received the silver feather he had gifted it shortly after hatching, leaving the ultrasonic larva feeling like a mere invisible entity. During recent training sessions, Mou had been focused on attempting Mega Evolution with Dragonite, inadvertently sidelining the ultrasonic larva. It had not intended to ask him for resources, but rather felt that its abilities were lagging behind and wished to avoid becoming marginalized. I apologize. I may have overlooked you recently. Mou gently stroked the ultrasonic larva's wings, acknowledging his oversight. After a moment of reflection, he realized that he currently had nothing suitable for the ultrasonic larva. When we return this time, I will intensify your training regimen. Rest assured, I will not abandon any of my Pokemon. He looked at the ultrasonic larva, his tone earnest in his promise. This issue had previously escaped his notice, but now that it was acknowledged, he could not simply ignore it. The ultrasonic larva's wings began to flutter in excitement upon receiving Mou's assurance, its mood shifting from anxious to elated. After watching the ultrasonic larva return to the rooftop, Mou shook his head and began to sort through the unclaimed rewards in the system. First, there was the reward from the Dark Lugia incident, which consisted of no tangible items, but rather goodwill from the Lugia clan and a token of gratitude. The token included the silver feather and a bronze key, which he set aside for the moment. On the system panel, the unclaimed rewards section still held numerous items. Firstly, there were rough clues regarding legendary Pokemon such as Moltres and Regirock, which were of little use at the moment. Secondly, there was a master-level skill enhancement voucher, which he had yet to determine how to utilize, so he opted to leave it unclaimed. Aside from these two categories, the remaining items comprised ordinary objects such as mysterious droplets and miracle seeds. After claiming all his unclaimed rewards, Mou reopened the lottery page, finding that he had amassed 70 chances to draw. Gazing at the 70 lottery opportunities, Mou suddenly felt a surge of anticipation. Chapter 107, Red Reward, Breaking Dagger. You are conducting the first 10 draws, yielding 100 Alliance Coins, 200 Alliance Coins, 20 Apple Fruits, 3 Ultra Balls. You are conducting the second 10 draws, yielding 10 Memory Bread, 1 Shinado Action Figure, 400 Alliance Coins. You are conducting the third 10 draws. At this point, Mou had transitioned from eager anticipation to a sense of numbness. Within a mere minute, his lottery chances had dwindled from 70 to 10. As he surveyed the fashionable trinkets accumulating in his bag, he felt a moment of disillusionment. Was this the result of 60 draws? It felt as though the combined worth barely reached 20,000 Alliance Coins. Clinging to the final glimmer of hope, Mou utilized his last 10 drawing opportunities. To his astonishment, when the wheel stopped for the fourth time, it suddenly vanished, replaced by a lever adorned with red patterns. Congratulations, you have drawn a red reward. Today's red reward pool includes Magic Conch, One-Time Genie Lamp, Enhanced Version of the Judgment Pot, Seedling of the World Tree, Survivable, 1, Arceus Tablet of Origin, Random, 3. Staring at the panel presented by the system, Mou stood frozen in place. After a moment, he rubbed his eyes and pinched himself several times. This isn't a dream. His voice trembled with excitement and disbelief. As he scanned the array of rewards before him, Mou steadied his emotions and reached out to pull the lever. Ding-dong-dong. As the lever was pulled down, a cascade of music filled the air, and a myriad of rewards glided past him in succession. With a click, the speed of the rewards began to dwindle, and ultimately, the silhouette of a small dagger materialized before Mou. He reached out, and the silhouette gradually transformed into a tangible entity, finally resting in his palm. Curse Dagger, 50. 100 consumes a certain amount of energy to pierce through all forms of seals, bindings, obstructions, curses, and connections, yet it cannot inflict tangible harm. Gazing at the dagger, Mou's mind instantly conjured the image of the slumbering Rayquaza within the storage sphere, followed closely by the memory of the Dark Lugia from a few days prior. This dark Lugia was the abominable result of biological experimentation and torment inflicted upon its normal counterpart. It raised the question of whether it fell under the category of curses. However, considering the ultimate choice made by Dark Lugia, it seemed likely that even if it could return to its former self, it would still opt for the cessation of its existence. Was this dagger truly so formidable? Mou scrutinized the weapon in his hand. It was no longer than the size of his palm. The hilt occupied half of its length, while the blade, composed of an enigmatic black crystal, remained unsharpened. Mou tossed the dagger lightly from hand to hand, estimating its weight to be akin to that of an EV, roughly around 7 kilograms. This thing. Zekrum's voice suddenly broke through, carrying a tone of confusion, as if it had been forcibly roused from slumber. Mou, where did you acquire this? Reshiram's voice chimed in almost simultaneously, its tone starkly serious in contrast to Zekrum's disorientation. Mou did not respond, but instead posed a counter-question. What is the matter? This item appears to be. It is exceedingly dangerous. Should it be exposed, it may bring forth unforeseen complications, Zekrum interjected, only to be interrupted by Reshiram, who clearly possessed knowledge that it refrained from sharing with Mou. The gravity of Reshiram's warnings was underscored by a palpable sense of foreboding, a sentiment that Zekrum did not contest, indicating its concurrence with Reshiram's caution. Taking note of Reshiram's admonition and Zekrum's silence, Mou silently resolved to remember this matter. Though he remained oblivious to the reasons behind it, Reshiram's insistence, coupled with Zekrum's lack of opposition, suggested that this issue was far graver than the ideological disputes between the two dragons. I advise you to refrain from revealing it in the presence of any Pokemon that humans deem to possess divine authority, Reshiram continued, its warnings elevating the importance of the dagger in Mou's mind, while simultaneously piquing his curiosity regarding Reshiram's motivations. The two dragons fell into silence once more, leaving Mou alone to ponder the implications. According to the description, this dagger could pierce through all seals, bindings, obstructions, curses, and connections. While it appeared to possess remarkable capabilities, it seemed improbable that its mere presence would incite hostility from legendary Pokemon. As Mou scratched his head in contemplation, Zekrum and Reshiram had already formed a private discussion, engaging in fervent debate. Why not disclose the reasons to him? As the chosen hero, you ought to maintain trust in him, Zekrum questioned, perplexed. Are you not sensing the power of this item? Does your ideal not tremble at its presence? Reshiram's retort rendered Zekrum momentarily speechless. After a significant pause, Zekrum finally replied, I do. Following Zekrum's admission, Reshiram remained silent, and the small circle of dialogue between the two dragons lapsed into quiet once more. Unbeknownst to Mou, who was now brandishing the dagger near the sealed Rayquaza, the slumbering creature seemed to sense something amiss, beginning to stretch its body while its tightly shut eyes gradually opened. Upon awakening, Rayquaza's first sight was the dagger's tip poised to pierce the seal, prompting it to thrash about in a panic, its tremors rendering Mou's grip somewhat unstable. Stay still. I am here to restore your freedom, Mou assured the Rayquaza encased in the seal, positioning the dagger's tip against the seal's surface. In response to Mou's words, Rayquaza's struggles intensified. Is this a kin of the Sky God? Zekrum remarked, astonished as it sensed the sealed Rayquaza in Mou's grasp. The surprises Mou had presented that day were overwhelming, starting with the enigmatic yet menacing dagger, followed by the sealed Rayquaza itself. Had Rayquaza not been startled by the dagger, thrashing in a bid for freedom, Zekrum and Reshiram might not have detected its presence at all. Indeed, it is a pitiful dragon. It took centuries for the new server to awaken, only to be sealed by its old adversaries upon entry. The brown sheen on the seal began to flicker rapidly, seemingly in fear of the black dagger in Mou's grasp. While Zekrum could not comprehend the cryptic words escaping Mou's lips, it understood the latter's intentions. I advise you, unless you are adequately prepared, it is best not to release it. Zekrum's warning caused Mou to pause in his actions, prompting a perplexed inquiry. Why? He was baffled by Zekrum's caution, especially since Rayquaza appeared discontent with the notion of being unsealed by the dagger. Assist me in sealing the light stone, and I shall divulge some pertinent information. After a moment of deliberation, Zekrum ultimately opted to share some relevant knowledge with Mou. Upon hearing this, Mou decisively retrieved the light stone. Reshiram barely uttered a syllable before Mou utilized his aura powers to assist Zekrum in sealing it. The aura entwined around the light stone sparkled vibrantly, flickering with the arcs of electricity from Zekrum, as if on the verge of breaking free. I know not where you obtained this dagger, and while I do not wish to pry, I must inform you that this dagger can sever the connection between legendary Pokemon and what you humans refer to as divine authority. Chapter 108. The Freed Rayquaza. Though this dagger can indeed shatter seals, it simultaneously risks severing any potential ties to divine authority, Zekrom elucidated, leaving MOU momentarily stunned in place. He had considered the dagger to be quite useful, particularly given its designation as a red reward, yet he had not anticipated its true potency. If you doubt my words, why not wield the dagger and test it on the light stone? Zekrom suggested, observing the evident skepticism on MOU's face. Hearing this, the flickering of the light stone's energy intensified, and a fissure rapidly formed around it. Zekrom, if he does not trust your words, then it is indeed your responsibility to provide proof, Reshiram urged, its voice strained, indicating that typically, its power was evenly matched with Zekrom's. However, with MOU now present, the dynamics had shifted. Although MOU's aura powers were not overwhelmingly strong, they were still greater than nothing. With the dagger in his left hand and his right hand pressed against his forehead, MOU spoke. All right, let me gather my thoughts. The voices of Zekrom and Reshiram fell silent, and the two dragons resumed their private debate. According to Zekrom, the dagger could indeed pierce through seals. But its immense power also meant that Rayquaza would be rendered incapable of assuming divine authority. As MOU distanced the dagger, the sealed Rayquaza gradually calmed. Being excessively powerful can be a hindrance, MOU mused, contemplating the dagger in his hand, uncertain whether it was truly advantageous or disadvantageous. To deem it useful would imply its ability to directly sever divine authority, yet to label it as unhelpful would overlook the potential consequences of breaking a seal. As he pondered the dagger, the system panel once again appeared before him. The dispelled dagger, 50-100 consumes a certain amount of energy, capable of piercing through any energy that possesses sealing, binding, obstructing, cursing, or connecting properties, yet it inflicts no tangible harm. This time, the phrase certain amount of energy on the system panel inexplicably became bold and prominent, standing out starkly against the other text. Such conspicuous words naturally caught MOU's attention, and he gradually began to comprehend everything. He attempted to reduce the 50-100 following the dispelled dagger to 30. Indeed, when MOU once again pressed the dagger against the seal, the struggling force of the Sky Guardian noticeably diminished. Subsequently, MOU adjusted the energy level to 20, then to 17, 16, and 15. When he finally set it to 13-100, the Sky Guardian ceased its frantic movements and instead began to wag its tail with a sense of anticipation. In his heart, MOU inquired of Zekrom, Zekrom, will there still be complications when piercing the seal? There are no issues now, but the fact that you can adjust it is surprising, Zekrom replied with some hesitation, yet confirmed that the dagger would not cause any problems upon piercing the seal. If this object can indeed adjust its force, its value would ascend to unprecedented heights. With Zekrom's confirmation, MOU confidently plunged the dagger into the top of the seal. Crack, crack. A series of sounds akin to eggshells shattering echoed, and the seal confining the Sky Guardian began to crack open. The potent aura belonging to the Sky Guardian surged forth instantaneously. Zekrom and Reshiram, in perfect synchrony, enveloped the room with their powers, ensuring not a whisper of energy escaped. After the dagger struck, the seal rapidly fractured, enveloping the Sky Guardian's body in a radiant white light. The once diminutive Sky Guardian gradually expanded in size. As the white light dissipated, energy from all directions began to flow into the Sky Guardian, and its exhilarating roar reverberated throughout the room. Sky Guardian, genderless. Level, 131,415. Type, Dragon, Flying. Ability, Airlock, all weather effects will cease. Moves, Origin Pulse, Air Slash, Dragon Dance, Quick Attack, Meteor Shower, Wide Area Destruction. Sky God, inactive, increases the power of dragon and flying type moves, 50, enhances resistance to all types of moves, 20, boosts flying speed, improves aerial combat capabilities, and repels enemies in aerial battles. On the Sky Guardian's panel, the number following the level category was rapidly escalating. It was only when the Sky Guardian let out a satisfied burp that the speed of its ascent began to slow, ultimately settling at the number 79. The Sky Guardian gazed at MOU, and a gentle voice, leaning towards femininity, resonated in MOU's heart. Thank you. As long as you remain alive, I will do everything in my power to assist you in achieving your goals. In response to the Sky Guardian's gratitude, MOU nodded in agreement. The condition stipulated by the Sky Guardian, that it would offer its full support as long as MOU remained alive, was acceptable to both. To the Sky Guardian, a human's lifespan was but a droplet in the ocean, and should MOU perish, What purpose would the Sky Guardian serve? The bond between man and dragon was harmonious, devoid of any old fables of the farmer and the snake. While MOU and the Sky Guardian basked in tranquility, the situation at the Crimson Pine was somewhat dire. Groudon had inexplicably lost its sanity. Its consciousness was fully awakened, and it was relentlessly attempting to break free from the control of the Crimson Pine. Fortunately, from Sakamoto's perspective, the Crimson Pine still held some value, prompting him to assist in suppressing Groudon's consciousness once more. What on earth was happening? This unsettling situation had arisen twice within mere months, each time escalating in severity. The Crimson Pine had gone days without sleep, obsessively contemplating the reasons behind Groudon's aberrant behavior, causing its already sparse hair to fall out in clumps. Meanwhile, MOU had successfully completed the capture of the Sky Guardian. Without a hint of dissent, the Sky Guardian was drawn into the Master Ball, and not a single argument transpired between them. The ancient sword leopard had yet to awaken. While Zekrom and Reshiram awaited his final decision, the Sky Guardian was the first legendary Pokemon that MOU could distinctly command. Their reaction to MOU's capture of the Sky Guardian was one of indifference, for they had lived long enough to witness myriad events. Centuries prior, they had even observed legendary creatures and mythical beings falling in love with humans. The freshly unsealed Sky Guardian, still somewhat feeble, communicated its intention to rest in the Master Ball with MOU before succumbing to slumber. Zekrom and Reshiram released their protective energies, enveloping the wooden cabin. And while most of the Sky Guardian's aura had dissipated, a faint trace of its presence gradually spread across the island and surrounding seas. The Laprases, engaged in a thorough search, bowed their heads, their bodies trembling against the ground. The previously elusive Shadow, too, was intimidated by the Sky Guardian's aura, nearly revealing its hiding place. Booey woof, buzz roar. Several Pokemon gathered at the wooden cabin's entrance, their voices betraying their concern, especially the Charizard, who felt the weight of that aura more acutely than any other. Chapter 109, The Mysterious Egg. In light of the Pokemon's worries, MOU shared the details of the Sky Guardian situation with them. Upon hearing his explanation, the Pokemon collectively exhaled in relief, their tension easing. While they were astonished by the prospect of the legendary Sky Guardian joining their ranks, their reactions were not overly dramatic. With Zekrom and Reshiram's previous experiences, and considering most had encountered or coexisted with legendary Pokemon for considerable durations, they held a favorable view towards the Sky Guardian's integration, if only for their trainers' enhanced safety. Beneath this approval, however, lay a spectrum of emotions. Charizard, in particular, experienced a complex mix of feelings. It had only been a mere 2 months since it had claimed the title of the strongest in the team, and now it felt as though it had barely occupied the throne for 3 minutes before being usurped by the Sky Guardian. Unlike Zekrom and Reshiram, who stood by MOU's side, the Sky Guardian had truly become part of the team as MOU's Pokemon. In contrast to Charizard, the speedy Houndoom wore a peculiar grin, attempting to console Charizard. To Houndoom, it didn't matter that it was not first. Being second or third was inconsequential. MOU listened closely and heard Houndoom continuously encouraging Charizard not to lose heart, asserting that being second was still commendable, and perhaps it should challenge MOU to a duel against the Sky Guardian, as Houndoom believed Charizard could prevail. Charizard, dismissing Houndoom's instigation, returned to the large tree, vigilant of its surroundings while contemplating how it could catch up to, or even surpass the Sky Guardian. Seeing that Charizard was unfazed, Houndoom flicked its tail in mild disappointment and trotted off to practice its skill execution speed. Although the Pokemon did not exhibit drastic reactions to the Sky Guardian's joining, the atmosphere within the team had grown somewhat peculiar. The Pokemon suddenly became more industrious. Even the newly hatched EV was swept up in this fervor, seizing every fleeting moment of time. Over the next 2 days, the elderly Lapras visited once more. During their casual conversation, it subtly inquired about the previous aura, but MOU skillfully deflected its inquiries. Unable to extract any information from MOU, Lapras departed to focus on tracking down the egg thief. Through their diligent search, the Laprases successfully uncovered traces left by the egg thief, steadily narrowing their search radius. On the other side, a diminutive figure lingered near the Ocean Team's mothership, meandering in circles each day before departing in disappointment, as if searching for something elusive. Lapras! Lapras! Outside a dimly lit, elongated cave, several Lapras gazed despondently at the entrance. The egg thief had been cornered into this cavern, yet its confines were far too cramped for even the smallest Lapras to enter. So the culprit is here? MOU inquired, glancing back at the Lapras behind him. The Lapras nodded affirmatively with steadfast conviction. Upon receiving this confirmation, MOU closed his eyes, allowing the waves of aura to flow into the cave. Through this connection, he discerned intermittent waves of aura emanating from within. Soundwave larva. EV, let us venture inside. MOU gestured towards the cave's dimensions, subsequently releasing the smaller EV and Soundwave larva. Once the two Pokemon were summoned, he retrieved his bronze sword from its storage sphere, ensuring he was fully prepared before stepping into the cave. The cave itself lay shrouded in shadow, and its interior was further enveloped in darkness, rendering visibility nearly non-existent. The dim atmosphere combined with the uneven, slick ground impeded MOU's progress, making it exceedingly slow. Buzz. The Soundwave larva turned back to observe MOU, its unique ocular structure allowing it to see clearly in the obscurity. After a moment's hesitation, it distanced itself slightly and unleashed the mildest form of its sunny day ability. A small orb of light ascended slowly, casting a somewhat blinding glow that illuminated MOU's path ahead. Well done, Soundwave larva, MOU praised, genuinely impressed by the clever use of sunny day to brighten their surroundings. The compliment caused the Soundwave larva to narrow its eyes, and the sphere of light it produced intensified in brilliance. Under the influence of sunny day, MOU and EV were finally able to quicken their pace. Approximately 5 minutes later, MOU felt the aura he had sensed earlier was now within reach. Let us proceed, he said, tightening his grip on the bronze sword as he and his two Pokemon advanced. Upon rounding the corner ahead, they emerged into a considerably more spacious area. There, 3 blue-patterned Pokemon eggs lay serenely on the ground. The intermittent waves of aura he had detected earlier originated from the central egg. Curiously, he found no trace of the egg thief that the Lapras had mentioned. After scanning the vicinity multiple times with his aura, he still found no sign of any other creatures. Unable to locate the culprit, MOU carefully picked up the 3 eggs and began his cautious retreat. Upon emerging, he was immediately encircled by several Lapras, who scrutinized the 3 eggs he presented. After confirming their authenticity, they continued to watch him intently. MOU shrugged and addressed the surrounding Lapras. The egg thief is not among them. Upon hearing this, the Lapras grew agitated. They exchanged glances, and a larger Lapras took the eggs away, while the others remained to guard the area. They believed the failure to find the thief was due to MOU's oversight, rather than the thief's absence. Observing their determination to remain vigilant, MOU refrained from further persuasion. He followed their lead until he reached the elder Lapras. Lapras? The elder Lapras nodded gently, then gestured for him to continue the pursuit of the thief. After fulfilling this, the elder Lapras turned to MOU and spoke. Would you assist in examining these 3 eggs? Rest assured, we shall provide a reward. Although the thief remained elusive, the 3 Lapras eggs had been located, and it was time to attend to pressing matters. MOU nodded and followed the elder Lapras to an open area within the forest. The 3 Lapras eggs lay securely nestled in a structure woven from some plant material, while 4 other Lapras patrolled nearby. The elder Lapras led MOU through the patrol and halted before the nest. MOU slightly bent down, focusing intently on the 3 eggs. Egg, Lapras due to certain special circumstances, hatching time is extended, countdown to hatching, approximately 3 months. Egg, Lapras mutated after absorbing a significant amount of special energy. Specifics unclear, countdown to hatching, 7 days, 12 hours, 36 minutes. The panels for the 2 outer Lapras eggs appeared before him first, indicating that their hatching period was merely prolonged without any other issues. In contrast, the central egg was marked as peculiar, according to the panel's description. It had absorbed a substantial amount of energy released upon the demise of Dark Lugia. The excess energy had caused certain mutations in the unhatched Lapras, but whether this mutation was beneficial or detrimental remained ambiguous. MOU hesitated briefly before conveying the situation of all 3 eggs to the elder Lapras. Upon hearing MOU's account, the elder Lapras bowed its head in contemplation for a moment, then raised its head to call out, Lapras? A Lapras. Its shell marred with scars emerged from the shadows, and the 2 Lapras conversed in his presence. You should go to the underwater palace and ask the prince to conduct another examination. The elder Lapras did not shy away from MOU. It trusted his words. However, the mention of the mutation warranted caution, as MOU was unable to ascertain its nature. Perhaps the prince would have insight. The scarred Lapras nodded and swiftly departed, heading eastward. I do not doubt your integrity. Rather, this matter is of great significance to us, the elder Lapras stated, a hint of apology in its tone. MOU waved his hand dismissively, indicating that he was unconcerned, and his curiosity about this prince was piqued. The only prince he knew of was Manaphy, often referred to as the Prince of the Sea. After personally vanquishing Dark Lugia, Manaphy had returned to Atlantis. He wondered how it fared now. With nothing further to occupy his time, MOU returned to the wooden cabin. The Swift Hound remained on patrol outside, while the Dragonite circled the island. Roar! Just as MOU prepared to summon Dragonite back, its roar echoed from afar. The airborne Dragonite sped toward MOU with remarkable swiftness, ultimately landing before him. Phew! The dust kicked up by Dragonite's landing coated MOU's clothing in gray. Noticing Dragonite's urgency, MOU disregarded his dusty attire and quickly inquired, "What is it?" Roar! Dragonite recounted its observations from the sea, mentioning 10 large ships and the sailors aboard. MOU pondered for a moment before responding, "That seems manageable. Perhaps they are supply vessels from another department?" Roar! Dragonite shook its head, expressing skepticism that they resembled supply ships. Elaborate. Realizing Dragonite was not making baseless claims, MOU adopted a serious demeanor. Subsequently, Dragonite began to describe in greater detail the appearance of the ships and the behavior of the sailors aboard. As Dragonite's calls continued, MOU's expression grew increasingly grave. Based on Dragonite's descriptions, the 10 vessels were not cargo ships, but rather transport ships designed specifically for ferrying humans and Pokémon. Moreover, the sailors exhibited a lack of discipline, engaging in raucous laughter and scuffles, with 2 instances of infighting occurring during the brief period Dragonite had observed them, much to the amusement of the onlookers surrounding them, without mentioning the ships of the Rainbow Rocket team. Even the pirate vessels that thrive on plunder would never permit such a situation to transpire. Order is of paramount importance when navigating the vast ocean. After furrowing his brow in contemplation for a while without yielding any results, MOU finally inquired, "Which direction are those ships sailing towards?" Roar! This way. The answer from the fierce dragon came with unwavering decisiveness. It was precisely because those 10 ships were advancing towards this very location that it hurried back to inform MOU. This way? MOU's brow knitted tightly. If they were merely heading for this island, that would be one thing. However, coincidentally, the mothership of the ocean team was also in that direction. These ships would likely arrive here in about 15 minutes, and, after continuing for half an hour, they would be able to spot the ocean team's mothership. With 10 grand vessels, each boasting no fewer than 100 sailors as described by the fierce dragon, that amounted to at least 1,000 individuals. The entire ocean team comprised just over 3,000, with only about 2,000 considered competent. The sudden approach of at least 1,000 people aboard 10 ships, coinciding with the departure of Shui Wudong, was enough to provoke MOU's concern. First, he decided to relay this information to the Lapras to see how they would respond. Shaking his head to temporarily suppress the multitude of thoughts swirling in his mind, MOU addressed the fierce dragon. Roar! The fierce dragon nodded in acknowledgement as MOU mounted its back. Moments later, he returned to the open area from which he had recently departed. Chirping softly, MOU located the elderly Lapras and conveyed the fierce dragon's discovery to it. After a brief moment of contemplation, the aged Lapras emitted a resonant call. Upon hearing the sound, the Lapras on the island immediately set aside all their tasks and swiftly moved towards the source of the call. The elderly Lapras bowed its head to MOU and spoke. "Thank you for your warning. We shall depart from here." Given the scale MOU described, these humans were certainly beyond their capacity to handle. The Lapras held no sentimental attachments to their homeland. The island bore little significance to humans, and after a brief absence, it would eventually return to their possession. Seeing that the Lapras harbored no thoughts of coexisting with this island, MOU felt a sense of relief. He glanced at the time on his wrist and reminded them, "If we are to leave, we must do so quickly. They will likely see this island in about 13 minutes. Lapras." The Lapras quickly gathered together, and under the guidance of the elderly Lapras, they proceeded in an orderly fashion towards another direction. In under 10 minutes, they had already appeared in the waters on the opposite side of the island, ready to depart at any moment. MOU watched as the group of Lapras left, deciding to remain airborne atop the fierce dragon to continue observing. If their objective was indeed the mothership of the ocean team, he could return in advance to issue a warning. Soon, the 10 vessels came into view, and their trajectory confirmed they were indeed heading towards the location of the ocean team's mothership. By this time, evening had fallen, and the ships sequentially anchored beside the island, a throng of people disembarking in an unending stream. However, upon landing, these individuals did not commence a frenzied search. Instead, they appeared merely to have come for rest. MOU felt a heaviness in his heart as he observed from above the clouds. These individuals clearly had no knowledge of the Lapras community residing on this island. This implied that their destination was not this island, as there were no other islands between here and the mothership of the ocean team. Therefore, the ultimate destination of these vessels became glaringly evident, the mothership of the ocean team. Chapter 111. The young Lapras. Although it was becoming increasingly clear that these individuals were targeting the ocean team, Mou chose not to depart immediately, but rather to continue observing for a while longer. In the Alola region, which had largely fallen under the dominion of the Rainbow Rocket team, it intrigued Mou that there were still organizations daring enough to launch an assault on the ocean team. Fierce Dragon, descend a bit. Most of the individuals who had disembarked from the ships had already ventured into the island's forest, while two individuals remained on the beach, engaged in a direct confrontation. Their Pokémon, a Machoke and a Shuckle, displayed strength and agility that suggested their battle was far from mere training or playful sparring. Surrounding spectators, as the fierce dragon had noted earlier, did not intervene. Rather, some were already grinning as they placed bets. Based on the demeanor of these individuals, it was reasonable to exclude the possibility of them being members of external alliances or the Rainbow Rocket team. Mou furrowed his brow, preparing to return to the mothership to raise the alarm when a figure he found somewhat familiar entered the forest, vanishing from his sight. At that moment, Mou was intently focused on the spot where the figure had disappeared, completely oblivious to a Lapras approaching the island from another direction. This was the Lapras previously dispatched to search for the prince, unaware that its kin had already departed, leaving behind only a group of unwelcome guests. The Lapras, still innocent and unguarded, had lived with its community for merely 3 years since birth, resulting in a naturally low level of vigilance. The scars on its shell indicated that this was a young Lapras in the process of shedding its shell. As Mou finally noticed this Lapras, it had already caught the attention of the island's inhabitants. "Oh, there's a Lapras here." A gruff voice, tinged with surprise, immediately drew the attention of those around him. "Where is it? Where is it?" Just as the Lapras contemplated fleeing, it found itself surrounded. Greed-laden gazes appraising it, as if it were a succulent lamb in the sights of ravenous wolves. "Look at its quality. It should fetch quite a sum." As he spoke, a bearded man released his Pokémon, Toxicroak, Poison Jab. With a metallic collar around its neck, the Toxicroak leapt high upon receiving the command, charging towards the Lapras without hesitation. Lapras. Instinctively, the Lapras expelled a blast of icy wind laced with hail, prompting the Toxicroak to skillfully evade. The Lapras's attack struck the ground, instantly encasing the vibrant greenery in a crystalline frost. In a few bounding leaps, the Toxicroak closed in on the Lapras, its right hand shimmering with a purple glow and emanating a foul stench, aiming for the Lapras's slender neck. Bang! The Lapras was sent flying backward. And just as the Toxicroak prepared to pursue, another figure suddenly appeared before it, blocking its advance. This was a Spiritome, its singular red eye fixated on the Toxicroak, its mouth opening and closing in warning for the Toxicroak to retreat. The bearded man glared at the Spiritome, his smile transforming into a scowl. "Yongming, what do you mean by this?" He turned his head and scanned the vicinity, spotting a frail figure perched atop a tree. "It's not about anything. I'm quite interested in the Lapras too." Unfazed by the bearded man's fury, Yongming leapt down from the tree, landing heavily on the ground. "You." The bearded man was just about to retort when a sharp blade was suddenly pressed against his throat. The executioner, a formidable figure, had appeared beside him, the icy blade against his neck causing the hairs on his body to stand on end. Under the threat of the executioner, the bearded man's mouth twitched several times. But ultimately, he let out a cold snort and turned to leave. The onlookers, witnessing the bearded man's concession, let out a collective sigh before gradually dispersing. The Lapras's face was tinged with a shade of purple. The Toxicroak's poison jab had left it poisoned. "Lapras." Seeing Yongming approach, the Lapras called out in gratitude, mistaking him for a savior. "Spiritome bind." Yongming had no intention of releasing the Lapras. Upon hearing the command, the Spiritome's red eye blazed with intensity. Beneath Lapras, a multitude of dark, translucent arms emerged, ensnaring it firmly. Lapras was a valuable creature, and I had no intention of allowing its escape. Clearly, Yongming, who had rescued Lapras, harbored no desire to set it free. Under the debilitating effects of the toxic frog's venom, Lapras's condition deteriorated rapidly, while Yongming remained quietly observant nearby. In the air, Mou temporarily abandoned the search for that familiar silhouette, awaiting the dispersal of those around while keeping a vigilant watch on Lapras's direction. Time was drawing near. Yongming crouched before Lapras, gently prying open its eyelids. At that moment, Lapras, rendered powerless by the potent poison, was incapable of any resistance. Indeed, time was of the essence. A sudden voice resonated from above Yongming, causing his body to tense instantaneously as he rolled backward. The attack from the violent dragon struck where Yongming had been, leaving a small crater in the ground. Turning back, Yang Ming was about to command the Dark Knight spirit to retaliate when he swallowed the words, realizing the disparity in strength between it and the ferocious dragon. A flicker of greed flashed across Yang Ming's eyes upon witnessing the formidable presence of the aberrant dragon, quickly vanishing thereafter. I am Yang Ming, the chief sailor of the third ship. And you are? He suppressed the myriad emotions within, rising and discreetly retreating a few steps before inquiring of MOU. A passing trainer, MOU replied, dismounting from the violent dragon and producing antidote and healing potions to pour into Lapras's mouth. Do you intend to capture this Lapras? Yang Ming observed MOU's actions, feeling a slight relaxation in his tension, concluding that he was not the target of the encounter. Sort of, MOU acknowledged. With his assistance, Lapras soon regained some vitality, nuzzling its head affectionately against MOU's shoulder in gratitude. Upon realizing that MOU's intention was indeed Lapras, Yang Ming promptly retracted his eager commander, the Dark Knight spirit retreating into his shadow. For him, while a Lapras was precious, it paled in comparison to this aberrant dragon. If he could cultivate a friendship with MOU, as he had with the Dark Knight spirit, then perhaps he could orchestrate a betrayal, weeping inconsolably before the dragon, ensuring his Pokemon would carry forth his aspirations. This plan had proven successful twice before, and he was cautious of the Dark Knight spirit and another Pokemon detecting anything amiss. However, tempted by the allure of this powerful aberrant dragon, he felt emboldened to attempt once more. Should the dragon fall into his grasp, the awareness of the Dark Knight spirit would be inconsequential. Then consider this Lapras my gift. Let us befriend each other, Yang Ming said, a smile gracing his face. Once you meet your demise, not only will this Lapras be mine, but so too will your other Pokemon. With 2 successful deceptions under his belt, Yang Ming's acting skills were undoubtedly refined. Pokemon were not fools, and if they didn't perceive the act, they would not be fooled. A gift? MOU turned, eyeing him with curiosity. What does this have to do with you? For reasons unknown, despite Yang Ming's gentle demeanor, a sense of aversion stirred within MOU. It was akin to biting into a dumpling only to discover an unwelcome surprise hidden inside. Upon hearing MOU's words, Yang Ming paused, his eyes flickering with discontent. But he quickly masked it. Just a friendly gesture. Judging by your attire, he scrutinized MOU, hesitating before continuing. You must be from the 6th ship. There are quite a few members of the Oceanic team around. MOU was still clad in the uniform of the Oceanic team, and Yang Ming, blissfully unaware, continued, Indeed. I am from the 6th ship, having recently joined. Seizing the opportunity, Yang Ming inquired further, I am acquainted with your Mujin. Do you know him? As he uttered the name, MOU's heart sank. Wasn't Mujin exiled to the plasma team by Shui Wudong? Why was he now here? Acquainted, though not closely. MOU replied earnestly, preparing to probe deeper into the origins of this group. Indeed, all of us from the 4th ship are part of the plasma team. Our bond with your Oceanic team is akin to that of brothers. Yang Ming's eyes lit up as he spoke in an exaggerated tone. In truth, the relationship between the plasma team and the Oceanic team could hardly be described as adversarial. They were more akin to distant acquaintances. We are all friends. Would you care to join me for a meal? There is a great battle ahead, and this might be our last peaceful meal. Noting MOU's silence, Yang Ming assumed he was contemplating the relationship between the Oceanic team and the plasma team. Eager to foster camaraderie, Yang Ming's urgency led him to divulge excessive information. A great battle? MOU echoed Yang Ming's words. Yang Ming nodded, saying, Isn't this the perfect opportunity for revenge against your Oceanic team? You were all cast aside by Shui Wudong. Yang Ming instinctively began to say discarded, but quickly modified it to talented individuals. I see, but I was not discarded. MOU clarified, his understanding deepening as he recognized that their target was indeed the Oceanic team. I understand your lingering sentiments towards the Oceanic team, but they have abandoned you. Wouldn't you wish to see them pay for their betrayal? Yang Ming interpreted MOU's peculiar expression as a sign of lingering affection for the Oceanic team. Realizing MOU's emotional nature, Yang Ming's imagination began to soar, envisioning himself commanding the violent dragon. Such individuals were easily manipulated. If he could establish a bond with MOU, he would come to see him as a true brother. Ensuring his Pokemon would be a sure acquisition. Unbeknownst to Yang Ming, MOU was oblivious to his thoughts, yet his rising aura indicated he was misreading the situation. Take another look at my attire, MOU gently reminded Yang Ming, puffing out his chest to make the O-shaped emblem on his uniform more prominent. I know you are part of the Oceanic team. They have forsaken you. Why continue to wear that uniform? Yang Ming's expression morphed from disbelief to confusion, then curiosity, as sunlight filtered through the leaves, illuminating the emblem on MOU's chest. Under the sun's rays, the emblem shimmered with deep blue and white hues, reminiscent of the sea's undulating waves. Within the ranks of the Rainbow Rocket team, each department wore uniforms of distinct styles. Yet all shared a commonality, symbols representing their varying ranks. The insignia on standard members' uniforms was a fabric decoration, while those of captains gleamed under the sun. And higher-ranking officials bore unique designs. For instance, the Lava team's standard member uniforms featured a black M-shaped emblem, while captain uniforms glimmered in red under sunlight. And the officials' uniforms resembled flowing magma, occasionally revealing the obsidian beneath. You are an official of the Oceanic team, MOU? What brings you here? Yang Ming took a few steps back, his surprise shifting into intrigue. It was true that he knew Mu Jin, having cultivated a friendship that led to Mu Jin sharing tales of his life within the Oceanic team. MOU's name, undoubtedly, was the most frequently mentioned. According to Mu Jin, MOU possesses a reasonable level of strength and has been fortunate enough to ascend to a leadership position upon joining the Ocean team. He intended to test MOU on behalf of the leader, only to find himself injured in the process. Upon hearing this, despite the smile he wore while feigning attentiveness, Yang Ming secretly categorized Mu Jin as a fool. Either he was lying, or he was oblivious to his own standing. The former was preferable. But if it were the latter, he might soon find himself compelled to dispose of his legacy. What position do you hold to assist Shui Wudong in evaluating the new cadre? In any case, through Mu Jin's incessant chatter, Yang Ming gleaned some understanding of MOU. Just as he was about to speak, a devastating beam of light erupted from the mouth of the violent flying dragon ahead. At that moment, the night demon from Yang Ming's shadow reacted swiftly, extending a hand to pull him to the right, narrowly evading the attack. Though he escaped with his life, the area where the beam grazed his left arm had turned ashen black, emitting a charred odor. The beam traversed the forest, striking a distant rock and sending up a cloud of thick dust. The night demon emerged from Yang Ming's shadow, pulling him away at great speed. MOU watched with regret as Yang Ming distanced himself, then instructed Lapras to take a position on the back of the flying dragon, departing the scene before others arrived. I'll leave you here. Your kin have gone that way. MOU indicated the direction taken by Lapras's group. Lapras splashed into the water with a thud, turning back to nod at MOU. Under MOU's watchful gaze, Lapras departed, glancing back thrice. Meanwhile, the inhabitants of the island had learned of MOU's presence, and the leaders of the 10 ships were deliberating whether to continue their assault on the Ocean team. Chapter 113, The Ocean Team's Response. Yang Ming. Let me confirm once more. That individual is indeed the cadre MOU of the Ocean team? Without a doubt. He donned the Ocean team's cadre uniform and acknowledged himself as MOU. On the beach, 12 individuals gathered around a bonfire. As Yang Ming recounted the events that had just transpired, with others occasionally interjecting questions. Aside from Yang Ming, the remaining 11 included the heads of the 10 ships and Mu Jin, an old acquaintance of MOU. At this moment, Mu Jin's expression was composed. Having moved past his initial self-pity, he believed he had attained clarity. His adversary was not merely MOU, but rather the entirety of the Ocean team. Mu Jin was convinced that during his time with the Ocean team, he had acted without transgression, whether it was in fulfilling Shui Wutong's tasks, interacting with other captains, or communicating with ordinary members. He had managed everything with meticulous organization. His downfall was not solely due to MOU, but rather the decisions made by Shui Wudong. After his exile, he learned that Shui Wudong had left the Ocean team shortly after these events, a revelation that brought him enlightenment. He had become a scapegoat for the other members of the Ocean team, and his true enemies were the entire Ocean team. I believe we should proceed. According to Mu Jin, there are only just over 1,000 capable individuals within the Ocean team, and with the Sea God taken away, this is the opportune moment for an ambush. The first to voice support was the leader of the 6th ship, and no one expressed surprise at his endorsement. After all, most of those present had been expelled from the Ocean team for various reasons, naturally favoring a continuation. Agreed, another leader declared, downing the last of his water with a deep voice. I believe it is unwise, given that we have already been exposed. The leaders expressed their opinions in succession, resulting in 4 dissenting voices and 6 in favor. The head of the first ship remained silent for a moment before stating, based on the final outcome, we shall continue. With his decision made, the others ceased to dispute the matter. 5 minutes later, the inhabitants of the island returned to their respective ships, leaving behind only damaged trees and debris. The 10 ships surged forth at full speed, swiftly navigating around the island toward the Ocean team's mothership. Upon witnessing the vessels depart, the agile EV beneath the water deftly outpaced them, quickly conveying the news to MOU. who awaited at the mothership. After receiving the information, Mou hesitated over whether to inform the members of the Ocean Team about the impending threat. Based on his prior inquiries, he had confirmed that these individuals hailed from the Plasma Team, primarily composed of former Plasma Team members and those expelled from various squads. Once, Chu Chi-Si had been a formidable presence. Although his methods were not particularly likable, he possessed the strength to keep these individuals in check. Now, with his whereabouts unknown, they had transformed into lawless brigands. The existence of these individuals was evidently sanctioned by Sakaki, likely intended to establish a common enemy for various factions. If he chose not to inform the Ocean Team, they would undoubtedly be weakened, and he might exploit the chaos to advance his own ambitions. Yet, if he took this path, upon Shui Wudong's return, he would likely face severe repercussions, especially since he, along with Chun Yang and Ming Hui, was ostensibly a decision-maker within the Ocean Team. As he grappled with this dilemma, the long-absent system re-emerged to assert its presence. Faced with enemies attempting to ambush the Ocean Team, you are torn over whether to relay this information to other members of the Ocean Team. Your choices are: 1. Inform them of the impending assault, allowing the Ocean Team to avoid an ambush. Reward: Trust from Shui Wudong, 1 water stone of 95 purity, 2 optional skill machines, and 1 treasure map, Hoenn. 2. Conceal the information, enabling the Ocean Team to suffer a sudden assault. Reward: 1 Master Ball, 1 Healing Bell, and 1 random location of the Alolan Island deity. After carefully reviewing the 2 options presented by the system, Mou reached a decision. It was imperative to inform the others. A stable and functioning Ocean Team would ultimately serve his interests better. Rewards have been dispatched to the system space. Please collect them promptly. Chun Yang, Ming Hui, I have urgent news to share with you. Mou gathered Chun Yang and Ming Hui together and disclosed that there were individuals approaching the mothership. Really? Chun Yang's tone was laced with skepticism. Rationally, he doubted that anyone in the current Alola region would dare to attack the Rainbow Rocket Team. However, seeing Mou's serious demeanor, he hesitated to dismiss his words as mere fabrications. In response to the doubt, Mou simply shrugged and said to Chun Yang, I have no reason to deceive you. True, Chun Yang nodded, and the three quickly began discussing the matter. Since Mou indicated that the attackers would arrive shortly, their deliberation was brief. The movement of the Ocean Team's mothership required Shui Wudong's approval. Before contacting him, they needed to finalize their strategy for confrontation. First, Mou needed to gather all members of the Ocean Team possessing 2 or more Pokemon, while Chun Yang would reach out to Shui Wudong to maintain order within the mothership. Ming Hui's task was to lead a small team to remain vigilant in the surrounding waters, providing timely warnings upon sighting the assailants, and subsequently joining Mou in the defense. Though the entire plan was rudimentary, being prepared was certainly better than being caught off guard. Having made these initial decisions, Chun Yang contacted Shui Wudong, while Ming Hui led his subordinates on a patrol of the sea. Meanwhile, Mou entered Shui Wudong's office, immediately sensing a prickling awareness as if something were observing him. He shook off the unsettling feeling and approached Shui Wudong's desk, pressing the alarm button. A piercing, elongated alarm echoed throughout the mothership, prompting the members of the Ocean Team to abandon their tasks and return to their quarters, with all shops promptly closing. In an instant, the once bustling mothership fell into an eerie silence. All members possessing 2 or more Pokemon are summoned to the port on level -1. Please ensure the well-being of your Pokemon. Mou's voice resonated throughout the vessel, with announcements echoing in nearly every chamber. Upon hearing the broadcast, although the specifics of the situation remained unknown, the requisite members of the Ocean Team promptly gathered at the designated location indicated by Mou. Before long, over 1,000 individuals, including captains such as Takuya and Shudo, had congregated at the port. Fortunately, the area had been constructed to accommodate the passage of ships, making it sufficiently spacious to handle the crowd, albeit with some discomfort. Once everyone had arrived, Mou appeared above the throng, riding his Dragonite. His presence undoubtedly captured the attention of the multitude below, with over 1,000 pairs of perplexed eyes fixated on Mou and his Pokemon, awaiting his explanation. According to reliable intelligence, a certain faction is advancing towards our Ocean Team's flagship with intentions to assault us. Chapter 114, The Mysterious Trainer. Mou's pronouncement instantly ignited a fervor among the crowd. The ensuing commotion was swiftly quelled by several captains, and Mou continued. Our primary objective is to prevent them from breaching the flagship. Hearing this, the assembled members nodded in agreement. Following Mou's elucidation of the cause and intent, the captains began mobilizing their subordinates. Soon, The resolute members of the ocean team set sail in their vessels to confront the impending threat. As for the matter of compensation, that was a consideration for their leader, Shui Wudong, and not within Moyu's purview. Just as the fleet of small boats arranged themselves, a multitude of diminutive figures emerged in the distance. I am Minghui. The enemy is approaching. Minghui rode his Blastoise, identifying himself while hastening forward. Upon confirming his identity, several cannons aimed at him redirected towards the original course. Minghui and his companions were ushered onto Moyu's larger ship, and shortly after their arrival, several vessels comparable in size to the Kanto Saint Anu slowly appeared. Boom. Bang. The leading ships of the ocean team launched their attacks, but their projectiles were intercepted by a shimmering pink barrier before reaching the enemy vessels. Utilize Pokemon. Realizing that conventional weaponry was ineffective, Moyu conveyed this directive to all members of the ocean team via radio. Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. Blastoise, Water Cannon. Moyu and Minghui initiated the assault, unleashing a beam of light and a torrent of water towards the foremost ship. Venusaur. Alakazam. The cries of Venusaur and Alakazam resonated from the lead vessel as Leaf Blade and Psychic collided with the Water Cannon and Hyper Beam, resulting in a cloud of smoke. Blastoise's attack was thwarted before it could strike the ship, while Dragonite's Hyper Beam penetrated Alakazam's Psychic, delivering a devastating blow to the vessel. The impacted ship tilted slightly, dense black smoke billowing from the point of impact. The disparity is still quite pronounced. Observing the damage inflicted by Dragonite's attack, Minghui gained a deeper understanding of Moyu's formidable prowess. As Moyu and Minghui spearheaded the offensive, the remaining members of the ocean team released their Pokemon, resulting in a dazzling array of abilities lighting up the sea. I shall charge ahead. You hold the line here. After uttering this, Moyu dashed towards a ship that appeared to be struggling against the onslaught, much to Minghui's bewilderment. Dragon Dive. Dragonite enveloped itself in azure draconic energy, hurtling forward with a resounding rush. Arcanine, Sandstorm, Vibrava, Quick Attack. Dragonite's strike cleared a space on the deck, allowing Moyu to summon additional Pokemon. In Moyu's perception, there seemed to be no extraordinarily powerful Pokemon present in the vicinity. Woof. Buzz. Boy. Arcanine, wreathed in a flowing crimson energy reminiscent of molten lava, charged across the deck like a massive crimson juggernaut. Vibrava and Eevee collaborated, one stirring up a sandstorm while the other unleashed various attacks from within it upon the other Pokemon. Machoke, Dynamic Punch. A sudden voice rang out, as Mashoki's heavy fist landed a staggering blow on Arcanine. Caught off guard, Arcanine staggered back a few steps before regaining its footing. Pelipper, Rain Dance. Raichu, Thunder. Again, the same voice commanded, as the sandstorm conjured by Vibrava was enveloped by a deluge of rain. From the dense clouds, bolts of yellow lightning coalesced, descending sharply towards Arcanine. Hold steady. Without a moment's hesitation, Moyu commanded. Arcanine had already braced itself, and as Moyu's words fell, a green membrane enveloped its form. Boom. Raichu's thunder failed to penetrate Arcanine's shield, and seizing the opportunity, Arcanine utilized Morning Sun to restore its condition. Moyu's aura expanded, seeking to pinpoint the whereabouts of the trainer commanding Machoke, Raichu, and Pelipper. Yet, curiously, despite his repeated scans, he could not locate the trainer. Arcanine, use Fire Spin. Dragonite, Area Hyper Beam. If he could not find the individual, he would simply unleash a collective assault to eliminate the lesser foes. Woof. Roar. Arcanine let out a mighty howl, conjuring a swirling ring of fire around its body. Dragonite executed a turn in the air, manifesting a colossal purple shadowy tail behind it, sweeping towards the Pokemon and trainers on the deck. Scyther, Bullet Punch. A figure emerged before the shadowy tail of Dragonite. A glint of cold light flashed, severing the energy manifestation. Roar. Dragonite glared discontentedly at the sudden appearance of Scyther, displeased with the disruption of its move. Meanwhile, Arcanine found itself entangled with Pelipper and Machoke. At a disadvantage and unable to fly, it could only evade attacks while seizing moments to counter with Flamethrower and other skills. Raichu approached Vibrava and Eevee, and under their teamwork, they exchanged blows with Raichu in a back and forth. Despite the interruption of attacks, the deck was rapidly clearing of Pokemon and trainers. These trainers and Pokemon fell into the ocean like dumplings, and the unusual activity aboard the ship soon caught the attention of nearby vessels. The members of the ocean team, observing Moyu in the air, felt invigorated, while the surrounding ships showed no inclination to assist. Come forth. Moyu's voice echoed across the deck. His curiosity piqued regarding why this trainer could evade detection by his aura. The only explanations he could conceive were that the trainer possessed a power surpassing his aura or an equivalent psychic ability. As his voice faded, the deck remained devoid of any other figures. Clearly, the trainer had no intention of revealing themselves. TSK, Dragonite, execute body slam on Pelipper. Mayu clicked his tongue in dissatisfaction before commanding Dragonite, preparing to rescue Arcanine. Claw. Following his command, Scyther appeared beside Raichu, swiftly overpowering the previously evenly matched Vibrava and EV. Woof. Seeing this, Arcanine released a jet of flame, forcing Scyther to retreat. The situation was evidently precarious for Mayu. While Arcanine and Dragonite far surpassed the strength of the opposing Pokémon, Vibrava and EV still lacked the necessary power. This predicament compels the Swift Hound not only to evade the assaults of the mighty Machoke and the voracious Pelipper, but also to intermittently assist EV and the Swablu in alleviating their stress. Suddenly, the Dragonite seizes an opportune moment, crashing solidly into the Pelipper. The avian creature is sent hurtling backward, only to be recalled by a beam of crimson light before it can plunge into the sea. With this red beam, you can roughly pinpoint the trainer's location. Dragonite, go aid EV and Swablu. MOU commands, leaping from Dragonite's back, clutching the rusted bronze sword awarded by Sakaki. With a resolute nod, Dragonite turns and rushes towards the beleaguered Swablu and EV. At this juncture, the Swift Hound has also turned back to confront Machoke directly after the Pelipper's defeat. It is evident that Machoke stands no chance against the agile canine. MOU brandishes the sword, enveloping himself in the aura of his power. While the remaining wave of energy radiates outward in a sweeping arc from his form, he approaches the direction from which the crimson light emanates. Observing that the Swift Hound has gained the upper hand on the deck, while the Scyther and Raichu are gradually succumbing in their skirmish with Dragonite. Come out. Your Pokémon are on the verge of defeat. MOU carefully advances into the nearby area, his voice resonating through the amplified aura. His words elicit no response. The only sounds are those of battling Pokémon and the distant cries from the ocean. Very well, if you choose not to show yourself, I shall take matters into my own hands. Drawing a deep breath, the bronze sword in MOU's grasp begins to shimmer with an icy blue luminescence. With a decisive motion, he channels all of his aura into the sword, withdrawing the energy that enveloped his body. Through diligent training, MOU's aura has significantly strengthened since his previous endeavors. As the energy surges into the bronze sword, it emits a resonant hum. Simultaneously, a faint yet refreshing cry echoes, but MOU remains oblivious to this anomaly, his focus solely on controlling the wave of energy. In the shadow beneath the ship, a humanoid mechanical entity fixates on MOU, its eyes glimmering with a crimson glow, softly murmuring, "Calculation failure. Unable to comprehend. Calculation failure." After approximately 15 seconds, MOU successfully infuses the entirety of his aura into the bronze sword. With great effort, he raises the sword and then swings it down with force. A resounding crack reverberates as an icy blue blade of energy slices through the air, freezing everything in its path. Following this decisive strike, the sword's brilliant radiance dims considerably, yet residual energy still lingers. The icy blue energy detonates in the distance, encasing a quarter of the deck in crystalline frost. MOU strides forward, now accompanied by the Swift Hound, which has bested Machoke and stands protectively by his side. Together, they advance, ultimately discovering a robot encased in ice within a secluded corner. Swift Hound, unleash a flame, but exercise caution, MOU instructs, stepping back slightly. The Swift Hound expels a jet of fire, which gradually melts the ice at an agonizingly slow pace. As the ice encasing the robot's head finally melts away, the head lurches unexpectedly and tumbles to the ground. Rolling to MOU's feet, gazing at the sparking arcs of electricity jumping from the robot's neck and its disembodied head, MOU finds himself momentarily at a loss. Suddenly, the detached head emits a cacophony of static, and from its eyes, a holographic projection materializes. "Greetings," declares a middle-aged man clad in a white lab coat, his mane of red hair resembling a lion's mane. "I am Faldari, the leader of Team Flare." Waving his hand, Faldari's hologram captures MOU's attention, leaving him uncertain whether this is a pre-recorded message or a live transmission. "Your ability to defeat my TX, the 7th intelligent trainer, suggests that you possess considerable prowess. Should you harbor an interest in artificial intelligence and mechanical constructs, the intelligent trainer's internal chip allows for our communication at any time." Faldari's voice resonates once more before the hologram vanishes. Realizing it is akin to a recorded message, MOU decides to observe it for a moment longer, ensuring no further surprises await, before giving a swift kick to send the head back toward the robot's body. The Swift Hound continues to unleash flames until Dragonite arrives. According to Dragonite, A moment earlier, Scyther and Raichu had abruptly unleashed an overwhelming surge of power from within. This strange force bore the unmistakable sensation of being forcibly awakened, disregarding bodily harm. Empowered by this sudden burst, Raichu and Scyther carried the downed Machoke away. Dragonite had intended to pursue them, but ultimately chose to remain with MOU. Well, it matters not. There is still one more. MOU recalls the Pelipper previously recalled into a Pokeball by the robot. Perhaps this creature holds the key to unraveling the peculiarities surrounding the other Pokemon. Dragonite nods in agreement, expelling flames to hasten the melting of the ice. With Dragonite's assistance, the ice melts significantly faster, and in less than a minute, the ice encasing the robot's chest is completely dissolved. With a clatter, the iron casing falls to the deck, revealing a thumb-sized red chip and a red and white Pokeball inside. MOU retrieves these items, recognizing that while they may seem inconsequential now, they could prove invaluable in the future. After placing the Pokeball and chip into his storage sphere, MOU recalls the Swift Hound, EV, and Swablu. Mounting Dragonite once more. The enemies aboard this vessel have largely been dispatched, and it is time to return and seek the next target. Dragonite ascends rapidly, and due to its formidable presence, the Pokemon in the sky refrain from launching any attacks. Destruction Beam. MOU commands, turning his gaze back to the ship upon the ocean's surface. Without a moment's hesitation, Dragonite harnesses its energy, unleashing a colossal beam that pierces the entire vessel. As the ship begins its slow descent beneath the waves, MOU signals for Dragonite to depart. The Pokemon and trainers who plunged into the sea have already scrambled onto other vessels. Those with lighter injuries are coerced by the original crew to continue fighting, while the severely wounded are largely abandoned on the deck, neglected. Upon returning to the Oceanic team's side, MOU notes that their losses have been substantial as well. Within a mere half hour, nearly 100 Pokemon have succumbed to exhaustion. Fortunately, their proximity to the mothership allows for timely healing for both trainers and their Pokemon. MOU. Well done, Spring Yong, arriving unannounced, hands MOU an energy drink while the two crew members behind him rush to attend to Dragonite's injuries. Though Spring Yong arrived late, he has witnessed the entirety of MOU's efforts to clear an entire ship single-handedly. This experience has afforded Spring Yong and Ming Hui a profound understanding of MOU's capabilities. Previously, they had only known of his strength in vague terms. Accepting the significantly enhanced treatment, MOU takes the drink from Spring Yong and downs it in one go. Currently, our defense remains intact. The opposing team lacks a considerable number of Pokemon capable of fighting on the sea, but we cannot mount an assault on their vessels, Spring Yong reports, preempting MOU's inquiries, while Ming Hui is presently engaged in assisting at the forefront. Indeed, MOU nods, settling onto a couch and releasing the Swift Hound, EV, and Swablu once more. Having exerted considerable effort with the bronze sword, he intends to rest for a while before continuing. Spring Yong observes MOU, his mouth opening as if to speak, only to close it again in silence. He wished to convey to MOU that Shui Wudong was actually observing this place through some special means, yet Shui Wudong had stipulated that aside from Chun Yang, no one else should be privy to this information. Fortunately, MOU was genuinely prepared to confront the adversary, and his actions had not gone unnoticed by Shui Wudong. Chapter 116, Mushin's Plan. MOU keenly sensed that Chun Yang's aura was somewhat askew and proactively inquired, "Is there something else?" "Nothing," Chun Yang replied, shaking his head. Since he was unwilling to elaborate, MOU chose not to press further. After approximately 15 minutes of respite, MOU rose once more, ready to seek his next target. The most advantageous target was Ship 4, followed closely by Ship 7. These two vessels housed relatively few trainers and had been repelled by them numerous times. As he stood, Chun Yang divulged the information he had long prepared. "All right, I will go take a look first," MOU nodded, recalling his Pokemon, including Windspeed Dog. Before soaring away on his Dragonite, Chun Yang watched MOU depart, and behind him, a figure cloaked entirely in black robes suddenly materialized before vanishing once more. Chun Yang sensed something amiss and turned back, only to find the area completely empty. Upon reaching the front, MOU encountered Mushin, who was currently locked in a standoff with Takuya. Mushin's new Pokemon was a Corphish, as his previous Pokemon had already been recalled by Shui Wudong. At that moment, Mushin was relying solely on the Corphish to stall Captain Takuya, rendering the situation there particularly perilous. At MOU's signal, Dragonite swiftly appeared between Takuya and Mushin. Mushin regarded MOU with a gaze filled with complexity. In just a few months, MOU had risen to prominence within the Ocean team, while he had been relegated to the status of an outcast. "Takuya, do you know what you are doing?" MOU shouted, not even glancing at Mushin. Takuya lifted his head, speaking in a low voice. I know, but… There is no but. You are the captain of the ocean team, and he is an enemy attacking the ocean team. Regardless of your previous relationship, now is the time to assist others. Before Takuya could say more, Mou interrupted, unwilling to hear Takuya's inner turmoil or delve into his feelings. Takuya fell silent for a moment, then nodded, rallying his Pokemon to support another battlefield. Once he departed, Mou shifted his attention to Mushin. Mou, I am aware you did not join the ocean team out of genuine intent. Why not join us instead? The first half of Mushin's statement caught Mou off guard, and upon hearing the entirety, he found himself momentarily at a loss for words. Was this an attempt at persuasion? So bluntly executed? We are an organization striving to expel the Rainbow Rocket team from Alola. Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. Before Mushin could finish his words, Mou issued a command. Expelling the Rainbow Rocket team from Alola with individuals even I cannot contain? Mushin ought to have been aware of the general strength of the Ocean team compared to other factions. He had visited the Rainbow Rocket team and encountered Sakake's men. Given this understanding, to utter such a statement could only imply one of two things. Either they possessed some formidable resources, or Mushin had lost his senses. In Mou's estimation, the latter possibility was significantly more likely. Mushin rolled to the left, falling awkwardly into the sea as Dragonite's Hyper Beam obliterated the wooden board beneath him. Clambering onto a piece of driftwood, he shouted to Mou, Mou, listen to me. We have control of the Star Child. Star Child? The moment those words escaped Mushin's lips, Mou swallowed the words of his Hyper Beam back down. If his memory served him correctly, this term referred to Cosmog in Alolan historical accounts. Cosmog could evolve into either Solgaleo or Lunala through the Sun or Moon temples, respectively, both of which represented the Sun and Moon and were part of the Radiant Deity. Similar to the three dragons of the Tao, the Radiant Deity also had a history of being divided into three entities, Solgaleo, Lunala, and the Lightless Shell, Necrozma. Indeed, the Star Child, a Pokemon documented in Alolan history, has the ability to open the Ultra Wormhole. We can use it to send these individuals back. Sensing Mou's hesitation, Mushin hastily elaborated on their flawed plan. Under normal circumstances, Mushin would never have believed such a scheme. Yet, as someone abandoned and with nowhere to turn, any glimmer of success in this plan would have him flying toward the flames like a moth. Listening to Mushin's fervent explanations, Mou merely felt pity for him. Setting aside the fact that Alolan historical records had never documented a successful evolution of the Star Child, even if it did evolve, both Solgaleo and Lunala would be utterly defenseless infants before the fully formed Necrozma, akin to the disparity between an armed adult and an unarmed child. This was also the reason Mou possessed a godlike perspective. To Mushin and his companions, each leader appeared overwhelmingly powerful. Yet, they had never fought with their full strength, leading to a gross underestimation of their capabilities. Mushin and his allies believed that if they could ambush a few leaders, the oppressed residents of Alola would surely rally to their cause. The outside alliance would undoubtedly seize this opportunity, and under the dual pressure, the Rainbow Rocket team might falter under such weight. In their eyes, the probability of this plan succeeding seemed considerable. However, to those truly acquainted with Sakake's alliance and Mou, this so-called plan had no chance of success from the outset. The entire plan hinged on three prerequisites. 1. The Star Child must indeed be capable of evolving and successfully ambushing several leaders. 2. Sakake and the Rocket team must refrain from intervening, allowing their plan to unfold unimpeded. And 3. The residents of Alola must genuinely desire to resist Sakake's oppression. To realize this plan, Mou could only conceive of one solution: a sudden global decline in intelligence by 10,000 times overnight, with only him remaining unaffected. Mushin continued to ramble on about the plan, utterly oblivious to the pity etched on Mou's face, as he had completely immersed himself in his delusions. Chapter 117, Cresselia. Observing the incessant chatter of Mushin, Mou rubbed his forehead and commanded, Dragonite, use Hyper Beam. With a roar, the prepared Dragonite unleashed a beam of light, obliterating Mushin along with the wooden board beneath him, leaving a sizable crater on the surrounding sea surface. As Dragonite's attack gradually subsided, Mou remained tense, puzzled by what transpired. Just before the Hyper Beam struck Mushin, an unanticipated surge of pink energy emanated from his body, enveloping him and causing him to vanish. This energy was not particularly powerful, but exuded an elusive quality, akin to a specter in a dream. Although it may be difficult to articulate, Mou could find no more suitable words. As he rode Dragonite toward another battlefield, he pondered, Zekrom, do you recognize the origin of this energy? After a moment of silence, Zekrom slowly responded, Cresselia. Cresselia? The bringer of pleasant dreams. Mou silently exclaimed in astonishment upon hearing Zekrom's reply. Indeed, it is the being you humans refer to as the bringer of beautiful dreams. After receiving confirmation, Mou found himself grappling with confusion. Legend held that Cresselia was a presence that bestowed pleasant dreams upon humanity, besides its title as the bringer of beautiful dreams. It was also known as the embodiment of the new moon. Furthermore, it was not on amicable terms with Darkrai, the bringer of nightmares, though thankfully, it had not reached the point of outright conflict like Kyogre and Groudon and Hoenn. What then could account for this Pokemon leaving such energy upon Mushin and saving his life? In response to Mou's perplexity, Zekrom was keenly aware of his doubts and spoke again. The deity of dreams, as humanity's legends suggest, is a harbinger of beautiful dreams. At this juncture, Zekrom paused, his tone taking on an unusual quality. However, the reality diverges from this notion. While it is true that he can indeed bring forth splendid dreams, the essential means for him to gain strength lies in the pursuit of these dreams, or rather, in the embrace of a certain ideal that is both beautiful and intangible. For Zekrom, the dragon of ideals, what he truly requires are grounded aspirations. The process through which humanity strives and perseveres towards their ideals, step by step, constitutes the sustenance of spirit that he cherishes most. Conversely, the dream deities chase after ephemeral notions. Rather than being ideals, they are more akin to mere fantasies. The more elusive the dream, the greater the unique energy that Cresselia derives from it, which is why Reshiram harbors a certain disdain for Cresselia. A sudden peal of laughter from Reshiram resonated, tinged with a hint of schadenfreude. Thus, the concept of ideals is exceedingly complex. Unlike the reality I embody, truth is simply truth, devoid of any convoluted embellishments. So, is it that the unattainable dream of Hibiscus has captivated this deity of dreams? Mou pondered, contemplating the origin of the power emanating from Hibiscus. There is no doubt about it, Zekrom affirmed, acknowledging Mou's conclusion. The deity of dreams is aptly named not only for its ability to bestow beautiful dreams, but also for its relentless pursuit of them. Through Zekrom's elucidation, Mou's understanding of Cresselia deepened. Yet, both entities cast their nets widely, and this particular Cresselia was not particularly formidable, Zekrom added before falling silent once more. As Mou contemplated the matters surrounding Cresselia, the Dragonite had swiftly resolved the nearby skirmishes with remarkable efficiency. At this moment, the opposing trainers took note of Mou and the Dragonite, and after a brief discussion, over 10 trainers gradually approached the Dragonite with their Pokemon. The withdrawal of these trainers significantly alleviated the pressure on the Ocean team, allowing them, under Takuya's leadership, to initiate a gradual counteroffensive. Sunny day, Corsola. A voice suddenly rang out, rousing Mou from his thoughts. Pink psychic energy coalesced into a vast net, casting upwards towards the airborne Dragonite. Roar! The Dragonite, unflinching, enveloped in a blue draconic aura, pierced through the pink net with sheer force. Upon regaining his focus, Mou observed the dozen or so trainers below, their Pokemon not only surfacing from the sea, but also appearing in the air, obstructing the Dragonite's flight. Eevee, use Supersonic. Mou released 2 Pokemon. The supersonic larvae circled near the Dragonite, as Eevee deftly submerged into the depths. The silver feather on its chest flickered with a barely perceptible glow, and as it unleashed its attack, the surrounding waters were stirred by an extraordinary force. This maritime combat was ill-suited for the swift wind dog. Compelling it into the fray would likely result in it only managing to exert 30% of its potential. The trainers confronting Mou were a particularly formidable group, and their objective was solely to delay him, avoiding any direct confrontation. In this predicament, Mou found himself unable to break through the encirclement. However, it was precisely because he was stalling these capable trainers that the Ocean team was consistently receiving good news from various fronts. In the sky, Mou was tirelessly clearing the airborne Pokemon, with only a few being struck by the Dragonite's sweeping attacks. As the trainers focused their efforts on restraining the Dragonite, the supersonic larvae managed to defeat numerous Pokemon. Blastoise, Mega Evolve. Just as Mou was on the verge of breaking through, another voice echoed from below. On the surface, a trainer clad in pure white raised his right hand, a black wristband illuminating in a kaleidoscope of colors. Blastoise. The multicolored light surged into Blastoise's body like a current, its anguished cries reverberating across the nearby waters. This sound seemed to act as a catalyst, igniting a cascade of similar cries from different mouths. Mega Evolve, Gardevoir. Pidgeot, Mega Evolution. In an instant, The air and sea were filled with dozens of anguished roars. The vibrant light of mega evolutions seemingly coloring the very waters. Mou gazed at the trembling Blastoise below, a sense of déjà vu washing over him. He extended his aura towards the Mega Blastoise, but this time, the connection was far from smooth. It seemed as though the Mega Blastoise sensed his probing, and a peculiar energy emanated from it, obstructing his aura. Mou furrowed his brow. It was the first time his aura had been repelled. Fortunately, he still had the system, allowing him to glean some information about Blastoise. Super Blastoise, female. Level, 69. Type, water. Ability, Mega Launcher, boosts the power of aura and wave-type moves. Moves, Aura Sphere, Hydro Pump, Shell Smash, Surf, Water Pulse, Water Tail. Mega Evolution, activated through a special method to unleash hidden evolutionary cells, greatly increasing energy consumption. Prolonged maintenance of this state may lead to irreversible bodily effects. Mou quickly skimmed through the additional information, focusing on the peculiar status bar at the bottom. This was the first time he had encountered a status entirely comprised of negative effects, indicating that these individuals were undoubtedly not engaging in a conventional mega evolution of their Pokémon. Chapter 118, The Strange Mega Evolution. Super Pidgeot, Air Slash. Super Blastoise, Water Pulse. The two commands rang out in succession, and faced with the clearly unstable energy of these attacks, the Dragonite adeptly sidestepped the onslaught. Supersonic Larvae, Sunny Day, then Rock Slide. Dragonite, cover Supersonic Larvae and use Hyper Voice when possible. Mou suppressed the rising questions in his mind as this assault only compounded his uncertainties. First, there were the artificially intelligent trainers conjured by Flodali, then the Classeria energy associated with Hibiscus, and now this group forcefully initiating mega evolutions. Roar. The Dragonite and Supersonic Larvae emitted short cries before proceeding to execute Mou's commands. The Supersonic Larvae charged momentarily before launching a red energy sphere into the air. Upon detonation, the scorching sun cast its rays upon the Super Blastoise and Mou. Under sunny weather, all water-type attack damage would be halved, significantly diminishing the threat posed by the Super Blastoise. After altering the weather to sunny, the Supersonic Larvae conjured several chunks of brownish-yellow rock. Under its precise manipulation, these rocks hurtled towards the Super Pidgeot, which attempted to evade but was consistently obstructed by the Dragonite. Boom! The rock-type attack inflicted considerable damage on the Super Pidgeot, allowing the Dragonite to seize the opportunity to launch a biting attack. Super Blastoise, Hydro Pump, aim for that bug. As Mou successfully lowered the Pidgeot's status, the Super Blastoise unleashed a robust water jet towards the Supersonic Larvae. Aware that it could not contend with the Super Blastoise, EV, submerged beneath the surface, opted to lie in wait to ambush any Pokémon that still retained combat capability. Facing the rapidly approaching Hydro Pump, the Supersonic Larvae clearly had no time to evade. Swift Wind Dog, Protect. Just before the powerful Hydro Pump struck the Supersonic Larvae, an orange figure appeared, a green barrier flashing to completely deflect the attack. The figure in question is the Swift Houndoom summoned by Mou. Although its Protect move managed to entirely absorb the damage, the force of the Hydro Pump still sent Houndoom hurtling through the air. Return, my young Larvitar. Mou commanded, paying heed to the unfolding situation below. Before Houndoom could plunge into the ocean, Mou promptly recalled it into its Pokeball, having accomplished its mission. Battling over the sea was not within its area of expertise. The trainer of the Mega Blastoise appeared momentarily taken aback by Mou's maneuver. He had never witnessed such a tactic. Hyper Beam. Seizing the opportunity presented by the trainer's momentary lapse, the Dragonite unleashed a beam of light that instilled fear in the Mega Blastoise. Yet this time, the beam's target was not the Mega Blastoise, but rather the Mega Pidgeot, which bore bite marks on its left wing and exhibited a noticeably reduced flying speed. Boom! The Hyper Beam struck true, sending Pidgeot, with a cry of anguish, plummeting into the depths of the sea. Meanwhile, the once dominant ocean team found themselves at a disadvantage once more, as dozens of Mega Pokémon gradually began to turn the tide of battle. After its plunge into the water, Pidgeot reverted to its pre-Mega form. And perhaps it was Mou's imagination, but its expression appeared markedly more relaxed. Pidgeot was swiftly recalled by its trainer, who similarly withdrew his remaining 3 Pokémon and made a hasty retreat. With his ace no longer able to fight, he needed to preserve the strength of his remaining Pokémon, for their organization was not a harmonious utopia. Dragon Dive. Mou commanded, directing Dragonite towards Mega Blastoise after dispatching Pidgeot. A blue dragon-shaped aura enveloped Dragonite, encasing Mou within its embrace. The Mega Blastoise, curling into its shell, descended into the ocean. Its trainer urgently issued commands, and a glimmering sheen enveloped the Mega Blastoise, significantly augmenting the hardness of its shell. It swiftly retracted its head and limbs into its shell, sinking rapidly to the seabed. Eevee, concealed beneath the waves, suddenly brightened at the prospect of aiding MOU. It darted to the exact position beneath the Mega Blastoise, its petite brown face flushed with determination, the silver tuft on its chest radiating brilliance. Bubble, a column of water, though not particularly damaging, erupted from Eevee's mouth with tremendous force. Before the descending Mega Blastoise could catch its breath, it felt an immense upward thrust beneath it. This force propelled the Mega Blastoise to the surface, colliding solidly with Dragonite. Boom! A tremendous sound reverberated outward, sending ripples across the ocean's surface. Although the shell of Mega Blastoise remained intact, the sheer impact inflicted considerable damage upon the Pokémon sheltered within. To make matters worse, an inexplicable gust of wind suddenly swept across the ocean, seemingly targeting only Mega Blastoise. Glancing at the retreating members of the ocean team, MOU commanded, "Meteor shower." Roaring, Dragonite unleashed a colossal blue meteor that exploded in midair, fragmenting into numerous pieces that rained down upon various locations. Boom! Coral, Starfish. Under the barrage of meteorites, the already diminished ranks of Pokémon, weakened by Eevee's sneak attack, suffered further losses. Mega Blastoise, Ice Punch. Despite enduring dual pains from both internal and external sources, Mega Blastoise charged towards Dragonite once more. Protect. Rather than directing Dragonite to evade, MOU opted to withstand the assault. This was not an act of bravado. He firmly believed in the principle that one must exert full effort even against a seemingly weaker foe. Bang! The Ice Punch struck fiercely against the green barrier surrounding Dragonite. Once the attack was fully absorbed, a black dagger swiftly pierced Mega Blastoise. Upon being struck by the dagger, Mega Blastoise began to shrink, gradually reverting to its previous form. Meanwhile, the trainer of the Blastoise, witnessing this unexpected turn of events, sensed impending doom. He fumbled for a Pokeball, exclaiming, "Blastoise, return." However, the Pokeball did not emit its usual red light, but rather shattered into two pieces. The trainer was momentarily stunned, having only encountered such a phenomenon in literature. This occurrence typically transpires when a Pokémon forcibly breaks free from its Pokeball, a situation often observed among poachers or those with unstable emotions. While he frequently subjected Blastoise to rigorous training, activating its internal cells with specialized devices, and occasionally reduced its rations for subpar performance, he had never forced it to seek food independently or engage in underground battles for profit. It ought not to rebel in such a manner. As the Blastoise's trainer had surmised, upon sensing the severance of its connection with the Pokeball, Blastoise hesitated briefly before sprinting towards its trainer. After the arrival of the Rainbow Rocket team, its trainer had joined Team Plasma, and ever since, its life had plummeted to new lows. Yet compared to other Pokémon it had encountered, its new existence could be considered relatively satisfactory. Many others fared far worse. Most importantly, it had never ventured outside or interacted with other humans, remaining oblivious to whether the outside world might be more dire than its current situation. Weighing all these factors, Blastoise chose to return to its trainer. Unaware of the specifics of Blastoise's choice, MOU was resolute in not allowing it to depart so easily. Pidgeot had been promptly recalled by its trainer. He could not afford to let Blastoise escape, especially given his curiosity regarding its ability to Mega Evolve. Dragonite, Dragon Claw. Since Blastoise was unwilling to cooperate willingly, MOU had no choice but to compel it. Bang! Dragonite's claws, slicing through the air with a fierce wind, struck hard against Blastoise's shell. The Blastoise, already depleted from forcibly Mega Evolving, almost instantly sank beneath the waves. Bubble. Underwater. Eevee propelled the unconscious Blastoise swiftly towards the ocean team's direction. Buzz. At MOU's signal, the Soundwave Larvitar escorted Eevee through the low waters. Once these arrangements were made, MOU turned his attention back to the retreating Blastoise's trainer. At this moment, the trainer had already departed aboard a vessel with others, the distant ship appearing no larger than a speck. With their departure, MOU no longer felt the urge to pursue, instead beginning to assist the remaining members of the ocean team. Having already obtained a sample, MOU no longer held back against the other Mega Evolved Pokémon, while Chunyang and Minghui focused their efforts on these formidable foes. Through the combined efforts of MOU, Minghui, and Chunyang, over 30 Mega Evolved Pokémon were swiftly neutralized with minimal casualties. Faced with the clearly untenable situation, the opposing fleet of 9 ships began to turn away, opting to abandon the operation. The The trainers and Pokemon engaged in battle with the Ocean Team gradually retreated, and the Ocean Team, confirming their departure, also returned home. In this skirmish, the Ocean Team's fatalities numbered fewer than 20, with approximately 100 sustaining injuries. The toll on their Pokemon remained uncalculated. Their spoils consisted of over 100 captives, a slightly damaged ship, and more than 200 Pokemon willing to accompany the Ocean Team back. Regarding this outcome, neither Minghui nor Chunyang could comprehend the situation. They initially harbored doubts about whether these Pokemon harbored ulterior motives. Ultimately, it was MOU who took the initiative to elucidate the situation, which led to the acceptance of these Pokemon by the Ocean Team. Thus, this faction comprises former members of Team Plasma and those expelled from various organizations. Regarding the intelligence MOU provided, Chunyang and Minghui found it somewhat perplexing. The territory of Team Plasma was a full week's voyage away, and the journey would traverse the domains of both the Galactic Team and the Magma Team. Why would these individuals forsake their closer adversaries to specifically target the Ocean Team for harassment? Mu Jin was also involved. They surmised that he must have learned of Shui Wudong's impending departure through Mu Jin. MOU took a sip of water and began to clarify the situation. Upon hearing the name Mu Jin, the confusion on Chunyang and Minghui's faces dissipated instantaneously. It was no wonder, although Mu Jin had been banished by Shui Wudong, it was conceivable that he might still maintain connections with others. While the ordinary members were unaware of Shui Wudong's departure, the captains were privy to such information. Chunyang turned to the walkie-talkie in his hand and instructed, "Have Takea come to the 5th floor office." "Understood," came the reply from the walkie-talkie. And the Ocean Team members swiftly set about their tasks. Approximately 5 minutes later, Chunyang received news of Takea's disappearance during the retreat, with no one having witnessed his whereabouts. Thus, the situation became abundantly clear. MOU shrugged, showing no surprise at this revelation. Although his tenure with the Ocean Team had been brief, the previous battles had made it evident that Mu Jin held more significance in Takea's heart than the Ocean Team itself. Even after Mu Jin's exile by Shui Wudong, Takea had maintained contact with him, leading Mu Jin to learn of Shui Wudong's departure and consequently placing the Ocean Team in jeopardy. While there may be some discrepancies, this should encapsulate the general sequence of events. Observing Chunyang, whose brow was furrowed in concern, MOU inquired, "Has the leader mentioned when he will return?" During the assault on the Ocean Team, Chunyang had stated he would reach out to Shui Wudong, yet MOU possessed no means of contacting him. This further indicated that, despite being a former member of the Magma Team, he had yet to earn Shui Wudong's complete trust. The leader mentioned it would likely be several more days. Chunyang replied after a moment of silence. Continuing, he said upon his return, he would allocate a specific area of responsibility for you. Upon hearing the latter part of Chunyang's statement, MOU raised an eyebrow, his expression one of skepticism. Clearly, this was a mere attempt to assuage his concerns. It was evident that Shui Wudong still had eyes and ears within the Ocean Team. However, given the shift in dynamics, this incident would undoubtedly win MOU the allegiance of many members. Now it was Shui Wudong's turn to contemplate how to appease him. "We'll see," MOU replied casually, feigning disinterest in the matter. Had this incident occurred prior to the assault on the Ocean Team, he would not have hesitated to display a facade of excitement. Yet now, Shui Wudong's attempt to secure his loyalty through trivial power was insufficient. "The leader did not assign these responsibilities earlier due to your relatively short time with us. He feared others might be resistant to your authority." Chunyang, observing MOU's apparent indifference, offered a few insincere justifications on Shui Wudong's behalf. "It's all right. I find being unencumbered quite liberating." MOU waved his hand dismissively, indicating he was content, while deliberately mentioning the Galactic Team. Indeed, Chunyang's demeanor visibly shifted, his breath becoming slightly erratic, and his aura began to rise. Evidently, Chunyang served as one of Shui Wudong's trusted eyes and ears within the organization. "The Galactic Team? What is happening over there? Are they trying to recruit you?" Chunyang's unusual reaction lasted only a moment. Had it not been for MOU's constant awareness of his aura, he might have overlooked it. In response to Chunyang's inquiry, MOU chose silence, instead rising to depart. "I'm going to patrol the seas. It would be unfortunate if they returned." As MOU's silhouette vanished around the corner, Chunyang waited a moment before hastening to Shui Wudong's office. The door to Shui Wudong's office remained firmly shut. Chunyang retrieved a blue card from his pocket and gently swiped it across the air before the door. A sharp beep echoed, and after ensuring no one was around, Chunyang pushed open the tightly shut door. Chapter 120, Evolutionary Obstacles. At this moment, MOU had returned to the island of the Laprases, yet they had not yet returned, and the members of Team Plasma had long since departed. Following this incident, It was likely that the true culprit behind the egg theft had fled. MOU muttered to himself for a while before preparing to address the issue of the Blastoise. As he turned, he suddenly sensed a remarkably familiar aura approaching rapidly, as if preparing to ambush him from behind. In this situation, MOU waited until the aura drew near enough. Once he determined the distance was appropriate, he decisively withdrew a Pokeball and summoned his Pokemon. Zygarde. The canine Pokemon emerged, visibly agitated. It had been confined within its Pokeball, watching as Charizard wreaked havoc, while Eevee and Swablu exerted themselves to assist MOU. Only it, due to its poor swimming ability, had been relegated to watching from within the ball. Irritated, Zygarde charged toward the approaching Pokemon, its speed increasing to the point of creating a gust of wind. With a thud, Zygarde collided with the Pokemon that had attempted to ambush MOU, producing a resounding impact. To MOU's astonishment, although the Pokemon was at a disadvantage in this clash, Zygarde seemed to have struck something exceptionally solid, causing it to stagger slightly. Woof! Zygarde shook its head and, once steady, launched another assault. The mysterious Pokemon attempted to flee, but was compelled to engage in a struggle with Zygarde, allowing MOU to glimpse its true form. Metallic creature, genderless. Level, 63. Type, Steel Psychic. Ability, Clear Body, cannot have its stats lowered by opposing moves or abilities. Moves, Metal Claw, Magnet Rise, Confusion, Defense Curl, Ice Punch, Tackle. Evolutionary Obstacle, unable to evolve into its final form due to unknown reasons. As MOU observed, the panel of the silvery metallic creature appeared before him. A shiny variant. Coupled with an evolutionary obstacle, MOU, momentarily lost in thought, regarded the silver metallic creature wrestling with Zygarde with keen interest. MOU's aura began to probe the shiny metallic creature, which evidently sensed the aura and hesitated for a brief moment. Woof! Seizing the opportunity, Zygarde pinned the metallic creature to the ground, releasing flames directly into its face. A piercing sound filled the air as the metallic creature gradually succumbed to the flames. Meanwhile, MOU utilized his aura to inspect the shiny metallic creature's body. Through his aura's perception, the creature appeared entirely normal, with no indications of the reason behind its inability to evolve. Zekrom, Reshiram. This Pokemon seems to have an evolutionary obstacle. Do you know why? Unable to ascertain the cause, MOU turned to Zekrom and Reshiram for guidance, hoping to glean some insight from them. What is evolution? Zekrom responded, clearly bewildered. Evolutionary obstacles? Reshiram seemed equally uninformed about the situation MOU described. Then never mind. Although slightly disappointed, MOU quickly adjusted his mood. At this moment, Zygarde had brought the round-eyed metallic creature before MOU, wagging its tail and fixating its gaze on him. Excellent, excellent. MOU extended his hand, and Zygarde instinctively lowered its head, permitting its trainer to stroke it. After obtaining what it desired, Zygarde, on MOU's cue, placed the metallic creature on the ground. With the knowledge acquired from being a seasoned breeder, MOU swiftly identified several anomalies on the metallic creature. However, these irregularities predominantly stemmed from nutritional deficiencies that rendered its body less than smooth, or from scars that had long been neglected and lacked timely treatment. These peculiarities bore no real relation to the creature's evolutionary hindrance. MOU carefully lifted the metallic creature, scrutinizing the scars upon its body. Fortunately, there were no irreparable wounds. He then set the creature down and retrieved an assortment of medicines and care equipment from his storage sphere. As he diligently applied the medications and provided care, MOU discerned that this metallic creature had likely been wandering for quite some time. Judging by the deepest of its wounds, it must have been at least 2 years. Given that Metagross is a highly intelligent Pokemon, it was improbable that it would proactively expel a companion merely due to its unusual coloration and inability to evolve. Therefore, it was plausible that this metallic creature had been captured by a human trainer, only to escape upon realizing its incapacity to evolve prior to being auctioned off. This conclusion was not difficult to reach, as traces of meticulous care were evident deep within its joints. After thoroughly cleansing the creature's body, MOU laid some grass on a branch retrieved by his Arcanine, positioning the metallic creature upon this makeshift bed of grass. His motivations for these actions were simple. He wished to capture this anomalous metallic creature. Although it faced evolutionary obstacles, MOU, equipped with a system, believed he could address the issues plaguing it. As time elapsed, MOU and Arcanine kindled a campfire not far from the metallic creature. Slowly, the creature opened its eyes, its mind rapidly awakening and soon becoming fully alert. At that moment, MOU and Arcanine were grilling skewers over the fire. MOU prepared one skewer while Arcanine enjoyed another. After half an hour of toil, MOU wiped the sweat from his brow, only to turn and find a multitude of wooden skewers strewn about, prompting him to shake his fist in playful pursuit of Arcanine. Observing this scene, the metallic creature, which should have seized the opportunity to flee, found itself momentarily frozen in place. During its time of wandering, it had encountered numerous trainers and Pokémon, each with varied personalities. Yet most displayed genuine care for their Pokémon. It too had once enjoyed such a life, but all of that was shattered by a single statement from a researcher. Sir, this metallic creature has an evolutionary barrier and cannot evolve into Metagross. Chapter 121. The Tale of the Metallic Creature. Though it did not fully comprehend the nature of the evolutionary barrier described by the researcher, it was evident from its trainer's countenance that this was not good news. At the time, the metallic creature paid little heed, perceiving it merely as a minor obstacle that could ultimately be overcome. As fate would have it, its trainer did not abandon it at first. Rather, they devoted even greater care to it. However, as time wore on, the creature's strength began to lag behind that of its companions, and the trainer's demeanor shifted accordingly. Until one fateful evening, after dinner, the metallic creature approached its trainer's door, yearning for a chat. Upon reaching the threshold, it overheard a muffled conversation from within. Don't worry, I'll bring it over the day after tomorrow. It's a shiny. And while it can evolve, that doesn't mean it won't fetch a decent price. The metallic creature's mind nearly short-circuited upon hearing this. Among its trainer's Pokémon, it was the only shiny, and it was also the sole one unable to evolve. Perhaps its trainer had found another shiny Pokémon outside. Dazed, the metallic creature departed, continually deceiving itself, yet a seed of doubt took root within its heart. 2 days later, its trainer unexpectedly decided to take it out alone, claiming they had neglected it and wished to make amends. As the metallic creature feared, the trainer brought it to a secluded area outside the city, where a stranger clad in black awaited them. I've brought what you requested. The metallic creature was pushed forward, and the black-clad figure scrutinized it with unabashed intensity. As though evaluating a product, everything seems in order. It has been a pleasure doing business. The black-clad individual gestured behind them, and a suitcase was tossed before the trainer. Under the metallic creature's bewildered gaze, its trainer swiftly assessed the contents of the suitcase and proceeded to hand over its Pokeball to the stranger. Watching its trainer depart, the metallic creature felt as though it were trapped in a nightmare. Well then, you belong to me now. Boss Sakaki will be pleased. The black-clad figure's subsequent words faded from the metallic creature's hearing as it was recalled into its Pokeball. When it was released once more, it found itself within an unfamiliar, peculiar apparatus, surrounded by researchers clad in white coats. It was uncertain how long it remained in Team Rocket's laboratory, until the organization was dismantled by the Alliance, allowing it to escape amidst the chaos. Once liberated, it decisively chose to leave and wandered to the Alola region, where it once again heard the name of the Rainbow Rocket team. Are you alright? MOU's voice jolted the metallic creature back to reality, causing it to shake its head as it regarded MOU and the inquisitive Arcanine before it. Madame. The metallic creature shook its head, indicating that it was fine. Through its earlier skirmish with Arcanine, it had come to realize that escape at such close quarters was utterly futile. Ultimately, it was simply lacking in strength. It had attempted to ambush MOU, but had failed and been captured. Perhaps the next step would be its capture, followed by a gradual loss of patience akin to its first trainer, until every last drop of value was extracted. The metallic creature's aura was laid bare to MOU's perception, and the amplitude of its ways revealed a profound sense of despair. I wish to capture you. Although unaware of why the metallic creature felt this way, MOU resolved to be forthright. Upon hearing the first half of MOU's statement, the metallic creature's expression reflected a resigned understanding. It had endured this scenario countless times before. Based on past experiences, it would likely acquiesce, then attempt to escape when MOU relaxed his guard. Armed with special skills honed during its years of wandering, it could minimize its life signs to evade detection. I am aware of your evolutionary barrier. If you trust me, perhaps I can assist you in resolving this issue. MOU's latter statement arrived just in time, leaving the metallic creature's mind in a state of blankness. After being abandoned, evolution had gradually morphed into its obsession. The metallic creature gazed at MOU. Its expression remained numb, yet a flicker of light sparked in its eyes. Very well. Noticing a shift in the metallic creature's demeanor, MOU seized the moment, retrieving a red and white Pokeball from his storage sphere. Under the creature's watchful gaze, MOU bored a small hole the size of a grain of rice into the base of the Pokeball. This alteration did not impair the ball's functionality, allowing the trainer to still contain Pokemon within. The purpose of this tiny hole was to permit the Pokemon inside to break free from confinement at any time. thereby shattering the Pokeball entirely. Should you feel dissatisfied, you may leave the Pokeball at any moment. If you refuse, you are free to depart as well. MOU positioned the Pokeball before the metallic creature, then retreated to a safe distance with Arcanine. The metallic creature contemplated the Pokeball before glancing at MOU and Arcanine in the distance, internally grappling with the opposing notions of escape and trust. MOU's tone was sincere, and the drilled hole in the Pokeball conveyed that, at the very least, he was not inherently malevolent. The metallic creature wrestled with its thoughts, while MOU playfully tugged at Arcanine's neck, coaxing it to regurgitate the skewers it had previously consumed. Arcanine, panting, swayed its head in response to MOU's movements. Although engrossed in their playful antics, their primary focus remained on the metallic creature. Medon. Ultimately, the metallic creature resolved to extend some measure of trust toward MOU. MOU refrained from capturing it during its unconscious state, and upon awakening, he treated it with utmost respect, even creating a small hole in its Pokeball. Most importantly, MOU was aware of its evolutionary impediment. Yet he expressed no discontent regarding this matter. After a prolonged period of wandering, the metallic creature ultimately chose to bestow its dwindling trust upon MOU. Having grown weary of a life filled with turmoil, the metallic creature extended its claw and gently pressed the button on the Pokeball. Under the watchful gaze of MOU and his Arcanine, with a flash of white light, the red and white Pokeball emitted a resounding thud, without the slightest tremor. Both Arcanine and MOU hurriedly approached to retrieve the Pokeball, which swayed slightly, as if the metallic creature inside was responding to him. Rest assured, I shall address the issues that plague you, MOU murmured softly before attaching the Pokeball to his waist. Chapter 122, The Letter from Shui Wudong. The metallic creature was evidently the culprit behind the egg theft, yet the Lapras had yet to return. It would be prudent to defer this discussion until the Lapras' arrival or until he and the metallic creature had established a closer bond. Charizard, Eevee, and Swablu. MOU released his remaining 3 Pokemon, preparing to seize this opportunity for a delightful campfire gathering. After a moment's hesitation, he picked up the metallic creature's Pokeball once more and inquired, "Metallic creature, would you care to join us?" Woof. Gur. Boy. Although the Pokemon had just been contained within their Pokeballs, they were aware of the recent events and were now extending an invitation to the metallic creature. However, the metallic creature's Pokeball remained unresponsive, seemingly voicing a silent refusal. Then I shall not press you. Rest well, MOU decided, placing the Pokeball beside the campfire instead of attaching it to his waist. After a night of unparalleled relaxation, MOU rode his Charizard back to the Ocean Team's mothership the following day. The number of people idly wandering the mothership had significantly dwindled. The previous day's battle had imparted a sense of vulnerability to many. The queue for the training room had already extended to 3 days hence. Good morning. You appear quite invigorated, MOU, remarked a fellow cadre. On his way back to his dormitory, no fewer than 15 individuals greeted him, their respect evident in both tone and demeanor. The standout hero of yesterday's battle was undoubtedly MOU, who had single-handedly secured the most prominent spoils, a grand ship. Furthermore, he had attracted the firepower of over a dozen elite trainers, ultimately besting them. It could be said that MOU's current standing within the Ocean Team was second only to Shui Wudong. The esteem surrounding Shui Wudong stemmed from the ocean deity Kyogre and a year of relentless indoctrination and promotion, while MOU's reputation arose from the camaraderie exhibited during the recent conflict. Cadre MOU, greetings, a figure clad in black awaited him in the dormitory, having clearly been there for some time. Who are you? MOU's expression remained unchanged. He had anticipated someone would come seeking him. My identity is of little consequence. I am here to convey a message from Lord Shui Wudong, the figure replied, producing an envelope from their pocket and placing it on the table before vanishing from the room in an instant. A look of surprise crossed MOU's face. Despite his aura sensing the black-clad figure, he had only detected a faint spatial disturbance upon their departure. Interesting, he mused, momentarily casting the figure from his thoughts as he picked up the envelope and tore it open. I am aware of the happenings within the Ocean Team. MOU, you have performed admirably. I am still occupied with matters on my end. In the meantime, contemplate what you desire, and I shall fulfill it upon my return. The letter's content was succinct and straightforward, merely instructing MOU to propose a reward, which Shui Wudong would then accommodate. After reading the letter, MOU crumpled it into a ball and discarded it in the trash. Such rewards should not be dictated by him. He intended to leave them to Shui Wudong. This scenario resembled purchasing jade from a street vendor. Whoever spoke first would lose. After a brief refresh, MOU traversed the lengthy queue outside the training room and entered his designated space. As a cadre, These privileges were merely the most fundamental aspects. Everyone, come forth. MOU released all his Pokemon, several of whom resumed their previous training with familiarity, while the metallic creature appeared somewhat bewildered. Follow me, he beckoned, guiding the uncertain metallic creature to a spacious area. For you, training is not the priority right now. We must tend to the wounds you bear. MOU pressed the metallic creature down gently, retrieving an array of tools and a delicate, gossamer-thin metallic film from his storage ball. This metallic film could not only facilitate the evolution of a Steelix, but could also be crushed to care for Steel-type Pokemon. Placing the metallic creature in a specialized cleansing machine, MOU began to grind the metallic film and some herbs using the hilt of his bronze sword. Even a fragment as thin as a cicada's wing consumed half an hour of his time. With a crisp chime, the cleansing machine signaled completion, and MOU applied the concocted ointment to the metallic creature's form. Meta? The metallic creature quivered, unaccustomed to the sensation, as the ointment's icy touch felt almost piercing. Bear with it. The marks and wounds on your body are rather severe, necessitating a potent remedy. MOU patted the metallic creature's head, signaling it to remain still. Upon hearing MOU's words, the metallic creature suppressed its discomfort and allowed him to administer the treatment. Given that the metallic creature's joints had also been neglected, the process took longer than anticipated. An hour and a half later, wiping the sweat from his brow, MOU addressed the metallic creature. All right, give it a try. See if you can move a bit. Meta? The metallic creature swung its claws from side to side. The previous stiffness now entirely vanished. This is merely the beginning. Such care will need to persist for some time to fully eradicate your wounds, MOU remarked with a smile. After completing the metallic creature's maintenance, MOU accompanied it to the training area of the Swablu. At that moment, the Swablu was flying amidst simulated sandstorm conditions, training diligently to catch up with its companions. Swablu, MOU called out, waiting for its attention before shutting down the sandstorm simulation machine. Buzz. The Swablu fluttered to MOU's side, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Previously, MOU had promised to arrange a focused training plan for it upon his return, enabling it to catch up with the main group. For now, we will pause the flight training. My focus will shift to you and Eevee. Prepare yourselves, he stated as the Swablu gazed eagerly. First, Swablu, your flight training has sufficiently strengthened your wings, and you are now ready for evolution. I will prepare the necessary resources for you. The Swablu had reached a point where further progress in its current form was limited. Its lack of evolution was partly due to MOU's previous oversight in not providing the requisite resources. Accumulating energy for evolution is a time-consuming endeavor for Pokemon in the wild, often leading to a wide disparity in their abilities due to battles encountered during the energy-gathering process. However, as a Pokemon with a trainer, the Swablu need not concern itself with these challenges. As for the other preparations MOU mentioned, they pertain to the energy of Groudon within the Swablu. According to Chi-Yin's song, the Swablu had lived in proximity to Groudon for approximately 5 years, naturally absorbing the abundant earth energy it emanated. Regardless of whether it evolved into the final form of a desert dragonfly or remained as a Swablu, both forms would benefit significantly from the absorption of Groudon's earth energy. Chapter 123. Preparations for Evolution. The false ground dragon, devoid of the dragon dance, is but a mere imitation of the jet-like Garchomp. In contrast, the true ground dragon, known as the desert spirit, resides within the sandy realms of the desert dragonfly. Over the past few days, MOU has devised 2 methods for harnessing the Earth's energy embedded deep within the body of the desert dragonfly. One approach is an unconventional shortcut that could facilitate the dragonfly's evolution within a week, albeit with some discomfort. The other is a more gradual process, requiring approximately a month. MOU entrusts the decision to the ultrasonic larva, clearly delineating the distinctions between the 2 options. With a resolute hum, the ultrasonic larva exhibits no hesitation, decisively opting for the unorthodox shortcut, as it finds the prospect of mental anguish far more intolerable than physical discomfort. Very well, await me for a moment, MOU instructs. Metallic monster, this is the ultrasonic larva. You may converse. MOU turns slightly, revealing the metallic monster, which appears somewhat bewildered. The metallic monster is gently nudged forward until it stands before the ultrasonic larva. Upon witnessing the initial interaction between the 2 Pokemon, MOU smiles and departs. After leaving the training room, he proceeds to the resource exchange of the Ocean Team. As an officer, he can procure various resources at an exceedingly low price. Additionally, as the champion of the command competition, his rewarded resource quota is transferable across departments, and the Ocean Team is no exception. Are you certain this is what you desire? The staff member at the exchange inquires hesitantly, yet their hands continue to document the transaction. The peculiar items MOU requests are those that have languished in the warehouse for too long or have lost their internal energy due to unforeseen circumstances. Such items are typically stored separately, periodically disposed of by the water sycamore. Indeed, the more the better, and promptly, MOU affirms, urging the staff to expedite the retrieval of his required items. The first method is straightforward, harnessing the deepest instincts of the ultrasonic larva. He intends to feed the larva these energy-depleted resources, ensuring it is physically satiated without any energy intake. In such a scenario, the ultrasonic larva's body will instinctively seek the necessary energy from deeper within. This method allows the ultrasonic larva to absorb the energy of the groudon within it at an accelerated pace, though the process may evoke a peculiar sensation. Once MOU confirms the items he requires, the staff swiftly brings forth several Pokemon to retrieve the goods from the warehouse. MOU reclines on a sofa, utilizing this interlude to contemplate his forthcoming plans. Approximately half an hour later, a wooden crate filled with assorted items is maneuvered to the entrance by a duo of Machoke and Primeape. With a resounding thud, the crate is placed upon the ground as the previous staff member emerges from behind the Machoke and Primeape. "Officer, where should this be delivered?" MOU bends to inspect the contents of the crate, confirming everything is in order before responding. "Transport it to the entrance of Training Room 112. Although the crate is not overly full, its weight is considerable, necessitating effort from the two Machoke and two Primeape to maneuver it. After a brief respite, the crate is finally positioned at the threshold of MOU's training room. "Don't rush off just yet. These are for your efforts," MOU proclaims, retrieving several high-energy cubes he crafted during his training. He distributes these energy cubes among the Machoke and Primeape. The Pokemon eagerly consume the cubes, their faces lighting up with expressions of gratification as the energy cubes dissolve. As he watches the four Pokemon depart, MOU enters the training room and calls forth his Dragonite and Arcanine. With their assistance, the heavy crate is placed in a spacious area within the training room. "Ultrasonic larva, come forth," MOU calls out, and the ultrasonic larva eagerly flutters out from the adjoining room. Noticing the larva's solitary emergence, MOU curiously inquires, "Where's the metallic monster?" The ultrasonic larva hesitates, its wings fluttering as it recounts the events following MOU's departure. After MOU left, the ultrasonic larva attempted to engage with the metallic monster, but regardless of its efforts, the metallic monster offered no response. Left without acknowledgement, the ultrasonic larva resumed its training while the metallic monster observed closely. Whenever the larva paused, the metallic monster would retreat. Eventually, the larva opted to rest, engaging in a silent standoff with the metallic monster until MOU's return. Listening to the ultrasonic larva's account, MOU finds the situation rather amusing. It seems the metallic monster's reticence stems from its awareness of MOU's intention to assist the larva's evolution. MOU selects several dark stones and states, "Consume these first. This will suffice for today. I must remind you once more that this may be quite uncomfortable." The ultrasonic larva does not respond verbally, but instead alights upon the stones to begin its feast, indicating its compliance through action. The metallic monster also drifts out from the room, having eavesdropped on MOU's conversation with the larva until the latter officially began its meal. Observing the larva devouring the stones, the metallic monster looks at MOU, as if expressing a desire to partake as well. "Your situation differs from that of the ultrasonic larva. This method is not applicable to you." Hearing MOU's explanation, the metallic monster hesitantly sets aside what it was holding. Noticing the anxious demeanor of the metallic monster, MOU seizes the opportunity while the ultrasonic larva is preoccupied with its meal to contact Zhen Niao. Zhen Niao holds the highest connections within the Rainbow Rocket team, although she may not perceive it that way. Chapter 124. The Metallic Monster's Reasoning. Beautiful Miss Zhen Niao. Good afternoon. MOU sends his message, and soon, his phone indicates that the recipient is typing a response. After a brief pause, Zhen Niao replies with a single question mark. Though it is merely a punctuation mark, it conveys a multitude of unspoken sentiments. Seeing Zhen Niao's reply, MOU promptly inquires whether there are any records concerning evolutionary impediments within the rocket team. Upon sending the message, Zhen Niao's avatar promptly turns gray, leading MOU to conclude that she is likely consulting with Sakaki. Now, he simply needs to await the outcome. Filled with anticipation for the evolution, the ultrasonic larva swiftly consumes the food MOU has selected. After finishing, the larva feels a lingering emptiness. Despite having eaten a considerable amount and achieving a sense of fullness, it cannot shake the feeling of incompleteness. That will suffice for today. From now on, you must endure and refrain from eating anything, MOU gently outlines the forthcoming plan. The ultrasonic larva nods earnestly, signaling its commitment to persevere. If you wish to hasten the process, continue your training, but this time focus on ground-type skills, such as Earthquake. Upon hearing MOU's words, the ultrasonic larva promptly turns and darts into the training chamber of Dragonite. The Dragonite, bewildered, is unceremoniously ushered out by the enthusiastic larva. Casting a helpless glance towards MOU. Allow it the space, let it channel its impatience. MOU reassures, patting Dragonite's neck. The latter emits a low cry in response. A crisp notification sound rings out, prompting MOU to retrieve his phone, discovering a message from Zhen Yao. Do you prefer a digital version or a hard copy? For the hard copy, you will need to collect it yourself. For the digital version, it is best you find a reliable computer to receive it. Digital version. Wait, I will organize it and send it to you tomorrow. Though it is merely a message, MOU discerns an undercurrent of negativity that permeates her words. Following Sakiki's departure, Zhen Yao's workload has evidently surged to unprecedented heights. Although there are still many who can offer assistance, the final outcome must ultimately converge upon the table of Zhen Yao, who holds the authority to make the ultimate decision. MOU had previously heard whispers that the hair atop Zhen Yao's head was, in fact, a wig. The real Zhen Yao had become bald due to excessive fatigue. The rationale behind this rumor stemmed from the absence of Zhen Yao in the Rocket Team's barbershop, alongside her perpetually unchanged hairstyle. This tidbit of gossip had even reached the Ocean Team, suggesting a degree of credibility. Next time I venture out, I shall certainly bring you a few of Carlos's latest wigs. After sending this message, MOU decisively turned off his phone and tucked it into his pocket. Metal Monster, let us go out for a stroll together. MOU embraced the unresisting Metal Monster, though its body remained somewhat rigid. Once he had settled the matter with Metal Monster, MOU called out loudly, "Is anyone else willing to join us for a walk?" Woof. Boo. Both Frostless and Eevee declined. Frostless was aware that the Soundwave larva was on the verge of evolution and wished to protect her second position. Eevee's thoughts were similar. Seeing the efforts of her senior, the Soundwave larva, she felt compelled to work even harder. Noticing the refusal of the other two Pokémon, MOU turned to Dragonite with a smile, saying, "Then it shall be the three of us." Roar. Dragonite nodded and subsequently followed MOU out of the training room, ascending to the deck at the very top of the mothership. At this moment, the deck was not devoid of people. Most were logistical staff aboard the mothership. Many of these individuals had previously been sailors or fishermen, recruited by the Ocean Team with generous compensation. These workers did not engage in battles, and their provisions were covered, along with substantial salaries. The only downside being that they received only 7 days of leave each month. If the mothership was situated far from home, the vacation days could be accumulated with a maximum of 21 days. Under the various gazes of these individuals, with emotions ranging widely, MOU, cradling Metal Monster, mounted Dragonite, and almost instantaneously vanished. Let us head towards Lapras's island. MOU contemplated for a moment before patting Dragonite's back. Roar. Dragonite responded softly, then began to change direction. Upon hearing the name Lapras, Metal Monster's body visibly trembled. Sensing the unusual reaction from Metal Monster, MOU inquired, "By the way, Metal Monster, why did you steal the eggs from the Lapras?" Metal Monster hesitated, and MOU refrained from pressing further. As the outline of Meta Island came into view, Metal Monster finally responded. It had once visited an island that bore traces of Pokémon, yet it found no Pokémon there, only a lingering foul odor. This matter had not concerned it until a few days prior when it sensed that same odor once again. This time, it was closer and more intense, instantly rekindling its memories. To uncover the truth, it forced itself into the air, where it then witnessed a massive black bird colliding with a small blue figure. Following this, the area was enveloped by a black tornado, and Metal Monster was compelled to retreat. As for the fate of that black bird, Metal Monster remained unaware. It merely sensed a similar aura within those Lapras eggs. After considerable contemplation, it ultimately decided to steal the eggs, fearing that if the Pokémon inside were tainted by the bird's essence, it could lead to inevitable consequences. The subsequent events unfolded with MOU discovering that Metal Monster had taken advantage of the distraction caused by the Lapras to steal the eggs and then swiftly conceal itself. MOU stroked his chin and asked Metal Monster, "So, was your choice to steal based on the peculiarity of these eggs?" Metal Monster nodded, believing its actions to be justified. Observing Metal Monster's demeanor, MOU felt a twinge of frustration. Metal Monster not only faced evolutionary barriers, but had also developed a somewhat extreme approach to problem-solving during its wanderings. It believed it was performing a noble deed, yet there were clearly better solutions available. MOU mentally prioritized the task of altering Metal Monster's approach to situations, deeming it even more crucial than addressing its evolutionary hindrances. Have you never considered communicating with the Lapras? In response to MOU's question, Metal Monster gazed at him with confusion. Ultimately, Metal Monster began to elucidate its thoughts from that time. From its observations, the Lapras placed immense importance on these eggs. Even if they were aware of the issue, they likely would not address it, thus depriving Metal Monster of the opportunity to resolve the matter. Without directly asserting that Metal Monster's reasoning was flawed, MOU proposed, "If the Lapras have returned, I shall first refrain from labeling you as the culprit. Instead, I will inform them of your actions and observe their reactions." How does that sound? MOU could empathize with Metal Monster's perspective. Having wandered for so long had led to a loss of trust in other Pokemon. This resolution seemed relatively straightforward, providing a chance for Metal Monster to witness the Lapras' choices. Although Metal Monster was unaware of MOU's underlying thoughts, it nodded in agreement. With Dragonite's efforts, the distant, blurred island gradually came into focus, and several Lapras patrolling the area appeared in their line of sight. Lapras, as they descended, the calls of the Lapras grew increasingly clear. Dragonite gently landed on the beach, and the Lapras turned their attention towards the alighting figure of MOU. This time, their gazes bore no suspicion or hostility. Rather, they radiated warmth. The Lapras on the island now held a degree of goodwill towards MOU, as the Lapras he had previously rescued had shared the tale with the entire group. For the human who had saved their companion, the Lapras had come to regard him as a true friend. Chapter 125, The Decision of the Lapras Elder. A blue figure suddenly burst forth from the side, causing Dragonite's body to tense momentarily before relaxing. Lapras. The Pokemon that charged forward was none other than Lapras, whose force knocked MOU off balance, ultimately causing him to sit down on the sand. "It's you," MOU exclaimed, recognizing the Lapras before him, the scars from their previous encounter still evident on its shell. This was the Lapras that had nearly been captured by Yang Ming. Perhaps it was his imagination, but this Lapras appeared significantly larger than before. "Lapras." Upon realizing MOU recognized it, the Lapras joyfully called out, lowering its long neck to nuzzle against MOU's face. Metal Monster remained floating on Dragonite's back, watching the interaction between MOU and Lapras with a dazed expression. After playing with Lapras for a while, MOU finally broached the subject at hand. "Where is your elder? I have something to discuss with it." The Lapras, clearly reluctant to part with the playful moment, nonetheless suppressed its emotions upon hearing MOU's mention of a serious matter. Lapras, leading the way, it guided MOU and Metal Monster back to the initial cave. At this point, they were encircled by approximately 10 Lapras, seemingly guarding against any potential theft of the 3 eggs. After escorting MOU to the cave entrance, the scarred Lapras halted its advance. The elder of their tribe had learned from past experiences, permitting only a select few strong and senior Lapras to approach before the eggs hatched. The Lapras at the entrance promptly reported MOU's arrival, and soon the elderly elder emerged to greet him personally. Given that MOU had assisted them in locating the eggs and had subsequently rescued their kin from malevolent hands, coupled with his own strength, he was deserving of a warm welcome from the Lapras tribe. Facing the elder Lapras, MOU stated, "I have come regarding the matter of those eggs within your tribe." Upon discerning his intentions, the chieftain pondered briefly before deciding to place his trust in him. Lapras nodded, leading MOU and the metallic creature deeper into the cavern. At this juncture, the metallic creature remained steadfast in its conviction, believing that a Pokemon as difficult to reproduce as Lapras would not abandon its eggs merely due to contamination. MOU, ever observant of the metallic creature's unwavering expression, held the belief that the Lapras could indeed discern the gravity of the situation. Under the chieftain's guidance, MOU and the metallic creature swiftly arrived at the innermost recesses of the cave. After navigating a corner, the air abruptly turned oppressively damp, causing patches of white frost to rapidly form upon MOU's garments. Before them lay 3 azure Pokemon eggs, resting securely atop a small mound constructed from ice stones and water stones. The lower tier consisted of low-purity ice stones and water stones, with higher-purity stones ascending closer to the trio of eggs. Lapras, accompanied by MOU and the metallic creature, approached the mound, which stood roughly 5 meters tall and was the primary cause of the bone-chilling humidity in the atmosphere. "Can we take them?" After consulting with Lapras, the metallic creature proceeded to retrieve all 3 eggs. At this moment, the central egg had entirely turned black at its base, while the other 2 exhibited faint black patterns upon closer inspection. "Chieftain, which holds greater significance for you, the ocean or the proliferation of your kin?" MOU. gazing at the trio of eggs, suddenly posed a seemingly unrelated question. The metallic creature, noticing MOU's direct approach, shifted its focus to Lapras. Lapras? Although Lapras was puzzled by MOU's inquiry, after a brief contemplation, it answered candidly. The ocean, I suppose. Our kin are but grains of sand within the vast ocean. The ocean holds greater importance than our tribe. Upon hearing the chieftain's response, the metallic creature's aura surged violently, astonished that the Lapras would arrive at such a conclusion. In truth, our tribe was once prosperous, boasting around 500 companions. Our decline has come as we sought to resolve a matter threatening the entire ocean, Lapras added, substantiating its earlier statement. While the metallic creature remained in a state of doubt and turmoil, MOU found himself intrigued by the matter the chieftain had alluded to. However, Lapras showed no inclination to elaborate, instead voicing its confusion anew. Do these eggs pose a threat to the ocean? Perhaps. MOU did not conceal the truth. The Lapras deserved to know the reality. He then recounted the situation regarding Dark Lugia and Manaphy, causing Lapras to lapse into deep contemplation. If that is indeed the case, then it would be prudent to destroy these 3 eggs. Ultimately, Lapras reached a decision, but just as it prepared to summon its kin for a discussion, MOU intervened. It's not necessarily hopeless. You could seek Manaphy. There may still be a chance for salvation. MOU's suggestion ignited a spark of hope in Lapras's eyes. After all, these eggs represented 3 years' worth of their tribe's new generation. Where might this Manaphy be? Is it trustworthy? What price must be paid for its assistance? Faced with Lapras's barrage of inquiries, MOU patiently addressed each one. The metallic creature, emerging from its earlier emotional turmoil, regarded Lapras with a gaze filled with uncertainty. According to its calculations, there was over a 90% likelihood that Lapras would refuse, subsequently deeming them adversaries. The remaining 10% suggested that, upon refusal, they would be sent away, barred from further involvement. This outcome was derived from an analysis of Lapras's species tendencies and decision-making style, and it seemed unlikely to deviate. As Lapras listened to MOU's description, it hesitantly remarked, "Are you referring to the prince?" The more it absorbed MOU's words, the more familiar they became. Was this not the prince they had intended to seek assistance from? The Lapras with the shell wound had been dispatched to appeal to the prince, but was intercepted midway by a purple Wylord. The Wylord had stated that the prince was in a foul mood and would not entertain any visitors for the time being, regardless of the urgency of their matters. The prince? MOU paused, realization dawning upon him. It indeed seemed they were speaking of the same creature. He had nearly forgotten that Manaphy bore the title of the Prince of the Sea. Upon confirming that they were discussing the same Pokemon, disappointment clouded Lapras's features. The prince was currently refusing to meet with outsiders, and their previous plan was to wait until he was ready to receive guests before seeking his aid. Chapter 126, A New Companion. Lapras was unaware of the troubles plaguing Manaphy, but MOU was well informed. Not only was he aware, but he also recognized his own role in Manaphy's current predicament. If you trust my words, I can take these 3 eggs to seek out Manaphy. I have connections. MOU's intentions were genuinely altruistic, yet Lapras could not easily relinquish the eggs to him. Noticing the chieftain's evident hesitation, MOU suggested, "If you're unwilling, we could explore other options. I could visit every 2 days, or..." Lapras. MOU's proposition was abruptly interrupted as Lapras conceived a viable solution. The chieftain's reluctance to fully trust MOU stemmed from a simple truth. He was, after all, human. Although this human had shown them kindness, it was insufficient for the entire Lapras tribe to place their complete faith in him. The only way to earn his trust was through the establishment of a partnership with a Lapras. This was a straightforward notion, as there existed a Lapras within their tribe that had taken quite a liking to MOU. The chieftain slowly articulated this idea, yet MOU did not immediately acquiesce. His Pokemon roster was already extensive, and he currently lacked the time and energy to accommodate a new partner. While he held a fondness for Lapras, he could not commit to the responsibilities of a newly joined companion at present. MOU expressed his concerns, and rather than disappointment, Lapras's gaze transformed into one of admiration. Yet, admiration aside, MOU's reservations remained. The chieftain found itself at a loss for how to navigate this situation. After a moment's thought, an idea sparked in its mind. If MOU was currently pressed for time and energy, they could establish the partnership now and finalize the details later. Formally confirming their arrangement meant that this island would serve as the primary habitat for the tribe, and they would not be departing hastily. Lapras could continue to reside within the tribe until MOU was free to retrieve it afterward. This would also provide the Lapras being taken a period of adjustment. Even if, in the end, either MOU or Lapras were unwilling, Failing to reach an agreement would not negate the resolution of the issues surrounding the 3 eggs. In this light, it seemed that the Lapras tribe stood to gain regardless of the outcome. The chieftain did not vocalize these last few thoughts, but merely proposed the idea of formalizing the partnership now and addressing the details later. Would that be suitable? Mou hesitated, but the very nature of his hesitation spoke volumes. Without delay, Lapras led Mou and the bewildered metallic creature outside, where the Lapras with the shell wound awaited not far from the cave's entrance. Lapras, Lapras. The 2 Lapras engaged in animated conversation, deliberately avoiding Mou's presence, rendering him unable to decipher their exchange. The exchange persisted for an extended duration, with the scarred Lapras increasingly directing its gaze towards Mou. Eventually, the elder Lapras approached Mou, accompanied by a young Lapras, whose eyes sparkled with joy as it focused on him. As Mou listened to the elder's explanations, his expression gradually transformed from perplexity to a state of stupor. They had convened and reached an agreement to adhere to their previous arrangement, waiting for Mou to become available before escorting the Lapras away. I may be preoccupied for a while. Would you still be amenable to this? Mou inquired, glancing at the Lapras, which nodded in affirmation before hesitantly articulating its aspirations. It had long harbored dreams of embarking on adventures. Yet the elders within its clan had previously deemed it too young and inexperienced to venture out alone. It had no interest in combat. Rather, it yearned for the experiences and vistas that awaited beyond its familiar shores. The previous incident involving Yang Ming had not cast a shadow over it. Instead, Mou's act of salvation had only heightened its curiosity about the outside world. Faced with the candid expression of the young Lapras, Mou did not hesitate. Every Pokemon possesses its own thoughts. Not all are driven by the singular ambition of becoming stronger. The young Lapras exemplified a type that prioritized scenery over skirmishes. In truth, knowing that the young Lapras did not regard strength as its ultimate goal brought a sense of relief to Mou. This meant that the young Lapras could be perceived more as a companion for the journey. Rest assured, I shall not compel you to engage in battle, Mou said, gently patting the young Lapras on its neck, eliciting a cheerful cry in response. Though the young Lapras eschewed combat, it displayed remarkable proficiency in utilizing healing techniques such as Life Dew. Moreover, its cheerful disposition contributed to a more vibrant atmosphere within the team. Once Mou resolved the matters concerning the evolution of the Soundwave larva and the behavioral issues of the metal monster, he would return to retrieve the Lapras. This time frame would neither be excessively lengthy nor unduly brief. Mou internally set a deadline of half a month. Upon hearing Mou's consent, the young Lapras eagerly bounded in front of him, its eyes brimming with anticipation. Lapras, seeing that Mou remained motionless, the young Lapras could not contain its impatience and urged him to act. Realizing the young Lapras's intention, Mou, who had been scratching his head in confusion, suddenly understood. The young Lapras wished for him to capture it with a pokeball. Without further ado, Mou produced a dive ball and gently pressed it against the young Lapras's forehead. Unlike the previous encounter with the metal monster, this time the dive ball remained intact. With a thud, the dive ball shook twice, as if the Lapras inside was curiously struggling. Then, with a crisp click, the ball ceased its motion, signifying Mou's success in capturing the young Lapras. Come forth, Lapras, he called, releasing the Pokemon, which reappeared before him. The elder Lapras observed the harmonious interaction between Mou and the young Lapras, its previous worries dissipating entirely. Lapras female, level 55, type, water, ice, ability, thick fat. The opponent's attacks do not land critical hits. Moves, Mist, Aurora Beam, Life Dew, Water Pulse, Perish Song, Rain Dance. Protect. The young Lapras's statistics revealed nothing unusual, just those of an exceptional specimen. Lapras. After Mou captured the young Lapras, the elder Lapras resumed their earlier discussion. The metal monster, which had been closely following Mou, exhibited noticeable fluctuations in its aura as he captured the young Lapras. However, Mou was too preoccupied with the elder Lapras's deliberations to pay the metal monster any heed. Post-capture, the young Lapras became increasingly attached to Mou, yet it maintained a respectful distance, ensuring it did not disrupt his other activities. Very well, Mou affirmed, conceding to the elder Lapras's conditions. The stipulations were straightforward. Mou could take 3 eggs to seek out Manaphy, but he must bring the young Lapras along as a supervisor. Although the young Lapras, who was currently snuggling up to Mou, did not embody the typical characteristics of a supervisor, this arrangement was primarily to placate other Lapras in the clan. Once an agreement was reached, Mou and the elder Lapras swiftly finalized a general time frame. and the elder began preparations to gather the other clan members. Chapter 127. The perplexity of Manaphy. Thus, effective communication became paramount. What do you think, Metal Monster? After departing from the island, MOU engaged in continuous dialogue with the Metal Monster while seated atop the young Lapras. The 3 blue eggs rested steadily across MOU's crossed legs. Following discussions among the Lapras, it was ultimately decided that MOU should seek Manaphy's assistance regarding the eggs. The Metal Monster nodded, albeit still harboring some reservations. While the Lapras' decision had diverged from its expectations, it considered this instance merely an isolated exception. MOU was well aware that altering the Metal Monster's perspective required more than just this singular event, yet the necessary dialogue remained essential. Thanks to the young Lapras' efforts, MOU soon spotted the purple Wylord in the distance, fulfilling a role akin to a security guard, tasked with intercepting all incoming visitors. As the young Lapras approached, it naturally attracted the Wylord's attention, prompting the latter to flick its tail in curiosity, creating a noticeable wave upon the ocean's surface. This little one has visited before, hasn't it? The Wylord recalled that the young Lapras' previous intent was to seek the prince's help regarding the eggs in its clan. Although puzzled, the Wylord remained steadfast in its duty, ready to obstruct the young Lapras' path. I must. The Wylord surfaced from the depths, startling the young Lapras. Wylord, it's me. MOU called out, waving his hand. Wylord. The Wylord's expression registered surprise as it recognized MOU. It had observed the battle between Manaphy and Dark Lugia from a distance. While it could not discern the specifics, it knew MOU had entered the fray. MOU gently patted the young Lapras' neck, signaling it to pause, and then spoke. Please inform Manaphy that I have arrived. After a moment of hesitation, the Wylord dove back beneath the waves to relay the message. Moments later, it resurfaced, revealing that Manaphy had chosen to receive MOU, rather than the usual refusal. Following this approval, MOU returned the young Lapras and the Metal Monster to their Pokeballs, cradling the 3 eggs as he descended alongside the Wylord. During their descent, the Wylord softly implored MOU to offer guidance to their prince. MOU refrained from making grand promises, simply responding, I will do my best. For he was still uncertain of Manaphy's current state. The entrance to Atlantis remained unchanged, marked by the stone door that resembled the one MOU had encountered on his previous visit. Upon sensing MOU's approach, the intricate patterns on the door glowed brilliantly, drawing him and the eggs within. When he reopened his eyes, he found himself within the familiar confines of the Atlantis Palace. Manaphy, seated upon its throne, rose swiftly to welcome MOU upon his entrance. Long time no see, MOU greeted, waving while firmly holding the 3 Lapras eggs. Manaphy. Long time no see. Manaphy raised its hand, causing the 3 eggs in MOU's embrace to float gently into the air. With his hands liberated, MOU stretched lazily and smiled at Manaphy, saying, I heard you've been feeling withdrawn? Manaphy was taken aback, not expecting such a statement from MOU, and momentarily at a loss for how to respond. Just joking. I heard that ever since you defeated the Dark Lugia, you've been coiled up here. So I came to keep you company. MOU confidently walked up the steps to the throne and sat down, patting the ground beside him to indicate for Manaphy to join him. After a moment of hesitation, Manaphy finally sat beside him and spoke. Aren't you here for those 3 eggs? Regardless, MOU and Manaphy shared a bond forged through battle, and technically, he was Manaphy's savior. MOU was unfazed by Manaphy's retort, chuckling as he replied, It was on my way, but primarily, I came to check on you. MOU had never entertained the thought of capturing Manaphy, for such a Pokemon held immense significance for the ocean. It was not a legendary Pokemon, but rather a distinct mythical creature. Although it lacked divine status, its very existence was a unique life form birthed by the sea. As long as a Pokemon like Manaphy existed, no matter the pollution surrounding its habitat, the waters would ultimately return to purity. Manaphy served as a natural filter, dedicated to maintaining ecological balance and environmental health. I just feel a sudden sense of boredom, unsure of what to do next, Manaphy murmured, gazing down at its hands. Its tone laden with confusion and melancholy. It had pursued the defeat of Dark Lugia for 2 reasons, its pollution of the ocean, and the friendships it held with many residents of Atlantis. For these 2 motives, it had meticulously plotted for millennia, nearly failing, but ultimately achieving its goal. Yet, after fulfilling this age-old obsession, it found itself lost regarding how to navigate its future. At this moment, MOU reclined comfortably on the impeccably cleaned carpet. Isn't it wonderful to continue aiding other Pokemon as before? He said, casually resting his hands behind his head. I don't know if my assistance is right or wrong. Manaphy shook its head, mimicking MOU and lying down beside him. At one time, this sea was home to 76 species of Pokemon, but now only 31 remained. While migration was normal, the scale of this exodus left Manaphy questioning its own influence. MOU, glancing sideways at the anxious expression on Manaphy's face, couldn't help but chuckle. Although he was unaware of what had transpired before, the way Lapras sought him for assistance whenever issues arose indicated that Manaphy had likely done nothing wrong. For instance, he prompted. For instance, to protect a group of white sea lions from extinction, I drove away the Sharpedo, and now the Sharpedo here are newcomers, Manaphy responded. Grappling with a simple conundrum, before its arrival, the Pokemon in this sea thrived, but since then, their numbers had drastically dwindled, though the remaining groups considered it beneficial. The exodus was an undeniable reality. Its duty was to purify the ocean and maintain ecological integrity, yet it felt lost on how to fulfill that role. Previously, Manaphy had little time to ponder such matters, having devoted itself entirely to plotting revenge against Dark Lugia. Now, with free time at its disposal, suppressed questions began to resurface. Refusing to accept visitors was merely the first step. It was attempting to gradually withdraw from the memories of surrounding Pokemon, observing whether this sea could revert to its former state of biodiversity. Perhaps we should first listen to what the Pokemon here have to say before making a decision? Chapter 128, The Thoughts of Little Lapras. Manaphy looked at MOU with curiosity. The Pokemon remaining here surely wished to continue their previous lives. So what difference would it make to listen? MOU did not elaborate, instead releasing a small Lapras, as a member of the last generation born 3 years prior. This Lapras had yet to be significantly influenced by others. It was fitting for this young, perceptive Lapras, who had never even seen Manaphy, to comment on the matter. Lapras? Upon emerging, the Lapras immediately turned its gaze toward the seated Manaphy beside MOU. It was its first encounter with the prince, and curiosity sparked within it, as it had only ever heard tales of the prince from its kin. This is the prince you speak of, and this is Lapras, my companion. MOU introduced them. He continued, Lapras, in your heart, what kind of leader do you believe the prince to be? Confronted with MOU's question, Lapras tilted its head, while Manaphy outwardly remained composed, though its hand instinctively clenched. Lapras. As Lapras shared its assessment, Manaphy gradually relaxed its grip, though a flicker of disappointment crossed its face. Its evaluation echoed sentiments expressed by the elder Pokemon, all praising its virtues and benevolence. Such simple accolades were not what Manaphy sought. Rather, they solidified its resolve to depart. But Lapras began, and at the utterance of that word, Manaphy suddenly lifted its head, looking at Lapras with anticipation. Normally, Lapras would hesitate to voice such thoughts in front of Manaphy, but with MOU, who wielded the power of Aura nearby, the atmosphere shifted. With the prince's influence, Lapras became increasingly animated, and thoughts previously unspoken began to spill forth like the tide. Although the prince is admirable, his affability leads everyone to instinctively seek him out for resolution whenever issues arise. As Lapras articulated its thoughts, Manaphy showed no signs of displeasure. On the contrary, it nodded in agreement. Indeed, at some point, it had become customary for Pokemon of all kinds to consult it on matters both trivial and significant, even seeking its guidance for breeding. Unbeknownst to it, the Pokemon outside had transformed into a complex community, with it serving as their leader. Thus, I believe the prince should limit his audiences with other Pokemon to 2 or 3 times per clan. This would not only allow the external communities to grow independently, but also spare the prince from such exhaustion. Lapras voiced its thoughts in a rush, as if it had rehearsed them countless times, without a hint of hesitation. By the end, Manaphy nodded repeatedly. Truthfully, the Pokemon here had grown under its watchful eye, and severing their connection would be difficult. This young Lapras' suggestion was indeed astute. It would free the external groups from dependence on it while allowing Manaphy to discover new joys. Observing these communities as they gradually matured promised to be the most fulfilling endeavor. As MOU gradually withdrew his aura, Lapras' excitement began to ebb. Once Lapras realized what it had just said, it quickly lowered its long neck, attempting to hide behind MOU. You're right, Manaphy said, to Lapras' surprise. Not only did it not take offense, but rather wholeheartedly endorsed what it had just expressed. Manaphy resolved to follow this course, its new objective being to observe the growth of the surrounding communities, watching as they gradually became self-sufficient. With clarity restored, Manaphy summoned nearby Sharpedo to relay this decision to the other clans. Now, let's address these 3 eggs. After the departure of the giant toothed shark, Manaphy waved towards the horizon, and 3 Pokemon eggs gently floated before it. As it gazed at the central egg, its expression gradually turned grave. Noticing Manaphy's demeanor, MOU inquired, what is it? Is it beyond rescue? Lapras also leaned in to eavesdrop, aware of the significance these eggs held for their kind. These two are manageable, Manaphy remarked casually, striking the two eggs, from which a faint dark energy surged forth, only to be swiftly purified by Manaphy. However, this particular egg poses a challenge. It may require a year for complete purification. The bottom of the central egg had turned pitch black, markedly more severe than the other two. Should the Pokemon within hatch, it would likely emerge as a powerful yet irrational creature. Upon hearing Manaphy's assessment, the young Lapras visibly relaxed. Fortunately, it merely requires a year, it thought. Recalling the direst expectations within the tribe, which had anticipated that none of the three eggs would be viable. Thus, this egg shall remain with me, while you may take the other two and return at this time next year. After a brief contemplation, Manaphy swiftly reached a decision. The state of this egg served as a reminder. Although Dark Lugia had perished, the dark energy that transformed Lugia into such a being had not entirely dissipated. Or rather, this was the peculiar aspect of the situation. Is such a phenomenon common outside? Manaphy suddenly lifted its gaze to Lapras, who initially recoiled slightly before softly responding. Lapras, I haven't heard of other tribes experiencing this. With this response, Manaphy's expression turned serious. The dark energy of Dark Lugia, by all rights, should have exerted a significant influence on the surroundings. Yet, according to Lapras, there had been no observable effects outside, which defied logic. Either the dark energy had yet to make an impact, or a Pokemon, or a group of them, had concealed it. Given that Lapras had not heard of any cases of Pokemon losing their rationality outside, and that Manaphy's guard had relayed no such news, it was highly probable that the dark energy had been kept hidden away. Uncertain of the exact circumstances, Manaphy silently elevated the importance of this matter in its mind. Chapter 129, MOU's Own Plan. After conversing with Manaphy for a while longer, MOU reluctantly departed Atlantis with the young Lapras, cradling the two purified eggs. He returned to their island with Lapras's assistance. Lapras. The young Lapras conveyed Manaphy's diagnosis to the tribe leader, whose countenance visibly brightened. Although one egg would require another year for purification, preserving the other two was an extraordinary stroke of fortune. The Lapras leader approached MOU, bowing deeply before exclaiming, Lapras. It was a gesture of gratitude, though the leader pondered what appropriate reward would be fitting. Living in these waters for centuries, the Lapras tribe did not possess a penchant for hoarding rare items, yet their wealth had reached an astonishing magnitude. No need for formalities. It was a mere act of kindness. I shall take my leave now. MOU glanced up at the sky, noting that the sun was nearing the horizon, painting the sky with hues of dusk. Hearing that MOU intended to depart, the young Lapras called out wistfully, Lapras, wait. I'll come back for you in half a month, once I'm done with my affairs. MOU affectionately stroked the young Lapras' elongated neck, smiling as he reassured it. The Lapras leader continued to ponder the appropriate reward for MOU, but upon hearing of his imminent departure, it set that thought aside for the moment. After bidding farewell to the young Lapras and the leader, MOU swiftly vanished from their sight atop the back of his Dragonite. The Lapras leader turned its attention to the young Lapras, its eyes suddenly lighting up. Lapras? Confused. The young Lapras was nudged into a cave by the leader. Though it was uncertain what might be useful for MOU, it knew what would benefit the young Lapras. Since it preferred not to engage in battle, they would seek to strengthen its abilities in other ways. Roar? The Dragonite in the air suddenly called out, its tone filled with inquiry. Indeed, having met with Manaphy, it should be in a better state now, MOU replied. Upon hearing this, Dragonite nodded, refraining from further questioning. The duo soon returned to the training room aboard the mothership, where the Soundwave larva was still continuously unleashing ground-type moves, the small room filled with sand and rocks. Buzz. Upon hearing the door to the room open, the emaciated Soundwave larva turned to face Dragonite and MOU. Although it was weary, its spirit remained exuberant. The exhaustion and its hunger for energy compelled its body to instinctively seek sustenance, and as its energy reserves dwindled, a warm sensation began to emerge. MOU crouched down to closely observe the exterior of the Soundwave larva, then spoke. All right, that's enough for today. Moderation is key. Although the Soundwave larva was somewhat reluctant, it ultimately complied with his decision. As the tension it had held within dissipated, the fatigue surged forth, overwhelming it almost instantly. Here, have a bit of this. Just before it lost consciousness, MOU placed a small, soft morsel into the Soundwave larva's mouth. As soon as it entered, it melted away, flowing down its throat into its stomach, followed by a wave of warmth spreading throughout its body. With its body enveloped in warmth, the Soundwave larva felt as though it had returned to the comforting presence of Groudon, lazily closing its eyes and drifting into slumber. MOU recalled the sleeping soundwave larva. Having fed it nothing extravagant, simply a common orange cotton candy. Its purpose was merely to act as a catalyst, allowing the soundwave larva's body to absorb the deep powers of the earth even in sleep. Roar. Once the soundwave larva was recalled, Dragonite let out a soft call. It had been startled by the soundwave larva's gone appearance upon entering the room. As a Pokemon, it understood how uncomfortable such a state could be. Witnessing the soundwave larva's dedication sparked a sense of urgency within it. Roar. Suddenly, Dragonite moved to the center of the room, closed its eyes, and began to meditate. MOU, observing Dragonite's sudden behavior, was somewhat perplexed but decided to let it be. He closed the door and sought out the speedster dog, who was currently engaged in skill mastery training, focusing on unleashing quick attack while dodging the random obstacles that arose in its path. These obstacles were entirely unpredictable, and thus far, the speedster dog had only succeeded once. Woof! The speedster dog halted its forward movement upon seeing MOU enter the room. MOU approached and gently stroked the speedster dog's fur, which was already damp with sweat. Keep it up. Once this phase of training concludes, I'll arrange for some real battle practice. At this, the speedster dog's eyes sparkled, its wet tail wagging enthusiastically. It preferred the exhilaration of growing stronger through battles with other Pokemon rather than through training with machines. Nevertheless, it understood that this mechanical training was an unavoidable part of its growth. After inquiring whether the speedster dog wished to take a break and receiving the anticipated negative response, the solitary MOU proceeded to the training room of his final Pokemon, Eevee. Eevee's training chamber was refreshingly cool, simulating an underwater environment. Within the glass enclosure, Eevee was diligently practicing the water pulse technique by mimicking the projection of a gem starfish, while its silver fur glimmered softly, radiating a gentle light. Although it had yet to evolve into a Vaporeon, its unique attributes enabled it to harness the elemental water energy from the ocean. Observing this, MOU refrained from interrupting Eevee and chose to exit the room quietly. The Pokemon were diligently following their training regimen as planned, yet, for reasons unknown, he suddenly felt a twinge of loneliness. Shaking his head to dispel this absurd feeling, MOU reminded himself that since his Pokemon were occupied, it was time for him to embark on his next endeavor. Establishing a faction within the Oceanic team that could provide information about it after his departure was the task that lay ahead of him. In the days that followed his exit from the training room, MOU wandered through the mother ship, searching for suitable candidates. Unfortunately, his efforts met with little success. The Oceanic team had not welcomed fresh blood for quite some time, and those who remained had already formed their own factions. The last newcomer had been MOU himself. Undeterred by his lack of success, Missouri shifted his focus to another group. Chapter 130, The Researchers of the Oceanic Team. Since the trainers had already been recruited, could he perhaps allure the researchers instead? Although enlisting researchers would undoubtedly prove far more challenging than engaging other members, the potential rewards would undoubtedly correspond to the difficulty. If he were successful, he would not even need this individual to actively seek information. Merely sharing the laboratory projects would suffice. Through these projects, he could glean the true core information of the Oceanic team. However, the researchers' rest area was separate from that of the regular Oceanic team members, leaving little opportunity for interaction between the two groups. Additionally, the area where the researchers worked had been assigned to Ming Hui, which meant that MOU approaching them recklessly could lead to unnecessary complications. Faced with this dilemma, MOU resolved to pursue both avenues simultaneously, seeking suitable candidates outside while looking for opportunities to connect with the researchers. Through his persistent efforts, he indeed stumbled upon a promising opportunity. So you've come to ask me to cover for you? MOU regarded Ming Hui with an odd expression, his tone laced with an imperceptible excitement. Yes, I received news from home. A relative has passed away, and I need to return, Ming Hui replied somewhat sheepishly. Noticing the peculiar look on MOU's face, Ming Hui assumed he was reluctant and hastily added, I'll be back in 3 days, and I assure you, you shall be duly rewarded upon my return. Very well, MOU acquiesced reluctantly, following Ming Hui's lead. Thank you. Thank you, Ming Hui expressed his gratitude. Unbeknownst to him, MOU was utterly elated at this unexpected opportunity that had presented itself after such a long search. Come by tomorrow morning. I'll inform you of your responsibilities, Ming Hui said, patting MOU on the shoulder. He sought MOU out because, among the 3 cadre members, MOU was the only one with spare time. Furthermore, he had learned from Chun Yang that upon Water Wudong's return, MOU would be reinstated, thus he felt no qualms about this decision. The following morning, MOU arrived early at the 21st level of the mother ship, where Ming Hui was already waiting. Seeing MOU had indeed come, Minghui greeted him with a smile and approached briskly. MOU. I oversee levels 21 to 40 of the Oceanic Team's mothership. You are aware of this. Minghui began, introducing the area he was responsible for while guiding MOU through each floor to familiarize him with the environment. Levels 21 to 25 served as storage for various living supplies, while levels 26 to 33 housed reserve wartime materials. As Minghui elaborated, MOU attentively nodded, committing everything to memory. The 34th and 35th levels comprised dormitories for the researchers, while the 37th level contained the dining hall and recreational area. During Minghui's explanation, a few researchers clad in white lab coats occasionally passed by in the corridor, showing no reaction to the presence of either Minghui or MOU. Quickly hurrying along after a brief glance, the researchers held a status equivalent to that of captains outside, and Water Wudong, the leader, treated them with great respect. Observing their indifference, Minghui felt compelled to explain, fearing MOU might feel out of place after being esteemed outside. I understand, MOU replied, indicating that he did not take it to heart. He bore no objections to the respect accorded to the researchers, and he was far from petty enough to interpret their lack of greeting as a slight. That's good to hear, Minghui said, relieved by MOU's response. By the end of Minghui's introduction, MOU had gained a comprehensive understanding of the areas under his purview. Once he confirmed that MOU was aware of his daily responsibilities, Minghui took his leave. His leave began that evening, and he assured MOU that he could reach out to him if any issues arose. MOU first conducted a thorough inspection of the storage areas to ascertain whether any items had expired, then randomly checked several supplies to verify that all records were accurate and complete. After completing these tasks, he ventured to the researchers' dormitory area. According to Minghui, this layer's responsibilities were quite straightforward, merely to make rounds, delegating any issues to subordinates while moving on to the next task if everything was in order. The researchers' dormitory area differed somewhat from MOU's expectations. Several night shift researchers were finishing their shifts, resulting in a rather boisterous atmosphere on the floor. One researcher brushed past MOU, only to turn back with curiosity. Hey, why is there a different person today? MOU, unperturbed, responded, Minghui is on leave, and I'm covering for him for 2 days. Oh, so you're a cadre too? This remark drew the attention of other researchers, most of whom were in their early 20s. The prolonged, stifling atmosphere of experimentation had rendered them more inquisitive about new encounters than the average members of the Oceanic Team. Yes, I'm MOU, he acknowledged, and soon the researchers bombarded him with questions, from his age to his Pokemon, the reasons for becoming a cadre, and finally, whether he had anyone he fancied. Observing their eager curiosity regarding gossip, MOU felt a pang of sympathy for them. The lower-ranked individuals could at least escape occasionally, whereas these researchers' chances for freedom were measured in years. According to Water Wudong, for every year they worked, they were entitled to a month of leave on designated islands or cities. Beyond that, their existence revolved solely around the upper levels, shuttling between the laboratory and dormitory. Recreational facilities were mostly relics from the previous century, long since exhausted of their allure. With no mobile phones and computers limited to an intranet connection, their lives revolved around a monotonous routine. Though superficially it appeared that Water Wudong treated them with great esteem, providing ample food and resources, in reality, their lives bore a striking resemblance to imprisonment, devoid of any semblance of freedom. After answering as many questions as he could, and evading those he could not, MOU finally managed to extricate himself from their clutches. The female researchers' dormitory area did not require his patrol, as they would jot down their needs and concerns in a small notebook, which MOU merely needed to check for entries. Upon leaving the dormitory area, MOU finally reached the laboratory floors, which were of particular importance as highlighted by Minghui. Any issues in other areas could be postponed, but even the slightest discrepancy in this zone required immediate attention. At that moment, it was the shift change for the laboratory staff, with researchers in white coats orderly entering through the front door while those finishing their shifts exited through the back. MOU keenly observed that the researchers entering bore a predominantly somber demeanor, while those exiting appeared more uplifted. Chapter 131, Dr. Moan. This discovery filled MOU with delight. If these individuals were content with their current lives, he surmised that he would have little chance of engaging them. As the researchers emerged from the laboratory, most cast curious glances at MOU. In their monotonous existence, the arrival of a newcomer was sufficient to pique their interest. However, thanks to the ingrained regulations that prohibited loud conversations and idle chatter within the lab's confines, MOU was spared the fate of being encircled and bombarded with questions as he had been in the dormitory area. Please make way, just as he sought a target. A robust voice resonated behind him. Mo turned to see a middle-aged man with golden hair and an invigorated demeanor stride past him, having been granted passage. "Thank you," he offered with a slight nod of gratitude before entering the laboratory through a small, unoccupied door. In that moment of thanks, Mo noticed the nameplate hanging from the man's chest inscribed with the name Moan. He murmured the name to himself, gradually descending into contemplation. Since joining the lava team, Mo had been tirelessly recalling information about the Alola region, and the name Moan struck a familiar chord within him. After a brief pause, he emerged from his reverie, recalling that Moan was indeed a renowned researcher in Alola. Unlike other scholars, Dr. Moan was somewhat exceptional. He had once been an authority in the realms of ultra space and ultra beasts. However, during an experiment connecting to the ultra wormhole, Dr. Moan vanished into the abyss, leaving behind only data concerning Nihilego and Cosmic. In contemporary Alola, few retain memories of Dr. Moan, yet his wife was a household name. She was none other than Luzamin, the chairwoman of the Ether Foundation, and they had a son and daughter named Gladion and Lily. Moan was not only a Pokemon researcher, but also an extraordinary trainer. Upon relocating to Alola to study the Ultra Wormhole, he had triumphed over the Grand Trial of Melamale Island, receiving a Zering from the island's chief, Hala. Subsequently, he discovered the dormant artificial Pokemon Magiarna in an antique shop, purchasing it with the intention of restoring it as a gift for his daughter, Lily. After entering the Ultra Wormhole, he was rescued by the peculiar Nihilego and transported to the Crown Tundra of Galar. However, during his unconsciousness, he consistently mistook Nihilego for his daughter Lily, leading Nihilego to alter Moan's memories and conceal his clothing and mirror, choosing to live alongside him. Mo swiftly reviewed the details regarding Moan in his mind. Observing Moan's demeanor, it seemed he had yet to reunite with Luzamin and Lily, and his memories remained obscured. With clarity regarding the situation, Mo felt invigorated. Although he was uncertain why Moan was present in this place and working underwater Wudo, it was evidently a promising opportunity. As a doctor, Moan would undoubtedly possess knowledge surpassing that of an ordinary researcher. His objective was to restore Moan's memories, which could be achieved by facilitating a meeting with his family. Coincidentally, Mo was aware of the whereabouts of Moan's son, Gladion. After identifying his target, he refrained from hastily executing his plan and instead completed his responsibilities before departing. The inspections here could be conducted thrice daily, consuming no more than 2 hours in total, allowing Mo ample leisure to strategize. Following the midday inspection, Mo arrived at the training room, where several Pokemon were still engaged in practice. He settled into a sofa in the lobby, closing his eyes to recuperate. It was known that Dr. Moan had not regained his memories, and that Gladion was with Team Rocket, while Lily and Luzamin remained unaccounted for. Fortunately, Sakamoto and the leaders of various departments had already departed, leaving the theoretical highest authority within the Rainbow Rocket team in the hands of Sakamoto's assistant, Zhen Yao. Mo opened his eyes and retrieved his phone. Disregarding the 20 or so messages from Zhen Yao, including unreceived information regarding evolution barriers, the ocean team has been attacked, and among the captured are individuals related to Gladion. Please inquire if he is willing to come forward for identification. Mo sent this message, and soon after, the status typing appeared next to Zhen Yao's name. You ask him yourself. Moments later, Zhen Yao's reply appeared, along with a friend recommendation. When Zhen Yao previously inquired if Sakamoto could provide Mo with the relevant data concerning evolution barriers, Sakamoto had already given the nod. Everything was permissible except for core secrets. Gladion was evidently not entangled with Team Rocket's confidential matters, and Zhen Yao was disinclined to ponder whether the two might be secretly conspiring. Although Sakamoto was absent, he had left behind some emergency hidden resources. Moreover, Zhen Yao was aware of Moan's presence within the ocean team. Thus, Mo's intentions had been laid bare the moment he inputted Gladion's name. Nevertheless, she remained unconcerned. From Sakamoto's demeanor, it was evident that whatever Mo chose to pursue would be met with unimpeded approval, a unique confidence that Sakamoto possessed. Mo clicked on the friend recommendation sent by Zhen Yao, filling in the verification information as looking for family, prioritizing children of researchers. His verification was almost instantaneously approved, and shortly thereafter, messages from Gladion flooded in like a torrent, with 4 or 5 messages appearing in rapid succession. Skipping over inquiries such as "Who are you?" and "Where are you?" Mo sent a message stating, "I am Mo," seeking to discuss matters at the ocean team, before returning his phone to his pocket. On the other side, Gladion sprang into action upon receiving the message. His request to leave was met with approval, and he soon appeared in Zhen Yao's ear. "Approved. Let him go," Zhen Yao instructed, promptly ending the call. Gladion had yet to complete his preparations for departure when he received the green light, along with coordinates for the Ocean Team's flagship. He swiftly checked his attributes, empty status, equipped with the necessary data disks for the empty attribute. Once everything was in order, he made his way to the docks outside Ether Paradise. Blastoise, let us go. At this moment, Gladion did not have the luxury to ponder why his request had been processed so swiftly. He released Blastoise and sped towards the Ocean Team's flagship. It had been a considerable time since he had received any news regarding his family, the second instance since Team Rainbow Rocket's takeover of the Alola region. Less than a minute after Gladion's departure, Zhen Yao had already received notification of his exit. The request from Lab 1 was denied, while Lab 3 appended a request for additional experimental materials. Zhen Yao showed no interest in this news, merely nodding before being cast into the depths of distraction. Chapter 132, The Anxious Gladion. The Ocean Team's flagship is there. Gladion pointed towards the northwest as he continually referenced the map in his hands. Confirming the direction, Blastoise accelerated once more. In the distance, a small, indistinct silhouette rapidly grew larger and clearer. Halt! As Gladion approached within a certain range, several members of the Ocean Team, led by Shoto, intercepted him. Since the recent attack, the patrols around the flagship had significantly intensified. The remaining 4 captains of the Ocean Team led their subordinates in an unceasing 24-hour watch, immediately reporting any suspicious activity. Gladion patted Blastoise's shell, and the Pokémon gradually came to a halt. I am with Team Rocket, he called out towards Shoto in front. Team Rocket? Shoto scrutinized Gladion, feeling a flicker of recognition. Nevertheless, he did not relax his guard, continuing to inquire, what business do you have here? I was invited. Before Gladion could elaborate, Mou's voice resounded from above. As Shoto and Glacier simultaneously lifted their gazes, the figures of Mou and the Dragonite emerged within their line of sight. Glacier is my guest, Mou stated, leaving no room for further inquiry. No issues here. Then let us resume our patrol, Shoto replied, lowering his head and apologizing to Glacier. With Mou's intervention, Glacier approached the mothership without obstruction. Before entering the Oceanic Team, Mou tossed Glacier a hat and a ditto mask. If you wish to meet your father, you must wear these. Mou's words interrupted Glacier's thoughts, prompting him to obediently don the mask and hat. As they boarded the mothership through the port, Chunyang seemingly passed by inadvertently, as if by chance encountering Mou. Mou, what brings you here? And who is this? In response to Chunyang's seemingly casual inquiry, Mou smiled and replied, this is a friend I made while in Team Rocket. I invited him to the Oceanic Team for a visit. Chunyang's expression revealed understanding, though whether he truly believed it remained uncertain. Mou led the transformed Glacier to the leisure area, where the surveillance outside his dormitory had yet to be dismantled, rendering the bustling atmosphere of the leisure area surprisingly secure. Glacier seated himself at a corner table, feeling somewhat out of place amidst the noisy surroundings. Here are 2 drinks, Mou said, interrupting Glacier before he could speak. Drink first. Although they occupied a corner, Mou became the focal point of many gazes. The Oceanic Team members resting nearby were curious about the individual seated across from Mou. Judging by the his attire, he appeared to be affiliated with Team Rocket. While Glacier wished to inquire about his father's whereabouts, Mou showed no inclination to initiate conversation. Mou leisurely sipped his drink, occasionally greeting other members of the Oceanic Team. Observing this, Glacier suppressed his impatience and patiently awaited Mou's next move. Mou, who is this? A few bolder members of the Oceanic Team ventured to ask, casting inquisitive glances at Glacier. He's a friend I made during a competition with Team Rocket. He's been feeling bored lately, so I brought him along for a few battles to pass the time, Mou replied with a smile, showing no signs of discomfort at their inquiries. Upon hearing his response, the Oceanic Team members nodded in understanding. Having participated in previous battles where Mou's prowess had clearly surpassed that of the other 2 leaders, several members of the Oceanic Team quietly departed, avoiding drawing attention from anyone but Mou. So, is this individual also a leader of Team Rocket? As the initial questioners faced no reprimand and instead received answers, other members began to engage in gossip. Team Rocket currently lacks any leaders, and he tends to be rather reserved, Mou replied without pretension, inadvertently revealing details about Glacier. With each question answered, another member slipped away, and Mou silently kept track of them all. All right, we're off to battle now. You all can continue your leisure, Mou noted as he observed no further departures from the Oceanic Team members. He clapped his hands and ushered Glacier away from the leisure area, heading directly for the training room. Meanwhile, Chunyang in the dormitory was consolidating the information received from various members. ultimately concluding that this individual was simply a friend MOU had brought along to alleviate boredom. MOU brought Glacier to the training room of Dragonite and inquired, Dragonite, how is your meditation progressing? Roar. Dragonite looked at Glacier with confusion but answered normally. You should step outside and guard the door for me, MOU instructed, ushering Dragonite out. Though unaware of the reason, Dragonite nodded in agreement. Once Dragonite departed, Glacier could no longer contain his curiosity. You mentioned you have information about my father. Where is he? This time, MOU did not interrupt Glacier but instead sat on the floor, responding, I do have leads on your father, but he has lost his memory. Glacier was momentarily taken aback, but quickly accepted the news. In truth, he had anticipated such an outcome. His father had been drawn into the Ultra Wormhole during a research endeavor, and nearly all humans emerging from the Ultra Wormhole had lost their memories. Glacier took a moment to steady his emotions before asking again, where is he? Compared to his sister Lily and mother Luzman, Glacier's memories of his father were limited to the rough, large hands that once stroked his head during childhood and photographs depicting a young man deeply in love with his mother. After his father's departure, Luzman took over the Ether Foundation and began leading the research on the Ultra Wormhole, gradually becoming more obsessive. He is within the Oceanic team, now serving as the team's doctor. Upon entering this room, MOU no longer concealed the truth. This space had been thoroughly vetted by MOU and deemed the safest place available. Everything said outside was primarily aimed at alleviating Chunyang's suspicions. With Minghui absent, Chunyang was the only obstacle in his plans. As for the other spies within the Oceanic team, MOU had his methods to navigate around them. Can you take me to see him? Upon receiving news of his father, Glacier surprisingly felt a calmness wash over him. His mind was in turmoil. He was unsure how to confront this figure who existed more as a fleeting memory than a tangible presence. If it were my mother here, she might have fainted from excitement, Glacier thought, yet he was filled with trepidation at the prospect of meeting his father. Chapter 133, Dr. Ronga. I summoned you here to help him regain his memory, MOU stated, observing Glacier, who fell silent for a moment before nodding. However, this matter cannot be rushed. Moan is currently the doctor of the Oceanic team, making it challenging for you to approach him. MOU's shift in tone allowed Glacier to breathe a sigh of relief, as the pressure of an immediate meeting subsided. After the exhilaration of locating his father faded, he realized he needed time to mentally prepare himself. Once we exit, I will arrange a dormitory for you. It would be wise not to remove your Ditto mask. Following this statement, the room fell into a profound silence, with Glacier remaining quiet, lost in thought. After a while, MOU rose and opened the door, turning back to Glacier to say, let us go. I will show you to your accommodations. Please be mindful of your behavior during your stay. Glacier nodded, obediently following MOU. The two arrived at the reception area on the 5th floor. Thanks to MOU's status as a cadre, arranging a room for Glacier did not take long. Make yourself comfortable here. Feel free to explore a bit. I will come to find you when I have some free time, MOU called out as he waved goodbye, his voice devoid of any pretense. Watching as Glacier was escorted to the elevator by the staff, Glacier did not respond. He needed solitude for reflection. After ensuring the guest was settled, MOU prepared to commence his afternoon inspection. Drawing from his previous experiences, he did not linger in the dormitory area but swiftly made his way to the laboratory section. Arriving early, he found the innermost laboratory brightly lit, with both doors securely locked. Even as a cadre, MOU could not enter without authorization. With nothing to occupy his time, he leaned against the wall in the corridor, closing his eyes to rest. Approximately half an hour later, MOU opened his eyes as the back door of the laboratory slowly swung open, and researchers in white coats filed out in an orderly fashion. MOU observed them leave, estimating that there were likely over 40 researchers within the Oceanic team, with no fewer than 3 holding the title of doctor. These insights stemmed from his own observations and casual conversations with the researchers. However, whenever he attempted to steer the conversation towards research projects, they would deftly change the subject. After all the researchers had departed, a figure donning a pure white mask and clad in a doctor's uniform emerged from the laboratory. He exhibited no curiosity towards MOU, yet MOU instinctively felt a sense of aversion towards him. This was Dr. Young, who, like Dr. Morn, wore a name tag emblazoned with his name upon his chest. Upon seeing this name, MOU turned his head, his face betraying an unmistakable expression of disdain. Dr. Young, a prodigious talent acknowledged by Dr. Oki, was a notorious figure who had stirred considerable controversy within the Alliance. His research achievements were centered around the creation of phantom Pokemon. His phantom system enabled the conjuration of Pokemon from thin air, allowing these spectral beings to execute moves of any elemental type. For instance, A Phantom Charizard could unleash Hydro Pump, while a Phantom Venusaur could perform Flamethrower. However, the pinnacle of his creations was the Phantom Mutwo. He had infiltrated the global database, acquiring existing data to replicate a complete Mutwo. Under his enhancements, this Mutwo could absorb all other Phantom Pokemon to augment its own power. He held a contemptuous disregard for both human and Pokemon lives, believing life could be extinguished at whim and harboring a vengeful spirit. During the development of the Phantom system, countless humans and Pokemon lost their lives as experimental subjects. The Kanto Alliance dispatched the Elite Four in a joint effort with Dr. Yulong to apprehend Dr. Jung, but ultimately, Dr. Jung caused his Phantom Mutwo to self-destruct, disappearing without a trace. This incident remains an unresolved mystery for the Kanto Alliance to this day. And you never anticipated encountering him once more in the Alola region's Oceanic team. As Dr. Jung's figure vanished around the corner, you took a few deep breaths and silently used his aura to lock onto him, trailing him from a distance. Unbeknownst to Dr. Jung, he was being followed. At this moment, he hummed an unfamiliar tune and greeted the researchers he encountered, presenting himself as a remarkably affable individual. You followed Dr. Jung to the researcher's lounge, where he removed his lab coat, revealing a yellow turtleneck sweater beneath. Same old story, Dr. Jung's voice, muffled by the mask, echoed as he uttered this phrase before striding into a room at the corner. The front desk staff engaged in hushed whispers upon his entry. Did you know? Haruko claims Dr. Jung is actually quite handsome. She saw him without his mask once. Really? Indeed. Last time, Haruko accidentally wandered into the men's restroom and spotted a blue-haired handsome man washing his face, with Dr. Jung's mask lying nearby. Accidentally? I think that was intentional. Let me tell you, last time. The idle gossip of the staff drifted into MOU's ears from a short distance away, but they quickly shifted to other topics, offering little useful information about Dr. Jung. MOU had no choice but to depart momentarily. Dr. Jung's appearance did not alter his current plans. Over the next 2 days, MOU received data on evolution obstructions from Zhenyao, diligently studying it while observing the work schedules of the researchers and doctors. Aside from Dr. Morn and Dr. Jung, MOU finally learned the name of the third doctor, Dr. Sieg, a former member of Team Rocket, now employed by the Oceanic team. Outside, Glacier had prepared to meet his father. Due to his unremarkable behavior in recent days, Chun Yang had relaxed his surveillance. On the third day, 6 hours before Minghue's return, MOU, accompanied by Glacier, encountered no obstacles as they successfully entered the laboratory area. Based on MOU's inquiries and observations, Dr. Morn was expected to be in laboratory number 2, and the other 2 doctors would not be present. MOU stood at the entrance of the laboratory as usual, while the surveillance in the corridor had been previously infiltrated by the metal monster, displaying footage from days prior. Since the daily procedures in the laboratory area were relatively consistent, Chunyang glanced at the monitors without noticing anything amiss. The researchers had grown accustomed to MOU's presence, routinely departing via the nearest staircase. Dr. Morn, please wait a moment. MOU extended his hand to halt Dr. Morn, who looked at him in confusion. MOU gestured towards the staircase on the opposite side of the corridor, saying, "Someone wishes to meet you. May we step over there?" Although framed as a question, he had discreetly blocked Dr. Morn's intended path, his tone leaving no room for negotiation. Dr. Morn regarded him intently for a moment, then glanced at the monitor before slowly responding, "Very well." Following MOU's lead, Dr. Morn was guided to the stairwell, where another figure awaited. Glacier stepped forward, his gaze complex as he looked at the bewildered Dr. Morn, and called out, "Father." Chapter 134, The True and False Lily. "Is this your son?" After Glacier called out to his father, Dr. Morn glanced around before finally looking at MOU. MOU was equally astonished by Dr. Morn's train of thought. After all, it was implausible for someone who had yet to celebrate their 19th birthday to have such an adult son. "Father." Glacier rubbed his face, the ditto mask gradually slipping away to reveal his fair cheeks beneath. Dr. Morn observed Glacier, his expression shifting from surprise to contemplation. He was familiar with this individual. Yet regardless of how hard he tried to recollect, he could find no information about the person standing before him. As Dr. Morn sank into his memories, MOU keenly sensed a momentary dip in his aura, something evidently amiss. Dr. Morn, being an ordinary human, could not directly manipulate his aura. It could only be indirectly influenced by his emotions. This situation clearly indicated the involvement of a powerful Pokemon or psychic entity. Zekrom, Reshiram, could you please ascertain if there is anything unusual about Dr. Morn? MOU silently communicated. Understood. Moments later, Zekrom responded first. Noticing Zekrom's eagerness, Reshiram slowly closed his mouth. At Zekram's request, Mou clenched the dark stone in his hand, and Zekram's voice soon resonated again. There is a seal within his mind, though its intensity is not high. As expected, Mou nodded, a look of understanding crossing his face. The seal in Dr. Morn's mind was likely placed by the shiny ditto that rescued him, intended to make Dr. Morn forget the past and accept it as a true family. Father, you don't remember Lily either? Meanwhile, Glacier retrieved a photo he had prepared in advance. The picture depicted a young Dr. Morn and Luzamin flanking the youthful Glacier and an evidently toddler like Lily, just learning to walk. Dr. Morn's eyes widened as he gazed at the photo held by Glacier, his body beginning to tremble slightly. No. After a long pause, Dr. Morn placed his hand on his forehead and produced another photo, stating, "This is Lily." The photo he revealed showcased the current Dr. Morn with a water ground type Pokemon floating beside him, and from his affectionate gaze, it was evident he shared a close bond with Lily. Glacier looked at the photo in Dr. Morn's hand and slowly said, "This is not Lily. This is a Pokemon named Ditto." As his words fell, the stairwell was enveloped in heavy breaths. "This is Lily," Dr. Morn exclaimed loudly, turning his gaze towards Mou, who was observing the scene with keen interest. "This is Lily, isn't it?" Dr. Morn's voice quivered with an undertone of tears. Indeed, fragments of unfamiliar memories had begun to surface in his mind since Glacier had produced the photo. These memories included moments of commanding Pokemon in battle, as well as snippets of life alongside a golden-haired woman. He could not fathom why he felt sorrow. This ache seemed to belong to someone else's emotions. Suddenly drawn into the turmoil, Mou gazed at Dr. Morn and then at Glacier. Both individuals gazed at him with eyes full of hope, as if his decision would determine the outcome of the situation. Just as Lamoyu was about to finish speaking, Moan's hand, seemingly beyond his control, produced a deep blue Ultra Ball. The Ultra Ball opened, and a uniquely colored Nihilego materialized within the room. Upon the sudden appearance of Nihilego, Gladio promptly withdrew a Pokeball. However, Mou sensed no hostility emanating from this Nihilego. Instead, he was enveloped by feelings of sorrow and reluctance. "Lily, how did you get here?" Moan wiped away tears and hurried to shield Lily behind him. In his eyes, he was protecting not Nihilego, but his daughter, Lily. "Father, it's a Nihilego. You've been deceived," Gladio shouted, his voice laced with animosity towards the creature. The arrival of Team Rainbow Rocket was not entirely detrimental, at the very least. From the data seized from them, he had come to learn the cause of Lily's sudden onset of Pokemon phobia. Zaobo, a former student of Moan, had become the lead researcher of the Ultra Wormhole Project after Moan's disappearance. In an unfortunate incident, Lily encountered the Nihilego that Zaobo had released on his own during the night. To conceal his actions, Zaobo had the Dream Eater seal away Lily's memories of this event. However, the seal was imperfect due to the haste in which it was performed, resulting in Nihilego frequently appearing in Lily's dreams, becoming her nightmare. When Zaobo learned of this, rather than remedying the situation, he chose to use Lily as an observation subject, documenting her changing attitudes towards Pokemon daily. Gladio was furious upon uncovering this information. But by then, Zaobo had vanished without a trace, leaving Gladio to keep his grievances towards both him and Nihilego buried deep within. Now, seeing Nihilego beside Moan once more, after having shattered Lily's childhood, it was once again influencing his father. "No." Gladio hurled the Pokeball, summoning a Pokemon with a helmet-like head, a fish-like tail, and 4 distinctly different limbs into the fray. This was Null, a creature crafted by the Ether Foundation, inspired by ancient Alolan texts. Unlike Mewtwo, this Pokemon had not caused harm to any Pokemon or human during its creation. Upon its emergence, Null immediately locked on a Nihilego behind Moan, one of its purposes being to combat Ultra Beasts. Seeing Null display hostility towards Lily, Moan instinctively tightened his protective embrace around her. Mou stepped between Null and Moan, interjecting to de-escalate the situation. "Let's pause for a moment." Null's gaze remained fixed on Nihilego, and after a brief hesitation, Gladio commanded Null to retreat temporarily. As it withdrew a distance, Moan's tense form visibly relaxed. "Lily, do you have anything to say?" Mou directed his attention to Nihilego lurking behind Moan. Chapter 135, Nihilego. "I am not Lily." Nihilego's voice emerged softly within their minds, sounding almost childlike, as if attempting to mimic the tone of a young girl. As it spoke, Nihilego began to unravel the seals binding Moan's memories. Moan, overwhelmed, could hardly respond to Nihilego's words as fragments of memories surged through his mind, gradually piecing together coherent images. "I encountered your father in the Ultra Wormhole. Due to spatial fluctuations, he had lost consciousness, and I rescued him." Nihilego's tone was melancholic, tilting its head as if gazing longingly at Moan, despite lacking eyes. Gladio listened intently to Nihilego narrative, his expression remaining stoic, albeit the hostility in his demeanor began to wane. Although he harbored no fondness for creatures like Nihilego, this particular being had saved his father. He is human, physically frail, and has suffered memory loss, mistaking me for Lily. Nihilego continued recounting its story with moan, sensing an unfamiliar yet powerful aura emanating from MOU, indicating that Moan's memory restoration was inevitable. Rather than forcing MOU to break the seal, which would cause Moan pain, Nihilego chose to release it itself, sparing him some suffering. In his unconscious state, the name Lily was the one he called out most often, alongside Luzamin and Gladio. Upon awakening, his consciousness was muddled, leading him to mistakenly identify me as Lily. During this period of amnesia, I experienced a familial connection for the first time. Through Nihilego's account, Gladio gradually pieced together the circumstances, his gaze shifting from animosity to complexity. Research from the Ether Foundation indicated that creatures like Nihilego reproduce by splitting and have never known the concept of family throughout their existence. The night before his memories were to be restored, I sealed them, hoping to gain more affection and care. Meanwhile, Moan was beginning to regain consciousness, recollecting everything that had transpired. Gladio, you've grown. Moan gazed at Gladio with a tone brimming with sentiment. Recognizing that Moan had regained his memories, Nihilego chose to withhold further commentary, instead willingly stepping aside. Father. Contrary to MOU's expectation of an emotional embrace, Gladio appeared outwardly composed, though the surge of his aura and the rapid beating of his heart betrayed his true feelings. Moan approached Gladio, intending to reach out and ruffle his hair as he had when Gladio was a child. However, upon realizing that Gladio had grown taller than him, he hesitated, his hand pausing in midair before resting on Gladio's shoulder instead. You have become quite the young man. Looking at Gladio's face, Moan could almost see the little boy who once barely reached his waist. At that time, Gladio had not possessed the cold demeanor he did now. He was cheerful and vivacious, often sneaking out with his sister to play with Pokemon. Nihilego observed Moan as he regained his memories. Its previously floating tendrils now hung limply to the ground, and its aura had plummeted. After a moment's hesitation, Gladio moved Moan's hand from his shoulder, placing it atop his own head. Father. Feeling the familiar, warm hand resting on his head, Gladio's tears slipped quietly from the corners of his eyes. Moan's right hand caressed Gladio's head, while his left hand brushed away the tears that had gathered there. I appreciate you looking after Lily during my absence. Throughout his time with Team Ocean, Moan had diligently reviewed the Ether Foundation's documents, becoming acutely aware of Luzamin's transformation and Lily's plight. Particularly, he felt a surge of unnamable fury each time he encountered the segment regarding Zobo's role in Lily's Pokemon phobia. Gladio and Moan began to converse about Lily and Luzamin, gradually bridging the gap created by their prolonged separation. MOU exhibited little interest in the domestic affairs of the two, yet he still afforded them ample time for conversation. After approximately 3 hours, Mon and Gladio finally managed to temporarily quell the tumult of emotions within them, only to remember that there was still another individual and a Pokemon present. Thank you, Mon began, glancing at MOU to express his gratitude. MOU waved his hand dismissively, as he did not seek such acknowledgments, a sentiment that Mon was well aware of. He then shifted his gaze towards Zuriide, his expression becoming notably intricate. Upon sensing Mon's gaze, Zuriide's body instantly stiffened, and, as was customary, it waved its tentacles in greeting. Its presence here was intended for a farewell, as their game of make-believe had concluded, and Zuriide was acutely aware of its impending departure. Deep down, it harbored a fleeting wish, yet this notion was swiftly cast aside. Zuriide. Mon's voice held a hint of hesitation, yet he still referred to Zuriide as Lily AI. Gladio, who had intended to interject, ultimately refrained from interrupting, observing Mon's retreating figure. Zuriide's call was ethereal, yet it now carried a tinge of human emotion. I merely wish to bid you farewell and express my gratitude for your care and attention during this time. Its voice resonated within Mon's heart, transforming his expression from complex to one of simple bewilderment. Who said you could leave? Mon interjected, his words eliciting no response within the room. Gladio had anticipated this, and MOU had known from the outset what Mon's ultimate decision would be. Zuriide initially responded with confusion, followed by disbelief. My hesitation was merely in contemplating how to differentiate you from the human Lily AI. I never stated I wanted to send you away. This sentiment surged within Zuriide, filling it with a sudden wave of joy. Although Gladio felt a twinge of discontent, he remained silent, allowing Mon to make his choice. How about I give you another name, Lily Nye, or perhaps Zawololai? Or, Before Imoen could finish, Zuriyide leaped into his embrace. In its overwhelming elation, Zuriyide failed to moderate its force, sending Imoen tumbling to the ground. At this moment, Zuriyide was too exhilarated to ponder the matter further. It floated up from Imoen's arms and began to whirl around him in excitement. The attribute of Void had been retracted by Gladio, who, observing the jubilant Imoen and Zuriyide, silently prepared himself for the prospect of Imoen acquiring a Pokemon sister. After expressing its elation and excitement, Zuriyide gradually regained its composure. It entwined its tentacles around Imoen's arm to assist him in standing. Yet it showed no intention of relinquishing its hold. Once Zuriyide was soothed, the next order of business was to express gratitude to Mou. Imoen turned his gaze towards Mou, taking the initiative to inquire, Mou, I am deeply grateful for all that you have done. How may I repay you? Gladio also shifted his attention to Mou, equally curious about the motivations behind Mou's diligent efforts. I require you to provide me with updates regarding the Ocean Team, including research projects and all that you have discussed with Shui Wudong. Mou did not conceal his intentions, directly articulating his purpose. Imoen displayed no hesitation in his response, promptly nodding in agreement. Certainly, but how should I convey the information to you once I receive it? Mou had long anticipated this question. Transmitting such messages could not rely on mobile phones, which were easily monitored. After days of contemplation, Mou devised an effective method, utilizing Pokemon for communication. In this world, what could be more reliable than conveying messages through Pokemon? He selected the electric-type Pokemon, Plusle and Minun, which, when hatched simultaneously, possessed a minuscule chance of exhibiting a form of remote telepathy. In Mou's awareness, there happened to be a special Plusle and Minun within the Ocean Team, which he had already acquired. This Pokemon is entrusted to you. Simply relay future intel to it. Mou handed over the Pokeball containing Minun to Imoen, who accepted it and promptly released the Pokemon. Ah, I see. Imoen nodded, recalling Minun. I will report to you once a month. The dialogue between Imoen and Mou flowed harmoniously, as both were candid individuals, swiftly finalizing their arrangement. Listening intently, Gladio waited until their exchange concluded before posing a question. What do you intend to do with this information? Are you not a cadre of the Ocean Team? His genuine confusion regarding Mou's endeavors was evident. From Gladio's perspective, as a member of the Ocean Team, there was no need for Mou to go to such lengths for these matters. Currently, Mou offered a vague response before turning and exiting the stairwell, leaving space for Mon, Gladio, and Zuriyide. Meanwhile, in the laboratory at the center, Dr. Seg and his researchers were engaged in an experiment. Metagross had restored the surveillance of the lab area to prevent Chunyang from detecting any anomalies through the monitors. After a brief interval, Mon was the first to emerge from the stairwell, on the verge of commencing his next experiment. As he passed by Mou, he greeted him with a smile, similar to their usual interactions, without any further unnecessary gestures. Mou lingered in the corridor for a while before departing, accompanying the once again disguised Gladio out of the stairwell. Their entrance and exit went unnoticed, and thanks to Metagross's assistance, Chunyang, who occasionally glanced at the surveillance, remained oblivious to any irregularities. Thank you. Gladio earnestly expressed his gratitude to Mou, as the search for his father had been a fervent pursuit for both him and his mother. If he could locate Luzamin and share the news that his father had been found, would it not bring her back to her former self? With hope for the future in his heart, Gladio departed the Ocean Team that very evening, returning to Team Rocket. Thank you, Mou. Minghui, appearing somewhat weary, grasped Mou's hand, marking yet another instance of gratitude bestowed upon him that day. It's nothing, Mou replied, observing the fatigued expression on Minghui's face, a spark of curiosity igniting within him. It's nothing, just a few nights of inadequate sleep. Minghui waved his hand, clearly reluctant to divulge more to Mou. Noticing Minghui's reluctance to share, Mou refrained from pressing further and turned back to the training room. In a corner of the training room stood a computer, with Metagross hovering before the monitor, the text on the screen continuously scrolling. These were documents sent by the True Birds concerning obstacles to evolution, comprising both past Team Rocket findings and research from the Ether Foundation. The Ether Foundation had been attempting to study the evolution of Cosmic, which inevitably intersected with research on evolutionary impediments. The sheer volume of data rendered it impractical for Mou, an outsider, to process alone. So he entrusted the task of organizing the materials to Metagross. As usual, Mou patrolled the various rooms within the training facility, checking on the progress of several Pokemon's training. At this juncture, his Arcanine had managed to consistently avoid 70% of obstacles while using extreme speed. and Eevee's panel now displayed additional water-type moves. Meanwhile, Dragonite had mastered the ability to meditate for an hour autonomously, and according to MOU's estimation, they would be able to stabilize their Mega Evolution once again in about half a month. The body of the ultrasonic larva has become considerably frail compared to before. However, its eyes shine with a newfound brilliance. Despite the physical discomfort it endures, the power of its various techniques has undeniably intensified. This sensation of empowerment suppresses the agony it experiences, and the ultrasonic larva harbors no regret regarding its chosen path. In Chapter 137, the Water Turtle, while incessantly unleashing ground-type skills, notices the open door and MOU at the threshold, who waves encouragingly. Keep it up. The antennae atop the ultrasonic larva's head sway gently. After assessing the larva's condition, MOU closes the door once more. The training of several Pokémon has nearly reached the required standards, and once the ultrasonic larva evolves, it will be time to test the results in practical combat. MOU has already made up his mind regarding the choice of opponents for such practical engagements. He retrieves a shrunken Master Ball from his waist, within which the aura of the Sky Pillar has gradually stabilized. According to Reshiram's calculations, awakening is expected to occur within the next few days. After surveying the area, MOU leaves behind some master-level energy cubes tailored to the preferences of the other Pokémon in the rooms apart from the ultrasonic larva. Typically, the Pokémon consume high-grade energy cubes crafted by MOU himself, but during this training phase, nutritional intake is equally crucial. Having completed these tasks, MOU departs the training room and makes his way toward the prison quarters where inmates are held. The prison is located on the -3 to -5 levels of the mothership, with each level representing varying degrees of criminality. The -3 level serves as a confinement area for those who have failed in their duties, while the -4 level houses individuals who have committed more serious offenses, such as negligence that has led to unfortunate events. The -5 level, on the other hand, is continuously under triple gravity and features Pokeball confinement devices, initially housing fewer than 10 individuals. As for solitary Pokémon that have been captured, they are also subjected to restraints from Team Rocket. This area primarily contains those who have disobeyed the commands of Shui Wudong or disrupted the operations of the Ocean Team, causing significant losses. Presently, prisoners from the Plasma Team are also being held here, prompting an increase in security measures. Officially, 2 captains oversee this area, but the extent of covert supervision remains unknown to MOU, as his responsibilities only encompass sea patrols, devoid of any additional authority. Nevertheless, this arrangement benefits him, as he has not received any substantial favors from Shui Wudong. The most significant advantage he has obtained is the scholarship provided by Shui Wudong. During his prior efforts to protect the Ocean Team, he believed he had repaid those favors, ensuring that when he eventually undermines the Ocean Team, he would not harbor any chaotic thoughts. His arrival captures the attention of the captain overseeing the prison. Shoto emerges from the shadows and blocks MOU, stating, MOU, please state your purpose and submit to an inspection. Due to Takuya's betrayal, the original 5 captains have dwindled to 4, forcing them to operate around the clock, relying on fragmented moments of spare time for rest. MOU shrugs, standing still with arms outstretched as Shoto's device scans his body from a distance. As the scanning occurs, he articulates his intent. I am here to interrogate the water turtle. Shoto does not respond immediately. Instead, he scans MOU 3 times with his device. Given the number of Pokémon and criminals detained here, MOU understands this precaution. Upon confirmation of MOU's identity, the device emits a green light followed by a crisp sound. Apologies, MOU. We must first report to Captain Chunyang and obtain permission before allowing you entry. MOU shrugs at Shoto's statement, refraining from making any demands that might place him in a difficult position. Shoto soon receives the necessary approval from Chunyang and then leads MOU to the chamber housing the water turtle. This is the key. Please take it. After handing over the key, Shoto returns to his post. MOU unlocks the door, revealing a spacious room separated by an iron barrier, behind which lies the water turtle, its head adorned with a dark green helmet and its limbs restrained. Upon hearing the door open, the water turtle lifts its head to regard the figure before it. Water turtle, female. Level, 63. Type, water. Ability, torrent. Water type moves become stronger when HP is low. Moves, hydro pump, water cannon, shell smash, surf, water pulse. Water tail, binding armor, head stamina consumption, 100, move power, 90. In its normal state, the water turtle is only at level 63, capable of reaching 69 upon Mega Evolution. But nearing level 100 makes such growth increasingly challenging. Upon recognizing MOU's presence, the water turtle's aura fluctuates violently for a brief moment before settling, and it adopts a calm demeanor. MOU pays little heed to the water turtle's emotional shifts, as he is here to explore the reasons behind its ability to mega-evolve. In recent days, he has come to understand why the mega-evolution of the water turtle feels familiar. This is reminiscent of the illusion system introduced by Team Rocket during the coordination matches. The expressions of anguish during evolution, along with the ability to evolve without a mega stone, mirror the technology previously utilized by Team Rocket. However, the mega-evolved water turtle appears more stable than his former Mega Venusaur, suggesting advancements in technological prowess. The implications are clear. The presence of these plasma team members likely receives tacit approval or even active support from Team Rocket. The motive behind this initiative is not difficult to surmise, likely aimed at utilizing these individuals as a honing stone. How else could grassroots members, including those from Team Rocket, gain practical combat experience without establishing and nurturing an adversary? It would be unwise to allow multiple departments to engage in mutual annihilation or adopt a selection method akin to breeding venomous insects. Such an approach would not only be inefficient and wasteful, but could also destabilize the Alola region, which forms the foundation of the Rainbow Rocket team. Having clarified these thoughts, MOU gradually diminished the significance he placed on the water turtle, only arriving here 4 days later. Are you willing to converse with me? MOU halts before the iron barrier, extending an energy cube through the bars. The water turtle hesitates briefly, but ultimately opens its mouth to consume the cube offered by MOU. Here, its daily sustenance is barely sufficient to sustain its basic life functions, a strategy implemented for easier management and to prevent unforeseen incidents. The energy cube transforms into a warm current as it enters the water turtle's mouth, spreading throughout its body. Each cell within the water turtle eagerly absorbs the nutrients contained in the energy cube, and upon completion, it finds itself even hungrier. The bitter and spicy flavors sharpen its awareness, a deliberate choice by MOU in providing this energy cube. Observing the water turtle, MOU smiles and remarks, "Do you wish to eat your fill? Answer my questions honestly, and I shall provide you with a hearty meal." The water turtle, initially silent, eventually nods in agreement, compelled by the desires coursing through its body. Seeing its acquiescence, MOU quietly emanates his aura, firmly locking onto the water turtle before inquiring, "How has your life been previously?" In Chapter 138, with everything in place, the water turtle pauses, momentarily taken aback, before beginning to respond to MOU's question. Seizing this opportunity, MOU meticulously observes the water turtle's expressions and the fluctuations of its aura, verifying the veracity of its words. As the water turtle slowly recounts its past life, MOU's expression grows increasingly perplexed. According to the water turtle's description, its previous existence was evidently harsh. Yet, from its tone and certain descriptions, it is clear that it remains quite content with its former life. MOU continued to probe for information regarding Team Plasma, and the Blastoise responded candidly. During its days here, it had come to realize that its trainer would not come to rescue it. Thus, it was better to answer truthfully to improve its own circumstances. Have you ever experienced anything unusual, such as strange dreams, or perhaps awakened one day feeling different? After discussing matters related to Team Plasma for a while, MOU redirected the conversation. Upon hearing his inquiry, a glimmer of reminiscence flickered in Blastoise's eyes. After a moment, it slowly nodded and, under MOU's attentive gaze, began to recount the peculiar events it had encountered. The most significant was the abrupt collapse of Team Plasma's order, which plunged the entire city into chaos. Its life took a downturn from that point onwards. Another strange incident occurred when it and its trainer suddenly collapsed on the road, only to awaken later that night. Blastoise vaguely remembered that it was a beautiful dream, yet both it and its trainer could not recall the specifics. Following that episode, they were unable to sleep for 2 consecutive days. As MOU absorbed Blastoise's words, he silently noted the information. With each revelation, he produced an energy cube, placing it beside him, which prompted Blastoise to speak more rapidly. In its eagerness for more food, Blastoise began to share every detail it could think of. Through Blastoise's continuous narration, MOU's understanding of Team Plasma's current situation deepened. Ultimately, MOU's attention was captured by one particular detail shared by Blastoise. According to its account, a day before the complete disintegration of Team Plasma's order, a caravan of outsiders fortuitously arrived at their base. The merchants within the caravan claimed that this chip could monitor a Pokémon's bodily data, allowing for the timely detection of potential health issues. At that time, Blastoise's trainer had not yet undergone any changes. Out of concern for Blastoise, the trainer purchased a chip and inserted it into the seam at the center of its shell. Since then, Blastoise had sensed occasional inexplicable changes within its body. A month prior to the decision to attack the Ocean Team, Blastoise's trainer excitedly returned with a black wristband. With this wristband, Blastoise discovered it could undergo Mega Evolution. Though it was somewhat painful, its combat prowess was undeniably enhanced. Upon hearing this, MOU fixated on the chip Blastoise mentioned. Based on its description, the wristband was likely the same as the one used for Bulbasaur's Mega Evolution during a previous battle he commanded. "Where's that chip?" MOU inquired. Opening the gate, while the surveillance camera in the room slowly pivoted towards him, Blastoise's limbs were restrained, preventing it from providing MOU with an exact location. So he had to search gradually based on its descriptions. In the surveillance room, Xiaodo observed MOU and Blastoise closely. Should MOU make any sudden movements, Xiaodo would trigger the alarm. Fortunately, MOU had no intention of releasing Blastoise. He followed its guidance until he located the chip. The chip had nearly fused with Blastoise's shell, and with a bit of effort, MOU managed to extract it. Xiaodo hesitated for a moment, but ultimately decided not to inform Chunyang about this matter. In his view, it was a trivial issue. Moreover, MOU subsequently secured the Iron Gate and handed food to Blastoise. Reporting such matters to Chunyang would only waste his time. After leaving the room where Blastoise was confined, MOU departed without being asked to undergo a check. Once outside the prison, he made his way directly to the training room, disregarding their objections, and recalled several Pokemon. Training requires balance, and these little creatures had been overexerting themselves. Having hardly rested in 3 days, this routine continued for a few more days until the Metagross had completed the compilation of data related to 60. However, from the fluctuations in Metagross's aura, it was evident that it had not gleaned any insights from the information. Observing the Swablu before him, MOU spoke, "It's time." Upon hearing MOU's words, the Swablu paused momentarily, then, filled with excitement, began to flap its wings wildly, darting around the room. MOU referred to matters regarding its evolution. After several days of perseverance, the power of the earth within Swablu had been partially absorbed. Though it was just a portion, it was akin to opening a conduit for the latent earth energy within, allowing Swablu to gradually absorb it all. Witnessing the exuberance of Swablu, MOU's face lit up with a smile. Its determination was remarkable. The process of forcibly channeling internal energy was not something ordinary Pokemon could endure. Now was the moment for Swablu to reap its rewards. First, consume these. MOU retrieved a whole jar of master-level energy cubes, along with 2 green scales and a peculiar green berry. The energy cubes needed no explanation. While the scales were special ones that MOU had specifically requested from Glaiju in exchange for Banjarace's scales from Team Rocket. These scales were extraordinary. Having formed from Banjarace's natural death, the last green scale after passing without illness or battle. As for the final berry, it was the sand scale fruit, which only blossomed on the body of the aforementioned type of Banjarace. This berry's effect was to enhance a Pokemon's wings, making their flight more stable and swift. Such was the peculiarity of the Pokemon world, where a fruit born from the corpse of a rock dark-type Banjarace could affect the skies. Swablu gazed hungrily at the items before it, its famished body unable to restrain itself as it devoured everything in sight. With each bite, Swablu's body gradually regained its roundness, and its aura became increasingly potent. Other Pokemon sensed the changes and curiously peeked into the training room, their heads poking out to observe the feasting Swablu. Chapter 139, The Red Sandstorm. The energy cubes in the jar dwindled rapidly, and within minutes, Swablu had consumed them all. It gazed eagerly at the remaining green scales, shifting its gaze towards MOU. "You can eat them directly," MOU signaled, indicating that Swablu could gnaw on the 2 scales. Once a crack appeared on the scales, their essence would begin to dissipate, necessitating immediate consumption. Buzz! Swablu's wings quivered slightly as it bowed down and bit into the scales with force. The consumption of these scales took longer than devouring an entire jar of energy cubes. It took a full 15 minutes for Swablu to finally swallow the last morsel of scale. Only the berry remained. Once this was finished, they would proceed to the next step outside. Under MOU's watchful eye, Swablu struggled to swallow the sand scale fruit. Once the items were consumed, MOU clapped his hands and called out without looking back, "You all, stop watching and let's go." Wind, Speed Dog, and EV instinctively recoiled their heads, only to realize MOU was instructing them to move forward. This outing was meant for Swablu's evolution and to provide a simple practical training session for them, allowing them to stretch their limbs. Upon hearing the words practical training, Wind Speed Dog's eyes lit up, and nearby, the reactions of the Dragonite were similar. Evie looked at her suddenly excited seniors with a puzzled tilt of her head, asking in confusion, Evie? Unlike the later editions of Espeon and Swablu, the Pokemon that grew up alongside MOU, namely the Aerodactyl and the Houndoom, possess a profound understanding of MOU's unique combat training. Most trainers perceive combat training merely as directing Pokemon to engage in battles against opponents of comparable strength. However, MOU adopts the perspective of an observer, allowing him to discern a multitude of issues. Under the encouragement of Aerodactyl and Houndoom, MOU returned all his Pokemon to their Pokeballs, except for Aerodactyl, and soared towards Manaphy. On the open-air terrace atop the mothership, MOU patted Aerodactyl beneath him, who responded with a low sound before swiftly ascending and moving forward. The weather today was somewhat overcast, hence MOU's departure went unnoticed by others. 5 minutes later, Aerodactyl, exerting its full power, brought MOU to a familiar location. MOU did not instruct Aerodactyl to halt until they reached a small island ahead. Upon hearing MOU's command, Aerodactyl nodded, gradually slowing down before landing steadily. This place bore no trees, grass, or signs of Pokemon activity, only lush green moss. MOU dismounted Aerodactyl and surveyed the surroundings, nodding in satisfaction. He had located this spot on the map, labeled as devoid of Pokemon activity and deemed useless. Houndoom, Espeon, Swablu, and Medong emerged from their Pokeballs. The Pokemon first acquainted themselves with the environment before turning back to him. This shall serve as our current combat training base. Feel free to stretch and prepare, he instructed. After his words, the Pokemon dispersed, each engaging in their own warm-up routines. Moments later, Houndoom returned to MOU's side, just as the warm-ups of the others were concluding. Let us commence, he declared. The primary aim this time was the evolution of Swablu, with battling being the most effective means to assimilate energy. Swablu would face Aerodactyl first, followed by Houndoom. While this plan was merely a starting point, it was essential to assist Swablu in digesting what it had just consumed. Once the order was established, the rotund Swablu struggled to flap its wings and ascend into the air. Observing Swablu's difficulties, Aerodactyl hesitated, unsure of how much strength to employ. First match, begin. MOU announced, perceiving Aerodactyl's plea for guidance without uttering a word. As MOU's voice echoed, a muted earth-yellow hue flickered across Swablu's wings, followed by sharp rocks forming above Aerodactyl, crashing downward. In response to Swablu's assault, Aerodactyl instinctively flapped its wings, evading to the left. Roar! It emitted a soft growl, its front claws enveloped in a thin layer of blue dragon-type energy, propelling it at high speed towards Swablu. Simultaneously, a sandstorm erupted in the air. Distinct from a typical sandstorm, Swablu's initiated storm bore a reddish hue, instantaneously evaporating all moisture in the air. Unbeknownst to anyone, a small expanse of land formed from sand emerged near the island's coastline, gradually expanding at an imperceptible rate. With a swift motion, Aerodactyl's claws slashed through the air, producing a sound akin to a whip, while Swablu's form began to dissipate. Columns of blue energy surged from behind Aerodactyl, striking its wings with precision. The dragon pulse collided with Aerodactyl's body, while Swablu's silhouette flickered within the crimson sandstorm. MOU narrowed his eyes, struggling to maintain the bond of aura with Swablu. This peculiar red sandstorm hindered the probing of the aura to a certain extent. The red sand clung to Aerodactyl's wings, requiring greater effort to flap and slightly diminishing its speed. Swablu hurled attacks from various angles, while Aerodactyl diligently evaded and sought to pinpoint its location. As an air slash sliced through the air from Aerodactyl's right side, it suddenly vibrated its wings, shaking off the accumulated sand before barreling towards another direction. Within the unique sandstorm, Swablu's speed significantly increased, allowing it to obscure its presence, while the speed and power of its moves heightened. MOU silently recorded Swablu's distinctive traits, intending to formulate the next training plan. In the midst of the sandstorm, Aerodactyl launched itself like a cannonball toward an unoccupied spot. Before reaching its target, Aerodactyl intentionally slowed its speed. All of this transpired in the blink of an eye, as Swablu's figure almost instantaneously appeared before Aerodactyl. With a buzz, facing Aerodactyl's gaping mouth, Swablu was thrust backward by the impact. The disparity in strength between Aerodactyl and Swablu was vast, coupled with the latter's lack of defensive capabilities. Had Aerodactyl not tempered its strength, this collision could have severely injured Swablu, possibly rendering it unable to continue the battle. After this cautionary episode, Swablu grew increasingly vigilant. Approximately 2 hours later, MOU called an end to the battle. Let us take a break and have some of this. He presented a cup of diluted liquid to Swablu, while Houndoom curiously approached, eyeing the remaining portion in MOU's hand. After exchanging a few words with Aerodactyl, MOU gestured, prompting the latter to take flight. This concoction is excellent, both in taste and effect. Would you like a sip? MOU's eyes glinted mischievously at the eager Houndoom. Chapter 140, MOU, Ugh. This liquid is a digestive aid, characterized by a bitter and sour taste. Yet it carries a delightful fragrance. Swablu's initial expression of distaste transformed into a smile upon hearing MOU's words. When Houndoom glanced at it, Swablu deliberately adjusted its position to shield its view, as if guarding against any attempt to seize the liquid. Before them stood MOU, grinning broadly, while Swablu guarded its prize. Houndoom's instincts warned of a trick, yet its curiosity led it to disregard this premonition. Woof woof, give me a taste. Ultimately, curiosity and the sweet aroma overpowered its instincts. All right then, just a small sip. Reluctantly, MOU retrieved Houndoom's bowl from his storage device and poured the liquid into it. The milky white liquid glittered under the sun, reflecting dazzling light, as Houndoom looked at the barely covered bottom of the bowl, expressing its dissatisfaction with a bark. Woof woof woof. More please. In response to Houndoom's demand, MOU begrudgingly filled the bowl halfway. If you want it, you must finish it. Houndoom nodded eagerly, thrusting its mouth into the bowl and lapping up the liquid. Observing Houndoom's fervent demeanor, MOU exchanged a knowing glance with Swablu, both sharing a silent smile. Espion, equally curious but hesitant to voice it, shivered at the sight of the shared amusement between MOU and Swablu. A sudden cry pierced the air, prompting MOU to suppress his smile, transforming it into a look of concern. In this impressive display of emotional transition, Houndoom met MOU's gaze, now filled with worry. What's wrong? MOU feigned ignorance, appearing genuinely perplexed. Witnessing MOU's anxious expression, Houndoom momentarily faltered, unsure of how to respond. What's wrong, Houndoom? Does this taste unpleasant? MOU's voice quivered slightly due to Houndoom's reaction, nearly breaking into laughter. Beside them, the ultrasonic larva exhibited similar behavior. Upon closer inspection, its body quivered as if desperately restraining something within. The wind speed dog discerned the tremor in MOU's voice, but combined with the expression on his face, it sensed that MOU was concerned for its well-being. Woof, woof. The wind speed dog shook its head, signaling that it was unharmed, while simultaneously conveying to MOU the unpleasantness of the substance. Ignorance is no excuse. MOU was likely unaware of this matter, and it was indeed the deceptive nature of the substance that misled them. Who would have imagined that beneath such a sweet flavor lay such a repugnant taste? A chuckle escaped MOU's lips as he could no longer contain his laughter, particularly at the sight of the wind speed dog panting with its tongue out, occasionally shaking its head in a comical manner. Following his laughter, the ultrasonic larva could no longer maintain its composure, its eyes transforming into crescent shapes. Woof. Upon witnessing MOU and the ultrasonic larva unable to stifle their laughter, the wind speed dog realized what was unfolding. It barked loudly and then began to chase after MOU, running amok across the small island. Boy! A pained cry resonated once more as the panting EV joined the pursuit of MOU. The metal monster observed quietly as MOU was pinned to the ground by the wind speed dog. A look of disdain etched on its face as it turned its head away. However, upon closer examination, one could discern that the metal monster's peripheral gaze remained fixed on the scene, occasionally flickering with envy. I was mistaken. I wished to partake as well. Ugh. Ultimately, this affair concluded without a victor, and MOU finally grasped the reason behind the remarkable efficacy of this substance juxtaposed with its surprisingly low sales. The sensation was akin to consuming unwashed and foul tripe dipped in aged vinegar after being briefly immersed in a clear broth, an experience that lingered long after. While battling the wind speed dog, do not soar too high. MOU, with his tongue lolling out, mumbled the forthcoming rules to the ultrasonic larva. After repeating himself thrice, the ultrasonic larva hesitantly nodded in agreement. Once both parties were prepared, MOU signaled the commencement of their battle by waving his notepad. The confrontation with the Dragonite was to absorb the sand scale fruit, and the clash with the wind speed dog was aimed at extracting the remaining essence. After the skirmish with the Dragonite, the once fragile wings of the ultrasonic larva had gained considerable heft. The effects of this transformation were evident, as the wind speed dog no longer required skills to catch up to it. In terms of short-distance sprints, the wind speed dog far outclassed the Dragonite. The wind speed dog pursued the ultrasonic larva, occasionally sidestepping or halting abruptly to evade its attacks. Do not merely chase, attack. MOU's voice rang out from behind. After a moment's hesitation, the wind speed dog unleashed a pillar of fire towards the ultrasonic larva ahead. Buzz! just before being struck by the fiery projectile. The ultrasonic larva lowered its altitude, narrowly escaping the hit. The scorching flames grazed the wings of the ultrasonic larva, propelling it to even greater speed. Continue like this, and increase the intensity. While addressing the task at hand, Imoyu refrained from his earlier playful demeanor. The ultrasonic larva required sufficient pressure. The efforts of both the wind speed dog and the Dragonite were still somewhat inadequate, and there were additional challenges ahead. Responding to Moyu's words, the wind speed dog intensified its assault, increasing both the force and frequency of its attacks. Caught off guard, the ultrasonic larva was struck by the wind speed dog's onslaught. Yet it persisted, swaying unsteadily. Roar! The departing Dragonite landed beside Moyu and softly called out to him. The final trial prepared for the ultrasonic larva was now in place. Whether it could evolve would depend on its own resolve. Stop! Noticing that the ultrasonic larva had acclimated to its wing changes, Moyu called for both the wind speed dog and the ultrasonic larva to cease their actions. The final step was straightforward. Moyu mounted the back of the Dragonite and beckoned to the ultrasonic larva. Defeat the opponent I have found for you. The Dragonite had departed moments prior to seek a suitable adversary for the ultrasonic larva, and under its selection, a formidable seagull had already been driven to this location. Chapter 141, Ultrasonic Larva vs. Seagull. Moyu declined the requests of the wind speed dog and EV to observe, leaving them alongside the metal monster on the small island. Though disappointed, the two Pokemon emitted low whines. Perhaps due to its own evolutionary hindrance, the metal monster displayed no interest in the matter. The Dragonite, bearing Moyu on its back, gradually approached a distant open area. Ahead, a seagull trembled upon a rocky outcrop. Upon catching sight of the Dragonite and Moyu, the seagull trembled even more vigorously. Today was its unfortunate day. It had merely intended to stretch its wings with its companions and perhaps forage for tidbits from the sea. Everything had seemed so relaxed and carefree, but this tranquility was shattered by the arrival of an unexpected presence. They had barely set out when they encountered the imposing Dragonite, which immediately set its sights on the seagull, forcefully capturing it and warning it not to attempt an escape. Due to the disparity in strength, and the fact that the Dragonite had seized the seagull right at its doorstep, the seagull harbored no thoughts of fleeing. If its sacrifice could protect the others of its kind, the seagull deemed it a worthy endeavor. Embracing this notion, the seagull began to exude an air of noble resignation. Come on, take me down, and spare the remaining dozen or so. Moyu observed the seagull's sudden surge in defiance upon seeing him, momentarily baffled. Roar! The Dragonite, somewhat sheepishly, began to explain that due to the urgency of the situation, it had not had the chance to communicate the purpose of summoning the seagull. Given the circumstances, it seemed the seagull believed they were there to either slay or capture it. Having grasped the seagull's sentiment, Moyu chose not to clarify. This state of affairs was quite fortuitous, as he had previously worried that the seagull might hold back. Seagull. The seagull emitted a loud cry towards the Dragonite and Moyu, asserting its refusal to submit to humans. Moyu remained silent, instead instructing the Dragonite to halt and release the ultrasonic larva. Defeat the opponent I have prepared for you, and I shall let you go. As soon as the words left his mouth, the seagull's eyes brightened with determination. It locked its gaze on the noticeably weaker ultrasonic larva, and its fighting spirit surged. The seagull flapped its wings, gracefully ascending from the rock, its eyes fixed intently on the evidently frail ultrasonic larva. Should it defeat this Pokemon, freedom would be its reward. Seagull. The seagull let out a shrill cry, and a tempest suddenly erupted around it, with howling winds carrying rain that splashed violently against the surface of the sea. The ultrasonic larva hovered midair, its diminutive form swaying slightly in the gale. Facing the significantly stronger seagull, it did not waver, its gaze resolute. If it lacked the courage to confront the seagull now, how could it continue to challenge the wind speed dog and Dragonite in the future? Having lived alongside the Earth God for an extended period, the ultrasonic larva possessed its own sense of pride. It could expend all its effort and still lose. But it could not hesitate before even attempting. Moyu sat cross-legged on the Dragonite's back, arms crossed, showing no intention of issuing commands. The rain soaked his garments as the Dragonite regarded the ultrasonic larva with a serious expression. This battle needed to be faced solely by the ultrasonic larva. Though it might seem somewhat arrogant, Moyu's instructions could hinder the ultrasonic larva from entering a state of utter exhaustion. Seagull. The seagull was the first to launch an attack, opening its beak wide like a water ladle and unleashing a high-pressure water jet from within. The water gun attack was further amplified by the rain, hurtling towards the ultrasonic larva with tremendous force. The ultrasonic larva hastily sidestepped to evade the direct impact. But the water jet did not miss, exploding right beside it. The explosion of the water column sent forth droplets and shockwaves that drenched its body, causing the ultrasonic larva to veer to the left. MOU observed the bursting water cannon technique, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. This was indeed intriguing. Rather than fully amplifying its power, it retained a trace of flying-type energy within the water cannon. This slight infusion of aerial energy could detonate the water cannon at will, and even if the move was evaded, the resulting explosion could inflict area damage through splatter and shockwaves. From a distance, MOU silently committed this technique to memory. Perhaps it could be utilized by EV in the future. The battle in the arena continued unabated, and the ultrasonic larva, caught off guard, had already fallen into a disadvantageous position. Buzzing softly, the ultrasonic larva emitted a faint sound, vibrating its wings to stabilize its form. The tempest and rain conjured by the seagull gradually subsided, replaced by a quietly rising red sandstorm and rays of sunlight piercing through gaps in the dark clouds. It opened its small mouth and unleashed a soundwave attack. Yet, the power of this insectal cry was evidently insufficient to inflict any substantial harm upon the seagull. The seagull effortlessly sidestepped the soundwave, then dove down with great speed. Its wings shimmered with a silvery light, the dual-wing technique primed for action. The ultrasonic larva hastily ascended, but the seagull's speed was unmatched. Wrapped in flying-type energy, its wings grazed the body of the ultrasonic larva, leaving a faint scar along its left side. Buzz! The ultrasonic larva cried out in pain, its body adjusting in midair before regaining stability. For the ultrasonic larva, the seagull not only possessed a type advantage, but was also evidently stronger. Fortunately, the rain had completely ceased, and the red sandstorm enveloped both the seagull and the ultrasonic larva. Within MOU's aura perception, the life force of the ultrasonic larva was gradually increasing. Observing the situation improve, he remained silent, attentively watching the unfolding battle. The seagull, gazing at the encroaching sandstorm, felt a twinge of panic and hastily flapped its wings once more. This time, it utilized the air blade. Multiple sharp wind blades whistled forth, sealing off the escape routes around the ultrasonic larva. The ultrasonic larva flapped its wings, its form almost becoming a fine line as it narrowly evaded the onslaught of air blades. Within the sandstorm, the ultrasonic larva's silhouette flickered in and out of visibility. Red sand particles relentlessly battered against the seagull's body, causing it to feel sharp stings. The seagull attempted to disperse the sandstorm with its wings, but the grain seemed almost sentient, becoming denser with each gust. Seizing the opportunity while the seagull struggled against the storm, the ultrasonic larva launched a counterattack. It darted swiftly through the sandstorm, using the cover to strike the seagull from various angles. A bug bite struck the seagull's wing, followed closely by a dragon dive aimed at its abdomen. Caw! The seagull cried out in agony, yet within the sandstorm, it was unable to pinpoint the ultrasonic larva's location. MOU observed the battlefield's dynamics. Within his aura perception, the ultrasonic larva's energy began to waver. Utilizing the red sandstorm was not without its burdens for it. The previous encounters with the swift hound and the dragon had already drained a significant amount of its stamina. Indeed, it was not long before the color of the sandstorm shifted from red to a more common brownish hue. The ultrasonic larva also exhibited signs of fatigue, its altitude notably declining. The seagull seized this moment, soaring upward to escape the storm's confines. Though it bore several wounds, it still possessed the strength to continue fighting. Chapter 142, The Evolutionary Light That Shall Rise. Caw! The seagull shrieked in fury. It was thoroughly displeased after being toyed with by the ultrasonic larva in the sandstorm. It opened its massive beak, beginning to gather energy. This time, it aimed to unleash a more powerful technique to decisively eliminate this bothersome bug. Once again, a water cannon erupted from the seagull's mouth, yet this iteration possessed considerably greater force. The water column traced a blue arc through the air, hurtling toward the fatigued ultrasonic larva. The ultrasonic larva sought to evade, but its exhaustion dulled its reflexes by a fraction. The water cannon brushed against its body, soaking its wings and further diminishing its flight altitude. Buzz! The ultrasonic larva emitted a cry of pain, its body swaying precariously. The seagull, witnessing this, prepared to unleash its final assault, its wings once more shimmering with a cerulean glow, the air blade charged and ready. It was confident that another strike would thoroughly vanquish this seemingly weak yet troublesome foe. The air blade cleaved through the air, advancing toward the ultrasonic larva. Under the tense gaze of the seagull and MOU, the air blade struck the ultrasonic larva repeatedly, the explosions obscuring it in a cloud of smoke. Mo sensed that the ultrasonic larva's aura had plummeted to its nadir. With a sigh, he shook his head, preparing to recall it. But at that moment, a brilliant white light suddenly burst forth from the smoke, and the ultrasonic larva's aura began to rise rapidly. Amidst the haze, the ultrasonic larva's consciousness grew increasingly blurred. Prolonged weakness meant that even sufficient energy intake could not restore it in a short span. Coupled with the previous skirmishes against the swift hound and the dragon, its body had arrived at the brink of collapse. Perhaps I am truly just an ordinary yet pretentious big-jawed ant. It did not doubt Mo's strategy, but instead blamed itself. Perhaps I should proactively request to leave afterward? As consciousness slipped toward the abyss, the ultrasonic larva gradually closed its eyes, allowing its body to descend. Before it completely lost awareness, crimson energy surged forth from its body, coalescing into a small form resembling Groudon. Worthless. This reprimand echoed in its mind, and the ultrasonic larva's consciousness gradually stirred. It opened its eyes to behold the blurred figure of Groudon before it. Truly worthless, possessing 2 wings, yet unable to defeat a mere seagull. Groudon's tone dripped with disdain. Though the ultrasonic larva did not understand the connection between having 2 wings and defeating the seagull, it still lowered its head in shame. Noticing its display of remorse, Groudon softened its tone, issuing a few more rebukes before stating, "I can assist you this time, but there will be no next." As it spoke, the small figure of Groudon slowly dissipated, the energy constituting Groudon returning largely to the larva, with a small portion coalescing into a crimson gem. The gem drifted toward the ultrasonic larva, vanishing upon contact, and suddenly, the larva felt its body undergoing a profound transformation. A radiant light of evolution enveloped it entirely, forming a chrysalis in midair. The smoke was dispersed by the winds stirred by the dragon, revealing the unfolding scene. The seagull stood dumbfounded at the sight of the luminous chrysalis. It had never witnessed such an occurrence before. Instinct urged it to attack, yet an inexplicable sense of pressure held it back from making a move. The chrysalis grew increasingly radiant, and the energy fluctuations emanating from within intensified. The dragon let out a low growl of unease, while Mo gently patted its neck, signaling for calm. Finally, the chrysalis shattered. Emerging from within was no longer the petite ultrasonic larva, but a majestic desert dragonfly. The desert dragonfly hovered in the air, its red compound eyes scanning its surroundings. Its body had doubled in size, and its wings were now broader and more powerful. Faced with the transformed Pokémon, the seagull felt an overwhelming sense of pressure. It could discern from the aura that this was the same bug as before, yet the energy it now radiated had completely surpassed its own. Caw! The desert dragonfly emitted a clear, melodious call, its voice resonating like a sweet song. Following its evolution, the desert dragonfly first circled in the air, seemingly acclimating to its new form. Subsequently, it directed its gaze towards Mo, who greeted it with a reassuring smile and a wave. Finally, it turned its attention to the opposing Pelipper. Having completed its evolutionary leap, it now required an adversary to acclimate to its newfound form. The Pelipper, aware of its dwindling odds, felt its dignity compel it to stand firm rather than flee. Drawing in a deep breath, it prepared for a final struggle. The desert dragonfly seemed to sense the Pelipper's resolve, ceasing its aerial maneuvers and confronting its opponent head-on. A crimson sandstorm surged forth once more, but this time its magnitude was several times greater than before, enveloping the dragonfly's form, which quivered momentarily before swiftly regaining its equilibrium. The entire expanse of sky was filled with red grains of sand, and once again, a reddish-brown landmass emerged upon the surface of the sea. This terrestrial formation expanded at a remarkable pace, growing from the size of a hand to approximately 1 cubic meter in mere minutes. Within the Scarlet Tempest, the desert dragonfly reigned supreme. Its silhouette flickered amidst the red particles, moving at a velocity so swift that it was nearly imperceptible to the naked eye. Approaching the realm of teleportation, the Pelipper flapped its wings desperately, attempting to shake off the encroaching red sand while searching for the desert dragonfly's position. Yet, before it could react, a searing beam of light shot forth from an uncanny angle, striking the Pelipper with pinpoint accuracy. The Pelipper, struck by the sunlight beam, let out a mournful cry, losing its balance and plummeting downward. Not only was it a sandstorm, but it also felt like a clear day. Mo observed the almost instantaneous beam of sunlight, his smile widening gradually. As the red sandstorm began to dissipate, the desert dragonfly gently descended onto the freshly formed land. It gazed at the fallen Pelipper, its multifaceted eyes devoid of triumph, only reflecting a serene indifference. MOU gestured for the dragonfly to approach, dismounting from its back to walk towards the polyper. Though the polyper retained consciousness, it was gravely injured. It looked at MOU, its eyes filled with resentment and fear. "You may leave," MOU stated calmly. The polyper hesitated, seemingly unable to believe the words it had just heard. "I said, you may leave," MOU repeated, turning away to rejoin the desert dragonfly. The polyper struggled to rise, glancing between MOU and the dragonfly before ultimately taking to the skies once more. The desert dragonfly flew beside MOU, lowering its head to nuzzle against his shoulder. Chapter 143, The Frustrated Eevee. Desert Dragonfly, Male. Level, 68. Type, Ground Dragon. Ability, Levitate, immune to ground-type moves. Moves, Tailwind, Sunny Day, Sandstorm, Solar Beam, Scorching Sands, Outrage, Heat Wave, Hyper Beam. Favor of the Earth God, 3. 10 increases the power of ground-type moves. 15, 40, enhances recovery abilities while on land, and renders moves with power below 30, 80, ineffective. After its evolution, the desert dragonfly experienced a significant enhancement in power. It circled around MOU, occasionally struggling to control its surging strength. Meanwhile, the polyper had taken to the skies again, but instead of departing, it gazed enviously at the desert dragonfly. Caw! The polyper mustered its courage and flew closer to MOU, calling out a few times. Witnessing the desert dragonfly's rapid growth and strength stirred within it the desire to seek a trainer partner. For most Pokemon, the yearning for strength is an instinct that lies deep within their being. Upon hearing the polyper's calls, MOU paused, feeling a twinge of regret as he replied, "I am not currently seeking new companions." With that, he tossed a few energy cubes into the air. The green energy cubes traced a graceful arc before landing in the polyper's eagerly opened beak. A tangy sweetness spread across its palate, causing the polyper to instinctively close its eyes. Its wounds began to heal slowly. MOU had infused the energy cubes with healing ointment, sparing the Pokemon from the pain typically associated with such treatments. When the polyper finally opened its eyes again, MOU and the desert dragonfly had already vanished. "Caw!" The polyper called out in disappointment, flapping its wings as it headed back towards its gathering place. Meanwhile, MOU found himself somewhat perplexed by the situation before him. Most of his companions expressed envy and curiosity over the desert dragonfly's evolution, except for Eevee. For reasons unknown, Eevee felt an immediate discomfort upon seeing the desert dragonfly, an inexplicable sense of dissonance. Thus, the current situation unfolded. Eevee would occasionally approach, seeking to cozy up to the desert dragonfly, only to then bare its teeth, brimming with hostility. Not only was the desert dragonfly bewildered by this behavior, but Eevee itself could not articulate the reasons behind its feelings. The distance was manageable, but as soon as it drew near and caught a whiff of the desert dragonfly's faint, peculiar scent, it would uncontrollably enter a state of agitation. Left with no other choice, Eevee retreated to a distance, pondering the origins of its impulsive frustration. The desert dragonfly, perplexed by Eevee's transformation, gazed helplessly at MOU, racking its mind for any actions that might have displeased Eevee. MOU, observing the confused Eevee and the desert dragonfly's expression of helplessness, felt equally puzzled. However, he quickly conjectured a possible explanation. Eevee had shared a bond with Kyogre since its embryonic stage, while the desert dragonfly had long been associated with Groudon as natural adversaries. Groudon and Kyogre could not coexist, leading MOU to wonder if this was the root of the discord between Eevee and the desert dragonfly. The desert dragonfly's lack of hostility towards Eevee was also easily rationalized. It had mentioned a fleeting shadow of Groudon appearing during its evolution, which then dissipated. This raised the question, did this signify that the primal power of the earth within the desert dragonfly had transformed into its own essence following the shadow's vanishing? Conversely, Eevee had yet to fully assimilate the energy within itself, potentially explaining its agitation while the desert dragonfly remained unaffected. Having formulated this hypothesis, MOU found it increasingly plausible. Otherwise, he could not fathom the reasoning behind the peculiar circumstances. Upon sharing this theory with both Eevee and the desert dragonfly, a collective sigh of relief escaped them. One felt reassured about not being disliked, while the other found solace in the understanding that its emotions were not of its own making. However, this predicament could not persist indefinitely, and yet, MOU found himself at a loss for solutions. After all, Eevee had only been in existence for roughly 2 months, and its current potential had yet to be fully realized. Evolving for this issue seemed counterproductive. Yet, he could conceive of no alternative. As for consulting Zekrom and Reshiram, they too lacked any insight. Ultimately, MOU resorted to utilizing his aura to soothe Eevee's emotional turmoil. After some experimentation, he discovered this method was effective, albeit taxing for him. Thus, he temporarily reduced the interactions between the two Pokemon, employing his aura to help Eevee gradually acclimate. MOU left the area with several Pokemon in tow, passing by Lapras's island, where the elder informed him that the young Lapras was currently unavailable for a meeting. Upon returning to the mothership without having seen the young Lapras, MOU shifted his focus to addressing the hindrances preventing Metagross's evolution. The information relayed by the true bird had already been clarified by Metagross to a large extent, but the data primarily concerned genetic research. For instance, within the records of the Rockets, there exists an Eevee that, after undergoing experimentation, can evolve into various forms during battle, only to revert to its ordinary state post-conflict. However, this segment of information has become exceedingly scarce, with the specific experimental data almost entirely lost, leaving behind merely the documentation pertaining to this Pokemon. Upon comparison, the metal monster found no similarities with its own symptoms, and as the remaining records dwindled, its emotional state grew increasingly despondent. Observing the downcast metal monster, MOU, though silent, continued to seek hope for it. Ultimately, his gaze fell upon the chip he had previously acquired from the intelligent trainer. The leader of the Flare team, Flodali, hailing from Kalos, once shared a profound friendship with Dr. Bretano, who researched Mega Evolution. Initially, Flodali possessed a gentle and amiable disposition, but he gradually became disillusioned with the incessant conflicts and struggles among humanity. In a bid to allow people to live beautifully in a world devoid of strife and competition, he began to entertain thoughts of diminishing the number of lives. Thus, he plotted to activate the ultimate weapon sealed away 3 millennia ago, harnessing the powers of the legendary Pokemon Xerneas and Yveltal to eradicate the majority of living beings. Prior to establishing the Flare team, Flodali had his own research facility. Although he lacked a doctoral title, acquiring such a status was merely a matter of time for him. In this world, Flodali had previously caused significant turmoil in Kalos, successfully obtaining the power of Yveltal and nearly activating the ultimate weapon. The origin of this ultimate weapon traces back to the king of the Kalos region over 3,000 years ago, AZ. The machine was originally conceived solely to resurrect Pokemon, as AZ wished to use it to bring back his beloved Floette. Its design resembled an eternal flower, appearing as a verdant crystal artifact, powered exclusively by the life energy of Pokemon. This machine successfully revived Floette, granting AZ immortality. However, despite Floette's return to the world, AZ, consumed by sorrow, prepared to exact vengeance upon the warring factions. Consequently, this machine was repurposed into a weapon. This weapon utterly annihilated both sides of the conflict, and Floette, through an unfortunate turn of events, learned of the energy source behind the ultimate weapon. The ultimate weapon required life energy, and AZ sacrificed numerous Pokemon in its operation. Upon learning of this, Floette was deeply disappointed in AZ and chose to depart. AZ, stricken with profound grief due to Floette's departure, found himself rejected by death, becoming a wandering vagabond in Kalos, disheveled and forlorn. In this world, Flodali was on the precipice of success. Yet the Flodali of the Rainbow Rocket team stood as a triumphant figure in his own realm. Although the ultimate weapon was immobile, he still wielded control over the deity of life, Xerneas, and the deity of death, Yveltal, alongside a singular core deity of order, Zygarde. In desperation, MOU retrieved the chip he had previously acquired and inserted it into a slot on the side of his phone. Chapter 144, The Flare Team. Upon inserting the chip, the phone momentarily darkened before quickly illuminating once more, revealing a red lion-shaped logo flashing across the screen, followed by a display that MOU had never encountered before. The phone presented 3 options: feedback, suggestions, and contact. MOU selected the contact button, and soon a woman's voice emerged from the device. "Hello, I am Bala." The tone carried a hint of impatience, yet overall, it remained within the bounds of decorum. After a moment's hesitation, MOU cleared his throat and replied in a different voice. "Hello, I am in possession of this chip acquired from an intelligent trainer. Is there a number associated with it?" Bala's tone remained unchanged. The Flare team had discarded numerous chips, many of which were inferior products. The quality of these remnants varied significantly, leading to an influx of contacts from individuals of relatively modest strength. As the task leader, Bala found it challenging to muster enthusiasm. However, these items had been released at Flodali's discretion, so she refrained from expressing too much discontent. "I do not recall the number," MOU admitted, scratching his head. Having not paid attention to the intelligent trainer's identification, Bala sighed deeply upon hearing his response, and then inquired, Can you tell me where you encountered this intelligent trainer and which Pokemon were utilized? Within the Plasma team, the Pokemon included Pelipper, Scyther, and Raichu. But before he could finish, he was interrupted by the sound of fingers tapping on a keyboard. After a brief pause, Bala's impatience dissipated entirely, replaced with excitement. You are MOU? On the other end of the line, MOU was momentarily taken aback. You should have mentioned you were MOU earlier. The leader has stated that joining us would grant you immediate status as an officer. If you have an interest in research, we can also provide systematic mentoring. Upon realizing that the caller was MOU, Bala's tone quickened, and her words became increasingly persuasive. The Flare team was genuinely in need of substantial combat prowess. Fladali's team was predominantly composed of administrative personnel, resulting in limited fighting capacity. While other departments were relatively harmonious for the time being, it was evident that the Flare team could not sustain itself without its own strength in the long run. Thanks to various research innovations, the Flare team was the second wealthiest organization after the Rocket team, known for their generous expenditures. They possessed wealth and resources, yet, aside from the leader, their combat strength was lacking, rendering the Flare team akin to a limping individual. I currently have no intention of joining another team, MOU interjected. Seizing a moment during Bala's speech, it seemed that the intelligent trainer had a visual transmission capability that relayed his image back to the Flare team. Unfortunately, the Flare team was not his target. His next objective was to head directly to the Rocket team headquarters. Very well, what do you require? Bala's tone reflected a hint of disappointment. Although MOU was not prepared to join the Flare team at present, Fladali had previously briefed her on MOU's situation. Overall, the intention remained to recruit him. It would be preferable for him to join the Flare team. But they also sought to foster a favorable impression if that were not possible. Do you have any information regarding the hindrances of Pokemon evolution? MOU, having been recognized, reverted to his usual tone and articulated his purpose. The sound of Bala typing resumed, followed by her response. Yes, but the cost is rather high. Or you may choose alternative means to substitute a portion. For the Flare team, selling research data constituted a source of income. Price is not an issue, MOU replied, feeling relieved at Bala's affirmative response. He had no interest in monetary gain. As a dual officer of both the Magma and Aqua teams, even without actively seeking wealth, he still possessed a modest fortune. Upon hearing that MOU had no intentions of substituting a portion through other means, Bala expressed some disappointment. The original price is 2.3 million, discounted to 1.7 million rocket coins. Approximately 3 months prior, the Alola region had begun circulating rocket coins, a currency that was gradually supplanting the original League coins. As of today, rocket coins have become one of the mainstream currencies in Alola, with League coins steadily diminishing. For the ordinary residents of Alola, both currencies held comparable value, with 1 League coin equating to 1 rocket coin in purchasing power. Agreed. How should I proceed with the payment? MOU readily accepted, finding the sum manageable. Transfer the funds to the Flare team account, and the documentation will be sent to your phone within 3 minutes of the transaction's completion, Bala replied, her tone somewhat subdued. Yet she still conveyed the payment method to MOU. Fladali refrains from making judgments about outsiders. Yet many newly inducted members of the Blazing team have managed to acquire homes and vehicles thanks to her salary. A moment's pause. MOU approached the computer, and the metal monster obediently vacated its position. Soon, a remittance of 1.7 million rocket coins was deposited into the account of the Blazing team. I am now transmitting the files. Please prepare a high-spec computer to receive them. Following the receipt of the funds, Barlow promptly transferred the data to MOU's computer. Although the information from the Blazing team was less extensive than that of the Rocket team, it was fortunate that there was minimal overlap. Chapter 145, The Pancake of Water Wudo. The data transmitted by the Blazing team was not voluminous. The metal monster completed the organization of the 1.7 million rocket coins worth of information in just over 2 hours, while the Rocket team's data pertained to genetic research. The information from the Blazing team approached the subject from the psychological and emotional aspects of Pokemon. As MOU reviewed the materials arranged by the metal monster, he focused on the research regarding whether a Pokemon's emotions could affect its own being. The notion that a Pokemon's emotions might influence its essence has long been a topic of debate within the scientific community, and it has not been regarded as a core research direction. However, after the establishment of the Alliance in the Paldea region, a Pokemon known as the World-Discarding Monkey conclusively settled this matter. Indeed, emotions can influence a Pokemon's very being. The evolution of the World-Discarding Monkey is contingent upon the Blaze Monkey repeatedly utilizing the move Rage Fist. When the Blaze Monkey's fury surpasses a critical threshold, it gains the power to transcend its corporeal constraints and evolves into the fighting ghost-type World-Discarding Monkey. following the emergence of such a Pokemon. The impact of emotions on Pokemon began to garner significant attention. Contemplating the data in his hands, MOU pondered another possibility. Could it be that the metal monster itself harbored no issues, but rather that its emotional turmoil stemming from a misdiagnosed evolution impeded its transformation? MOU silently tucked this possibility away in his mind. He resolved to pursue a dual approach, seeking to restore the metal monster's confidence while simultaneously exploring other avenues. The metal monster appeared somewhat disheartened, perceiving a stark divergence between the data and its own circumstances. Do not fret, MOU consoled. First, we shall focus on your physical condition, and later, I will consult some experts. After reassuring the metal monster, MOU spent the following days preparing the desert dragonfly to acclimate and guiding the metal monster. During this time, he also brought over the young Lapras. According to the elder Lapras, the young one was now better equipped to assist MOU in daily life. The young Lapras itself found it challenging to articulate the nature of its transformation. Through MOU's assessments, he identified several of the young Lapras's characteristics. It had significantly increased its speed on the water, and its proficiency in various supportive moves, such as Mist, Aqua Ring, and Aurora Beam, was remarkably high. While it was not adept at standardized battles governed by strict rules, it excelled at adapting to unforeseen situations in everyday life. With the young Lapras's role established, MOU proceeded to devise some simple training exercises for it. As days passed, MOU received a message from Moan. The Ocean Team's current primary research objective was to further harness the energy of Kyogre. In addition, there were several minor projects underway, such as studying the restoration techniques for ocean fossil Pokemon and methods for extracting energy from Pokemon. However, since Moan was not directly responsible for these matters, the specifics of these minor projects would have to wait for their next conversation. MOU, Lord Water Wudong, will return in 3 days. After finishing lunch in the cafeteria, MOU was intercepted by Chun Yang as he sought a quiet corner to rest. Surprised by this news, MOU glanced at Chun Yang before dismissively waving his hand. I am aware. He had learned of Water Wudong's impending return even earlier than Chun Yang. 2 days prior, during a casual chat, Rinyu had informed him that Qi Yin Song would be back in 5 days. Not only that, but Rinyu had also relayed the outcome of the meeting from Qi Yin Song. The negotiations between the Rainbow Rocket team and the Alliance had not commenced smoothly, as champions from various regions struggled to maintain composure in the face of these formidable adversaries. Fortunately, both sides recognized the significance of these discussions. Thus, although unexpected complications arose from time to time, the overarching goal of the negotiations was ultimately achieved. The leverage held by the Rainbow Rocket team lay in their power. The existence of these legendary Pokemon ensured that the Alliance would refrain from employing military force against them. As the leader, Sakaki had no interest in annihilating the world. And based on this premise, both parties made certain concessions. The Alliance agreed to open trade with the Alola region, while Sakaki's side guaranteed that they would not deliberately harm ordinary citizens. Neither side was entirely satisfied with the outcome of the negotiations. While those sentiments were expressed now, the future remained uncertain. However, for the present, this was the best arrangement that could be reached. Water Wudong returned to the mothership on schedule 3 days later, and his expression indicated clear dissatisfaction with the trip. The day after his return, MOU was summoned to his office. Inside, Chun Yang and Ming Hui had already arrived. MOU was the last to enter. After surveying the three, Water Wudong's gaze lingered on MOU before he spoke. Now that everyone is here, I shall commence. The resource competition within the Rainbow Rocket team will begin in a month. You three are to participate and strive to achieve a commendable ranking. Upon hearing that this did not pertain to the negotiations, MOU began to take the matter seriously. This resource competition was something he had first heard about from Qi Yin Song. This was the second mention. The competition involves showcasing the top talents from various departments, who will engage in battles to determine ranks. The higher the rank, the more resources will be allocated. Water Wudong provided a brief explanation of the competition, and Chun Yang and Ming Hui's expressions grew increasingly serious. Thus, your performance in this competition will directly influence our Ocean team's resource allocation for the next year. You must exert your utmost effort. Upon realizing the significance of this competition, Chun Yang and Ming Hui eagerly pledged their commitment to excel, to which MOU also added his assurance. Satisfied with their responses, Water Wudong nodded before turning his attention to MOU. MOU, you have made considerable contributions during my absence. After this competition, I will factor in your rewards. If you emerge victorious, I can assist you in capturing a legendary Pokemon. Suakun. His words caused Ming Hui and Chun Yang beside MOU to momentarily gasp, followed by a heavy intake of breath. While envious, They understood that both in terms of contributions made and strength, they could not compare to MOU. Yes, MOU promptly nodded. His eyes filled with fervor and anticipation as he gazed at Water Wudong. Observing his reaction, Water Wudong nodded with satisfaction. He had previously worried that offering Asua-kun as a bargaining chip was too trivial, and he was prepared to negotiate. However, seeing MOU's current demeanor, it was evident that it would be more than sufficient. When he first encountered MOU, he appeared to be a novice unfamiliar with the world. Now, it seemed he had made little progress. Following this, Water Wudong discussed various other matters, yet none held the weight of the resource competition or pertained to MOU. MOU and the others left only by evening. Chunyang was assigned further tasks by Water Wudong and hastily departed the office. MOU, I truly envy you. That is a legendary Pokemon. After MOU assisted Ming Hui in covering a shift previously, Ming Hui's attitude towards him had noticeably improved. Observing Ming Hui's envious gaze and expression, MOU smiled and replied, "It is not guaranteed." The leader emphasized that we must secure the championship. Upon hearing MOU's words, Ming Hui shook his head and said, "Do not be so modest. I believe you can achieve victory." In the midst of a chaotic mix of various departments, I cannot confidently proclaim a victory. The two individuals ultimately parted ways at the corner, with MOU casting a glance at Ming Hui's retreating figure before turning back toward the direction of Shui Wutong's office, letting out a soft scoff. Only after securing the championship would the rewards be granted. After all, Qi Yin-song was quite generous in that regard. Time passed swiftly, leading to the eve of the resource competition. MOU disembarked from his luxurious cruise ship, finally setting foot on solid ground after a long hiatus. Over the past month, the desert dragonfly had become adept at harnessing its surging power, and although EV had yet to evolve, it had nearly exhausted its current potential. As MOU touched down, clad in the Marine team's uniform, he sensed something amiss and instinctively turned his gaze to the right. There stood 4 members of the lava team led by Qi Yin-song. Upon MOU's glance, Rinyu, dressed in uniform, subtly winked at him. Apart from Rinyu, the other 2 lava team executives were acquaintances. One was Takumi, his first opponent after joining the Rainbow Rocket team, and the other was Chao Tai, the leader who had previously recruited him for training while Qing LV was disguised as Mu Ran. Why are these blue-hatted sea dogs merely a pack of pups? Qi Yin-song did not linger on MOU for long. He raised his voice to call out to MOU, Ming Hui, and Chunyang. Ming Hui, clearly irked by Qi Yin-song's mocking tone, prepared to confront him but was promptly restrained by Chunyang. After all, this was the leader of the lava team, and as a cadre, it would be inappropriate to engage him without cause. Although Ming Hui was visibly displeased and shrugged off Chunyang's grip, he refrained from acting rashly against Qi Yin-song. Oh, has the pup been neutered? It seems he dares not show his temper. How docile. Qi Yin-song keenly detected Ming Hui's agitation, and his tone dripped with sarcasm. This was not merely directed at Ming Hui. It was a reflection of his grievances toward Shui Wutong, targeting the entire Marine team. Previously, Qi Yin-song had lacked confidence in front of Ban Mu regarding Qing LV's masquerade as a lava team member. Shui Wutong had promised to advocate for Qi Yin-song, but subsequently failed to uphold that commitment, instead joining others to harshly criticize the lava team. Naturally, Qi Yin-song harbored resentment toward Shui Wutong, and his advance payment to MOU was partially motivated by this dissatisfaction. What sort of lunatic is this? Failing to bring along companions in broad daylight, Shui Wutong leisurely descended from another vessel, his gaze toward Qi Yin-song brimming with jest. Unfazed by Qi Yin-song's taunts, Shui Wutong felt no qualms, for he had incurred no losses. Approaching MOU, he threw an arm around his shoulders and smiled, asking, "Are you prepared to take the bottom position this time?" Observing Shui Wutong's gesture, a flicker of derision crossed Qi Yin-song's eyes. Yet his tone remained reproachful. "You treacherous scoundrel. I should have known that dogs and men are not the same. Ha ha ha, merely the lamentations of the vanquished. Let us depart." Shui Wutong's grin widened at Qi Yin-song's expression as he released MOU and strode away with his 3 capable subordinates. Qi Yin-song watched Shui Wutong's diminishing figure, muttering curses under his breath. Rinyu glanced at Qi Yin-song before shifting his gaze to MOU. Thanks to the resources allocated by Qi Yin-song and his own efforts, Rinyu's strength had surged remarkably. His primary aim in coming here was not solely to assist the lava team in securing benefits, but rather to meet MOU and position himself as his adversary. Leader, there is no need for such formality. That fellow MOU is an ungrateful wretch. This time, I shall surely defeat him. Chao Tai cleared his throat and spoke, wearing a countenance of shared animosity. However, contrary to his expectations, Takumi scrutinized him up and down, causing him to feel uneasy. Rinyu's face was awash with hostility. Entirely unmasked, yet Xiao Tai had anticipated this, given that his camaraderie with MOU was well known within the lava team. What puzzled him was Qi Yinsong's look, which seemed to regard him as a fool. Alas, do your best. After a lengthy pause, Qi Yinsong sighed and patted Xiao Tai on the shoulder. The upcoming competition was to be held not at the rocket team's headquarters, but on a spacious island that had been cleared for this purpose. The rationale behind not hosting the event at the headquarters was straightforward. The rules were somewhat unique, encompassing both regulated battles and free-for-all skirmishes. The competition was divided into two segments, the first being a 6v6 full battle, and the second a no-holds-barred contest. Shui Wutong led MOU and the others to a restaurant, where the rules of the competition were being broadcasted repeatedly. This page, all in. After placing their orders, MOU and his companions attentively absorbed the details of the rules while waiting for their meals. The 6v6 battle, akin to standard competitions, allowed each trainer to utilize 6 Pokemon. Those lacking sufficient Pokemon could either leave Pokeballs empty or borrow from the Rocket team, with the stipulation that their strength could not exceed the average power of the team. Upon hearing this announcement, Chun Yang and Ming Hui silently noted the information, as one possessed 5 Pokemon while the other had only 4 and would need to borrow more shortly. As for MOU, his Pokemon, alongside Little Lapras, totaled 6. Although it was not particularly fond of fighting, 1 or 2 encounters would be tolerable. Once the broadcast concluded, their meals arrived just in time. The group quickly devoured the food before heading to a hotel emblazoned with the Rocket team's insignia. Unlike the command competition, the event was restricted from being observed by Alolan residents, resulting in an eerily vacant island. MOU, we need to go rent Pokemon. Care to join? After a while, a knock resonated at the door, followed by Ming Hui's voice from outside. Sure. MOU hesitated briefly before rising from his bed and opening the door. Outside stood Ming Hui, accompanied by Chun Yang. MOU followed the two to the most conspicuous building on the island. Renting Pokemon is a queue affair, but cutting in line is permitted. You need only defeat us. Several Rocket team members jovially maintained order. Yet their subtle actions revealed them to be a well-trained unit rather than mere ordinary members. Upon hearing that they could skip the line, Ming Hui, eager to advance, prepared to step forward. However, MOU and Chun Yang simultaneously reached out to restrain him. Participants in this competition were no ordinary individuals, and the fact that those ahead were queuing patiently indicated that the situation was likely more complex than it appeared. Chapter 147, A Reliable Back and an Adorable Devil. Noticing that the newcomers, including MOU, had no inclination to rise to provocation, the Rocket team members maintaining order gradually settled down. It's wise of you not to make a fuss. A voice from in front of MOU turned to address them. The voice was familiar. As he removed his hood, MOU recognized it as Liang Tai, the galactic team executive known as the King of the Underworld, with a scar on his forehead still ghastly as ever, twisting in sync with his expressions. Ming Hui was evidently startled by Liang Tai's appearance, and before he could manifest any rude reaction, Chun Yang stepped forward, shielding him. Long time no see. Upon recognizing a familiar face, MOU was initially taken aback before greeting Liang Tai with a smile. However, Liang Tai showed no inclination for pleasantries, turning away and donning his hood once more. Are you here to rent Pokemon? Liang Tai, disinterested in conversing with MOU, inadvertently piqued MOU's curiosity. Liang Tai did not respond, instead questioning without glancing back, is your purpose here to rent Pokemon? Not at all. I'm merely here to observe and enjoy the spectacle. MOU shrugged nonchalantly, offering a carefree response. After receiving the answer, Liang Tai refrained from further comments, while MOU was well aware that their objectives aligned. In fact, the majority of individuals present shared the same intention, to discover what Pokemon were available here. Should there be a Pokemon that complements his team exceptionally well, renting one could indeed enhance his battle prowess. Even if he opted against that, securing 2 as backup members would be prudent. As the number of people ahead dwindled, MOU soon found himself entering the rental center alongside Liang Tai. Unfortunately, Chun Yang and Ming Hui had less fortune and would have to wait for the next batch to gain entry, a measure implemented to maintain order. Nidoking, Zubat, Alakazam, and Macamp were all available. MOU perused the list handed to him by the staff, densely populated with no fewer than 100 Pokemon. It included creatures from Kanto, Johto, Alola, and even some unique to the Paldea region, which had recently joined the league. Liang Tai, visibly irritated, cast a sidelong glance at MOU, who was producing a series of peculiar sounds beside him, yet he patiently continued to scan the list. Regrettably, There was neither a Talonflame nor a Grizzly Bear. After a cursory review of the list, MOU couldn't help but feel a tinge of disappointment. Setting aside the special Pokemon like Talonflame and Ursaluna, he found it rather excessive that even the Alolan starters, such as Incineroar, were absent. After much deliberation, MOU ultimately chose 2 Pokemon for emergencies and rotation. His team already boasted formidable attackers and resilient tanks, thus he selected a Breloom and a Flabébé. The former appeared rather daft, while the latter could only charm. Liangtai looked puzzled at MOU's selection. Just these 2? Thank you. MOU informed the staff of his chosen Pokemon, soon receiving 2 Pokeballs containing them. With 2 days remaining until the competition officially commenced, this time would serve as an opportunity for them to acclimatize to their rented Pokemon. Once MOU's selection was complete, a number of powerful Pokemon were promptly stamped as unavailable. Liangtai departed immediately after making his choices, while MOU waited for Minghui and Chunyang to finalize theirs before leaving together. I chose the Sceptile and the Talonflame. What about you, MOU? Minghui couldn't help but inquired during their return journey. Chunyang, slightly lagging behind, remained silent but was equally curious, occasionally casting glances in MOU's direction. Breloom and Flabébé, they look quite adorable, a pleasant sight to behold. MOU replied candidly, having no intention of concealing his choices, as such information was typically disclosed before the competition. Flabébé is fine, but don't you think Breloom is a bit peculiar? Minghui intended to phrase it more delicately, yet couldn't he conjure a more suitable term. Isn't it charming? Those wise eyes, alluring lips, and the most reassuring silhouette, truly the Colosian beauty among Pokemon, MOU retorted. Ahem. Chunyang, who had remained silent until now, suddenly coughed several times. He was an ardent fan of Colosian Pokemon, and MOU's association of Breloom with such a figure was nearly too much to bear. Colosian beauties are indeed captivating. The ordinarily composed Chunyang's sudden engagement in the topic of Colosian Pokemon drew the attention of both MOU and Minghui, who then began discussing Colosian films of late. Chunyang initially wished to feign indifference, but ultimately couldn't resist joining their conversation. Eventually, as MOU stepped into the dormitory, the topic of discussion came to a close. For the next 2 days, MOU seldom ventured outside, focusing instead on fostering a bond with Breloom and Flabébé, allowing them to adapt to one another. Through their interactions, MOU became thoroughly acquainted with their stats. First, he examined Breloom's profile, which left him immensely satisfied. Indeed, it was nothing short of perfect. Breloom, male, level 60, type, grass, poison, ability, regenerator, restores health when switched out. Moves, spore, smokescreen, toxic, rage powder, spore, protect, substitute. Given Breloom's move set, MOU found himself praying for the opponents they would soon face. Next, he reviewed Flabéby's stats, which were also quite commendable. Flabébé, female, level 61, type, grass, fairy, ability, prankster, moves, leech seed, poison powder, cotton spore, tailwind, helping hand, taunt, substitute. If Breloom was overtly mischievous, then Flabébé was a devil concealed beneath a charming facade, a true embodiment of malevolence wrapped in cuteness. The only minor shortcoming was Flabéby's inability to learn light screen. But that was hardly a significant issue. With these 2 stalwarts, victory seemed within reach. After indulging in a moment of unabashed self-congratulation, MOU brought his Pokemon to the battle arena. Within the Rainbow Rocket team, there were 6 departments, and a total of 18 members, including those from the Plasma team, had assembled. Though the Plasma team had long been defunct, Giovanni still granted them the privilege to participate in the competition. It had been stated innumerable times that Giovanni assessed individuals solely based on their strength and utility, disregarding all other factors. Should the Plasma team emerge victorious, Giovanni would allocate resources to the 3 champions according to the highest standards. Chapter 148, A String of 6, Poor Claire. Ocean Team, MOU, registration complete. Your lounge is number 3. The competition will commence in 3 hours. After completing the registration, MOU proceeded to the 3rd lounge, which was spacious and devoid of occupants, furnished only with a solitary sofa and a massive plasma television. The television was already tuned in, cycling through information about all the participants. As MOU settled onto the sofa, his Lava Team-issued phone vibrated in his pocket. MOU, you may proceed normally for the first half of the competition, but once the 3rd round begins, withdraw immediately and announce your return to the Lava Team. The voice of Chien Matsuba emanated from the phone, tinged with impatience. That old rascal Mizuki is unreliable, but fortunately, he has left some contingencies. Understood. MOU nodded, accepting without hesitation. In both emotional and financial terms, Chien Matsuba was far more sincere than Mizuki. During his tenure with the Lava team, he had at least wielded genuine authority, and that old fellow Matsuba had indeed been quite helpful. In contrast, within the Ocean team, although MOU had contributed significantly, he had only received endless probing and an overwhelming surplus of pancakes. MOU retrieved a Pokeball from his waist, his gaze seemingly penetrating the shell to glimpse the Pokemon within. Inside the Pokeball, a golden-hued Tyranitar was peacefully slumbering, a round stone around its neck shimmering with a myriad of colors. MOU, please proceed to Battle Arena number 2. The announcement echoed through the lounge. MOU took a moment to steady his emotions before exiting through a side door into a corridor. After traversing the lengthy passage, he finally arrived at the battle arena. His opponent was already prepared. Judging by her uniform, she appeared to be a member of the Blazing Flame team. MOU, I've heard of you from Barla. Are you really not considering joining our Blazing Flame team? Feel free to name your price. Upon hearing the voice, MOU realized that his opponent was female. This was hardly surprising, given her strikingly prominent 70 to 30 hairstyle and violet hair. My name is Claire. I am aware that my strength is lacking, but I still hope you will unleash your full potential. Seeing no fruitful results from the engagement, Claire felt no sense of disappointment. Instead, she deftly redirected the conversation back to the ongoing match. I will, she affirmed, nodding as she opened the Pokeball inscribed with the word loan. Raikou, it shall be you. Come forth, Fungus. Both trainers released their Pokemon almost simultaneously, and upon witnessing Fungus, Claire let out a disdainful click of her tongue. Not only did it possess an unappealing appearance, but Raikou also held no advantageous type matchup against it. With the commencement of the match, as the referee clad in Team Rocket's uniform waved the flag, Claire promptly commanded Raikou to strike Fungus. Volt Tackle. Claire had no intention of switching Pokemon. Her understanding of battles was limited to the occasional videos she had watched, given her background in administrative roles. As for her reason for participating, upon drawing her first stick, she had unwittingly picked the red one, indicating her rather unfortunate luck. Faced with such an opponent, especially one demanding to unleash its full potential, MOU naturally held nothing back. Withstand it, then unleash Toxic. His calm voice rang out, as Fungus bravely endured Raikou's assault. Taking advantage of Raikou's momentary rigidity, Fungus released a glob of purple liquid, dousing Raikou's entire body. The instant the Toxic touched Raikou, a hissing sound emerged, accompanied by wisps of white smoke. Ugh! Raikou's pained cry echoed from within the fog, and Claire anxiously awaited the dispersal of the smoke. For a trainer like Claire, who had little grasp of battle mechanics, MOU could only shake his head in silence. After a brief moment, he commanded, Spore, then Seed Bomb. Having withstood Raikou's Volt Tackle, Fungus, with only a few spots slightly charred, raised its hands, and a flurry of white powder mixed with green seeds floated into the dissipating smoke. Although Claire lacked knowledge of battle tactics, she discerned that something was amiss and hastily ordered, Raikou, use Flamethrower. Just before the white powder and green seeds reached Fungus, Raikou unleashed a column of fire aimed directly at it. Confronted with a fire-type move that countered Fungus, MOU understood he could not allow Fungus to take the hit. Defend. Fungus, being slow, had no time to evade the oncoming flames. A green barrier materialized before it, effectively blocking the torrent of fire. We shall defend too, Claire exclaimed, echoing MOU's command. Raikou, unfamiliar with defensive moves, was caught off guard as Fungus' skill leisurely passed through the still-forming green barrier, colliding with Raikou. Ugh! Arg! As Fungus's attack struck, Raikou began to sway, letting out a loud roar in an attempt to regain its focus, but its eyes soon grew glazed. With a resounding thud, Raikou collapsed at Claire's urgent shout, as green seeds took root and sprouted upon its form. Oblivious to the draining of its strength, the slumbering Raikou continued to relish its comfortable rest. Raikou, return. Come forth, Litten. Claire summoned back her sleeping Raikou, releasing a sleek purple feline Pokemon instead. This Pokemon was remarkably agile, and if commanded effectively, Fungus would likely stand no chance. Regrettably, Claire was unable to harness Litten's advantages, and soon it too succumbed to slumber. Collapsing beside Raikou, Scolipede, defeat it. Once more. Tentacle, inflict severe damage. Claire declared defiantly, I refuse to yield. I still have a spur. I will leave you with some scars. Go, Finnegan, just hold on for 5 minutes without falling asleep to count as a success. One by one, Claire's Pokemon succumbed to sleep, and ultimately, even the last Finnegan fell powerless after 3 minutes. Gazing at the 5 Pokeballs in her hand, Claire found herself at a loss as to which Pokemon she could summon to replace Finnegan. I concede. After a moment of deliberation, With all 6 Pokeballs illuminated on the scoreboard, Claire opted for immediate surrender. The battle concluded, and the ultimate victor was MOU. The referee hastily waved his flag, signaling the end of the match. Having observed the entire encounter from the sidelines, he felt a deep sympathy for Claire's predicament. Although her rapid defeat was partly due to erroneous commands, as a referee who had overseen hundreds of matches, he could discern MOU's profound understanding of Fungus as a Pokemon. Casting a glance at MOU's nonchalant demeanor and then at Claire, who seemed to wish for a hole to appear beneath her, the referee grew concerned for MOU's forthcoming opponents. Chapter 149, Galactic Team Executive, Jinxing. After securing this somewhat comical victory, MOU retraced his steps back to the lounge. Inside, the plasma television was broadcasting battles from other arenas, and MOU picked up the remote to watch Chunyang's match. Chunyang was pitted against a contestant from Team Plasma, one of the individuals who had initially led the assault on the Oceanic team. This Team Plasma executive was referred to as a sage, and he was undoubtedly one of them. In the arena, a Starmie was entangled with a Furfrou, the latter seeking opportunities to close in on Starmie, while Starmie maintained a safe distance. The back and forth of these two was rather tedious, and after a brief observation, MOU switched to another battle. This time, he tuned into the match featuring Ryota from Team Galactic, whose opponent was a Team Rocket participant named Yang Ming, someone MOU did not recognize. The battle between Ryota and his adversary had reached a fever pitch, as a purple Weezing dashed forward, colliding with Nidoking. Roar! The latter stumbled back several steps from the impact, and Nidoking's horn began to shimmer with a yellow-green glow. Super Horn attack, and another heavy slam? MOU watched with keen interest as Nidoking charged towards Weezing, curious about how Ryota would respond. Explosion. Ryota's voice rang out without hesitation, and as Nidoking approached Weezing, it was met with a powerful shockwave from the explosion. Boom. A cloud of white smoke enveloped the entire battlefield, and as the fog cleared, the silhouettes of Weezing and Nidoking gradually emerged. Weezing had lost its fighting capability, while Nidoking remained standing. Observing that Nidoking was still capable of battle, Ryota furrowed his brow slightly. Frostless. He recalled the fallen Weezing and sent forth his second Pokemon. From the degree of Nidoking's swaying, it was clear that although it had not been defeated, it was still in a fragile state. Ryota had previously studied this opponent. Nidoking was his ace Pokemon. Swapping a mid-tier Pokemon for his ace would significantly diminish his battling power, yet Ryota was willing to accept this. Yang Ming also recalled Nidoking, his expression grave, and released a Rhyperior instead. As Ryota had anticipated, without Nidoking, Yang Ming posed little threat, with Frostless defeating one Pokemon and Explosion taking out the second, followed by Thunderbolt. Yang Ming soon found himself raising his hand in surrender under Ryota's strategy of attacking when possible and exchanging with Explosion when not. After witnessing this match, it became evident that the other battles had also reached their conclusions. The television screen shifted to display the results of each participant's matches. In the forefront stands MOU, the first to conclude his battle, followed closely by his seasoned comrade, Greyjoe, and then the formidable king of the underworld. Unfortunately, Rinyu and Chunyang Minghui were eliminated in the first round after encountering competitors from Team Rocket, while a cadre from Team Flare triumphed over a contender from Team Plasma. After the first round, MOU returned to the hotel with several Pokemon in tow. In the hotel lobby, Chunyang was offering solace to Minghui, whose early elimination had evidently left him quite disheartened. MOU observed Chunyang and Minghui. Without the slightest pause, he traversed past them and returned to his room. 3 days remained to ensure ample rest for the participants. The competition was not held daily but rather every other day, allowing for recuperation and healing of Pokemon. In 3 days, MOU would bid farewell to Team Ocean. Truth be told, he felt no pangs of guilt towards Shui Wudong and Team Ocean. As Chunyang spotted MOU and was about to call out to him, he noticed MOU's unwavering stride as he departed. His sixth sense hinted that something was amiss with MOU, yet at this moment, Ming Hui's well-being was of greater concern. MOU, well done. At the door of MOU's room, Shui Wutong leaned against the wall, arms crossed, as if he had been awaiting him for quite some time. Lord Shui Wudong. MOU inclined his head slightly, his tone as respectful as ever. Shui Wudong stepped forward, patting MOU's shoulder as he spoke. Keep it up. I have located news regarding Shui Jun. After uttering these words, Shui Wutong turned and left, as though his sole purpose for coming was to convey this message. MOU watched Shui Wudong depart, and from Ming Hui's direction came a voice. Kid, wipe those tears. It's merely a temporary setback. The coarse voice echoed, prompting MOU to remain silent for a moment before pushing open the door to his room. Since he had faced the lackluster competitor Claire in the first round, his Shroomish had not sustained significant damage, and the injuries inflicted by his Electivire had nearly healed completely before he could even apply any ointment. Until the next match, MOU had not stepped out of his room, and the only companion from Team Ocean who had visited him was Ming Hui, who had come once. In the second round, MOU's opponent was another cadre from Team Galaxy, known as Jinxing. Among the 4 cadres of Team Galaxy, the King of the Underworld was the strongest, followed closely by Jinxing. Unlike the self-destructive and reckless approach of the King of the Underworld, Jinxing's combat style was characterized by rigidity and composure. The most striking Pokemon among his team was undoubtedly his 6th Pokemon, the legendary Pokemon, Sidolin. Cadre MOU, please proceed to Battle Arena 1. The announcement echoed through the lounge. After making slight adjustments to his participating Pokemon, MOU walked towards the battlefield. Jinxing was a young man with blue hair, styled to resemble cat ears at the top of his head. MOU, I have heard the King of the Underworld mention you. It seems you were once a cadre of Team Magma, later betraying them to join Team Ocean? A somewhat languid voice came from across the battlefield. With just over a minute remaining before the match commenced, the referee was more than happy to indulge in the pre-match banter. MOU had no interest in exchanging verbal jabs with Jinxing, and as he remained silent, Jinxing shook his head in apparent disinterest. Time passed swiftly in the tranquil atmosphere, and with the referee's signal, MOU and Jinxing simultaneously released their Pokeballs. MOU's first Pokemon was a borrowed Sylveon, while Jinxing sent forth a Toxicroak. Mimi, the Sylveon, enveloped in pale yellow cotton, revealed only its brown face and limbs. Joyfully called out. However, Jinxing felt an inexplicable annoyance at the sight of the seemingly harmless Sylveon. Toxicroak, use Poison Jab, Jinxing commanded as his Toxicroak sprang into action, swiftly closing the distance between itself and the Sylveon. Sylveon, use Tailwind, then Cotton Guard, MOU calmly instructed. In truth, using the substitute move would have been more appropriate than Cotton Guard, but after several days of training, MOU discovered that Sylveon was not well versed in the substitute technique and had to resort to the secondary option of Cotton Guard to mitigate damage. Mimi, Sylveon cried out, as a sudden gust of wind surged from behind it, causing Toxicroak to momentarily falter, its speed noticeably reduced by the oncoming breeze. Despite the slowdown, Toxicroak quickly reached Sylveon, its right hand glowing with a purple sheen as it delivered a heavy strike upon the cotton-clad Sylveon. Toxicroak's attack left a deep imprint in the cotton, sending Sylveon soaring through the air before crashing heavily to the ground. Thanks to the effects of Cotton Guard, the cotton surrounding Sylveon had become significantly denser. Cotton Spore, then Leech Seed. As Sylveon regained its footing, MOU's commanding voice resonated once more. Jinxing directed Toxicroak to pursue aggressively, while Sylveon followed MOU's orders, shedding the cotton surrounding it, which surged forward alongside the Leech Seed towards Toxicroak. Toxicroak collided with the barrage of Cotton Spore and Leech Seed, gradually succumbing to drowsiness under the influence of the Cotton Spore. Use Poison Jab on yourself, Jinxing shouted, and Toxicroak, reacting instinctively, swung its fist towards its own abdomen. Gwa! A cry of pain erupted, and the drowsiness in Toxicroak's eyes dissipated significantly. Invigorated by the sharp pain, it lunged forward once more, reappearing before Sylveon. Sludge Bomb. A purple orb of energy gathered atop Toxicroak's head, almost instantaneously shooting towards Sylveon, who was already at a severe disadvantage due to the poison type. Mimi. Overwhelmed by the successive attacks from Toxicroak, Sylveon succumbed to defeat, while Toxicroak found itself gradually enveloped by the green seeds taking root and sprouting. Despite Sylveon's defeat, Jinxing's expression revealed no sign of triumph or elation, nor did MOU feel disheartened. Sylveon had fulfilled its purpose, successfully executing Tailwind while landing both Cotton Spore and Leech Seed on Toxicroak. Desert Dragonfly, you shall be the one. Toxicroak, return. Crossbat. MOU retrieved another Pokeball and summoned the Desert Dragonfly, while Jinxing replaced Toxicroak with Crossbat. Accompanying the emergence of the Desert Dragonfly was a sudden red sandstorm that engulfed the battlefield, obscuring its form. This Desert Dragonfly. Jinxing's tone carried a hint of gravity. The typical Desert Dragonfly boasts a tail adorned with deep green and light green scales, reaching a length of approximately 2.5 meters. In contrast, MOU's specimen was notably smaller, around 1.5 meters long, its wings decorated with additional red scales. Crossbat exhibited remarkable agility amidst the sandstorm, utilizing sound waves to locate the Desert Dragonfly's position. Though they had yet to engage in formal combat, the two speed-oriented aerial Pokemon began to test each other's capabilities. Despite possessing a type disadvantage, Crossbat was Zhenxing's best option against the Desert Dragonfly. Venoshock. With Zhenxing's command, Crossbat began to unleash a widespread spray of toxic liquid. The purple fluid emitted a series of hissing sounds upon contact with the sandstorm, creating a temporary clear zone devoid of the storm's chaos. Heat wave, then Dragon Dance. MOU's voice rang out as the Desert Dragonfly accelerated its wing beats, with the assistance of the tailwind left by Sylveon. A searing current of air clashed with the toxic spray emitted by Crossbat, causing a series of acrid sounds to erupt as they neutralized each other, releasing plumes of purple vapor into the air. Hurricane. As the noxious gas had yet to dissipate completely, the commanding voice of Zhenxing rang out once more. The Crossbat fervently flapped its wings, gradually enveloped in a silvery white energy. Soon, a considerable pale purple tornado manifested on the battlefield, slowly advancing towards the approximate location of the Desert Dragonfly under the Crossbat's control. Wide area destruction. Upon completing its Dragon Dance, the Desert Dragonfly's tail, adorned with crimson scales, became enveloped in azure dragon-type energy. It lashed its tail, and the enormous tail's phantom dissipated the pale purple tornado conjured by the Crossbat. After shattering the tornado, the dimmed phantoms did not dissipate. Instead, they forcefully surged towards the Crossbat. With a resounding thud, the Crossbat was struck from the sky. Yet its figure quickly ascended once more, appearing in another location. The sandstorm engulfed the Crossbat anew, causing Zhenxing's brow to furrow in concern. Something felt amiss with the Crossbat's condition. Based on previous experiences, the Crossbat should have effortlessly evaded the Desert Dragonfly's attack. And it was precisely due to his trust in the Crossbat that he refrained from commanding it to dodge in advance. However, the Crossbat's speed seemed somewhat diminished compared to usual, leading to its being struck. Upon closer observation, Zhenxing's gaze ultimately settled on the Crossbat's wings, which were inexplicably adorned with several clumps of red sand. These sands clung to its wings, causing the Crossbat's flapping speed to decrease. Desert Dragonfly, Dragon Pulse. Seizing the opportunity while Zhenxing pondered, MOU commanded the Desert Dragonfly to pursue relentlessly. The Desert Dragonfly moved with blinding speed, its form nearly flickering, as it unleashed dragon pulses from multiple directions, converging upon the Crossbat. Steel wings. The sudden turn of events jolted Zhenxing back to reality, prompting him to speak urgently. The Crossbat's wings hardened instantaneously, and as it maneuvered, the majority of incoming attacks were severed. Nonetheless, a few strikes that had exploited openings still managed to connect. Rock Slide. MOU's command echoed again, as dozens of rocks came crashing down from various angles towards the Crossbat. Crossbat, return. Desert Dragonfly, intercept at high speed. Sensing the precariousness of the situation, Zhenxing attempted to recall the Crossbat. He produced a pokeball, a beam of red light shooting towards the Crossbat, only to be thwarted by the suddenly appeared Desert Dragonfly. With its intervention, the Crossbat lost its final opportunity, and after exerting all its strength to shatter several rocks, the remaining debris brought it crashing to the ground. Rock Lock. The Desert Dragonfly swung its claws, raining down sharp, reddish-brown rocks once more. This attack rendering the still struggling Crossbat completely unable to continue fighting. After confirming that the opponent had lost its combat capability, the Desert Dragonfly withdrew, allowing Zhenxing to recall the Crossbat into its Pokeball. Shaman. After a brief hesitation, Zhenxing retrieved a black and yellow-striped Ultra Ball, the legendary Pokemon Shaman's form gradually materializing onto the battlefield. Chapter 151. Speed Dog vs. Shaman. Shaman, commonly known as Fire Steel, is a renowned member of the Team Egg Flower Machine Steel. It is also the only Pokemon possessing both fire and steel attributes, boasting 5 quadruple resistances and 4 double resistances in terms of defenses, and is one of the 2 legendary Pokemon with gender differences. Clear Skies. With renewed confidence in his voice, Zhenxing proclaimed, for Shaman was his absolute trump card acquired through serendipity. As his words fell, Shaman tilted its head back and let out a furious roar, summoning a small sun above the battlefield. The Desert Dragonfly's crimson sandstorm was dispelled under the sun's radiance, creating a clear demarcation between the sunlight and the sandstorm at the center of the battlefield. Lava Plume. This move is unique to Shaman, a significantly enhanced version of the Fire Spin. With a powerful stomp of its forelegs, a ring of fire spread from beneath its feet, almost instantaneously locking onto the Desert Dragonfly amidst the sandstorm. Yow! The Desert Dragonfly instinctively attempted to flee, yet flames completely surrounded it, and the encirclement was steadily closing in. Although the Desert Dragonfly had a natural resistance to fire-type moves, Xinqing's intention was merely to constrict the desert dragonfly's maneuverability. Following its earlier battle with the crossbat, the desert dragonfly, though unscathed, was already feeling fatigued. Mou attempted to recall the desert dragonfly, but the red light from the pokeball was firmly obstructed by the flames of the lava plume. Hyper beam. Sky. Shaman slightly bent its legs, and moments later, a column of destructive energy surged forth towards the besieged desert dragonfly. Force your way out, then earthquake. Mou's voice pierced through the flames, reaching the desert dragonfly's ears. The desert dragonfly quickly located a spot where the flames were less intense and surged through the encirclement. With a sudden spark igniting on its wing, the flame transformed into an unquenchable blaze. Yow! The desert dragonfly cried out in pain, attempting to extinguish the fire, yet the flame only grew more ferocious. Realizing it could not quell the flames, the desert dragonfly resolved to unleash an earthquake. Shaman adjusted its body orientation, redirecting the hyper beam in response. Boom! The hyper beam struck the desert dragonfly, sending it hurtling backward and crashing heavily to the ground. Fortunately, the desert dragonfly managed to unleash the earthquake, causing the ground beneath Shaman's feet to tremble violently, accompanied by gaping fissures. Due to the momentary immobility following the release of the hyper beam, Shaman was ultimately engulfed by the earth, the fissures sealing shut thereafter. Boom! Shortly after, a pillar of fire erupted from the ground, leaving behind a deep, massive crater. The surrounding stones melted by the searing heat, accompanied by a noxious, charred odor. Shaman emerged from the pit, its gait still steady, but as the smoke cleared, it became evident that the desert dragonfly's earthquake had left numerous scars upon it. Mou recalled the incapacitated desert dragonfly, his hand reaching towards his waist. At his waist, the Dragonite was fully prepared for battle. Come forth, Dragonite. As Mou reached for the pokeball containing Dragonite, another pokeball nearby, seemingly calm, suddenly began to tremble, nudging the Dragonite's pokeball aside. Ultimately, the luxurious ball representing the speed dog appeared in Mou's hand, while the high-grade ball containing Dragonite seemed to take a moment to register, after which it began to shake vigorously. The metal creature beside Dragonite silently maneuvered the pokeball to the right, pressing closely against the EV's pokeball. Although inaudible, one could only imagine Dragonite's colorful expletives. Gazing at the luxurious ball in his hand, Mou felt as if he could see the speed dog within. At this moment, the pokeball in his hand radiated a vibrant battle intent, as the swift and agile Houndoom inside eagerly volunteered for the fray. You wish to enter the arena? Very well. After a brief moment of hesitation, Mou tightened his grip on the pokeball, a smile gracing his face. Houndoom was his first Pokemon and had been his steadfast companion for the longest time. As the stalwart leader of the team, it often played the role of a lubricant, soothing the emotions of its fellow companions whenever Mou was preoccupied with other matters. The usually dependable Houndoom's eagerness to engage today left Mou with no grounds for refusal. Houndoom, it shall be you. Mou tossed the luxury ball high into the air, which expanded and opened as it soared. Woof! Houndoom's silhouette materialized on the battlefield, its long howl imbued with confidence and an insatiable thirst for battle. Sidolin observed Houndoom with a flicker of trepidation in its eyes. From Houndoom emanated an aura that sent shivers down its spine, reminiscent of the previous encounter with the desert dragonfly. However, compared to Houndoom, the scent emanating from the desert dragonfly was almost imperceptible. Without waiting for Mou's command, Houndoom glided near Sidolin, its keen gaze scanning for weaknesses. Sidolin, Stone Edge, came the grave voice of Xinqing. With a thunderous crash, Sidolin stomped the ground, conjuring sharp, glimmering rocks that flew toward Houndoom with a whoosh. Extreme speed. Though Mou did not vocally issue the command, his voice resonated within Houndoom's heart. Almost simultaneously with the utterance of his words, Houndoom was enveloped in a grayish-white glow, approaching Sidolin with a speed that bordered on the ethereal, skillfully evading every attack. With a dull thud, Sidolin, despite being prepared, was still knocked back by Houndoom's onslaught. Woof! Before Sidolin could regain its footing, another sound wave surged forth, accompanied by Houndoom, cloaked in its brown, fighting-type essence. The sound wave technique was none other than Roar, while Houndoom unleashed a close-range assault. In perfect harmony with Mou's intentions, Houndoom required no reaction time. As soon as Mou uttered the first syllable of the technique's name, it could deduce his command and prepare accordingly. Sidolin found itself retreating under Houndoom's relentless barrage. Yet Mou remained focused, his expression solemn. Although it seemed that Houndoom was gaining the upper hand, an accurate assessment, Sidolin was, after all, a legendary Pokemon and did not lose its fighting spirit. Despite sustaining numerous wounds under Houndoom's pressure, Seidelin's eyes remained tranquil, its stance steady. As the battle intensified, MOU's audience reached an all-time high. Apart from a few competitors whose battles had concluded, the high-ranking members of Team Rainbow Rocket were keenly observing the unfolding drama. In the midst of unrelenting assaults, Houndoom momentarily faltered, prompting Jinxing and Seidelin to seize the opportunity. Seidelin, Earth Power. Seidelin steadied itself, its 4 feet sinking into the ground, unleashing a wave of earthy energy that radiated from its form. Due to the proximity, Houndoom was unable to evade in time and was sent reeling by the ground-shaking force. Once a safe distance was established, Seidelin capitalized on its advantage, unleashing a barrage of skills. Cannon, Rock Slide, and Rockfall fell like a torrential downpour. Any attempt by Houndoom to close the gap was met with an array of area attacks. With no immediate opportunity to strike, Houndoom had no choice but to dodge and wait for Seidelin to tire. Yet, Seidelin's energy had already reached the depths of the magma below, and it was drawing strength from the molten core, its wounds beginning to heal. MOU sensed Seidelin's recovery, while Houndoom struggled to find a way to approach. It was only at this moment that Jinxing's expression relaxed slightly. Within Team Galaxy, as long as Seidelin could maintain its ground, even the Reaper would not intimidate him. However, the truth remained that Seidelin often faltered. If it could endure for just 10 more minutes, once it fully connected with the subterranean magma, it would transform into an unassailable artillery piece. On the battlefield, Houndoom continued to evade, its movements deftly maneuvering as it gracefully avoided every attack. Meanwhile, MOU closed his eyes, enveloping the arena in a wave of psychic energy, meticulously charting a safe path for Houndoom. Houndoom, to the left, charge in, then continue left. After a moment, MOU abruptly opened his eyes, his voice resonating within Houndoom's mind. Without a moment's hesitation, Houndoom surged toward the indicated position. Through MOU's keen observation, he deduced that Seidelin's skill releases followed a discernible pattern. After a series of rock or ground-type moves, it would invariably unleash a fire-type attack. While the reason eluded him, this was Houndoom's optimal route for a breakthrough. Cutting through the heat waves, MOU's voice echoed in Houndoom's mind as it dashed past numerous obstacles. When Jinxing regained his focus, Houndoom had already materialized before Seidelin. Impossible, Jinxing exclaimed, astonished. From his perspective, Houndoom had seemingly instantaneously evaded Seidelin's sweeping attack and appeared right in front of it. Extreme speed, yet again extreme speed. Houndoom offered Seidelin no further opportunities, unleashing its pent-up fury with abandon. Seidelin was relentlessly pushed back, its connection to the subterranean magma severed by Houndoom's ceaseless onslaught. Seidelin, reversal, Jinxing commanded loudly, hoping to force Houndoom back once more. However, Houndoom, prepared for the counter, utilized Protect simultaneously as Seidelin unleashed its move, rendering the attack ineffective this time. With the final extreme speed strike landing squarely on Seidelin, it was wholly expelled from the battlefield. Simultaneously, Seidelin nearly succumbed to its diminished fighting capacity, its consciousness fading into a blur. Jinxing recalled Seidelin, but as Houndoom approached, he attempted numerous tactics to distance himself, all of which proved futile. This was why he perpetually fell short against the Reaper. The Reaper would never allow him the chance to create space. Once Seidelin was vanquished, MOU recalled Houndoom and unleashed the wrathful Dragonite, which was filled with fury. Jinxing's remaining 4 Pokémon, along with Toxicroak, crumbled under the wrath of Dragonite, as both Metagross and Eevee never even made an appearance, bringing the battle to a swift conclusion. After venting its frustrations, MOU recalled Dragonite, the Pokeball colliding forcefully with Houndoom's as it was returned to his belt, yet Houndoom offered no response. With the conclusion of this battle, the day's competitions came to an end. MOU retrieved his vibrating blue phone from his pocket, glancing at it briefly before carelessly tossing it into a nearby trash bin. He did not return to the hotel, but instead headed directly to the tall building where he had once rented Pokemon. The rental office had transformed into a reception area, and MOU navigated the building with ease, taking the elevator to the 7th floor. As the elevator doors opened slowly, Jin Yao appeared to have been waiting for him for quite some time. "Follow me." With no further pleasantries exchanged, Jin Yao uttered this phrase and led the way ahead. MOU suppressed his curiosity for the moment, silently trailing behind Jin Yao. The entire 7th floor was eerily quiet, the only sound being the echo of Jin Yao's high heels against the floor. Tap, tap. The sudden cessation of sound jolted MOU from his reverie. Before him stood an unremarkable wooden door, devoid of any distinctive features. With great reverence, Jin Yao rapped upon the door, and a prompt voice from within beckoned him to enter. Upon pushing the door ajar, he was greeted by a spacious room that evidently served as a makeshift office, as indicated by the piles of documents haphazardly strewn in the corners. "Please, take a seat," said Sakamaki, who was precisely the individual Mo had anticipated. Only Sakamaki commanded such esteem from Zhen Niao. As Sakamaki's words resonated, Mo settled into the chair before the desk. "Complete this form," Zhen Niao interjected, placing a document before Mo, the header Red Team Rocket Leader application form. Staring at the paper, Mo momentarily found himself at a loss for words. The information concerning him was already meticulously filled in, the handwriting unmistakably belonging to Zhen Niao. With his elbows resting on the table and fingers interlaced before him, Sakamaki regarded him with calm intensity. "The competition has concluded. Return to Team Rocket with me." Regaining his composure, Mo displayed no hint of hesitation in his eyes. He grasped the pen and decisively inscribed his name in the lower right corner of the form. Zhen Niao stepped forward, silently collecting the document and tucking it away into a file before turning to leave, the entire process executed with fluid grace, devoid of unnecessary words. "You have resigned from the Ocean Team and joined the Lava Team. It has been approved." With that, Sakamaki pivoted his chair towards the window, gazing out at the distant sea, lapsing into silence. As Mo exited the building, his phone vibrated in his pocket. Upon retrieving it, he noticed that the suffix accompanying his name on the schedule had subtly shifted from Ocean Team to Lava Team. The entire ordeal, from his entry into the building to the approval of his application, transpired in a mere 10 minutes. Under normal circumstances, switching teams mid-competition would be an arduous task, potentially necessitating the personal signature of Shui Wudong himself. He had even prepared a strategy to counter Shui Wudong's wrath, yet with Sakamaki's intervention, all protocols had become mere formalities. Meanwhile, within the confines of the hotel where the Ocean Team resided, the atmosphere was as frigid as ice. Shui Wudong's gaze was fixed intently upon his phone screen, the casing creaking under his grip. The notification regarding Mo's team change pierced his vision like a needle. "Captain, Mo," Chunyang ventured cautiously, only to be interrupted by Shui Wudong raising a hand. Chunyang and Ming Hui had hastened to the scene upon receiving the news, each reacting differently to the situation. Chunyang felt a sense of clandestine delight at Mo's departure, as he perceived Mo as a colossal mountain overshadowing him, now suddenly absent. The weight on his chest vanished, leaving him with an exhilarating sense of relief. His position as the second-in-command of the Ocean Team was finally secure. Conversely, Ming Hui furrowed his brow, struggling to comprehend why Mo would make such a decision. In his memory, Mo had never committed any act of betrayal against the Ocean Team, rendering this sudden shift utterly perplexing. Suddenly, Shui Wudong rose abruptly and approached the window, gazing out at the tumultuous waves, his chest heaving with agitation. How many promises had he made and resources had he invested to lure Mo from the Lava Team? And now, he had merely circled back, unceremoniously departing. The only solace he found was in his own caution. He had refrained from fully relinquishing the core power of the Ocean Team or providing Mo with additional resources, sparing himself from an even greater loss. "Chief, should we send someone to retrieve him?" Chunyang suggested, suppressing his relief and feigning indignation. Shui Wudong turned abruptly, regarding him as if he were a fool, a cold smirk curling at the corners of his mouth. "Retrieve him? Shall you go, or shall I?" The question left Chunyang speechless. What a preposterous notion. Could he contend with Mo? And to suggest the chief go? Qi Yinsong would surely raise both hands in approval. The room fell silent once more, as the fire of Shui Wudong's anger gradually transformed into a flicker of doubt. This was all too swift. The processing speed of this matter was abnormal. Less than half an hour had passed since Mo's competition concluded, and his team switch application had already completed all necessary procedures. He had just checked, and Mo's player profile had been extracted from the Ocean Team's database. To bypass him, the leader, and directly manipulate the internal data of the Ocean Team, Qi Yinsong lacked that capability. In the entirety of the Rainbow Rocket Team, only Sakamaki and his personal secretary, Zhen Niao, possessed such authority. "Sakamaki," Shui Wudong muttered through clenched teeth, before sinking into despondency. "Issue a bounty." His voice was frigid, devoid of any emotion. "Anyone who inflicts harm upon Mo's friends or subordinates will be rewarded based on the severity of their injuries, with a maximum bounty of 8 million rocket coins. Should they manage to harm any of Mo's Pokemon, a reward of 15 million per creature will be granted. All rewards are redeemable for equivalent resources. Ultimately, while Shui Wudong dared not lay hands directly upon Mo, he could not swallow the indignation he felt. The toad may not bite, but it certainly disgusts. Mo, Was he not formidable? Was he not the paragon of the younger generation? Very well, then, he would take aim at those surrounding him. Though Mou himself might not care, Shui Wutong sought merely to vent his wrath. Chief, Mou has arrived, Rinyu announced as he entered, his face alight with uncontainable excitement. Qi Yinsong set aside his documents, his expression shifting through several phases before ultimately settling into a smile. Quick, let him in. As Mou stepped through the door, Qi Yinsong rose to greet him. Rinyu, after ushering Mou into the room, discreetly withdrew and closed the door behind him. This reception was unprecedented within the lava team, at the very least. Rinyu had never heard of Qi Yinsong personally welcoming any member of the lava team before. Welcome back, Qi Yinsong exclaimed, giving Mou's shoulder a hearty pat, his tone imbued with complexity. He was the mastermind behind Mou's team switch, yet he too had not received Mou's profile. It was evident whose hands that information now resided in. However, it mattered little, as long as Mou represented the lava team in the forthcoming competitions and secured resources. It would not be in vain. With Sakamaki personally intervening, Shui Wudong had no choice but to acquiesce. Qi Yinsong gestured for Mou to take a seat on the sofa, before shifting his tone to a more serious demeanor. However, that fellow has resorted to underhanded tactics. I have just received word that Shui Wudong has issued a bounty against you, as well as your friends and subordinates. Mou raised an eyebrow, though his expression remained largely unfazed. This was indeed within Shui Wudong's character, yet he felt no concern. Rinyu was now a cadre within the lava team, capable of protecting himself, while his subordinates were merely the Yangyu trio, who were currently also captains within the lava team. Though you may not care, the bounty Shui Wudong has placed is quite substantial. Up to 8 million for injuring your friends. Qi Yinsong's tone was laced with derision for Shui Wudong. At present, Shui Wudong is akin to a dog trapped in a cage, impotently raging in his confinement. Of no consequence, Mou replied in a flat tone, clearly unperturbed by the matter. If anyone were to seek trouble over such a paltry sum, he would indeed have to reassess their capabilities. Shui Wudong had never genuinely trusted him. Thus, he bore no psychological burden regarding this betrayal. After exchanging a few more words, Mou took his leave. Upon exiting Qi Yinsong's office, he encountered several individuals waiting in the corridor. Mou. Takumi was the first to rush forward, delivering a punch to him. The strike was not gentle. Ever since their battle, in which Mou had emerged victorious, Takumi had unilaterally defined their relationship as one of friendly rivalry. Behind Takumi, Rinyu and Songtai approached, both wearing smiles, one genuine, the other somewhat strained. Rinyu surveyed Mou, first appraising him from head to toe before speaking. It's been a while. Ah, indeed, it has, Mou replied. Mou was momentarily taken aback, but soon responded with a smile. It had been several months since he departed from the lava team. Although they had maintained contact, it was not particularly frequent. After ascending to a leadership position, Rinyu had essentially taken over Mou's role, and Qi Yinsong had entrusted the hot spring business, which he had initially intended for Mou, to Rinyu, along with the trio of Yangyu. The dissatisfaction that Songtai harbored towards Mou stemmed from this very reason, as the hot spring industry accounted for a significant portion of the lava team's revenue. He had always believed that Qi Yinsong's decision to hand over the hot spring business to Rinyu was inextricably linked to Mou. How does it feel to leave the ocean team? Are you happy? Songtai interjected with a smile as he positioned himself between Rinyu and Mou. Despite the cheerful demeanor on his face, the undertone of his words was far from amicable. Given his peculiar tone, it was likely a veiled jab at Mou for his perceived betrayal of the ocean team. Rinyu glanced at Songtai, his body tensing noticeably, while Takai beside him had already extended a hand, prepared to shove Songtai aside. Mou stepped forward, locking eyes with Songtai, and spoke with a smile. It was inevitable. I became a cadre the moment I joined the ocean team, and it felt devoid of any sense of achievement. Songtai's smile faltered, becoming somewhat rigid at this statement. The implication was clear. What you struggled for so long to attain seems trivial to me. After delivering this remark, Mou, accompanied by Rinyu, Takai, and others, departed amidst laughter. Are you going to join the rocket team? Rinyu inquired, surprised by Mou's forthcoming plans. Takai, who had stubbornly followed along, beamed with envy upon hearing that Mou was to join the rocket team, and as a leader no less. Within the entire organization of the Rainbow Rocket Team, the rocket team boasted the strongest overall prowess, with elite members such as Sakaki and others far surpassing those of other teams. The resources were unparalleled, but beyond that, the perks offered by the rocket team were uniquely generous. Currently, the rocket team lacked cadres, comprising only a leader and senior members, which meant that by joining MO you would effectively ascend to the highest echelons attainable by an ordinary member. Indeed, I've already filled out the application form. Sakaki personally recruited me, MOU shrugged, conveying that it was beyond his control. How infuriating. Takai perceived his actions and expressions as blatant boasting. However, after witnessing MOU's earlier battle with Xinxing, he realized he could barely keep up with MOU's tail lights. That's fine, Rinyu nodded, not elaborating further. As before, he felt no jealousy towards MOU's growing success. Instead, he felt genuine happiness. After exchanging pleasantries, Rinyu discreetly exited MOU's room, forcibly pulling Takai along, who was reluctant to leave. Finally enjoying some peace, MOU began to tidy his bed and freshen up, as his next opponent was a cadre from the Flare team. She had fortuitously made it to the third round by being exempted from her previous match. Although this opponent was relatively weaker, MOU diligently reviewed her battle footage, continuing until darkness enveloped the sky before he retired to rest. The following day, he took his desert dragonfly and several other Pokemon to the medical center for treatment. The Wind Speed Dog and the Dragonite were relatively unscathed, merely requiring some healing spray and a bit of rest. However, the desert dragonfly had sustained more severe injuries, suffering from exhaustion and burns, necessitating 2 to 3 days of recuperation. Nevertheless, MOU had no intention of allowing it to participate consecutively. While waiting for treatment, MOU encountered Chun Yang and Ming Hui, who were also there to tend to their Pokemon. When Chun Yang's gaze met his, he promptly averted his eyes, his expression as frigid as ice. Ming Hui's lips moved as if to speak, but Chun Yang swiftly restrained him. Please take good care of your Pokemon. Upon receiving his Pokemon from the doctor, MOU refrained from engaging Chun Yang and Ming Hui in futile conversation, turning on his heel to leave. On the third day, MOU once again sent out his Spoink to lead the charge, as it seemed that the 3 cadres from the Flare team had a particular affinity for electric-type Pokemon. Seizing the opportunity, he also showcased his Eevee, Metagross, and Lapras. The match concluded with a resounding victory for MOU, notable for the presence of a unique Gallade among the opposing Flare team cadres. This Gallade eschewed Psychic-type attacks, instead exhibiting remarkable proficiency in physical moves such as Fire Punch and Ice Punch. It was an unfortunate creature yearning to evolve into a Gallade, but lacking the necessary Awakening Stone and special magnetic field for evolution. After the conclusion of the third round, the remaining competitors were reduced to MOU, Ming Wang, and Gladio, with MOU fortuitously being granted a bye. Following the decisive battle between Ming Wang and Gladio, MOU would face the victor for the championship. Should he lose, he would then contend with the loser for second place. Both Ming Wang and Gladio were familiar faces. One had previously been bested by MOU in the finals of a commanding tournament, while the other had only recently been met. Upon returning to the lounge after his match, MOU found Gladio and Ming Wang's contest in a heated state. The scoreboard indicated that both had already lost 3 Pokemon. On Gladio's side was a peculiar-looking Pokemon, its head detached from its body, inverted, adorned with a blue pattern on its chest, type B Porygon. MOU murmured its name softly. This Pokemon had evolved from the Porygon upgrade process, significantly enhancing its capabilities, yet diminishing its stability, rendering it less ideal for security and more of a battleground weapon in the hands of trainers. Its opponent was Ming Wang's Glacian, which bore a keystone embedded in its forehead, glinting ominously under the lights. At that moment, Type B Porygon's eyes were ablaze with streams of code composed of zeros and ones, rapidly analyzing every minute movement of Glacian, calculating the optimal counter-strategy. Meanwhile, Glacian slowly spun in place, an icy aura coalescing around it, causing the temperature of the arena to plummet. Chapter 155, The Finals 1. The computation speed of Type B Porygon was astonishing, as the flow of data flickered in its vision at an increasingly rapid frequency, almost coalescing into a tangible form. It abruptly ceased its analysis, and a pink wall materialized before it. Light screen. Glacian, Blizzard. Ming Wang's voice resonated clearly across the battlefield. A tempest of snow instantly engulfed the entire arena, with Type B Porygon's form becoming obscured amid the swirling white flakes. Gladio furrowed his brow. Although Type B Porygon had mitigated some damage using Light Screen, Glacian's attack still exerted considerable pressure on it. Hyper Beam, direct hit. Gladio commanded, and Type B Porygon spread its arms wide, its blue chest pattern beginning to flash at an alarming rate. With a thunderous roar, a grayish-white energy beam tore through the blizzard, hurtling towards Glacian. Glacian narrowly evaded this lethal attack, as the hyper beam left a scorched crater on the wall behind it. Seated on the lounge sofa, MOU leaned forward slightly, quietly analyzing the unfolding situation. Glajo's commands remained precise. Yet Mou discerned a clear disadvantage in Type B Porygon's stamina. It was not its first appearance in battle. Its condition was markedly worse than that of Glacian. In the arena, seizing the opportunity while Type B Porygon was momentarily immobilized after its Hyper Beam, Glacian swiftly closed the distance. Its fangs coalescing with biting cold aimed directly at the core of Type B Porygon's body. Dodge, then charge beam. Glajo's words barely left his lips when Type B Porygon appeared to hesitate for a moment before following his command. The system is unstable, Mou muttered to himself. The vulnerabilities of the multilateral beast Type B have now been fully exposed. Its analytical prowess is remarkable, allowing it to discern every intricate detail of its opponent during combat. However, the relentless intensity of its analysis has rendered its internal programming cumbersome, and coupled with the frigid temperatures brought about by the snowstorm, the speed at which multilateral beast Type B receives commands has noticeably slowed. Frozen Beam. Seizing this opportunity, the King of the Underworld commanded the Ice Phantom to launch an attack on the evasive multilateral beast Type B. The icy beam struck with precision, eliciting an electronic shriek from multilateral beast Type B as the brilliance in its eyes gradually dimmed until it completely vanished. Multilateral beast Type B has lost its combat capability. 10 seconds later, the referee raised the flag, declaring multilateral beast Type B defeated. Glajo recalled multilateral beast Type B, his expression somewhat somber. Attribute Void, still bearing the wounds from a previous fierce battle, has not yet fully recovered. After a moment's hesitation, Glajo ultimately decided to release attribute Void. The outcome appears to be decided. Observing the visibly unwell attribute Void, Mou sighed softly and turned to leave the waiting room. Luck is indeed a facet of strength. It is not surprising that Glajo did not draw the fortunate card of a bye. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, Mou's next opponent will be the King of the Underworld. The King of the Underworld, a cadre of the Galactic Team, possesses a mastery over self-detonation moves with his Pokémon, executing the entire process from charging to explosion in the blink of an eye. However, to presume that the King of the Underworld relies solely on this tactic would be a grave misjudgment. His raw strength is formidable, and self-detonation merely serves to expedite the battle's tempo, allowing him more time for training or other endeavors. Ice Phantom, Tank Skunk, Mischievous Thunderbolt, and Saltstone Giant? Upon returning to his room, Mou meticulously examined the roster of the King of the Underworld's Pokémon. Notably, the Saltstone Giant from the Paldea region stands out as a particularly captivating Pokémon. Commonly referred to as the Salt King, it excels in battle. Although it is a standard Pokémon, it possesses a unique ability known as Salt Cure. This skill inflicts a salting condition on the opponent, causing ongoing damage, with Steel and Water-type Pokémon suffering even greater harm. With an impressive physical defense stat of 130 and a notably low speed, the Saltstone Giant has undoubtedly become a major player in the new era. In addition to its high physical defense and low speed, its physical attack power is also quite formidable. Mou gazed intently at the King of the Underworld's Pokémon roster, his right index finger unconsciously tapping on the table. 2 days later, Mou and the King of the Underworld stood on opposite sides of the battlefield. Today's match was singular yet pivotal to the overall outcome. Mou positioned himself on the left, clutching the Pokeball containing his Sylph. Opposite him, the King of the Underworld, clad in the Galactic Team uniform, bore a conspicuous scar upon his forehead. The rules dictated a 6-on-6 full battle, permitting the free exchange of Pokémon. As customary, the referee elucidated the rules. Once the overview was concluded, the referee dramatically waved the flag and proclaimed, "Now, both sides may send forth their Pokémon. Sylph, it shall be you. Saltstone Giant, demonstrate your might." The voices of Mou and the King of the Underworld resonated almost simultaneously as their respective Pokémon materialized onto the field. The Sylph appeared, its adorable visage adorned with a whimsical smile, exuding a level of cuteness that could rival that of Eevee. On the contrary, the King of the Underworld's Saltstone Giant loomed large, its body enveloped in yellowish-white salt crystals, each step causing a subtle tremor beneath it. "Sylph, Tailwind." Mou was the first to call out. The Sylph waved its arms, summoning a powerful gust that swept across the battlefield. This wind would persist for a duration, significantly enhancing the speed of Mou's Pokémon. The Saltstone Giant braced itself against the incoming breeze, maintaining its stability, as the King of the Underworld calmly commanded, "Saltstone Giant, Spike's attack." Countless sharp rocks erupted from the ground, hurtling towards the Sylph. The Sylph nimbly dodged the barrage, yet the sheer volume of the rocks resulted in several strikes landing upon its form. The cotton enveloping the Sylph became somewhat disheveled, much to its chagrin. as it held a deep disdain for untidiness. Taunt. Meow. The sylph puffed its cheeks, playfully beckoning the saltstone giant with a dismissive sound. To the onlookers, the sylph's provocation appeared endearing, yet to the saltstone giant, it was anything but. Salt. Infuriated, the saltstone giant swung its fists, which were nearly twice the size of the sylph, charging aggressively towards it. Recognizing that the taunt had successfully enraged the saltstone giant, Mou promptly recalled the sylph and reached for another pokeball. The sylph transformed into a red light and returned to its ball, having fulfilled its task of initiating Tailwind and successfully taunting the saltstone giant, thereby hindering its ability to bolster itself. Well done, sylph, Mou murmured, then released his newly chosen pokeball, Speed Dog. Woof. The Speed Dog howled magnificently, its robust form appearing on the battlefield. As Mou switched Pokemon, the king of the underworld made a similar decision. Saltstone Giant, return. With a flash of red light, the Saltstone Giant vanished. Ice Phantom, go. An entirely ice-blue Pokemon emerged onto the field. Mou's lips curled into a slight smirk upon seeing the king of the underworld's newly summoned Pokemon was Ice Phantom. Fortunately, he had anticipated the king of the underworld's strategy. This was indeed a gamble. Had the king of the underworld chosen not to switch, the Speed Dog would have had little chance against the Saltstone Giant. Thankfully, he had won his bet. The king's tendency to rotate Pokemon suggested a high likelihood of switching, and whether it was the Desert Dragonfly or the Dragonite, both would be at a severe disadvantage against Ice Phantom. Speed Dog, Flare Blitz. Chapter 156. Tank Skunk? The nemesis of Speed Dog. The Speed Dog's body ignited in azure flames, its speed augmented dramatically by the tailwind. Ice Phantom, dodge. Boom. The king of the underworld's command was scarcely uttered before the Speed Dog collided forcefully with the unprepared Ice Phantom. Phantom. Ice Phantom emitted a cry of anguish, propelled by the tremendous impact, sliding several meters across the ground before coming to a halt. The king of the underworld furrowed his brow, taken aback by the Speed Dog's velocity. Even an Ice-type Pokemon like Ice Phantom found itself struggling against such a fierce Fire-type assault. Ice Phantom, Blizzard. Given the Speed Dog's earlier performance, the king of the underworld surmised that Ice Phantom's water pulse would likely miss, thus opting to unleash Blizzard to somewhat mitigate the Speed Dog's velocity. Ice Phantom opened its mouth wide, unleashing a furious blizzard that engulfed the entire arena. The temperature plummeted, causing the referee nearby to instinctively rub his arms for warmth. The Speed Dog's orange form stood out vividly amidst the blizzard, as the falling snowflakes melted into water before even making contact. Mou surveyed the battlefield, his mind racing to devise the next course of action. His primary objective was to prevent the king of the underworld from recalling Ice Phantom, or at the very least, to diminish Ice Phantom's condition. Speed Dog, Quick Attack. The Speed Dog growled, its form vanishing in an instant. Quick Attack's speed surpassed that of Flare Blitz, enabling it to swiftly close the distance on the distant Ice Phantom and engage in close combat. As long as Ice Phantom could not create distance from the Speed Dog, victory in this battle would be nearly assured. Executing Quick Attack, the Speed Dog transformed into a streak of light, unaffected by the blizzard's interference. In the blink of an eye, the Speed Dog materialized behind Ice Phantom, claws gleaming ominously. Ice Phantom scald. Ice Phantom reacted swiftly, almost instantaneously turning to unleash a torrent of pale blue water. Regrettably, the swift movements of the Wind Speed Dog outpaced all expectations. It executed a graceful somersault in midair, narrowly evading the core of the attack, while its claws struck forcefully above the gaping maw of the Ice Ghost. Although this assault did not inflict significant damage upon the Ice Ghost, its ultimate objective had been achieved. The Grim Sovereign observed the unfolding battle in silence, occasionally issuing commands for the Ice Ghost to evade further strikes. He understood that if this standoff persisted, the confrontation would reach a definitive conclusion. However, the Wind Speed Dog's velocity was overwhelming. The Ice Ghost, already lacking in swiftness, found the advantage further exacerbated by the favorable winds left by the Wind Fairy. Utilize the water pulse beneath your feet. After numerous unsuccessful attempts to create distance, the Grim Sovereign opted for a swift resolution. Continuing to engage the Wind Speed Dog in combat would necessitate a mega evolution. Yet, with the Desert Dragonfly and the fearsome Flying Dragon still in reserve, he was devoid of confidence in handling the situation without the Ice Ghost. Moreover, it was uncertain whether the Ice Ghost, no longer at its peak, could withstand the mounting pressure. Upon hearing the Grim Sovereign's command, the Ice Ghost displayed a semblance of relief. It opened its mouth, unleashing a water pulse that erupted beneath it. The Wind Speed Dog instinctively dodged, seizing the opportunity as a crimson beam grazed its form, striking the Ice Ghost. Ice Ghost, return. In a flash of red light, the ice ghost was recalled into its pokeball. The grim sovereign produced a third pokeball, his demeanor growing increasingly grave. Tank Skunk emerged. A Pokemon of deep purple and black materialized upon the battlefield. Its stout body and elevated tail exuding an unpleasant odor that compelled the wind speed dog to recoil several paces. Mou wrinkled his nose. The stench of the Tank Skunk was indeed intolerable, particularly for the keen senses of the wind speed dog. Wind speed dog, unleash the blaze. The wind speed dog opened its mouth wide, directing a massive plume of flames in a broad arc towards the Tank Skunk. The intensity of the flames warped the surrounding air. Tank Skunk, defend. A transparent barrier manifested before the Tank Skunk, absorbing the impact of the blaze, which erupted in a violent explosion, yet the barrier remained steadfast. Now unleash the venom shock. Taking advantage of the smoke created by the explosion, the Tank Skunk darted towards the wind speed dog. Its claws glimmered with a sinister purple hue, clearly infused with potent toxins. Having been momentarily pushed back by the Tank Skunk's foul odor, the wind speed dog had ample time to evade. Wind speed dog bite. Overcoming the noxious scent, the wind speed dog lunged forward, jaws agape, to bite at the Tank Skunk. Its teeth were enveloped in a dark aura, a hallmark of dark-type moves. Tank Skunk launched the mud bomb. The Tank Skunk expelled a burst of corrosive purple liquid, which detonated mid-air, creating a rain of acid that forced the wind speed dog to halt its attack and retreat to avoid the highly corrosive droplets. The battle had reached an impasse. The wind speed dog's speed advantage now seemed diminished before the Tank Skunk, while the Tank Skunk lacked in velocity. Its formidable defense and the repugnant odor it emitted dampened the wind speed dog's desire to attack. A swift resolution was imperative. Analyzing the current predicament, Mou believed it could not be prolonged any further. He commanded, Wind speed dog, charge the flame blitz. The wind speed dog inhaled deeply, igniting a fervent blaze that caused the air around it to shimmer with heat. Tank Skunk, acid bomb. The Tank Skunk pivoted, directing its tail towards the wind speed dog and unleashing a barrage of foul purple liquid. These toxic projectiles not only inflicted physical harm, but also compromised the wind speed dog's mental fortitude with their noxious scent. In the brief moment of charging, the wind speed dog vanished from sight, replaced by a series of indistinct afterimages. The acid bomb struck the path it had taken, though it sustained hits. The wind speed dog pressed onward undeterred. With a valiant spirit, the wind speed dog surged forward, its body now drenched in the vile liquid, emitting a stench reminiscent of a refuse station, and collided squarely with the Tank Skunk.